Chapter 506. Entering the ancient battlefield in a realm cloaked in shades of gray, where neither sun nor moon graced the sky, fierce yellow winds howled, enveloping the world in an atmosphere of chaos and oppression. Suddenly, on a desolate plateau, a black void gate materialized, gradually expanding to form a passage wide enough for 7 or 8 individuals to traverse simultaneously. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the clearing before the passage, which gradually faded to reveal the silhouettes of over 100 young figures, none other than the aspiring holy sons from Yunding Tianfu participating in a sacred trial. Shortly thereafter, the figure of the celestial emperor of the Star River emerged above the crowd. Observing the scene before them, the disciples felt an overwhelming tension. Earlier, while at the Wangxian platform, the decaying aura that leaked from the void gate had already instilled a chill within them. Now that they had truly arrived at the ancient battlefield, an even greater pressure surged forth to greet them. Despite the fact that the majority had ascended to the realm of immortal sovereigns, they still experienced a profound sense of discomfort. Tang Tian, too, sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. The omnipresent chaotic rules seemed to tear at their bodies and souls, as if seeking to obliterate them entirely. Without sufficient mental fortitude, one could easily become lost in this tumultuous environment. What was even more alarming was that the Celestial Emperor had failed to mention this aspect during his previous warnings. This suggested that, in his eyes, the pressures and dangers emanating from the world itself were trivial compared to the terrifying threats he had described. Just then, a gentle aura enveloped them all, shielding them from a portion of the oppressive forces of this realm. Tang Tian looked up, recognizing it as the Celestial Emperor's method. "Do not stray more than 50 steps from me," the Celestial Emperor spoke softly. "Upon entering the ancient battlefield, it is natural to feel some discomfort. Seize every moment to adapt to this environment. I can help mitigate some of the pressure for now, but once we reach the ancient ruins, you must rely on yourselves." Upon hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, the disciples held their breath, earnestly striving to comprehend the rules of this realm, seeking a balance conducive to survival. Each individual present was among the most gifted of their generation, and such a task posed little challenge for them. As for Tang Tian, he faced no significant issues. One could say without exaggeration that he was entirely adept at navigating matters pertaining to the realm of rules. Such was his confidence. Noticing that the disciples had begun to earnestly acclimate to their surroundings, the Celestial Emperor gave a slight nod and then soared in a particular direction. The aspiring holy sons promptly followed suit. The Celestial Emperor's pace was unhurried, seemingly allowing ample time for this group of newcomers to adjust. Approximately half an hour had passed when a colossal sandstorm appeared before the crowd. The Galaxy Immortal Emperor soared towards the tempest. As they drew nearer, the sheer magnitude of the storm became evident, obscuring much of the sky. The howling winds roared, and flashes of bluish-purple lightning could be glimpsed within the swirling sands. However, upon their arrival, a number of individuals were already awaiting them. They stood atop a relatively calm and flat peak, predominantly youthful figures, whose prowess was indeed remarkable. Presumably, they were the elite disciples of other celestial factions. Observing these young warriors, it was clear that their strength was on par with that of the Cloud Summit's disciples. As Tang Tian gazed at them, the group of prospective saints turned their attention toward the Cloud Summit, some displaying indifference, while others openly exhibited disdainful provocation. Tang Tian silently mused. These individuals appeared to be formidable adversaries. "Galaxy Lord, you have arrived late." An elderly man with a long beard spoke softly as they landed on the mountaintop. His aura was enigmatic, yet the weight of his long-held authority surpassed even that of the Galaxy Immortal Emperor, suggesting he was likely another Immortal Emperor. "Galaxy, your Cloud Summit is the host, yet you have kept us waiting for so long." "How presumptuous," remarked another middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, exuding a similar Immortal Emperor's presence. "Forgive us, Lord Hongwan. Our disciples are numerous, hence the extended preparation time. Moreover, Yu Ping, let us not forget that we at the Cloud Summit are not the hosts. Nor are you merely guests, as you joined us midway," the Galaxy Immortal Emperor replied calmly, addressing both men with distinct attitudes. It was evident that he and the Immortal Emperor, named Yu Ping, had a strained relationship. However, as they held prominent positions, they could not afford to display open hostility in front of their disciples, opting instead for veiled jabs at one another. While the leaders conversed, Luo Shi approached Tang Tian. Lord Hongwen is the head of the Tai Celestial faction, the oldest and most powerful among the 9, ranking at the top. Fortunately, we have had little conflict with him. If we encounter him in the future, we can either engage or retreat as necessary. As for Yu Ping, the Lord of the Jinyu Celestial faction, his strength is comparable to ours, perhaps slightly superior. They are also the faction with whom we have the most serious conflicts, should we cross paths during trials. Well, she said with a smirk. Tang Tian shot her a glance, inquiring, "How do you possess such knowledge?" Luo, she chuckled, "My father informs me. He has extensive information on the other 8 celestial factions. Aside from Jinyu Tianfu, our relationship with Jiuquan Tianfu is rather tenuous. However, we maintain a cordial rapport with Beihan Tianfu and Mingyuan Tianfu. Should we encounter them, it would be prudent to avoid conflict, as there exists potential for collaboration between us." Moreover, Luo, she succinctly recounted the circumstances of the other 8 major Tianfus to Tang Tian. He listened with a detached interest. It sufficed to be aware of such matters without dwelling on them excessively. His primary objective remains the core vessel of the celestial realm. After a brief interval, the discussions among the higher-ups seemed to reach a conclusion. Meanwhile, several other Tianfus arrived in succession. Tang Tian observed that the number of individuals from these Tianfus was indeed significantly fewer than that of Yunding Tianfu, with a maximum of merely 50 and a minimum of barely 20. It appears that their arrival was rather abrupt, joining midway through the proceedings. Nevertheless, their average strength surpassed that of Yunding Tianfu considerably, as they were predominantly geniuses of the celestial sovereign tier, with most being in the mid to late stages of celestial sovereignty. It seems Yunding Tianfu may not have a significant advantage in this gathering. Once all had assembled, Emperor Hongwen spoke in a calm voice. "Now that everyone is present, Lord of Xinghe, let us commence." Chapter 507. Under the guidance of their respective sovereigns, the chosen ones from the 9 great heavenly estates gathered atop the mountain. At this moment, Tang Tian realized that the ancient ruins they were destined to explore lay hidden within the vast, tempestuous sandstorm before them. The ominous thunder reverberating within it compelled many to swallow nervously. Once all had assembled, the trial for the Holy Sons commenced in earnest. With a grand gesture, the celestial emperor of the starry river sent forth over 100 delicate white jade tripods, which soared into the hands of each disciple. These tripods served as vessels for precious treasures, as well as tools for escape. Upon the trial's conclusion, the disciples could utilize them to return to their point of origin. Should they encounter insurmountable dangers, they could shatter the tripod to be transported back prematurely, provided they had the chance to do so. However, choosing this course of action would signify their outright failure in this trial for the Holy Sons. The duration of the trial was a full 12 hours, encompassing both day and night, allowing ample time for the challenges ahead. Nevertheless, a longer duration also indicated a heightened probability of peril. Ultimately, who would emerge victorious depended on each disciple's fortune. After announcing all the rules, the 9 celestial emperors convened to collaboratively activate a colossal teleportation array. Through this array, they would enter the ancient ruins, albeit with a random destination. Should fortune favor them, they might find treasures upon entry. Conversely, ill fate could lead them directly into the clutches of formidable phantoms or a chaotic tempest, leaving no opportunity to shatter their tripods. With preparations complete, the disciples began their descent into the ruins. At that moment, the celestial emperor of the starry river approached Tang Tian, presenting him with an ancient, intricately designed array disc. This disc was retrieved from the ancient ancestral grounds, he explained. It retains a faint connection to those grounds and can guide you to the entrance. However, he added in a hushed tone, the dangers within the ancestral grounds may surpass those outside by several fold. It would be wise to reconsider. If you lack absolute certainty, it may be prudent to refrain from entering. Tang Tian smiled, accepting the array disc. "Thank you, esteemed emperor. Rest assured, I am well aware of my path." The celestial emperor nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that whatever choice Tang Tian made was beyond his influence, and he recognized that Tang Tian was not the type to embark on an endeavor fraught with foreseen peril. In the gaze of the celestial emperor, Tang Tian and the other chosen ones vanished into the teleportation array. Once all the disciples had disappeared, the celestial emperor let out a gentle sigh. This trial for the Holy Sons was orchestrated under his auspices, and he harbored hopes that the prodigies of the Cloud Summit estate would not suffer excessive losses within. However, Such matters are difficult to determine, and one can only hope that the light of fortune shines upon the disciples of Yunding Tianfu this time. What? Lacking confidence. At that moment, a woman clad in a delicate blue gauze dress approached his side. This was none other than the master of Beihan Tianfu, the immortal Empress Yishuang. It is hard to say, the immortal Emperor Xinghe replied softly. We have prepared thoroughly, and our numbers are considerable, which gives us an advantage. Yishuang Empress nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, none of us anticipated that we would discover the essence of the world within this relic. The essence is fleeting, which is why the trial for the Holy Sun is so hurried. It remains uncertain how much these fledgling young prodigies will be able to bring back. The immortal Emperor Xinghe stated, whatever they can bring back will suffice. The conditions in our 9 worlds are far from optimistic, deteriorating increasingly. A portion of the essence as a supplement would provide us with a necessary respite. Yishuang Empress sighed softly. It is but a drop in the bucket. At most, it can only slightly delay the pace of deterioration. It cannot halt it. We have labored for many years, yet we find ourselves in such dire straits. As she spoke, she gazed skyward, murmuring, the problem lies beyond. Our efforts are futile against it. After a moment of silence, the immortal Emperor Xinghe spoke in a low voice. Yet we cannot remain idle, watching our homeland descend into oblivion. This is our duty and mission. The essence within the relic is plentiful, with a total stock that may exceed 5,000 portions. If these youngsters can successfully retrieve half, it would suffice to sustain us for a considerable duration. Yishuang Empress chuckled softly. It is no easy feat out of nearly 400 individuals. At most 200 could successfully bring back the essence. An average of over 10 portions per person is exceedingly difficult. The most capable disciples would likely need to secure over 100 portions each. The immortal Emperor Xinghe nodded, acknowledging that the essence exists independently and only 1 portion can be collected at a time, indeed rendering this endeavor challenging. After a brief exchange, suddenly, the communication talisman of the immortal Emperor Xinghe illuminated. He furrowed his brow. As the one responsible for this trial, he had set aside all other matters. So who would seek him at such a time? However, upon opening the talisman, his expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, he cursed, immediately turning to return to Yunding Tianfu. Just then, a figure appeared before him, and a barrier enveloped both him and Yishuang Empress, isolating them from the outside world. Please, do not be anxious, esteemed master. Everything is under control. Upon recognizing the individual before him, the immortal Emperor Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Patriarch Xiaoyao. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Xiaoyao family, Xiaoyao Qiu. Hearing his words, the immortal Emperor Xinghe's eyes flickered as he contemplated a certain possibility. You mean, that Prince Wang? Xiaoyao Qiu nodded in affirmation. From beginning to end, young Master Wang had been fixated on Lu Chang'e. He had anticipated that Lu Chang'e would take action at this moment. Thus he had prepared well in advance. This time, regardless of the multitude of strategies and schemes Lu Chang'e possessed, he would find himself utterly trapped. The Star River Immortal Emperor remained silent. The identities of the carefree prisoner and Prince Yu were indeed quite credible. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, inquiring about Tianqi Mountain and the law enforcement hall. The carefree prisoner responded softly, stating that to unveil the true puppet master, sacrifices must be made. The other 2 lords of the estate were also aware of this matter. He conveyed young Master Wang's apologies for not informing you earlier, promising that he would seek an opportunity to explain it to you in detail later. Upon hearing this, the Star River Immortal Emperor let out a gentle sigh. It is of no consequence, as long as Tianfu remains unscathed. However, how did young Master Wang ascertain that Lu Chang'e would act at this precise moment? For it appears that Lu Chang'e is also exceptionally well prepared. In response to this inquiry, the carefree prisoner offered a faint smile, gazing into the distant, sun-blocking sandstorm. Because, Tang Tian. Chapter 508. An unexpected encounter amidst the swirling sands and the pervasive haze enveloping the realm. A sudden flash of light pierced through, revealing a figure amidst the chaos. Tang Tian, vigilant in his observations, ensured the safety of his surroundings before gradually relaxing his stance. This place must be the ancient ruins nestled within the heart of the sandstorm. An endless tumult of chaotic forces permeated the air. Once he stepped beyond the protective embrace of the Star River Immortal Emperor, that omnipresent pressure returned, bearing down upon him. The oppressive force here was magnitude stronger than that of the outside world, yet Tang Tian remained unfazed. However, the other quasi-saints would undoubtedly face considerable adversity. Yet, such matters were of little concern to him. His sole desire was to promptly locate the ancient ancestral site. He retrieved the compass gifted by the Star River Immortal Emperor, from which a mysterious resonance of Tao gradually emanated. The compass was not merely a navigational tool. It was also a fine piece of celestial equipment. At that moment, a dark crimson line appeared on its surface, twisting and turning, pointing towards a specific direction, presumably the location of the ancient ancestral ground. This was indeed quite convenient. Without the compass, navigating such an expansive ruin would have proven a formidable challenge for Tang Tian. Following the direction indicated by the compass, he soared forward. His speed was deliberate and measured. This world was fraught with peril, and caution was prudent to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. And indeed, it was as predicted. Not long after his ascent, Tang Tian encountered a minuscule spatial rift concealed within the void. The fissure was nearly imperceptible, and under the cover of this chaotic environment, it was almost silent and exceedingly difficult to detect. Should one inadvertently collide with it, injury would be inevitable, if not death itself. Though Tang Tian possessed formidable self-healing abilities, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. One could never know what strange entities might lurk within such spatial anomalies. Thus, he cautiously navigated around it and continued his steady flight forward. Above, the sky crackled with thunder, periodically striking down in proximity to him. This was no ordinary lightning. It was imbued with immense power of chaos, and a direct encounter would be anything but pleasant. For those weaker quasi-saints, a single strike could spell their demise, leaving them no chance to even shatter the white jade cauldron. Indeed, danger lurked at every turn. After flying for a while longer, another item in Tang Tian's possession suddenly radiated a soft glow. Tang Tian murmured softly. It was the white jade cauldron emanating light. This phenomenon signified but one thing. Within 100 paces of him lay the treasure sought in their trial. What a stroke of luck! Tang Tian came to a halt. Although the primary objective of his journey was not the acquisition of treasures, encountering them along the way presented an opportunity too enticing to overlook. Thus, he began to search his surroundings. This location was a gentle valley, or at least it once was. The terrain was not particularly complex. The area was easily discernible at a glance. However, the ground was marred by numerous deep fissures, ominous in their depths. Should any treasure exist, it could only be concealed within these crevices. Tang Tian did not recklessly pursue his search. Instead, he held the jade vessel, which possessed an innate ability to collect items. There was no need for him to take undue risks. As long as he remained sufficiently close to the treasure, it would automatically be drawn into his possession. A radius of 100 steps was indeed a modest area, and it did not take him long to discover the location of the treasure. It was a seemingly bottomless chasm, from which a chilling aura emanated, as if it were a portal to an abyssal hell. Tang Tian lifted the jade vessel, activating its collection function. Soon, a soft glow, fluid as water, streamed forth from the vessel, illuminating the depths of the chasm below. Moments later, a fist-sized, grayish orb swiftly emerged from the fissure, vanishing into the jade vessel in the blink of an eye. Was this gray orb the treasure? Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The orb had ascended too swiftly for him to discern its true nature, yet it felt strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. He intended to open the vessel for a closer examination. However, at that moment, he raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze to a position slightly ahead on his right. Soon, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than a prospective holy son, the first person Tang Tian had encountered within the ancient ruins. Moreover, this individual was not a disciple of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion. By the attire he wore, Tang Tian discerned that he belonged to the Jinyu Heavenly Mansion, a faction with which Cloud Summit had a contentious history. What a remarkable coincidence! As Tang Tian regarded the other man, the Jinyu disciple scrutinized him in turn. He too recognized Tang Tian's identity and began to adopt a wary demeanor. Yet, upon noticing the jade vessel in Tang Tian's hand, which shimmered with a faint glow, a clear indication of having recently obtained a treasure, his expression shifted. The Jinyu disciple's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke. "Might I inquire if you are a member of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion? May I know your name?" Tang Tian replied, "I am Tang Tian." The Jinyu disciple frowned. seemingly searching his mind for recognition of the name, but evidently found none. He relaxed somewhat, and his gaze toward Tang Tian grew more brazen. You must understand that our factions are not on amicable terms, so our encounter is rather unfortunate for you. However, as you are the first person I have met here, I have no desire to hastily send you away. Surrender the treasures within the Jade Cauldron. You may continue your exploration thereafter. My patience is limited, and I shall grant you merely 3 breaths to contemplate. The disciple of Jinyu spoke coldly, releasing the aura that emanated from him. He was at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. Observing his aura, it appeared to be somewhat inferior to that of Shan Yin and Mo Shanghua. Such a person certainly possessed the qualifications to look down upon the majority. However, regrettably for him, he was confronted today by Tang Tian. There is no need for deliberation. Coincidentally, my thoughts align with yours. Hand over the Jade Cauldron, and I shall spare your life. Having spoken, Tang Tian revealed his own cultivation, also at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. Upon sensing the formidable presence radiating from Tang Tian, the disciple of Jinyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Peak of the celestial sovereign? Not bad, but if Xianzhen were here, I might regard him with some caution. As for others, they do not even warrant my attention. And you have missed your sole opportunity to remain. Still haughty, he gazed down at Tang Tian and remarked coolly, I observe that you seem to excel in the sword arts, as do I. Draw your sword, and allow me to witness whether the swordplay of your Yunding Tian Fu is truly worthy of recognition. With that, he flipped his hand, and a purple-golden longsword materialized within his grasp. Tang Tian glanced at the Star Moon celestial sword at his waist and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you certain? Chapter 509. First. Prepare 10,000 copies. Dewey regarded the disciple of Yunding Tianfu, named Tang Tian, with an air of disdain. Prior to the trial, he had gathered intelligence and discovered that the most formidable individuals from Yunding Tianfu were none other than Xianzhen, Shan Yin, Mo Shanghua, and Yu Zero. Should he encounter any of them, he might consider retreating from their brilliance. Additionally, he was familiar with a few others capable of exchanging blows with him, all of whom were well known. However, Tang Tian did not fall within the realm of his concerns. Thus, Dewey maintained a condescending demeanor throughout. Indeed, draw your sword. I shall allow you the first strike. Otherwise, I fear you may not have another opportunity, he remarked with a dismissive tone. Tang Tian merely smiled slightly and replied, Very well. Since you are so insistent and confident, I shall accommodate your request. With that, he unfastened the Day and Moon immortal sword from his waist. Since its creation, he had wielded this sword only once, during the divine trial, when he casually struck at an illusion of a forbidden statue. At that moment, his casual swing had severed a single strand of hair from the statue, nearly obliterating the Wangxian platform. The power of the Day and Moon immortal sword was beyond the comprehension of mortals in this realm. However, since his opponent insisted on witnessing its might, he would comply with his expectations. As Dewey stood arrogantly in the void, neglecting even the semblance of defense, Tang Tian grasped the hilt of his sword and drew it slightly. In an instant, the world shifted. A brilliant radiance erupted from Tang Tian's hand. Immediately thereafter, a luminous moon rose behind him, accompanied by a resplendent river of stars, imbued with boundless celestial energy and the force of the cosmos, rushing towards Dewey with great speed. The sight before Dewey rendered him momentarily speechless. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. Such a level of might could not be conjured by an ordinary individual. He hastily drew his long sword, unleashing all his power to strike forward, attempting to resist the starry river. Yet, before the celestial flow, both he and his sword appeared woefully insignificant. The blade struck within the river but left no trace, dissipating into nothingness. In the next moment, Dewey found himself enveloped within the river of stars, its terrifying power rendering him unconscious instantaneously, even preventing him from shattering the Jade Cauldron to escape. However, just as despair gripped him, the starry river receded swiftly. When his vision cleared, he saw that Tang Tian had already sheathed the Day and Moon immortal sword once more. For someone of Dewey's caliber, drawing the sword half an inch was already a considerable show of respect. Any further would have resulted in his immediate demise at the hands of the sword's power, leaving no chance for redemption. How was that? Tang Tian inquired calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. At that moment, Dewey, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in sweat and utterly devoid of strength. Upon hearing Tang Tian's voice, he collapsed to the ground, utterly overwhelmed by the imposing aura that instantly reminded him of his ancestors. "Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy." Du Wei understood the gravity of the situation. He recognized that Tang Tian had granted him a reprieve. The arrogance he once displayed had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of relief for surviving and an abiding wariness towards Tang Tian. Additionally, he was engulfed in deep confusion. When had such a formidable figure emerged from the cloud summit? As he witnessed Du Wei's plea for mercy, Tang Tian lost interest in further confrontation. Despite the past grievances between their factions, they were ultimately colleagues under the same celestial banner, and it was unnecessary to escalate matters to lethal extremes unless absolutely required. Like Du Wei, his foremost intention had been to strip Tang Tian of his trial qualifications rather than to end his life. "Bring forth the jade cauldron," Tang Tian commanded. Du Wei hastily presented the small white jade cauldron, though he awkwardly admitted, "I haven't encountered any treasures yet, so the cauldron is empty." "Senior brother Tang, would you accept other items in exchange?" he inquired cautiously. Tang Tian, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. After all that, this fellow was wagering on something non-existent. Or perhaps he had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. "Enough, be gone," Tang Tian said, wishing to conclude their exchange, as he doubted Du Wei possessed anything of interest to him. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Du Wei felt as if a great burden had been lifted. He expressed his gratitude with a bow and hurriedly scuttled away, his demeanor a far cry from the arrogance he had displayed upon arrival. Yet Tang Tian found no fault in such behavior. Adaptability and self-preservation were indeed forms of survival wisdom. In the real world, the mortality rate for the impulsive was alarmingly high. Once Du Wei's figure faded into the distance, Tang Tian's gaze shifted to his left front. "Have you seen enough?" he inquired, his tone calm. At that moment, a woman clad in a pale blue gown gradually materialized from the void. Her expression was somewhat awkward as she spoke. "Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. I intended to assist you. I planned to reveal myself at a crucial moment, but I did not expect you to defeat Du Wei with a single strike." Tang Tian regarded her with an impassive expression. The woman belonged to the Jiushuan sect, a faction that maintained amicable relations with the Cloud Summit. However, in such a precarious environment, one could never be certain of another's intentions, especially regarding potential opportunism. She had arrived shortly after Du Wei, remaining concealed in the shadows until now. While her stealth was commendable enough to evade Du Wei's notice, it was impossible to deceive Tang Tian's acute perception. "And what of it?" Tang Tian inquired. The young woman was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, saying, "Our two families have always enjoyed a cordial relationship. May I accompany you, senior brother? Should we discover any treasures, you may take the first share." Tang Tian simply waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, I prefer solitude." With that, he disregarded her entirely and proceeded towards the ancient ancestral land, leaving her standing alone, lost in her thoughts. After advancing for some time, Tang Tian noticed that no one had followed him. If that young woman had dared to pursue him, he certainly would not have shown her any mercy simply because of their family's amicable ties. Once he confirmed that he was free from any disturbances, he retrieved the white jade small cauldron once more. However, upon seeing what lay within, he was immediately taken aback. Was this not the essence of the world itself? He felt somewhat bewildered. After all this time, the mysterious treasure everyone sought was indeed the world's essence. He had mistaken it for something exceedingly rare. In fact, he had exchanged for over 1,000,000 portions while perfecting his peculiar realm, and he still possessed a considerable amount. Curious, Tang Tian took out a portion of the world's essence from his pocket and placed it beside the white jade cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron shimmered with light, swiftly drawing the essence inside. Indeed, it works. A smile spread across Tang Tian's face. If that were the case, he need not exert himself in the search or contend with fellow disciples for their findings. He could simply draw from his own resources, for he had a modest fortune. Yet, how much should he contribute? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Let us start with 10,000 portions. He would observe the other disciples' findings later. If theirs were scarce, he could always add more. What a trivial matter. Chapter 510. Discovering the entrance, a myriad of 100,000 sources of the world was directly placed into the exquisite jade cauldron. At this moment, Tang Tian remained oblivious to the profound significance of such an abundance of essence. His sole desire was to complete the trial of the Holy Sun. To him, 100,000 seemed rather insignificant, especially since he had already expended millions of sources within his own miniature realm. He decided to store these for the time being and would assess the gains of his fellow disciples later before determining whether to augment his collection. Having accomplished this task, Tang Tian felt a wave of anxiety dissipate, allowing him to focus intently on his journey towards the ancient ancestral ground. As he traversed a landscape marred by various mountains and valleys, he noted that most were in ruins, riddled with spatial rifts, and he encountered numerous terrifying chaotic rule storms. Should he become ensnared in one, he could not guarantee his safe escape. Fortunately, these storms were somewhat predictable, and with careful navigation, he was able to avoid them. During his travels, Tang Tian also encountered several other disciples undergoing trials, some from the Cloud Summit Celestial Palace and others from different celestial factions. However, no confrontations arose. They maintained a respectful distance and departed their separate ways. Approximately an hour and a half later, Tang Tian arrived before a vast expanse of ruins. All around him lay shattered walls and collapsed structures of various architectural styles, remnants of a long-lost cultivation civilization from countless years past. Upon attempting to touch the ancient edifices, they disintegrated into fine sand, indistinguishable from mere dust. It appeared that these remnants had endured the passage of an exceedingly long time. Amidst the debris, some unique patterns remained, resembling certain markings. Yet, despite searching his memory, Tang Tian could find no parallel to these signs. It seemed that the ancient civilization had long been buried in the annals of history due to the passage of time. Observing the direction indicated by his compass, Tang Tian stepped into the ruins. As he advanced, he eventually reached a less constructed area where, upon examining the terrain, he could faintly discern that it had once been the rear mountain of a certain faction. Here, the compass's guidance ceased entirely. Suspended in the air, Tang Tian gazed down at the yellow earth and suddenly struck it with his palm. Boom! Dust and sand erupted. The ground beneath him reverberated with a thunderous roar as the yellow sand swirled, forming a vortex of quicksand. The whirlpool expanded, voraciously consuming the debris above, before rapidly collapsing inward. Before Tang Tian appeared a deep pit, approximately 10 meters in diameter. At last, he had found it. Tang Tian exhaled softly. Previously, the Stellar River Immortal Emperor had informed him that the entrance to the ancient ancestral ground lay at the bottom of a vast chasm. Over a century had passed, and the chasm had been buried beneath layers of sand. It was fortunate that the array disk existed, allowing Tang Tian to unveil it once more. The pit continued to sink, soon rendering its depths invisible, resembling an abyss. However, Tang Tian surmised that this place was once a frigid pool located in the rear mountains. After the world met its demise, the pool dried up, ultimately transforming into this seemingly bottomless chasm. Listening to the sounds still emanating from within, Tang Tian meticulously examined his surroundings. After confirming the absence of any danger, he leapt into the abyss. Below, there was no light to be found. Yet it did not impede Tang Tian's vision. Before long, he caught up with the sinking quicksand, floating above it as he descended. After approximately another quarter of an hour, the quicksand finally ceased its collapse, and Tang Tian beheld a different spectacle. This was an expansive underground chamber. Compared to the outside world, this space appeared to have been remarkably well preserved. The rocks retained their ancient form, showing little sign of chaotic erosion. Moreover, it possessed a peculiar type of stone that emitted a hazy red glow, casting the entire space in a dim crimson hue. After descending from the sand dune formed by the quicksand, Tang Tian landed firmly on the ground, which felt solid beneath his feet, suggesting minimal alteration in this area. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this seemed to be a site for some form of ritual. Though the traces of human craftsmanship were sparse, they were grand and imposing, imbued with a solemn ambience. However, when complemented by the surrounding dim red light, it took on an eerie and ominous quality. Tang Tian could not fathom the specific purpose this place once served. He casually picked up a glowing stone for examination, but soon discarded it, deeming it merely a spiritual object imbued with a hint of orderly power, and its remaining power was scant, likely to fade into oblivion at any moment, rendering it of no collectible value. Had it been of considerable worth, it would have certainly been excavated by the celestial emperor of the Starry River and Lu Ming a century ago. After surveying the direction, Tang Tian proceeded forward. Moments later, he arrived at a sunken area. The ground and walls here were a dark crimson, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Upon closer observation, he realized that this was not merely a depression. It had once been a blood pool filled to the brim with crimson liquid. Blood sacrifice? Tang Tian mused with a slight frown, understanding why this space harbored such a strange and foreboding aura. Blood sacrifices have never been a method of righteous intent. However, given the passage of time, the sect or force that once conducted these sacrifices had likely vanished into the annals of history. Shaking his head, Tang Tian waved his hand to disperse the surrounding stench of blood and continued onward. The blood pool was vast, nearly equivalent in size to a human city, making it hard to fathom how many souls had been offered as sacrifices to the mysterious ritual in that bygone era. At the terminus of the blood pool, a colossal altar stood before Tang Tian. The altar was adorned with intricate fissures, its entirety bathed in a dark crimson hue. However, its composition appeared to differ markedly from the surrounding walls. More unsettling, it exuded an aura of malevolence, increasingly resembling a structure forged from flesh and blood. Somewhat perverse, Tang Tian remarked with a slight grimace, soaring directly above the altar. Here lay the gateway to the ancient ancestral grounds. Initially, the celestial emperor of the Star River and Lu Ming stumbled upon this space, entering the ancient ancestral grounds through the altar, where they engaged in an epic confrontation. Regrettably, the celestial emperor was ultimately vanquished, fleeing in haste. He remained oblivious to the mysteries that lay deep within the ancestral grounds, nor did he know what Lu Ming later accomplished within. Gazing down at the altar, Tang Tian sensed that the formation above still thrived. Subtle spatial fluctuations indicated that its activation would transport individuals to another realm. This was the place. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian raised his hand to activate the formation on the altar. A surge of potent spatial energy erupted forth. In the next instant, Tang Tian's figure vanished from atop the altar. Chapter 511. The Unexpected One. Beneath a pitch-black sky, the earth is marred by vast chasms and abysses. A chilling wind howls from these fissures, sweeping across the entire realm. This malevolent breeze is utterly terrifying, merely grazing the summit of a dilapidated giant peak. It obliterates it in an instant, leaving not a trace of dust behind. Yet, amidst this desolation, there lies a relatively intact sanctuary in a corner of this world. Enclosed within a radius of approximately 50 meters, a crimson light shield envelopes this area. The ominous wind crashes against the barrier but fails to dismantle it. Nevertheless, the shield flickers incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it has reached the limits of its endurance and could shatter at any moment. At the heart of this region stands an ancient circular altar. Its surface is entirely black, marked by the wear of countless ages. Yet, the formations etched upon it remain largely intact. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanates from the altar. Moments later, a figure abruptly materializes atop it, none other than Tang Tian. After an extensive journey through the cosmos, Tang Tian has finally arrived at his destination. Surveying his surroundings, he swiftly confirms that this is indeed the location deciphered by Shao Ji, the ancient ancestral ground spoken of by the celestial emperor of the galaxy. Upon closer inspection, Tang Tian realizes that this place is protected by the outer light barrier, shielding it from the chaotic forces of the outside world. The formation beneath his feet is a bidirectional teleportation array. Once reactivated, it will facilitate his return to the subterranean space. Satisfied that this sanctuary will not be destroyed in the immediate future, Tang Tian descends from the altar, stepping beyond the protective veil. Instantly, he is assaulted by an overwhelming pressure of chaotic forces, a power far more formidable than anything outside. Practitioners below the level of the Celestial Emperor rarely manage to navigate this realm with ease. It becomes evident that the Celestial Emperor of the galaxy and Lu Ming were indeed exceptional among their peers. However, Tang Tian finds himself relatively unfazed. After a slight adjustment, he acclimates to the environment, feeling no further effects. Just as he prepares to advance, a colossal figure suddenly emerges from a nearby chasm, lunging towards him with alarming ferocity. It exudes a terrifying presence that surpasses even that of a celestial emperor, accompanied by a storm of chaotic rules. Jia Jia Jia. The figure emits a laugh reminiscent of the depths of hell, its jagged teeth larger than those of several men combined, while its crimson eyes emit a piercing light that inspires dread and trepidation. Yet, Tang Tian remains unperturbed by this unexpected encounter. As he gazes at the approaching behemoth, he raises his right hand. Jia, what a joke! With those words, a celestial might surges from the tip of his index finger, descending upon the phantom before him, an embodiment of the laws of power. This is indeed the true law of the cosmos, as if the divine principles themselves have descended. Although the shadow was stronger than even the celestial emperor, it was still unable to withstand the authentic rules, bursting apart like an overinflated balloon. With a resounding explosion, the shadow transformed into azure smoke, dissipating between heaven and earth. During the explosion, Tang Tian also discerned its true form. It was the nightmare, previously mentioned by the celestial emperor. While traversing the ruins, Tang Tian had yet to encounter a nightmare, but unexpectedly, upon entering the ancient ancestral grounds, he came face to face with one, an emperor-level nightmare at that. Had it been any other quasi-saint, they would have swiftly crushed their jade cauldron to escape. Fortunately, Tang Tian possessed even more formidable means. After vanquishing this nightmare, he observed that its essence was, in fact, a conglomeration of countless shattered souls intertwined with chaotic rules. It bore some characteristics of a living being, yet it was not truly alive, consumed only by a frenzied thirst for blood. Such a creature held no research value whatsoever. Shaking his head, Tang Tian dispelled the swirling azure smoke and ventured deeper into the ancient ancestral grounds. The conditions here were exponentially more perilous than those outside. Rifts in space were ubiquitous, some so vast they resembled rivers, relentlessly tearing and devouring everything from the outside world. A careless misstep could lead to more than mere injury. One could easily become lost within the chaos. In such a scenario, Tang Tian would have no choice but to rely on the path of rebirth through the enigmatic egg, a path he was reluctant to tread casually, having labored extensively to reach his current level of cultivation. In addition to the spatial rifts, a terrifying, chilling wind pervaded this place. If one were to be inadvertently swept by it, the consequences would be dire. Tang Tian cautiously avoided these winds, progressing slowly into the depths of the ancestral grounds. Along the way, he faced several more attacks from nightmares, the weakest of which possessed the power of a peak celestial sovereign, while the strongest surpassed the realm of the celestial emperor. Fortunately, with the abundance of worldly rules at his disposal, he was able to dispatch them with relative ease. After approximately half an hour, Tang Tian arrived at a stretch of blackened earth. The chaos still reigned, yet it seemed to have improved slightly. Upon reaching this area, he sensed a familiar aura, one he felt he had encountered before, though he could not quite recall its origin. With a mind full of curiosity, he pressed onward. The path ahead became increasingly favorable, and eventually, even the chilling winds vanished, leaving only the cracked earth in their wake. The familiar aura grew more intense. At last, a massive black stone tablet came into view. It was a shadow, extending from heaven to earth, but only when one approached sufficiently could this spectacle be perceived. The tablet was already fragmented, yet its surface remained smooth as a mirror, devoid of any characters or patterns. Upon witnessing the ethereal visage of the uninscribed stone monument, Tang Tian finally recalled the place where he had encountered it before, within the fragmented memories of the primordial chaos clock's will. At that time, he had beheld the 5 original treasures, all integral to the creation of the universe. Among them was a grand black seal, embedded deep within the earth, stabilizing the foundation of the world. The aura emanating from the present uninscribed stone monument was strikingly identical to that of the black seal. Could it be that the monument is the very essence of the seal? Or perhaps a fragment thereof? A sense of astonishment surged within Tang Tian. Was a part of the seal concealed within this realm of death? Gathering his composure, he continued his ascent. Shortly thereafter, in a sunken valley, Tang Tian beheld the true form of the uninscribed stone monument. It was not particularly large, merely over 2 zhang in height, standing silently at the heart of the valley. However, when Tang Tian cast his gaze beneath the monument, he was instantly rendered motionless. There sat a figure, cross-legged at the base of the stone, clad in white garments. The figure exuded no discernible presence. But when Tang Tian discerned the face of the figure, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. It was someone he recognized, none other than Lu Ming from a century past. Chapter 512. Discovering the core vessel. When Tang Tian first heard of the individual named Lu Ming, he undertook an investigation into his background. This unparalleled prodigy, ranking among the finest in the annals of Yunding Tianfu, was shrouded in an array of enigmas. Regardless of the myriad legends surrounding him, it was widely believed that Lu Ming vanished without a trace following his transgression against the taboo and subsequent failure to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. Even his destined adversary, the Star River Immortal Emperor, sought his whereabouts for decades without success. Many speculated that Lu Ming, unable to bear the harshness of reality, chose to retreat into obscurity, never to re-emerge. Yet now, he stood before Tang Tian, and within this ancient ancestral land, no less. Could it be that he had returned after that fateful incident? Tang Tian found himself at a loss. The conditions to enter the ancient battlefield were exceptionally stringent, necessitating the coordinated efforts of the Tianfu's lord. The prospect of stealthily slipping into this realm beneath their very noses seemed insurmountable. How had Lu Ming achieved this? What purpose did his return serve? As Tang Tian gazed at the figure ahead, he felt no trace of life emanating from him, as though the being seated there had long since departed this world. In truth, during Tang Tian's time of arrival, Lu Ming remained utterly motionless, not even casting a glance in his direction. Such behavior was indeed uncharacteristic of a living being. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian resolved to approach and inspect the situation personally. This valley appeared to possess a unique protection, largely untouched by external erosion, retaining its original visage and seemingly devoid of peril. Nonetheless, Tang Tian proceeded with caution, advancing step by step toward the unmarked stone tablet. As he drew nearer, he became increasingly certain that this stone tablet was the very black seal he had glimpsed in the fragmented memories of the primordial chaos bell. It seemed to share a fate akin to that of the bell itself, having been shattered, and the unmarked stone tablet was likely a fragment that had split from it. On another note, he gradually came to the unsettling realization that Lu Ming appeared to be truly deceased. Yet, even in the absence of life, Lu Ming's form remained remarkably pristine, preserving his original countenance, noble and striking. However, upon reaching Lu Ming's side and gaining a clear understanding of his condition, Tang Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. Before him stood not a man, but merely a shell. Indeed, his body retained a lifelike quality, yet his spirit and essence had long since vanished. This was no natural dissipation. It was as if they had detached from this corporeal vessel and fled, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. What was the meaning of this? How had Lu Ming accomplished such a feat? And for what reason did he undertake this extraordinary action? Tang Tian could not ascertain the answers, but an instinctive sense warned him that this matter was far from straightforward. Perhaps Lu Ming did not return here after his failure to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. Rather, he may have never departed at all. Tang Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while, yet his thoughts yielded no resolution. This matter was exceedingly enigmatic. The vanishing Lu Ming had inexplicably reappeared in this ancient ancestral land, and he was but an empty shell. Clearly, he must harbor some ulterior motives. Once he exits, he shall inquire with the Star River Immortal Emperor to ascertain whether any clues lie with him. With a gentle exhale, Tang Tian shifted his gaze from Lu Ming's form to the uninscribed stone monument beside him. Waves of profound energy emanated from the monument, radiating throughout the surrounding valley and extending across the world. Such a primordial treasure of this caliber would undoubtedly remain untouched by the chaotic rules of the outside world. Regrettably, it was merely a fragment. Thus, it could only safeguard the valley's position, unable to shield the entirety of the world from the ravages of chaos. Nonetheless, it served a purpose. Without its presence, Tang Tian believed this ancient ancestral land would have long been devoured by the void. As he sensed the aura transmitted from the uninscribed monument, Tang Tian finally confirmed that the core vessel of the celestial surveying realm was indeed it, or rather, a part of it. The primordial treasure was immensely powerful. Even a small shard of the chaotic bell allowed Tang Tian to create an external enhancement. So one could only imagine the capabilities of such a substantial fragment of a great seal. Its potential was undoubtedly far greater than that of lesser beings. However, the fact remained that the counterfeit vessel crafted by Tang Tian was significantly more powerful than the capacity of the celestial surveying realm. Thus, It was inconceivable that the celestial surveying realm could fully harness the capabilities of this monument. Perhaps it could barely utilize even a fraction of its power. Gazing at the uninscribed monument before him, the weight in Tang Tian's heart finally lifted. As long as he could retrieve the monument and replace the core vessel of the Void Realm with it, the extent to which the Void Realm could expand and its influence upon reality would surpass all imagination. What was the world of the Cloud Summit Heaven? Even other celestial abodes, or worlds under other supreme beings, paled in comparison. Even the pinnacle of the heavens would be no match for the capabilities of a primordial treasure. At that time, he would truly be able to extend the Void Realm across myriad worlds. If this ambition were to come to fruition, his concerns regarding consumption points would dissipate entirely. He would have as many as he desired. However, simultaneously, a plethora of questions began to arise within him. The ancient ancestral land had been visited solely by the Star River Immortal Emperor and Lu Ming. Yet the core vessel of the celestial surveying realm resided here, implying that the creators of the celestial surveying realm must be one of these two. The Star River Immortal Emperor was unlikely to be the case. Thus, it must be Lu Ming. Yet the celestial surveying realm was also entangled with by Nua Yi, who in turn was associated with Lu Changgu. This indicates that Lu Changgu was most likely the true master behind the celestial surveying realm. Thus, the question arises, what kind of relationship exists between Lu Ming and Lu Changgu? As Tang Tian gazed upon the hollow shell that was once Lu Ming, an outrageous hypothesis began to form in his mind. This conjecture was fraught with inconsistencies, yet he found it remarkably plausible at that moment. Should this indeed be the case, the situation would become rather unsettling. Who, after all, was the woman Lin Ying, who had steadfastly accompanied Lu Ming? How did the corpse of the bamboo forest Taoist come to rest at the pinnacle of the firmament, in the abyss of evil? What ties bound Lu Ming, Lu Changgu, Lin Ying, and the bamboo forest Taoist? A palpable aura of conspiracy enveloped him. It felt as if an unseen hand loomed above the heavens, surveying humanity and manipulating the very fabric of existence. Tang Tian sensed an intricate web of connections underlying all these events. Yet it appeared to lack a crucial element to weave them into a cohesive narrative. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind. It was best to first attend to his own affairs and stow away the nameless stone tablet. As for the enigmas surrounding him, he harbored a conviction that they would eventually unravel in time. Moreover, an instinctive premonition told him that the truth would soon come to light. Steeling his resolve, Tang Tian turned his gaze toward the nameless stone tablet, preparing to claim it. However, just as his fingers brushed against the stone, an immense will surged forth from the depths of the earth. "Young one," a voice resonated, slow and deliberate. It was the essence of a living being. Chapter 513. The Ascendant Celestial Dynasty. Upon sensing the presence of a foreign consciousness, Tang Tian felt every fiber of his being tense, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. He immediately activated his myriad laws domain, and the sun and moon celestial sword materialized in his grasp, poised to be drawn at a moment's notice. All the rules he had acquired coalesced, ready to unleash their power if the situation demanded. The source of his apprehension was the overwhelming nature of this consciousness, rivaling the one he had encountered when facing the heavenly Yuan celestial sovereign, emerging from that mirror. This consciousness undoubtedly belonged to a formidable Tao-level entity, perhaps even a supreme being. It was impossible for Tang Tian not to feel a sense of trepidation. However, this presence appeared devoid of malice. After a brief and gentle greeting, it revealed its true form, a venerable elder with a mane of white hair, exuding an air of scholarly grace and kindness, floating above a stone tablet. Upon discerning the patterns adorning the elder's garments, Tang Tian's pupils constricted in shock. The designs were nearly identical to those he had observed on the walls of the blood pool space. Noticing Tang Tian's wary demeanor, the elder offered a warm smile and nodded slightly, remarking, "Ah, quite impressive. Such mastery, even within our ascendant celestial dynasty, would be considered an unparalleled talent." Despite the elder's affable demeanor, Tang Tian remained vigilant. The pressure emanating from the elder was immense, akin to facing an entire world rather than a mere being. This existence could very well possess the means to thwart his rebirth. "May I inquire as to your identity?" he asked cautiously. The elder refrained from answering directly, instead glancing at the uninscribed stone tablet and inquiring, Do you seek the world-subduing tablet? Tang Tian, uncertain of the elder's intentions, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I require it for a particular purpose. The elder nodded slowly, then posed another question. Are you aware of its origins? Tang Tian contemplated briefly before responding. I know a little. It is an ancient supreme treasure. The elder chuckled softly, saying, You are quite knowledgeable for one so young. The world-subduing tablet is a treasure of antiquity, unique in all of existence. He then exhaled gently, adding, Throughout history, countless defiant beings have sought to possess it. In pursuit of it, innumerable lives have perished, rivers of blood have flowed, and even the heavens and earth have been rent asunder, left in ruin. Countless sacred lands, celestial courts, and divine dynasties have met their demise, becoming mere whispers in the annals of history. After absorbing the elder's words, Tang Tian fell silent for a moment before cautiously inquiring, Does this include our world? The elder nodded. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, In our quest for the world-subduing tablet, the ascendant celestial dynasty exhausted all its resources. Yet, not even a name remains. Even the once prosperous ascendant realm has faded from the memory of your generation. What is the true significance of all these sacrifices? His gaze, weighed down by the passage of countless millennia, reflected a profound weariness. Tang Tian fell silent, having never encountered the realm of ascendants nor heard of the ascendant celestial dynasty. Yet, it became evident that this ancient ruin was indeed the celestial dynasty spoken of by the elder. Was this venerable being truly a remnant of the celestial dynasty, having endured for several million years? Though only a fragment of his will remained, it was a feat beyond comprehension, especially considering that this world had succumbed to oblivion. After a moment of reflection on the past, the elder turned his attention back to Tang Tian and spoke softly. Your strength is insufficient. You cannot take the monument of world-s suppression with you. However, since you have arrived here, it is a form of fate. We may converse and ascertain your needs. Should I be of assistance, then this encounter will not be in vain. If not, then I am powerless to aid you. Upon hearing the elder's words, Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence. His desire was solely for the monument of world-s suppression. He had little else that he sought. Moreover, he believed he could indeed take the monument with him by employing certain chaotic principles. Nevertheless, Tang Tian refrained from revealing his eagerness, for encountering such an ancient soul stirred his curiosity. How have you managed to survive until now? As far as I know, this world has perished. Tang Tian posed his first question. The elder gestured toward the monument of world-s suppression. The world has perished. How could I possibly endure? It is merely the monument that has preserved a fragment of my will. This revelation provided Tang Tian with a modicum of reassurance. If it were solely a matter of will, he still had the means to escape. He then ventured his second inquiry. How did this world meet its demise? The elder shook his head with a sigh. It was a natural consequence, wrought by the monument of world-s suppression. The ascendant celestial dynasty, after countless battles, obtained the monument, the largest fragment remaining after the shattering of the world-s seal. Yet, we were not content merely to possess this treasure. We sought to completely harness its power for ourselves. Thus, we devised a method to corrode the monument's essence with the blood of countless beings, aiming to extinguish its original will. We succeeded, but we were met with a terrifying backlash. The ascendant celestial dynasty was obliterated in an instant, and the entire realm of ascendance was plunged into chaos, beginning its collapse. Our destruction was indeed of our own making. Tang Tian was taken aback by the elder's account. The world-s seal was one of the original 5 treasures, instrumental in the creation of existence itself. One could say it was a deity of creation. The audacity of the ascendant celestial dynasty to attempt to extinguish this divine entity and claim its powers as their own was nothing short of madness. Yet, it also underscored the immense strength of the ascendant celestial dynasty in its prime. Otherwise, such a frenzied notion would not have been conceived. Regrettably, they ultimately met with failure. The original 5 treasures were far more fearsome than they had anticipated. Nevertheless, one might argue that these are mere remnants of a bygone era. Tang Tian was not a man of that time, hence he could not pass judgment. What, then, is your purpose for remaining here? Tang Tian inquired. The elder smiled wearily and replied, If it were within my power, I would have long chosen to return to the void alongside the immortal dynasty. Yet, I am unable to do so. In vanquishing the will of the town's settling monument, I have also been confined here, unable to seek life or embrace death, forced to witness the annihilation of the immortal dynasty and the decay of the world. This sensation is more agonizing than death itself. Perhaps this is the retribution I face for offending the divine. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. From this perspective, the elder indeed seemed pitiable. However, it could also be seen as a consequence of his own actions. Chapter 514. Three Paths of Tao through the elder's narration. A world from millions of years ago gradually unfolds before Tang Tian. During that era, the civilization of cultivation flourished to an extraordinary degree, giving rise to numerous formidable peak experts across various realms. Tao-level masters were not uncommon. Even the supreme beings could only dominate their own worlds. Unlike the present where a single supreme ruler commands dozens of different realms. In fact, some worlds at that time even boasted the presence of dual or triple supreme beings. Despite this, the feathered immortal dynasty stood out as a paragon among the myriad realms, its influence radiating across nearly half of the universe. Supreme experts were abundant, and the most powerful among them, the feathered six ancestors, had achieved the unparalleled supremacy, truly standing at the pinnacle of all realms. To describe the feathered immortal dynasty of that time as flourishing would be an understatement. The elder Tang Tian beheld was one of the feathered six ancestors, known as the Grandmaster Baisu. However, no matter how extraordinary an existence may be, it seems that the principle of prosperity leading to decline is inescapable. When the feathered immortal dynasty stood atop the myriad realms, their interest turned towards the fundamental elements of the world. The primordial five spirits, the sun, moon, stars, heavenly Tao, and world will, remained overwhelmingly powerful, and they harbored no covetous desires toward these entities. Yet, the primordial five treasures, the heaven-opening sword, the chaos bell, the world-subduing seal, the eternal mirror, and the bronze cauldron, had undergone countless transformations and tribulations over the ages, losing their original might. Apart from the heaven-opening sword, which had vanished into chaos, and the eternal mirror, which had completely concealed itself, the remaining three primordial treasures had been shattered by even earlier terrifying existences, presenting an opportunity for acquisition. Consequently, the feathered immortal dynasty turned its gaze upon these treasures. After expending considerable effort and engaging in fierce battles, the dynasty ultimately succeeded in obtaining one of the primordial treasures, the fragment of the world-subduing seal. Moreover, it was the largest fragment. After forging it into the world-subduing tablet, the feathered immortal dynasty harnessed its formidable power, ushering in yet another period of unparalleled prosperity. During that time, there were hardly any entities throughout the myriad realms capable of rivaling the feathered immortal dynasty. However, human desire is insatiable. With the acquisition of this primordial treasure, the feathered six ancestors set their sights on the ultimate goal of cultivation, eternity. This legendary realm is considered the pinnacle of existence. Since the dawn of creation, only a handful of beings have reached this state, and they are often ethereal and elusive, their existence almost intangible. The only entities whose attainment of eternity can be unequivocally confirmed are the primordial five treasures and the primordial five spirits. Furthermore, there exists a legend that if a being were to reach this realm, their power would surpass that of the primordial five treasures and five spirits, truly transcending the entire world. Naturally, the feathered six ancestors, having ascended to the peak of unparalleled supremacy, were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away and resolved to make an attempt. Ultimately, they devised a method to utilize the blood and souls of the myriad beings to reverse the celestial order, thereby tainting the monument of tranquility and fulfilling their objective of obliterating its will, thus liberating its primordial powers and principles. In pursuit of this goal, they embarked on a merciless campaign across the countless realms, sending innumerable lives into that subterranean abyss as offerings. Many worlds fell into profound silence, bereft of any living souls. After conquering an uncountable number of worlds, they finally beheld the results they sought. The will of the monument of tranquility shattered, unleashing a terrifying creative force. Yet, none foresaw that this would lead to the utter annihilation of the ascended celestial dynasty. The creative force was an entity beyond the control of any living being. By the time we realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. The elder Baisu murmured, "We, 6 in total. Exhausted all means, yet could not avert the eruption of such power. Consequently, the creative force swept through the realm of ascension, obliterating everything in an instant. The dynasty's lineage, countless lives, the celestial principles, and all order were reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Under the onslaught of that horrific force, the souls and life sources of the 6 of us rapidly disintegrated, and it was irreversible. Ultimately, 5 of them completely vanished, while I retained a fragment of existence. Having fused a part of myself with the monument of tranquility, thus sealing a portion of my will within its confines, I watched helplessly as all we had created was buried by our own hands. Upon finishing his words, the elder Baisu sighed deeply. In his eyes, Tang Tian perceived boundless regret and guilt. He believed that if given the chance to start anew, the elder Baisu would not tread this path again. Yet, in reality, there is no if. Across endless ages, countless beings perished in their pursuit of transcendence. Such is fate, an inescapable destiny. Observing the elder Baisu lost in silence, Tang Tian gently spoke, "The past is behind us. Perhaps you should find solace in this." He was at a loss for how to offer comfort. Strictly speaking, the elder Baisu and his companions had indeed brought about their own demise. However, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the elder Baisu lifted his head once more, smiling as he replied, "For over 100,000 years, I, Baisu, have traversed these realms, yet here I find solace from a younger generation. How amusing indeed. Alas, those matters have become ancient history. It is best not to dwell upon them. Please, present some requests, as such things are far more tangible." Tang Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "But I truly do not know what to ask of you." Or rather, he was unsure of what the elder Baisu, with only a fragment of his shattered will confined within the monument of tranquility, could still accomplish. The elder Baisu seemed to perceive his thoughts, chuckling softly. The ascended celestial dynasty, in its zenith, possesses boundless depths. Without further ado, the myriad celestial techniques and secret arts of the immortal era are coveted treasures that have tantalized the entire expanse of the heavens and myriad realms. Even the innate doctrines are not in short supply. You may, like that young prodigy, acquire a few methods from me, and you shall undoubtedly reap boundless benefits. However, the extent of your learning will depend on your own comprehension. Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Who? The venerable Baisu pointed to the figure of Lu Ming, who was seated at the base of the Towning Stone tablet. It is he. Judging by certain characteristics of yours, you likely hail from the same origin, correct? A century has passed. He must have achieved remarkable feats by now. Were you not guided here by him? Tang Tian shook his head. Not at all. I am not familiar with him. Moreover, he has not accomplished any great achievements, and many have not even heard of his name. Baisu raised an eyebrow in surprise. That is indeed unexpected. At that time, he departed with 3 exceptionally powerful doctrines that he learned from me. Tang Tian immediately raised an eyebrow. Which 3? Chapter 515. The true identity of Lu Chang'e. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, the venerable Baisu began to elaborate. The first technique, known as the Long Song Fan Dance, was crafted by my esteemed friend, the mysterious Lady Qingyin, who is also one of the 6 venerable ancestors of our ascending immortal dynasty. However, it would be more accurate to describe the Long Song Fan Dance not merely as a technique, but as a profound state of being. This state transcends the realm of superior immortal arts, rivaling even the innate Taoist techniques. Mastery of it signifies a gateway to universal understanding. Indeed, its cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Even during the zenith of the ascending immortal dynasty, few could grasp even the most superficial aspects. Yet, I was astonished to discover that this young man grasped the essence of the Long Song Fan Dance in a remarkably brief period. As if this technique were innately attuned to him, Baisu continued, and Tang Tian nodded slowly. This technique bears no written record, and it seems Lu Ming has never employed it. However, the Stellar River Immortal Emperor had informed him that Lu Ming had returned from the ancient domain battlefield significantly more powerful. If previously the Stellar River Immortal Emperor had been slightly inferior, from that moment onward, Lu Ming's presence was utterly elusive, suggesting he had surpassed all in every conceivable aspect. This indeed corroborated Baisu's assertion that mastery of one technique leads to mastery of all. However, the name of this technique, Long Song, skilled in dance. What about the second? Tang Tian inquired. Bai Su stroked his beard and replied, "The second technique is surprisingly unexpected. Given his innate talent, he could have selected several formidable secret arts to facilitate his future cultivation. Yet, he chose our blood sacrifice method." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Blood sacrifice method? Is that the one used to erode the will of the world-settling monument? Bai Su nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the one. The blood sacrifice method can even erode primal wills, making it devastatingly effective against living beings. In certain respects, it has even surpassed innate Taoist arts. Regrettably, it is excessively harmful to the heavens and is particularly prone to backlash, as the ascending realm serves as a living testament. Tang Tian was astounded. What does Lu Ming want with such a thing? Who does he intend to confront using this nefarious means? If that is the case, why would you even consider granting it to him? Tang Tian's confusion was palpable. Bai Su chuckled softly. I did not grant it to him. Moreover, that young man does not genuinely desire the true blood sacrifice method. He is astute and has discerned another remarkable application of the blood sacrifice. Resurrection. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Resurrection? Bai Su nodded affirmatively. Yes, by merely reversing the ritual of blood sacrifice, he could transform a malevolent art that tainted the very essence of will into a practice capable of resurrecting a dissipated consciousness. Once reversed, the necessity for the blood of living beings would be nullified, and the offering would become one's obsession. Thus, I entrusted him with the inverted ritual of blood sacrifice. To be precise, this art should now be referred to as the art of rebirth. Tang Tian fell into silence once more. Rebirth, a profoundly sensitive term. If his conjecture held any truth, then everything seemed interconnected. Taking a deep breath, he continued to inquire, what is the third art? The venerable Bai Su gazed at Tang Tian and replied, reincarnation. He then sighed gently, remarking that this young man must have come well prepared. Although he endeavored to disguise his intentions, how could he possibly deceive me? I merely refrained from exposing him. Apart from the dance of the long song and the arts of blood sacrifice and reincarnation, those were his true objectives. Yet, despite my awareness of these matters, I chose not to press further. The tumult of the outside world held no relevance to me. He was the first to arrive here in 100 millennia. Therefore, I acquiesced to his seemingly modest requests. Upon hearing Bai Su's words, Tang Tian inhaled sharply. He then turned his gaze to Lu Ming, who stood at the foot of the town's settling monument, and asked, so, this is merely a shell, and the true him has assumed another identity through the art of reincarnation? Bai Su nodded slightly. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and said, but after he left here, he clearly continued to appear for quite some time. Bai Su explained, the art of reincarnation I taught him is not a mere borrowing of a body for rebirth. He can freely take on any form while retaining the shell after transformation. When one shell perishes, the soul is reborn in another. It is a form of unyielding immortality. Enlightenment washed over Tang Tian. Fragments of clues began to rapidly connect in his mind, ultimately completing the final link. He had not been mistaken. Lu Chang'e was, in fact, Lu Ming from a century ago. He had utilized the art of reincarnation to vanish right under everyone's noses and returned to the cloud summit heaven in the guise of Lu Chang'e decades later. During this time, how many other identities had he assumed? No one could know, for each reincarnation was an entirely different person. The dance of the long song. The dance of the long song. The name Lu Chang'e might very well have stemmed from this origin. His acquisition of the art of rebirth had but one purpose: to resurrect the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Yet, this revelation birthed several other questions. How did the remains of the Bamboo Grove Taoist come to be in the land of crossing evil? Since Lu Ming is indeed Lu Chang'e, why has his relationship with the Bamboo Grove Taoist not captured Wang Ziyu's attention? After all, Wang Ziyu has come specifically to investigate this matter. Furthermore, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths merely to resurrect a mortal realm cultivator? Tang Tian furrowed his brow, meticulously contemplating all the intricacies. Ultimately, his focus settled upon a figure often overlooked yet undeniably pivotal, Lin Ying, the woman who had always been by Lu Ming's side. Her favor with the moon fairy signifies she is no ordinary being. But what is her true identity? After Lu Ming's reincarnation, where has she vanished? Gazing up at the heavens, Tang Tian pondered that perhaps only there lay the answer. This singular possibility might elucidate why the remains of the Bamboo Grove Taoist appeared in the upper realm's land of malevolence. After deep contemplation, Tang Tian resumed his inquiry. Elder Baisu, what is the efficacy of the resurrection method derived from the blood sacrifice technique? Can it successfully revive someone who has been deceased for many years? Elder Baisu chuckled softly. The blood sacrifice technique, an act against the heavens, is unparalleled throughout the ages. Likewise, the reincarnation method it begets possesses no comparable doctrine. Provided the conditions are sufficient, it can resurrect any being. Remember, any. Tang Tian's brow knitted in concentration as he pressed further. What if the will of this being has been sealed by an immensely powerful entity? Elder Baisu laughed lightly. You and he. He posed the same query. Chapter 516. The cradle of Baisu is the one whom Lu Chang'e seeks to resurrect truly the bamboo forest Taoist? Or is it merely the bamboo forest Taoist? Why does he pose such an enigmatic query to the venerable ancestor of Baisu? What knowledge does he possess? Tang Tian could not discern the answer, nor could the ancestor of Baisu, who merely provided Lu Chang'e with an affirmative response. As long as a slight fissure in the seal is created while employing the method of resurrection, the task may indeed be accomplished. Upon hearing this revelation, a figure unfurled in Tang Tian's mind, the forbidden statue. Could it truly be? He dared not continue his speculation, for if that were the case, the implications could alter the fate of all realms. To uncover the absolute truths, he needed only to return to the Cloud Summit and seek out Lu Chang'e. Then all would be revealed. Tang Tian was confident that Lu Chang'e would still be in the Cloud Summit. Moreover, upon his return, he intended to inquire with Prince Yu why there had been no investigation into the origins of Lu Ming and Lin Ying, or if perhaps other secrets lay concealed within. After much discourse, it was time to voice his own desires. At this moment, the ancestor of Baisu interjected. Though this place is safeguarded by the monument of world suppression, our realm has long teetered on the brink of collapse and may disintegrate at any moment. You would not wish to be stranded amidst this chaotic isolation, lost in the void, would you? Tang Tian nodded, momentarily setting aside the tumult of doubts swirling in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to be forthright with the ancestor of Baisu. To be candid, my needs regarding celestial arts are not particularly extensive. What I require most is this monument of world suppression, he declared. The ancestor of Baisu furrowed his brow and replied, Young one, I have already informed you that with your current strength, the monument cannot be taken away. I advise you to. Suddenly, the ancestor halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. Tang Tian radiated an array of distorted lines, enveloping the monument of world suppression completely. Some lines were slender, others robust, yet all exuded an overwhelmingly potent aura of order. Those were the true laws of the world. Indeed, even the chaotic laws were intermingled within. Yet, how could a mere celestial sovereign possess such an abundance of laws? The ancestor of Baisu felt his understanding profoundly challenged. Even at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Indeed, I possess the capability to take the monument with me, Tang Tian stated, gazing steadily at the ancestor of Baisu. I do not know if its removal will have any repercussions for you, but I must take it. Thus, I felt it necessary to clarify this matter with you in advance. I do not wish to be the kind who takes advantage and then discards once usefulness is exhausted. His words had yet to fully escape his lips when a resounding laughter suddenly echoed throughout the valley. Ha ha ha! The ancestor of Baisu, with hair and beard flowing in the wind, laughed heartily, his mirth infused with boundless exhilaration and relief. After a considerable time, he turned back to Tang Tian, gazing at him with an exceptionally peculiar expression, and remarked, I had believed I would remain eternally ensnared within the town-establishing monument, with no means of escaping this prison. Yet, before this realm crumbles, heaven has sent you, this young one, to this place. Is this its way of bestowing favor upon me? Or does it believe that after tormenting me for 1,000,000 years, I have sufficiently atoned for my sins? Haraha! The ancestor of Baisu appeared somewhat deranged, seemingly lost in an extreme state of excitement. What circumstance could compel such a once mighty being to lose composure? Through his words, Tang Tian could only surmise one answer. After the ancestor of Baisu had vented his emotions for a time and gradually calmed, Tang Tian spoke softly. Is it that if I remove the town-establishing monument, you would be liberated from your confinement and regain your freedom? The ancestor's eyes sparkled as he regarded Tang Tian, initially shaking his head, only to nod shortly thereafter. What you say is not entirely inaccurate. From the moment my will fused with the town-establishing monument, it became intertwined with this world, and there is no way to depart. However, should you remove the monument from this realm, my will shall be entombed within the chaos alongside it. Yet, is this not another form of liberation? A true reawakening of freedom? It has been 1,000,000 years. I have struggled in anguish and torment for 1,000,000 years. Death has long since become my greatest aspiration. Young one, do you comprehend? The joy of the ancestor of Baishu emanated from the depths of his being, laid bare upon the surface. Tang Tian, however, sighed inwardly. Indeed, if one must endure solitude and suffering, death could indeed be a release. If this is how you feel, then I bear no psychological burden, he replied with a smile. The ancestor of Baishu shook his head slightly, saying, You, young one, are hardly like a cultivator. How can a practitioner possess such foolish compassion? Regardless of my willingness to embrace death, if it concerns your own interests, you must act decisively. Otherwise, such a disposition will surely lead to great misfortune in the realm of cultivation. In response to the ancestors' counsel, Tang Tian merely smiled and remained silent. He simply had his own way of conducting affairs, preferring to clarify matters beforehand, ensuring a suitable resolution. If none could be found, he would not be foolish enough to forsake the town-establishing monument for a will from 1,000,000 years ago. I merely favor equitable exchange. Tang Tian fabricated a rationale. Equitable exchange? The venerable ancestor Baisu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You, young one, are indeed quite intriguing. Perhaps the circumstances of cultivation today differ significantly from those of our time. Very well, he waved his hand dismissively. In that case, let us engage in mutual exchange. You may present any inquiries regarding the Taoist arts, and I shall impart to you all that I know. After all, once I depart from this world, these teachings will lose their worth. Consider it a means of preserving a fragment of the celestial lineage. However, your capacity to absorb this knowledge will depend entirely upon your own comprehension. Tang Tian glanced at the points of expenditure in his pocket, a smile gracing his face. I possess considerable confidence in this regard. Ancestor Baisu raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, young man, do not be overly confident. The Taoist arts of the Feathered Ascension Celestial Dynasty are of unparalleled excellence, not easily grasped by just anyone. Only those with exceptional innate talent, who are in complete harmony with their true selves, stand a chance of comprehending even the slightest essence. Be prepared. Tang Tian cupped his hands and replied with a smile. I humbly seek your guidance. Moments later, Ancestor Baisu's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Chapter 517. The acquisition of the Monument of World Resilience, the Feathered Immortal Dynasty, having ascended to a position of dominance among the myriad realms millions of years ago, owes a significant portion of its formidable power to its profound mystical arts. Foremost among these are 3 primordial techniques, each more extraordinary than the last, passed down through the ages. Mastery of even one of these arts to its fullest extent renders an individual formidable, even among the Tao tier practitioners below the sovereign level. Additionally, the 6 ancestors of the dynasty have each developed unique secret techniques, such as the Long Song Fan dance learned by Lu Ming. The potency of these 6 secret arts rivals that of the ancestral primordial techniques and constitutes the very essence of the Feathered Immortal Dynasty's heritage. Furthermore, the dynasty boasts an extensive collection of superior quality celestial methods, secret transmissions, and divine abilities, sufficient to establish a grand repository of martial arts. As the most powerful among the 6 ancestors, the White Void Patriarch is well versed in these mystical arts. However, they are now rapidly being absorbed by Tang Tian at an alarming pace. The White Void Patriarch initially believed that, given Tang Tian's innate talent, he might grasp a few high-quality celestial techniques in a short span, and with extraordinary luck, perhaps even a primordial technique or a secret art from one of the ancestors. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Tang Tian would comprehend these mystical arts with the ease of drinking cool water. Simply uttering the names allows him to grasp their essence in an instant. What kind of talent is this? What kind of understanding? For hundreds of thousands of years, the White Void Patriarch has stood at the pinnacle and has lived for millions, yet he has never witnessed such a terrifying prodigy. By the end of the transmission, his eyes were nearly popping out of his head, as if he were experiencing an illusion. Meanwhile, Tang Tian appeared unsatisfied. Is there more? Continue, please, he exclaimed with excitement. Ever since he had availed himself of over 100 superior celestial techniques from the repository of the Guochen Academy, the subsequent methods he acquired had been sporadic. While the quantity was not insignificant, the quality left much to be desired. In contrast, the treasures extracted from the White Void Patriarch were unparalleled. Setting aside the primordial techniques and the secret arts of the ancestors, the sheer number of top-tier celestial methods he had amassed exceeded several hundred. Moreover, each of these surpassed those found within the Celestial Summit. Such an opportunity to acquire these methods is exceptionally rare. Tang Tian harbored a premonition that should he elevate all these mystical arts to their perfected state, he might finally take the long-awaited final step in his previously stagnant path of myriad transformations. However, faced with Tang Tian's insatiable thirst for knowledge, the White Void Patriarch could only huff in disbelief. Do you still want more? His voice involuntarily rose several octaves. You are on the verge of mastering our feathered immortal dynasty's most guarded techniques. How is it that you, this young one, can comprehend such a diverse array of techniques? Even those that are inherently contradictory? How could the feeble essence of a mere celestial sovereign sustain such immense consumption? You truly are an enigma. The venerable Bai Su sighed heavenward. Tang Tian, somewhat oblivious, unconsciously touched his nose. Was it merely a few techniques he had learned from you? Why the harsh words? Moreover, this was indeed a promise you made to me. Besides, I, Tang Tian, am not genuinely in need of your few techniques. So are there any more? I am not picky. Just some innate Taoist arts will suffice. Tang Tian reiterated. Ahem, he merely wished to ensure a smooth breakthrough into the realm of myriad laws. After all, such an opportunity is rare and precious. However, the venerable Bai Su glared, exclaiming with irritation, Do you think innate Taoist arts are as common as cabbages? There are hardly any across the vast realms. Not to mention innate Taoist arts. You have already mastered the upper-grade celestial techniques from my collection. Tang Tian felt a pang of disappointment. After all, this was a celestial dynasty of supreme stature in the realms. Was this all? As for the middle-grade celestial arts. Before he could finish, Bai Su's expression darkened. Youngster, do not belittle me. When I impart techniques, would I ever offer such trivial matters? Even the upper-grade celestial arts I possess are of the highest caliber, incomparable to ordinary upper-grade techniques. Tang Tian shrugged. Well then, it seems unnecessary to press this old man further. The multitude of Taoist arts should suffice to elevate the path of myriad laws to a state of great accomplishment. Although Bai Su maintained a stern facade, the joy deep within him was palpable. The celestial dynasty of Ascension had been utterly annihilated in an instant, signifying the complete vanishing of their lineage from the annals of history. To pass down all the core Taoist arts is, in itself, a form of continuation. Bai Su was not truly angered. After mastering all the Taoist arts, Tang Tian, as before, temporarily advanced them to a minor level of achievement. Once he departed from this place, he would elevate them all to great accomplishment, merging them into the path of myriad laws. The next step would be to acquire the world-settling tablet. Having just gained such substantial benefits, Tang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, Bai Su proactively urged, do not delay any longer. I have awaited this moment for far too long. You can liberate me from my suffering and ensure the continuation of the celestial dynasty of Ascension's teachings. This is something I dared not even dream of. Tang Tian pondered in silence for a moment before finally nodding. Do you have any remaining wishes? If so, please share them with your junior, if appropriate. I shall strive to fulfill them. Bai Su smiled, saying, Everything I once knew has perished in that calamity. What wishes could I have? My sole desire is that when you employ those teachings, you refrain from uttering the name of the celestial dynasty of Ascension. I fear the scorn of the masses. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Let all that once was be buried beneath the sands of history. Tang Tian silently acquiesced to his request. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the ancestor Bai Su, countless lines of rules emanated from Tang Tian's body, intertwining around the towering monument before them. A resounding rumble echoed throughout the heavens and the earth as the black monument gradually emerged from the ground. The ancestor Bai Su observed this spectacle with quiet demeanor, his tranquil gaze concealing countless past experiences, encompassing both the pinnacle of glory and the depths of endless regret. Yet, all of this began to fade as the monument ascended slowly. Ultimately, at the moment when the monument fully lifted from the earth, The specter of ancestor by Su vanished completely, along with the vastness of his will dissipating into the soil of his once cherished homeland. The ground trembled, and a chilling wind howled. Bereft of the monument's protection, this ancient ancestral land commenced its collapse. Meanwhile, the corporeal form of Lu Ming began to disintegrate alongside the unraveling of this realm. It was imperative to depart at once. Tang Tian secured the monument and cast a final glance at the valley before swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 518. The great completion of all laws before the collapse of the ancient ancestral land in that small world. Tang Tian returned to the underground chamber through the teleportation array. As soon as he reappeared above the altar, numerous fine fissures manifested upon its surface. The faint fluctuations of the array that previously lingered rapidly diminished until they completely vanished. Tang Tian understood that with the loss of the world-settling monument, the ancient ancestral land had utterly disintegrated and faded away. A once mighty celestial dynasty had been irrevocably erased from the annals of history. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. What grandeur! What defiance against the heavens! What power! Before the passage of time, these concepts amounted to naught. They would eventually be forgotten by the world. Perhaps only by attaining that legendary realm of eternity could one truly achieve immortality. It is no wonder that throughout the ages, so many supreme beings, despite annihilating countless worlds and causing untold suffering, relentlessly sought to ascend to eternity. Yet, amidst the endless expanse of time, how many have truly reached that state of everlasting existence? Most are merely ephemeral dreams. Shaking his head, Tang Tian cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed accomplished the true purpose of his journey. Moreover, he had experienced unexpected gains, not only gleaning insights into a segment of ancient history, but also acquiring a wealth of superior celestial techniques and innate Taoist arts. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that it had only been approximately 6 hours since he entered the ruins. There was still ample time, and he felt no urgency regarding the completion of his tasks. Therefore, he decided to remain in that place and fully extrapolate all the Taoist techniques he had just learned to their perfected state. He would also examine whether these arts could elevate his own path of myriad laws to a state of completion. Without hesitation, he set to work. The rules of this realm remained relatively stable, and Tang Tian seated himself cross-legged above the altar, beginning to exchange a significant number of comprehension tokens to perform the extrapolation of his techniques. The domain of myriad laws unfolded, revealing a resplendent sea of stars surrounding Tang Tian. As he continued to extrapolate, immense and brilliant celestial bodies began to rise within the starry expanse. Suspended in the heavens above, these stars shone brighter than any he had encountered before, signifying that the superior celestial techniques learned from the venerable by Su were of a higher quality than those he had previously mastered. The foundational strength of a dominant celestial dynasty was indeed a formidable presence. Before long, as more stars ascended, the overall brightness of the starry sea multiplied several times, and the area of the domain of myriad laws expanded correspondingly. Tang Tian sensed that the path of myriad laws was gradually approaching its final threshold. Ultimately, with the emergence of an enormous and radiant celestial body, the entire starry sea was instantaneously illuminated. This was an innate Taoist art, a level of power surpassing the superior celestial techniques. The brilliance of this single star eclipsed all those that had come before it. In that moment, the path of myriad laws quietly ascended, reaching the realm of perfection. The realm of myriad laws is once again experiencing a frenzied expansion, stretching toward the infinite horizon. A multitude of rules rises within this domain, and even without the true essence of these rules, Tang Tian possesses the ability to manipulate their power. However, the growth of the path of myriad laws continues unabated. 8 colossal stars, each as formidable as the previous one, ascend in succession. Ultimately, 9 celestial bodies hover above the sea of stars, their terrifying aura palpable. Even Tang Tian, the master of this domain, cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. If he were to confront a being of the immortal emperor level once more, he could utterly dominate the encounter, relying solely on his own mastery, without invoking the power of the heavenly Tao. For this is not merely a matter of different levels of strength. Once all the techniques had been thoroughly deduced, Tang Tian finally opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He then clenched his fists, a faint excitement illuminating his face. This profound sensation is entirely distinct from that of exchanging points for rules. The act of exchanging rules is akin to an ordinary person acquiring an immensely powerful artifact. While formidable, it ultimately relies on external forces. In contrast, the path of myriad laws represents a transformation through diligent cultivation, rendering oneself inherently stronger. This intrinsic strength instills a greater sense of security. Upon reaching the consummate realm of the path of myriad laws, Tang Tian's previously created lesser myriad law fist underwent a qualitative transformation. After careful estimation, he found that the power of the lesser myriad law fist is now nearly on par with the greater myriad law fist, refined from the heavenly Tao rules. Should he continue to gather potent innate techniques, it is conceivable that this postnatal combat technique, born of living beings, might truly rival the innate combat techniques like the greater myriad law fist. However, these are considerations for another time. Innate techniques are exceedingly rare across the myriad realms. Even the illustrious Feather Transformation Immortal Dynasty possesses but 3 such techniques, while the remaining 6 were devised by the 6 ancestors themselves. Therefore, even if Tang Tian wishes for the path of myriad laws to advance further, it can only be contemplated after he ascends to the pinnacle of the firmament. After savoring this profound understanding, Tang Tian retracted the realm of myriad laws and rose to his feet. With approximately 5 hours remaining until the trial concludes, it is time for him to embark on some tasks. He also intends to observe how much world essence his fellow disciples have amassed. Should they gather an excessive amount, he would need to exchange for some from the system, as securing the position of the Saint's Son is pivotal. It serves as a key to the summit of the heavens, a goal Tang Tian must attain. Subsequently, Tang Tian descended from the altar, traversed the once sacred blood pool of all spirits, and exited the subterranean space. Moments later, he reappeared amidst the ruins. Outside, the skies were still engulfed in swirling sands, and the thunder amidst the sandstorm seemed even more ferocious than before, perhaps a consequence of the world-settling steel being removed. Yet, it is likely more a psychological effect. Even if the steel influenced this realm, such an immediate change seems improbable. Tang Tian shook his head, dismissing the matter entirely, and then assessed the direction before racing deeper into the ruins. The celestial emperor of the Starry River had informed them that the closer one ventured to the heart of the ruins, the greater the chances of acquiring treasures. Naturally, the perils encountered would also escalate. However, such dangers were insufficient to deter this group of proud and ambitious young prodigies. Tang Tian expanded his senses, skillfully evading elusive spatial rifts, maintaining a brisk pace. Along the way, he detected the essence of the world's origin several times, effortlessly collecting it. Yet, each instance yielded only a single fragment, leading Tang Tian to suspect that this place had already been plundered. After approximately half an hour of travel, a sudden and powerful wave of Taoist energy surged from afar. A prospective saint? Tang Tian's heart stirred as he moved closer. Chapter 519. Burn in the spatial rift beneath the dim sky, several figures raced through the yellow sands. At the forefront were 2 young individuals clad in tattered white robes, their appearances somewhat disheveled. Both were tense, fleeing at the utmost speed. Behind them trailed 3 practitioners dressed in Yin-Yang Taiji robes, also youthful, yet in markedly better condition. Their expressions appearing more relaxed as they followed at a leisurely pace, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. The dangers here were plentiful. The 2 disciples in front, propelled by their haste, narrowly avoided colliding with a spatial rift on multiple occasions. Yet, fortune does not favor the brave indefinitely. As they surged over a mound, a concealed spatial rift appeared before them. One narrowly evaded it, but the other was not so fortunate. The rift sliced through his shoulder, severing his right arm and leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth, and the disciple let out a cry, his form unstable as he plummeted from the sky. Dengqi. The other disciple's expression changed drastically, and he hastily halted, rushing back to his companion's side. A glimmer of light flashed, immediately sealing Dengqi's wound. However, the terror of the spatial rift was insurmountable, its aura akin to a festering malignancy. Even as celestial beings, they could not heal swiftly. Dengqi's severed arm would likely never be reattached. Brother Yuanyang, you must flee. Dengqi's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Pain etched across his visage. Yet, he gritted his teeth, rising with difficulty. Do not concern yourself with me. I am beyond saving. I will hold them off. You must go and reunite with Brother Shanyan. Yuan Yang did not respond, but grasped Deng Qi firmly, resolutely refusing to abandon his companion. The disciples of Jinhuan Mountain never forsook their comrades. We shall depart together, he declared, preparing to carry Deng Qi away. Just then, a gentle applause resounded behind them. Oh, what a touching display of brotherhood. It brings a tear to my eye. Yuan Yang whirled around, his expression darkening completely. Their pursuers had arrived. 3 figures emerged, encircling the duo. At the forefront stood a woman, poised in the void, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. Jinhuan Mountain, I have heard of you. She spoke with a mocking lilt. It is said you are all valiant warriors, capable of standing alone. Yet, it appears you are not as formidable as the tales suggest. Yuan Yang's face was grim as he shielded Deng Qi behind him, coldly retorting, We of Yunding Tianfu and Tai Tianfu have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why must you pursue us with such relentless malice? Upon hearing Yuan Yang's words, the woman couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, The disciples of the Cloud Summit Heaven are truly delightful. This is the Holy Sun's trial. Do you think it is merely a child's game, where we remain uninvolved? Present the white jade ding. I can grant you a chance to start anew. There are still a few hours left, and with a stroke of fortune, you might even uncover additional treasures. Yuan Yang's expression darkened. Yet 2 of the 3 opponents were mid-stage celestial sovereigns, while the woman herself was a formidable late-stage celestial sovereign, placing her among the upper echelons within the Tai Heaven. They were clearly not adversaries he and Deng Qi could contend with, especially given Deng Qi's current injuries. Reluctantly, they decided to acquiesce. Ultimately, though filled with reluctance, they retrieved their white jade ding. However, just as they unveiled its treasures, the woman employed her formidable abilities to seize it immediately. What are you doing? Yuan Yang exclaimed, attempting to reclaim the white jade ding. But the other 2 mid-stage celestial sovereigns swiftly intervened, restraining both him and Deng Qi firmly. The woman toyed with the 2 white jade dings in her hands, her face alight with mockery. Have the disciples of Cloud Summit Heaven grown too complacent? Is it so easy for you to trust others? Truly, how disappointing, she mused, shaking her head slightly. Yuan Yang gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. We are merely undergoing a trial. There is no need to truly put us to death. The woman laughed lightly, replying, Indeed, there is no necessity for that. It is merely unfortunate that too many from your Cloud Summit Heaven have entered this time. According to the trial's rules, you are likely to reach the pinnacle. And I, for one, despise being bested by the weak. In this world, the weak shall forever be subservient to the strong, at their mercy. With that, she signaled her companions to end Yuan Yang and his comrades' lives. Yet, just as they were about to act, a sudden voice rang out. What a splendid statement. A figure gradually materialized in the void. It was Tang Tian. He had originally come merely to observe the progress of others in collecting the primal essence, but unexpectedly encountered the disciples of Cloud Summit Heaven. Having stumbled upon this situation, he could not remain passive, especially given that this female disciple of Tai Heaven was behaving rather tyrannically. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Upon returning, I trust my 2 fellow disciples will come to understand this principle deeply, he spoke softly. Upon seeing Tang Tian, the woman's gaze sharpened. From him, she sensed an extraordinarily terrifying aura, one even more intense than that of the most powerful disciple of Tai Heaven. Quickly, restrain them, she urged her companions. Tang Tian smiled faintly, recognizing the cleverness of the woman who understood that, in such a dire situation, capturing Yuan Yang and Deng Qi was indeed the wisest decision. Alas, it was futile. Just as the 2 were about to engage, Tang Tian gently snapped his fingers, and an irresistible force descended from the heavens, obliterating their very essence of life in an instant, leaving them no opportunity to react. Witnessing this scene, the woman's pupils constricted in terror. She hastily produced her jade cauldron, intent on shattering it to escape. However, it was already too late. A terrifying pressure descended, ensnaring her completely and rendering her immobile, even preventing her from breaking the cauldron. Subsequently, Tang Tian beckoned, gathering all 3 jade cauldrons from her grasp. As you said, the weak can only be at the mercy of the strong, he remarked coolly. The woman was struck with horror. She had never heard of such a formidable presence in Yunding Tianfu. Wasn't their strongest member Xuanzhen? Her mind raced. And suddenly she managed to muster a smile, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Despite the pressure, she struggled valiantly, allowing her garment to accidentally slip from her shoulder, revealing her fair skin. Esteemed senior brother, forgive my sister's lack of eloquence. I implore your magnanimity to spare her. I am willing to agree to any of your requests. She purred, exuding an irresistible charm from her very being. Tang Tian was momentarily mesmerized. Then, extending his hand, he grasped the woman and lifted her effortlessly, casting her into the distance where she vanished into a rift in space. Even at the peak of the immortal sovereign stage, you still burn with fever. Do not forget there are 2 spectators present. Go and burn away in that spatial rift. Chapter 520. A sure victory. The sudden appearance of Tang Tian caused an immediate reversal of the situation. The formidable disciples of the Tai Heavenly Palace were reduced to nothingness in an instant, with no opportunity to escape, even by shattering their small cauldron. Yuan Yang and Deng Qi stood in a daze, seemingly still reeling from the life-and-death crisis they had just endured. When Tang Tian returned to them, they quickly came to their senses and promptly knelt before him. "Thank you, young Master Tang, for saving our lives," they exclaimed loudly. Tang Tian raised his hand, lifting them up with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We are from the same sect and should assist one another. Besides, you are disciples of the soul-suppressing mountain." After speaking, he turned to the pained face of Deng Qi. Extending a finger, he cast forth a stream of pure life essence, which swiftly dispelled the lingering spatial energy from his wound and replenished the vitality he had lost. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned Deng Qi's severed arm, reattaching it seamlessly. Feeling the transformation in his body, Deng Qi's face radiated gratitude as he knelt once more. "Thank you, young Master Tang. Your immense kindness is beyond my ability to repay. I would traverse mountains or endure flames for you." The handling of spatial energy is indeed a complex task, often leading to severe Dao injuries. Deng Qi had prepared himself for the severance of his path, yet unexpectedly, Tang Tian had salvaged him from the brink. Such a favor was akin to being reborn. Hence Deng Qi's overwhelming emotion. Tang Tian chuckled softly, raising him once again. "I have already said there is no need for such gratitude. You both have suffered significant depletion of your vitality. It is best to recuperate swiftly. Moreover, here, this belongs to you." He then returned the white jade cauldron, which rightfully belonged to Yuan Yang and Deng Qi. Once again expressing their thanks, the two settled on the ground, adopting a meditative posture to restore their energies and spirits. Meanwhile, Tang Tian collected the white jade cauldrons from the 3 disciples of the Tai Heavenly Palace, eager to assess their gains. However, upon opening the first cauldron, he was taken aback. Only 16 portions? He had initially opened the cauldron belonging to the strongest female disciple, who, logically, should have harvested the most essence from the world. How could she possess so little? Suspecting he had made a mistake, he proceeded to open the other 2 cauldrons, only to discover that their yields were even meager, one with 11 portions and the other a pitiful 8. Tang Tian fell silent, pondering whether these 3 had merely dozed off within the ruins and had just awakened, hence their need to seize others' gains. Otherwise, this yield was astonishingly scarce. Contemplating further, he glanced at Yuan Yang and Deng Qi, who were recovering rapidly and nearing their normal state. May I take a look at your white jade cauldron?" Tang Tian inquired. Yuan Yang and Deng Qi exchanged a glance, then promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course." With that, they returned their respective jade tripods. Tang Tian opened his, falling into silence once more. One contained 7 portions, while the other held merely 6. Had they all ventured into the ruins merely to slumber? Tang Tian found it perplexing that their gains were so meager. During his own journey, even without actively searching, he had accumulated over a dozen portions of the world's essence. Yet here they were, with single-digit counts. However, it did not take long for Tang Tian to discern the underlying issue. His ability to swiftly locate the world's essence stemmed from his exceptionally keen perception and his understanding of the true nature of this treasure. The other disciples, however, were in a different predicament. They relied solely on their jade tripods, wandering aimlessly through the ruins, hoping for luck. The myriad dangers within the ruins posed significant threats to them, be it spatial rifts, chaotic rule storms, elusive nightmares, or the formidable lightning that could strike at any moment. Thus, traversing the ruins demanded utmost caution, which inevitably diminished their efficiency in seeking the world's essence, rendering their efforts incomparable to his own. Approximately 10 portions of the world's essence might indeed represent the average for these aspirants. Casting a glance at his jade tripod, Tang Tian remained speechless. Over 10,000 portions seemed rather ostentatious. Yet, having already deposited them, retrieving them was not a viable option. He decided to consider it a generous gift to the Yunding Tianfu. After all, these treasures were of little consequence to him at this stage. With a quiet sigh, he secured his jade tripod and returned Yuan Yang's and Deng Qi's tripods to them. What surprised him, however, was that they did not extend their hands to receive them. Instead, they smiled and clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Young Master Tang, please keep them. The treasures within were prepared for you." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean?" Yuan Yang replied with a smile, before entering the ancient battleground. "Our brethren from Jinhuan Mountain reached a consensus. We shall do everything in our power to assist you in securing the position of Saint Sun. Not just the two of us, but all disciples of Jinhuan Mountain await your success, including young Master Shan Yan. Before the trial concludes, we will transfer all the treasures we find to you. Thus, your own gains will ensure your secure ascent to the Saint Sun position, and the first seat will be virtually guaranteed." Hearing Yuan Yang's words, Tang Tian was filled with profound emotion. Jinhuan Mountain exhibited such remarkable loyalty. To ensure his successful attainment of the Saint Sun title, they were willing to forego their singular opportunity to reach the pinnacle of their lives. This spirit, this formidable sense of unity, left him utterly astonished. However, Tang Tian forcefully pushed two small white jade cauldrons forward. "No need," he said with a smile. "This trial is not merely to determine the 5 positions for the offspring. It also concerns the future development of each individual. How could I, with a clear conscience, allow you all to depart empty-handed?" Upon hearing Tang Tian's refusal, the two became anxious. "Young Master Tang, this is a gesture we are willing to offer. Please, you must accept our friendship. This is the bond of Jinhuan Mountain," Yuan Yang implored earnestly. Tang Tian smiled and waved his hand. "Your goodwill has been duly noted, and that is sufficient. However, the position of the Holy Sun does not require your sacrifice. I possess ample confidence." Yuan Yang paused for a moment and inquired, "Has young Master Tang reaped considerable rewards? Senior brother Shan Yin and senior brother Xianjun have also made significant gains. They may have already surpassed 40. Tang Tian glanced at his own white jade cauldron once more and remarked with a smile, "Hearing you say this, I feel even more confident." Chapter 521. The outbreak of war under Tang Tian's earnest persuasion. Yuan Yang and Deng Qi finally relinquished their self-sacrificial intentions and reclaimed their respective jade tripods. Tang Tian also took the opportunity to present the jade tripods belonging to the 3 members of Tai Yi Heaven to them, showing such a plethora of world origins that he could scarcely be bothered to transfer them. Yuan Yang and Deng Qi were taken aback, their minds swirling with intense curiosity. Just how many treasures had Tang Tian amassed to possess such confidence, dismissing so many valuable items? Could it be that he had surpassed 100? They were secretly astonished. Tang Tian had repeatedly conjured miracles, and indeed, such a possibility could not be dismissed. Just moments ago, they could not have anticipated that he would effortlessly subdue the 3 formidable figures from Tai Yi Heaven, not even granting them the chance to shatter their jade tripods and flee. One of them was a late-stage celestial sovereign, a being whose capabilities could never be underestimated. After dealing with the corpses of the other 2 disciples from Tai Yi Heaven, Tang Tian inquired, "What are your plans next? Will you continue to gather treasures?" Yuan Yang shook his head. "No, we intend to meet up with senior brother Shan Yin and the others. They seem to have discovered an extraordinary location deep within the ruins, one that may harbor a vast trove of treasures. Senior brothers Xianjun and Mo, and you have apparently also gone there, and other disciples from various heavens are likely on their way as well. We ought to investigate the situation." Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. This world had been obliterated for over 1,000,000 years. Aside from the miraculous town-dispersing steel, what else could possibly endure the ravages of time? Even if such a thing existed, it would have surely been eroded beyond recognition by the chaotic laws. Could it possibly be another divine artifact from the ascendant immortal dynasty? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian spoke, "Then I shall accompany you." Yuan Yang and Deng Qi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 3 of them set off together, hastening toward the depths of the ruins. Meanwhile, in a rugged and uneven hillside, what was once a colossal peak, far taller than the heavenly pool mountain of Yunding Heaven, lay fragmented for reasons unknown. The relentless erosion of time had rendered it a bizarre and jagged landscape. In the original central area of the mountain, dozens of figures congregated. The disciples of Yunding Heaven were the most numerous, standing at the very heart of the assembly. Xianzhen, Shanyan, Imo Shanghua, Yu Zhirong, the four top experts of Yunding Heaven, were all present, accompanied by a substantial number of other disciples, totaling several dozen. Beside them stood disciples from Beihan Heaven and Mingyuan Heaven, their allies in this gathering. Surrounding them were the quasi-saint children from various other heavens: Tai Heaven, Zishao Heaven, Hong Yun Heaven, Jiuxian Heaven, Qi Lian Heaven, and Junyu Heaven, encircling them in a palpable standoff. The atmosphere was heavy, saturated with tension throughout the area. After a brief standoff between the two parties, a disciple from the Tai Heavenly Palace stepped forward. Xianzhen. He directly addressed the strongest among the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, and he too was an extraordinary prodigy at the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign level. Let us not prolong this stalemate any further. There are merely 2 hours left in the trial, and our understanding of the situation below remains rather limited. Wasting time benefits no one, he spoke calmly. Xianzhen's face darkened as he coldly retorted, Song Huan. This place was initially discovered by us, the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. During our exploration, we suffered considerable losses among our brothers, yet you choose to invade just as we are on the verge of uncovering its secrets, seeking to reap the rewards without effort. Is this not utterly disgraceful? Song Huan, expressionless, replied, since ancient times, treasures of the world have rightfully belonged to those of virtue. Moreover, we are already engaged in a trial, competing against one another. What disgrace is there in that? Since we have come, we shall not leave empty-handed. At that moment, a disciple from the Jiuxian Heavenly Palace also stepped forward, chuckling. Xianzhen, do you truly wish to monopolize the treasures here? Do not be so naive. Just considering that you from the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace are allowed to participate is a tremendous privilege. Do not foolishly reject the courtesy extended to you. Hearing these words, Xianzhen's expression darkened further, his voice rising in anger. What do you intend to do? Do you think I fear you? Subsequently, several from Shan Yin also stepped forward, their formidable aura pressing down upon the disciple from the Jiuxian Heavenly Palace. While there may have been rivalry among them at the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, here they were united against a common foe. Yet, undeterred by the imposing presence of Xianzhen and his companions, the disciple from Jiuxian drew his sword, standing firm. Both sides were unwilling to yield, and it seemed an intense confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Observing this, a disciple from the Junyu Heavenly Palace prepared to intervene, as they had never been particularly fond of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. However, at that moment, one of their own reached out to grasp the arm of the disciple in front of him. Do not act impulsively. Hold back for now, he murmured. The disciple pulled back, frowning in confusion. Du Wei, what is wrong with you today? Did you not despise the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace? Why are you hesitating now? Ever since I saw you today, you have appeared troubled. What is the matter? Du Wei hesitated for a moment before softly responding. The Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace has formidable experts. The disciple was taken aback. Are you all right? The expert from the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace is merely Xianzhen. What is there to fear? Though they may be numerous, most are merely inferior individuals. We have nothing to fear. Du Wei sighed. No, it is not just him. Beyond Xianzhen, there is another, even more powerful figure among them. Upon my entrance into the ruins, I encountered him. That fellow exerted an unparalleled pressure, one that even the esteemed lord of the manor has never imposed upon me. Upon hearing Dewey's words, the disciple was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. How could such a formidable presence exist here? Yet, he was well aware of Dewey's character. This individual would never utter such fabrications. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Summit Manor, a female disciple from the Northern Cold Manor appeared tense, frequently glancing towards the group of disciples from the Cloud Summit Manor. Her actions swiftly drew the attention of her peers. Xiaoya, what are you incessantly looking at? Inquired another female disciple. Startled, Xiaoya replied, Oh, Sister Luo, I'm fine. Sister Luo furrowed her brow and said, The current situation is rather dire. Remain vigilant, and do not let your guard down. Xiaoya nodded in agreement. However, she then quietly added, If that senior brother could arrive, we would surely turn the tide. Sister Luo was momentarily taken aback. Who? As their conversation unfolded, Xianzhen and the other manners had finally reached an impasse, and a fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Chapter 522. Coercion and Arrival. A grand melee commenced within the ruins. On one side stood the Triumvirate Alliance led by the Cloud Peak Celestial Mansion, along with the Northern Cold Celestial Mansion and the Abyssal Depths Celestial Mansion. Opposing them were the remaining 5 Celestial Mansions. The numbers in the Cloud Peak Celestial Mansion were substantial, rendering the Alliance's forces greater than the combined strength of the other 5 mansions. However, most of their warriors were below the mid-stage of the Celestial Sovereign rank, resulting in an overall inferiority in strength. Conversely, the 5 opposing mansions were not a unified front, but operated independently. Thus, the conflict between the two sides resulted in a stalemate. The disciples involved were the elite from their respective worlds, representing the pinnacle of their prowess, and their clashes were nothing short of spectacular. Various celestial techniques and spells flew through the air above the ruins, creating a tempest of mystical energies that appeared even more ferocious than the chaotic storms of cosmic rules. Before long, some began to falter amidst the chaos. Fortunately, the presence of the Jade Small Cauldron offered an escape route. Most individuals refrained from delivering fatal blows, knowing they could shatter the cauldron to retreat if overwhelmed. As the battle raged on, the number of quasi-saint disciples dwindled. Ultimately, only the high-ranking powers of each celestial mansion remained steadfast. Xianzhen showcased the prowess befitting the foremost figure of the Cloud Peak Celestial Mansion, engaging the peak celestial sovereigns of the 9 Xian Celestial Mansion and the Zhen Yu Celestial Mansion without yielding an inch. Meanwhile, figures such as Shan Yan and Mo Xianghua and Yu Zirong matched his fervor, each holding their own against multiple opponents. The leaders of the Northern Cold and Abyssal Depths Celestial Mansions sought out the strongest adversaries from the other mansions, unleashing terrifying spells in abundance. However, as time elapsed, the Cloud Peak Celestial Mansion began to reveal signs of decline due to a lack of high-end combat strength. The other mansions, led by Tsang Huan, pressed forward, constricting the Cloud Peak's operational space and gradually encircling them. Should this situation persist, the defeat of the Cloud Peak Celestial Mansion would be inevitable. Observing the unfolding scenario, Tsang Huan gradually halted his advance. Lacking any deep-seated animosities, he had no desire for complete annihilation. Thus, he addressed Xianzhen. There is no need to resist any further. This struggle is futile. You cannot monopolize the treasures here. After a final exchange of blows with his opponent, Xianzhen reluctantly withdrew, his expression grim. He had fought with unwavering determination, yet his celestial energy was nearly depleted. In contrast, Tsang Huan and his allies retained ample reserves. Looking back at his significantly diminished comrades, he realized that if this continued, they would all be eliminated. As the visible leader of the Cloud Peak Celestial Mansion, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, but forced himself to regain composure. Finally, he called a halt to Shan Yin and the others, coldly inquiring, "What do you propose?" Seeing that Xianzhen had finally ceased his resistance, Tsang Huan revealed a faint smile. "Rest assured, we are inherently connected, and I shall not completely exclude you. My desires are quite simple. Once the entrance below opens, we shall rely on our own strength to contend for the treasures within." He spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Xianzhen furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, "So, according to your implication, our 3 factions have discovered this place, and all the efforts and resources expended during our exploration were in vain?" Tsang Huan shook his head, responding, "Such words are unjust. You two possess the right to compete." At that moment, Zhang Feng, the most formidable figure from the Jiuquan Heaven Mansion, sneered, "Xianzhen, do not be overly greedy. Allowing you to participate in this fair competition is already a considerable act of generosity. Do you truly believe you can withstand us? If this resistance continues, I shall ensure that all of you meet your demise here today." Instantly, Xianzhen and his companions were filled with fury. "Then come forth," they challenged. "Indeed, our strength pales in comparison to yours, but should you attempt to forcibly expel us, I wonder how many of you will remain standing in the end." The reality was indeed as such. Although the overall strength of the 3 great mansions was relatively weaker, they were not easily subdued. If they truly unleashed their full fury, it was likely that very few would emerge unscathed. Observing the imminent rekindling of hostilities, Song Huan furrowed his brow, contemplating the gains and losses involved. If the treasures below were abundant, then incurring significant costs to eliminate the Cloud Summit mansion could be deemed acceptable. However, just as the flames of conflict were about to ignite, three figures suddenly appeared before everyone. "Oh, how lively!" Tang Tian exclaimed, clearly sensing that a fierce battle had just transpired. Their arrival naturally drew the attention of all present. "Young Master Tang." Shan Yan's eyes brightened, exclaiming in delight. Mo Shanghua and Yu Zirong also smiled, and even Xian Zhen relaxed slightly. Tang Tian's presence bolstered their combat strength considerably. The reactions from other factions varied. Song Huan remained expressionless, having never heard of Tang Tian, dismissing him as merely another ordinary disciple. However, Du Wei trembled upon seeing him. "It's him. He has arrived," he whispered, though his voice could not conceal the fear within. His companions glanced at him, frowning as they scrutinized Tang Tian, seemingly seeking to discern what powers this individual possessed to instill such terror in Du Wei. Meanwhile, on the side of the Beihan Heaven Mansion, Xiao Ye's eyes widened, her previously despondent expression rekindling with a glimmer of hope. "It's him. We are saved," Xiao Ye declared. Sister Luo cast a glance at her before shifting her gaze to the descending Tang Tian. Could this person truly be stronger than Xinzhen? At this moment, Tang Tian had returned to the Cloud Summit with Yuan Yang and Deng Qi. "What is happening here?" he inquired. Shan Yan stepped forward and provided a succinct explanation. After listening, Tang Tian fell silent for a moment, surveying the land below, and indeed sensed a peculiar wave concealed beneath the mountain's ruins. "Are you certain there are treasures below?" Shan Yan nodded affirmatively, stating, "They undoubtedly exist. During our exploration, the white jade cauldron reacts periodically and on a large scale. I suspect there is a space beneath, harboring numerous treasures." Tang Tian slightly nodded. Yet, as he sensed the waves emanating from below, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. It seemed that what lay beneath was more complex than merely the essence of the world. However, while he was deep in thought, Song Huan and the others had already lost their last shred of patience. "Xianzhen, make your decision. You have only this one opportunity to choose," he said coldly. Chapter 523. The power of innate Dao techniques. Faced with the coercion from Song Huan and his companions, Xuanzhen's expression darkened. He was reluctant to relinquish the hard-earned treasures he had discovered so easily. Had it been earlier, he would have flatly refused and fought to the death, ensuring that his adversaries would also suffer greatly. However, the circumstances had shifted. Tang Tian had returned. This not only bolstered his confidence, but also compelled him to heed Tang Tian's counsel, or rather, to cede the decision-making authority. Most of the prospective holy sons in Yunding Tianfu actually followed Tang Tian. They would only heed Xuanzhen, the so-called first among Yunding, in Tang Tian's absence. Thus, Xuanzhen suppressed the fury within him and turned to Tang Tian. "Young Master Tang, what do you think?" he inquired. Meanwhile, Tang Tian was still meticulously surveying the ground beneath him, not responding immediately. Observing this, Song Huan furrowed his brow once more. "Xuanzhen, you can no longer make decisions?" he asked in surprise. Zhang Feng of Zhuwak Xuanshu laughed heartily. "Haraha, Xuanzhen, are you not the self-proclaimed first of Yunding? Why do you seek the opinions of others?" "How amusing. Who are you, young man? I have never heard of you," he boisterously questioned Tang Tian. Xuanzhen's face turned ashen, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Tang Tian finally withdrew his gaze from the ground and fixed it upon Zhang Feng. "Silence, cease your clamor. There seems to be an issue here." After saying this, he turned away, disregarding Zhang Feng entirely. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. This fellow has quite the audacity. While Xuanzhen could be brazen before him, what right did this unheard-of individual have to be so arrogant? With a scowling face, he coldly replied, "Song Huan, I no longer wish to wait. I shall not allow any petty figures to humiliate me thus. Today, Yunding Tianfu shall engage in battle, whether we desire it or not." As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from him, its target aimed squarely at Tang Tian. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He wished to discern the mysteries of this place. Yet this individual continued to prattle on, becoming increasingly bothersome. Sensing the overwhelming combat intent emanating from his opponent, Tang Tian did not lift his head, but merely pointed a finger. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. A sense of terrifying authority surged from Tang Tian's fingertip. A black ribbon of energy, akin to a breached celestial river, surged forth directly towards Zhang Feng. The dreadful pressure caused Zhang Feng's expression to change drastically. He could sense the unmatched, overwhelming power concealed within that black radiance. It was chilling. In a state of sheer panic, he unleashed all of his capabilities, even casting aside several exquisite celestial artifacts in a desperate attempt to halt the oncoming torrent of darkness. However, as the two forces collided, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The various techniques he had once taken pride in crumbled before the black flood. As fragile as mere tissue paper, obliterated in an instant. The powerful celestial artifacts were shattered and dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhang Feng realized the gravity of the situation and sought to flee, it was already too late. The black torrent collided forcefully with his chest. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Feng was sent hurtling through the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Silence engulfed the surroundings. Song Huan and the others gazed in the direction of Zhang Feng's disappearance, their eyes wide with an overwhelming sense of terror and incredulity. This was the strongest practitioner of the Jiuxuan heavenly mansion. His peak cultivation as a celestial sovereign surpassed even that of Xianzhen. Even Song Huan and his companions had no absolute certainty of defeating him. Yet, such a formidable figure had been effortlessly vanquished by Tang Tian with a mere flick of his hand, entirely devoid of any means to retaliate. The ability to so easily subdue Zhang Feng implied that Tang Tian could just as easily deal with them. How could they not feel shock and dread? They had believed themselves to be the pinnacle of strength in this Holy Sun trial, but it now appeared that Tang Tian was leagues ahead of them. Meanwhile, Du Wei's companions and Xiaoya's senior sister finally came to believe their words. This man truly possessed the power to alter the course of the entire battle. Yet, Tang Tian remained unperturbed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He had retracted his hand, as that strike was a technique he had recently acquired from the elder Bai Su, infused with a hint of experimentation. The potency of the innate Tao technique exceeded his expectations. Even at less than 1% of its power, it had almost reduced Zhang Feng to ashes. Truly, it was the most formidable technique beneath the Supreme. After accomplishing this, he resumed his examination of the terrain below. Song Huan and his companions dared not breathe a word, fearful of inciting the wrath of this terrifying individual once more. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Tang Tian furrowed his brow and shook his head at Shan Yan. Something was amiss. There must be more than mere treasures hidden beneath. Unknown dangers may also lurk there. Earlier, he had expanded his senses and detected a peculiar aura emanating from below. This aura bore a striking resemblance to a technique he had learned from Elder Bai Su, one that belonged to one of the 6 ancestors of the Celestial Dynasty. Should he become entangled with such an entity, the consequences would be far from ordinary. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Shan Yin was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What should we do now?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us depart." This relic was far from simple, and it was unnecessary to engage in such unpredictable risks. Should they encounter something formidable, they might not even have the chance to crush the white jade cauldron. Shan Yin nodded gravely in agreement. Mo Shanghua and Yu Zirong naturally stood by Tang Tian's side as well. As for Xianzhen, although he still harbored some reluctance, Tang Tian's earlier gesture had made him realize the wisdom of the choice they must make. At Tang Tian's suggestion, Xianzhen and Shan Yin proceeded to explain their departure to their allies from the North Cold Heaven and the Nether Abyss Heaven. Subsequently, they withdrew from the center of this treasure land. Song Huan and the others appeared bewildered, uncertain of the current circumstances. The opposing side had just demonstrated overwhelming strength. So why had they suddenly chosen to retreat? Observing the perplexed expressions of the other heaven factions, Tang Tian finally remarked, "The risks here are considerable. I advise you to leave as well, lest you lose your lives." With that, he led the members of the Cloud Summit Heaven away. What choices the other factions would make was beyond his control. Chapter 524. He gave too much. After a brief moment, Tang Tian, accompanied by the disciples of Yending Tianfu, as well as the prospective saints from Beihan Tianfu and Mingyuan Tianfu, departed from that area. It was only after they had traveled a considerable distance that he gradually came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a pale blue gown approached him. "Are you the esteemed young Master Tang? How did you ascertain that danger lurked there?" This woman was none other than Luo Yuling, the strongest practitioner of Beihan Tianfu. Although they had heeded Tang Tian's counsel and abandoned the potentially treasure-laden secret location, the doubts lingering in their hearts required resolution. After all, the three great Tianfus had incurred significant losses in the struggle for that place. Tang Tian regarded her and explained, "It is merely a conjecture. I have encountered some ancient entities in other areas of the ruins. It is highly probable that similar presences exist in that location as well, and a casual investigation could very well lead to peril." Luo Yuling furrowed her brow slightly, finding his explanation somewhat unconvincing. Meanwhile, Wei Yong, the strongest practitioner of Mingyuan Tianfu, wore a grim expression. "A conjecture?" His voice grew colder. "Do you comprehend the extent of our losses due to your so-called conjecture? If other Tianfus were to discover a wealth of treasures within, our three great Tianfus would be left at the bottom during this trial. What shall we bring back as an account?" His tone was laced with considerable ire. Tang Tian hesitated. His judgment was indeed based on sound reasoning. Yet he could not divulge the entirety of his thoughts, rendering the explanation rather challenging. Just as he pondered this, Shan Yin stepped forward. "Wei Yong, mind your tone. If Tang Tian's conjecture proves correct, he will be our savior. What holds greater significance, accounting for losses or preserving our lives? Can you not discern the priority?" His words were direct, and upon witnessing Wei Yong's accusations towards Tang Tian, his tone became decidedly brusque. Wei Yong, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by that? I am considering the welfare of our three great Tianfus. Otherwise, would we be foolish enough to stand with you, fully aware that we cannot contend with the other Tianfus? And this newcomer, with a single statement, has led you all to abandon our efforts. Do you not think we deserve a reasonable explanation?" He exclaimed in anger. Shan Yin merely scoffed. "An explanation has been provided. Your disbelief is of no consequence. We trust young Master Tang implicitly. His judgment is beyond reproach. If you truly harbor discontent, then by all means, return. No one will impede your departure." Wei Yong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, pointing an accusatory finger at Shan Yin. He bellowed, "You are nothing short of a rogue. Do you wish to engage me in combat here? Come, come. If you lose, you must surrender all the treasures you have collected, as a means to compensate for the treasures I have missed." Shan Yin's gaze sharpened with determination. "Fine, let us proceed." With that, the two prepared to draw their blades. Observing the situation, Tang Tian hurriedly intervened. He felt a sense of helplessness. Shan Yin was a decent person, yet at times, he could be excessively stubborn. Once he set his sights on someone, he would resolutely align himself with that person, completely disregarding the specifics of the situation or the moral implications involved. In truth, Wei Yong and Luo Yuling had shown considerable understanding. During the siege by formidable foes, they had steadfastly stood alongside Yunding Tianfu. When Tang Tian suddenly suggested departing, they exhibited little dissent, readily relinquishing the opportunity to acquire a plethora of treasures. All he sought was a definitive explanation. "Fellow Taoist Wei, please remain calm." Tang Tian spoke gently. "I assure you, there exists formidable danger in that area. However, due to the sensitive nature of the circumstances, I am unable to provide a detailed explanation. I hope for your understanding." At this juncture, Wei Yong was already quite incensed. He snorted derisively and retorted, "That is merely your perspective. If there is no danger and other factions seize the treasures, we would suffer a tremendous embarrassment in this trial. You must provide me with an explanation." Shan Yin immediately raised an eyebrow, preparing to engage in further debate. Tang Tian swiftly restrained him and, smiling at Wei Yong, said, "An explanation, you say? That is certainly feasible. Our exploration of that location, to put it plainly, is intended to procure more treasures. How about this? I will personally bestow upon you some treasures as compensation for the losses incurred during this dispute. What do you think, fellow Taoist Wei?" Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Wei Yong couldn't help but scoff, a trace of mockery in his tone. "You? Compensation? Just how much treasure can you provide?" "Based on our investigations, the treasures in that secret location are estimated to number in the hundreds." Just as he continued, he suddenly halted. For in Tang Tian's palm, there appeared a vast orb of mysterious energy radiating a grayish glow. The moment this energy manifested, the white jade small cauldrons in the hands of all surrounding disciples simultaneously erupted with brilliant light. This energy was precisely the treasures required for this trial. Such a colossal mass must surely contain several hundred treasures. Could this individual truly be so extraordinary? "Here are 500 treasures. This should suffice to compensate for your losses. Yes, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Wei Yong stared at the gray orb in Tang Tian's hand, momentarily rendered speechless. 500 portions. In that secret place, just now, all the treasures combined would hardly amount to 500 portions, would they? Oh well. Wei Yong could not help but swallow hard, and then spoke. There is no need for such abundance, young Master Tang. You are excessively generous. In truth, he did not genuinely desire any form of compensation. He was merely incensed by Shan Yan's remarks. Yet, with Tang Tian's demeanor, all remnants of his anger evaporated. 500 portions. This was far beyond the collective gains of everyone in the Mingyuan heavenly mansion. Nevertheless, in response to his refusal, Tang Tian simply smiled amiably and said, "No worries, just accept it. Our two families have always maintained a good rapport. This is but a trifling matter." Without waiting for Wei Yong to decline, he promptly tossed the essence of the world into his hands. Wei Yong fumbled to catch it, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Such a plethora of treasures would undoubtedly secure a prominent position for the Mingyuan heavenly mansion in this trial. Well then, I must sincerely thank you, young Master Tang, he said with utmost politeness, even infused with a hint of respect. The previously boiling anger had vanished without a trace. In truth, Wei Yong was not one to overly concern himself with material possessions, but alas, the bounty Tang Tian had bestowed was simply too substantial to overlook. Chapter 525. A favor for Tang Tian. The 500 portions of world essence were but a trifling matter. However, in the context of the Saint Sun trial, they constituted a significant number capable of determining rankings. With these 500 portions of world essence, the ranking of the Mingyuan heavenly mansion would assuredly place it within the top 3. The first position would undoubtedly belong to the Yunding heavenly mansion, as Tang Tian still possessed 10,000 portions of world essence within his Baiyuding. The second and third places, aside from the Mingyuan heavenly mansion, would be claimed by another contender. Tang Tian's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Luo Yuling. Upon witnessing Tang Tian casually present 500 portions of treasure to Wei Yong, her eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Yet, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, constrained by a sense of propriety. Just as she wrestled with her inner turmoil, Tang Tian took the initiative to speak. As our ally, I have not forgotten the Beihan heavenly mansion. He then produced another orb of equal size. I hope these items will foster the enduring friendship between our mansions. With that, he handed the 500 portions of world essence to Luo Yuling. Luo Yuling fidgeted with the hem of her garment, appearing somewhat bashful. She did not believe Tang Tian owed them any compensation, as they had willingly ventured into the secret domain. Nevertheless, she found it challenging to dismiss the 500 portions of treasure so readily. Ultimately, she suppressed her shyness, prioritizing the greater good, and accepted the luminous orb. "Thank you, young Master Tang," she said earnestly. "If you have any plans moving forward, the Beihan heavenly mansion will certainly lend its full support." Wei Yong then approached, beaming with enthusiasm. "Ah yes, if you wish to explore other locations, we can assist you. Should you desire to return to that secret domain, we would gladly accompany you back." Such matters were trivial. Observing the sudden shift in demeanor from the two, Xin Zhen, Yu Zihong, and others fell silent. Indeed, wealth does bring advantages. Just moments before, tensions had nearly escalated, yet now the atmosphere was harmonious, as if they were one family. Was this the allure of Tang Tian? However, the prerequisite for such enchantment was the ability to offer that which others desperately sought, yet could not attain. How many could truly accomplish that? In the face of the enthusiastic Wei Yong and Luo Yuling, Tang Tian smiled and remarked, "I believe there is nothing more, as the trial's conclusion approaches, and there is no need to take further risks. However, if I must mention something, there is indeed a small favor I would like to request from both of you." Wei Yong and Luo Yuling clasped their hands in unison, urging, "Young Master Tang, please do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to assist with whatever is within our capabilities." Tang Tian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It is not a significant matter. I possess a trading company at the Yunding Heavenly Mansion, and I have tailored a special illusory realm for this enterprise. I wish to experiment and explore the possibility of extending the realm of the virtual world into other dimensions." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, filled with skepticism. "Young Master Tang, this seems to be a rather formidable challenge," one remarked. "The vast distance between two worlds makes communication exceedingly difficult. How could one possibly expand into another realm? Even if one were to take root in an alternate universe, it would likely be fleeting, as communication would remain a significant hurdle. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "The virtual world I have crafted is not a tangible reality. To facilitate communication and interaction, one simply needs to employ this small array plate, potentially augmented with a teleportation feature. I possess a measure of confidence that it can indeed span multiple worlds. The core medium, constructed according to established principles, can permeate the entirety of the realm where Yun Ding Tianfu resides. If I were to utilize a genuine world-subduing steel, I can scarcely imagine the extent to which the virtual realm could expand. After all, that is the very essence of the primordial world-subduing seal. And it is the largest fragment. Its power would undoubtedly connect disparate worlds. Moreover, the distance between the 9 great heavens is not excessively vast. They all fall under the domain of the revered deity. If the distances were too great, it would be impossible for them to simultaneously enter this ancient battlefield. Thus, I am confident in promoting the virtual realm. Of course, I must first return and replace the core medium with the world-subduing steel." After speaking, Tang Tian produced 2 mobile array plates and handed them to Wei Yong and Luo Yuling. Both, being well-versed individuals, quickly grasped the function and usage of the array plates. "What does young Master Tang wish for us to do?" Wei Yong inquired. Tang Tian responded, "It is quite simple. Upon your return, I would like you to attempt entering the virtual realm. If successful, I would need your assistance in promoting the array plates. The more users, the better. As for timing, please wait until 3 days after your return to use them, as I have preparations to make." Wei Yong nodded. "That poses no issue. It is a mere trifling task. To ensure the accuracy of our experiment, I shall use it every 3 days. If, after 10 attempts, we still cannot connect to young Master Tang's virtual realm, then I shall truly be at a loss." His consideration was commendable, but 3 days should suffice. "Then I entrust this to you both," Tang Tian said with a bow. The two quickly returned the gesture, assuring him that it was no trouble at all. Subsequently, the group engaged in light conversation for a while. With just over an hour remaining until the trial concluded, they prepared to depart, hoping to unearth more treasures. However, as they were about to separate, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from afar. The very heavens and earth trembled as a colossal black cloud slowly rose in the distance. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they glanced toward the source of the disturbance, which lay in the direction of the secret realm. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Wei Yong and the others turned pale. They had traveled a considerable distance, yet could still sense the ominous aura emanating from afar. One could only imagine the peril they would have faced had they not departed in time. Tang Tian let out a faint sigh, realizing that Song Huan and Zhang Feng had disregarded his counsel and forcibly breached the secret realm. The overwhelming force was palpable from a distance, far beyond what their cohort of quasi-saint sons at the celestial sovereign level could withstand. At that moment, a terrifying black mist began to spread rapidly, engulfing the surroundings in a shroud of darkness. Within mere breaths, it had nearly encroached upon their vicinity. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and declared, "Do not seek treasures any longer. Everyone, prepare to leave this place at once." He sensed that the overwhelming force had surpassed even that of the Celestial Emperor. No one questioned Tang Tian's decision any longer. They all gripped their white jade cauldrons tightly, ready to shatter them for an escape. Tang Tian also produced his white jade cauldron, preparing to conclude this trial. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed that within the terrifying black mist lay the life forces of several beings: Song Huan, Zhang Feng, and the other members of the 5 great celestial heavens. They were still alive, yet had not been afforded the opportunity to crush their white jade cauldrons and were entirely ensnared within. Chapter 526. The initial trial of the small 10,000 methods fist, a terrifying black cloud, was rapidly spreading towards Tang Tian. Within this ominous cloud lay a foreboding aura that could instill dread, one that the group of prospective holy sons could not withstand. Prompted by Tang Tian's warning, the 3 major celestial domains aspirants shattered their white jade cauldrons, transforming them into beams of white light, thus concluding their journey of trial. The reality was evident. They could no longer question Tang Tian's judgment. Before long, only a few figures remained. "Master Tang, let us hasten our departure," said Shan Yan. Tang Tian paused momentarily, then inquired softly, "What of Luo Shi and the other senior brothers? Have you seen them? Shan Yin shook his head. No, the relic is vast, and many have chosen to act independently. I did encounter junior sister Luo Shi once. She did not join us, but ventured to explore a more remote area for opportunities. Tang Tian nodded. With such a tremendous commotion, the overwhelming aura nearly engulfed the entire relic. Anyone who witnessed it would likely choose to retreat. Should there be any who stubbornly pressed on, no one could save them. Very well, you all should leave promptly. I shall follow shortly, Tang Tian instructed. Shan Yin hesitated slightly, asking, Master Tang, do you have some plan? If so, I can stay and accompany you. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need. I merely wish to ascertain the situation. It will not take long. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to extricate myself. You should depart, once the black cloud encroaches. It may be too late. He possessed a formidable spirit, and sensed the presence of other disciples within the black cloud, knowledge unbeknownst to Shan Yin and the others. Tang Tian had no intention of divulging this information, as he wished to conduct his forthcoming actions without observation. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Shan Yin refrained from further discussion, bidding him to be cautious before shattering his white jade cauldron and leaving the relic. Soon, only Tang Tian remained. Yet, the expansion of the black cloud showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to accelerate. Before long, it engulfed the area where Tang Tian stood. He activated the myriad methods domain, standing firm against the terrifying pressure, unaffected. His reason for not departing was primarily to discern whether this black cloud was indeed one of the 6 ancestors of the feathered immortal dynasty. If so, it would imply that this being had survived for over 1,000,000 years. To sustain such an existence for that length of time, the divine artifact it relied upon must be formidable. Even if it did not rival the world-subduing steel, it would likely be close. Should he successfully acquire it, it could provide considerable assistance. Furthermore, he intended to rescue the aspirants from other celestial domains, such as Canghuan. As they were all under the auspices of the divine sovereign, a task easily accomplished. Standing beneath the ominous black clouds, Tang Tian could distinctly sense a colossal will residing within, one that surpassed even that of the celestial emperors, akin to the presence of the venerable ancestor Baisu. However, unlike the latter, this will was imbued with an aura of chaos and madness, reminiscent of the state of nightmare. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation might not unfold as he had envisioned. Moments later, the dreadful will manifested before him, as 2 immense beams of crimson light pierced through the swirling black clouds. Beneath this radiant glow lay a gaping maw, reminiscent of a chasm in a demonic realm, filled with razor-sharp fangs, a visage terrifying enough to silence a child's cries. The overwhelming essence of chaos, malevolence, and insanity surged forth. With a soft sigh, Tang Tian acknowledged that this was merely a conglomerate of chaotic wills, not significantly different from nightmare. Although its primary composition might be linked to one of the former 6 ancestors, it had utterly lost its rationality and held no intrinsic value. Within its body, dozens of figures lay in a state of complete unconsciousness, their life essence swiftly dissipating. These were the quasi-saint heirs of the other 5 celestial domains, including Canghuan. Judging by the numbers, it appeared that half had already perished, if they did not promptly extricate them from the black clouds. The remaining half would also succumb to the perils of this treacherous relic. Tang Tian raised his gaze towards the fearsome visage in the sky. Simultaneously, the 2 blood-red beams fixated on him below. With a thunderous roar, it charged directly at Tang Tian, its gaping maw obscuring half the sky as if intent on swallowing the entire earth. The dreadful aura emanating from it was such that even the celestial emperors would find it insurmountable. Yet, ensconced within the realm of myriad laws, Tang Tian remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. In fact, he felt a flicker of excitement. With no one left in the realms of celestial sovereigns or emperors to rival him, he could easily dispatch them with ease. This formidable entity before him provided an excellent opportunity to hone his skills and assess the potency of his 2 formidable techniques. As the gaping maw rushed toward him, Tang Tian clenched his fist. In the realm of myriad laws, a magnificent sea of stars suddenly materialized, swiftly converging upon his fist. Threads of electric energy surged from his fingertips, tearing through the void and creating a multitude of spatial rifts. This was the minor myriad law's fist, perfected after his advancement to mastery within the path of myriad laws. Even Tang Tian himself could not fathom the true might of this technique. With the terrifying maw now mere moments away, Tang Tian unleashed a punch. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The world trembled. The ground beneath Tang Tian fractured into immense chasms, unfathomably deep, as a chilling wind howled. The bloodied maw, carrying with it the immense will, was obliterated by Tang Tian's strike. Behind him, the billowing black clouds were cleaved apart, creating a colossal passage 100 meters wide, resembling the very tearing of the world itself. Tang Tian's entire physique quivered slightly, as if the sheer force of his fist, infused with the essence of countless martial arts, had ignited the blood coursing through his veins into a fierce blaze. It was an exhilarating sensation. The power of the little 10,000 method fist far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. The chaotic consciousness before him possessed a strength that was at least on par with that of a Dao-level expert, and not just any ordinary one. Yet, he shattered it with the might of an immortal sovereign. Although it was not completely annihilated, the time required for it to reassemble would be considerable. Tang Tian felt immense satisfaction with the performance of the little 10,000 method fist. It was undoubtedly comparable to innate Dao techniques, perhaps even more formidable. After all, the myriad paths contained within it encompassed 9 forms equivalent to innate Dao arts. Even if Tang Tian were to ascend to the rank of a Dao-level powerhouse, the little 10,000 method fist would serve as an impressive lethal technique. Sensing that the vast consciousness had fully dispersed, Tang Tian withdrew his fist and, with a wave, summoned the other disciples who remained unconscious amidst the black clouds, swiftly departing from the scene. Chapter 527. The Rescue. The formidable power of the great 10,000 laws fist left Tang Tian immensely satisfied. One could only imagine the spectacle that would arise from the amalgamation of countless true celestial laws and the principles of chaos within the grand 10,000 laws fist. However, Tang Tian refrained from attempting such a feat. The world around him was exceedingly unstable. Should he unleash the grand 10,000 laws fist, the very fabric of existence might shatter, and he had no desire to become lost in the endless abyss of chaos. Under the force of Tang Tian's recent strike, the will within the black clouds had already begun to dissipate, and its reconstitution would require a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, the area of the black clouds had ceased its expansion. After departing from the vicinity of the black clouds, Tang Tian gently laid down the dozens of unconscious quasi-saints. Subsequently, he reached out and infused each individual with a pure essence of life. Moments later, they began to awaken languidly. What is this? Song Huan's complexion turned ashen. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively attempted to rise. However, having absorbed an excessive amount of life essence within the black clouds, his celestial energy had been entirely depleted, leaving his body feeble and incapable of standing. He collapsed back to the ground before he could even rise. Do not move, lest you harm your dantians. A voice resonated softly. Song Huan was momentarily taken aback. Turning to the source of the voice, he stood frozen in place. It is you. You saved us. He quickly recalled the events that had transpired earlier. Tang Tian nodded slightly and inquired, Did I not instruct you to depart? Why did you venture back in? Song Huan's expression turned bitter as he let out a deep sigh. He then recounted the circumstances leading up to their predicament. Following Tang Tian's warning and his departure with the individuals from the 3 great celestial halls, they indeed hesitated for a considerable time. The immense strength Tang Tian had displayed could undoubtedly allow the Cloud Summit Celestial Hall to dominate this secret domain, leaving the other 5 celestial halls with no opportunity to partake. Yet, they ultimately chose to abandon the venture, prompting Song Huan and the others to reassess the risks of their exploration. After much deliberation, they resolved to proceed with their exploration, feeling that since they had come this far, and being talented individuals, they could manage any danger that arose, at worst resorting to shattering the white jade cauldron for their escape. Thus, they cautiously commenced their exploration. Initially, conditions appeared favorable, and they indeed uncovered numerous treasures beneath the secret ground. However, as their exploration deepened, they unearthed a broken whisk. As the whisk materialized before them, a terrifying aura ensnared them all, rendering them motionless, unable to perform even the slightest action. The weaker disciples were instantly crushed to dust by the overwhelming force akin to divine wrath. Song Huan and the others could only watch helplessly as a dreadful will emerged from the whisk, opening a gaping maw and swallowing them whole. Subsequently, they lost all consciousness. When they awoke once more, they found themselves in the presence of Tang Tian. Upon listening to Song Huan's narrative, Tang Tian let out a faint sigh. Indeed, the folly of man lies in his relentless pursuit of wealth, akin to birds that perish for sustenance. Knowing the lurking dangers yet choosing to proceed is a testament to either their foolishness or their courage. Fortunately, that entity was not a nightmare, merely a chaotic will. Otherwise, these individuals would have instantaneously become prey for the nightmares, forever trapped in this realm. Tang Tian recalled the Fuchin that Song Huan mentioned, which indeed belonged to one of the 6 ancestors of the Celestial Dynasty. However, after millions of years, these once illustrious treasures had transformed into perilous instruments of destruction. The fact that Song Huan and the others were not immediately slain was a stroke of good fortune. Now, having regained consciousness, they all bore expressions of lingering terror. The previous entity had dissipated, yet it was merely a temporary reprieve, as it could reform at any moment. You all ought to depart swiftly, otherwise such fortune may elude you, Tang Tian remarked calmly. His act of saving Song Huan and the others was merely incidental. Should they choose to court death further, it would only signify that they truly deserved their fate. However, given their brush with death, it was implausible for them to disregard Tang Tian's counsel and persist in reckless defiance. Song Huan, having somewhat regained his composure, gazed at Tang Tian and immediately knelt upon the ground. Young Master Tang, your life-saving grace is etched in my heart, he proclaimed earnestly. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall exert my utmost effort. The other aspiring saints followed suit, kneeling and clasping their hands in gratitude, declaring, "Thank you, young Master Tang, for your life-saving grace. Should you require assistance, we will spare no effort." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. This proud assembly of prodigies demonstrated their understanding of propriety in the face of grave matters. Observing the kneeling throng, he stroked his chin and spoke slowly. In that case, I do have a small favor to ask of you. In the ancient domain battlefield, the entrance to the ruins remained shrouded by a yellow sandstorm, obscuring the events within from those outside. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed, and figures materialized upon the formation platform. Upon seeing them, the Star River Immortal Emperor could not help but furrow his brow slightly. The individuals that had appeared were disciples from Yunding Tianfu, Beihan Tianfu, and Mingyuan Tianfu. Witnessing this, the Jinyu Tianfu Immortal Emperor smiled faintly and remarked, "Star River, it seems you did not manage to endure until the end in the contest for that secret place. How unfortunate. It appears you will be at the bottom this time." During the battle in the secret realm, some disciples had exited prematurely and returned to the entrance, relaying the specific circumstances to the Immortal Emperors waiting outside. In response to Jinyu Immortal Emperor's taunt, the Star River Immortal Emperor remained expressionless and replied coolly, "Mind your own affairs." He then waved his hand, beckoning Xianzhen and the others to return. Defeated? The Star River Immortal Emperor inquired. Xianzhen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook his head and replied, "Esteemed master of the mansion, it is not as you think. While we were at a stalemate, Tang Tian arrived. He sensed the imminent danger within the secret realm and led us away from that place. Shortly thereafter, the secret realm indeed erupted with a horrifying crisis that swiftly spread throughout the world. The calamity was insurmountable, thus Tang Tian allowed us to return first." The Star River Immortal Emperor was momentarily stunned. "Is that so? What of the other disciples from the 5 heavens?" Xianzhen glanced towards the directions of the other heavens and whispered, "They departed later than we did. If they have yet to return at this moment, it is likely." The expression of the Star River Immortal Emperor subtly shifted as he cast his gaze upon the other Immortal Emperors. The Immortal Emperors of the North Cold Heaven and the Nether Abyss Heaven were already aware of the situation. Upon learning the truth, the other Immortal Emperors' faces transformed dramatically. Are they all deceased? Did they not even have the chance to shatter the Jade Cauldron and escape? They exclaimed in astonishment. The Star River Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow. The loss of so many elite individuals in one fell swoop was indeed substantial. As the organizer of this trial, he would likely bear a certain degree of responsibility. He looked at Xianzhen and asked, "What of Tang Tian?" Chapter 528. Departure from the ruins as the initiator and organizer of this Holy Sun trial. The celestial emperor of the Star River was acutely aware that a portion of the disciples would inevitably fail to return. However, should the losses be excessive, he would bear a degree of responsibility. At the very least, it would indicate a failure in risk assessment. Nevertheless, on the whole, the situation was not overly dire. For accidents of this nature were all too common within the realm of cultivation, particularly in the perilous and unpredictable ancient battlefield. Yet, for the other 5 great celestial domains, the situation was decidedly more troubling. The individuals gathered in that secretive location were predominantly their most elite prodigies. Should they all perish, explaining the situation upon their return would prove to be quite a challenge. Who is Tang Tian? One of the celestial emperors, Jinyu, exclaimed in anger. How does he know of the impending danger? The Star River celestial emperor merely raised an eyebrow and replied coolly. Tang Tian is our most exceptional disciple at the Cloud Summit celestial domain. He has sensed the danger and warned everyone. Your disciples, blinded by greed, chose to ignore his warnings and recklessly ventured into peril. This is tantamount to seeking death. Are you truly inclined to place the blame upon Tang Tian? As the leader of the Cloud Summit celestial domain, the Star River celestial emperor naturally defended his disciple. Even without Tang Tian's warnings, what wrong could there be? This trial was inherently fraught with danger. Even if Tang Tian had personally dispatched them all, one would still be obliged to stand by. Jinyu's expression darkened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the celestial emperor Hongwan of the Tai celestial domain sighed softly and remarked, very well. The path of cultivation is inherently laden with difficulties and crises. If they were truly to perish within the ruins, it would be an unavoidable fate. By the way, Star River, he turned his gaze to the Star River celestial emperor. Why has your disciple Tang Tian not yet emerged? If the situation is indeed as they describe, it might be impossible for anyone to remain within the ruins any longer. The Star River celestial emperor paused for a moment before responding gently. Tang Tian has other matters to attend to. Perhaps he wishes to ascertain whether there remains a chance to rescue those disciples. Tang Tian has always been kind-hearted. He fabricated a reason. He had inquired earlier with Xianjun and Shanyan, yet they too were unaware of what Tang Tian was doing there. However, Celestial Emperor Hongwen took him at his word and clasped his hands, saying, if Tang Tian can indeed bring our disciples back, I shall owe him a favor. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will certainly repay him. Subsequently, the other celestial domain leaders expressed similar sentiments. Yet, Jinyu and Jiuxian Celestial Emperor remained silent, harboring doubts about Tang Tian's ability to rescue these disciples. Jinyu coldly remarked, Humph. My disciple Zhang Feng from the Jinyu Celestial Domain is a peerless prodigy of the highest caliber. If even he were to fall into danger, then the others would surely have no hope of emerging. Tang Tian, he chuckled, asserting that he did not possess such strength. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, an unexpected stir arose from the arena. Following a powerful surge of energy from the formation, dozens of figures materialized upon the stage. Songhuan, exclaimed the celestial Emperor Hongwan, his surprise palpable. Soon after, the other leaders of the pavilions joyfully recognized that their esteemed disciples had emerged unscathed. The celestial Emperor Jinyu, spotting Zhang Feng among them, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I told you so. How could the formidable disciples of Jinyu Pavilion easily find themselves in peril? Zhang Feng, come forth and elucidate the circumstances. Zhang Feng approached the celestial Emperor Jinyu, his expression a tapestry of complexity. My lord, we indeed found ourselves enmeshed in dire straits, a veritable deadlock. When that dreadful entity erupted, we were instantaneously ensnared, bereft of even the opportunity to shatter the jade cauldron. Subsequently, we all succumbed to unconsciousness. The celestial Emperor Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, then how did you manage to escape? Zhang Feng turned his gaze to the arena, stating, it was Tang Tian who intervened and rescued us. He saved us all. The celestial Emperor Jinyu was instantly rendered speechless. How could this be? He struggled to comprehend the immense power of the disciples from Yunding Pavilion. However, it was not merely Zhang Feng who survived. There were also other disciples from Jinyu Pavilion and elite quasi-saints from various pavilions, such as Songhuan. These individuals could not possibly conspire to deceive simultaneously. Observing this situation, the celestial Emperor Xinghe chuckled, remarking, what were your words about Tang Tian's lack of strength? The celestial Emperor Jinyu opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. This time, he had truly been caught off guard. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Tang Tian who had saved their disciples, and that debt of gratitude was undeniably real. At that moment, Tang Tian returned to Yunding Pavilion, where most of the disciples had safely returned, and he spotted Luo Shi among the crowd. However, several dozen quasi-saints remained trapped within the ruins, likely facing grim prospects. Well done, Tang Tian, the Celestial Emperor Xinghe said with a smile. Tang Tian shrugged, responding that he had merely acted on impulse. Have you located that entity? The Celestial Emperor Xinghe inquired telepathically. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Yes, I have found it and discovered some intriguing matters. My lord, I wish to inquire about something, he added. The Celestial Emperor Xinghe nodded. Speak. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian asked, what is the origin of Lu Ming and Lining? Where do they come from? The Celestial Emperor Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly, replying, if I recall correctly, they both hail from your Qinghua sect. Lu Ming was exceptionally talented even during his time at Qinghua sect. Initially, he did not participate in the 100 Sects War, but was instead recommended. Tang Tian inquired, who made the recommendation? Have you not delved into his origins? Inquired the Celestial Emperor of the Starry River. Upon entering the Celestial Mansion, disciples undergo an initial examination of their lineage, and I am certain that Lu Ming poses no issues, hence my lack of inquiry. However, each disciple possesses relevant records. A mere glance will suffice. With that, he commenced his search. As the sovereign of the mansion, the Celestial Emperor had access to all disciples' identity information. Soon enough, he unearthed the details. Oh, it was the Grand Elder of the Qinghua sect, Li Tianhua, who had recommended Lu Ming. He hailed from a quaint mountain village known as Deerhorn Village and was brought into the Qinghua sect by an elder named Chongwan. Lining was his childhood companion from the same village. Their backgrounds appeared quite unblemished, devoid of significant issues. Upon hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Is there a possibility that this information could be fabricated? Chapter 529. A web of intrigue. Tang Tian initially believed that Wang Ziyu and his companions had overlooked Lu Ming's origins. However, upon hearing the words of the Star River Immortal Emperor, it appeared that there was indeed no concrete connection between Lu Ming and the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Yet, the observations made in the ancient ancestral land unequivocally indicated that Lu Ming was, in fact, Lu Chang'e. Thus, he immediately suspected that someone had fabricated information within these records. Nevertheless, when Tang Tian expressed this doubt, the Star River Immortal Emperor shook his head resolutely, stating, impossible. In the Heavenly Palace, there exists an artifact from the upper realm specifically designed for record-keeping. This device utilizes the power of the Heavenly Tao to authenticate the information of each disciple, ensuring absolute accuracy. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian inquired again, could there be a flaw in this artifact? The Star River Immortal Emperor shook his head once more, affirming, absolutely not. This artifact is a creation of flawless rules, akin to the previous Dragon Gate. Below the level of the Immortal Emperor, there exists no capability to alter it. Moreover, should someone above the Immortal Emperor attempt to forcibly tamper with the information, they would not only suffer severe backlash, but the artifact would also issue a warning. Yet, for thousands of years, no such warning has ever been triggered. Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence. If there were no issues, then where lay the problem? The Star River Immortal Emperor, noticing his unease, asked, why do you suddenly seek this clarification? With a gentle sigh, Tang Tian replied, because I discovered some peculiar matters in the ancient ancestral land. There exists direct evidence indicating that Lu Ming is indeed the current Lu Chang'e. The Star River Immortal Emperor was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, how can this be possible? Tang Tian nodded, stating, the evidence is compelling. Lu Ming has mastered an extraordinarily defiant method of reincarnation. Lu Chang'e is the person he became after this rebirth. The Star River Immortal Emperor gazed at him in astonishment, insisting, but this is truly implausible. Lu Ming has parents. I have visited that village, and everyone knows him. The same applies to Lining. Furthermore, they have no connection to the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Yet, Lu Chang'e was an orphan once taken in by the Bamboo Grove Taoist, information we uncovered through meticulous investigation. How could they possibly be the same individual? Tang Tian shook his head, admitting, I cannot explain it either. However, based on the information I have received, they are indeed the same person. The Star River Immortal Emperor lapsed into silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Hearing you articulate this, I realize that there are indeed many similarities between Lu Ming and Lu Chang'e. Their temperaments are alike, and Lu Chang'e wields a folding fan as his weapon. Though it may not possess the same extraordinary qualities as Lu Ming's fan, it is still remarkably powerful. If we wish to uncover the precise truth, it is, in fact, quite simple. Upon returning to the heavenly mansion, you need only inquire with Prince Yu. He should have already subdued Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What? The celestial emperor of the Starry River nodded slowly and remarked, shortly after we departed from the heavenly mansion, Lu Chang'e suddenly made his move. He attacked Tianqi Mountain and the enforcement hall, cleaving the entire Tianqi Mountain in two, employing an exceedingly powerful folding fan. However, Prince Yu had anticipated his actions and prepared accordingly. 12 hours is ample time for Prince Yu to apprehend him. Tang Tian was stunned. This fellow had audaciously chosen to strike while he was away from the heavenly mansion, seemingly in a full frontal assault. Was he truly that afraid of him? Unfortunately, this time, Prince Yu had taken the initiative. Did Prince Yu possess the strength to subdue him? Based on my understanding of him, this individual would not act without absolute confidence. Tang Tian stated. The celestial emperor of the Starry River chuckled softly and replied, Do not forget, he hails from that place. He possesses several immensely powerful Dao artifacts. Regardless of Lu Chang'e's prowess, it will prove futile. Once he emerges, Prince Yu will be able to resolve the matter with ease. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, Prince Yu was well prepared, undoubtedly equipped with several advantageous tools. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Nevertheless, if Prince Yu truly managed to apprehend Lu Chang'e, they would soon discover the truth upon returning. As their conversation unfolded, the current trial for the Holy Sun was drawing to a close. When the 12-hour limit arrived, no other disciples appeared on the stage. Upon reflection, nearly half of the disciples had perished during this trial, exceeding expectations. Fortunately, Tang Tian had rescued dozens of exceptional talents, which could be considered a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Once the trial concluded, the celestial Emperor Hongwan and the other mansion lords approached Tang Tian. They publicly expressed their gratitude and assured him that should he require assistance, be it celestial artifacts, techniques, or rare treasures, he need only speak up. Even the celestial emperors from the Jinyu and Jiuquan heavenly mansions arrived. Such matters were too significant to be overlooked. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Tian once again broached the subject of the Void Realm. With the assistance of several mansion lords, the promotion of the Void Realm would surely progress more smoothly. They accepted this proposition with ease, considering it a trivial matter. After concluding these discussions, the attendees began to assess the final results of the trial. The internal evaluations and the position of the Holy Sun were to be conducted separately. Here, they merely focused on which heavenly mansion secured the greatest total of world essence. This was pertinent to the distribution of certain interests among the 9 heavenly mansions. Soon, everyone submitted their white jade cauldrons. During the counting process, the mansion lord from Beihan Heavenly Mansion suddenly exclaimed, So many? In her hands, she cradled a substantial mass of gray primordial essence, appearing to comprise several hundred portions. The other lords of the heavenly domains were momentarily taken aback. There were only a few thousand portions of primordial essence within the ruins. How could the northern cold heavenly domain have acquired such a considerable amount all at once? How could anyone else compete? Just then, Wei Yong from the abyssal domain also produced a large mass of primordial essence. My lord, I have some as well. The abyssal immortal emperor was instantly stunned. Could this generation of candidates truly be so formidable? However, he quickly noticed that there was not much excitement on Wei Yong's face. Instead, he pointed towards Tang Tian, who was not far off, and stated, These treasures were all graciously bestowed upon us by young Master Tang. Subsequently, Luo Yuling from the northern cold heavenly domain echoed similar sentiments. The crowd, astonished, turned their gazes entirely towards Tang Tian. The Star River Immortal Emperor took a deep breath and inquired, Tang Tian, how much essence have you gathered? Tang Tian paused for a moment before presenting his jade small cauldron. You may see for yourself. The Star River Immortal Emperor grasped the jade cauldron in his hand, instantly falling silent. After a prolonged moment, under the curious and eager gazes of all present, he released the primordial essence contained within the white jade cauldron. A massive gray orb materialized before the audience. What on earth? Such a colossal mass. The immortal emperors exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 530. Return to the heavenly palace. A colossal mass of world essence instantly left all present in awe, their eyes widening in astonishment. Judging by its weight, it must surely exceed several thousand. Yet, could there truly be such a vast quantity of world essence within the relics? After conducting a thorough examination, the Star River Immortal Emperor could not help but draw a sharp breath, subsequently uttering in disbelief. Indeed, these are pure world essences, and the total amount stands at 10,023. The assembly of immortal emperors was rendered speechless. Over 10,000. This was simply unfathomable. Even when united, the 9 heavenly palaces, after a year of bloodshed in the ancient battlefield, could not reach such a staggering figure. How did Tang Tian manage to procure this? All eyes turned towards Tang Tian, resembling inquisitive children eager for knowledge. However, Tang Tian remained composed, offering a faint smile as he simply remarked, "It is merely luck." A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, such an immense quantity of world essence could not be attributed to mere strength. It could only be explained by the elusive nature of fortune. Regardless of how Tang Tian acquired this vast reservoir of world essence, it was undeniably a tremendous boon for them all. The quantity of essence each heavenly palace received was merely a standard for evaluation. The method of distribution would follow different criteria. Naturally, as this was Tang Tian's personal acquisition, the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace would dominate the allocation. However, the other palaces would still benefit, albeit to a lesser extent. In a time when every world faced decline, this influx of essence would enable their respective realms to endure for a considerably longer period. How could they not feel exhilarated? Tang Tian, on behalf of the Tai Heavenly Palace and our world, I express my heartfelt gratitude once more, declared the Hongwen Immortal Emperor. Subsequently, the other immortal emperors also extended their thanks to Tang Tian. Even the immortal emperors from the Jiuquan and Jinyu Heavenly Palaces were no exception. In the face of world essence, their previous grievances seemed trivial. The other quasi-saint disciples present were left dumbfounded. It was their first encounter witnessing such esteemed leaders expressing heartfelt gratitude towards a disciple, and even twice at that. This was something beyond their wildest imaginings. It appeared that Tang Tian not only surpassed them in strength, but also excelled in other realms, far beyond their reach. Faced with such an extraordinary prodigy, their petty pride seemed insignificant, and they felt no inclination to compare themselves. Such an existence was one to be revered from afar. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, unaffected by the myriad reactions around him, felt little disturbance within. He had long grown accustomed to such moments. What he yearned for now was to swiftly conclude these proceedings and return to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace to check on Wang Ziyu and Lu Chang'e. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. After the unveiling of over 10,000 portions of the world's primordial essence, the Cloud Summit Heaven unambiguously claimed the top position in this sacred sun trial, with the Northern Cold Heaven and the Abyssal Depths Heaven securing the second and third places respectively. They shall obtain the principal authority over the allocation of the world's primordial essence. Furthermore, each disciple of the Cloud Summit Heaven received commendable rewards. As the foremost contributor, Tang Tian was presented with several rare treasures by each of the celestial emperors, treasures whose worth rivaled that of imperial artifacts. However, for Tang Tian at this juncture, such treasures held little significance, destined only to be returned to the repository. After fulfilling these proceedings, the 9 great heavens bid farewell atop the mountain, each departing towards their respective directions. On the return journey, the Galaxy Celestial Emperor conveyed to Tang Tian that the 5 sacred sun positions would be finalized upon their return to the Cloud Summit Heaven, and he was certain to secure one of them. Tang Tian merely nodded, as this outcome was anticipated. Moments later, they arrived at the location where they had initially entered the ancient battlefield. Under the guidance of the Galaxy Celestial Emperor, a profound spatial passage reappeared before them. The group that had originally comprised over 100 had dwindled to less than 80 on the return. More than 40 disciples had perished within the ruins, their bodies irretrievable. Yet, this is the nature of the cultivation path. Every inch of land is strewn with countless unheeded bones, and only those who persist until the very end may shine eternally in the annals of history. As all gazed upon it, the spatial passage stabilized completely, and they embarked on their journey homeward. Cloud Summit Heaven, Heavenly Pool Mountain. As the pinnacle of the Cloud Summit Heaven, Heavenly Pool Mountain had stood for an unimaginable number of ages. However, it now lay shattered into two segments. The debris from its collapse inundated the four great arenas at the mountain's base, with an endless cloud of dust still lingering in the air. Moreover, vast fissures, scorched earth, and the lingering dreadful aura in the atmosphere all suggested that a frenzied battle had recently transpired here. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dust, soaring into the sky. It was the Grand Elder, Dao Xian, the Quasi-Emperor. Yet at that moment, his complexion was slightly pale, appearing utterly fatigued, his once flowing white hair now disheveled. He ascended into the sky, ultimately arriving atop a colossal stone that floated in midair. This was indeed the viewing platform. Previously, the viewing platform was situated near the summit of Heavenly Pool Mountain, but following the mountain's collapse, it remained unaffected, still suspended in its place. A mysterious force seemed to support it, preventing its descent, emanating from the depths of the thick white mist, from which a majestic silhouette could be discerned. Upon reaching the viewing platform, the Grand Elder found that a group of individuals had already arrived, led by the esteemed Lan Ting, who was responsible for the affairs of the disciples of the heaven. The Grand Elder's appearance naturally drew the attention of all present. However, as soon as he descended, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, spewing several spurts of fresh blood upon the ground, his body swaying precariously as if about to collapse. The esteemed Lan Ting swiftly reached out to support him, then spoke with a tone of resignation. "Elder, why do you not focus on recuperating? What brings you here? If time slips away and you are left with injuries, it would be regrettable. I am here to oversee matters." After a brief pause, the elder replied, "Thank you, Lan Ting, for your concern. I am still able to endure. The young saints were entrusted to my care, and I must witness their safe return." Lan Ting inwardly shook his head, uncertain whether the elder's presence here was truly motivated by that reason alone. Yet, seeing his unwavering determination, he decided not to press further. Turning his gaze to the ravaged ground beneath his feet, he sighed. In truth, their departure was a stroke of fortune. Had they all remained on the mountain, I fear few would have survived. He then inquired about the others. What has become of the rest? Coughing several more times, the elder's expression darkened as he responded. Xiao Xian, Wenji, Hong Jun, and Tian Cheng have perished. Yang Shuo, and how you remain in a state of unconsciousness. Lu Changji's strike nearly annihilated all the high-ranking elders of Tianqi Mountain. Chapter 531. Lu Chang'e captured upon hearing the familiar names recited by the Grand Elder. The esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun fell into a contemplative silence. Each of these individuals had devoted their utmost efforts to the Yunding Tianfu, some even achieving remarkable feats. Regrettably, they all perished beneath Lu Chang'e's folding fan. No one anticipated that Lu Chang'e's methods would be so terrifying. He had already stood on the precipice of transcending the Celestial Emperor. The overwhelming might he once wielded now sent shivers down his spine. Had he been the one standing atop the Wangxian platform, he too might have met his demise under that dreadful fan. Moreover, the situation at the law enforcement hall was equally harrowing, with numerous casualties and severe injuries. The hall master had sustained grave wounds, and without decades of recuperation, recovery would be unattainable. This upheaval had truly struck at the very foundation of Yunding Tianfu. As the Grand Elder overseeing the entirety of the Tianfu, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Observing the Grand Elder's gloomy countenance, Lan Ting Xianzun spoke gently, "Dao Xian Xixiao. We both know that there are myriad matters in this world beyond our feeble grasp. There is no need for you to bear such self-reproach." The Grand Elder sighed deeply, replying, "I simply cannot accept that they conspired for so many years right under my nose." Yang Shuo was correct. We should have eradicated the root of the problem from the very beginning, rather than allowing the so-called development to harbor lingering troubles that have now escalated to such heights. The rebels were all remnants from that time. Lan Ting Xianzun shook his head slightly, saying, "Each situation must be evaluated on its own merits. Given the circumstances at the time, integrating them into the Tianfu was indeed the most prudent course of action. The subsequent prosperity of the Tianfu attests to the validity of that decision. Yet, none could have foreseen that Lu Chang'e would unearth the deep-seated hatred within them and orchestrate this turmoil so clandestinely. Over 100 beings of celestial emperor caliber," he continued. "When I sensed that terrifying aura, Despair nearly consumed me. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is utterly unfathomable. Even if he employed special secret techniques to deceive us and execute this plan beneath our very noses seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, we have young Master Wang with us. Without him, we might have faced utter defeat." Lan Ting Xianzun exhaled slowly. Let us not forget that he has also independently transcended to the Celestial Emperor level, standing at that daunting height. Had he been a disciple of our Tian Fu, he would surely be a formidable figure akin to Lu Ming. What a pity, he mused, then suddenly shifted his tone. By the way, our young Master Wang is indeed a formidable character. When he descended to the lower realms, he was compelled to suppress his cultivation, only attaining the initial stage of Celestial Emperor, yet he matches Lu Chang'e in prowess and does not lag in strategy. It is likely that Lu Chang'e never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. He could never have anticipated that, despite organizing such a formidable force for vengeance, he would ultimately fall into the hands of young Master Wang. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, acknowledging, as you mentioned, he is a being from the lower realms. That place can never be judged by our standards. Encountering him, Lu Chang'e's failure was, regrettably, to be expected. By the way, has Lu Chang'e perished? The Lan Ting Xianzun shook his head and replied, I am unaware of the specifics. However, it is certain that Lu Chang'e has been subdued by young Master Wang. The Grand Elder let out a long sigh, stating, that is indeed fortunate. Had he managed to escape, the Cloud Peak Celestial Manor would likely never know a day of peace again. Lan Ting Xianzun nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation, suddenly, a profound spatial passageway materialized in the void. Everyone immediately focused their attention, knowing that the disciples returning from the ancient battlefield to partake in the saint's trial were about to emerge. Moments later, a figure appeared before them, followed by dozens of disciples who stepped through the portal. The Grand Elder glanced at the number of returning disciples and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, more than half had returned successfully. This was significantly better than the calamity that had befallen Tianqi Mountain. Upon exiting the spatial passage, the disciples were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Their expressions were filled with horror, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Even Tang Tian, having mentally prepared himself, was taken aback by the gruesome sight. Lu Chang'e was indeed ruthless. Greetings, esteemed Manor Master. The Grand Elder, Lan Ting Xianzun, and the other elders spoke in unison. Upon witnessing the situation, the Xinghe Xiandi furrowed his brow. He then instructed, Grand Elder, Elder Lan Ting, let us convene in the conference hall over at Tongsheng Mountain. I must be apprised of all that has occurred. Instinctively, he mentioned the conference hall, but quickly realized that the one atop Tianqi Mountain no longer existed. Turning to Tang Tian, he added, you should accompany us as well. A short while later, within the Qingsu courtyard, Tang Tian remained uncertain of Xinghe Xiandi's thoughts, but eventually, they all arrived at Qingsu courtyard. Through the accounts of the Grand Elder and Lan Ting Xianzun, Tang Tian learned the entirety of the events. After he departed the Celestial Manor for the ancient battlefield, Lu Chang'e had suddenly launched an attack. The assault came so unexpectedly that there was no time to react, leading to devastating casualties among the Celestial Manor's personnel and a catastrophic collapse of Tianqi Mountain. Fortunately, Prince Yu intervened in time, preventing further deterioration of the situation. Hundreds of formidable beings, wielding the power of celestial emperors, were entirely annihilated by Prince Yu and the other celestial emperors of the manor. The mastermind, Lu Chang'e, fell in battle against Prince Yu and was ultimately captured. Thus, a horrifying rebellion, orchestrated over a century, was finally quelled. Upon hearing their words, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, so, Lu Chang'e's ultimate goal is revenge? And to obliterate the very foundations of Yunding Tianfu? Lan Ting Xianzun nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the demise of the Zhulin Dao Run had long been a grudge harbored by Lu Chang'e. The previous assaults on the upper echelons of Tianfu were orchestrated by him, targeting those who had either directly or indirectly participated in the upheaval at Qingwei Gate. The current insurrection is a result of his collaboration with numerous remnants of lost Taoist traditions spanning millennia. Their objective is to annihilate the foundations of Tianfu and expel this interloper from their realm. Tang Tian's frown deepened. If he were unaware of other matters, he might share such a belief. However, Lu Chang'e, or rather Lu Ming, is undeniably driven by motives that extend beyond mere vengeance. Otherwise, The appearance of the Zhulin Dao Rens remains atop the sacred land of the firmament would be inexplicable. He remains convinced that Lu Chang'e seeks resurrection. Whether this desire is solely for the revival of Zhulin Daoren remains uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian queried, "You just mentioned that Lu Chang'e has been captured by Wang Ziyu?" Lan Ting Xianzuan affirmed, "Yes. They have likely proceeded to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, where Lu Chang'e is currently being interrogated, with both the Lord of Wanhe and the Lord of Haokong present." Tang Tian rose abruptly and addressed Xinghe Xiandi. "We must also go. There are many matters I must clarify by confronting him directly." Chapter 532. Escape and Unraveling. The Forbidden Land of the Back Mountain is a realm that most of the inhabitants of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Manor will never set foot in during their lifetimes. It is replete with an array of formidable formations. Even an immortal sovereign who inadvertently enters may find themselves eternally lost within its confines. If Tianqi Mountain is the heart of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Manor, then the Forbidden Land of the Back Mountain represents its profound essence. Many retired manor lords and immortal emperors have chosen to seclude themselves in this place. Amid the recent upheaval instigated by Lu Chang'e, apart from Prince Yu's valiant efforts, the Forbidden Land of the Back Mountain has emerged as a significant force, having vanquished the majority of the black-clad individuals who temporarily ascended to immortal emperor status through secretive means. At this moment, two figures swiftly traversed the skies, the immortal emperor of the galaxy and Tang Tian. After traversing the ancient ancestral grounds and enduring the recent turmoil, Tang Tian found himself beset by a multitude of questions that could only be resolved through direct discourse with Lu Chang'e. Meanwhile, the immortal emperor of the galaxy was equally eager to ascertain whether Lu Chang'e was indeed his rival from a century past, the enigmatic Lu Ming. In no time, they arrived at the outskirts of a dense forest. The immortal emperor of the galaxy produced a formation plate, allowing them to navigate through the protective array surrounding the forest. Moments later, a quaint courtyard materialized before them. This was the residence of the Taoran immortal emperor, who had ascended to immortal emperor status thousands of years ago and had since remained in seclusion following the tranquility that enveloped the heavenly manor. The Taoran immortal emperor had previously held the position of the master of the law enforcement hall and had also served as the manor lord for a time. He was well acquainted with the vast majority of affairs within the manor. The immortal emperor of the galaxy spoke, and Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. They then proceeded towards the courtyard. Prior to their arrival, the immortal emperor of the galaxy had already informed the Taoran immortal emperor of their visit. Upon activating the outer formations, three figures emerged from the courtyard. An elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, exuded an aura of age and composure. His years of cultivation rendering him remarkably gentle, though his former gravitas remained unmistakable. He was the Taoran immortal emperor. The second figure, a middle-aged man clad in a dark crimson robe, bore an austere demeanor, radiating authority even without uttering a word. He was none other than Wanhe immortal emperor, one of the three current manor lords. The final figure, a young man well known to Tang Tian, was Prince Yu, Senior Taoran, Lord Wanhe. The immortal emperor of the galaxy greeted with a respectful gesture. The Taoran immortal emperor smiled slightly and replied, "Your journey has been arduous, Lord Galaxy." The immortal emperor of the galaxy responded, "In comparison to the tribulations faced by the heavenly manor, the ancient domain battlefield is rather tranquil. There is no talk of hardship here. I would prefer to remain in the heavenly manor, quelling the miscreants." The Taoran immortal emperor remarked, "This trial of the Holy Sun is of utmost significance, concerning the very essence of the world. There is no need for you to overthink it. Simply fulfill your duties." With that, he turned his gaze to Tang Tian, sizing him up before stating, "So, you must be Tang Tian." "Indeed, one of extraordinary caliber." Tang Tian clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Tang Tian, paying my respects to the Taoran immortal emperor and Lord Wanhe." The two individuals exchanged slight nods, and the master of Wanhe Manor spoke, "Do not linger outside. Come in." Subsequently, they all proceeded into the courtyard. Upon entering, the three celestial emperors immediately departed for their discussions, leaving only Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu. Observing Tang Tian, Wang Ziyu offered a bittersweet smile and remarked, "As I suspected, that fellow would indeed act when you departed from the heavenly mansion. Yet, there were unforeseen circumstances that arose." Tang Tian inquired, "Is it those 100 individuals wielding the might of celestial emperors?" Wang Ziyu shook his head and replied, "You shall find out upon entering." Guided by Wang Ziyu, Tang Tian arrived at a concealed chamber within the courtyard. This chamber, fortified by layers of formations, severed all connections to the outside world, resembling a veritable purgatory. If one were to find themselves trapped here, escape would be an impossibility for a lifetime. Inside the chamber sat a figure clad in a flowing white robe. It was Lu Chang'e, whom Tang Tian had not encountered since their parting at the bamboo grove. However, as soon as Tang Tian entered, he sensed something was amiss. "You have noticed as well," Wang Ziyu remarked. "This Lu Chang'e is merely an empty shell." Tang Tian nodded slowly. The Lu Chang'e before him exuded no trace of life. Even the remnants of soul and will were absent, resembling nothing more than a lifeless fade. Such a phenomenon, Tang Tian had only witnessed once before, with Lu Ming. This realization fortified his belief that the current Lu Chang'e was indeed the former Lu Ming. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing this information and instead sought to understand the specifics from Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu sighed softly, saying, "I anticipated the moment Lu Chang'e would strike, and I reacted swiftly when he did. From the instant he appeared, the outcome of failure was already sealed. Yet, I did not foresee that he would employ the technique of a golden cicada shedding its shell. When all was settled, and I had him successfully subdued, he astonishingly escaped right under my nose." Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. If Lu Chang'e were indeed Lu Ming, then such developments were not entirely unexpected. "Do you truly believe that Lu Chang'e's scheming over the years was solely for the sake of vengeance?" he queried. Wang Ziyu paused momentarily before responding. "Based on the evidence at hand, that appears to be the case. Since the murder of the Bamboo Grove Taoist, he has harbored seeds of hatred within him. For a century, that singular goal has consumed him, and he has meticulously brought it to fruition. He indeed succeeded. Those responsible for the Bamboo Grove Taoist's demise have met their end by his own hands. Were I not present, the very foundation of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion would have faced severe repercussions, and its collapse would not have been an impossible outcome. With a singular resolve, he nearly toppled the world's sole hegemon. Lu Chang'e is indeed a formidable adversary worthy of respect." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. From any perspective, Lu Chang'e stands as one of the rarest exemplars in existence. However, there remain numerous enigmas surrounding him, yet to be unraveled. "How do we explain the remains of the Bamboo Grove Taoist then?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu shrugged and replied, "It is inexplicable. At least, given the current circumstances, it seems Lu Chang'e's motives are solely driven by vengeance, without any apparent connection to the remains. Perhaps he lacks the necessary prowess to place the remains in the place of tribulation. It is possible that my initial investigative direction was misguided. Events that transpired at the summit of the sky ought to be scrutinized from that very vantage point. Although I still sense something amiss, I find myself bereft of alternative leads. Thus, it seems this matter must reach its conclusion here." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't Lu Chang'e escape? Do you not intend to seek him out for further inquiry? Perhaps we might uncover other overlooked aspects." Wang Ziyu shook his head, exhaling a sigh, and stated, "He has merely fled, not survived. I inflicted damage upon his lifeblood with a primordial artifact. Even if he possesses the art of evasion, even if he has countless vessels, it would be of no avail. Lu Chang'e is undoubtedly doomed." Chapter 533. Gradually unraveling the innate Taoist artifact is a phenomenon that transcends ordinary Taoist implements. It connects directly with the celestial principles, its power and capabilities far exceeding the realm of human imagination. Once an innate Taoist artifact locks onto a source of life, even if Lu Chang'e possesses formidable reincarnation techniques, it would likely be of no avail. Within 12 hours, Lu Chang'e is doomed to perish. Wang Ziyu remarked. Half the time has already elapsed. To locate Lu Chang'e within the remaining 6 hours, given his meticulous nature and strategic planning, would be nearly impossible. Thus, continuing the investigation seems to hold little significance. Perhaps my intuition was misguided. Lu Chang'e indeed bears no relation to the realm of malevolence, but is solely driven by a desire for vengeance. Upon hearing Wang Ziyu's words, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. He had initially intended to engage Lu Chang'e in direct dialogue to resolve the perplexities that plagued him. However, that opportunity had now slipped away. Although Lu Chang'e had managed to evade capture, his fate remained sealed. Wang Ziyu was soon to depart, returning to the pinnacle of the firmament. All mysteries appeared poised to stagnate at this juncture. Tang Tian inhaled deeply. The situation was shrouded in enigma, seemingly concealing terrifying secrets that wished to remain hidden from all. Yet this time, he knew he must uncover the entire truth. Your intuition should not be dismissed, he said, gazing at Wang Ziyu. I have discovered additional clues in the ancient battlefield. Wang Ziyu paused momentarily, perplexed. The ancient battlefield? What clues could possibly exist there? When Lu Chang'e had never set foot in that realm, Tang Tian replied, perhaps Lu Chang'e has never ventured there, but one person has. He looked toward Lu Chang'e's remains and uttered two words, Lu Ming. Wang Ziyu was taken aback once more. Lu Ming? The extraordinary prodigy from Yunding, Tianfu a century ago? Indeed, he had traversed the ancient battlefield, but what connection could he possibly have with Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian spoke earnestly, based on my observations, Lu Chang'e is Lu Ming from a century past. Wang Ziyu's gaze became vacant, and after a prolonged moment, he suddenly shook his head and laughed heartily. No, no, no. That is utterly impossible. Although they share the surname Lu, they are worlds apart. Lu Chang'e is an orphan, later adopted by the Bamboo Grove Taoist. While Lu Ming had parents and hailed from a small village called Deerhorn, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. You have investigated him as well? Wang Ziyu responded with a smile. Of course. The realm of malevolence is of great consequence, and I have scrutinized all anomalous occurrences. As the most remarkable genius of a century ago, Lu Ming fell from grace due to transgressions against taboos, coinciding with the death of the Bamboo Grove Taoist, and he emerged from Qinghua sect, making him one of my primary subjects of inquiry. However, he truly bears no connection to the Bamboo Grove Taoist. They have never even met. The trajectory of his life is unmistakably clear, devoid of any room for speculation. Tang Tian could not help but furrow his brow, echoing the sentiments of the Star River Immortal Emperor. Yet, is the Tao artifact that records this information truly infallible? He voiced his thoughts, only to be dismissed once more by Prince Yu. There is no issue. I have scrutinized it meticulously, he replied with a smile. That artifact is directly connected to the laws of the heavenly Tao. Even the slightest disturbance would provoke a significant backlash. Not even a Tao-level expert could alter it. Should someone with extraordinary capabilities attempt to modify it, unmistakable traces would remain. Unless, of course, one were to alter the entire heavenly Tao. Tang Tian fell silent, contemplating the prospect of reshaping the heavenly Tao. If Lu Chang'e's objective truly revolved around that matter, perhaps it was not entirely implausible. However, based on my observations, they are likely the same individual. Tang Tian spoke softly. In the ancient battlefield, I learned of something significant. Lu Ming has mastered 3 exceedingly formidable Tao techniques. The first is a method that rivals innate Tao arts, known as the Longsong Fan Dance. Prince Yu raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. Brother Tang, that seems rather far-fetched. Does it not? There are probably thousands of Tao techniques with the name Longsong in them. Could they all be connected to Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian replied. It is indeed impossible to make such a judgment based solely on a name. However, the second technique he acquired is the art of reincarnation. The effects of this technique are entirely consistent with Lu Chang'e's current condition. Prince Yu was taken aback. Yet he still struggled to accept that they were the same person. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, this art of reincarnation is something I have not encountered before. Nevertheless, there remains an element of coincidence. Tang Tian shook his head with a smile. Once could be coincidence, twice mere happenstance. What of 3 times? I witnessed with my own eyes the shell that Lu Ming left behind. His condition was identical to Lu Chang'e's at this moment. Prince Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? Lu Ming has only visited the ancient battlefield once. After that, he ascended to the realm of the Immortal Emperor, subsequently violating taboos and being. As he spoke, he abruptly halted. After a lengthy pause, he stated gravely, there are substantial doubts surrounding the circumstances of Lu Ming's violation of the taboo. According to my investigations, he was likely attempting to deliver someone forbidden from ascending to the upper realms. Could it be? Prince Yu suddenly raised his head, inquiring, what is the 3rd Tao technique? Tang Tian slowly responded, resurgence. Prince Yu was instantly startled, his eyes wide with astonishment. He then rubbed his temples, pacing back and forth in the chamber. No, no, no. There are far too many points of contention, far too many inexplicable facts. Lu Ming, Lu Chang'e, reincarnation, revival. His brow furrowed. as if ensnared in a pivotal moment. Even Lu Ming could not forge a connection with the land of malevolence. If the remains of the bamboo forest Taoist were indeed delivered by him, then who was the accomplice? Who possessed such formidable capabilities? Observing the beleaguered Prince Yu, Tang Tian spoke again. Do you recall that Lu Ming once acquired a folding fan? Prince Yu halted, his mind racing. Of course, that fan's whereabouts have become an enigma. Although Lu Chang'e possesses another powerful folding fan, it pales in comparison. Do you know its location? Tang Tian shook his head, replying, I do not. But I am aware of one thing. That folding fan was not a gift from Yuxian to Lu Chang'e. Rather, it was bestowed upon a woman of unparalleled talent and extraordinary beauty. Prince Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean that, Lining? Tang Tian slowly nodded. Yuxian could not possibly deceive him regarding such matters. Thus, given the current understanding, the rightful owner of the folding fan must be the enigmatic Lining. Prince Yu stood frozen, his intellect sharp. If the truth aligned with Tang Tian's assertions, then all the pieces of the puzzle could be interconnected. But how could one elucidate the backgrounds of Lu Ming and Lining? What is true? What is false? He found himself at a loss for judgment. Noticing the troubled expression on Prince Yu's face, Tang Tian posed another question. Prince Yu, have you heard of the great celestial monarch? Prince Yu abruptly lifted his head, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 534. The illuminating pearl. Upon the utterance of that name by Tang Tian, Wang Ziyu was rendered utterly speechless. His complexion draining to an ashen hue, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable terror. Tang Tian, cease your words, he exclaimed. A sudden impulse to cover Tang Tian's mouth surging within him. Tang Tian retreated a couple of steps, evading him, and then furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, What? You have heard of him? Wang Ziyu's pallor deepened as he stammered, Do not mention that name. It heralds endless calamity, a dreadful nightmare, an eternal taboo. Under no circumstances, at no time or place, should he ever be invoked. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the chamber. Tang Tian, taken aback, pondered how a mere name could incite such profound fear in Wang Ziyu. Yet, observing his grave demeanor, Tang Tian chose to refrain from uttering that name again. It seems you are indeed aware of him, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu nodded gravely, the terror still etched upon his face. I once glimpsed a fragment of ancient history within the temple, which chronicled many of the world's secrets and some true taboos. The individual you just mentioned is one of them, and indeed the most terrifying. Such an existence, though long extinguished in history, should still not be spoken of lightly. Otherwise, one will surely invite unending misfortune. Tang Tian found himself astonished at the formidable power attributed to this great deity. Merely a name had provoked such a significant reaction from the otherwise unflinching Wang Ziyu. In contrast, when Shao spoke of the great deity, it merely evoked a look of disdain. It appeared that Shao and its master had once been truly formidable entities standing at the pinnacle of the world. After a considerable pause, Wang Ziyu gradually composed himself and then queried, Why do you bring up such a being? Could it be that Lu Chang'e or Lu Ming might have some connection with him? Tang Tian contemplated briefly before responding. It is merely a conjecture of mine. Lu Ming posed a rather peculiar question while studying those three doctrines. He wished to know if a being's will, having been sealed by an unparalleled existence, could still be successfully resurrected. Wang Ziyu's brow furrowed instantly. What purpose does he have in asking such a question? If he truly sought to revive the Bamboo Grove man, there would be no need for such inquiries. The will of the Bamboo Grove man is not sealed. It has merely dissipated in this world. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is also my perplexity. Furthermore, there is another query. If Lu Ming solely aimed to resurrect the Bamboo Grove man, why expend such tremendous effort in transporting his remains to the land of crossing evil? It could be accomplished right here in this world. Wang Ziyu's brow furrowed tighter still. Indeed, the remains are the most enigmatic aspect of this entire affair. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Tang Tian, What conditions are necessary for Lu Ming to learn the method of resurrection? Tang Tian replied, Sufficient obsession is all that is required. As he spoke, a sudden spark of realization crossed his brow, leading him to ponder another question. Were any of those who rebelled captured alive? Prince Yu's expression darkened significantly as he responded. No, they were forcibly elevated to the realm of the immortal emperor through secret arts. By the time the secret was employed, they had already perished. Furthermore, after their demise, There existed no trace of spiritual consciousness. This was the second perplexing aspect. Spiritual consciousness, as the term implies, embodies the thoughts of living beings. Even after death, various forms of thoughts persist, such as resentment, malevolence, and the essence of death. Obsession is included within this spectrum. Tang Tian's inquiry into Prince Yu's thoughts stemmed from his desire to uncover the commands that Lu Chang'e had instilled in those individuals. If it were to resurrect the bamboo forest Taoist, then all would be well. However, Tang Tian inhaled deeply and stated, "So now? Do you still doubt that Lu Ming and Lu Chang'e are the same person?" Prince Yu's countenance remained as dark as water as he declared, "Given the involvement of such a terrifying existence, no matter how minuscule the possibility, it must be thoroughly clarified. This concerns the fate of all living beings in the world." Tang Tian nodded. "Thus, let us swiftly locate Lu Chang'e while we still have a fleeting moment. He alone may hold the key to unraveling everything." Yet, Prince Yu shook his head. It is too late. He had, at most, 5 hours left until his demise. With the ability to reincarnate, he could materialize in any corner of the world, making it impossible for them to find him within such a brief span. However, I possess another method to verify certain matters. With that, he opened his palm, revealing a pale white pearl that appeared unremarkable, yet emanated a profound aura of the heavenly Tao. This pearl is known as the Jimming Pearl. Prince Yu explained. It is an innate Tao artifact. The Jimming Pearl can discern all truths within the world under the heavenly Tao. No lie can evade its scrutiny. If sacrificed, it may even unveil matters beyond the heavenly Tao. He gazed at Tang Tian and continued, "The greatest uncertainty lies in the fact that, from a realistic perspective, Lu Ming and Lu Chang'e are two distinct individuals, possessing entirely divergent life trajectories. Should the Jimming Pearl validate that they are indeed the same person, then all your previous speculations would hold water." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Sacrificing an innate Tao artifact entails a monumental cost. Yet, given the involvement of the great heavenly sovereign, every sacrifice becomes worthwhile. Prince Yu deeply comprehended this notion. Without further ado, he swiftly settled into a meditative posture, cradling the Jimming Pearl within his palms. A formidable aura emanated from him, rippling through the air. Sensing this immense power, Tang Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was undeniably not the aura of an immortal emperor. His cultivation level was certainly beyond that of Tao level. It was merely due to his arrival in this realm of deficient rules that he had forcibly suppressed his own cultivation. As Prince Yu continued his intricate manipulations, the Jimming Pearl began to emit a gentle radiance, gradually levitating to the center of his forehead. Moments later, the brilliance of the pearl intensified exponentially. When it reached a pinnacle, it suddenly erupted, transforming into glistening dust. Simultaneously, Prince Yu abruptly opened his eyes, and the pupils transformed into swirling yin and yang taiji. A powerful fluctuation of the heavenly Tao radiated from his being. Chapter 535. The Vanished Ones. A formidable force of celestial authority surged forth from Wang Ziyu. A presence so overwhelming that even the stellar river immortal emperor would have retreated in its wake, were it not for Tang Tian's presence here. This state endured for approximately the duration of a tea break. Suddenly, the powder before Wang Ziyu erupted violently, sending him crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a copious amount of crimson blood. "What is wrong with you?" Tang Tian hastily approached, assisting Wang Ziyu to his feet. Wang Ziyu appeared utterly drained, expelling more blood before he shakily regained his stance. His complexion was as pale as death, clearly indicating that the sacrificial process had severely depleted his spirit. Nonetheless, this did not obscure the astonishment, panic, and fear reflected in his eyes. Indeed, there truly exists someone who has altered the very fabric of celestial authority. Wang Ziyu shouted in a frenzy. Tang Tian stood frozen, having contemplated this possibility before. Yet the stark reality before him sent a chill down his spine. To manipulate the entirety of celestial authority, what kind of being could accomplish such a defiance of fate? This individual had transformed everything for Lu Ming and Lin Ying. Their destinies, their karmas, their life trajectories, all altered. They had clouded the secrets of heaven, veiling the entire world. No wonder no one had ever doubted the two. It turned out there was an entity orchestrating a celestial facade on their behalf. Wang Ziyu spoke coldly. Tang Tian inhaled deeply and inquired, "So, Does this mean Lu Ming and Lu Chang'e are indeed the same person? Wang Ziyu nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Through the insight pearl, I glimpsed a fragment of the hidden truth. Yet, that minuscule glimpse nearly obliterated my very soul. Lu Chang'e is the reincarnation of Lu Ming, and their motives extend far beyond the mere revival of the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Tang Tian, your conjecture may indeed hold merit. Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. What do you intend to do now? If Lu Chang'e's objective is truly to resurrect that individual, then his sudden insurrection cannot be his ultimate strategy. There must be subsequent plans in place. Wang Ziyu nodded gravely. Indeed. However, this matter is beyond my capacity to manage. Once it involves such entities, even the divine sovereign must prepare meticulously. I must report this matter immediately. With that, he steadied himself, producing an ancient jade talisman. As he began to operate it, he declared, "This situation is of utmost importance. I must inform those above without delay. I must relay this at once." Wang Ziyu continuously executed complex incantations, causing the jade talisman to gradually emit a hazy glow. Yet, just as the talisman was on the verge of activation, Wang Ziyu's movements grew increasingly sluggish, eventually coming to a halt. "What is the matter?" Tang Tian inquired. Prince Yu turned his head, his eyes filled with an unfathomable confusion. "What was I supposed to report?" Tang Tian furrowed his brows, an eerie aura pervading the secret chamber. "You need to inform about Lu Ming." But before he could finish, Prince Yu interrupted with a question. "What am I supposed to do?" He surveyed his surroundings, his bewilderment deepening. "Where's this?" He looked at Tang Tian and inquired, "Who are you?" Then, he set down the jade talisman and examined his hands. Who am I?" Observing Prince Yu suddenly ensnared in a haze, a chilling dread surged from the depths of Tang Tian's heart. "Prince Yu, wake up!" he shouted emphatically, employing several authentic principles of the heavenly Tao. Yet, despite his efforts, the fog in Prince Yu's eyes showed no sign of dissipating. Rather, it thickened. You. He gazed at Tang Tian, unable to articulate a complete sentence. In the end, he could only open his mouth, producing sounds akin to a cooing infant. Tang Tian was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Is there someone who wishes to conceal Lu Ming's affairs from those atop the celestial summit? Or do they desire to keep it from the Divine Lord? Who could this person be? And how did they circumvent the Divine Lord to ensnare Prince Yu within the Cloud Peak realm? Could it be the one who has altered the entire heavenly Tao? Tang Tian was left in the dark. He watched as Prince Yu lost all awareness, resembling a newborn babe. Someone had obliterated his every cognition. Just as Prince Yu was about to collapse, Tang Tian rushed to support him. "Prince Yu." He attempted once more to awaken him. But at that moment, Prince Yu merely gazed blankly at Tang Tian, his expression remarkably clear, akin to a pristine sheet of paper. Tang Tian gritted his teeth. This predicament could only signify one thing. All their speculations were correct. The entity orchestrating this entire affair sought to conceal their machinations from those above, erasing Prince Yu's cognizance and rendering him akin to a newborn. For only Prince Yu could establish direct contact with the higher-ups of the Celestial Summit. As for why this individual had not taken similar measures against himself, Tang Tian could not ascertain. Perhaps they believed it would not disrupt the plan. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Regardless, without Prince Yu, they would be unable to report this matter directly to the upper echelons. Thus, they could not influence his schemes. Supporting Prince Yu, Tang Tian cast a glance at Lu Chang'e's lifeless form. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. If they could locate Lu Chang'e, they might discern the specifics of their plans. Yet Lu Chang'e was acutely aware that his fate was sealed, and the destination he would likely reach was but one. Contemplating this, Tang Tian assisted Wang Ziyu and emerged from the hidden chamber. This time, it was imperative that he elucidated every matter at hand. Upon exiting, Tang Tian encountered the timely arrival of the Star River Immortal Emperor, with the calm Immortal Emperor trailing close behind. Their expressions turned to astonishment as they beheld Tang Tian supporting Wang Ziyu. "What is this?" the Star River Immortal Emperor inquired as he approached. Tang Tian replied in a solemn tone, "My lord, unforeseen circumstances have arisen." The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, we sensed a formidable force of the heavenly Tao, which compelled our hastened arrival." However, his gaze drifted past Tang Tian to the figure of Wang Ziyu, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Who is he? How did he come to be here?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the calm, immortal emperor beside him, who bore an expression of equal perplexity. What was transpiring? Had Wang Ziyu inexplicably vanished? After a prolonged silence, Tang Tian inhaled deeply and replied, "He is a friend of mine, here to aid in the investigation of this matter. I hope my lord will not take offense." At this juncture, it was the only explanation he could offer. Upon hearing this, the Star River Immortal Emperor nodded and inquired, "What progress has been made? Are Lu Ming and Lu Chang'e truly the same individual?" Tang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, they had not forgotten these individuals. It was nearly certain they were indeed one and the same, though certain details could only be clarified upon locating Lu Chang'e. What was now unequivocal was that some dread entity had manipulated the life trajectories of Lu Ming and Lin Ying. The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded thoughtfully, yet soon his brow furrowed again. Lin Ying, who is she? Chapter 536. The Pursuit of Lu Chang'e, the Sentient Cauldron. A mystical artifact employed by the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace serves to catalog the information of its disciples as well as to preserve an array of historical data. It is intrinsically linked to the Tao of Heaven, rendering manipulation nearly impossible. However, should an individual dare to alter the very fabric of the Tao, the cauldron would merely reflect a segment of erroneous information. Upon discovering that the Starry River Celestial Emperor and his companions had seemingly forgotten about Lin Ying, Tang Tian proposed to examine the sentient cauldron personally. The Starry River Celestial Emperor acquiesced to his request and led Tang Tian to another forbidden zone in the rear mountains. After navigating through layers of intricate formations and barriers, Tang Tian finally beheld the so-called sentient cauldron. It was a three-legged vessel, suspended in the air, enveloped by complex laws of the Tao, as if it coexisted with the universe itself. Once there, Tang Tian immediately commenced his inspection. However, the results sent a chill down his spine. Lin Ying had indeed vanished from the annals of history, while Lu Chang'e's life path had transformed into one of solitude, being unearthed from Deerhorn Village and entering the Qinghua sect. Furthermore, all traces of Wang Ziyu had also dissipated, as if he had never existed, a figure who came from the upper realm specifically to investigate Lu Chang'e. Even the individuals who quelled Lu Chang'e's rebellion had been altered to be the ancient celestial emperors of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. Indeed, Lu Chang'e was formidable. It took all their efforts to subdue him, only to end up with an empty shell. Fortunately, they had wounded his spirit with the palace's artifact. This time, no matter how formidable he might be, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to stir trouble again. Upon hearing the words of the tranquil, celestial emperor, Tang Tian felt his heart plummet. In an instant, the memories of every individual involved had been irrevocably altered, instilling an unshakable belief in them without any apparent flaws. Such a method could only be attributed to an individual of terrifying prowess. After contemplating, Tang Tian resolved against elucidating the existence of Wang Ziyu and Lin Ying to them. He no longer possessed the luminous pearl, rendering it impossible for the Starry River Celestial Emperor to witness the reality of the Tao's manipulation. Moreover, what would be the outcome of such a revelation? That individual could merely enact the same stratagem once more. Forcing a few more individuals into oblivion would be child's play for him. Rather than engage in those inevitably futile endeavors, it would be wiser to seize the final thread that might lead to the entire truth. That was to find Lu Chang'e, master of the palace. "I suggest we devote our full efforts to locating Lu Chang'e," Tang Tian asserted. "Allowing such a person to remain at large is an enduring threat. Only by ensuring he can no longer pose a danger can we find peace in the heavenly palace." The Starry River Celestial Emperor nodded in agreement. "We must indeed search for him. I also wish to see this former friend once more." Subsequently, the Starry River Celestial Emperor conveyed this decision to the other two palace lords, swiftly garnering their support. Soon, the entire celestial summit stirred to life, as the living forces scattered across the globe united in the quest to locate Lu Chang'e. This time, they bore the soul mark of Lu Chang'e, ensuring that no matter his reincarnation or the obscurity of his hiding place, he would be unable to escape if time permitted. However, only Tang Tian understood that Lu Chang'e had merely 4 hours left. After departing from the forbidden area of the back mountain, he temporarily entrusted the deranged Prince Yu to the Global Commerce Association. Subsequently, he made his way directly to the Great Domain Teleportation Array of the Celestial Summit. Preparing to embark on the search in person, not only did he aim to find Lu Chang'e while he still drew breath, but he also sought to do so before the forces of the Celestial Summit could intervene. For many matters, he alone possessed the knowledge that was critical in the current world. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to leave, the Starry River Immortal Emperor suddenly appeared beside him. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "My lord, what brings you here?" The Starry River Immortal Emperor waved his hand dismissively, saying, in private, "There is no need for such formalities. Upon emerging from the secret chamber, I noticed many peculiarities about you. There must be numerous matters you have not disclosed to us. Am I correct?" After a moment of silence, Tang Tian eventually nodded. "Indeed, this situation exceeds my expectations, and there is much information that, while not withheld out of malice, would only complicate matters if shared. I hope you can understand." The Starry River Immortal Emperor smiled gently, replying, "Though I stand as the master of the Celestial Summit, at the pinnacle of this world, I am acutely aware that there are countless matters beyond my control, and no further opportunities for advancement lie ahead. Therefore, my concern regarding certain affairs of the upper realm is not as pronounced as it may seem. If you feel it inappropriate to speak of them, then let it be." Tang Tian sighed in relief, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding. So, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" The Starry River Immortal Emperor sighed softly. "I have come to regard Lu Ming as a kindred spirit. For many years, I have sought him, only to discover he has transformed into another being and caused such a stir. I do not wish to delve into the motives behind his actions. I merely desire one final meeting to resolve the remnants of our past. Although the world now rallies to find him, I believe the first to locate him will undoubtedly be you." Tang Tian suddenly understood. Lu Ming was the Starry River Immortal Emperor's lifelong obsession, possibly his only true friend. He too wished for a private reunion with Lu Ming to settle all that had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian spoke softly. "I cannot guarantee I will find him. However, I believe that if he knows his demise is imminent, he will inevitably gravitate toward that place." The Celestial Emperor of the Star River nodded. "I shall follow your lead. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your endeavors, whatever they may be. If the opportunity arises, I merely wish to meet him." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two entered the Grand Teleportation Array, and Tang Tian cast some spiritual jade into it, activating the formation. This was the central teleportation array of the Celestial Domain, capable of transporting them to any established outpost. Those locations rotated around Tang Tian, resembling stars in the night sky. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze upon one. The star swiftly expanded, revealing a familiar scene before his eyes. 6 towering peaks piercing the heavens. The very site of the Qinghua sect. The Celestial Emperor of the Star River smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Tang Tian's destination. Tang Tian then exhaled gently, channeling all the power of the formation into this image. In the next moment, the forces of space surged forth, and the two figures vanished from the Grand Teleportation Array. Chapter 537. Qinghua sect. Since the ascension of the new sect leader, Yun Kong, and with the assistance of the second-in-command, Qi Yuan, as well as the esteemed elder, Li Tianhua, the Qinghua sect has entered a second golden era of flourishing development. In the span of merely 2 years, its influence has expanded several-fold, and the sect is now teeming with talent, with prodigies emerging like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. In the forthcoming 100 Sects War, the Qinghua sect is destined to re-enter the top 10, solidifying its position among the foremost affiliated sections. Notably, the Tianxia Commerce Association has played an indispensable role in this prosperity. The flourishing of the Qinghua sect can be largely attributed to the support from Tianxia Commerce, which provides an abundance of cultivation resources and spiritual jade without limit. Whatever one desires is readily available, with such a wealth of resources at their disposal. Even if the disciples of Qinghua sect lack the innate talent of certain affiliated sects, they can still hold their ground. This exemplifies the power of wealth. Other sects, despite their grievances, find themselves powerless. After all, they have allied themselves with the formidable Tianxia Commerce. The 6 main peaks of Qinghua sect have transformed into sacred grounds for cultivation spanning thousands of miles. At this moment, atop the main peak, a robust figure swiftly descended from the sky, arriving in the high echelons of Qinghua sect. He landed thunderously in a tranquil garden, his forehead gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Approaching the entrance of an elegant abode, he forcefully kicked the door, which collapsed under the sheer force of his might. Boldly, he bellowed, "Come out." There's work to be done. This man was none other than Qi Yuan, the current second-in-command of Qinghua sect, whose standing rivaled that of the sect leader, Yun Kong. However, upon entering the room, he was momentarily taken aback. He then chuckled lightly, observing, "Ah, little Kong is also here." Opposite him sat Yun Kong and Li Tianhua, facing one another. Having assumed the role of sect leader, Yun Kong now exuded a greater air of composure, his long tenure in a high position gradually instilling a sense of authority. Yet, when confronted by Qi Yuan, he could not quite muster the full gravitas of his leadership. In light of the uprooted door, he merely raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Li Tianhua, however, wore a stern expression and coldly remarked, "Qi Yuan, if you continue to damage my door, I shall have to confront you." Qi Yuan shrugged nonchalantly in response. "You said the same thing the previous 58 times. Don't be so stingy, we can simply replace it. It's no trouble at all. I met with Manager Zhang from Tianxia Commerce yesterday. It's a trivial matter." He boldly approached and sat beside them. Li Tianhua inhaled deeply. Had this been in the past, he would have certainly reprimanded Qi Yuan. However, given the current circumstances, Qi Yuan held a higher rank and had connections with Tianxia Commerce, the sect's sole financial benefactor. Offending him was out of the question. Thus, he resigned himself to allowing Qi Yuan's arrogance to persist. The child has endured for centuries, and at long last, has persevered to this moment. Let him revel in his triumph. Li Tianhua continuously indulges in self-hypnosis. Observing Li Tianhua fall silent, Qi Yuan smugly shrugged his shoulders, resembling a child in his demeanor. He then inquired, "What are you discussing?" Yun Kong cleared his throat twice and replied, "It pertains to an order just transmitted from above. It should be similar to what you received." Uncle Qi Yuan responded with an "Oh," acknowledging, "So it concerns Lu Chang'e?" Upon seeing Yun Kong nod, he sighed and remarked, "Goodness, this fellow is indeed no trifling matter. He has been wanted globally by the Heavenly Mansion. What could he have done?" Yun Kong shook his head. "I am uncertain. However, the urgency of the order suggests the situation is grave. Recently, I overheard Fairy Lingluo mention that there have been several heinous murders targeting high-ranking officials in the Heavenly Mansion, seemingly connected to him. Perhaps it is related to this affair." Qi Yuan curled his lip and said, "The Heavenly Mansion is utterly inept, allowing a mere Lu Chang'e to escalate matters to this extent. In the past, when he was with our Qinghua sect, he was hardly impressive. Ultimately, my brother Jean easily subdued him." At this point, he turned to Yun Kong with a grin. "By the way, have there been any updates on my brother Jean lately? How is he faring?" Yun Kong, with a resigned expression, replied, "Uncle Qi, I have only sporadic contact with that side. You inquire every time we meet. As it stands, Brother Tang is doing well and may be preparing to compete for the title of Holy Son of the Heavenly Mansion." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan burst into hearty laughter. "I knew it. My brother Jean is indeed a dragon among men, wherever he goes. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Mansion, no less. When I return, I can give those useless little rascals a lesson. Ha ha ha." Yun Kong shook his head, aware that the core disciples of the Sixth Peak would once again bear the brunt of his expectations. To demand such standards from them, akin to that of Tang Tian, was not merely a tall order, but rather an impossible miracle to achieve. Let us return to the matter of Lu Chang'e. Yun Kong redirected the conversation. "This issue is of utmost importance and must be executed immediately. My plan is as follows." Subsequently, they began to deliberate on the search for Lu Chang'e. Under Yun Kong's arrangement, everything was promptly prepared and swiftly set in motion. However, just as they were poised to depart, a tremendous fluctuation of the formation resonated from the summit of the main peak. Is that the Great Domain Teleportation Array? Could someone be arriving from above? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. "If someone from the Heavenly Mansion has arrived, we must go out to greet them." The three promptly made their way to the Great Domain Teleportation Array. As the fluctuations of the formation gradually subsided, two figures appeared before them. "What the? Old Jean!" Qi Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon encountering several familiar faces, Tang Tian could not help but smile. "My friends, it has been far too long." Moments later, 5 figures sat across from one another beneath a cool pavilion. The arrival of Tang Tian stirred great excitement in Qi Yuan, who eagerly engaged him in conversation, recounting amusing anecdotes from the past few years at Qinghua sect. Li Tianhua and Yun Kong, in contrast, maintained a more composed demeanor, extending a warm welcome to Tang Tian. After a round of pleasantries, Qi Yuan inquired, "Old Jean, are you also here to find that rascal Lu Chang'e?" Tang Tian paused briefly before shaking his head with a smile. "No, I merely returned to take a look around and retrieve some belongings I left behind." He introduced his companion, wishing to shield Qi Yuan and the others from any entanglement in this matter. The Star River Immortal Emperor, too, concealed his identity. Accompanying Tang Tian back to Qinghua sect, Qi Yuan responded with a casual "oh" and added, "Would you like me to accompany you? In the current Qinghua sect, my word is law. Even a certain elder dares not speak out of turn in my presence." Li Tianhua's expression darkened. This fellow was perpetually eager to undermine him. However, Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "That won't be necessary. I merely need to retrieve a few items from Zizhu Courtyard, and then I shall depart. Besides, I wish to reminisce about that place. Is it still uninhabited?" Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Of course, it remains empty. Rest assured, though you have left, Zizhu Courtyard will always belong to you. It is exactly as you left it." Tang Tian smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate it, Brother Qi." He then prepared to head to Zizhu Courtyard with the Star River Immortal Emperor. Before departing, he turned back to ask, "Do you have any recent news about Wang Ziyu?" Qi Yuan and the others simultaneously looked puzzled. "Which Wang Ziyu?" Tang Tian shook his head, pondering what he truly expected. "Never mind, it's nothing. I shall head to Zizhu Courtyard now, and we can gather again later." With that, he bid farewell to Qi Yuan and the others and flew towards Zizhu Courtyard alongside the Star River Immortal Emperor. Chapter 538. Finding Lu Chang'e. The familiar purple bamboo forest remained unchanged, reminiscent of its former self. Tang Tian stood before the verdant grove, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This place could be considered the very origin of his journey in this world. It was here that he first experienced growth, the accumulation of wealth, and the initial gathering of his resources. Returning after 2 years, he felt a profound stir within his heart. Did the Bamboo Grove Taoist truly reside here? Inquired the Star River Immortal Emperor. Tang Tian nodded. He spent his time here upon arriving at the Qinghua sect. According to Yun Kong, he too had perished within this very bamboo grove. The Star River Immortal Emperor sighed softly. "I had heard of him during my time in the Heavenly Mansion. Although I wasn't intimately acquainted with him, I knew he was a venerable elder of great repute. His mastery in the mortal realm earned him the respect and admiration of many formidable beings. His passing is indeed a grievous loss." Tang Tian remained silent. In all the tales surrounding the Bamboo Grove Taoist, he was always portrayed as a figure bathed in light, a beacon of virtue. Even more than a century after his demise, many continued to remember him fondly. However, no matter how he was once perceived, the Lu Chang'e who now sought to resurrect the Bamboo Grove Taoist was certainly far from simple. Senior Star River, Tang Tian spoke softly. "I would like to ask you to wait outside for a moment. I shall venture in alone first. If anything arises, I will inform you." The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded. "Very well, go ahead. I will stand guard outside to prevent any unforeseen interruptions. Should the opportunity present itself, I would still like to meet him. If that proves inappropriate, it suffices for me to learn of his circumstances." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist and then stepped into the purple bamboo forest. The scene here was nearly identical to when he had departed. The purple bamboo naturally grew at a leisurely pace, and scarcely any new shoots had emerged. Upon reaching the entrance to the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian skillfully activated the outer formation and entered. The layout of the courtyard showed no signs of change. After 2 years, a thick layer of fallen leaves had accumulated beneath the old locust tree, nearly carpeting the entire yard, crunching underfoot with a crunch sound. Surveying his surroundings, everything appeared as it once had, with no indications that anyone else had visited. After standing quietly for a moment, he approached the blue stone table beside the ancient well. A gentle stream of spiritual energy emanated from the depths of the well, imparting a refreshing aura. This ancient well had once provided substantial assistance during Tang Tian's early cultivation, as his innate talent was rather ordinary. The natural spiritual energy helped him grasp the path of cultivation more effectively. Later, Lu Chang'e had taken him into the well, leading him to his childhood private chamber, where the heart demon of Qi Yuan was forever dispelled. It was from that moment that Tang Tian realized Lu Chang'e harbored profound sentiments for this place, for this courtyard. If he were to learn of his impending demise, His greatest yearning would undoubtedly be to return here. The courtyard revealed no trace of his presence. Thus, he could only be at the bottom of the ancient well of Nianxuan. With a gentle exhale, Tang Tian leaped into the well, descending slowly to its depths. As he continued his descent, a familiar figure gradually emerged within his line of sight. I knew that if anyone were to find me, it would undoubtedly be you. This person was none other than Lu Chang'e. Yet, his current state appeared far from optimistic. A thick aura of death enveloped him entirely, and the formidable might of the heavenly path emanated from his being. At that moment, the small hidden compartment at the head of the bamboo bed had been opened, revealing a small box that once contained the final memories of the bamboo forest Taoist, now partially ajar. Lu Chang'e lay on the bamboo bed in an awkward position, his feet above and his face pressed against the moss-covered ground. Half of his face was marred with filth. How embarrassing, he lamented. I never intended to meet you in such a manner, but I am gravely injured and unable to move. Tang Tian gazed quietly at him, noticing that Lu Chang'e seemed to have reverted to the time when he was merely an ordinary cultivator at the feather transformation realm in Qinghua sect. Suddenly, everything fell into place. So that day, you concealed your true self here before departing? No wonder I sensed a difference when you left. Tang Tian remarked. Lu Chang'e replied softly, indeed. By that time, I had already realized that victory was beyond my grasp. Thus, I drove Qi Yuan to madness. On one hand, it was to fulfill the last wish of Grandfather Zhu. On the other, it was to secure an escape route. That box possesses the ability to shield against detection, ensuring near absolute safety. However, I did not anticipate that Wang Ziyu would come equipped with such a powerful innate artifact, directly igniting my life source and spirit, inextricably binding me to suffering. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Do you still remember Wang Ziyu? Lu Chang'e responded, What kind of question is that? Of course, I remember him. By the way, could I trouble you to help me sit up? This position is truly humiliating. Tang Tian smirked and extended his hand to lift him from the bamboo bed, allowing him to lean against the headboard. He then casually wiped the grime from his face. Did Wang Ziyu not accompany you? Does he not wish to see the pitiful state of this defeated one? Lu Chang'e asked. Tang Tian paused, hesitating to divulge the fact that Wang Ziyu had gone missing. Subsequently, he spoke. He had other matters to attend to, hence his absence. However, I have brought along another individual, the Celestial Emperor of the Star River. Lu Chang'e's gaze momentarily faltered, yet it swiftly regained its composure, responding with a faint acknowledgement. It appeared that this was of no concern to him. Tang Tian chose not to expose him, perhaps believing that Lu Chang'e remained unaware of his other identity. Nevertheless, there was no rush. Over 2 hours remained, ample time to unravel the truth. Thus, let us commence with the simplest of inquiries. Why do you engage in these actions? Tang Tian inquired. Upon hearing this question, Lu Chang'e lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Tang Tian, then chuckled softly. Why should I not? Without Grandfather Zhu, I would not exist. He is the most revered and beloved family member of my life. With my kin brutally murdered, should I not seek vengeance? He countered. Tang Tian replied, Indeed. Yet, having already slain those who instigated the turmoil, why persist in inciting rebellion and attempt to dismantle the very foundation of the Tianfu? Lu Chang'e's gaze grew resolute as he gradually articulated. Do you believe that the Yunding Tianfu has only slaughtered my family? The sins he has committed are beyond measure. Chapter 539. The turning point for millennia. The cloud-top celestial mansion has waged relentless wars, annihilating countless sects and conquering the entire world. Under its dominion, this realm flourishes with vitality and prosperity. Yet, beneath this veneer of affluence lies a graveyard of countless bones. Those who stand atop this prosperity naturally harbor profound reverence for the cloud-top celestial mansion, relishing their opulent lives. Conversely, those who dwell among the bones are consumed by endless hatred, even their dreams drenched in blood. Lu Chang'e and the rebels belong to the latter. This dichotomy is an inevitable outcome along every path of conquest. We seemingly broached this topic during our last encounter at the bamboo pavilion, Tang Tian remarked softly. Lu Chang'e nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. It was precisely due to that conversation with you that my perspective underwent a subtle shift. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as the collapse of Tianqi Mountain. My initial plan was to plunge the entire celestial mansion into a sea of flames and blood, compelling them to experience the horrors of a hellish existence. You awaken me to the truth. Unnecessary slaughter is indeed rather mundane. I do not wish to become the very type of person I once detested. Tang Tian fell into silent contemplation. Could there truly be such a connection? He firmly believed that if Lu Chang'e truly desired it, he could undoubtedly obliterate the entire celestial mansion. Let us step outside to converse, Tang Tian suggested. I did not seek you out merely to continue this discussion. Lu Chang'e smiled. I too believe you are not so mundane. Subsequently, Tang Tian led Lu Chang'e away from the Ninshuan ancient well, returning to the bamboo pavilion. He seated him beneath the old locust tree in their familiar spot, while Tang Tian took a seat at the stone table, reminiscent of their initial meeting here. However, this time, the ground was strewn with withered leaves. It is still quite comfortable here, Lu Chang'e remarked, gazing up at the expansive canopy, smiling as he recalled, I remember when I first beheld this locust tree. The blossoms had just begun to bloom. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of the flowers, yet my stomach was growling. Grandpa Zhu, upon noticing, kindly gathered a generous handful for me. Holding them felt as though I were embracing the entire world. Tang Tian lifted his gaze. By now, summer had arrived, and the locust blossoms had largely withered away. He refrained from interrupting Lu Chang'e's moment of reminiscence, quietly pouring himself a glass of moon fairy wine. After a brief pause, Lu Chang'e spoke softly, Feel free to inquire about anything. I am aware that I have but a fleeting moment left. Tang Tian hesitated for a moment before responding. I have visited that ancient ancestral site. There, I encountered the revered ancestor of the White Ruins, as well as the former you. Lu Chang'e fell into silence for a moment before suddenly erupting into laughter. Ha! I knew it. I knew you would unravel everything. Thus, each time I acted, I chose moments when you happened to be absent from Tianfu. Haha, am I clever? Quickly praise my intelligence. Tang Tian could not help but feel speechless, pondering how this fellow still possessed such a childish side, which he had never noticed before. All right, you are the cleverest. So, does this mean you no longer intend to conceal the truth? Lu Chang'e chuckled for a while before replying. I am on the brink of death. What is there left to hide? Besides, your arrival indicates that you have already uncovered all the matters at hand. What more could I conceal? Tang Tian's tone grew somber as he remarked. Thus, you are aware that the person you wish to resurrect is not the bamboo forest Taoist. Lu Chang'e replied nonchalantly. Why would he not be? Regardless of who Grandpa Zhu once was, he remains my most beloved kin. Perhaps, upon his revival, he may possess an entirely different memory and forget me altogether, but what difference does it make? In my eyes, he will always be simply himself. Moreover, this is a promise I made to Xiaoying. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. You still remember Lining? Lu Chang'e responded, Of course I remember her. She is Grandpa Zhu's biological granddaughter and a companion I grew up with, enduring life and death alongside. How could I possibly forget her? Tang Tian, your several questions today seem rather perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian decided to share everything with him. Wang Ziyu and Lin Ying. Their life trajectories have been erased from existence by someone in the heavenly order. Now, in this world, apart from us, there may be no one left who knows of their existence. Upon hearing this news, Lu Chang'e appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet, his reaction was not the excitement Tang Tian anticipated. Rather, it seemed somewhat expected. Are you aware that your life trajectory has been tampered with? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e softly acknowledged, Of course I am aware. When I sent Xiao Ying and Grandpa Zhu's remains to the pinnacle of the heavens, someone altered reality. Otherwise, Wang Ziyu would have located me long ago. Now that Wang Ziyu has been erased, it is likely that he has uncovered part of the truth. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, asking, Who is that person? What is the truth? Lu Chang'e slowly shook his head. I do not know. I also do not know who Grandpa Zhu will be upon his resurrection. In those days, Xiao Ying and I endeavored to cultivate ourselves, seeking to grow stronger for vengeance and to discover a method to resurrect Grandpa Zhu. However, during this process, Xiaoying received guidance from a certain exalted existence. The individual informed us that Grandpa Zhu is no ordinary being, but rather an unparalleled powerhouse suppressed within this world. To facilitate his resurrection, there exists but one path to tread. Xiaoying, the sole granddaughter of Grandpa Zhu, shares an unwavering bond of blood and affection with him, as do I. Given the opportunity to revive Grandpa Zhu, we are resolute in our determination not to relinquish it. Subsequently, we embarked upon this path, guided by that individual. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, initially, Xiaoying wished to remain hidden. Her concealment rendered certain endeavors far more manageable. At that time, those above had already taken note of her extraordinary identity. Ultimately, I insisted she ascend to the peak of the heavens. Her talents ought not to be obscured in this realm devoid of rules. Tang Tian remained silent, having previously assumed that Lin Ying had forsaken Lu Chang'e to ascend alone. So, the remains that appeared in the realm of calamity were indeed the work of Lin Ying? He inquired. Lu Chang'e nodded, affirming it could only be her. I was acutely aware that this matter would undoubtedly draw the attention of those above. Thus, I meticulously orchestrated my concealment within the Qinghua sect. This was not only to safeguard the Zijou courtyard, but also to create a veil of confusion. Nevertheless, Prince Yu proved to be a remarkable talent, breaking through my elaborate schemes to ultimately pinpoint me and extract my life. Alas, what a pity. Tang Tian remained silent for a moment before stating, Yet you have succeeded. The rebellion against the heavenly court is merely a facade. Your true objective is sacrifice. One merely awaits the final opportunity for the resurrection of the bamboo forest Taoist. According to the Venerable Bai Su, reviving the sealed will necessitate a specific condition, an opportunity. If the bamboo forest Taoist is indeed the reincarnation of that individual, this opportunity can only manifest upon the forbidden statue. However, in response to Tang Tian's assertion, Lu Chang'e gently shook his head. He then slowly articulated, the opportunity has already arisen. Otherwise, I would not be hastening to take that final step. If all proceeds smoothly, Grandpa Zhu should have already been revived. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It has already occurred? When did this happen? Lu Chang'e pondered for a moment before responding. Just recently. Let me think. It seems to have coincided with your arrival at Tianqi Mountain. Yes, at that time. You must have been undergoing the divine baptism. Tang Tian was left utterly stunned. Chapter 540. The withering of the Sephora flowers. Tang Tian never anticipated that the opportunity for the sacrificial ceremony had already presented itself ahead of time, and surprisingly, it occurred during his divine baptism. The core of the seal on the great heavenly sovereign was the taboo statue. Thus, the so-called opportunity could only manifest upon this very statue. Therefore, the answer became crystal clear. It was his own sword strike that had inadvertently created a slight fissure in the taboo seal, thereby furnishing the most crucial prerequisite for this meticulously orchestrated resurrection ritual. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? Tang Tian found it hard to accept this outcome. Although he might embody a piece of the grand chessboard, at least for the moment, he remained a wholly independent entity. His will was untainted by the influence of others. Thus, regardless of how intricately the adversary had schemed, they could never have anticipated his involvement. Yet, that very sword strike had undeniably been his own, executed purely out of boredom, a mere whim. This was simply, Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Initially believing that the events surrounding the resurrection of the great heavenly sovereign bore no relation to him, he had viewed himself merely as an onlooker. But who could have foreseen that he would become embroiled in this drama? Tang Tian meticulously recalled the circumstances of that moment and found no signs of abnormality. The sword strike had indeed been entirely his own decision, undertaken solely to test the potency of the sun and moon immortal sword. The coincidence was simply too profound. Observing Tang Tian's reaction, Lu Chang'e deduced something and smiled faintly, saying, Brother Tang, it appears that we are both players in this game. Aware of my inability to resist, I chose to compromise, willingly becoming a pawn in their scheme. What about you? Tang Tian fell silent for a moment before responding. I have no inclination to be a pawn. My destiny is mine alone to command. Should anyone wish for me to serve as their vanguard, regardless of who they may be, they should be prepared for the chessboard to be overturned. I shall never become another's piece, never. Lu Chang'e nodded gently. I believe in you, Brother Tang. I trust that you can achieve this. You are unlike us. I am confident that even if the entire world is ensnared in the chess game, subject to manipulation, the last individual to retain their autonomy will undoubtedly be you. Tang Tian remained silent, pouring a cup of moon immortal wine and presenting it to Lu Chang'e. Unable to move, Lu Chang'e felt Tang Tian support his arm, guiding the exquisite brew to his lips. The wine was refreshingly cool, the Sephora flower brew eliciting a glimmer of delight in Lu Chang'e's eyes, savoring its lingering flavor. Alas, I am about to perish. Otherwise, I would surely request a few more cups from you. Tang Tian reclaimed the cup, refilling it and offering it once more to him. At that moment, a nearly withered locust flower drifted down from the treetop, landing delicately in the wine glass. Lu Chang'e paid it no mind, taking a gentle sip and sighing softly. If only you could have been born a century earlier. Perhaps I would not have embarked on this path. Had I met you sooner, I might have escaped this fated destiny. Alas, there are no ifs in life. Tang Tian inquired. Do you regret it? Lu Chang'e paused for a moment in silence before shaking his head. Regret does not exist in my heart. If given the chance to relive my life, I would still make the same choices. Moreover, one must consider that my outcome has been rather favorable. I successfully delivered Xiaoying to the higher realm and achieved my goal of resurrecting Grandpa Zhu. There is little left to lament. In fact, that existence did not erase my memories, but allowed them to endure. Compared to me, Prince Yu is truly unfortunate. He has done nothing, yet finds himself in such dire straits. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, saying, surely, the people of the higher realm must still remember him. That individual merely wishes to prevent us from reporting this matter in a timely manner. Lu Chang'e slightly curled his lips. It is hard to say. While I do not know the exact level of that being, it must surely belong to the pinnacle of existence. Even those in the higher realm may not escape his gaze. Tang Tian nodded silently. Indeed, that mysterious being can override the divine lord and forcibly alter the laws of heaven, what is beyond his reach. However, we shall understand the specifics once we reach the summit of the firmament. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness how you will extricate yourself from this celestial chessboard. Unfortunately, the opportunity has slipped away. I can no longer assist you. I can only wish you a swift escape from this vast prison, Lu Chang'e said softly. The two had conversed for quite a while, and Lu Chang'e's injuries were deteriorating, more severe than when they first met, as if he might completely dissipate at any moment. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude, and then spoke. The Star River Immortal Emperor is still waiting outside. Do you wish to see him? A hint of nostalgia flickered in Lu Chang'e's eyes. The Star River. That era was meant to be his. I have usurped his time. With his talents, ascending to the pinnacle of the firmament would have been effortless, yet because of me, he was forced to tread a misguided path. I feel rather ashamed to meet him, but since he is here, I might as well bid him farewell one last time. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He then rose and stepped outside the purple bamboo courtyard. The Star River Immortal Emperor remained there, quietly guarding, and upon seeing Tang Tian emerge, asked, how is he? Tang Tian replied, he is inside. You will understand the situation once you enter. The Celestial Emperor of the Milky Way remained silent, then gradually inhaled deeply and stepped into the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian did not follow. This moment belonged solely to Lu Ming and the Celestial Emperor. He settled upon a nearby large blue stone, contemplating the current situation. If Lu Chang'e's judgment was not erroneous, then the legendary great celestial monarch may truly have resurrected. Moreover, the man associated with the forbidden statue had yet to return, leaving no trace behind. This was not a favorable development. Should the great celestial monarch truly rise again, who in this world could possibly withstand him? However, there was a glimmer of hope. The great celestial monarch was not merely sealed within the heavenly realm, but rather across the entire vast world. The heavenly realm constituted only a small fraction of this expanse. Thus, even if he were to successfully resurrect now, he would inevitably lack the power he once wielded at the zenith of his might. There remained a period of respite. The most pressing concern now was the knowledge of the great celestial monarch's resurrection. Aside from the one orchestrating this affair, it was likely that only he was aware. The formidable beings atop the heavens remained oblivious. Therefore, he must hasten to ascend to the summit of the heavens to inform them, ensuring they are prepared. Ideally, he could directly locate that esteemed deity. He could not fathom that this individual possessed the strength to deceive even the supreme. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, meticulously pondering the subsequent course of action. Chapter 541 Farewell to an old friend. After sitting on the large blue stone for a while, the celestial emperor of the galaxy emerged once more. Tang Tian was unaware of the conversation exchanged between him and Lu Ming within, but outwardly, the emperor appeared to have shed some burdens he had long carried, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Have you finished your discussion? Tang Tian inquired, rising to his feet. The celestial emperor nodded slightly and replied, come inside. He is about to depart. Tang Tian acknowledged with a brief sound and followed the celestial emperor into the purple bamboo courtyard. Lu Chang'e remained seated beneath the old locust tree, yet he now bore a gaunt visage, devoid of his former heroic aura, resembling the aged tree behind him. Gazing at Tang Tian and the Celestial Emperor, he managed to muster a faint smile and said, "You two are the only rivals I have ever truly cared for in my life. To have you both see me off before my end is an immense stroke of fortune. Heaven has not treated me harshly." Tang Tian observed him quietly and asked gently, "Do you have any final wishes? If it is within my power, I shall fulfill them." Lu Chang'e fell silent for a moment before responding, "I have fulfilled my promises. There is nothing left to regret. My only wish is to pass away here. I wish to behold this courtyard one last time before closing my eyes." Tang Tian and the Celestial Emperor exchanged a glance, silently understanding one another. With a final look at Lu Chang'e, they turned and exited the purple bamboo courtyard, leaving Lu Chang'e, and indeed Lu Ming, to their final moments alone. Upon leaving the courtyard, Tang Tian exhaled softly. "Senior Star River, do you think it is still necessary to bring him back to Tianfu?" he asked. The Celestial Emperor smiled faintly. "That is precisely the question I wish to pose to you." Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. With Lu Chang'e now deceased, what purpose would it serve to return him to Yunding Tianfu? It would be more fitting to let him remain in this once joyous place. "What are your plans now?" the Celestial Emperor inquired. "He informed me that you are about to undertake a matter of great significance, one that concerns the fate of all living beings. He urged me to assist you as much as possible." Tang Tian smiled broadly. "You place such faith in him?" The Celestial Emperor shook his head. "I place my trust in you. The matter concerning Lu Ming is indeed rife with uncertainties that I cannot resolve. If anyone can unravel the entire mystery, it must be you. Moreover, even in the absence of Lu Ming, I shall always stand by your side." The Celestial Emperor was a man of great loyalty, and Tang Tian, having retrieved his lingering soul from the starry corridor, ensured he would no longer suffer. This act remained etched in his heart. Tang Tian nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. After some contemplation, he spoke. "Beyond the continued development of the virtual realm, there appears to be little else to pursue. Such matters may require ascendance to the pinnacle of the heavens before they can be addressed." The Starry River Immortal Emperor pondered for a moment and replied, "Then it shall be as you say. I will mobilize all my strength to assist you in expanding the virtual realm. Subsequently, once you possess sufficient assurance, I shall initiate the trial for the Divine Sun. To become the Divine Sun is the sole pathway to the zenith of the heavens." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "There is no rush. Let us discuss this further after I ascend to the Immortal Emperor rank. Before reaching the summit of the heavens, he must adequately prepare himself. Let us not forget, there exists a formidable entity, likely of the infinite path, that may await him on his path of ascension. Though the situation is urgent, Tang Tian would not act recklessly. The Starry River Immortal Emperor understood his sentiments and indicated that he should inform him when he was ready. Tang Tian felt a sense of nostalgia. Having a structure of power is indeed advantageous. First, the trial for the Holy Sun was arranged specifically for him, and now the trial for the Divine Sun aligns with his intentions. This has alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. After a brief conversation, both could distinctly sense that the ephemeral breath of life within the purple bamboo courtyard had utterly vanished. Tang Tian and the Starry River Immortal Emperor both sighed softly. They then deliberated and decided to permanently seal the purple bamboo courtyard. Soon, formidable formations were established around its periphery. Each contributed a portion, and Tang Tian even infused some authentic laws of the heavenly Tao within. As long as no powerful beings descended upon the area, it would remain undisturbed. Regarding the search by the heavenly mansion, the Starry River Immortal Emperor would negotiate upon his return. In truth, the heavenly mansion held little interest in Lu Chang'e, who was already defeated and doomed. The extensive search was merely a response to Tang Tian's request. Now that Tang Tian had relinquished the pursuit, they would not expend their energies on such matters any longer. The Starry River Immortal Emperor would simply mention it upon his return. Once these matters were concluded, they returned to the summit of the Qinghua sect. The Grand Elder Li Tianhua had departed on a mission, but Qi Yuan and Yun Kong awaited Tang Tian's return. The Starry River Immortal Emperor was not in haste to leave. The four of them held a small banquet at the summit, filled with lively exchanges and merriment. Qi Yuan enthusiastically recounted amusing tales from the Qinghua sect that had unfolded during Tang Tian's absence. He even erected a statue of Tang Tian atop the sixth peak, compelling the young disciples to pay their respects daily, prompting Tang Tian to repeatedly facepalm. Considering he had only turned 20 this year, the notion of a statue felt rather peculiar. Nonetheless, as long as Qi Yuan was pleased, that sufficed. Witnessing his former friends thriving brought genuine joy to Tang Tian. In contrast to the suffering endured by his friends and family due to his circumstances, he yearned to bestow a more positive influence upon those around him, wishing for everyone to embrace joy and cultivate a brighter, more beautiful future. Regrettably, every gathering must eventually come to an end. After this encounter, it is likely that they would never meet again. Qi Yuan seemed to have anticipated this outcome, as he unusually succumbed to intoxication. When Tang Tian was prepared to depart, Qi Yuan remained slumped over the table, appearing utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Tang Tian bid farewell to Yun Kong, and ultimately, using the principles of the heavenly Tao alongside the essence of the world, he crafted a delicate yin-yang jade pendant, infusing it with a portion of the world's fortune, and placed it in Qi Yuan's hand. This pendant would suffice to ensure Qi Yuan's prosperity for at least 10 generations. Having completed these deeds, Tang Tian cast one last glance at the Qingwei Gate and, alongside the Star River Immortal Emperor, stepped into the Great Domain's teleportation array. It was not until Tang Tian's figure vanished within the array that Qi Yuan finally stirred from his stupor. Chapter 542. The Pessimistic Kitten. A flash of light illuminated the figures of Tang Tian and the Star River Immortal Emperor as they materialized within the Great Domain's teleportation array. At this moment, the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with powerful beings continuously arriving from afar, utilizing the teleportation array to journey to various corners of the world. The pursuit of Lu Chang'e had only just commenced. However, it would soon reach its conclusion. Coincidentally, those departing now are of mid to high rank, perfectly poised to assist in promoting the Void Realm, the Star River Immortal Emperor remarked with a subtle smile. Tang Tian chuckled in response, acknowledging the Star River Immortal Emperor's adeptness at resource utilization. With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave, Tang Tian said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Upon my return, I intend to enter seclusion for cultivation. The days leading to the pinnacle of the firmament may not be far off. The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded. I shall prepare everything in advance, awaiting your favorable news. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude once more before the two parted ways. A moment later, Tang Tian arrived at the main building of the Heavenly Connection on New Treasure Island. Prior to visiting the Qingwei sect, he had instructed Li Hong to bring Wang Ziyu here. At this time, Gu Xiaoxue was engaged in conversation with him. Upon seeing Tang Tian's return, Gu Xiaoxue stood up, her face adorned with curiosity. This individual is rather peculiar, she remarked. He appears to be amnesiac, yet not entirely so, as if he has lost all recognition, much like an infant just brought into the world. Tang Tian glanced at Wang Ziyu, who was seated on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, brimming with curiosity about his surroundings. What were you discussing with him just now? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue replied. Nothing of significance. He does not comprehend anything I say. It seems we must start teaching him from the most fundamental concepts. Tang Tian regarded Wang Ziyu in silence for a moment before stating, I entrust this task to you. Please ensure that he acclimates to this world once more. Gu Xiaoxue nodded affirmatively. Certainly. I raised my younger brother, so I have ample experience. Leave it to me. It will be no trouble at all. Tang Tian responded with a non-committal sound. He needed to prepare for a period of seclusion, as he could not constantly oversee Wang Ziyu. It was not feasible to keep him in the anomalous egg space indefinitely, as that would truly render him daft. Thus, finding a reliable individual to accompany him was essential. Gu Xiaoxue was quite suitable. She was relatively unoccupied and had the time and energy for such a task. Moreover, her strength had quietly ascended to the late stage of the Immortal King realm. Furthermore, she possessed a jade hairpin gifted by the Moon Fairy, ensuring that significant issues were unlikely to arise. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiaoxue led Wang Ziyu outside. Tang Tian stood in quiet contemplation for a moment. Then with a flash, he vanished from the loft. The next instant, he found himself within the anomalous egg space. Through extensive infusion of fundamental principles, under the meticulous crafting, this diminutive world has begun to take shape. Mountains and rivers, a plethora of terrains, all exist within. In the convergence of myriad rules, faint wisps of spiritual essence have already emerged, saturating the realm. This expanse is merely devoid of sentient beings. However, the creation of such beings represents the most arduous phase, likely necessitating the attainment of a staggering 50 trillion goal before finalization can occur. As the sovereign of the odd egg world, Tang Tian swiftly located the diminutive figure, who was still engrossed in refining the rules. "Ah, old Tang," it casually remarked, "what brings you here today?" Yet, its hands remained busy with the task at hand. It was evident that it genuinely relished the art of world creation. "A matter has arisen in the outside world. Perhaps you should pause for a moment," Tang Tian suggested. The small figure lifted its head, sensing the gravity in Tang Tian's tone. After halting its work, it leapt onto Tang Tian's shoulder, inquiring with curiosity, "What is it?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you remember Prince Yu?" The small figure hesitated briefly, responding, "I do recall. I met him at Qinghua Gate. He was quite an eccentric fellow. I also heard from you that he descended from the pinnacle of the firmament. What is the matter?" Tang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not everyone had forgotten Prince Yu. As a being of the world, the small figure held a unique status, closely linked to the forbidden statue. Thus, that individual likely harbored some trepidation, refraining from clouding the small figure's perception. This was indeed promising news. If the small figure retained such memories, it suggested that the divine entity in the upper realm was, most likely, also aware of the truth. This presented a potential avenue for action. He was erased from all life trajectories within the Taoist rules by an exalted being. Now, everyone in the external world has forgotten his existence, Tang Tian elaborated slowly. The small figure's eyes widened in astonishment. "Huh, who would engage in such malevolent deeds? Or has he stumbled upon something extraordinary?" Tang Tian nodded slightly. "That seems to be the case. This is the very matter I wish to convey to you today." He gazed at the small figure and spoke gently. "That legendary great heavenly lord may have already been resurrected." The small figure stood motionless, stunned for a considerable time. Suddenly, it sprang up, its fur bristling in alarm. "What did you say?" it exclaimed, its voice cracking in shock. After a while, Tang Tian recounted all that had transpired in the outside world. The small figure remained in disbelief, its heart racing rapidly, the white fur on its tail still unkempt. "This is it," it thought. "This truly spells disaster. Are those who remain alive merely idle? How could they possibly allow his successful resurrection? My master and that man have yet to return. There is truly no one capable of standing in his way. This is a calamity for the entire world." Panic is etched across its face. Tang Tian, however, maintains a semblance of calm, reassuring it. In truth, the situation is not as dire as it seems. The great celestial lord has merely just been resurrected. It will undoubtedly take some time for him to regain his former glory. Moreover, a significant portion of his will remain sealed. If we can promptly disseminate this information and alert the former titans, it may not be too late to thwart him. Yet, the creature remains pessimistic, replying, "You do not comprehend. The great celestial lord, like that man, is an unfathomable entity. Who knows if he possesses a swift means to restore his strength? Furthermore, his remnants have not vanished. They merely lurk in the shadows. And those individuals are his most loyal followers. Should they learn of his successful resurrection, they will undoubtedly regroup. At that point, they will surely invade one world after another, unleashing the fragmented will of the great celestial lord. A torrential bloodstorm sweeping across the myriad realms is now inevitable." It lets out a deep sigh. Chapter 543. Replacing the core vessel in regard to the resurrection of the great heavenly sovereign, Shao harbored a profound sense of pessimism. Although it had not fully regained its memories, it was acutely aware of the terror that the great heavenly sovereign embodied. Should he truly succeed in his return, the entire world would be enveloped in his shadow. No one, save for that man, could stand in his way. "Old Tang, we are truly doomed," Shao muttered, curling up on Tang Tian's shoulder, its tail tucked beneath its legs. Tang Tian sighed. "So, according to your logic, we should do nothing and simply await our fate? Must we not possess a modicum of ambition?" Shao grimaced. "It is not that we lack ambition. It is that he is genuinely too fearsome. Even if you succeed in disseminating this information, it will be of no avail. Without him, no one can thwart the great heavenly sovereign." Tang Tian exhaled deeply. "At the very least, we can endeavor to slow down the great heavenly sovereign's return to full power. Who knows, perhaps in the meantime, your man will return just in time?" Shao stared in astonishment, retorting, Don't speak nonsense. He is not my man. After a brief sigh, it conceded, however, you do make a valid point. The will of the great heavenly sovereign has been dispersed across thousands of realms for suppression, and reclaiming it all will not be a swift endeavor. Indeed, we can still flail about before our demise. Yet, I fear they may have already set everything in motion. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. You mean the remnants of the great heavenly sovereign? Xiao nodded. Those capable of altering the heavenly laws are certainly not to be underestimated. He will undoubtedly have made preparations in advance. Tang Tian fell silent. This was indeed a grim truth. That individual, who could manipulate the heavens with such ease, had undoubtedly made provisions for other scenarios as well. But what could be done? They could only seize this fleeting opportunity and exert their utmost effort. As for the outcome, that would be left to fate. Xiao, Tang Tian inquired, what manner of existence possesses the ability to alter the heavenly laws? Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. Few indeed. At the very least, it must be an entity of my master's caliber, one who stands on the precipice of achieving eternal terror. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. But did you not previously state that all those formidable beings under the great heavenly sovereign had perished? Xiao scoffed lightly. Such ancient entities are often more resilient than they seem. And who knows if any have escaped the net? Regardless, he has already succeeded in resurrecting the great heavenly sovereign. Tang Tian fell into silence. If the remnants of the great heavenly sovereign still wielded such formidable power, their time truly was running short. Yet, what perplexed me most was the very process of the great heavenly sovereign's resurrection. As he contemplated, he raised his gaze towards Tang Tian. Why is it that it is you, and not another, who has created the most significant opportunity for his resurrection? Could it be that your true identity is somehow linked to the celestial sovereign? Tang Tian lowered his eyelids and replied, do you really think that's possible? Xiao pondered for a moment, then shook his head decisively. Impossible. If you were indeed associated with the celestial sovereign, there would be no way to resonate with that man or to enter his illusions. The moment he sensed your presence, he would obliterate you without hesitation, even in his absence. Therefore, you must belong to our side, and your relationship with that man must be extraordinary. Tang Tian let out a soft hum. Besides this point, there is another piece of evidence. Yu Xian has encountered him up close. If he were truly linked to the celestial sovereign, there would be no need for the forbidden statue to intervene. Yu Xian would have eliminated him long ago, not to mention bestowing upon him a plethora of extraordinary gifts. Thus, the sword he struck down was merely a coincidence. Why would you recklessly swing your blade with nothing to do? Now, look what you've done, unleashed a demon upon the world. If this world meets its demise, you will bear a significant portion of the blame, Xiao muttered. Tang Tian retorted with irritation. Do not lay such accusations at my feet. Given the capabilities of that hidden mastermind, even without my involvement, a solution would surely have been devised. I merely found myself unfortunate enough to cross paths with it. Xiao quickly responded with a grin. Don't be upset. I was just joking. Tang Tian rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. However, deep down, he felt quite uncomfortable with the realization that he had become a part of the celestial sovereign's resurrection. So, the mastermind has set their sights on me, have they? Initially, I had no desire to meddle, but now, regardless of your status as the celestial sovereign or how formidable you once were, if you conspired against me to secure your own revival, I shall find a way to ensure your demise once more. Who is to fear whom? I intend to ascend to the summit of the firmament as soon as possible, Tang Tian declared. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, saying, I understand your urgency, but do not rush too hastily. Let us not forget that there is at least one formidable opponent from the Wuji Dao awaiting us. Tang Tian replied calmly. I certainly have not forgotten. However, during my journey in the ancient domain battlefield, I acquired a remarkable treasure. With it, I shall expedite the acquisition of the essence and the rules. The objective you previously mentioned may soon be within reach. Therefore, I shall focus on cultivating my strength. And your task will be to diligently integrate those essences and rules into this world, transforming it into a true realm. Xiao paused, then nodded in agreement. That is certainly manageable. Let us seize the time. The sooner we reach the summit of the firmament, the sooner we can disseminate the news. As you mentioned, a slight delay could prove advantageous, for it is possible that the man may return in time. The two reached a consensus. Subsequently, they engaged in a few other discussions before Tang Tian departed from the Audeg space. Without lingering, he proceeded directly to the 7th floor of the main building. the very heart of the virtual realm. Upon summoning Shao Ji, Tang Tian unleashed the domain of myriad laws, enveloping this area entirely within its embrace. Following this, numerous lines of regulations surged forth, coiling around a black stone tablet, which he drew forth before him. This was none other than the world-settling tablet. Upon sensing the aura of the tablet, Shaoji exhibited subtle fluctuations, seemingly resonating with it. However, the will that once existed within them had completely dissipated, rendering them mere divine artifacts. This was indeed a favorable circumstance. Had their wills still persisted, Tang Tian's current strength might not have sufficed to wield them effectively. After producing the world-settling tablet, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. He then issued a command to Shao Ji to commence the replacement of the core vessel of the virtual realm. Chapter 544. Old Mo understands me. Under the deft guidance of Shao Ji, the core vessel of the virtual realm commenced its formal replacement. This process of substitution was not arduous. It merely required the meticulous transfer of all rules from the original vessel onto the Jinsher monument. There was no need to ponder over compatibility, for the original vessel had been assembled in accordance with the Jinsher monument. Throughout this entire transition, Tang Tian remained vigilant at the seventh layer. Approximately 2 hours later, as the original vessel crumbled and disintegrated, the core of the virtual realm was officially replaced. Even from the outside, Tang Tian could sense the overwhelming aura of the rules sweeping toward the infinite horizon. With a heart full of anticipation, he entered the virtual realm. In an instant, he found himself in a remarkably spacious room. Gazing out of the window, he beheld a colossal city bustling with life below, teeming with throngs of people. This was none other than the Sky City, established during the initial creation of the virtual realm. The Sky City was destined to become the most prosperous main city of the virtual realm in the future. At this moment, Tang Tian stood atop the highest edifice within the Sky City, the pinnacle of the creation tower. This was a sanctuary exclusively for him. From this vantage point, he could survey the entirety of the magnificent city. However, Tang Tian had little inclination to appreciate the scenery. Instead, he swiftly summoned Shao Ji to assess the current expanse of the virtual realm. Upon witnessing the results, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The radiation range of the virtual realm version 1.0 had barely encompassed the entire Tianfu world. Yet now, the virtual realm 2.0 exhibited a range that was virtually boundless, extending to unfathomable distances and enveloping countless worlds. The Jinsher monument, the largest fragment remaining after the shattering of the Jinsher seal, harbored a significant portion of the power of this primordial treasure. Indeed, it was the primordial treasure that had given rise to the entire myriad of worlds. The virtual world constructed using it could interconnect all realms, and this was no exaggeration. Seeing such a formidable outcome, Tang Tian's heart was thoroughly at ease. From now on, the chasms of distance and worlds would no longer pose a barrier for him. He merely needed to open the entrance to the virtual realm to effortlessly gather individuals separated by billions of miles. This would signify boundless wealth and an inexhaustible reservoir of consumption points. The greatest challenge in amassing consumption points had always been the inability to expand the scene. Even if one wished to shower others with riches, one had to be within reach, correct? But now, with the Jinsher monument serving as the core vessel, this dilemma had been completely resolved. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Ever since his first foray into the celestial surveillance realm, he had set his sights on this virtual world brimming with infinite possibilities. After enduring many twists and turns, he had finally achieved his goal. The forthcoming plan is to diligently cultivate and swiftly transcend to the realm of the immortal emperor, thereby securing the position of the divine sun and obtaining the qualification to ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament. As for the void realm, it shall be entrusted to Wang Gang for oversight. The Tianfu world faces no obstructions, with the entire realm aiding my endeavors. I am confident that it will soon be within my grasp. However, even so, reaching the target of 50 trillion remains an elusive goal. Thus, I eagerly anticipate the outcome of the 8 formation plates I dispatched 3 days hence. Should more than 3 individuals honor their commitments and successfully enter the void realm, achieving the 50 trillion mark will be unequivocally feasible. After pondering for a while, Tang Tian departed from the void realm. With 2.5 days remaining until the deadline, I shall retreat to break through to the immortal emperor stage once this matter is resolved. After leaving the new treasure island, Tang Tian visited the rear mountain once more, where he met with the severely injured Grand Elder and the still unconscious Yangshua Xianzuan. Yangshua Xianzuan's injuries were similarly grave, teetering on the brink of death. According to the Grand Elder, they were situated at the epicenter of Lu Chang's most ferocious initial onslaught. The folding fan was dreadfully formidable. Several high-ranking elders perished on the spot, and Yangshua Xianzuan narrowly escaped due to the sacrifice of those in the front lines who absorbed part of the force with their lives. Nevertheless, he remains in imminent danger of death. Observing Yangshua Xianzuan, Tang Tian extracted a substantial amount of life essence from the egg world and infused it into his body. This way, even if a complete recovery is unattainable, preserving his life should pose no significant issue. Yangshua Xianzuan had shown him considerable care, and it was only right that he reciprocated. Having accomplished this, Tang Tian returned to the Qingshu courtyard, quietly awaiting the arrival of the 3-day deadline. There was no alternative. The red brick courtyard was no more, and he could only remain here. Within the Yunding Tianfu, a palpable tension permeated the atmosphere, with individuals being apprehended indiscriminately. Anyone associated with the recent insurrection was uprooted without mercy. Following the disaster's reconstruction, the power dynamics within the Tianfu would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. However, these matters held little relevance for Tang Tian. Though his status had risen to parity with the upper echelons, he need not concern himself with such trivialities. He merely had to fulfill his role as the Holy Son and devote himself to earnest cultivation. Yet, on the second day of his wait, an old friend paid him a visit, Mo Xiaoxiao. The Mo family had suffered no losses during the insurrection and was currently assisting the Tianfu in its post-disaster reconstruction efforts. However, upon her arrival, she immediately inquired about Lu Chang's condition. Would he never return? Mo Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Tian contemplated her question before nodding slowly. No, he will never return. Mo Xiaoxiao's gaze fell into a daze, fully grasping the implication of his words. What a pity. With his innate talent and strategic acumen, should he join the Tianfu, he would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of history. She sighed softly and remarked. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Indeed, the matter concerning Lu Chang'e and Lu Ming was known only to him and the celestial emperor of the Star River, both of whom had no intention of revealing the truth. Hence, Mo Xiaoxiao remained unaware of this connection. After a moment of silence, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled and said, Speaking of which, I owe you a heartfelt thank you. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and replied, Thank me for what? Mo Xiaoxiao gazed into the distance and continued. This recent rebellion, though fleeting, has inflicted severe losses, striking a formidable blow to the foundation of the Tianfu. Even the typically aloof Xiaoyao family has suffered considerable damage. Yet, the Mo family remains unscathed. I hardly believe I possess such influence that Lu Chang'e would deliberately spare the Mo family. Tang Tian fell silent, unaware of this development. Was Lu Chang'e concerned about potential retribution? Perhaps, but that was no longer of consequence. I had intended to bring a gift, but after much contemplation, I could not think of anything worthy of your regard. Therefore, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly produced a colorful fish, placing it before Tang Tian. This was a spirit fish. Though it held no significant effect on cultivation, it was undoubtedly a culinary delight of the highest order. We have raised many in the hills behind my home, along with various other delectable fish. Should you desire fish in the future, simply let me know, and I shall deliver them to you. Tang Tian, astonished, then smiled and said, Old Mo, you truly understand me. Thank you. Chapter 545. The Gathering at the Nine Heavens Mansion. In the ensuing moments, Tang Tian and Mo Xiaoxiao engaged in a lengthy conversation. She seemed to sense something profound as they reminisced about their first encounter at Qingwei Gate, continuing their dialogue until the present. Eventually, she released a deep sigh. Everyone claims that my judgment is remarkably astute, and that my foresight in choosing to ally with you early on has allowed the Mo family to weather this crisis unscathed, even flourishing beyond expectations. In truth, I merely adhered to my principles, doing what I believed was right, Mo Xiaoxiao stated. Tang Tian smiled and replied, As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I relish the company of principled individuals like yourself. I am truly grateful to have forged a friendship with you, a trustworthy companion, amidst the monotony of our paths. Mo Xiaoxiao beamed at his words. Although I may not entirely agree with your interpretation of that proverb, I am nonetheless delighted to hear it. Encountering you in my life is indeed a stroke of fortune. The two exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. After a considerable time, Imo Xiao Xiao suddenly stood, exhaling deeply. It is time for me to take my leave. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Tang Tian rose as well, raising a cup of moon immortal wine before her. And the same to you. As she gazed at the wine cup, a radiant smile graced her face before she accepted it and drank it in one swift motion. The second experience of this flavorless wine held a unique essence. Then, farewell, Tang brother, she said. Tang Tian inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement. Farewell. Moments later, Imo Xiao Xiao departed from Qingshu courtyard. Tang Tian watched her silhouette fade into the distant horizon before turning to return. He understood that this might very well be the last time he would see Imo Xiao Xiao. This woman was too composed, too rational. She recognized that Tang Tian would inevitably leave this world and understood that their lives were destined to diverge. Her visit today was merely a prelude to their farewell. Otherwise, in time, they might not even have the opportunity for a proper goodbye. Perhaps, the friendship of gentlemen is indeed as gentle as water. With a faint smile, Tang Tian drank another cup of moon immortal wine. As Imo Xiao Xiao departed, he quietly bestowed a fragment of worldly fortune upon her, hoping for a bright future ahead. 2 days swiftly passed. On the third day, an hour before its arrival, Tang Tian's figure appeared atop the Genesis Tower. Wang Gang had joined him. And if anyone were to arrive today, Tang Tian would be responsible for their reception, while Wang Gang would handle the discussions and arrangements. Sitting alongside Tang Tian, Wang Gang appeared exceedingly excited. Young master, are we truly able to connect with other worlds? Will people from other realms indeed arrive in the Void Realm today? He inquired eagerly. Tang Tian, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, You have already inquired once. Wang Gang responded with an "oh," quickly offering his apologies. His excitement had simply overwhelmed him. As a novice cultivator, he had never even imagined entering the heavenly mansion, let alone transcending his own world to encounter beings from other realms. The exhilaration he felt was akin to that of someone from Tang Tian's homeland encountering extraterrestrial life. Do they look like us? Wang Gang inquired. Tang Tian, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, They are like me, human and cultivators as well. How could they possibly appear different? Their world is quite similar to ours, governed by the same leadership as the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion. If you maintain a calm mindset, the circumstances there are not vastly different from ours. Wang Gang scratched his head and chuckled, resembling a good-natured fool from the neighborhood. After exchanging a few more words, he found himself less tense than before. Soon, an hour had silently passed, marking the time they had agreed upon. After a brief wait, Tang Tian's gaze subtly shifted. They have arrived. Wang Gang immediately sat up straight. A moment later, a figure materialized before them. A smile graced Tang Tian's face as the first arrival was none other than Wei Yong, the prospective holy son of the underworld heavenly mansion. By now, he must have officially ascended to the status of holy son. Wei Yong had not altered his appearance, appearing just as he had before, save for a change of attire. Upon his arrival, he seemed somewhat disoriented, surveying his surroundings until Tang Tian's voice resonated behind him. Friend Wei Yong, welcome to the Void Realm. Tang Tian stood up, smiling. Wei Yong swiftly turned around, his face alight with astonishment. Young Master Tang, is this the Heavenly Mansion world? Tang Tian shook his head, saying no. This is the Void Realm I previously mentioned. You must have perceived that this is not a tangible world upon your entry. Wei Yong nodded slightly, replying, Yet, it bears no distinction from the real world. I had thought I had crossed the world barrier to arrive in the Heavenly Mansion. Tang Tian chuckled. Crossing the world barrier is indeed quite challenging. However, everyone you see here belongs to the Cloud Peak world. With that, he led Wei Yong to the window. Gazing down at the bustling city below, Wei Yong stood in awe for a prolonged moment before finally exhaling deeply, clasping his hands in reverence. Young master, your prowess is remarkable. I am utterly impressed. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is merely the aid of certain external factors. Now that you have arrived, may I inquire if our prior discussions still hold? Wei Yong immediately adopted a serious demeanor, affirming, How could a promise be disregarded? Young Master Tang, please speak. As long as it is within my ability, I shall certainly fulfill it. Tang Tian smiled. With your assurance, I am at ease. However, let us take a moment to sit and observe whether others might join us. Wei Yong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they settled down, while Tang Tian instructed Xiao Ji to conjure some exquisite celestial delicacies, rare treasures of the earthly realm, which left Wei Yong utterly astonished. Yet, before he could express his awe, the second holy son made his entrance into the hall, none other than Luo Yuling from the North Cold Heaven Palace. Indeed, the allies of the Cloud Summit Heaven Palace proved to be the most proactive. However, the arrival of the third individual took Tang Tian by surprise. It was none other than Zhang Feng from the Jinyu Heaven Palace. This fellow had been sent flying by Tang Tian's single strike and had remained silent upon being rescued. Now, he unexpectedly emerged as the third to enter. I am a person who distinguishes between grievances and gratitude clearly. I shall never forget the life-saving grace bestowed by young Master Tang. If young Master Tang is unwilling to accept it, I shall take my leave immediately, Zhang Feng declared. Tang Tian smiled and extended a warm welcome, deeming their past grievances trivial. Following Zhang Feng's appearance, the fourth individual arrived, Song Huan from the Tai Heaven Palace. Subsequently, the holy sons of the Zixiao Heaven Palace, Honyun Heaven Palace, Jushuan Heaven Palace, and Qilian Heaven Palace also made their way in, culminating in the reunion of the 9 holy sons of the celestial abodes. Chapter 546. Guardians of the Netherworld. The convergence of the 9 celestial heirs is perhaps a historic first, aside from the ancient battlefield. Tang Tian was astonished that they had all gathered. This proud assembly of young prodigies held their commitments in high regard. Once everyone was present, Tang Tian extended his warmest welcome and revealed his comprehensive plans. The celestial heirs unanimously expressed their unwavering support for Tang Tian, pledging to assist in promoting the Netherworld as extensively as possible. In return, Tang Tian ensured they would not be burdened with concerns regarding the spiritual jade aspect, promising that should they accumulate wealth in the future, they would not be overlooked. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, one that Tang Tian favored. Upon finalizing the details, Tang Tian entrusted the specific tasks to Wang Gang before departing the Netherworld and returning to Qingshu Courtyard. The promotion of the Netherworld was effectively resolved, barring any significant mishaps. The ambitious target of 5 trillion was quite attainable. The strength generated from the 9 worlds working for Tang Tian was unimaginable. As he ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament and expanded into additional realms, the issue of consumption points would become a trivial concern, as they would be inexhaustible. With matters concerning the Netherworld settled, Tang Tian prepared to enter seclusion. This time, he intended to emerge only when he was fully ready. Pinnacle of the firmament. Await my return. In a desolate, uninhabited desert, yellow sands swirled violently, and the absence of life rendered it a forsaken wasteland. More alarming was the apparent instability of this realm, as sand dunes would inexplicably vanish without a trace. Suddenly, a figure clad in a yin-yang robe dashed forth from the distance. Had Tang Tian been present, he would recognize this individual as Xianzhen, his contemporary and fellow disciple who had also ascended to the position of heir. In the trial for celestial heirs, Tang Tian had undeniably claimed the title of the first heir, while Xianzhen secured the second position. Although Tang Tian held little regard for Xianzhen's character, it was undeniable that he possessed exceptional prowess. At this moment, Xianzhen exuded a newfound sense of composure, a subtle yet formidable authority that seemed to command the heavens and earth. That was the aura of imperial might, standing above the yellow sands. Xianzhen oriented himself before plunging into the increasingly ferocious winds and sands ahead. As he advanced, the tempest grew more violent. However, for Xianzhen, these conditions posed no substantial threat. After some time, he traversed the stormy terrain and beheld a vast expanse of black earth before him. The ground was an abyss of darkness, resembling scorched earth, riddled with countless fissures that descended into the depths below. This scene bore a striking resemblance to what he had witnessed during his time in the ancient battlefield. At the horizon's end, a vast black mountain loomed silently. Xianzhen inhaled gently and soared towards it. Moments later, he arrived before the mountain and soon discovered a profound passage into which he ventured. Following the corridor onward, he finally beheld the object of his journey. There, seated in a meditative posture and clad in a pale purple robe, was a figure facing away from him. Xianzhen halted, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke, "Senior Brother Shuang. As the junior disciple, Xianzhen has come to guard this place in your stead." Upon hearing his voice, The figure sat in silence for a moment before gradually rising. Turning around, he revealed a face as sharp as a blade. His eyes sparkled like stars, imposing an immense pressure upon Xianjun. It has been 8 years. The interval between the trials of the Holy Sun seems to grow ever longer, Senior Brother Shuang uttered softly. Xianjun replied, Senior Brother, the trials of the Holy Sun were concluded 1.5 years ago. However, due to certain upheavals in the Tianfu, the proceedings have been delayed until now. You may return. The Lord of the Manor has prepared a banquet especially for several senior brothers. This place shall henceforth be entrusted to my guardianship. Without a word, Senior Brother Shuang stepped forward, lowering his gaze upon Xianjun, inquiring, Are you Xianjun? That the Tianfu would dispatch you to assume my position suggests you must be the foremost among this year's Holy Sun trial participants. Achieving the rank of a mortal emperor within 1.5 years is quite commendable. Xianjun hesitated before responding, Senior Brother, you are mistaken. I merely secured the position of the second Holy Sun. Senior Brother Shuang's brow furrowed slightly. The second Holy Sun? What of the first? This checkpoint is the most perilous and crucial in the Tianfu realm. Why was he not sent? His tone bore a hint of displeasure. Xianjun explained, The first Holy Sun has been in seclusion since the conclusion of the trials, and thus the Tianfu sent me in his place. Senior Brother Shuang's expression darkened. Guarding the netherworld is akin to seclusion. It is a responsibility that we Holy Suns must fulfill. There has never been an exception to this in the entire history of the Tianfu. On what grounds does he justify this? His tone carried an accusatory edge. Feeling some impatience, Xianjun thought that Senior Brother's inquiries were excessive. Nonetheless, he elucidated, the first Holy Sun is exceptionally talented. He has not only brought immense benefits to the Tianfu, but has also made remarkable contributions during this upheaval. Hence, the Tianfu honored his wishes. If you harbor any grievances, you may express them to the Lord of the Manor upon your return. Senior Brother Shuang let out a cold huff, stating, Exceptional? How exceptional can one be? During the previous Holy Sun trials, I too surpassed the competition. Why was I not afforded such privileges? Your admiration for him may merely stem from the inadequacies of the current generation of quasi-saints. Upon hearing this, Xianjun adopted a serious expression and replied, Senior Brother Gu Shuang, the trials for the Holy Sun are indeed varied. Our cohort ventured deep into the ancient battlefield, competing with the quasi-saints from the other 8 great heavenly domains in the pursuit of the world's essence. The first Holy Sun not only led our Yunding heavenly domain to an overwhelming victory, but also garnered heartfelt gratitude from the leaders of the other 8 domains. Who has achieved such a feat throughout history? Why should he not be afforded special treatment? Presently, the first Holy Sun enjoys the unwavering support of the people within the domain, his status on par with that of the domain's leader. I advise you, Senior Brother, to exercise caution in your words upon your return. He spoke without reserve. Gu Shuang narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger emanating from him. However, after a brief moment, he suddenly smiled and said, Historically, the rivalry between the first and second Holy Suns has always been akin to water and fire. Yet, you are so supportive of him. It appears that this first Holy Sun possesses remarkable qualities indeed. What is his name? Xianjun replied nonchalantly, Tang Tian. Gu Shuang nodded, Tang Tian, very well. I shall remember that. Now, I entrust this checkpoint to you. Be cautious, lest you be consumed. With that, he circled around Xianjun and proceeded towards the entrance of the cave. Xianjun watched him vanish into the darkness of the cave and then moved to the spot where Gu Shuang had previously stood. Gazing into the distance, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a realm of profound silence, devoid of any light, where even the faintest twinkle of stars was absent. Cold, desolate, and terrifying. It resembled an immense black void. Chapter 547. The rebellious phase of Prince Yu in the celestial realm of Yunding, at the foot of the illustrious Tongxing Mountain, lies a bustling marketplace reminiscent of a small city, with countless streets teeming with life. Disciples move about in a constant stream, flanked by numerous shops that contribute to the vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, a small figure clad in white darts through the streets, dashing into one shop and swiftly emerging to race into another, exhibiting an air of urgency. At that moment, a disciple took notice of her and inquired, Little Fairy Shui, what troubles you? The white-clad figure halted. It was Gu Xiaoxue, her face etched with worry. Have you seen Prince Yu? He has vanished again, she exclaimed. The disciple, taken aback, shook his head in response. No, I haven't seen him. With a sigh of disappointment, Gu Xiaoxue resumed her frantic search, entering shop after shop. Meanwhile, the disciple, after a moment of stunned silence, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, pay attention. Prince Yu has gone missing again." His resonant voice echoed through the streets. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze momentarily before erupting into a frenzy, many rising to their feet and hastily making their way out of the marketplace. Numerous shops promptly shuttered their doors, ceasing operations. Witnessing such chaos, Gu Xiaoxue felt exasperated and quickened her pace. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from the distance, followed by the collapse of a towering pavilion, the largest tavern in the marketplace. Gu Xiaoxue, shoulders sagging, sighed deeply and soared towards the scene. Upon her arrival, she found pandemonium. Numerous individuals were emerging from the rubble. Amidst the debris, a young man in a short shirt was seen pinning another youth to the ground, firmly pressing the latter's face into the earth, rendering him immobile. Gu Xiaoxue's blood surged in indignation as she shouted, "Prince Yu, let him go." Without hesitation, she charged forward, grasping Prince Yu's arm and pulling him away with all her might. "What on earth are you doing?" she scolded. "In just a quarter of an hour, you've managed to create such a catastrophe. Will you ever allow me some peace?" However, the defiant Prince Yu, clad in his short shirt, retorted, "Sister Xiaoxue, don't pull me. I witnessed him bullying another sister, and when I tried to intervene, he insulted me. I must teach him a lesson." Gu Xiaoxue paused, glancing over to assess the situation. Her expression darkened upon seeing the disheveled state of the man pinned down by Prince Yu. Nearby, a female disciple assisted him to his feet, her hair slightly disordered and her cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and anger. "Where are we? This is a tavern." The nature of their actions is abundantly clear. Suddenly intruding and halting others, do not speak of reprimands. The only reason he was not severely harmed is that he could not overpower you, and yet he still speaks defiantly. Gu Xiaoxue delivered a resounding slap to Wang Ziyu's nape, the forceful blow sending him tumbling over. With a smile gracing her lips, she repeatedly apologized to the couple. "My sincerest apologies to you both, truly. You must understand, this fellow is rather foolish, afflicted with a few mental issues. Upon our return, I shall certainly administer a proper lesson to him. This humble token is but a gesture of my contrition. Please accept it as my apology." She produced some rare treasures, bowing in her apology while extending them towards the couple. The male disciple, panting heavily, turned pale with anger. However, his rationality prevailed, and upon witnessing Gu Xiaoxue's earnest contrition, he refrained from further comment. "Fairy Xiaoxue, I hold you in the highest regard. However, I hope such incidents do not recur in the future," he muttered as he accepted the offerings. Gu Xiaoxue nodded vigorously in agreement. "Absolutely, absolutely." Yet at that moment, Wang Ziyu rose again. His face contorted in confusion as he exclaimed, "Why should we apologize? I clearly heard that sister being bullied." "Silence." Gu Xiaoxue swiftly delivered a kick, propelling Wang Ziyu several meters away, where he landed amidst the debris. Should he continue speaking, the situation would surely escalate beyond resolution. The couple, witnessing this, felt it prudent to depart, lest their dignity be further compromised. They hastily adjusted their attire and exited the scene. Gu Xiaoxue turned, storming towards the recently risen Wang Ziyu, prepared to administer another reprimand. Just then, a middle-aged man approached. "Fairy Xiaoxue, regarding my tavern." He was the proprietor of the establishment. Gu Xiaoxue surveyed the surrounding devastation and the startled onlookers, gazing skyward as a deep sigh escaped her lips. Moments later, she grasped Wang Ziyu by the ear and soared into the Qingshu courtyard. Upon entering, she called out, "Tang Tian, please send someone else to handle Wang Ziyu. I can no longer manage him. At this rate, I fear I shall meet an untimely demise." While lamenting her plight, she dropped Wang Ziyu unceremoniously onto the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Tian sat leisurely at a stone table by the pond, sipping wine. Observing the chaotic scene before him, he remained unfazed, for he had long lost count of how many times this had occurred. Over the past 6 months, such incidents had become a near-constant occurrence. Noticing Gu Xiaoxue's despondent demeanor, Tang Tian teased, "I recall you were quite eager to undertake this responsibility at the outset." Gu Xiaoxue sighed deeply. Who could have anticipated he would devolve into such a state? Disobedient, causing havoc, and utterly unmanageable. A moment's inattention and he runs amok. Moreover, he appears unfazed, brimming with boundless energy, refusing to rest both day and night. I feel as though I am on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Tang Tian chuckled and remarked, "Ah, children in their rebellious phase tend to behave this way. Try to understand." Gu Xiaoxue immediately widened her eyes, exclaiming, "You speak as if it's simple. You seclude yourself in your room for days on end, re-emerging only to indulge in wine and bask in the sun. How delightful! And what of me? I am perpetually trailing behind him, cleaning up his mess, and offering forced smiles to others. The apologies I've uttered in the past 6 months surpass the meals I've consumed in my entire lifetime. I refuse to continue this. You must find someone else." With that, she turned sharply and departed. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, reflecting on how, in just a year and a half, the once innocent and obedient Gu Xiaoxue had transformed into a fiery and resentful woman. It seemed that raising a child could indeed drive one to madness. Yet, Tang Tian understood that her words were merely an expression of frustration. If Wang Ziyu were to be entrusted to another, she would undoubtedly be the most apprehensive. Observing Wang Ziyu, who was seated on the ground plucking weeds, Tang Tian inquired, "What have you been up to today?" Wang Ziyu looked up and replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just want to seek some entertainment. I also intervened in a situation." Tang Tian shook his head in quiet resignation, having surmised the circumstances. He gestured dismissively, saying, "Quickly go and apologize to your sister Xiaoxue. If you cause any more trouble, you shall never leave this courtyard again." Wang Ziyu responded with a casual "oh," rose to his feet, brushed off the grass from his clothes, and hurried off in pursuit of Gu Xiaoxue. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation. Wang Ziyu had been stripped of all prior knowledge, akin to a newborn infant gradually rediscovering the world. Fortunately, his rate of development was quite rapid, and he now resembled a rebellious youth of around 11 or 12 years. This pace of growth continued to accelerate. In a year or two, he would likely regain a semblance of normalcy in his mental faculties. However, whether he could fully recover his memories remained an uncertain prospect. Chapter 548. Behold the treasured one. Since Tang Tian officially entered seclusion, a year and a half has elapsed. Remarkably, a year ago, he had successfully transcended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. His subsequent days unfolded much as Xiao Shui had described, a series of 10 to 15-day periods of intense cultivation, followed by leisurely excursions to relax and unwind, embodying the principle of balance between work and rest to its fullest extent. He even managed to visit the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, a burgeoning nexus in the Void Realm, overseen by his old acquaintance, Mo Shu. Despite this, Tang Tian's cultivation and mastery have been advancing rapidly. He has now traversed an entire major realm, reaching the late stages of Celestial Emperor. Moreover, should he choose, he could effortlessly attain the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor at any moment, taking that final step. Yet, Tang Tian remains unhurried in his pursuit of breakthrough, opting to wait until all preparatory work is completed before continuing forward. Prudence is his guiding principle. Fortunately, there is not much longer to wait. The Void Realm has now expanded across the 9 major heavenly domains, flourishing in each world. Before the advent of the Void Realm, who could have anticipated that the insurmountable barriers between worlds would be circumvented in such a manner? This novel mode of interaction ignited an overwhelming fervor among all. Without a doubt, everyone is eager to witness firsthand what beings from other worlds are like. The array plates required to access the Void Realm quickly became scarce. Even though the 8 holy sons exerted considerable effort in recruiting a multitude of array masters to forge these plates, demand still far outstripped supply. In some regions, array plates, which originally cost merely a few dozen high-grade spirit jades, have soared to prices in the tens of primordial Dao jades, verging on madness. Amidst this fervent enthusiasm, the development of the Void Realm has expanded explosively, as if devouring everything in its path. As the landscape unfolds, the channels multiply with more channels. The pace of expenditure naturally accelerates. Under the auspices of developing the Universal Commerce Association, Tang Tian has zealously acquired resources in the other 8 worlds, liberally distributing currency to establish bases. Consequently, his points of expenditure have surged dramatically. After a year and a half, he is nearing the ambitious target of 50 trillion. The goal is tantalizingly within reach. In light of this, Tang Tian preemptively informed the Star River Celestial Emperor, Initially skeptical, the Star River Celestial Emperor pondered how, in just a year and a half, one could attain the strength to rival the Holy Sons. He recalled that previous Holy Sons were formidable figures. His concerns prompted a personal visit to Qingsu Courtyard. However, after Tang Tian effortlessly defeated him using merely conventional methods, the Star River Celestial Emperor departed without a backward glance. I shall summon the previous Holy Sons and commence preparations for this session as trials for the Divine Son. In no more than 2 months, the trials will commence. Upon the completion of the trial, the gates to the pinnacle of the firmament shall open, so prepare yourself, spoke the Celestial Emperor before departing. Tang Tian acquiesced, and thereafter he meticulously contemplated his forthcoming arrangements. 2 months' time was ample for him to amass the 50 quintillion consumption points required, leading to the moment of revelation alongside his small conjecture to ascertain whether he could, upon ascending to the Tao realm, traverse multiple chasms and reach the zenith of supremacy. This was intrinsically linked to their safety. Moreover, he had to decide whom to bring with him to the pinnacle. After careful consideration, Tang Tian resolved to take only 2 individuals, Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu. Gu Xiaoxue's identity was shrouded in ambiguity, yet she had been personally appointed by the Moon Fairy, necessitating her inclusion. As for Wang Ziyu, he was intrinsically connected to the pinnacle. It was only upon arriving there that he might potentially restore his memories. Tang Tian was also curious to see if those from the upper realm had forgotten him. Regarding Wang Gang and Li Hong, after reflection, Tang Tian ultimately decided to leave them in the Tianfu world. Primarily, their strength and talent were insufficient for the journey to the pinnacle, a place fraught with uncertainties where Tang Tian could not guarantee their safety. Even if they were to go, their potential for contribution would be limited. It would be more prudent for them to remain in Yunding Tianfu and continue to cultivate the virtual realm. Furthermore, with the existence of the virtual realm, even if Tang Tian ascended, their mutual connection would remain unimpeded, posing no significant issues. Thus, these 2 capable aides would remain for now, having resolved these pivotal matters. Tang Tian awaited the commencement of the Divine Son's trial and the finalization of the strange egg world in tranquil anticipation. Based on his estimations, it should transpire within a few days. 2 days later, while imbibing in the courtyard, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "Old Tang, come quick. I have something magnificent to show you." It was Xiao. Despite its efforts to contain its excitement, Tang Tian discerned the exhilaration in its tone. A smile graced Tang Tian's lips, for it seemed success had finally been achieved. He promptly vanished, arriving in the strange egg world. At that moment, the world retained its prior appearance. Apart from the absence of life, it mirrored the true grand world perfectly. However, Tang Tian keenly sensed a peculiar essence, one that was challenging to articulate. If compelled to use a term, it would be the tremor of life. "Old Tang, over here." Zhao's call echoed from afar. Following the sound, Tang Tian soared through a plethora of mountains and peaks, ultimately halting at a remarkable terrain. Here, 9 colossal mountain ranges sprawled across the earth, winding toward the infinite horizon. At the base of these 9 ranges lay an expansive valley. From a lofty vantage point, one would behold this valley, encircled by the majestic Jiutian mountain range. It is a natural formation resembling a grand array, a maximal node of harmonious convergence. If one were to ponder wherein the current realm of peculiar eggs life might first emerge, it could only be here. At the very heart of this valley stands Xiao. Upon witnessing it, Tang Tian descended from the skies. "Where's the treasure?" he inquired with a smile. Xiao, with a mischievous grin, pointed to the area beneath his own waist. "Come, look here." Tang Tian shook his head and flicked Xiao away with his finger. He then directed his gaze to the ground beneath Xiao's feet. A delicate shade of green caught his eye. It was a sprout, no larger than a mung bean. Yet it instantly captivated all of Tang Tian's attention. In this world devoid of life, that single hue of green symbolized an abundance of significance. His world was finally complete. Chapter 549. The sapling of the world tree. The tender green shoot appeared rather inconspicuous. Yet, when it reflected in Tang Tian's eyes, it stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Despite having mentally prepared himself for this moment, he could not help but feel an exhilarating surge of excitement. This faint hue of green symbolized that his world was finally complete. "Ha ha, old Tang, am I not impressive?" exclaimed Xiao, leaping onto Tang Tian's shoulder, laughing heartily. Tang Tian nodded earnestly, praising, "Indeed, you are remarkable. You are the most formidable spirit of the world I have ever encountered," he added sincerely. During his extensive reading, Tang Tian had come across numerous accounts of minor world spirits, most of which were utilized by powerful beings as rare treasures. Occasionally, some eccentric individuals even transformed them into delectable dishes. However, Xiao was different. It possessed the most profound spirit and unparalleled strength. This was also linked to Zhao's extraordinary origin, as it was not an ordinary world spirit. Upon hearing Tang Tian's commendation, Xiao burst into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Oh, come now. I am not as formidable as you claim. It is merely a fraction of my power, executed effortlessly, so there is no need for astonishment. Of course, I can understand your awe, given your lack of worldly experience." Xiao boasted exuberantly. Tang Tian did not deter it, for Xiao had tirelessly labored over the years to shape this world, pouring its heart and soul into the endeavor. This was indeed a moment of triumph for it. However, after observing the tender shoot closely, Tang Tian noted some peculiarities. This shoot could hardly be deemed a complete life form. It resided at the initial node of the world's rules, entirely constructed from those very rules. Yet, it also possessed certain essences of life, rendering its state quite extraordinary. Thus, Tang Tian voiced his perplexity. Zhao's smile remained unabated as it patted Tang Tian's shoulder with its little paw and said, "My dear brother, you seem perplexed. This shoot is known as the primordial life. It is also referred to by a more unifying name, the world tree." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "The world tree?" Xiao nodded affirmatively and explained, "Yes, it is indeed the world tree. Every life form in this world, when traced back to its origins, will ultimately find its roots in the world tree. The world tree is not a complete life itself, but as it continues to grow, forging the fruits of life and scattering its seeds across the land, these seeds will become the first true beings of this world, known as the innate spirits." Tang Tian was struck with realization. "So that is how it is?" After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "How does the world tree grow? If left to its natural course, it must take an exceedingly long time, correct?" "Of course," the small figure replied, "that is the world tree. Although it is currently rooted in chaos, drawing nourishment from the boundless void, its growth remains relatively slow. However, with continuous feeding, its development can indeed be accelerated." Tang Tian inquired, "What should be used for nourishment?" The small figure answered, "The world tree is itself a product of the rules, much like the creation of a world, requiring the use of primordial forces. However, it demands a broader variety and is rather selective. Specifically, it requires the chaos laws, chaos essence, and chaos fortune." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was quite familiar with these three terms. They were, in fact, the top 3 exchange items within the ineffective consumption system. While acquiring these primordial forces might pose a significant challenge for others, for him, it was merely a matter of spending points. Contemplating this, Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had initially thought that once the world was complete, he could entirely set aside the notion of consumption points. Little did he know, he would still have to continue this endeavor. Nourishing the world tree would undoubtedly be a colossal, bottomless pit. "Well, it seems I must continue to toil," Tang Tian remarked, opening his palm with an expression of resignation. The small figure scoffed, "You should consider yourself fortunate. Not to mention anything else, even those supreme beings would drool at the sight of a genuine world tree. If they could truly possess one, they would willingly forsake everything, devoting all they have to nurture its robust growth." Tang Tian chuckled, merely expressing a passing thought. However, upon hearing the small figure's comment, he queried with some confusion, "From what you say, many supreme beings do not possess a world tree? So, having a complete world is not necessarily a prerequisite for becoming a supreme being?" The small figure shook its head. Possessing a complete world and having a world tree are two distinct concepts. Most supreme beings have discovered some excellent fragments of worlds and cultivated them gradually. Thus, they may possess a complete world, yet lack a world tree. The essence of becoming a supreme being lies not solely in the completeness of the world, but rather in the degree of perfect harmony with it. To achieve this harmony, they often expend millions of years striving to attain it. You, however, are different. This world inherently belongs to you and is in perfect alignment with you. Therefore, once the world is complete, You will directly fulfill the necessary conditions to become a supreme being. This egg of yours has saved you millions of years of effort. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. Though the explanation was somewhat convoluted, it was relatively easy to grasp. In summary, he possessed a congenital advantage. This was indeed quite favorable. All he needed to do now was to continue nurturing the world tree, allowing it to thrive and the world to flourish. In the realm of the supreme, he undoubtedly occupies a position among the elite. With a heart brimming with excitement, Tang Tian gazed at the diminutive sapling of the world tree, growing fonder with each passing moment. As the sovereign of this world tree, in a sense, could be regarded as his progeny. After a while, Tang Tian suddenly inquired, "What, pray tell, is the variety of the world tree?" The young one paused momentarily. "Variety? What do you mean? Is there such a thing as different varieties of the world tree?" Tang Tian chuckled. "Once it matures, it must surely take on a form, right? Is it conceivable that every world tree across different realms looks identical?" The young one rolled his eyes. "Your points of interest are truly unique. However, I cannot answer that question, for I have scarcely encountered a few world trees. Perhaps I may have seen some in the past, but they have since faded from my memory. Yet, this question is one you ought to ponder yourself. As the master of this world, the appearance of the world tree will undoubtedly be shaped by your own will." Tang Tian was taken aback. His own will? He furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Perhaps only time, as the world tree flourished, would unveil the answer. Chapter 550. Underhanded Operations. The sprouting of the world tree signifies that Tang Tian's realm is now utterly complete. Henceforth, he is left with but a singular pursuit, to ascend beyond the status of an immortal emperor. In truth, with Tang Tian's cultivation steadily advancing, he has begun to sense that his realm is gradually nearing the limits of this world. Although he has acquired a substantial mastery of both worldly and chaotic laws, his power far eclipses that of any being in this realm. He remains unable to achieve a final breakthrough on the level of his cultivation. This world's environment simply does not support his entry into the Tao realm. Even if there were a means to forcibly elevate his status, it would shatter the very fabric of this world, leading to its utter destruction. Unless absolutely necessary, Tang Tian is reluctant to tread this perilous path. Therefore, the next step is to prepare thoroughly and await the ultimate commencement of the sun's trial, ready to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. With approximately a month remaining, Tang Tian devoted 10 days to reach the pinnacle of the immortal emperor stage, finally touching the true ceiling of this world. Subsequently, he meticulously arranged every conceivable matter to ensure the smooth functioning of the Void Realm and the Global Commerce Association upon his departure from the Cloud Summit Celestial Realm. He also placed restrictions on Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, as they were to accompany him to the summit. A few days later, Tang Tian unexpectedly received a message from the Galaxy Immortal Emperor. "I have nearly completed my preparations. Tomorrow, there will be a celebration banquet in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, during which I will also announce the details of the sun's trial. You should come as well," the Galaxy Immortal Emperor stated. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "What is the purpose of the celebration? What are we celebrating?" The Galaxy Immortal Emperor chuckled. "We are celebrating the quelling of all rebellions and the unification of the realm. After millennia of effort, we have finally unified all territories of this world. It is a moment worthy of celebration. All who have contributed significantly will be present, such as the esteemed Ming Xian, the master of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Grand Elder, and naturally, you, as a major contributor, cannot be absent." Tang Tian was taken aback, saying, "Compared to them, how can I be considered a major contributor?" The Galaxy Immortal Emperor shook his head. "How can you not be? Not to mention your crucial role in subduing the last major faction, the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Your contributions during the post-disaster reconstruction after the Luchanga Rebellion were paramount. The 1,000 portions of the world's essence have alleviated our concerns for the next few centuries. Furthermore, your Global Commerce Association has procured significant benefits for all within the celestial realm following the unification of the commercial sector. And the Void Realm has brought hope to countless individuals. These accomplishments cannot merely be quantified by words or numbers." With a gentle sigh, he continued, "Tang Tian, the Cloud Summit Celestial Realm is neither blind nor ungrateful. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed. Thus, you need not belittle yourself so. Presently, all the high-ranking officials, including the other two lords, regard you as a distinguished guest. To be frank, your current stature and prestige surpass those of any of us lords. Tang Tian instinctively touched his nose and replied, "All right, I understand. Please, no more flattery. If you continue, I fear I might ascend to the heavens." The Star River Immortal Emperor chuckled, bringing the discussion to a close. He then continued, "The celebration serves not only the purpose of unifying the realm, but also to welcome the Holy Sons returning from the world's edge. Each generation of Holy Sons must guard the Netherworld, a place both desolate and perilous. Whenever new Holy Sons replace the returning ones, a banquet is held. And this occasion coincides perfectly." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so? I had no idea." The Star River Immortal Emperor smiled. "You need not concern yourself with it, hence you were not informed. The duty of guarding the Netherworld is also to garner merit, thus qualifying for the Divine Sun trials. Since your merits are ample, there is no need for such complexities. These elder Holy Sons will serve as your direct competitors in the Divine Sun trials. So you might pay extra attention to them tomorrow." Tang Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, the Star River Immortal Emperor elaborated on the specifics of the Divine Sun trials. This generation has 13 qualified participants, including Tang Tian, comprising 3 Holy Sons from the previous generation and 9 others who had not participated in prior trials. The opportunity for the Divine Sun trials arises only once, thus all participants prepare thoroughly and choose to engage only when they feel assured. Therefore, Tang Tian's opponents are formidable. The format of the trials has also been established. Unlike the diverse Holy Sun trials, the Divine Sun trials consist of only a few, from which one is selected each time. This trial is named the Ancient Arena. It is a stage forged from the laws of the Heavenly Tao. Upon this arena, the participating Holy Sons shall confront several powerful prodigies from history, battling them one by one. There will be 5 rounds of combat, escalating from the 10-year genius to the 100-year prodigy, the 1,000-year hero, the 10,000-year sovereign, and finally, the ancient peerless. Each prodigy that appears has existed in history, engaging the participating Holy Sons in combat of the same realm. Based on their performance in each battle, the Holy Sons will receive 5 varying degrees of soul of the prodigy, culminating in a final contest to determine the ultimate Divine Sun. The more exceptional one's performance, the more potent the soul of the prodigy obtained, which will provide a significant advantage in the final battle. This presents an opportunity for those Holy Sons with relatively lower cultivation levels to bridge the gap in realms. After listening, Tang Tian couldn't help but shake his head in silence. It goes without saying that this was yet another trial meticulously selected for him by the Celestial Emperor of the Milky Way. Although he had effortlessly defeated the Celestial Emperor recently, the latter was unaware of the specifics of Tang Tian's cultivation level. After all, in merely a year and a half, no one would anticipate that Tang Tian could ascend to the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor in such a brief span. Therefore, to enhance Tang Tian's confidence and bridge the gap in realms, the Eternal Arena was indeed the most fitting trial for him as a chosen one. One must acknowledge the Celestial Emperor's genuine intentions. Moreover, from the 2 trials, it is evident that regardless of how sophisticated or seemingly fair an event may appear, there will invariably be elements of obscurity lurking beneath. Throughout tales of the extraordinary, many individuals of true talent have succumbed to the shadows and covert manipulations. However, at present, Tang Tian finds himself as the fortunate recipient of these shadowy benefits, though he does not particularly require them. "I understand," he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Emperor." Chapter 551. The Celestial Emperor plays an online game regarding this timeless arena trial. Tang Tian felt a sense of anticipation. It was a novel concept. It was the first time he had heard of such a mode of competition. He was also quite curious about the historical prodigies that would manifest, eager to witness their extraordinary charisma. Particularly, he was intrigued by the identity of the final contender, a being of unparalleled distinction. Who among them possessed the right to such a title? Tang Tian looked forward to this encounter. At the conclusion of his communication with the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy, he was informed of the location for the Divine Offspring trial, which was to take place within the Taboo statue. Upon entering, each of the Holy Sons would be transported to separate ancient arenas, where they would engage in 5 battles against historical prodigies. It would not be until the ultimate showdown that they would finally meet face to face. Thus, the direct confrontations among the Holy Sons would be limited during this trial. Nevertheless, the spectacle would be captivating. The celestial emperor of the galaxy chuckled as he relayed to Tang Tian that everyone relished the ancient arena for the opportunity to witness the emergence of numerous historical prodigies and to gain a tangible sense of the disparity between their holy sons and these legendary figures. Once the divine offspring seats were determined, the gates to the pinnacle of the firmament would open, allowing ascension at any moment. Subsequently, the celestial emperor shared a multitude of other details before concluding the transmission. Tang Tian sat within the serene courtyard, inhaling deeply. The moment of witnessing his conjectures was imminent. He hoped that his and Xiao's judgments were indeed correct. The following day, as the sun rose, Tang Tian soared towards the direction of the forbidden area on the rear mountain. Below him, the cloud-top paradise was alive with a jubilant atmosphere. The celebration of unification could not be confined to the upper echelons, for it was a festive occasion for all. Crossing the newly reconstructed four arenas, Tang Tian arrived at the rear mountain. He descended from the sky and entered. Having visited this place numerous times over the past year, he felt quite familiar with it. Soon, he found himself in a shallow valley, adorned with blooming flowers and fragrant pavilions, a true utopia. This locale, known as Sunset Valley, served as a retreat for the retired senior officials of the paradise, a sanctuary for leisure and relaxation. As soon as Tang Tian entered, a voice greeted him. "Oh, young Master Tang has arrived. Please come in." It was an elderly celestial emperor with hair and beard as white as snow. Tang Tian had encountered him several times. In his youth, this celestial emperor held a significant position within the paradise and was a vital force on the ancient battlefield, retiring early due to injury. His disposition was remarkably cheerful, and after a few conversations, they had become quite close, nearly calling each other brothers. "Celestial Emperor Yao Yu, is it well with you?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Fear not, I shall endure," Celestial Emperor Yao Yu chuckled. "Do not let my seemingly frail appearance deceive you. In seeking immortals, our battle group is the second most formidable, second only to those rascals from the soul-guarding mountain. Moreover, observe, I shall inevitably vanquish them and usurp their position within the first battle corps," he exclaimed with a radiant countenance, gesticulating animatedly. Tang Tian, Sun Xian, is an exceptionally vast virtual game birthed from his inspiration in the realm of illusions. It meticulously replicates the real world, boasting a 100% simulation fidelity, with an abundance of content and an endless variety of monsters, and so forth. When the development of this game commenced, Tang Tian merely acted on a whimsical impulse, never anticipating the fervent enthusiasm it would ignite among the populace, particularly for the warlike figures like the radiant Jade Immortal Emperor, who constantly yearn for the glories of the past. It has become an addiction of profound depth. They immerse themselves within it day and night, engaging in rampant slaughter, conquering dungeons, climbing leaderboards, forming battle corps, and vying for territories, always at the forefront. At this moment, the image of the radiant Jade Immortal Emperor appeared in Tang Tian's mind, reminiscent of a disheveled figure seated in an internet CF, slurping instant noodles, an incongruous sight. Nevertheless, one must admit that facilitating their resurgence in the realm of illusions is a beautiful endeavor. "Come, Tai Ran and the others have long awaited your arrival," the radiant Jade Immortal Emperor stated. Subsequently, under the guidance of the radiant Jade Immortal Emperor, Tang Tian found himself at a pavilion. Before he could even glimpse anyone, he was greeted by the lively sounds of discussion emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were all engrossed in conversations about Sun Xian. Upon entering, he beheld a gathering of a dozen elderly gentlemen with white hair, animatedly debating amongst themselves. The esteemed Tai Ran Immortal Emperor sat nearby, attentively listening to the explanations of others, much like a youth absorbing the wisdom of the elders. Tai Ran wishes to join our battle corps. However, he has only just begun his journey and is still a novice. Our battle corps only admits elites. Entry is not granted lightly, and he must strive earnestly. The radiant Jade Immortal Emperor chuckled. Tang Tian could not help but fall into silence. The once mighty master of the mansion had now become a novice. Yet, it seemed that the Tai Ran Immortal Emperor was quite content, humbly seeking guidance despite the jests of others. "Silence, everyone. Tang Tian has arrived," the radiant Jade Immortal Emperor proclaimed loudly. The crowd turned, abandoning the Tai Ran Immortal Emperor to gather around Tang Tian. They then proceeded to bombard him with an array of intricate questions. Tang Tian, how is the Heavenly Court maze dungeon designed? We have attempted to navigate it hundreds of times without success. Tang Tian, what exactly is the weakness of the Divine Court Lord? We have faced annihilation dozens of times. Tang Tian, the melodious immortal has been captured by the temple. I am currently rescuing her, so please ensure she is not mistreated, or I shall not hesitate to confront you. Listening to the barrage of inquiries, Tang Tian felt overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that these venerable immortal emperors would transform into fervent enthusiasts of the game. However, divulging spoilers was certainly out of the question. Engaging in the unraveling of enigmas, rescuing others, and vanquishing formidable bosses is undoubtedly the most meaningful endeavor. Moreover, Tang Tian was unaware of what they were discussing. Although he spearheaded the development of Seeking Immortality, he had never actually played it. Who could fathom the content of their discourse? After a brief commotion, the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy suddenly arrived, liberating Tang Tian from the tumult. He exhaled deeply, expressing his relief. I am grateful for your timely arrival. These ancient Celestial Emperors are frightful. Were they equally frenzied in their youth? The Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy chuckled, responding, Isn't it splendid? Since my acquaintance with them, this is the first instance I have witnessed their fervent enthusiasm for a particular matter. I was equally astonished upon my initial observation. Yet, what truly astounds me is your ability to create such wondrous contrivances. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. As I have mentioned before, this is a skill inherent to my compatriots. Let us not dwell on that. We must proceed to the venue. The 12 holy sons participating in the Son of God trial have already arrived, the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, and together they soared toward the heart of Sunset Valley. Chapter 552. The bewildered Gu Shuang in a spacious garden area beneath the radiant sun. The coolness of the valley remained undisturbed. A simple venue was arranged in the center of the garden. By the time Tang Tian and the Star River Immortal Emperor arrived, many had already gathered, predominantly high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Mansion, alongside retired elder immortal sovereigns and emperors. Though they had stepped down from their positions, their renown persisted, and they had all made significant contributions to the development of the Heavenly Mansion. Naturally, such esteemed veterans could not be absent from this celebratory feast. Additionally, a number of youthful faces occupied a designated area, exuding formidable auras, all of them possessing cultivation levels that surpassed even that of the immortal emperors. Several appeared to be on par with the venerable Star River Immortal Emperor. These were the past holy sons who had returned from the fringes of the world, direct competitors of Tang Tian in the Divine Sun trials. Your seat is over there. Please take a moment to sit. I shall seek out Lord Wan He and Lord Hao Kong, as they are discussing the final arrangements. The celebration is about to commence, advised the Star River Immortal Emperor. Tang Tian nodded and proceeded to the venue. Upon recognizing many familiar faces and exchanging pleasantries, he arrived at the position indicated by the Star River Immortal Emperor. This spot was not amidst the elder holy sons, but rather situated at a more elevated location, seemingly on par with the three lords. However, since it had been designated by the Star River Immortal Emperor, it was surely sanctioned by the other two lords, prompting Tang Tian to take his seat without hesitation. The high-ranking officials surrounding him exhibited no signs of discontent. It appeared entirely appropriate for Tang Tian to occupy that position. Yet, some individuals were less than pleased. Gu Shuang, having separated from Xianzhen, had etched the name Tang Tian into his memory. Upon his return, he promptly conducted an inquiry into Tang Tian's background, the results of which astonished him. Throughout the annals of the Heavenly Mansion's history, no holy son had ever been as extraordinary as Tang Tian. In comparison to Tang Tian's own prowess, his contributions to the Heavenly Mansion seemed even more resplendent, particularly his involvement in the Universal Trade Association and the Void Realm, which had significantly altered Gu Shuang's worldview. Xianzhen was indeed correct. If one were to assess merits alone, Tang Tian had more than earned his place as a contender for the title of Divine Son. Yet, the more impressive Tang Tian appeared, the greater Gu Shuang's disdain grew. What were they? They were holy sons, not merchants or benevolent souls. Holy sons should steadfastly devote themselves to enhancing their cultivation, utilizing their exceptional talents and strength to command respect from all. What skill lies in winning hearts through monetary means? To put it plainly, Tang Tian's current status in the heavenly mansion was merely a result of wealth and influence. Moreover, the 10,000 primal essences from the sun's trial were merely a stroke of good fortune. What does that signify in terms of genuine talent and hard work? Upon returning, Gu Shuang was astounded to find that nearly everyone was singing praises for Tang Tian, and 100 grievances stirred within him. Now, as he beheld Tang Tian seated in the highest position of the banquet, his discontent only deepened. How could a mere boy, reliant on the scent of copper, occupy a status superior to those of them who had earned their titles through tangible skill? After quietly observing Tang Tian for a moment, he exchanged glances with the other two sons, then rose and strode towards Tang Tian. The other two shared a look and followed suit, while the remaining sons raised their eyebrows, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Soon, they stood before Tang Tian. "Are you the foremost among the sons in this trial?" Gu Shuang inquired, his tone laced with condescension. Tang Tian lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at him. From the moment he entered the venue, he sensed a malevolent gaze fixed upon him, though he chose to ignore it. To his surprise, this individual had come to confront him directly. "Indeed, that is I? What brings you here?" Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair and casually crossing his legs. In the current celestial summit, it had become rare for anyone to seek confrontation with him. It was evident that these were the previous sons, just returned from the edge of the world. If his memory served him correctly, the leader among them was Gu Shuang, the first son from the last trial. Noticing Tang Tian's relaxed demeanor, Gu Shuang's eyes twitched slightly, and he coldly retorted, "Tang Tian, I became a son 8 years ago. By etiquette, you should stand and pay your respects to me, rather than remain seated." Unfazed, Tang Tian replied leisurely, "What etiquette? I have never heard of such a thing. Present it for my perusal. If such a regulation exists, I shall comply. I am a person who adheres to rules." Faced with Gu Shuang's intimidation, Tang Tian could only inwardly lament how trivial this was. What era was it? To still employ such tactics of oppression? Were they performing a Qing palace drama? In response to Tang Tian's disdain, Gu Shuang's countenance darkened as he retorted, "Today's youth truly lack respect. I may overlook your failure to bow, but do you comprehend the significance of this place? This area belongs to the Lord of the Manor, and to those elders who have rendered great service to the celestial manor, who granted you the audacity to sit here," he thundered. Tang Tian sighed inwardly, pondering how this fellow appeared so mentally deficient. Had the 8 years of guarding the netherworld rendered him foolish? He seemed utterly oblivious to the complexities of human relationships. If he truly lacked the qualifications to occupy this seat, he would have long been expelled, and it would not be his turn to bark here like a dog. Tang Tian straightened his posture slightly, poised to speak. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from beside him. "Oh, Tang Tian, what are you doing sitting here? It seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Turning to look, Tang Tian recognized the speaker as the esteemed Taoran Immortal Emperor. He had concluded his studies and returned to the assembly. Upon observing Tang Tian's chosen position, he furrowed his brow and remarked. Upon hearing his words, Gu Shuang's heart soared with joy. He was well aware of the Taoran Immortal Emperor's stature as the most revered elder of the entire Tianfu. With the elder's direct intervention, how could Tang Tian possibly remain undisturbed? He was preparing to embellish the situation further, yet the subsequent words of the Taoran Immortal Emperor caught in his throat, nearly causing his jaw to drop in astonishment. "You should take the main seat. Those 3 wretched youngsters from Xinghe have amassed less of the world's essence combined over the years than you have alone. Go ahead and take your place. Just mention that I said so, and they will not dare to object upon their return," declared the Taoran Immortal Emperor. Gu Shuang. Tang Tian promptly rose to his feet, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and smiled. "Senior Taoran, you jest. As a disciple, I would never presume to compare myself to the 3 esteemed elders. Please, take your seat." Chapter 553. Be prepared. The serene, immortal Emperor Tyron was, of course, jesting with Tang Tian. As merely a disciple, regardless of his tremendous contributions, it was ultimately inappropriate for him to sit above the 3 esteemed lords. After indulging in light-hearted banter for a while, Tyron turned his gaze towards Gu Shuang and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Only then did Gu Shuang regain his composure, hastily bowing respectfully to Tyron and stating, "Esteemed Lord Tyron, I merely came to greet this newly appointed saint's disciple." He continued, "However, I find the position of this disciple somewhat inappropriate, especially considering the numerous senior elders who were seated below him. Gu Shuang remained somewhat unyielding, seeking to rally the other elders to his cause. With an expression devoid of emotion, Tyron replied coolly, "Gu Shuang, be mindful of your titles. I have stepped down. Furthermore, I see no issue with Tang Tian's position." He then addressed the assembly of senior elders below, asking, "What are your thoughts?" The elders, in unison, hastily gestured in denial. No, there is nothing amiss. Young Master Tang's merits warrant his place here without question. If there is any issue, as you have pointed out, it is that he is too lowly positioned. Indeed, the final assertion came from the esteemed Xian Zun, who declared, "I believe Tang Tian should be on par with the three esteemed lords." Upon hearing the elders' sentiments, Tang Tian could only feel a sense of helplessness. Why did Gu Shuang choose to rally the elders, who were all aligned with him? Once the elders had finished speaking, Tyron turned his attention back to Gu Shuang and asked, "Do you have any further objections?" At that moment, Gu Shuang's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. How could he have anticipated that all the elders would rally behind Tang Tian? How could anyone garner such unanimous support? Was the power of wealth truly so formidable? Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, gritting his teeth and asserting, "Esteemed Lord Tyron, even so, he is but a disciple. All our saints are gathered over there, and he stands here alone. I fear many may harbor discontent." Having failed to sway the elders, he sought to sway the other saints. Tang Tian nearly sighed in exasperation. Despite Gu Shuang being over a decade his senior, he seemed like an inexperienced youth. The saints were well aware of the arduous journey Tang Tian had undertaken to reach this point. How could they be swayed by him? Indeed, as Gu Shuang glanced at the other saints, they all appeared indifferent, their gazes fixed elsewhere as if the matter had no bearing on them. Even the two individuals behind him instinctively distanced themselves. He stood there alone, akin to a jester. Tyron observed him and spoke softly, "Gu Shuang, you possess exceptional talent and remarkable strength. However, do not squander your gifts on trivial matters. If you genuinely feel aggrieved by Tang Tian, then prove yourself in the upcoming trial of the Divine Sons." Gu Shuang remained silent, ultimately bowing slightly and stating, "I have learned much, Master." The Taiyan Immortal Emperor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may return." Observing Gu Shuang's retreating figure, the Taiyan Immortal Emperor let out a faint sigh, remarking, "This lad possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is exceedingly arrogant, lacking the breadth of spirit to embrace others. If he could rectify this flaw, he might well evolve into a genius akin to Lu Ming. He is, after all, the most outstanding disciple in recent decades, barring you." Tang Tian chuckled softly, replying, "Every individual must undergo a process of growth." The Taiyan Immortal Emperor glanced back at him, smiling, "And why do you not experience this?" He cautioned, "Be mindful. He may prove to be your most formidable opponent in the Sun's trial." With that, he made his way back to his seat. Tang Tian settled down once more, thoughtfully stroking his chin. A formidable opponent, indeed? One can only hope. Otherwise, this experience would be dreadfully mundane. After a brief interval, the three lords arrived in unison, marking the official commencement of the celebration banquet. The banquet itself held little of note, merely reminiscing about the past of Tianfu and acknowledging the hard work and contributions of all present. Subsequently, they gazed toward a promising future. Overall, the atmosphere was quite relaxed. For Tang Tian, the most noteworthy aspect was the delightful flavor of the dishes served at the banquet, which he intended to have Gu Xiaoxue explore further upon their return. The celebration lasted a considerable time, spanning an entire day amidst the clinking of cups and laughter. At the conclusion of the banquet, the Xinghe Immortal Emperor announced the details of the Sun's trial. 13 participating sons would, in half a month's time, compete for the coveted title of Sun and the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament. The young saints flexed their muscles in anticipation. This would be their final performance as disciples, and regardless of the outcome, it must be spectacular. During the announcement of the trial regulations, Tang Tian once again felt the chill of a piercing gaze upon him. However, he dismissed it entirely. A mere gaze cannot take a life. If one truly wishes to harm him, they ought to exert themselves in the trial instead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, this exclusive celebration for the elite finally drew to a close. On the journey back to Tongxing Mountain, the Tianfu below remained ablaze with lights, exuding an atmosphere of jubilation. Although the banquet had ended, the festivities were likely to continue for at least another fortnight. Regardless of social class or group, numerous celebratory activities would abound, and it was likely that this would evolve into a permanent festival for Yunding Tianfu in the future. Tang Tian chose not to partake in the revelry. On the following day after the banquet, he journeyed to the headquarters of the Universal Commerce Association. Before participating in the son's trial, he had one final task to accomplish: transferring Xiao Ji and the Jinsher stele into his personal realm. These two fragments of primordial treasures could not remain within the confines of the Tianfu world. The process of transition was not arduous. The majority of the tasks were executed by Xiao Ji, who was solely responsible for relocating the core entrance of the virtual realm. Upon completing this, he summoned Wang Gang and Li Hong for an intimate discussion, primarily to finalize arrangements following his departure from the Tianfu world. With the esteemed protectors, Xinghe Xian Emperor, Lanting Xianzun, and Mingxian Xianzun, safeguarding the Tianfu, along with the unwavering support of the Mo family as a steadfast ally, there were essentially no foreseeable issues. Once everything was meticulously organized, Tang Tian returned to Qingshu Courtyard, patiently awaiting the commencement of the Son of Heaven trial. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had swiftly passed. Today marked the pivotal moment for determining the seat of the Son of Heaven. Before dawn, Tang Tian summoned Xiao Shui and Wang Ziyu to his side, and subsequently placed them within the world of the strange egg. He planned to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm immediately upon securing the seat of the Son of Heaven. Chapter 554. The trial of the Divine Son commences in the sacred grounds of the Rear Mountain. The illustrious heavenly emperors, Xinghe, Wanhe, and Haokong, stood in unison. Behind them, the esteemed figures of the heavenly court, including the composed Emperor Tai Ran, the Grand Elder, and the revered immortals Lan Ting and Ming Xian, had gathered in full assembly. Even Yang Shuo, who had only recently recuperated from his injuries, had made his way to this grand congregation. It was evident that, apart from those genuinely unable to attend, nearly all the high-ranking officials of the heavenly court had converged. Before them lay a colossal teleportation array. Above the array stood 13 youthful and formidable figures, the 13 holy sons participating in the trial. Among them was Tang Tian, positioned within the crowd. Shortly, they would traverse the teleportation array to their trial site, the interior of the forbidden statue, to engage in the ultimate contest among the prodigies of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Court. Let us all strive to perform excellently, was the unspoken sentiment. Without further ado, the three lords simultaneously invoked a spell, channeling it into the array. The immense teleportation formation was instantly activated, a radiant beam of multicolored light piercing through the heavens. Moments later, with a gentle rumble, the colorful beam dissipated, and the 13 holy sons vanished from the array. The celestial emperors below exhaled softly. With a smile, Emperor Tai Ran remarked, "I wonder who will seize the final crown this time and ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament to continue their path." Ming Xian chuckled. "It must surely be Tang Tian. In every competition among disciples, has he ever faltered?" Many high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. Since Tang Tian's arrival at the heavenly court, he had managed to outshine numerous contenders. Such extraordinary feats could only be achieved with genuine prowess. However, the capabilities of the other holy sons should not be underestimated. They had ascended to their positions as holy sons a decade, or even several decades before Tang Tian. The accumulation of experience over the years was not to be disregarded. Indeed, particularly the last session's foremost holy son, Gu Xuan. He stands as one of the most remarkable holy sons the heavenly court has seen in nearly a century. Second only to Lu Ming. His ambition has always been to surpass Lu Ming, and his aspirations are quite lofty, remarked another elder. Yet, soon after, an elder shook his head with a sigh, stating, "It is precisely this ambition that has rendered him overly arrogant. Since his ascension to the status of a mortal emperor, he has disregarded us older fellows. Whether he successfully reaches the pinnacle of the firmament or remains in the heavenly court, he will inevitably face a tribulation as a consequence of his hubris." The assembly nodded in consensus. Gu Xuan, in essence, was merely an arrogant young fool. Should he venture to the pinnacle of the firmament, where prodigies abound, his temperament might easily provoke enmity, leading to inevitable repercussions. Should he remain in Tianfu, his arrogance, so conspicuous, would be considered a grave misstep in this realm centered around power. Regardless of the outcome, one is destined to traverse a tumultuous journey. Should he successfully navigate it, he would ascend to greater heights. Failure, however, often leads to a fate akin to the many historical prodigies who faded into obscurity. As the crowd engaged in casual conversation, the Starry River Immortal Emperor's gaze shifted, and he remarked, "They have already entered." Subsequently, the three governors of the estate acted in unison once more, conjuring a magnificent light screen before the onlookers. This screen was divided into 13 segments, each corresponding to one of the 13 holy sons, allowing the spectators to observe their every move during the trial. As the images materialized, the crowd focused intently. Within a peculiar world, brilliance radiated from every corner, both above and below, filled with immense prisms. Under the refraction of these mirrors, it felt as though one was immersed in a dazzling realm of light. Suddenly, a figure emerged within this prism realm, none other than Tang Tian. The blinding light assaulted him momentarily, but after a brief adjustment, he discerned his surroundings. Is this truly the interior of the forbidden statue? Tang Tian stroked his chin, noting that the scene before him deviated from his expectations. He had anticipated glimpsing veins and organs. Had such elements existed, he would have certainly left something remarkable within the cardiac region. Yet, attuned to the palpable aura of rules emanating from all directions, he was certain he was indeed within the confines of the forbidden statue. Surveying the prisms surrounding him, Tang Tian soon realized they constituted a vast formation crafted from the power of rules, akin to a labyrinth. Presumably, he must navigate this maze to reach the eternal arena. After pondering for a moment, he chose a direction and stepped forward. Meanwhile, outside, upon witnessing the prisms displayed on the screen, the Taoran Immortal Emperor remarked with mild surprise. This element was absent in previous trials of the eternal arena, was it not? Governor Wanha chuckled and replied, "This is merely an appetizer we've prepared for the holy sons. This formation, known as the mirror light illusion array, requires a certain comprehension of the heavenly Tao's principles to exit successfully. It is not overly challenging, serving merely to warm up the holy sons. They should all emerge within a quarter of an hour." However, as soon as Governor Wanha finished speaking, the Mingxian Immortal Sovereign pointed toward the screen, exclaiming, Tang Tian seems to have already emerged." "What?" Governor Wanha was taken aback, turning to look. Among the 13 holy sons, some were still testing their limits, while others had only just begun. Yet, Tang Tian had already reached the exit of the mirror light illusion array. Indeed, I just observed that Tang Tian did not pause for a moment nor made any errors as he smoothly exited, taking the most direct route. As the Lanting Immortal Sovereign noted, the Lord of Wanha exhibited an unusual expression as he remarked, "Though this formation is not exceedingly difficult, it is certainly not a trivial matter. It amalgamates the power of thousands of rules. Even a master of formation cannot possibly discern the optimal solution in such a brief span of time. Tang Tian is indeed extraordinary." The esteemed Xianzun Ming Xian chuckled heartily and said, "I knew it. Tang Tian will undoubtedly prevail." After a brief silence, the Lord of Wanha continued, "The mirror light illusion array is merely an appetizer. We must await the performance on the ancient arena. The prodigies of the decade should not face significant challenges, but it remains to be seen if they can surmount the threshold of the century's elite. Should they succeed in vanquishing them, the true test will be how long they can endure against those legendary figures of history. The longer they persist, the more formidable the essence of the prodigy they shall acquire." The esteemed Xianzun Lan Ting smiled slightly and inquired, "Do you believe they cannot transcend the millennium as paragons?" The Lord of Wanha shook his head and replied, "It is exceedingly difficult. Those who can be deemed as millennium paragons are unparalleled beings, radiating brilliance in every regard. I hope that someone can break through, yet the challenge is indeed daunting." Lan Ting Xianzun smiled without responding, turning his gaze towards the unfolding scene ahead. Let us then await with anticipation. Chapter 555. The Decade of Genius in the Prism World. A dim portal materialized before Tang Tian. It had barely been a moment since he had entered this realm. To him, the so-called illusion was as if it did not exist at all. Without the need to unravel the myriad laws, he could effortlessly discover the optimal solution within this labyrinth and emerge successfully. As he stepped away from the prism world, the surrounding resplendent light was instantly extinguished, and the endless mirrors behind him vanished without a trace. At last, he was free from the blinding light. Tang Tian smirked and continued forward. Here, he could more easily discern that he was indeed within the confines of the forbidden statue. The ground beneath his feet was extraordinarily solid, capable of being shattered only by genuine laws or his sun and moon immortal sword. However, this time, he would not recklessly draw his sword. After walking for a while, a grand formation appeared upon a flat expanse ahead. Tang Tian observed for a moment and quickly realized that this formation was extraordinary. The power of the laws entwined around it, emanating a profound aura that seemed to connect the past and the future, as if transcending time itself. This aura was somewhat familiar to him, reminiscent of the mirror that the celestial sovereign had once presented. It was likely that this was indeed the true location of the ancient arena trial. However, it had yet to activate, presumably waiting for all the other holy sons to exit the labyrinth. Thus, Tang Tian casually found a nearby spot and quietly awaited. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the formation before him suddenly stirred. A mysterious energy surged from all directions, converging within the formation. Noticing this, Tang Tian rose and approached the center of the formation. Moments later, a monumental will descended from above, causing the ground beneath him to tremble as a colossal arena rose, gently elevating Tang Tian. He could sense a consciousness slowly awakening before him, its power coalescing into a humanoid shape. As the arena fully materialized, a young man clad in a light blue robe stood opposite Tang Tian. Observing the surroundings, the young man furrowed his brow slightly before fixing his gaze upon Tang Tian. "Ah, so you are my opponent today," he spoke in a low voice. Tang Tian, stroking his chin, regarded him with keen interest. "Is this the legendary decade genius? He appears rather unremarkable, not much different from the other holy sons. I wonder which era's genius he is." "Who are you?" Tang Tian inquired. "Qin Feng," the young man replied, and a silver spear manifested in his hand. "I can sense that you are a formidable opponent. However, I will give it my all. It is either you or me who shall perish." As his voice fell, a tremendous battle intent erupted from him, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Good." At this moment, outside, Lan Tingxianzun raised an eyebrow upon seeing the youth wielding a silver spear, exclaiming, "This year's notable talent is unexpectedly him." The Grand Elder spoke, "Qin Feng, the most exceptional genius at the inception of the War God Temple. Although he was expelled due to conflicts with the direct lineage, he later ascended through sheer determination and talent. Ultimately, during the final trial of the divine offspring, he overwhelmed another genius of the War God Temple, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the heavens." Ming Xianzun chuckled. Indeed, because of this incident, the War God Temple nearly regretted their decision. Otherwise, they would surely be at the forefront among the 9 great powers. Tai Ran Xiandi nodded, stating, "Qin Feng possesses formidable strength, having mastered several superior celestial arts to a perfected state. He has also integrated the martial techniques of the War God Temple, creating an exceptionally powerful battle method. He is not easily dealt with." The others nodded in agreement, then turned their attention back to the unfolding scene. At this moment, on the 13 platforms, everyone was engaged in combat with Qin Feng. Tang Tian was no exception. After uttering a single good, Qin Feng charged forward. Tang Tian could immediately discern that this individual had undeniable ties to the War God Temple, yet his combat techniques were even more formidable. Seeing this, Tang Tian did not rush to eliminate him, but instead decided to employ the superior celestial arts he had cultivated to test his mettle. As they exchanged blows, an array of hundreds of phenomena began to coalesce on the platform, filling the space above and below, nearly saturating the arena. Each phenomenon represented a perfected state of a superior celestial art. In the midst of this, Qin Feng wielded his spear, weaving through the phenomena, shattering them one by one. Yet he found himself unable to break free. Instead, the phenomena multiplied. It soon dawned on him that this opponent was merely toying with him. "You are indeed powerful. I never imagined that anyone could master so many superior celestial arts to such a perfected state simultaneously. Had I existed in the same era as you, I would have had no chance whatsoever. To transcend time and engage in a battle of equal standing with someone of your caliber is a privilege." With that, Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards Tang Tian's position, his battle intent reaching its zenith. "Yet, I must make one final attempt. This is a fight to the death." With a fierce roar, his battle intent blazed fiercely, an endless power converging towards him. In the next moment, the silver spear trembled violently, seemingly merging with his very being. Exhausting his life force, an immense power surged towards Tang Tian. Sensing the unparalleled might, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. This strike was indeed remarkable, undoubtedly deserving of the title of the most formidable genius in the past decade. Unfortunately for him, he was confronted by none other than himself. Had Tang Tian relied solely on the superior celestial techniques acquired from the cloud-top celestial mansion, he would have indeed struggled to counter this assault. However, he had also mastered a plethora of advanced celestial arts from the feathered immortal dynasty, techniques that were even more potent. In response to Qin Feng's onslaught, Tang Tian extended his 5 fingers, conjuring forth 100 diverse manifestations that simultaneously emerged. In the next instant, these manifestations engulfed Qin Feng entirely. The boundless combat intent, unwavering until death, could not breach the formidable celestial arts Tang Tian wielded with the ease of a master. Upon sensing the complete disappearance of Qin Feng's aura, Tang Tian snapped his fingers, clearing all the manifestations above the arena. Subsequently, a surge of transformative energy enveloped him, swiftly restoring his earlier depletion. Soon after, a pale blue orb materialized at the very spot where Qin Feng had just stood. Tang Tian summoned it closer, discovering that within the orb resided Qin Feng's soul. This soul, condensed from the laws, bore no true life force yet was indistinguishable from a normal soul in every other respect. Presumably, this was what was referred to as a genius soul. In the climactic battle ahead, it could be summoned to aid him in combat. Quite intriguing, Tang Tian mused, a smile gracing his lips as he secured Qin Feng's genius soul. At that moment, an even more formidable presence began to coalesce before him, and soon the outline of a second figure emerged. So soon? Tang Tian arched an eyebrow, having anticipated a longer wait for the progress of the other holy sons. As he observed the increasingly distinct silhouette, anticipation stirred within him about the nature of this century's genius. Yet, when the figure fully materialized, Tang Tian was rendered speechless. It was him? Chapter 556. The battle against Lu Ming. The gaze of the crowd was firmly fixed upon the scene where Tang Tian stood. Many watched with wide eyes, lost in reverie. It was said that during the last Tongshan conference, Tang Tian had displayed an unparalleled mastery of Dao techniques, and witnessing it firsthand this time was indeed a testament to his reputation. One elder remarked with awe, indeed, he must possess hundreds of superior celestial arts, all at the pinnacle of their realms. Has anyone in history ever achieved such an exaggerated degree of prowess? Surely not. At least, no one at such a young age of 20 has exhibited such extraordinary comprehension and spiritual strength. Others chimed in. Look at him. After employing so many Dao techniques, he doesn't even seem to be slightly out of breath. Truly terrifying. Moreover, it appeared that the techniques he employed were not of our Tianfu origin, but rather belonged to even more ancient and formidable sorcery. Tang Tian has undoubtedly inherited the teachings of some ancient power, remarked the esteemed Lan Ting. The crowd nodded in agreement. Curiosity about Tang Tian's background was palpable among the onlookers. However, due to the strict laws of Tianfu, they refrained from probing too deeply. The prevailing consensus was that Tang Tian had acquired the complete inheritance of a mysterious lineage, endowing him with immense wealth and boundless resources. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to explain his capabilities. Remarkable. I initially thought Tang Tian's strength would not far exceed that of the other holy sons, but it seems otherwise. The crowd observed as they turned their attention to the other holy sons. Most remained embroiled in a tense struggle, with a few clearly at a disadvantage. Only 2 or 3 appeared to have gained a significant upper hand. For instance, Gu Shuang had been relentlessly pressuring Qin Feng throughout the match, making victory merely a matter of time. Yet, when compared to Tang Tian's decisive performance, the disparity was stark. The 10-year genius, Qin Feng, indeed paled in comparison to Tang Tian. It remained uncertain whether this newly emerged centennial prodigy would pose any challenge to him. Can Tang Tian successfully surmount this formidable peak? The Grand Elder pondered aloud. The crowd focused intently on the figure coalescing before Tang Tian. When this figure finally materialized before their eyes, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Is it him? The Star River Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, for the centennial prodigy who had appeared was none other than his former rival, Lu Ming. Is Lu Ming truly a centennial prodigy? I had thought him deserving of the title of Millennium Hero, the Ming Xian immortal sovereign remarked. The Tai Ran immortal emperor chuckled. The eternal arena never errs. However, even if Lu Ming is categorized as a centennial prodigy, he must undoubtedly be among the most formidable of them. This, the Star River Palace master surely understood best. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Ming's prowess, throughout the annals of our Tianfu's history, ranks among the foremost. He has mastered a formidable and transcendent art that surpasses the highest tier of celestial techniques. Before such mastery, I find myself devoid of even the slightest chance of victory. The crowd was instantly struck with awe. Beyond celestial arts, one can only ascend to the innate path techniques. To have grasped such a skill at this stage is undeniably a testament to Lu Ming's extraordinary talent, which can only be described as otherworldly. Alas, an unfortunate incident transpired later. Now, his appearance at the ancient arena poses an immense challenge for all the saints participating in the trial. I am curious if Tang Tian can rival him. At the ancient arena, upon recognizing the face of his opponent, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the second prodigy to emerge after a century would be Lu Ming. This individual had mastered a secret technique of the six ancestors, a power rivaling that of innate path arts. To think such a being would be classified among century-old prodigies. What formidable figures might the next three tiers possess? Tang Tian began to feel a sense of anticipation. However, those thoughts were for another time. At this moment, Lu Ming had regained his composure. Fixing his gaze upon Tang Tian, am I being summoned? He quickly discerned the essence of the situation. Tang Tian nodded slightly, stating, I am the saint son of Yunding Tianfu. We are currently engaged in the trial of divine sons. Lu Ming glanced skyward, murmuring, the trial of divine sons, is it? I never imagined I would return here. As he spoke, he suddenly stiffened, as if disturbed by an unseen force. Subsequently, he regained his focus and addressed Tang Tian. This arena forbids me from indulging in excessive reminiscence. It compels me to exert my utmost against you. Are you prepared? Tang Tian nodded. Let us begin. As his words fell, a gust of wind-like aura began to rise from Lu Ming. Soon after, a white jade folding fan appeared in his hand. Tang Tian scrutinized the fan but discerned nothing extraordinary about it. It appeared to be an ordinary high-quality celestial artifact. Perhaps the ancient arena could not manifest the true nature of that divine object, or perhaps Lu Ming had never employed it. Lost in thought, Lu Ming's figure had already closed the distance to stand before Tang Tian. Junior brother, losing focus in battle is not a commendable habit. With that, a powerful force surged toward Tang Tian, akin to a 1,000-meter-high tsunami. Upon sensing this force, Tang Tian could not help but nod in acknowledgement. It was no wonder the Star River Celestial Emperor had always been overshadowed by this individual. Even disregarding the Longsong fan dance, Lu Ming's strength undoubtedly justified the title of the foremost figure of his era. Yet, before Tang Tian, such tactics would prove insufficient. With a casual motion, he neutralized Lu Ming's assault and retaliated with a fist that forced him back. Without employing that arcane art, you possess no chance. Brother Lu Ming, Tang Tian remarked. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he replied with a smile. You seem to know me quite well. Tang Tian chuckled softly and said, I understand you even better than you might imagine. For instance, I am aware of what you and Lining have been up to. He sought to test whether this Lu Ming, summoned from the annals of history, possessed any deeper knowledge. However, to his disappointment, upon hearing those words, Lu Ming exhibited signs of bewilderment. Who is Lining? He pondered. This name feels remarkably significant, yet I cannot seem to recall. A sharp pain throbbed in his head. Let us return to the matter at hand. You are indeed formidable, far surpassing that fellow Xing He. Alas, we exist in different eras, otherwise, our encounters would undoubtedly have been extraordinary. Nevertheless, meeting now is a twist of fate. Since you desire me to employ that arcane art, I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, Lu Chang's aura suddenly transformed, shifting from tumultuous waves to the serene surface of a clear lake. A folding fan danced gracefully in his hand. Chapter 557. The Eternal Sovereign in the External World. As they gazed upon the scene involving Tang Tian, the crowd's jaws dropped in disbelief. The Star River Immortal Emperor's eyes reflected a profound incredulity. Is it possible that Tang Tian possesses this technique as well? He exclaimed. Indeed. Not long after Tang Tian commenced his battle with Lu Ming, Lu Ming employed the very technique previously mentioned by the Star River Immortal Emperor. It was undeniably a formidable martial art, and even from their vantage point, they could sense the terrifying killing intent concealed beneath that folding fan. However, their astonishment escalated when they witnessed Tang Tian wielding the same technique as Lu Ming, yet with greater potency. The overwhelming might radiating from him illuminated the true strength of this martial art. It transcended the realm of superior celestial techniques. It was in an entirely different league. No wonder the Star River Immortal Emperor had faced repeated defeats at Lu Ming's hands. One was armed with a weapon capable of slicing through iron, while the other wielded a mere child's wooden sword. How could victory be expected? The crowd cast sympathetic and understanding glances towards the Star River Immortal Emperor. It was hardly unjust to lose against such an adversary. Yet this time, Lu Ming found himself in a predicament akin to that of the Star River Immortal Emperor. Tang Tian's mastery of the technique was evidently superior, and as the two clashed, Lu Ming found himself without any advantage. In mere moments, he was thrust into a disadvantageous position. After a brief struggle, Tang Tian struck him down from the sky with a single palm, leaving no possibility for a comeback. Observing this spectacle, the venerable Xian Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. It seems that the century's prodigy is not all that impressive after all. Has he been weakened by the eternal arena? It appears Tang Tian effortlessly claims victory. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, recognizing the absurdity of his statement. Had he not witnessed the other saints who had faced Lu Ming, who had been utterly overpowered? Furthermore, Lu Ming had merely employed conventional methods. Only Gu Shuang seemed capable of contending with Lu Ming, albeit likely for a fleeting moment. Once that martial art was unleashed, Gu Shuang too might struggle to endure. Only Tang Tian stood apart as an exception. Enough, we all acknowledge Tang Tian's strength. Let us cease this mockery, the Grand Elder remarked with irritation. Lan Ting, Immortal Sovereign, smiled and added, should Tang Tian triumph over the upcoming millennium's prodigies, it would indeed create yet another historical milestone. In the annals of the Eternal Arena trials, no one has ever surmounted this peak. The crowd nodded in agreement, their anticipation mounting. Witnessing history is a rare privilege indeed. At this juncture, upon observing Lu Ming perform the long song fan dance, it became evident to Tang Tian that Lu Ming was not particularly adept with it. At most, he had merely reached a level of proficiency. Nevertheless, it is true that innate Dao techniques are not easily mastered, even by those of the Dao level and above, let alone a young cultivator from the immortal realm. Achieving proficiency in such an art is already a remarkable feat. Alas, he has encountered a prodigy. As for this Dao technique, Tang Tian had long since perfected it to an extraordinary level. After effortlessly repelling his opponent with a single palm, Lu Ming reigned in his aura. He understood that he had no chance of victory left. Gazing at Tang Tian in the sky, his eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration. Indeed, the new waves pushed the old forward. I now find myself grateful that we were not born in the same era. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have avoided you at all costs, Lu Ming remarked with a smile. Tang Tian silently mused, realizing that this individual had harbored such a mindset a century ago. Do you truly remember nothing? He remained somewhat hopeful and inquired. Lu Ming chuckled softly, saying, what I should not remember, I have forgotten. You may still partake in the Divine Sun trial. Perhaps we shall meet again in reality. However, I hope we never cross paths again. With that, his figure began to grow increasingly ethereal. Moments later, he vanished entirely from the arena, leaving behind a sphere of white energy, the essence of Lu Ming's extraordinary soul. Tang Tian summoned it into his hands with a quiet sigh. Lu Ming's hopes were dashed. They had met, and he had watched him complete his final journey with his own eyes. How shall I put it? This is also a form of fate. Tang Tian had not anticipated encountering Lu Ming once more upon the eternal arena. After stowing away the second extraordinary soul, Tang Tian fixed his gaze ahead. Another figure began to coalesce before him. This one should be the so-called Millennium Prodigy. Upon his complete manifestation, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This individual was familiar to him. From the outside world, Luo Tianhong? This current iteration of the Eternal Arena trial is indeed quite formidable. The elders recognized the person standing before Tang Tian. I had expected him to be the 10,000-year champion. After all, he descended from above, the Grand Elder remarked with surprise. Others expressed similar sentiments. Regarding him, I believe I possess the most authority to speak. The esteemed Lan Ting Xianzuan chuckled wryly, stating, I was a disciple of the same generation as him, and the chasm between us is as vast as a canyon, no matter how hard one strives. His silhouette remains forever out of reach. To call him the 10,000-year champion is no exaggeration, for he is undoubtedly the unrivaled first among the cloud-peaked celestial abode, with no one capable of challenging his status. He lamented. However, as his words settled, Ming Xian Xianzuan pointed toward the unfolding scene ahead and spoke, now. There is controversy. Lan Ting Xianzuan froze, gazing forward, instantly rendered speechless. Luo Tianhong, standing before Tang Tian, had begun to disintegrate and dissipate, even faster than Qin Feng and Lu Ming. On the ancient arena, Tang Tian stood with his hands behind his back, observing as Luo Tianhong gradually faded away. This individual he had encountered in the texts he perused, the foremost figure of Yunding Tianfu throughout history. Unfortunately, Tang Tian found little interest in him. Indeed, this man was formidable, several times more powerful than Lu Ming, possessing mastery over an innate Dao technique, and his understanding of the principles was remarkably profound. He scarcely resembled a local. However, when Tang Tian unleashed his perfected innate Dao technique, all became futile. The foremost figure, Luo Tianhong, met a swift demise. Gazing at the composed Tang Tian, Luo Tianhong's face was filled with disbelief. If the reality-bound me were to learn how effortlessly you vanquished me, I would undoubtedly seek you out again. He uttered a fierce retort. Tang Tian offered no response, even suppressing a chuckle. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Unless the reality-bound you has grown powerful enough to sense this matter, our paths shall never cross again. After collecting the essence of the prodigious Luo Tianhong, the fourth opponent began to coalesce rapidly, the everlasting sovereign. As this figure materialized, an inexplicable will suddenly descended alongside him. This arena holds a certain intrigue. The youth before him unexpectedly emitted an ancient voice. He regarded Tang Tian and slowly remarked, Little fellow, you are rather intriguing. Tang Tian was taken aback. Goodness! This so-called everlasting sovereign truly possesses such formidable strength in reality. Chapter 558, a lesson for wayward youths upon witnessing the emergence of the so-called eternal monarch. A sense of bewilderment washed over the faces of the onlookers. This visage was utterly unfamiliar to them. More crucially, he appeared astonishingly youthful, even younger than Tang Tian, seemingly no older than 12 or 13 years of age. However, the body of the tranquil, immortal emperor visibly trembled. This is Sun Wuhui, he exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, the crowd turned their gazes toward him, curiosity etched upon their expressions. Few had the power to rattle the tranquil, immortal emperor. Regaining his composure under the scrutiny of the multitude, the tranquil, immortal emperor slowly continued. I learned of his existence only by chance from my master. Sun Wuhui, the unparalleled prodigy of 2 millennia ago, was heralded as the indisputable foremost individual in the lower realms. Upon his birth, extraordinary phenomena enveloped the heavens and the earth, and even the divine sovereign bestowed blessings upon him. He commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 3, ascended to immortality at 5, and by the age of 8, he had secured his place among the pinnacle of the celestial realms. When my master descended from the upper realms to this place, he had already attained a position of great power, his strength unfathomable. I never expected that this eternal monarch of the ancient arena would indeed be him. Upon hearing the tranquil, immortal emperor's words, the high-ranking officials displayed expressions of astonishment. The title of the foremost individual in the lower realms was not one to be taken lightly. 2 millennia ago, the cloud summit heaven had yet to be established. From which heavenly realm does he hail? Inquired the immortal lord of Lanting. The Tai heaven, the tranquil, immortal emperor replied. It is due to him that the Tai heaven has maintained its position as the preeminent among the 9 great heavens, a legacy that endures to this day. The crowd nodded in realization. This answer was somewhat anticipated. Over the years, they had engaged with the Tai heaven frequently and acknowledged their dominance across various facets. Aside from the last Holy Sun trial, where Tang Tian had outshone all others, it was noted that he had triumphed over a disciple of the Tai heaven by gathering sufficient world essence. The question lingered, could Tang Tian triumph in a direct confrontation against this legend of the Tai heaven? The spectators leaned in with rapt attention. Upon catching sight of the individual before him, Tang Tian too felt a twinge of surprise. The youth was strikingly young, scarcely mature. Yet he had been sent to the ancient arena? More critically, a fragment of this individual's consciousness had also descended alongside him. Little Zheng had once informed him that when a person reaches a certain level of power, every action they undertake is perceptible to others. Yet, only those who have surpassed the realm of the infinite way could achieve such a feat. This meant that the individual before him was, indeed, a living embodiment of the infinite way. You are participating in the Holy Sun trial, are you not? The prohibitions have severed my divine perception, but judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the cloud summit heaven. Before him stood a youth, speaking in an unexpectedly aged voice. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, "Indeed, esteemed elder, I am currently undertaking the trial of the divine sun. Your presence here undoubtedly indicates that you are a figure under the command of the Lord of the gods." He recognized the youth as a formidable practitioner of the infinite path, likely holding a significant status in the higher realms. As a disciple from the lower realms, it was imperative to observe at least the basic courtesies. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the youth slightly nodded and remarked, "You are quite commendable. This arena selects and summons characters based on the challenger's strength. The fact that you have summoned me in my most potent state, just before my ascension to the upper realms during my time as an immortal emperor, is truly impressive." The youth nodded in appreciation. Seeing a mere boy of 12 or 13 display such a countenance stirred an impulse within Tang Tian to strike him. Yet he restrained himself and replied, "You flatter me, esteemed elder." The youth smiled and chose not to elaborate further. He then waved his hand, saying, "No matter, continue with your trial. I merely felt a sudden urge to take a glance. I shall not disturb you. By the way," he added, "I must remind you, at this moment, I am exceedingly arrogant. Proceed with caution." With that, the overwhelming pressure of his will gradually dissipated. Moments later, the youth's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Tang Tian, exuding an air of defiance. "Huh, who dares to challenge me? The venerable Tsin. Go ahead, I could easily manage with one hand. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance." Indeed, true to the previous elder's words, the youth's demeanor at this stage was excessively arrogant, entirely disregarding Tang Tian. Witnessing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile broadly. "Very well, you have invited this upon yourself. Just so happens, I was eager to teach you a lesson." With that declaration, he waved his hand, activating the domain of all laws. The ancient arena was enveloped within it. Within this domain, Tang Tian was nothing short of a deity. The youth, possessing keen instincts, quickly sensed something amiss. He promptly stowed away his earlier disdain and adopted a serious demeanor. A golden radiance emerged, enveloping his form, effectively shielding him from the encroaching influence of the domain of all laws. A body capable of breaking laws? Tang Tian mused, intrigued. The law-breaking body is an exceptionally powerful constitution. Possessing such a trait indicates a formidable level of physical prowess. For instance, the celestial tyrant body that Tang Tian acquired, once fully developed, renders him impervious to any form of binding technique. Yet, this youth's law-breaking body appeared even more formidable. Impressive indeed. Tang Tian offered a faint smile. This individual was undoubtedly the most formidable peer he had encountered. However, in response to Tang Tian's praise, the youth shot him a disdainful glance. "Who do you think you are to evaluate me?" he scoffed. "In this meager realm, how laughable. To me, you're merely a fraction stronger than those worthless fools. At best, just a larger version of a useless being." Tang Tian's expression darkened immediately. This fellow was truly insufferably arrogant. Observing the youth, radiating with a golden glow yet audaciously attempting to dissolve the realm of all laws, Tang Tian raised his hand. Did he truly believe that the realm of all laws could be so easily unraveled? Just as the youth was about to breach the realm, a terrifying pressure descended with great force. The realm of all laws contracted once more, extinguishing the golden radiance enveloping the youth with an unstoppable momentum. All his previous efforts dissolved into nothingness in an instant. His entire being was firmly ensnared by the laws of the realm, leaving no possibility of escape. The youth displayed an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Yet, before he could ponder for long, a hand descended from above. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on his backside. With a grim countenance, Tang Tian looked down upon him. This insolent youth with his foul mouth certainly needed a proper lesson. Chapter 559. The 2,000-year-old younger brother Tang Tian's slap concealed certain unique principles of the heavenly way within it. While it did not inflict severe harm, it was characterized by an unmistakably intense pain. Upon impact, the youth let out a heart-wrenching scream, then gritted his teeth, glaring at Tang Tian with a mixture of humiliation and boundless fury. "You seek your own demise," he bellowed, for no one had ever dared to treat him in such a manner. Tang Tian chuckled softly, replying, "Perfectly fine." He intended to grant the boy a complete childhood. With that, he conjured a slender bamboo rod through the laws of the heavenly way and struck the youth's posterior once more. "Ah!" the boy cried out again, the agony penetrating to his very soul. "You shameless scoundrel. If you have the courage, face me in a fair fight." Tang Tian's gaze remained indifferent. Still spouting nonsense? Another strike landed harshly upon his backside. "Ah! I will slay you, you wretch." The youth shrieked in a frenzy. Tang Tian responded, with a resounding smack. The bamboo rod descended yet again. "You dare." The youth attempted to hurl insults, but Tang Tian preempted him, swinging the rod with fervor against his rear. Before long, the boy erupted in fury. "I shall fight you." A terrifying aura emanated from him, nearly approaching that of a Tao realm master. In an instant, he managed to break free from the constraints of Tang Tian's domain. Alas, it was but a fleeting moment. With a mere thought, Tang Tian rendered his domain impenetrable, and the bamboo rod continued its relentless descent. The boy's cries echoed throughout the arena. Indeed, the youth possessed formidable strength, arguably the most powerful celestial emperor Tang Tian had ever encountered. Yet, regardless of how powerful a celestial emperor may be, they remained merely celestial emperors. Tang Tian's current strength constituted an absolute domination beneath the Tao realm, with no possibility of reversal. The boy could only watch helplessly as the rod fell repeatedly, striking his backside without a shred of opportunity for resistance. Initially, he could still hurl insults and threats, but soon, it devolved into nothing but empty bravado. Ultimately, he ceased his taunts altogether, sobbing softly. "Please, no more. I yield, I yield. I will never insult anyone again. No one has ever beaten me like this. It truly hurts." Observing the boy's tear-streaked visage, Tang Tian dismissed the bamboo rod. He then retracted his domain. Wouldn't it have been easier to do this from the start? At such a tender age, where did you learn such foul language? Tang Tian remarked. However, at this moment, the boy was too consumed by his tears to muster any retort. Observing the pitiable countenance of the young boy, Tang Tian felt a twinge of compassion. After all, he was merely a child, and to have reached such heights at this tender age was bound to foster arrogance. "Enough of the tears. I shall no longer suppress you with my domain. Let us engage in a true contest," Tang Tian declared. Through his sobs, the youth lamented. "What point is there in fighting? In your hands, I am but a plaything, akin to how others perceive me. I am acutely aware of this feeling. To you, I am no better than refuse, perhaps even less." Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. The boy displayed a remarkable ability for perspective. Yet, he overlooked a crucial point. Individuals are not interchangeable. I do not regard you as refuse. You are the most formidable celestial emperor I have ever encountered, albeit a tad arrogant, and your tongue is rather foul, Tang Tian replied. The boy lifted his head, bewildered, and asked, "Really?" Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. The boy stood in silence for a moment before inquiring, "But no one has ever suggested that I have flaws." Tang Tian fell silent. This prodigy, undoubtedly revered since childhood, had likely been the center of attention throughout his upbringing. In a world where strength reigns supreme, who would concern themselves with the trivialities of his speech and character? Furthermore, a talent such as his, born into a great power, would inevitably become embroiled in the intrigues of authority and profit, exposing him to an unfathomable array of experiences. It is not solely him. Every individual faces such limitations. Each person is constrained by their environment. What may appear ordinary to one could be utterly extraordinary to another. This phenomenon is often referred to as an information cocoon. As he observed the dazed youth, Tang Tian lost the desire to continue admonishing him. After all, this was merely an ancient arena, and the boy was but a former version of himself. No amount of effort could alter the past. "What is your name?" Tang Tian inquired. The boy paused before responding, "Sin Wu Hui." Tang Tian nodded, committing the name to memory, for he might encounter him again upon ascending to the pinnacle of the firmament. He then settled beside Sin Wu Hui and engaged him in casual conversation. Meanwhile, The onlookers outside were utterly astounded. Thanks to the introduction by the celestial Emperor Tai Ran, they had begun to comprehend the extraordinary nature of Tsin Wuhui. He had attained the qualification to enter the pinnacle of the firmament at the tender age of 8, yet only ascended at 13. This indicated that he had spent 5 years honing his prowess as a celestial emperor. The figure that had emerged in the ancient arena was indeed Tsin Wuhui at the zenith of his celestial emperor phase. Yet, despite such formidable strength, he had been utterly powerless against Tang Tian, reduced to tears in the process. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions. After a prolonged silence, the esteemed Xian Ming murmured, "Tsin Wuhui is the most exceptional genius among the 9 great celestial territories, to which Tang Tian had effortlessly triumphed over him. Does this mean that the current foremost individual in the lower realm is?" The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, with Tang Tian's victory over Tsin Wuhui, he has now ascended as the new preeminent figure of the lower realm. They had never anticipated such an honor would be bestowed upon their Yun Ding Tian Fu. After a moment of silence, the Tyrian immortal emperor cleared his throat and spoke. In the course of the Tianxia Commercial Association and the expansion of the Void Realm, there were no obstacles presented, correct? The Lanting immortal sovereign nodded in affirmation. None at all. We have all cooperated wholeheartedly. Any minor issues were well within the realm of normalcy and were swiftly resolved. The Tyrian immortal emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. That's reassuring. He then gazed at the scene ahead, murmuring, "The fate of our Tian Fu may very well hinge upon him." On the ancient arena, Tang Tian engaged in conversation with Tsin Wuhui for an extended duration, gaining insights into his life prior to the age of 13. Overall, it aligned closely with his expectations, a prodigious talent born at the epicenter of power. As their discussion drew to a close, Tsin Wuhui earnestly declared to Tang Tian, "From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. I understand that I am merely a phantom now, but I, Tsin Wuhui, shall remain true to my word. As long as the reality of my existence acknowledges this, I will never deny you as my elder brother." Tang Tian smirked slightly. Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, he was now a formidable being of the infinite path. Moreover, he held no desire to assume the role of an elder brother to a relic of over 20,000 years. Nonetheless, Tang Tian smiled and acquiesced, for it was merely a way to appease a child, and since the reality of Tsin Wuhui had already departed, no one would care about the matter. After a while, Tsin Wuhui gradually dissipated, and Tang Tian accepted his extraordinary soul. Subsequently, the final figure slowly coalesced before him, an unparalleled entity of ancient times. Chapter 560, The Young Divine Sovereign Tang Tian, having achieved an unprecedented 4 victories, has made history. Witnessing this remarkable turn of events, the higher-ups of the Tianfu could hardly contain their joy. Typically, once a disciple of Tianfu ascends to the position of divine child and reaches the pinnacle of the firmament, their ties to Tianfu become tenuous. The abundance of powerful beings at the summit demands that they devote all their time and energy to their own paths, leaving little to no capacity for nurturing their roots at Tianfu. Even the illustrious talent, Luo Tianhong, who once reigned as the foremost genius of Tianfu, vanished from sight after his ascent. Were he to wish to give back, he would need to wait an extended period before doing so. However, should a disciple rise to an extraordinary level, the dynamics change entirely. Take for instance the Tai Tianfu. They were once merely average. Yet, following Tsin Wuhui's ascension, they swiftly transformed into the preeminent Tianfu, a status they have maintained ever since. And now, Tang Tian has outshone Tsin Wuhui. How could this not incite exhilaration among them? Thus, Emperor Tai Ran inquired about the matters concerning the World Trade Association and the Void Realm. From this moment forward, they would dedicate their utmost sincerity solely for the future of the Yun Ding Tianfu. As Tsin Wuhui began to fade from their thoughts, the esteemed Ming Xianzuan rubbed his hands together and chuckled. What do you think? Could Tang Tian have achieved 5 consecutive victories? As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd's gaze sharpened. Was such a possibility conceivable? Emperor Tai Ran shook his head, replying, "Defeating the ancient monarch after 10 millennia is already a feat of defiance against the heavens. 5 victories. We are well aware of the unparalleled figure from ancient times. How could he possibly overcome such a monumental challenge?" The assembly nodded in agreement. Indeed, that extraordinary individual was not easily surpassed. Only Ming Xianzuan smiled slyly and whispered, "What if? After all, miracles are the creations of mankind, and Tang Tian is most adept at crafting miracles." With that, he turned his gaze to the unfolding scene ahead. A youth, clad in a short beast skin garment and bearing a longbow, gradually materialized before Tang Tian. Upon witnessing the emergence of this young figure, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the boy he had glimpsed in the fragmented memories of the primordial chaos bell. Following the bell's shattering, a shard was discovered by a youth hunting on the mountain. From that moment, the boy ascended the path, overcoming countless obstacles until he crowned himself. Ultimately, he utilized that shard to forge the former Dragon Gate, which he placed within the Yun Ding Tianfu. If his assumptions were correct, that hunting boy was none other than the divine sovereign overseeing the 9 great Tianfu realms, the very one standing before Tang Tian. Unparalleled and extraordinary. Indeed, aside from him, who else could be deemed truly exceptional? As he observed the young man's aura stabilizing, Tang Tian's heart surged with excitement. He had long desired to witness the true power of the deity who had acquired the fragment of the Chaos Bell. Once again, he found himself at the Eternal Arena. The youth surveyed his surroundings, his demeanor remarkably calm, as if he were already well acquainted with this place. Upon his arrival, the will of the deity did not descend as it had for Tsin Wuhui. It was evident that he possessed the strength to forego such theatrics. This scenario could only imply that the youth had visited this realm before and was fully aware of his purpose here. Indeed, the youth turned to Tang Tian and promptly declared, "You may commence your attack. Give it your all. I shall reveal to you your shortcomings." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This fellow had come to offer them guidance. This could be considered a privilege of the Eternal Arena, for receiving direct counsel from a deity was a rare opportunity. However, Tang Tian felt confident that he had little need for such assistance. "Very well, are you prepared?" he inquired, ready to test the mettle of his opponent. The youthful deity gave a slight nod, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent. An air of supremacy emanated from him. Tang Tian grinned, then waved his hand, unleashing hundreds of formidable phenomena upon the arena simultaneously. These were the manifestations of countless high-grade celestial techniques. The youthful deity raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Impressive. Among all the battles that had transpired in my Eternal Arena, you rank among the elite." He spoke with praise, yet his expression remained devoid of any tension, perpetually composed. "Regrettably, while you possess an array of techniques, none belong to you." As his words lingered in the air, the youthful deity clenched his fist, a tremendous aura erupting from him. It was an unmatched force. He then made his move. Endless phantoms instantaneously materialized within the arena. Almost simultaneously, his figure appeared before all the celestial phenomena. Then he struck with a punch. Boom! The terrifying force reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The manifestations created by the high-grade celestial techniques crumbled before the youth, as fragile as parchment, torn apart and obliterated in an instant. It appeared that the youthful deity employed a self-created combat technique, extremely potent, rendering ordinary high-grade celestial methods utterly ineffective against him. Even those learned from the ascendant immortal dynasty posed no challenge. In mere moments, all phenomena vanished from the arena, and the youthful deity reappeared, restoring tranquility to the scene. "Only one's own path to mastery is the strongest," he stated slowly. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The youthful deity's assertion held truth. Despite the harmonious interplay of other celestial techniques, they could never compare to the efficacy of one's self-crafted methods. Yet he firmly believed that quantitative changes would inevitably lead to qualitative transformations. What if I were to acquire sufficient knowledge? With that thought, Tang Tian once again summoned his celestial powers, directing them towards the youthful divine sovereign ahead. In an instant, an array of extraordinary phenomena erupted upon the platform, including 9 distinct manifestations that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Simply standing there, the terrifying aura instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. This was the 6th ancestral Tao technique of the Feathered Ascension Celestial Dynasty, accompanied by 3 additional forms of innate Tao arts. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the young divine sovereign finally furrowed his brow. Hundreds of perfected celestial techniques and 9 formidable Tao arts that surpassed conventional celestial methods were now at play. "You are the most powerful holy son I have ever encountered," he conceded. "I must admit, When one possesses enough knowledge, it truly has the power to transform many aspects. I believe no self-created Tao can rival your current prowess. As he spoke, the young divine sovereign unfastened the long bow from his back. However, if this is all you possess, you still stand no chance of defeating me. With that declaration, the long bow in his hands exuded a fierce energy that soared towards the sky. He then took aim at the surrounding phenomena, drawing the bowstring taut, ready to unleash his arrow. Chapter 561. The Fierce Battle of the Young Divine Sovereign. Boom. Boom. The continuous, thunderous explosions reverberated across the ancient arena. At this moment, the young divine sovereign resembled the legendary archer Ho-E. For each time he drew his bow and released an arrow, a terrifying phenomenon was obliterated. His target was none other than the 9 most formidable Tao techniques unleashed by Tang Tian. Gazing at the longbow in the young sovereign's hands, Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This bow was truly extraordinary. It appeared to be intricately connected to the cosmos. With each pull of the string, it seemed to harness the very laws of the universe and the might of heaven and earth. It was a bow of annihilation. Even the most perfected innate Tao techniques would meet their demise before its power. Of course, this was not to say that innate Tao techniques were weak. It was merely that Tang Tian's current cultivation level limited their true potential. Once he ascended beyond the realm of the immortal emperor, even the most rudimentary mastery of Tao would be insurmountable for the young divine sovereign. However, at this moment, the young divine sovereign was merely at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Thus, his unparalleled prowess was indeed well-deserved. Before long, the 9 Tao techniques vanished beneath the onslaught of the young divine sovereign's longbow. As for the other phenomena, they were easily dismissed as well. One arrow unleashed a cascade of destruction, and soon all traces of the manifestations were obliterated. With all the phenomena extinguished, the young divine sovereign aimed his longbow directly at Tang Tian. Overwhelming an opponent with sheer numbers is not necessarily a particularly astute strategy. Yet, your celestial energy and spiritual power seem inexhaustible. Despite expending so much, you appear unfazed. Thus, for you, this may indeed be the most fitting and straightforward tactic. I shall refrain from making further judgments, as each individual's circumstances are unique. Having said that, he suddenly retracted his longbow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Continue. Let me witness the true extent of your power. His smile was unmistakable. He had discerned that Tang Tian was not exerting his full strength. Tang Tian chuckled in response, sensing that the young divine sovereign had finally ignited a spark of battle intent. Previously, he had merely stood aloof, adopting a superior stance while guiding his junior. Now, it was time for a genuine, exhilarating battle. Very well, then let us begin. With that, Tang Tian unfurled the domain of all laws. In its full glory, the domain descended with unfathomable pressure, bending the very fabric of this realm. The young divine sovereign was caught off guard, his body swaying momentarily. Yet that was all. An enigmatic domain materialized around him, steadfastly withstanding the oppressive force of the domain of all laws. I knew you were still holding back. The young divine sovereign grinned widely, an overwhelming battle intent radiating from his eyes. He chuckled, revealing that he had more secrets hidden away. With a sly grin, Tang Tian made his first proactive move. Before his words had fully dissipated, he appeared before the young deity, unleashing a formidable punch imbued with the essence of perfected celestial techniques, aimed directly at the boy's face. The young deity's gaze sharpened. Instead of bracing himself for the blow, he vanished in an instant, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena, seeking to create distance from Tang Tian. However, as he materialized, Tang Tian followed suit, his fist unwavering, as if both had simultaneously teleported. Within the realm of myriad laws, Tang Tian wielded absolute control. Even though the young deity had carved out a safety zone within his own domain, he remained ensnared within Tang Tian's sphere of influence. Escape from Tang Tian's onslaught was impossible. The young deity soon recognized this truth. Rather than retreating, he clenched his fists and surged forward to meet the attack head-on. Boom. The arena trembled violently. Had it not been entirely forged from the power of rules, it might have shattered from the sheer force of their collision. Following the clash, the young deity was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing harshly against the edge of the arena. Tang Tian transcended the terrifying physique of the chaotic body, embodying the essence of invincibility in this brutal exchange. Yet, Rather than displaying fear after being thrust away, the young deity appeared even more exhilarated. A colossal aura erupted from him, enveloping his form in a dark golden glow. Undeterred, Tang Tian pressed on. After sending him flying with his first strike, he unleashed a second assault almost instantaneously. This time, the young deity refrained from countering with a punch. Instead, he crossed his arms, adopting a posture of surrender. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, sending the young deity crashing once more from one side of the arena to the other. The dark golden aura that had recently enveloped him was shattered by Tang Tian's overwhelming might. Yet, to Tang Tian's astonishment, he noticed that the impact the young deity endured had diminished significantly compared to before. He had no intention of granting his opponent any time to prepare. A third attack followed swiftly. Then came the third, the fourth. An unceasing cacophony of detonations resonated above the arena. With each thunderous impact, the young deity was flung across the arena like a projectile. However, as Tang Tian's fists continued to rain down upon him, he realized that the force of the young deity's responses was waning. The dark golden glow was absorbing too much of the power, regenerating continuously, proving impossible to eradicate entirely. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Tang Tian sensed a familiar essence. The chaotic bell. It was the power emanating from the fragment of the chaotic bell. After countless fervent strikes, Tang Tian ultimately abandoned this approach, retreating to a distance. The dark golden barrier surrounding the young divine lord had fully formed. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and grasped the longbow firmly in his hand. What a formidable domain! What a powerful attack! A smirk curled upon the lips of the young divine lord as he fixed his intense gaze upon Tang Tian. You are the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered. But can you withstand my sun god Bao? With that, he drew the bowstring taut, aiming directly at Tang Tian. The sun god Bao bore no arrows. Yet it emanated a terrifying aura that firmly locked onto Tang Tian. An overwhelming sensation of scorching heat reached into his very soul, as if he were being seared upon a pyre of flames. Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. The might of the sun god Bao seemed to rival that of the remnants of the chaos bell. Faced with such an existence, he had no choice but to take this seriously. As he slowly clenched his right fist, the immense domain of myriad laws rapidly contracted, ultimately coalescing upon his fist. The Little Myriad Law Fist. This marked his inaugural use of the Little Myriad Law Fist in actual combat. One drew the bow, the other clenched a fist, both poised for action. The overwhelming aura they exuded could nearly obliterate the very fabric of the world. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the forbidden statue. Had this been in the celestial capital, such power alone could have leveled the entire realm and pierced the heavens. After a brief moment, the young divine lord let out a piercing howl and released the bowstring. A colossal sun, imbued with boundless annihilation force, hurtled towards Tang Tian in the sky. A flash of brilliance sparked in Tang Tian's eyes. The Little Myriad Law Fist surged forth with unyielding ferocity. Chapter 562. Caution in the Outside World. All eyes were riveted on the scene where Tang Tian stood, each face etched with anxiety. Though the sounds within were inaudible, they could all sense the sheer terror that enveloped the ancient arena. Every clash sent tremors through the image, the horrifying spectacle palpable even through the veil of light. The spectators couldn't help but ponder what it would be like if they were in that very moment. Soon, they arrived at an unequivocal conclusion. There was no possibility of retaliation. Both the young divine sovereign and Tang Tian had transcended their comprehension. What astonished them most was the realization that Tang Tian was indeed matching the young divine sovereign blow for blow, an inconceivable feat. He was the divine sovereign, the singular entity of the past several hundred millennia. Throughout the 9 realms, he was the only one to attain such heights. Yet here was Tang Tian, standing on equal footing with him, at least for now. Could Tang Tian emerge victorious? Mysterious Xian's sovereign swallowed hard, articulating the thought with difficulty. Yet, no one ventured to respond to his inquiry. Prior to the battle, they would have deemed it impossible. However, now, with the two engaged in fierce combat, everything was uncertain. On the ancient arena, Tang Tian wore a smile, fighting with exuberance. This was the most exhilarating battle he had experienced since reaching the nascent soul realm. Ever since he grasped the path of myriad laws, no practitioner of the same realm had compelled him to unleash his true potential. Not to mention his later comprehension of the domain of myriad laws, mastering the true principles of the celestial way. In this world, he felt invincible. Yet, before him, the young divine sovereign remained unfazed even after Tang Tian unleashed the lesser myriad law's fist. The divine bow in his hands was undoubtedly a treasure of the heavens, rivaling the remnants of the chaos bell. Each draw of the bow unleashed an inexhaustible force of annihilation. Should he be struck, even with his immortal body, the repercussions would be dire, for it embodied a sophisticated power of rules. Once touched, it would cling like a malignant growth, exceedingly difficult to cleanse. One could only imagine the invincible prowess the young divine sovereign must have exhibited in his prime. Regrettably, they were not born in the same era. Otherwise, Tang Tian felt they would surely have become kindred spirits, much like Lu Ming and the Star River Xian Emperor. Yet, which of them was Lu Ming? And which was the Star River Xian Emperor remained an enigma. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying energy storm surged across the ancient arena. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. The lesser myriad law's fist yielded little advantage against the divine bow. Conversely, the young divine sovereign, despite relentless assaults, could not reach Tang Tian's true form. After a brief yet intense skirmish, he suddenly withdrew, pausing the fiercely contested battle. I retract my previous statements. You do not merely borrow the methods of others. The path you have comprehended is remarkably potent. The young divine sovereign gazed at Tang Tian, his expression filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian could become so formidable, to the extent that even with the full might of the young divine bow, he could not successfully subdue him. Upon hearing the words of the young divine sovereign, Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "It is merely a blend of various techniques, lacking significant technical merit." The young divine sovereign shook his head and earnestly stated, "The mastery of hundreds of high-level immortal techniques, alongside a vast array of mid- and low-tier techniques, as well as countless ordinary methods, is an achievement no one can attain, even after tens of thousands of years. Yet, you have managed to amalgamate them into a transcendent martial art. If this does not constitute technical merit, then nothing in this world holds any true value." Tang Tian shrugged, choosing to remain silent. He could not divulge to the young divine sovereign that he possessed a system, and that these were all effortlessly acquired. After a moment of silence, the young divine sovereign suddenly sighed lightly, saying, "It is a pity that I am merely a projection now, with limited power. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly continue to battle you, to see how long you can endure. The fierce clash has nearly depleted my strength. However, I do not possess the habit of defeat, so let us conclude here." With that, the young divine sovereign retracted his young divine bow, and a vague aura began to emanate from him. Observing this, Tang Tian smiled slightly and remarked, "What a coincidence. I too am not one to succumb to defeat." He similarly dissipated the myriad forms of his martial art, facing him directly. The young divine sovereign raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you still have a trump card?" Tang Tian replied with a grin, "Aren't you in the same position?" The young divine sovereign laughed heartily and said, "If you truly withstand my forthcoming techniques, I shall gladly bestow upon you the title of Eternal Peerless." Tang Tian shrugged dismissively. "I am not one to concern myself with hollow titles. However, I do possess considerable confidence." The young divine sovereign smiled subtly, observing Tang Tian intently. After a long moment, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Tang Tian. With his gesture, the surrounding space began to distort, hundreds of transparent lines weaving and twisting, piercing through the void towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes brightened instantly. This was the true principle of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, like himself, this young divine sovereign had mastered a significant number of genuine heavenly Tao principles even before reaching the realm of Tao. Only such principles could instill absolute confidence. For at this stage, they represented a means of dimensionality reduction. Unfortunately, what the young divine sovereign could wield, Tang Tian could also, and to a far greater extent. As the lines of rules extended beside Tang Tian, an invisible barrier slowly emerged around his body, isolating all laws within. The young divine lord's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily frozen. These heavenly laws, were they imparted to you by that bow, or by that fragment? Tang Tian inquired. The young divine lord's pupils constricted before he smiled and replied, "It seems you possess a considerable understanding of me, even recognizing that object." Tang Tian nodded. "I happened to catch a glimpse of it. In a fragment of ancient memory, I witnessed the moment you acquired it." The young divine lord silently retracted the heavenly laws he had unleashed. He then gazed at Tang Tian and spoke slowly. "What you saw may suggest that I stumbled upon it, but in truth, it sought me out. The same holds true for this young god Bao. Bound by its power, I cannot forsake it, yet I am acutely aware that, at some point in the future, I shall inevitably endure the backlash it brings." He paused, looking deeply into Tang Tian's eyes as he cautioned, "Be vigilant. Always remember what it is you truly desire." With those words, the young divine lord's figure gradually became ethereal, until he vanished from sight. Chapter 563. The first encounter. At the moment the youthful god sovereign raised his hand, the scene where Tang Tian resided suddenly plunged into darkness. The mysterious profound immortal could not help but exclaim, "What in the world? What is happening?" In this climactic moment of the ultimate battle, why has everything vanished? Lan Ting immortal wore a peculiar expression and remarked, "Could it be that this fellow is akin to those unscrupulous merchants of the Void Realm, requiring a membership to witness the grand finale?" The crowd began to voice their grievances. It was utterly revolting to encounter such a narrative interruption at such a critical juncture. They silently wished for such individuals to experience perpetual frustration, always halted just before reaching a climax. However, the calm immortal emperor's face grew solemn. These images were forged from the power of rules and should not ordinarily encounter such interruptions. If such a phenomenon occurred, it could only signify one thing. Someone had invoked the true laws of heaven. He spoke in a deep voice, and the crowd was instantly taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The genuine laws of heaven represented a level they could never hope to attain in their lifetimes. For the limits of this realm were firmly established. Without becoming a Tao realm powerhouse, one could not wield the authentic laws. Yet, up on the eternal arena, both the youthful god sovereign and Tang Tian were merely at the immortal emperor level. Could it be that one among them had, at the immortal emperor realm, already grasped the laws? It must be the youthful god sovereign. His world may not have imposed the same constraints as ours, making such a miracle conceivable. The Lord of 10,000 Rivers spoke, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, only this unparalleled figure of antiquity could achieve such an impossible feat. Though Tang Tian was also adept at creating miracles, the constraints of the universe loomed large. A skilled artisan cannot fashion a meal without ingredients. And no matter how defiant one might be, transcending such limitations was unattainable. Does this imply that Tang Tian is destined to fail? Asked the mysterious profound immortal. The calm immortal emperor nodded. The true laws, when confronted by those below the Tao realm, are overwhelmingly oppressive. There is no way to surmount them. If the youthful god sovereign has indeed mastered them, Tang Tian stands no chance of victory. The mysterious profound immortal fell silent, as this was not the outcome he had hoped for. However, others appeared more accepting. The fact that Tang Tian could compel the youthful god sovereign to reveal such a terrifying trump card was commendable. Even if he could not be labeled as unparalleled throughout the ages, he was certainly second to none. To witness such a prodigy rise before them was indeed a tremendous honor. They chuckled, as if sharing in the glory. After a brief moment, the black screen reappeared, but this time, only Tang Tian remained standing. The battle between him and the youthful god sovereign had come to a definitive end. Though they had not witnessed the outcome firsthand, the overwhelming consensus was that Tang Tian had narrowly succumbed to the youthful god sovereign's final secret weapon. Only the esteemed Xian Zun Ming Xian blinked and murmured, without witnessing the process, "It is conceivable that Tang Tian emerged victorious." Perhaps Tang Tian's methods are more profound than those of the youthful divine sovereign. Within the ancient arena, Tang Tian stood still, silently observing the disappearance of the youthful divine sovereign before him. "Be cautious," was the warning imparted to him by the divine sovereign. "It is not that I discovered the fragment, rather, it found me." This sentiment could equally apply to Tang Tian himself. The remnants of the Chaos Bell, the Monument of Suppression, Shao, and the Moon Fairy, all of these were encountered by Tang Tian on his path of cultivation. Yet, who could assert that they were not awaiting him on his journey in advance? As he gradually unraveled the truths of this world, he found the latter interpretation increasingly plausible. Destiny, in a sense, implies that events have been orchestrated beforehand. Furthermore, there lay Tang Tian's true trump card, the dual systems that descended alongside him. What precisely are these two systems? What are their principles, and how did they manifest within him? Tang Tian seldom confronted these queries head-on, as he found himself incapable of providing explanations. The youthful divine sovereign once stated, "Because of power, I cannot relinquish it." Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. Lacking power, one cannot resolve such dilemmas. By acquiring power, one may become merely a pawn in a greater game. How does one break free from this? The answer provided by the youthful divine sovereign was to persevere in one's true heart. Tang Tian once held a similar belief. However, after all these years, has the youthful divine sovereign truly managed to break free? Tang Tian could not ascertain, nor could he predict whether he would ultimately find a way out. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. Regardless, he could not forsake the power he currently possessed. With two systems that he could not even locate, how could he consider relinquishing them? Thus, he could only persist in his efforts to become stronger, hoping to discover an opportunity to break free. The phrase persevere in one's true heart does not represent a genuine method for breaking free. It is merely the sole path available under the current circumstances. Tang Tian was unaware of what his future self would resemble. Yet, his resolve would remain unwavering, to seize control of his own destiny. If it proved impossible, then he would face the consequences, even if it meant destruction. Having come to this realization, he exhaled softly and summoned the soul of the youthful divine sovereign prodigy. With that, the 5 battles within the ancient arena came to a definitive close. Now, he merely needed to await the completion of the other Holy Sons battles to secure his position as a divine son. He held no belief that these Holy Sons could pose any threat to him. However, just as he was about to collect the soul of the youthful divine sovereign, an overwhelmingly terrifying will suddenly descended from above. The formidable strength of this will was scarcely different from that of the venerable Baisu ancestor he had encountered in the ancient ancestral land. In an instant, Tang Tian recognized his identity. In the realm of reality, it was none other than the divine Lord himself. He had personally descended, existing invisibly, silently observing Tang Tian. A frown creased Tang Tian's brow. He had longed to meet the divine Lord, as there were matters concerning Wang Ziyu and the resurrection of the great heavenly sovereign that required his attention. However, upon facing him in truth, he found himself hesitating. The other party was simply too powerful. Should any error arise during this encounter, or if the divine Lord were to discern aspects of himself that he himself was unaware of, the situation could become perilous. After all, he remained oblivious to the true allegiance of the divine Lord. The variables were too numerous. It would be far more prudent to undertake this endeavor only after he had genuinely achieved supremacy and attained a measure of self-preservation. Thus, Tang Tian stood quietly, engaged in a silent exchange of gazes with the formidable, intangible presence. The divine Lord, too, remained reticent. After a considerable time, the terrifying will suddenly dissipated, allowing Tang Tian to exhale softly in relief. The pressure had been quite substantial. This individual may have already attained the status of the unparalleled supreme being, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Should he truly choose to act, even possessing the egg world, Tang Tian could not guarantee his escape from the divine Lord's grasp. He must hasten to ascend to the zenith of the heavens. Once he becomes supreme, the sea shall be vast enough for fish to leap, and the skies high enough for birds to soar. Chapter 564. This thing I shall claim within the ancient arena. A single gesture from Tsin Wuhui unleashed a terrifying tempest of energy that surged forth, engulfing the figure ahead, Gu Shuang. Gu Shuang, too, summoned a formidable force, withstanding the overwhelming pressure. However, his face flushed crimson. The intensity of the assault had reached the limits of his endurance. Ultimately, the celestial energy within him was completely expended, sending him flying like a fallen leaf, crashing against the edge of the ancient arena. At that moment, Tsin Wuhui judiciously withdrew his offensive, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Not bad. With continued effort and refinement, you may indeed achieve great accomplishments, he remarked slowly. Gu Shuang knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he was filled with exhilaration, for he had received the acknowledgement of this millennia-old master. Thank you for your praise, esteemed senior. After catching his breath, Gu Shuang clasped his hands in gratitude. He was exceedingly pleased with his performance today, having truly surpassed expectations. He not only battled against the century-old prodigy Lu Ming until the final moment, but also held his ground against the millennium hero Luo Tianhong from the outset. Now, facing the millennia-old master, he he had remarkably endured for such a length of time. In the ancient arena, the longer one persevered, the more potent the spirit of the prodigy they would acquire. Having come this far, Gu Shuang brimmed with confidence regarding his trial as the Son of Heaven. Gazing at Sun Wuhui, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Esteemed senior, may I boldly inquire if you can perceive all the events within the ancient arena?" Sun Wuhui nodded in affirmation, replying, "Why do you ask?" With a smile, Gu Shuang continued, "How do you perceive my performance among the other sons? Do you believe I can achieve ultimate victory?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wuhui raised an eyebrow. Then, with a meaningful tone, he smiled slightly and said, "I admire your fearless spirit and your willingness to challenge the odds. Keep up the good work." With that, Sun Wuhui chose not to elaborate further, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand as he vanished before Gu Shuang, leaving behind a token that represented his spirit of prodigy. Gu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Fearless and willing to challenge. What did that imply? Was he truly so remarkable as to earn such high praise from the millennial-old master? A smile unconsciously crept across Gu Shuang's lips. Such commendation was indeed rare. His confidence surged. Nurtured by the essence of life, Gu Shuang swiftly regained his peak condition. He secured Sun Wuhui's spirit of prodigy and awaited the arrival of the final bout in tranquil anticipation. Meanwhile, in a serene locale, there lay what appeared to be a plaza of white jade. However, it was not a physical structure, but rather a manifestation of the power of laws. The plaza was modest in size, and at its center stood a towering white jade obelisk. The obelisk was shrouded in a mysterious formation, rendering its true form obscured, as if it had yet to meet the conditions for unsealing. Tang Tian had already been seated in the plaza for quite some time. After defeating the youthful divine sovereign, the ancient arena had dissipated, and he had utilized the teleportation array to arrive here. It seemed this place was destined to be the final battleground. The white jade obelisk before him was likely the pivotal object, but it would only be activated once all the holy sons had arrived. After a period of quiet anticipation, a sudden flash of white light signaled the successful arrival of another. Tang Tian glanced over and recognized him as Du Feng, a competitor from the previous session, who had previously accompanied Gu Shuang in seeking to provoke him. However, Du Feng remained silent throughout, essentially serving as Gu Shuang's subordinate. His strength was merely that of a mid-stage celestial emperor. Upon his arrival, Du Feng let out a deep sigh, appearing somewhat dejected. When he turned to see Tang Tian, he was momentarily taken aback. "Tang Tian, you emerged even earlier than I did?" Tang Tian smiled and replied, "Indeed, I've been here for a while now. I am about to leave the heavenly mansion realm, and there is no need to engage in further grievances with these individuals." Du Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback once more, then inquired with curiosity, "Why are you not the slightest bit disheartened?" Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. "Why should I be disheartened?" Du Feng furrowed his brow and explained, "In the trials of the ancient arena, those who emerge earlier typically perform worse in battles against the prodigies. The more exceptional individuals tend to endure longer. Are you not the exception?" Realization dawned on Tang Tian. He had not considered this perspective before. For most, this logic held true, but for him, well, he was indeed somewhat different. There was little more to discuss. They would see how the final battle unfolded. You should also take the time to adjust, even if you do not attain the position of divine son. A commendable performance may still earn you the recognition of the higher-ups from the outside world, he advised. Du Feng nodded in agreement, and then settled into a meditative posture, diligently tuning his state. As time passed, the other holy sons participating in the trial began to arrive at the White Jade Plaza one after another. It appeared, just as Du Feng had stated, that the more powerful holy sons arrived later. After roughly half an hour of waiting, the last individual finally arrived, Gu Shuang. Upon seeing 12 figures already seated in the plaza, Gu Shuang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he was the strongest. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted Tang Tian. Some individuals are highly esteemed by the higher-ups, yet they emerge so early. I had thought they were formidable, but when it came time to showcase their true abilities, their true nature was laid bare, he remarked with a sarcastic tone. Tang Tian cast a glance at him. It was evident that he could discern the reflection of himself in that fellow's demeanor. Such shallow cunning truly failed to pique his interest. It would be best to expedite the conclusion of this trial. Once Gu Shuang made her appearance, all 13 participants in the trial had gathered. The formation surrounding the white jade obelisk began to swiftly unlock. Moments later, the towering obelisk, standing 100 feet high, fully emerged into the sight of the onlookers. A pulsating mass of gray energy dancing atop it, reminiscent of a beating heart. Tang Tian immediately recognized that the fluctuations did not belong to the Yunding world. They were, in fact, the gateway to the celestial summit. Concurrently, the ultimate trial's objective materialized in the minds of all present. Whoever could seize the divine position and retain it within their grasp for the duration of an incense stick would attain the status of a divine offspring. In an instant, everyone sprang to their feet, their gazes fixated intensely upon the gray energy at the pinnacle of the obelisk. Subsequently, each individual unleashed the celestial spirits they had acquired. A chaotic battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet, just as they prepared to make their final gambit for the divine position, a figure appeared directly beside the gray energy. With a gentle lift of his hand, he drew it into his palm. "Esteemed friends," he declared with a smile, "this is mine." Chapter 565. Ascending to the pinnacle of the firmament as they gazed upon the figure at the apex of the obelisk, all were rendered speechless. The white jade square was enveloped by a formidable array, and the obelisk itself bore an ominous celestial pressure. How had Tang Tian managed to reach the summit in the blink of an eye? Yet, at this juncture, there was no room for contemplation. Tang Tian had already seized the divine position, and if he were allowed to retain it for even a moment longer, it would be too late to intervene. Let us unite to thwart him. We cannot allow a newcomer to usurp the title of the Son of God. Gu Shuang bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury. He had believed that his performance had secured his claim to the divine title, but who could have anticipated Tang Tian's audacious maneuver? Such a turn of events was intolerable to him. Thus, he rallied the others, urging them to join forces and subdue Tang Tian. All present had come in pursuit of the divine position, and naturally, they swiftly aligned themselves on the same front. In an instant, the majesty of the immortal emperors surged within each of them, and they unleashed their respective celestial souls, charging towards Tang Tian at the top of the obelisk. Surrounded by their celestial souls, their strength multiplied exponentially. Surely, no immortal emperor could remain composed in the face of such overwhelming might. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed. He did not even choose to engage directly. Instead, he summoned his 5 celestial souls. As they soared through the air, Qin Feng, Lu Ming, Luo Tianhong, Sun Wuhui, and the youthful god sovereign all materialized. An imposing aura descended from the heavens, bearing down upon all present. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Gu Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why can his celestial souls take form?" Soon, he would come to understand the reason. As Luo Tianhong and Sun Wuhui unleashed their powers, he felt an unmistakable sensation akin to that experienced on the ancient arena moments ago. Their strength had shown no signs of diminishment. It was known that the celestial souls obtained by these holy sons merely carried a fragment of their true power. How had Tang Tian managed to encapsulate their full might within the celestial souls? Gu Shuang could not fathom this enigma, nor could he afford to dwell on it any longer, for the two sides had already commenced their confrontation. Boom! A cataclysmic collision erupted at the heart of the obelisk. In that instant, Gu Shuang beheld the true terror of Luo Tianhong and Sun Wuhui's abilities. With a single punch, several holy suns were sent flying. Sun Wuhui's palm pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless, as they were forcefully driven from the skies. In that moment, the holy suns comprehended the vast chasm that separated them. Gu Shuang gritted his teeth, utilizing his celestial soul to desperately resist Sun Wuhui's oppressive force. Yet, regrettably, he found himself gradually overwhelmed. In a final act of desperation, he unleashed all of his power in a furious roar. The 5 souls of the prodigies were willingly unleashed by him, and a torrent of energy erupted instantaneously, momentarily breaking through Sun Wuhui's suppression. However, just as he believed he had gained the upper hand, the youth clad in animal skins, who had remained passive until now, cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Gu Shuang felt as if struck by lightning. A thunderous explosion resounded in his mind, cleaving his very soul in twain. Even as he slipped into unconsciousness, he could not fathom why the souls of the prodigies that Tang Tian had acquired were so extraordinarily potent. Observing Gu Shuang plummet from the sky like a severed kite, the onlookers could not help but gasp in dismay. How tragic, they murmured. The blow was too severe. if he could not endure it. Not only would Gu Shuang struggle to make any progress in the future, but a regression in his cultivation was also a real possibility. This could very well become his everlasting inner demon. The Yao Yu Immortal Emperor shook his head and remarked, "For him, this is also a rare opportunity. If he can successfully emerge from the shadows, a broader horizon awaits him." The Immortal Emperor represents the pinnacle of cultivation, yet it is not the end of life itself. Whether he can transform his fate depends upon his own fortuity. The crowd nodded in agreement as they watched the holy sons, who were forced to flee without a shred of resistance. Ming Xian, the Immortal Venerable, chuckled and said, "Tang Tian is truly formidable. He must have conquered them to manifest the souls of the prodigies, right? I can't shake the feeling that Tang Tian will emerge victorious in the final battle." Upon hearing this, the Tai Ran Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Ming Xian, refrain from such unfounded speculations. Do not forget his current identity. Offending him, even inadvertently, is no trivial matter. Ming Xian scoffed and fell silent. He understood that the Tai Ran Immortal Emperor had his best interests at heart. Yet he still felt that the outcome of the final battle remained uncertain. In the meantime, the incense had nearly burned out. The 12 holy sons were utterly unable to breach Tsin Wuhui's defenses. The youthful divine sovereign had not even made a move, merely observing silently. As for Tang Tian, he stood at the pinnacle of the obelisk, calmly awaiting the arrival of time. Moments later, a vast resonance of Tao suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Tang Tian's form. Subsequently, gray energy began to diffuse, slowly merging with him. In no time, Tang Tian sensed an invisible passage gradually unveiling before him. From the other side of the passage emanated an aura starkly different from that of the Tianfu realm. It was the more complete principles of the heavenly Tao. Once the passage fully opened, Tang Tian felt that he could step into it at any moment, ascending to the pinnacle of the firmament. Should he cross the threshold, he would transcend the limitations of the cloud-top Tianfu realm and successfully ascend beyond the Immortal Emperor. Tang Tian took a deep breath. He had finally reached this pivotal juncture. The forthcoming events hinge upon whether his and the child's conjectures can indeed materialize. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that after successfully merging with the divine position, all the souls of the prodigies had vanished without a trace. Each of the holy sons was enveloped in a radiant golden aura, and so was Tang Tian. This marked the conclusion of the trial. Observing Tang Tian in the sky, the holy sons wore expressions of profound complexity. This newly ascended holy son had truly claimed the title of divine son for this generation, all while exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, they accepted this reality wholeheartedly. For the ancient arena allowed no room for deceit. Tang Tian's ability to summon such formidable souls of prodigies could only attest to his inherent strength. As time elapsed, the golden light surrounding the holy sons intensified. Ultimately, with a flash, they all vanished from the white jade plaza. The next moment, they found themselves before the upper echelon of the heavenly mansion. Tang Tian did not resist this teleportation. The passage was already open, and he could depart at any moment without haste. He had maintained amiable relations with these high-ranking individuals, thus it was only fitting to bid them farewell. However, upon his emergence, he discerned a shift in the way they regarded him. A sentiment of respect filled their eyes, including that of the venerable Emperor Tai Ran. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian refrained from saying much and exchanged farewells with those he knew well. With that, all matters concerning the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion were resolved. He then prepared to step into the passage leading to the pinnacle of the firmament. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Tang Tian, you won that last battle against the young divine sovereign, did you not? They may not believe me, but I have always felt that you triumphed over him." This was the transmission from the revered Xianjun Ming Xian. Looking down at Ming Xian, a smile graced Tang Tian's lips. "You are correct. I have won." Moments later, accompanied by the sound of Ming Xian's hearty laughter, Tang Tian smiled and turned, stepping into the passage. Chapter 566. The most frantic breakthrough amidst the chaos. An invisible passage emerged from the infinite void, extending into a luminous continent. Tang Tian stood within the passage, quietly observing the land before him. This was the world where the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion resided, and his current position lay beyond the confines of this world. To an external observer, it appeared as a colossal fragment of a world, suspended within the vast expanse of chaotic space. A gray luminescent barrier enveloped it, shielding the myriad beings within from the tumultuous chaos outside. This was the world's barrier. However, from Tang Tian's perspective, the barrier seemed incomplete, as if it had suffered tremendous devastation, riddled with countless wounds. The terrifying chaotic storm caused it to sway precariously, seemingly on the brink of disintegration. It was then that Tang Tian comprehended the profound necessity of the heavenly mansion for the essence of the world. Without the continuous replenishment of this essence, the Cloud Summit heavenly mansion would gradually be eroded, its rules becoming increasingly fractured, ushering in a true age of decline. He let out a gentle sigh. The phrase rootless duckweed surfaced in his mind. Indeed, this world was in distress. After standing in silence for a while, Tang Tian's consciousness extended into the realm of the bizarre egg. I am ready to ascend to the immortal emperor, he spoke softly. Xiao had been anticipating this moment and nodded earnestly. Let us commence. The being from the pinnacle of the firmament would most likely choose to strike when one is on the verge of reaching that summit. Now was the opportune moment. Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Upon advancing to the path of mastery, the rules within this passage would forcibly draw him to the zenith of the firmament. He needed to achieve a sufficient number of breakthroughs before reaching that apex, making this the most fitting time to initiate his ascent. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian slowly closed his eyes. He hoped that he and Xiao's conjecture was indeed correct. Moments later, as he gradually released his cultivation, an obscure aura began to emanate from him. The method of ascending to mastery entailed grasping one or two ordinary world laws, thereby wielding the true power of these laws. This was remarkably easy for Tang Tian, who possessed an arsenal of countless laws. He merely needed to select one. Before long, he had made his choice and allowed his soul to connect with it. As his soul made contact with the law, an immensely powerful will descended from the other side of the passage. This was the world will from the pinnacle of the firmament, a truly complete world will. With its arrival, Tang Tian's soul rapidly began to merge with the law, and the abundant immortal energy within him started to imbue itself with a higher-level power, the power of rules. This was a transformation. The process of transformation unfolded with remarkable swiftness, akin to the brief span of a tea break. As Tang Tian completed the entirety of his fusion, he gradually opened his eyes, and in that moment, he transcended the realm of the immortal emperor, standing atop the domain of mastery. The surging power coursing through him illuminated the terrifying essence of the Tao realm. For cultivators of the immortal realm, this represented an absolute dominance. Concurrently with his breakthrough, a formidable allure surged from the other end of the passage. An irresistible force emanating from the will of the world, rendering any attempt at resistance futile. He could only surrender to its pull, drifting further away from the celestial summit world. Quick, continue to break through, Xiao urged, her voice laced with urgency. Tang Tian nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering, and he promptly embarked on his second round of ascension, the ritual Tao realm. The hallmark of this stage is the seamless integration of all the principles he had mastered, enabling him to wield them with effortless precision. For Tang Tian, this was a feat he had already accomplished, thus he commenced his ascension without any impediments or constraints. The path had long been cleared. All that remained was to traverse it steadily. Before long, he firmly established himself within the ritual Tao realm. An inexhaustible force surged from the monster egg world, replenishing his being. The power of the rules within him experienced a monumental enhancement, both in quantity and quality. Yet, Tang Tian did not pause. He continued to stride forward with determination. The path of all beings, as it is known, signifies the complete fusion of life and principle into a singular entity. This was a state Tang Tian had achieved the moment he first acquired the power of the fingertip laws. From that juncture, he was effectively a half-formed master of the path of all beings, enabling him to overpower the celestial sovereign of Tian Yuan wielding a Tao artifact. Now, he aimed to formally enter this realm. During his ascent, Tang Tian seized the moment to amalgamate a vast array of world principles. Ultimately, he stood firmly at the pinnacle of the path of all beings. The monster egg world continued to unleash an immense reservoir of rule power, fueling Tang Tian's post-ascension strength. Fortuitously, it was deeply rooted in chaos and now sufficiently whole, capable of drawing boundless energy from the void. Otherwise, it would have struggled to keep pace with Tang Tian's rapid advancements. As the power of the principles surged forth, Tang Tian's strength underwent exponential growth with each passing moment. Such a reversal of the ascension speed was perhaps unparalleled since the dawn of creation, with only Tang Tian achieving such heights. In a short while, he reached the zenith of the path of all beings. At this juncture, the vast celestial summit world vanished from his sight, leaving him solitary, adrift in the chaos, swiftly making his way toward the apex of the firmament. Moreover, with each successive breakthrough, the allure grew ever stronger. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian prepared to continue his ascent, the Tai Yi Dao. In comparison to the path of all beings, the path of Tai does not exhibit any fundamental differences. It merely integrates more advanced and significant universal laws. However, for the average cultivator, this presents an insurmountable chasm, as the difficulty of mastering higher-tier universal laws is exceedingly great. It can be said that the majority of those who have attained the realm of Tao remain ensnared within the path of all beings. Nevertheless, for Tang Tian, the situation is the same. What he lacks the least is the mastery of laws. Once the power within him reaches its zenith, he effortlessly strides into the path of Tai. A deep and terrifying rumble emanates from the other end of the passage. A roar from the world S will at the pinnacle of the firmament. It seems reluctant to allow any sentient being to grasp its core laws, expressing its ire in response. Yet perhaps due to Tang Tian's presence within the passage, no substantial heavenly punishment materializes. It merely lets out a few low growls. Tang Tian cannot help but smile. Fortuitously, this spares him from unnecessary troubles. At this juncture, he can distinctly sense that he is drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the firmament. He must hasten his pace. With a focused mind, he personally initiates the activation of the egg world. A torrent of energy surges forth once more, flooding into Tang Tian's body. Chapter 567. Half-Step Supreme. The world of the odd egg is rooted in chaos. Under the control of Tang Tian, boundless power surged wildly into his body. Only with his extraordinary constitution could he engage in such feats. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated by this terrifying force long ago. As his realm ascended, Tang Tian's physique, the Tao he mastered, including the 9 innate Tao arts, the myriad laws of the Tao, and the realm of myriad laws, alongside the Star Moon Immortal Sword, underwent monumental transformations. His overall strength and composite combat power were escalating at an unfathomably terrifying pace, exhibiting exponential growth. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the Tai Dao. Next, the primordial Tao. This level represents the first step beyond the confines of the world itself. The laws of chaos are typically challenging to access, let alone fully integrate. Therefore, a practitioner of the primordial Tao, even at the zenith of the firmament, embodies true top-tier power, existing as a dominant force in their own right. Yet, Tang Tian had already surpassed this standard in advance. With the continuous influx of power, he directly ascended to the realm of the primordial Tao. Boom, boom, boom. The world will at the other end of the passage emitted an enraged roar. It is the embodiment of the world itself. How could it permit its own beings to transcend it? Tang Tian could envision the terrifying divine punishment that would await him if he were at the pinnacle of the firmament now. However, he remained within the passage, and even the world will at the zenith found itself powerless to impose divine punishment here. Perhaps it had never anticipated that a being would ascend to the primordial Tao in such a manner. Upon entering the primordial Tao, the entire odd egg world began to tremble. An even more formidable power surged forth, entering Tang Tian's body. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the mightiest Taoists fervently sought to forge their own small worlds. It was not merely a pursuit of supremacy. After reaching the realm of the primordial Tao, the power required was simply colossal. Without a small world as a foundation, advancing further in this realm would be an utterly fanciful endeavor, likely taking tens of thousands of years without progress. Fortunately, Tang Tian was free from such troubles. With diligent nurturing, the odd egg world was complete and possessed the extraordinary world tree. Its ability to draw power from the chaos was almost unimaginable, perfectly keeping pace with Tang Tian's breakthroughs. Before long, he arrived at the pinnacle of the primordial Tao. The next step, the path of the infinite. The utmost realm of sentient beings, the pinnacle of the Tao. The path of the infinite is unrivaled and invincible, a truth not merely spoken. At this level, one has mastered countless heavenly Tao laws and chaotic principles. Only a single opportunity is needed to transcend the world and achieve supremacy. Upon reaching this stage, Tang Tian poured all the laws he had mastered into his body. In the following moment, a terrifying surge of law erupted from his being, the sheer force of which distorted the surrounding passage. At that moment, Tang Tian truly experienced the sensation of mastery over all. It seemed as though everything in this world lay submissively at his feet. Boom! The world's will at the other end of the passage had gone mad, with thunderous roars echoing ceaselessly. It sought to prevent this being from surpassing it, yet remained utterly powerless, consumed by impotent fury. Enough of the barking. Tang Tian muttered under his breath, exasperated by the noise. He exhaled deeply, sensing that he was growing ever closer to the pinnacle of the heavens. Aware that possible attacks could come at any moment, he was left with but one final step. Supreme. Without delay, Tang Tian adjusted his state and urged the world of the strange egg to launch its final assault. In an instant, the world began to tremble violently. The world tree, now resembling a small sapling, also began to shake, producing a rustling sound. Accompanied by boundless power of the laws, the immense force of the world surged forth, integrating seamlessly into Tang Tian's being. He commenced yet another round of transformation. His strength, physique, soul, and even the essence of life advanced relentlessly towards a mysterious and formidable realm known as transcendence, or the supreme. Everything aligned with his and Xiao's predictions. Having attained a complete world, he indeed touched the very edge of supremacy. Once he ascended to this status, he would fear nothing, free to roam this vast expanse of existence without restraint. As Tang Tian's power grew, a faint luminescence enveloped the sapling of the world tree. Simultaneously, a similar glow enveloped Tang Tian's body. At that moment, even the world's will at the passage's end ceased its furious roars. For Tang Tian had officially embarked on the path of transcendence, and it was too late for it to intervene. This state persisted for a time, but just then, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a slight frown forming on his brow. What's wrong? Xiao, who had been attentively watching, quickly inquired. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "It seems I am still short by a fraction. The world power transmitted from the world tree appears incomplete, hindering my ability to take the final step." Xiao gazed at the world tree before her, scratching her head in contemplation. Could it be incomplete? Is it because the world tree has not yet matured? Tang Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That must indeed be the reason, for he could distinctly sense that the issue lay with the world power. His world tree was still too immature. He surmised that once the world tree grew and bore fruit, he would truly attain the status of supreme. With a slight nod and a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, what a pity, we were so close. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have exerted myself a bit more to foster its growth." Noticing the dejection in his companion, Tang Tian chuckled. "It is already quite impressive, you know. To ascend from a celestial emperor to a half-step supreme, it is likely that only we in this world could achieve such a miracle. Moreover, the world tree will soon flourish, and attaining the supreme status is merely a matter of time." Hearing Tang Tian's words, Zhao's spirits lifted, indeed. This rate of breakthrough would astonish even my master. By the way, didn't you mention that fellow might intercept us midway? Could it be that he sensed something and dares not come? Ha ha ha. At this moment, they were perilously close to the pinnacle of the firmament. Tang Tian smiled faintly, ready to speak, when suddenly he furrowed his brow, gazing towards the passage beyond. A terrifying chaotic storm was sweeping towards him. Upon a colossal array, several figures stood before the grand formation, awaiting something. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have recognized one of them as Zhan Peng, the recently elevated son of the Cloud Summit, and another as Luo Tianhong, the millennial prodigy he encountered at the ancient arena. Sensing the intensifying vibrations emanating from the array, Zhan Peng grew increasingly exhilarated. This generation's son has been personally designated by the unregretful Tao Lord. Perhaps our Cloud Summit will truly experience a resurgence, he exclaimed passionately. The others nodded slightly, while Luo Tianhong remained quietly standing, betraying no emotion. Soon, the fluctuations of the formation escalated, signaling the imminent arrival of the individual within the passage. However, at that moment, a terrifying force erupted from the array, instantly toppling all the figures present. When they regained their composure, Zhan Peng, pallid, exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Could it be that we have encountered a once-in-a-millennium chaotic storm?" Chapter 568, The unfated one, a terrifying chaotic storm, surged forth like a deluge, sweeping towards Tang Tian. The anticipated assault had indeed arrived. In the blink of an eye, the storm enveloped Tang Tian's position entirely. The passage leading to the pinnacle of the firmament began to tremble violently, as the howling chaos relentlessly battered its outer walls, rendering them precarious. Yet, this passage was forged from the essence of fundamental laws. Despite its apparent fragility, it had not been utterly destroyed. Given the circumstances, he could still reach the summit of the firmament unscathed. Was this the extent of their means? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a lengthy scroll suddenly soared from the heart of the chaotic storm. The scroll emanated an irresistible force of law, instantly severing Tang Tian's path forward. Subsequently, the scroll retracted, enveloping him and drawing him deeper into the abyss of chaos. Despite its formidable nature, Tang Tian, with his current strength, could easily shatter it. However, after a moment's contemplation, he chose not to resist. He was curious to discover the identity of the powerful being who had long coveted him and the little one. Without putting up a fight, Tang Tian remained within the scroll, soaring into the depths of chaos alongside the storm. This maneuver revealed a degree of caution on the part of his adversary, who had cleverly utilized the chaotic storm as a guise. Under the shroud of chaos, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to uncover any clues, rendering the act of murder virtually invisible. The power radiating from the scroll's laws indicated that his opponent was indeed a formidable master of the boundless path. Endowed with profound depth, the scroll was imbued with the essence of time, and the presence of hundreds of powerful chaotic laws further attested to this fact. Fortunately, Tang Tian was composed, having prepared for the worst-case scenario in advance. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the hands of this individual. After an indeterminate distance, the scroll gradually came to a halt as they reached the depths of chaos. The chaotic storm outside began to dissipate slowly. Tang Tian floated in the space within the scroll, quietly awaiting the arrival of his counterpart. Moments later, a colossal will descended abruptly, and Tang Tian recognized it as the being who had emerged from the temporal mirror after his victory over the celestial sovereign. Accompanying this were 18 crimson banners, which formed a formidable array. This array stabilized the surging chaos outside and secured the space, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. Now, regardless of what transpired within, it would remain unknown to the outside. This individual was indeed exceedingly cautious. Yet, the more prudent they were, the less Tang Tian felt concerned. Such caution indicated a lingering apprehension, suggesting that they were not overwhelmingly powerful. With his current strength, he should be capable of managing the situation. As the formation composed of 18 banners was fully established, the scroll was subsequently withdrawn. A venerable voice gradually resonated, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are unlike the ordinary. Faced with such circumstances, you have managed to remain composed, a feat rarely accomplished." As the words fell, a figure clad in a gray robe materialized before Tang Tian. This was an elderly man with a gaunt visage and hair as white as snow. To an untrained eye, one might assume he was on the brink of the grave. Yet beneath his aged exterior lay an unfathomable power. Tang Tian sensed that this individual was indeed a master of the infinite path, possessing knowledge of principles that likely surpassed his own. Coupled with the accumulation of countless years, if he had merely just ascended to the realm of the infinite path, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. In response to the elder's words, Tang Tian refrained from revealing his own cultivation level, instead responding softly. When faced with one who can command even the chaotic storms, what else can I do but remain composed? The elder, with drooping eyelids and an indifferent gaze, remarked, "Interesting. Many who have lived thousands of years longer than you lack such insight. As mere ants, they foolishly attempt to shake the great mountains, ultimately meeting their demise. I have encountered far too many such individuals." The elder's tone was calm, devoid of overt hostility, as if conversing with a younger counterpart. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian inquired, "I am quite curious. What is the intention of someone as formidable as yourself, who has expended such effort to ensnare an insignificant being like me?" The elder observed Tang Tian quietly for a while before slowly replying, "Nothing much. I merely wish to behold you with my own eyes. Those who are without fate are rarely seen throughout the annals of history." Tang Tian's interest was piqued. Without fate? What does that mean? It was the first time he had encountered such a term. The elder, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely approached Tang Tian. Since the dawn of creation, everything in this world has been recorded in the river of time, past lives, present, and future, all clearly delineated. Yet, amidst the endless ages, there exist exceptional beings whose traces cannot be found within the flow of time. These individuals are invariably formidable, world-altering forces who have shaped the course of history. They are collectively referred to as the Without Fate. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Tang Tian fell into contemplation. Previously, the celestial sovereign Tian Yuan had asserted that he was a non-existent being, for in the reflection of the temporal mirror, no trace of him could be discerned. At that time, Tang Tian believed that the celestial sovereign had glimpsed his deepest secret, understanding that his soul did not originate from this world. However, it now appeared that, in their perception, he was merely one of the Without Fate. Gazing into the old man's indifferent yet profound eyes, Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, "If that is the case, you are not here to confront me, are you?" The old man remained silent for a brief, while before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Naturally, I have no intention of confronting you. A soulless being must inevitably be entangled in tremendous matters, likely affecting the entire world. Such a heavy karmic burden is beyond my capacity to bear. Therefore, rest assured, you shall undoubtedly return to the pinnacle of the firmament unscathed." Tang Tian touched his nose, pondering why such a formidable figure would be so apprehensive about this so-called karma. "Since you have already seen me, may I take my leave?" The old man chuckled softly. "Young man, do not feign ignorance with me. You know precisely why I have come. The little being concealed within your body is equally significant, and it is beyond your control. Thus, it would be prudent to entrust it to me." Tang Tian slightly curled his lips. "Very well. What is destined to happen will indeed come to pass. Since you have brought me here, this matter is already fated to reach an inevitable conclusion." Looking at the old man before him, Tang Tian suddenly smiled and remarked, "I am quite curious. What is it that drives you to expend such effort to secretly claim that little spirit of the world for yourself? Are you seeking to transcend to the supreme? Or perhaps, is it because the great heavenly sovereign has been resurrected?" As these words fell, the old man's expression abruptly changed drastically. "What did you say?" Chapter 569. Let us set forth. Tang Tian's sudden mention of the great heavenly sovereign was, in fact, an attempt to ascertain whether the pinnacle of the firmament had received any forewarnings regarding this matter. However, the elder's reaction indicated a lack of information. It was a double-edged sword, the silver lining being that the great heavenly sovereign was likely still in a state of recuperation, having not initiated any significant upheaval. The downside, however, was that nearly 2 years had elapsed since the resurrection of the great heavenly sovereign, and who could fathom what schemes this being might be concocting in the shadows? The longer one remains dormant, the more catastrophic their eventual eruption may prove to be. "Young man, from whence did you hear that name? How did you come to know that he has been resurrected?" Upon hearing this news, the elder's demeanor became taut, his expression betraying a mix of apprehension and dread. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. Is it not merely the revival of a deceased individual? Must you, a being of such lofty stature, react with such fervor? The elder's brow furrowed deeply, and he retorted angrily, "Do not jest about such matters. You have no comprehension of the sheer terror that entity embodies. Should he truly succeed in his revival, it would spell utter calamity for all beings across the myriad realms. From where did you glean this information?" In his agitation, the elder's formidable authority surged forth, resembling that of a majestic mountain. Yet, Tang Tian felt no trepidation in the face of this pressure. "It is not hearsay. Rather, I have deduced it from certain occurrences. Though, it is also possible that another individual has returned to life. There is no need for excessive fear." Tang Tian replied with a smile. The notion of the great heavenly sovereign's resurrection had always been a hypothesis of his, as he had never witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, the veracity of this conjecture was highly probable. In response to Tang Tian's assertions, the elder's frown deepened. "No, perhaps you speak the truth. Recently, certain regions have indeed experienced some unusual disturbances." As he spoke, the elder suddenly lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes locking onto Tang Tian. "If that is the case, I must acquire that world. Only by obtaining it can there be a glimmer of survival amidst the impending cataclysm. Young man, relinquish it to me." The elder's gaze was intense, a mixture of terror and a hint of madness. It was as if Tang Tian was his sole beacon of hope. Faced with the elder's insistence, Tang Tian stroked his chin and replied slowly, "However, I am rather reluctant to part with it. You see, I have known it for quite some time. In terms of affection, it has become akin to a beloved kin or a brother to me." The elder's brows knitted tighter, his voice turning icy. "Young man, I am not here to negotiate with you. Given the possibility of that existence's revival, even if you are a being of no fate, I would not be deterred. When the future is obliterated, what is there left to discuss regarding causality? Surrender willingly or be compelled to do so. I grant you but one final opportunity to choose." He issued his ultimatum directly. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the elder, Tang Tian let out a soft sigh. "I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name." The elder was momentarily taken aback and replied, "What do you mean? Do you still intend to seek revenge against me?" Tang Tian shook his head. No, I merely." As he spoke, he drew the Star Moon celestial sword from his waist, gazing intently at the elder. "It is merely that I do not slay nameless individuals," he stated calmly. Subsequently, amidst the elder's horrified gaze, his aura surged rapidly. The path of the palm, the path of the offering, the path of all beings, the path of supreme origin, the path of primordial unity, the path of boundlessness. At last, a faint yet profound force of the world began to emanate from Tang Tian. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "A half-step supreme being? How is this possible? Did you not just ascend from the lower realm?" The intangible force of the world shattered the elder's psychological defenses. This was the power he had tirelessly pursued for hundreds of thousands of years. How could this young man have mastered it just after breaking through to the Celestial Emperor? His entire worldview collapsed in the wake of the world force manifesting from Tang Tian. Meanwhile, Tang Tian simply smiled faintly and remarked, "Did you not say that I am a being without fate? Those without fate are invariably formidable adversaries. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to defy fate on occasion." The elder stood frozen, his previously half-closed eyes now wide with astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets. Defy fate? I have heard of defying fate. I have witnessed it. But never in such a manner. To have just broken through to the Celestial Emperor, only to ascend to Supreme Being in the blink of an eye. Even the most inept of novelists could not conceive of such an absurd plot. Each realm beyond the path is traversed with immense toil, step by painstaking step. Yet this individual had leaped directly to the finish line. This is simply. The elder could scarcely articulate his thoughts, his mind reeling in utter chaos, spiraling into madness. "I refuse to believe it," he roared, launching a palm strike at Tang Tian. This strike, fueled by rage, encapsulated the essence of his entire life. A tremendous force erupted in an instant, carrying with it boundless might directed at Tang Tian. Faced with this terrifying blow, Tang Tian did not falter. Clenching his fists, he concentrated all the laws of the world and the laws of chaos within. He then unleashed a formidable counterattack, the great 10,000 Laws Fist. This was the first time he had employed this technique in actual combat since its inception. In the next moment, two cataclysmic forces collided violently. Boom! An indescribable torrent of power erupted between the two, as the immense force of the laws swept through the air, shattering the space that had been anchored by 18 banners. Chaos surged forth, only to be expelled by the shockwaves of the explosion, swiftly forming a vast void. The compressed chaos birthed over 100 ferocious storms, sweeping in all directions. Yet, at the epicenter of the explosion stood Tang Tian, unscathed. His gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon the elder before him. The great 10,000 Law Fist had transcended the realm of innate Taoist techniques, and the number of laws Tang Tian had assimilated was not significantly less than that of his adversary, making it clear that the elder could not withstand such power. However, in a critical moment, the elder utilized the earlier scroll to shield himself from the residual force of the great 10,000 Law Fist. Nevertheless, his face was etched with astonishment. He had never anticipated that this young man, without resorting to the power of the world, could possess such formidable strength. Tang Tian, raising an eyebrow slightly, had merely wished to test the might of the great 10,000 Law Fist. The results were commendable. A single strike had forced this elder of the Wujideo to be on the defensive. This indicated that even without the power of the world, he was among the elite within the realm of Wujideo. With the experiment complete, Tang Tian lifted the Star Moon Immortal Sword, pointing it toward his opponent. The power of the world surged forth. You have gone to great lengths to bring me here, intending to covet that unique spirit of the world. Little did you know, I had long since prepared everything, awaiting your arrival. Let us proceed, declared the nameless Taoist. With that, the Star Moon Immortal Sword traced a brilliant arc, descending in a horizontal slash. Chapter 570. Plans for the future. As the Star Moon Celestial Sword descended with a sweeping arc, an overwhelming force of the world poured forth, sealing off all avenues of retreat for the Elder. In truth, he had not prepared any escape route prior to this moment. To confront a mere ant, employing such formidable means to sever the heavens and the earth, was already a testament to his sincerity. Who would dare to contemplate the possibility of failure? Perhaps this master of the infinite, who had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, might have had a glimmer of hope for survival had he been fully prepared and revealed his hidden cards. Yet, at this juncture, no opportunity remained. The immense force of the world swiftly descended upon the Elder. His eyes widened in fury as he summoned all his strength, positioning the defiant scroll before him. Simultaneously, he retracted 18 banners and unleashed a multitude of unknown formidable artifacts, including the previously wielded time-space mirror. However, as the world's power descended, everything shattered like fragile window paper, obliterated in an instant. This was a force that transcended the world, an existence beyond the capacity of any living being to withstand. Regardless of how powerful the opponent might be, even if they were a master of the infinite, the Star Moon Celestial Sword cleaved through chaos, transforming into a radiant beam that pierced the Elder's body. In that fleeting moment, it annihilated his soul, his source of life, everything. No matter how many formidable means he possessed, they proved futile. This was a dimensional strike. Ultimately, the Elder could not even muster a roar of defiance. He could only glare at Tang Tian in resentment as his entire body swiftly dissolved and dissipated. Within a breath's time, he had entirely vanished before Tang Tian, leaving behind only a multitude of broken artifacts floating in the void. After vanquishing his opponent, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. The crisis that had begun brewing in the Cloud Summit Celestial Realm had finally reached a safe conclusion. At that moment, a small voice reached him. Is it resolved? Tang Tian nodded slightly. I have destroyed his source of life and soul imprint. Even if he had numerous contingencies, they are rendered useless, unless someone retrieves him from the river of time and revives him. The small figure suddenly appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. This was the first time it had left the Odd Egg world since being spotted by the Moon Fairy. It is impossible, it spoke. While it is exceedingly difficult to kill a being of the Tao level and above, once they are utterly dead, resurrection becomes unattainable. The great heavenly monarch could return only because his soul was merely scattered. My master and the others are the same. Tang Tian nodded. Having reached the threshold of the half-step supreme realm, he had begun to perceive certain truths of the world. Resurrection is conditional. Only upon transcending the supreme level, truly surpassing the world, can one be said to die yet not perish, remaining exceedingly difficult to extinguish completely. How did you get out? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Tang Tian inquired. With a playful grin, Xiao Haihei tugged at his hair and remarked, You've ascended to the pinnacle. What is there for me to fear? If I cannot prevail, I can certainly flee. These past years, I have been cooped up within your egg, nearly suffocating from the confinement. Tang Tian lowered his eyelids slightly and replied, I am merely a half-step to supremacy. I have yet to reach that stage. Should an unparalleled supreme come for you, I cannot ensure your safety. Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No worries. With your speed, the world tree will flourish in no time. Moreover, how many true paragons exist in this world? Do you truly believe that attaining such a name is so effortless? Even for you, it would likely require considerable time, unless you provide the world tree with ample nourishment. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Did you not claim ignorance regarding the ascension to unparalleled supremacy? Why then do you speak so authoritatively now? Xiao pouted, Though I have never witnessed a pig run, I have indeed raised pigs. From my perspective, once the world tree matures and bears its fruit, you should officially become a supreme. And when the innate beings begin to influence your world post-hatching, you will likely achieve the unparalleled. Tang Tian responded with an O, realizing that Xiao had garnered substantial insights while nurturing the peculiar world. So, our next task is to nourish the world tree? He questioned. Xiao shrugged. Indeed, the world tree is the foundation of your future. It must not be neglected. But what are your plans regarding the great celestial monarch? Tang Tian fell silent, contemplating. Based on the earlier reaction from the ancient Wigidian master, the great celestial monarch had yet to formally emerge and was likely still gathering strength. However, it seemed that certain anomalies had indeed transpired in specific regions, though he was unaware of their nature. At least, from the current situation, it was not yet time for direct confrontation. Thus, there remained an opportunity to relay information and prepare a response. Nonetheless, Tang Tian preferred to engage personally only after he had solidified his status as a supreme. After some reflection, he relayed his thoughts to Xiao. Startled, Xiao asked, "Do you harbor doubts about that divine sovereign?" Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging his concerns. While it could be inferred that his master's decision to leave him in the celestial realm indicated trust in the divine sovereign, nearly 1,000,000 years had passed. Who could guarantee that allegiances and positions had remained unchanged? The great celestial monarch's revival, albeit coincidental, raised questions as to why it occurred specifically within his dominion. In the past, he might have embraced coincidence, but now, caution was imperative. Xiao furrowed her brow but ultimately nodded in agreement with Tang Tian's perspective. "So, shall we do nothing then?" Tang Tian shook his head, "Certainly not. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament, it is imperative to take action. While we may not have direct access to the esteemed deity, disseminating certain information should prove to be a manageable endeavor. Given the implications surrounding the celestial sovereign, I believe such news will soon attract significant attention. With a little strategic nudging, it is bound to create quite a stir." With a sidelong glance at Tang Tian, Xiao remarked, "You are quite the cunning one. As for this intricate matter, I suspect I shall be of little assistance. Furthermore, we currently find ourselves amidst chaos. Without a guiding passage, how shall we reach the zenith of the heavens?" Tang Tian chuckled softly. "Do you presume I am merely idle? Without the assurance of departing from this chaos, how could I have accompanied that fellow here? Having attained a half-step to supremacy, I can now sense the approximate locations of certain realms. The pinnacle of the firmament is the most prominent, and it lies not too far from us, accessible at any moment. However, the entry point will undoubtedly be somewhat askew, though the deviation should not be considerable." With a slight exclamation, Xiao replied, "Then let us hasten. I too wish to behold what the so-called pinnacle of the firmament truly resembles." Chapter 571. Insights from the pinnacle of the firmament. After tentatively establishing his plans, Tang Tian prepared to depart from this place. The recent clash with the venerable Wuji Daoist had carved a vast void within this chaotic space, which would likely take an extensive period to return to its original state. The remnants of Dao artifacts left behind by the elders still floated in the ether. Tang Tian reached out and summoned them all. Among these, one particular scroll stood as the most formidable Dao artifact. Alas, it bore the brunt of the primary assault from the celestial moon sword and was irreparably damaged. The 18 banners remained relatively intact, as the elder had scarcely had time to retrieve them all. The other Dao artifacts lay in disarray, shattered beyond recognition. Tang Tian picked up the time-space mirror and examined it closely for a while. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. "A counterfeit," he remarked. Xiao nodded in agreement, adding that it appeared to mimic a highly potent Dao artifact endowed with certain temporal and spatial characteristics. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a sound of affirmation, possessing a deeper understanding. This mirror was modeled after the eternal time-space mirror, one of the original 5 supreme treasures, sharing even the same name. Yet, compared to the true eternal time-space mirror, it was utterly unworthy. However, as Tang Tian was aware, the eternal time-space mirror had long since fused into the river of time, never to be seen again. After observing the artifacts for a moment longer, Tang Tian collected all the damaged Dao items. Although they held little practical use for him, they bore value. Perhaps they could lead him to uncover the true identity of the venerable Wuji Daoist. Having completed this task, he determined the direction towards the pinnacle of the firmament and, accompanied by Xiao, plunged through the chaos at a swift pace. Upon the vast expanse of the earth, the landscape appeared to have endured a cataclysmic battle, with charred soil and a darkened horizon devoid of life. The ground was riddled with immense fissures, and the howling black winds created an atmosphere akin to a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, a young man clad in a pale blue robe materialized above a chasm, with a snow-white creature perched upon his shoulder. It was none other than Tang Tian. Upon witnessing the surrounding scene, Zhao's mouth fell agape. "Goodness, old Tang. Have you taken a wrong turn? Is this truly the pinnacle of the firmament? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Tang Tian himself was equally astonished. He had presumed that the pinnacle of the firmament would be a sacred haven for all cultivators, if not an ethereal paradise. At the very least, a place of remarkable beauty and harmony. Yet, what lay before him was nothing short of a barren wasteland. Perhaps they had inadvertently arrived at a desolate realm. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this was indeed the pinnacle of the firmament. Tang Tian spoke, "Indeed, this is the pinnacle." Xiao sighed softly, reflecting, "In my recollections, the place where my master resided was once tranquil and resplendent. After 1,000,000 years, it has transformed into this. Time is truly a fearsome blade." In a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian found himself enveloped in a scene he had never witnessed. For he had no means to envision the grandeur of 1,000,000 years past. Yet, the spectacle before him was indeed beyond his expectations. Reminiscent of the battlefield in the divine realm. Was this place also on the brink of collapse? As he pondered, he recalled the words of Prince Yu, who had once said, "The summit of the firmament is difficult to describe. You will understand when you arrive." At the time, he had envisioned it as a realm of resplendence, unaware that he was referencing such a dismal state. Of course, it was also possible that they had merely stumbled upon an unremarkable location, as there were no signs of life to be found. With this thought in mind, he gently raised his hand and released Prince Yu and Gu Xiaoxua, who had been confined within the strange egg world for several days. "Wow, is this the summit of the firmament? It certainly feels different from our world," Gu Xiaoxua remarked, her eyes wide as she surveyed her surroundings. Prince Yu, however, wore a sullen expression and said, "This is so boring. It pales in comparison to our home. Tang Tian, why don't you send me back?" A sudden thump resounded as Gu Xiaoxua playfully struck his head. "Enough of your nonsense. Wherever Tang Tian goes, we go. If you keep complaining, I'll cut off your rations," she scolded. Prince Yu, intimidated by her, covered his head and fell silent. Observing his disgruntled demeanor, Tang Tian inquired, "Do you sense anything familiar in this place?" He hoped the environment of the summit might awaken his latent memories. Prince Yu glanced around, nodded earnestly, and replied, "Yes. It reminds me of the burnt bottom of the pot when Sister Xiaoxua cooks." Without a doubt, he received another playful thump to the head from Gu Xiaoxua. Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation, realizing that this was futile. That mysterious entity had erased Prince Yu's memories, rendering any attempt to awaken them pointless. They could only proceed step by step. However, the entity had merely obliterated Prince Yu's memories and perceptions. It did not diminish his power. In the lower realms, Prince Yu had sealed his cultivation, a seal that could not be broken while in the lower world. Yet, upon arriving at the summit, he was entirely capable of releasing it. Gazing at the seal within Prince Yu, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided against tampering with it for now. This fellow was currently quite rebellious. With only the cultivation of an immortal emperor, Gu Xiaoxua might still manage him. If he were to regain his full strength, who knew what kind of chaos he might unleash? It would be prudent to wait until he matured a bit more before addressing this matter. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tian extended his consciousness outward, spreading it in all directions. Yet, within the range of his perception, he encountered nothing but the same desolate scenery. After a brief while, he finally detected signs of life in one direction. "Let us go," he declared, not lingering any longer, and swiftly led Gu Xiaoxua and the others toward that promising direction. After traversing countless miles of scorched earth, a hint of green finally emerged in the expansive heavens ahead. It was a continuous range of mountains. Although the trees were sparse and the ground remained a cracked wasteland, there was at least a palpable sense of life. After covering some distance, Tang Tian beheld a broad river, its tumultuous waters surging across the land. Yet, it did not flow far before being halted by a massive chasm, into which the roaring river cascaded, as if plunging into an abyss. Such a sight was a first for him. Near the base of a mountain, adjacent to the river, Tang Tian spotted several figures clad in white robes, congregating together. To his astonishment, their power surpassed the realm of Tao, with one among them being a formidable presence at the level of the celestial Tao. Upon seeing them, Tang Tian truly felt he had arrived at the pinnacle of the firmament. Contemplating for a moment, he and his companions, including Xiao Shui, soared toward them. Tang Tian made no effort to conceal their approach, and the individuals soon sensed their arrival. Instantly, all the figures in white rose to their feet, encircling Tang Tian and his companions. Malicious glances swept over them. Ah, in such a desolate place as the Absolute Ridge, we encounter such tender younglings. Little brother and sister, have you lost your way? Come, let your sister take you home. My bed is large and soft, they jested, laughter echoing with a brazen bravado. A palpable air of menace enveloping the scene. Chapter 572. Taken hostage as Tang Tian surveyed the group of white-clad individuals encircling him, an unsettling sensation arose within him. Dao realm powerhouses, bandits? Before arriving at the pinnacle of the firmament, he had never envisioned associating these two titles together. In the realm of the celestial capital, even a mere celestial king exuded an air of dignity befitting one of high status, let alone the celestial sovereigns and emperors. He had never encountered a celestial sovereign or emperor who would casually remark, "The bed at my sister's house is large and comfortable." If such words were to circulate, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock throughout the cultivation world, unable to maintain his standing. Yet, the formidable Dao realm experts before him exuded a distinctly bandit-like aura, devoid of the noble demeanor typically expected of the strong. Was it perhaps a result of their environment? It seemed that at the pinnacle of the firmament, even the ritualistic Dao and the Dao of all beings were not regarded as particularly powerful entities. Observing the unabashed gazes around him, Tang Tian was reluctant to confront them directly. After all, these individuals were the first of his kind he had encountered since arriving at the pinnacle of the firmament. "Esteemed guests," he began, "might I inquire as to where we are? We seem to have lost our way." The white-clad woman who had jested earlier regarded him with playful eyes, expressing a certain intrigue. "Little brother, you remain quite composed. You are precisely my type. If you call me sister, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of this place," she teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. However, at that moment, the only middle-aged man from the Tao of all beings raised his hand, gesturing for the woman to pause, and then inquired, "You are not from around here?" Tang Tian nodded, explaining, "While we were out on a journey, we inadvertently stumbled into a formation. Subsequently, we found ourselves in this unfamiliar locale. We hope you might enlighten us." He fabricated a plausible reason, as the instability of this realm could indeed account for such an occurrence. After all, they had no means to verify his claims. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, then replied, "This place is called the Abyssal Ridge, situated at the northern border of Wanchuan City. From where do you hail?" Tang Tian's calm demeanor seemed to instill a hint of hesitation in the Tao of all beings expert, coupled with their inability to discern Tang Tian's cultivation level. He refrained from immediate hostility and opted instead to probe further into Tang Tian's background. Responding to the inquiry without hesitation, Tang Tian replied, "We are from Mang Village, a remote locale with little contact with the outside world. Therefore, I have not heard of Wanchuan City. Could you elaborate further? We wish to find our way home." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, seemingly searching his memory for any recollection of Mang Village. However, it was evident that he could not recall it. He then remarked, "You have never even heard of Wanchuan City? It appears your journey has indeed taken you quite far." Wanchuan City is one of the 13 principal cities of the Tai Sacred Land, spanning an immense territory of billions of miles. If you do not belong to Wanchuan City, returning may prove rather challenging. Tang Tian found himself rendered speechless. What, exactly, is this Tai Sacred Land? It sounds rather formidable, governing 13 principal cities, each with a territory akin to a heavenly realm. Could it be the power associated with the revered deity? It is quite plausible, for based on his assessment, his position at the pinnacle of the firmament likely does not exceed the jurisdiction of the esteemed deity. "Thank you for the information," Tang Tian said with a slight bow. "In that case, we shall not impose any further. The journey is long, and we must hasten our return." He intended to take his leave. However, the individuals before him had no intention of allowing his departure. They swiftly enacted a barrier, sealing the surrounding space and firmly locking onto Tang Tian and his companions. "It is quite difficult to traverse the entirety of Wanchuan City," the middle-aged man spoke in a calm tone. "Rather than seeking death, it is better to remain here. Your strength appears commendable. Should you perform well, I might consider integrating you into our ranks." As he finished speaking, the woman beside him licked her crimson lips and smiled. "Do not worry, little June. If you can pamper my sister comfortably, she will surely look after you." Observing their actions, Tang Tian's gaze remained indifferent. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could reduce them to ash. However, since they were the first group of people he encountered, he was reluctant to commit such an act of violence so soon. Thus, he prepared to leave without further ado. Their so-called blockade was inconsequential to him. Just then, Tang Tian suddenly sensed a formidable group approaching rapidly from a distance. Their target clearly this location. Clad in uniform armor, they bore the unmistakable mark of an organized force. After a moment's consideration, he decided to remain and observe. It would be far more advantageous to connect directly with the power structure than to flail about aimlessly. Noting Tang Tian's silence, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. Have you come to a realization? Tang Tian shook his head. If you were to depart now, you might still make your escape. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes. Boy, are you contemplating resistance? Do not think that a mere artifact capable of concealing your cultivation can intimidate us. For centuries, I have encountered countless individuals like you. Tang Tian ceased to respond, silently counting the moments. Very well, it appears there is no time left. As his words fell, a resounding laughter echoed from afar. Ha ha, bandits! Let us see where you shall flee this time. Accompanied by the laughter, numerous powerful auras emerged within their perception. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly shifted, and his companions were equally filled with terror as they immediately fled in the opposite direction of the sound. However, as Tang Tian had indicated, it was already too late. The individual approaching had encircled the area, and their strength was vastly superior, leaving no opportunity for escape. The middle-aged man, possessing a profound understanding of the realm of existence. Since the dire situation, he remained still, his countenance darkening. As the adversary drew nearer, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian with fierce determination. Without hesitation, he unsheathed a blood-red long knife, swiftly appearing before Tang Tian and positioning the blade menacingly above their heads. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, poised to strike at any moment. Simultaneously, a group of individuals clad in azure armor emerged from all directions. The white-clad figures, who had just attempted to flee, found themselves inexorably driven back by these armored assailants. Leading this formidable group was a young man of striking presence, whose cultivation had ascended to the Tai realm. Fixating on this youth, the middle-aged man brandished his long knife, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Do not approach. If you dare to move, I will slay them immediately." The blood-red blade hovered perilously close to Tang Tian and his companions' heads. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. They had effectively become hostages. Chapter 573. Wang Chong. With the arrival of the armored youth, the previously audacious group of white-clad individuals appeared as subdued as frostbitten eggplants, their arrogance extinguished. Each face bore a tense expression, with several betraying unmistakable despair. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. In a direct confrontation, that solitary armored youth could effortlessly vanquish them all, not to mention the nearly 20 formidable practitioners of the ritual path and the path of all beings accompanying him. Faced with such a stark imbalance of power, the middle-aged man resorted to taking Tang Tian hostage, clinging to the faint hope of survival. At this moment, Tang Tian was also curious to observe how the armored youth would respond under these circumstances, whether he would disregard the safety of the hostage and launch an aggressive attack, or choose to consider the well-being of the innocent and opt for compromise. These two choices represented contrasting governance styles within this hierarchy of power. As the middle-aged man held several young individuals hostage, the armored youth frowned slightly and remarked, "Old Xiao, this is rather despicable of you. I senti it? You white bandits have always claimed to kill the rich to aid the poor and to champion the people's cause. Is this truly how you advocate for the people?" With his arms crossed and casting a condescending gaze upon old Xiao, the youth appeared unfazed. Yet, Tang Tian perceived a subtle, almost imperceptible Tao rhythm being discreetly released by the youth, piercing through the void and gradually approaching them. Intriguing. Enough of your nonsense. Old Xiao retorted coldly upon hearing the youth's words. I am far more concerned about not dying in the hell of Forgotten River than advocating for the people. Wang Chong, you have pursued us from Forgotten River City for 3 years now. You are merely a city guard. Must you be so relentless? He bellowed in indignation. Even the lord of the city is not this obstinate. Listening to their exchange, Tang Tian gleaned some insight into the local situation. The very mention of advocating for the people suggested that the order and regulations here were relatively well established, and the existence of the hell provided further testament to that. This was quite favorable. Tang Tian had no affinity for chaotic environments. Moreover, the youth named Wang Chong appeared to be quite tenacious. Having relentlessly pursued this group of white bandits for 3 consecutive years, driving old Xiao to the brink of hysteria. The city lord's remarks indicated a lack of concern for the existence of these bandits, suggesting that their power structure was rather loose compared to the Cloud Summit. Tang Tian silently analyzed the dynamics at play. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Wang Chong and old Xiao persisted. Obstinate. Wang Chong chuckled lightly, indeed. I find your group of white bandits thoroughly distasteful. You commit heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage, yet you continuously masquerade as champions of justice, playing a revolting double standard. Therefore, until I eradicate you completely, I shall not return to Forgotten River City. Old Xiao clenched his teeth. His expression contorted into a visage of fury. Very well, then. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Withdraw your men at once, or I shall take the lives of these individuals, he declared menacingly, the blade drawing perilously closer to Tang Tian and his companions. Yet, Wang Chong remained unfazed. Oh, then go ahead and kill them. Do you truly believe that a handful of obscure individuals could intimidate me? Old Xiao was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, as a city guard, how dare you behave in such a manner? If the people of Wangchuan City were to learn of this, your future would be irrevocably doomed. Wang Chong suddenly chuckled, replying, in this desolate wilderness, who would even know of this affair? Furthermore, these individuals are my brothers, forged in the fires of battle. None would betray us. He continued, I advise you to release them and surrender peacefully. At least that way, you may continue to live. Otherwise, I assure you, returning to Wangchuan City alive is not an option you will have. You understand my meaning. Faced with Wang Chong's unwavering resolve, old Xiao found himself at a loss. During this exchange, he remained oblivious to the subtle Taoist essence Wang Chong had woven around Tang Tian and his companions. This essence formed an invisible conduit, connecting them, allowing for an exchange at a moment's notice. Tang Tian felt a surge of relief. Wang Chong's words were mere misdirection. He had no genuine intention of sacrificing the so-called innocents. What a good man. Tang Tian marked him in turn. In light of Wang Chong's firmness, old Xiao hesitated momentarily before revealing his true, sinister nature. Here, I face death. Returning is also a death sentence. If I can take a few down with me, so be it. Wang Chong, pray that your so-called brothers do not betray you. Having made his decision, he attempted to sow discord among Wang Chong's group. Then, he swung his blood-red blade towards Tang Tian and his companions. However, as the blade struck Tang Tian, it met an unexpected resistance, as if it had collided with steel. Old Xiao turned in astonishment to find that Tang Tian and his companions had vanished, replaced by Wang Chong himself. Wang Chong deflected the blow with the armor upon his shoulder. Fool, he smirked, delivering a powerful punch to old Xiao's face. With strength surpassing old Xiao's and the proximity of the attack, old Xiao had no time to react, receiving the blow squarely. Blood and teeth erupted into the air as old Xiao's body was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. Before being seized by several armored experts of the Zhangxing Dao, old scoundrel, even at the end, you sought to sow discord. Capture them all and prepare to take them back. After executing this, Wang Chong clapped his hands and approached Tang Tian with a grin, saying, I hope I didn't frighten you too much just now. I am the city guard of Wangchuan City, and I could never abandon you. The previous circumstances were exceptional, which is why I spoke in such a manner. You do not hold it against me, do you? Tang Tian clasped his hands and smiled. Naturally not. Thank you for your timely intervention, for without your arrival, the 3 of us would have surely fallen into the hands of brigands. Wang Chong cast a sidelong glance and chuckled. You seem remarkably composed. Even if I had not intervened, I presume you had your own means of escape? By the way, where do you hail from, and what brings you to such a desolate place? Without hesitation, Tang Tian reiterated his earlier statement. Mang Village. Wang Chong furrowed his brow for a moment before shaking his head. I have indeed not heard of it. Perhaps you should accompany me to the nearest city, and we can see if any clues may be found. Tang Tian nodded in agreement and expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, my friend. Furthermore, during our adventures, we stumbled upon some celestial artifacts. I hope you do not disdain them. With that, he presented several dark stones, which he had discovered from the depths of fissures in the earth during his journey. These were quite extraordinary celestial items that he had casually collected. Wang Chong was a good fellow, and this would serve as a token of appreciation to strengthen their rapport. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Wang Chong instinctively raised his hand to refuse. However, upon seeing the stones, his eyes widened in astonishment. He then rubbed his hands together. "Ah, my dear brother, technically, we are not permitted to accept rewards. Indeed, we truly cannot." Chapter 574, Black Cliff City. After conversing with Wang Chong, Tang Tian came to realize that the black stones he had casually collected were known as breaking Dao stones. These stones are exceedingly rare and precious celestial artifacts, possessing immense significance in the realms of formation, weapon crafting, alchemy, and cultivation. Furthermore, these breaking Dao stones can only be found in perilous locations, making their acquisition exceptionally challenging. Ultimately, despite his reluctance, Wang Chong could not resist the temptation to accept the breaking Dao stone. The nearest city to their location is called Black Cliff City. Allow me to guide you there. The city lord is an acquaintance of mine, and I shall request his assistance in uncovering any information regarding your Mang village. Transmitting across an entire main city is quite difficult. In truth, I am inclined to believe that your Mang village is merely a secluded place within the borders of Wangchuan City, Wang Chong remarked, even taking the initiative to defend Tang Tian's identity. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude with a smile. Subsequently, Wang Chong and his companions detained Old Xiao and the other white bandits, employing a unique device to seal their cultivation abilities. And then the group set forth towards Black Cliff City. As they soared over numerous mountain ranges stretching across vast distances, the landscape beneath them began to transform. The immense chasm had vanished, though small fissures remained, and the earth still bore a shadowy hue. The flora and mystical creatures had increased significantly, with Tang Tian encountering many species he had never seen in Yunding Tianfu, each more formidable than the last. This was likely a result of the complete celestial laws at the pinnacle of the firmament and the unique cultivation environment. Though the land appeared ravaged, it was suffused with abundant pure spiritual and celestial energy, surging forth from the fissures to nourish all living things. While these fissures posed dangers, they were equally brimming with opportunities. However, from his elevated vantage point, Tang Tian discerned that this scenario resembled an early depletion of a world's vitality. As the forces from the depths of the earth continued to overflow, the fissures would inevitably widen, ultimately transforming into the desolation Tang Tian had witnessed upon his arrival. Wang Chong's remarks corroborated Tang Tian's suspicions. He recalled that several decades ago, the conditions across the Absolute Ridge were relatively favorable, with the chasms lying mostly beyond its borders. Yet today, it appeared that encroachment had begun. Tang Tian pondered and inquired, "Is this situation widespread?" Wang Chong replied, "It is rather prevalent, and the distribution lacks any discernible pattern. At times, certain locales that were once vibrant and full of life one night could be entirely consumed by the chasms by the following day. The abyss of the earth can be regarded as a place of creation, yet it also serves as a source of destruction." Tang Tian fell silent. Having initially perceived the pinnacle of the firmament as an immensely fertile realm, only to discover its inherent complexity. It could be described as existing simultaneously within two opposing extremes, one of creation and one of destruction. Should destruction gain the upper hand, this world, even in the absence of a great heavenly sovereign, would inevitably march toward its demise. "Have you ever encountered the abyss of the earth over in Mang Village?" Wang Chong inquired suddenly. Tang Tian nodded lightly and replied, "Our range of activities has been rather limited, so I have never laid eyes on such a phenomenon throughout my life." Wang Chong raised an eyebrow. "It seems you are quite fortunate. In the current world, places devoid of the abyss are exceedingly rare. Even near Wangchuan City and around the sacred land, various degrees of abysses are scattered about. Truly, your home is a veritable paradise." Tang Tian slightly nodded, choosing not to pursue the subject further. A single lie often necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it, an endless cycle that inevitably reveals its flaws. Although he harbored no fear, it could still lead to complications. Nevertheless, Wang Chong remained oblivious to this and continued, "A paradise is indeed wonderful, but should the opportunity arise, I would still suggest you consider relocating to the great city. The emergence of the abyss is entirely unpredictable. No one can foretell when it might suddenly appear. However, in the great city and the main city, Special formations have been established to suppress the emergence of abysses, thus preventing any significant crises. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. If I can return smoothly, I shall contemplate that. Subsequently, during their journey, Tang Tian subtly inquired about the pinnacle of the firmament in the sacred land of Tai. Wang Chong regarded Tang Tian as a recluse, thus he spoke freely, harboring little suspicion. The domain of the Tai sacred land is immensely vast, and Wang Chong was uncertain of its exact size, for he had never ventured beyond the confines of Wangchuan City in his life. Yet, he was aware that apart from the Tai sacred land, many other sacred lands existed within this world, some feeble, others exceedingly powerful. However, due to the sheer magnitude of their respective territories, those within the sacred lands seldom interacted with individuals from other sacred realms. He had seen a few passing caravans heading to the sacred lands, but they appeared to consist of nobles, with whom they had no connection. Wang Chong articulated this observation. Yet, in truth, Wang Chong exhibited a degree of modesty. Through subsequent discussions with other guards of Wangchuan City, Tang Tian learned that Wang Chong was a notable scion from a prominent family within the city. Otherwise, he would not have so easily secured a position as a city guard. City guards rank above ordinary sentinels, akin to team leaders, overseeing several hundred individuals. In a singular main city larger than the cloud-top world, the ability to attain such renown indicates that Wang Chong's family possesses considerable strength and heritage. Furthermore, Wang Chong's knowledge regarding the Tai sacred land was somewhat limited. He only understood that it constituted the absolute core of this land, serving as their supreme authority. As Tang Tian had surmised, the sole ruler of the sacred land was indeed the esteemed divine lord. It was acceptable. The location had not deviated significantly. Although he did not fully trust this divine being, he remained the most suitable candidate to convey the news of the great heavenly sovereign's resurrection, given his considerable stature. At the very least, the connection with the young master afforded him some credibility. During their casual conversations, the group traversed an unfathomable distance. However, throughout their journey, Tang Tian had scarcely encountered any impressive cities. According to Wang Chong, this was largely due to the deep abyss of the earth. Whenever possible, people preferred to relocate to the larger cities. After approximately 3 hours had passed, they finally arrived at the city of Black Cliff. Upon witnessing the colossal black beast towering over the landscape, Tang Tian comprehended the true value of this city at the pinnacle of the heavens. This grand city was indeed vast, immensely so. Chapter 575. Attempting to enter the virtual realm on the vast plain, a colossal black entity loomed. An unfathomable behemoth that occupied the entirety of Tang Tian's field of vision upon its emergence. Its enormity was staggering, its area surpassing that of the cloud summit by several dozen times, spanning countless miles. It was difficult to fathom the sheer number of inhabitants that resided within its confines. Moreover, within the territory of Wangchuan City, there were nearly 100 grand cities of similar magnitude to Black Cliff City. Throughout the entire Tai sacred land, the count exceeded 1,000. Witnessing such a flourishing spectacle, a smile involuntarily graced Tang Tian's lips. The presence of a multitude is indeed advantageous. The greater the populace, the more prosperous the society, thus enabling the two systems within him to exert their influence to a greater extent. The consumption points required for nurturing the world tree were essentially an insatiable abyss. To allow it to grow successfully and bear Tao fruits, the 9 heavenly domains were barely sufficient. However, to successfully incubate innate beings from these Tao fruits and begin to affect the entire world, merely relying on the 9 heavenly domains was utterly inadequate. Thus, even though he had made a promise regarding his breakthrough to the supreme realm, the mere mention of the boundless supreme level was abruptly left at that. This realm was indeed exceedingly challenging. However, if the Global Trade Association and the virtual realm could be successfully integrated into the celestial summit and subsequently thrive, then the boundless supreme was not beyond reach. Let us proceed to our stronghold to rest, after which I shall visit the city lord's mansion to assist you in seeking clues about Mang Village. Provide me with more information, and trust me, I shall surely uncover something, Wang Chong declared confidently. Tang Tian felt somewhat helpless. Mang Village was merely a fabrication of his imagination. Yet, confronted with Wang Chong's enthusiasm, he could only continue to concoct a few characteristics of Mang Village to relay to Wang Chong, ensuring he would find no leads. Once Wang Chong returned from the city lord's mansion, he would seize an opportunity to inform him that there was no need to waste more time on this matter. Subsequently, under Wang Chong's guidance, they entered Black Cliff City. Upon entry, Tang Tian immediately discerned a vast formation enveloping the entire city. This grand array possessed both defensive and offensive capabilities, but its primary function was to stabilize this realm. As Wang Chong had stated, with this formation, Black Cliff City could significantly mitigate the emergence of the abyss of the earth. However, it was not absolute. Should the world's condition continue to deteriorate, even the formation would be unable to withstand the decay of the world itself. Having become a half-step supreme, Tang Tian was now capable of perceiving a portion of the essence of this world. Indeed, it had reached the precipice of annihilation. It merely required a catalyst to plunge irreversibly into the abyss. He could see this clearly. The great celestial monarch could not possibly be unaware. Today, the crises confronting the world may be even more profound than those faced a million years ago. Tang Tian let out a quiet sigh, pondering how much time remained. All he could do now was seize the fleeting opportunities to fortify himself. At the very least, he needed to ensure his own survival and that of those he cherished amidst this calamity. Tang Tian, what troubles you? Wang Chong, with his boisterous demeanor, suddenly noticed the shift in Tang Tian's emotions. Tang Tian shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I merely did not anticipate the world outside to be so vast. I have never witnessed such a grand and flourishing city." Wang Chong burst into hearty laughter, clapping Tang Tian on the shoulder. "You have lived in seclusion for so long that you must have missed such sights. You should visit Wangchuan City. Its prosperity far surpasses that of Highest City by 100-fold. It will surely broaden your horizons." Tang Tian smiled in agreement. As they chatted, the group made their way toward the heart of Highest City. In most cultivation cities, flying is typically prohibited for practitioners. However, Highest City was exceptionally vast, thus designated certain fixed paths for aerial travel. Before long, they arrived at the city's central area, which was even more bustling. Numerous practitioners above the Dao realm were present, and Tang Tian observed many formidable beings from the Zhangxing Dao and Tai Dao. Yet, those above the Hunyuan Dao were exceedingly rare. The only one he spotted was identified by Wang Chong as a grand elder from a prestigious family within Highest City. The city's lord, too, was a powerful figure of deep-rooted Hunyuan Dao mastery, known as the Dao Master, while those of the Hunyuan Dao were referred to as Dao Venerables. Based on Tang Tian's observations, these two realms represented the pinnacle of combat prowess among the celestial heights, with the Tai Dao serving as the backbone force. Thus, it became evident that Wang Chong's strength was quite formidable. After several hours of travel, the group finally reached the stronghold Wang Chong had mentioned. Situated on the outskirts of Highest City's central district, further in lay the most prosperous areas of the city. Upon arrival, Wang Chong arranged for Tang Tian and the others to settle in several splendid rooms before departing directly to the Lord's residence. There is an abundance of information. It may require an entire day. You all should rest for now. Should you need anything, seek out Xinjiang. The city is quite lively. Feel free to explore. If you encounter any unexpected situations, simply mention our names. No one would dare to act against you, Wang Chong instructed before leaving. Xinjiang was one of his trusted confidants, a strong practitioner of the Zhangxing Dao. Once Wang Chong departed, Tang Tian returned to his room. Strolling could wait for another day. There would be ample time ahead. What he most urgently needs to do now is to further comprehend the specific circumstances in this place, as well as to experiment with whether the virtual realm can function smoothly here and successfully connect with the 9 great heavenly capitals. If this proves feasible, then the subsequent matters will become considerably more manageable. After contemplating this, he summoned Gu Xiaoxua, instructing her to take Wang Ziyu into the city to gather intelligence on the fundamental conditions here, particularly regarding the monetary system, and to compare it with that of the lower realm. During their time in Yunding Heavenly Capital, Xiaoxua, along with Li Hong and Wang Gang, had dedicated a significant period to learning, making such tasks quite effortless for them. Xiao, however, did not accompany them. Although it had gained the courage to venture out, it still hesitated to stray too far from Tang Tian. It could only watch wistfully as Xiaoxua departed, silently longing for the day when Tang Tian would take it out to play. After completing these arrangements, Tang Tian waved his hand to establish a barrier in the room, then entered the world of the strange eggs, the core of the virtual realm, which include Xiao Ji and the Jinshi steel, had already been relocated to the world of the strange eggs. Let us first see if he can successfully access the entrance to the virtual realm. Tang Tian exhaled gently and began to attempt to open the gateway to the virtual realm. Chapter 576. The consumption of the void realm once prepared. Tang Tian issued a command to Xiao Ji. Moments later, an ethereal portal gradually opened within the realm of the monster egg. This was indeed the entrance to the void realm. Tang Tian remained unsurprised by this development, as the monster egg world was inherently separate from the great world, existing as two independent entities. Thus, regardless of Tang Tian's location, it did not impede the communication between the monster egg world and the void realm. The crux of the matter now lay in whether the void realm could successfully open at the summit of the firmament. If it could, the next question would be whether it could establish a connection with the lower realms. Should this be feasible, it would mean that, in a certain sense, Tang Tian would have unified the myriad worlds, akin to a sky filled with stars, through the void realm. This would undoubtedly be an unprecedented and monumental achievement. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian commanded Xiao Ji to commence the analysis of the world rules at the summit of the firmament. Utilizing Tang Tian's body as a conduit, Xiao Ji swiftly began the analysis. Countless intricate, invisible lines emanated from Tang Tian's form, intertwining with the rules of the summit of the firmament. They resembled tendrils, probing and making contact with the local regulations. Subsequently, all the gathered information was transmitted to Xiao Ji's core for comprehensive analysis. Thanks to Xiao Ji's formidable computational power, the entire process did not take long, and results soon emerged. Master, Xiao Ji reported, the void realm can indeed connect with the summit of the firmament. However, due to the differences between the worlds, the array utilized here must be refined anew, with the necessary materials and methods being as follows. Xiao Ji then meticulously outlined the process for crafting the new array. Upon reviewing the details, Tang Tian discovered that the mobile array employed at the summit of the firmament was over 10,000 times more complex than that used in the lower realms. The materials required were also significantly more precious. This discrepancy arose from the far more sophisticated laws of the world at the summit of the firmament compared to those in the lower realms. Nevertheless, for Tang Tian, these were trivial concerns. As long as the void realm could open successfully at the summit of the firmament, any obstacles could be surmounted. Given the impact and popularity of the void realm in the lower realms, he could already envision the magnificent spectacle it would create at the summit of the firmament in the future. After calming his excited heart, Tang Tian assigned Xiao Ji a second task, to analyze the potential for mutual communication between the summit of the firmament and the lower realms within the void realm. This task was considerably simpler than the first, and within a short span, Xiao Ji provided a very specific outcome. Affirmative. However, to facilitate this communication, the consumption of the void realm itself will be substantial. Indeed, the operation of the void realm did entail its own consumption. However, for Tang Tian, this consumption is akin to a mere drizzle, hence he seldom mentions it. The creation of diverse scenarios requires the expenditure of energy. Utilizing the array to draw the souls of beings into the virtual realm necessitates energy consumption. When both parties engage in a transaction, the creation of a teleportation channel also demands energy. The extent of this consumption is largely determined by the difficulty of communication between the interacting parties. For instance, if both participants are situated within the Cloud Summit world, their average daily consumption in the virtual realm would be less than 100 pieces of superior spirit jade. A negligible amount. However, if the participants reside in different celestial realms, one in the Cloud Summit and the other in the Northern Cold, then their average daily expenditure would soar to approximately 1 piece of innate Dao Jade. This is due to the existence of world barriers that impede communication between them. As for the peak of the firmament, according to the answer provided by Xiao Ji earlier, even if both parties are located within the summit, their average consumption would still hover around 10 pieces of Dao Jade per day. Should they attempt cross-realm interaction, the cost would escalate a staggering 100,000 times, reaching 1,000,000 Dao Jades. Reflecting upon these figures, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to temporarily abandon the idea of interconnecting the summit with the lower realms, as it seemed of little significance. His sole purpose for creating the virtual realm was to establish consumption points. If he were not at the summit, he would undoubtedly devise every possible means to enable connectivity. regardless of the exorbitant costs, for such connections would yield a larger market and greater consumption opportunities. Yet now that he has ascended to the peak and successfully initiated the virtual realm here, the question of connecting with the lower realms no longer remains a critical factor. Whether or not such a connection exists does not hinder his ability to continue developing consumption points at the summit. Moreover, another profoundly significant reason lies in the fact that the consumption within the virtual realm does not trigger the system. Although Tang Tian's wealth is substantial, increasing at an alarming rate daily, should the virtual realm fully develop, its consumption could become frightfully immense. After all, sentient beings are countless. Take the 9 major celestial realms as an example. The current user count introduced into the virtual realm is barely a fraction of 1/10,000th of the total potential users. Yet, the total daily expenditure in the virtual realm has already reached 10 billion Dao Jades. While this amount may seem trivial to Tang Tian, as time progresses and the virtual realm expands within the summit, this figure will escalate rapidly, infinitely. One day, it may surpass the rate at which Tang Tian's income grows, leaving him in the dust. At that point, it will mark the end of the free era for the virtual realm and herald the formal onset of the harvesting era. However, Tang Tian certainly hopes that this era arrives as late as possible, allowing him to expand the influence of the virtual realm to its utmost extent in the shortest time. In this manner, the potential of the dual system will be maximized, providing him with ample opportunities for consumption in a short period. This is precisely what Tang Tian requires. Therefore, the matter of intercommunication between the summit of the firmament and the lower realm shall be temporarily set aside, allowing both to function as independent servers. It suffices to grant this privilege to a select few individuals, such as Wang Gang, Li Hong, the Lanyu sisters, as well as the leaders of the Global Commerce Association and the virtual realm. After all, the initial development of the summit of the firmament necessitates a certain workforce, and Tang Tian undoubtedly lacks the time and energy to manage these affairs personally. Moreover, given the current urgency and the immense pressure from the great celestial monarch, the development of the global commerce and the virtual realm at the summit must no longer adhere to previous conventions. He is likely to employ more drastic measures. However, that is a matter for later. It will be addressed once Xiao Shui returns with specific information. Having come to this conclusion, Tang Tian prepared to venture into the virtual realm. Chapter 577. The Alliance of Wealth stepping into the entrance of the virtual realm. Tang Tianshun arrived at the summit of the Genesis Tower. The streets of the Sky City remained as vibrant as ever. He had only been away for a few days, and not much had changed. Wang Gang and Li Hong had been eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing Tang Tian, their excitement was palpable. "Young master, have you reached the pinnacle of the firmament?" Wang Gang asked, struggling to contain his enthusiasm. Tang Tian smiled and nodded in affirmation. Their eyes met, and they exchanged knowing smiles. For them, Tang Tian represented everything. As long as he was safe and sound and could return to the virtual realm, no crisis could possibly threaten them. What was it like there? Wang Gang inquired hastily. As a pure businessman, he understood the immense developmental potential that a new world held for both the Tianxia and the virtual realm, especially one that governed countless realms. Seeing their eager expressions, Tang Tian motioned for them to take a seat and continued, "The pinnacle of the firmament is somewhat different from what we envisioned. However, for us, the impact is not significant. This place is vast and possesses a relatively stringent order. The overall society appears quite dynamic. I have already sent Xiao Shui to gather specific information. Once the fundamental details are organized, we shall discuss our subsequent plans." Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Then, rubbing his hands together, he playfully asked, "Young master, will we have the opportunity to meet individuals from the pinnacle of the firmament, lacking formidable talents and powers?" Wang Gang and his companions found it challenging to engage with anyone beyond the cloud-top heaven. Yet, this did not diminish their aspirations. The excitement he felt during their first encounter with the other 8 heavenly mansions was still vivid, let alone the prospect of meeting those from the pinnacle of the firmament. Seeing his hopeful gaze, Tang Tian smiled and replied, "Of course. After the virtual realm opens in the pinnacle of the firmament, we will need you, the core members, to oversee the situation." Wang Gang's spirit soared, and Li Hong wore a look of exhilaration. They were genuinely going to meet people from the pinnacle of the firmament. However, Tang Tian quickly informed them that he did not intend to facilitate extensive communication between the two realms, granting access only to a select few. Despite their inability to fully comprehend Tang Tian's decision, they would never question it. All they wished for now was for the virtual realm to officially open in the pinnacle of the firmament, allowing them to showcase their talents and continue advancing into broader horizons. This opportunity was a rare fortune that very few could attain, and only those under Tang Tian's leadership could experience such a remarkable chance in life. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Tian departed from the virtual realm. Having confirmed that the virtual realm could unfold normally at the pinnacle of the firmament, the next step was to implement the plan gradually based on the specific circumstances. Upon returning to his chamber, Tang Tian dispelled the surrounding barrier, his immense consciousness instantly enveloping the entirety of Black Cliff City. As a being at the half-step sovereign level, he could effortlessly accomplish this feat without alerting anyone to his scrutiny. Before long, Tang Tian had ascertained the structural dynamics of power within Black Cliff City. The strongest among them was the city lord, a pinnacle figure of the primordial path, standing solitary at the apex of the city's power hierarchy. In addition to him, there were several dozen formidable beings at the primordial path level, varying in strength, yet undoubtedly among the elite of Black Cliff City. Previously, he had heard from Wang Chong that they hailed from ancient families or top-tier factions. Next were the Dao realm practitioners beneath the Tai path, whose numbers were exceedingly vast. And those below the Dao realm were even more numerous, beyond counting. As for mortals, they existed as well, but their proportion was significantly smaller compared to the vast multitude of mortals in the lower realms. This was likely due to the unparalleled cultivation environment at the pinnacle of the firmament. As long as one was not a cultivation waste, with a modicum of effort, they could attain considerable strength. Black Cliff City was thus, and it was reasonable to assume that other major cities would be quite similar. This essentially outlined the general structure of the cultivation world at the pinnacle of the firmament. After observing for some time, Tang Tian withdrew his consciousness and retreated to the pavilion in the backyard of the stronghold, savoring wine while awaiting the return of Xiao Shui. After approximately half a day, Xiao Shui and Wang Ziyu finally returned to the stronghold. Wang Ziyu appeared significantly more cheerful than when he had first arrived, suggesting that life here was likely quite eventful. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Shui began to recount the specific circumstances of the place. The prices felt reasonable, approximately twice that of the Cloud Summit Paradise, with mortals primarily using spiritual jade, while those at the celestial realm predominantly utilized innate Dao jade. The price increase was expected, Tang Tian mused, nodding slightly. However, it was disappointingly modest. If it had risen by several hundred times, my accumulation of consumption points would have accelerated even further. In addition to spiritual jade and Dao jade, they also possessed a currency known as Heavenly Dao Jade Crystal, which appeared to be a more advanced medium of exchange. Heavenly Dao Jade Crystals were rare, only utilized occasionally by those above the Dao realm for transactions. One Heavenly Dao Jade Crystal could be exchanged for at least over 100 million innate Dao Jade. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, upon my return, I purchased one for 101 million, and then hurried back, she explained, producing a lightly blue-glowing crystal. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the existence of an even higher level of currency. It was noteworthy that the system could automatically synthesize. And despite currently possessing 600 trillion innate Dao Jade, no new currency had manifested. Could this be another form of a high-grade celestial artifact? Tang Tian carefully examined the Heavenly Dao Crystal, only to realize that it was not the case. In a certain sense, the Heavenly Dao Crystal is indeed a variant of the Primal Dao Jade. It is forged from the essence of 100 million pieces of Primal Dao Jade, exhibiting effects that are not significantly different from those of the Primal Dao Jade itself. However, it is more refined and possesses a longer duration of usability. Having discerned its true nature, Tang Tian found himself capable of refining the Heavenly Dao Crystal independently. Quite satisfactory, he mused. In the future, he would undoubtedly engage in numerous grander transactions, and with this item at hand, the process would become notably more convenient, facilitating easier counting. Truly advantageous. What is the situation in the commercial sector? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue responded, it is quite prosperous. I just visited the central area of Haya City, where a multitude of diverse shops abound, and the foot traffic is immense. Each shop is brimming with patrons. I inquired with several merchants, and they informed me that the majority of mainstream business associations in Haya City are under the unified management of an organization. This is a coalition formed by various major chambers of commerce, wielding considerable power and influence, ranking among the top in all of Haya City. Its name is the Money Alliance. Tang Tian was taken aback. What a grounded name indeed. However, this suggests that the commercial landscape here is rather well established, and its standing appears to be even higher than that of Yunding Tianfu. Such circumstances would further facilitate the development of the Tianxia Commerce Association in the virtual realm. Tang Tian stroked his chin and spoke slowly. Elaborate on this Money Alliance. Chapter 578. I am quite wealthy through Gu Xiaoxue's narration. Tang Tian gleaned a general understanding of the essence of the Money Alliance. To put it simply, it is an amalgamation of several top-tier commercial associations and a multitude of large-scale enterprises, forming a cohesive business consortium. The Money Alliance operates independently, managing virtually all matters, big and small, in the business realm of Haiyan City. This stands in stark contrast to the situation at Yunding Tianfu. Most of the fundamental regulations of Wanbao Pool are established and overseen by the Tianfu, which has even created a dedicated management body known as the Jiashi Tang. Any significant initiatives proposed by commercial associations must first undergo evaluation by the Jiashi Tang, which essentially means that the ultimate authority still resides with the Tianfu. However, the dynamics within the Money Alliance are markedly different. Their relationship with the City Lord's mansion resembles a mutually dependent partnership, with minimal interference from the mansion in commercial affairs. As long as no fundamental principles are violated, both parties generally coexist without conflict. The business sector enjoys complete autonomy in its operations. Tang Tian found this aspect particularly appealing, as it would facilitate his forthcoming endeavors, allowing him to maneuver within the commercial sphere without excessive concern for the influence of the City Lord's mansion or the Tai sacred land. In this financially driven domain, he is undeniably in an invincible position. I need to establish contact with the upper echelons of the Money Alliance as soon as possible, Tang Tian stated. I plan to also launch Tianxia Tong within the Sanqiong Peak and subsequently introduce it to the virtual realm. Gu Xiaoxue furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, what manner of contact do you envision? If it's akin to the approach with the Tianfu, it would require a gradual infiltration followed by incremental breakthroughs. But I presume that is not your intention? Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. After years of companionship, Xiaoxue had come to comprehend his thoughts quite well. Indeed, this time, I do not intend to adhere to the conventional path or proceed step by step. Time waits for no one. I need to establish a foundation for Tianxia Tong and the virtual realm here at the quickest pace possible, then rapidly disseminate it. Thus, you only need to make contact with a core member of a top-tier commercial association. I will handle the subsequent arrangements personally. Xiaoxue nodded. Yes, that should be quite feasible. I'll gather detailed information about these top-tier associations and select the most suitable one from among them. Do you prefer someone easily manageable or a more astute individual? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian replied, the astute one, please. Our goal is not to eliminate them, but to forge a mutually beneficial collaboration. If all goes well, they will become our partners, and I certainly do not wish for my partners to be fools. Xiaoxue acknowledged his intent with a soft signaling her understanding. She followed Wang Gang, Li Hong, and the core executives of Tianxia Tong for an extended period, and these matters posed no significant challenges for her. Subsequently, the two began to discuss specific details. However, after a brief conversation, they intended to visit Wang Chong in the City Lord's mansion but returned prematurely. Did you not say it would take at least a whole day? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Chong sat beside him, wearing a distressed expression, and let out a deep sigh. Don't mention it. Circumstances have changed. My old man suddenly sent me a message stating that something of great importance has arisen, requiring my immediate return to Wanchuan City. Alas, good days are coming to an end, he lamented, his face filled with reluctance. Tang Tian chuckled. Did you not tell me that Wanchuan City is far more exciting? Why the sudden desire to leave? Wang Chong pouted. Exciting it may be, but the pressure is immense. Otherwise, why would I have pursued a group of bandits for 3 years, traveling countless miles to Black Cliff City? Outside of Wanchuan City, I can do as I please. Even the city lord must show me some respect. But upon my return, I am but a mere feather, easily overshadowed by anyone who strolls by, lacking any sense of ease. I had intended to linger here for a while longer, and now, just like that, the joy I finally grasped has vanished. With that, He casually seized the Moon Fairy wine that Tang Tian had placed on the table and drank it down. This wine possesses an intriguing flavor. He smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the lingering aroma. If you like it, I shall gift you a bit. Tang Tian poured him another glass, as he held a favorable impression of the fellow. However, Wang Chong waved his hand, saying, "No need. 1 cup of fine wine suffices, for too much would only dilute its essence." Regarding the situation in Mang Village, I have scarcely uncovered half of the details and found no effective leads. Nonetheless, I have already informed the city lord that you may visit whenever you wish to investigate. This is the token for entering the city lord's mansion. Someone will escort you there. As he spoke, he produced a black token inscribed with the words Black Cliff. "Thank you," Tang Tian replied as he accepted the token, although he doubted he would be inclined to seek out Mang Village at the city lord's mansion. After completing these matters, Wang Chong stood up and sighed. "No need for thanks. The broken Dao stones you gifted me have proven invaluable. Yet, I feel somewhat guilty for not being able to assist you more in return. Enough of this. I must depart at once. If the opportunity arises in the future, come visit me in Wangchuan City, and I shall personally guide you to experience the splendor and excitement there." Tang Tian also rose to his feet, asking, "In such a hurry?" Wang Chong grimaced. "Indeed, that old man is pressing me as if my life depends on it. One might think he is on the verge of death, summoning me to return and inherit his legacy. Alas, I must now return by the teleportation array. And with the addition of the white bandits, our number has reached 40. The mere thought of the expenses gives me a headache. This journey has truly been a tremendous loss." He shook his head repeatedly, his expression akin to that of one who has swallowed a bitter pill. Tang Tian, stirred by a sudden thought, inquired, "Is the cost of the teleportation array exorbitant?" Wang Chong replied with a resigned sigh, "Indeed, it is primarily due to the considerable distance from Wangchuan City. We must transit through several major cities to reach our destination. The cost for each person's teleportation is several dozen jade crystals. With so many of us, the return trip will amount to several thousand. My annual salary is merely 8,000. His face bore the look of one utterly disenchanted with life. "Enough of these distressing matters," he continued. "I have already made the necessary arrangements here. You may stay as long as you wish. I hope you find your way home soon. We shall part ways here." With that, he clasped his hands in farewell and prepared to depart. Just then, Tang Tian called out to him. With a smile, he said, "You and I share a profound connection, and you have assisted me immensely. As I happen to possess considerable wealth, allow me to offer you this 10,000 jade crystals as travel expenses for your return, and perhaps a little something for the brothers to enjoy." Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 579, Miao Yun. 10,000 jade crystals, equivalent to 10 trillion innate Dao jade, are but a trifling sum for Tang Tian, whose fortune amounts to 60 trillion. However, for others, it is a different matter entirely. As a formidable figure in the Tai Dao, Wang Chong, the city guard of Wangchuan City, earns less than 10,000 jade crystals annually. Thus, when Tang Tian casually presented him with a sum of 10,000 jade crystals, Wang Chong was profoundly astonished. Despite his reluctance to accept Tang Tian's goodwill, he found the offering too generous to refuse. Ultimately, under Tang Tian's insistence, Wang Chong graciously accepted the gift. "Brother," Wang Chong exclaimed, "you must visit Wangchuan City. I shall ensure you are treated splendidly." Tang Tian smiled in agreement, as he had already intended to visit Wangchuan City. Beyond Wang Chong's character, the latter's position as a city guard and his status as a scion of a prominent family rendered their acquaintance valuable. Upon arriving in Wangchuan City, many matters would become considerably more convenient. Shortly thereafter, Wang Chong departed the stronghold, accompanied by his subordinates and the captured white bandits. His earlier dejection completely vanished. Following this, Xiao Shui also left the post station, preparing to execute her subsequent plans. This time, she refrained from bringing Wang Ziyu, concerned that he might disrupt the task at hand. After a brief respite, Tang Tian, along with Wang Ziyu and Xiao, ventured into the most bustling area of Heya City. Since they were there, it was only fitting to immerse themselves in the local culture and customs. Xiao had not ventured out in a long while, so it was an opportunity for some well-deserved relaxation. In the days that followed, Tang Tian indulged in the culinary delights and shops of Heya City, sampling an array of novel offerings, reveling in the experience. During this time, He instructed Xiao Ji to prepare the virtual realm dedicated to the summit of the sky, laying the groundwork for its future promotion. He also tasked Wang Gang with scouting potential candidates to join the summit of the sky, keeping them on standby. Thus, 6 days passed, and good news arrived from Xiao Shui. A suitable candidate had been identified. In a luxurious private room on the top floor of an opulent inn, Tang Tian and Xiao Shui sat by the window, while Wang Ziyu played a unique formation chess game with Xiao nearby. Miao Yun? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao Shui confirmed. Yes, she is a senior manager at the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, and her abilities are exceptional. I expended hundreds of thousands of jade crystals to secure an audience with her. Tang Tian smiled and asked, how did you manage that? Xiao Shui blinked and replied, I first sought out an organization specializing in intelligence and analyzed various top-tier chambers of commerce before narrowing it down to the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and Miao Yun. Subsequently, I visited one of the stores she oversees and purchased a substantial quantity of their goods. After nearly depleting their stock, I met with the store's manager, who then introduced me to Miao Yun. These insights are derived from your learning. As Tang Tian was about to voice his criticism of her brusque demeanor, he hastily swallowed the words that lingered on his lips upon hearing her statement. Are you certain this individual is the most suitable? He inquired. Xiao Shui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she is exceptionally fitting. Prior to our encounter, I had several commendable candidates in mind. However, after engaging closely with her, I have decisively chosen her. She proceeded to elaborate on the particulars regarding Miao Yun. The Wanhe Chamber of Commerce occupies a rather unique position among the top-tier guilds within the Money Alliance. It is essentially a quintessential family-run enterprise. The vast majority of its upper echelons are under the auspices of the Miao family, with each successive president invariably being the current head of the Miao household. As the legitimate daughter of the Miao family, Miao Yun wields considerable influence within the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, she appears to be a natural prodigy in the realm of commerce, possessing remarkable capabilities. When she first ascended to a managerial role within the Wanhe Chamber, the sector she oversaw was in a state of profound stagnation, incurring substantial losses year after year, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, under Miao Yun's stewardship, this sector experienced a swift resurgence, transforming deficits into profits and expanding exponentially. Presently, the division she manages has burgeoned into the largest revenue-generating pillar of the Wanhe Chamber, significantly elevating the overall stature of the organization. Had she the qualifications to compete for the position of family head, it could be confidently asserted that she would be the next leader of the Miao family and the president of the Wanhe Chamber. Regrettably, the Miao family adheres to stringent familial codes. Regardless of Miao Yun's exceptional talents, the position of family head is not readily bestowed upon a daughter of the family. To say nothing of the headship, Miao Yun currently holds a subordinate position within the chamber's hierarchy, lacking substantial authority. This is not due to a deficiency in her abilities, but rather because the Miao family would never permit her to wield substantial power. Being allowed entry into the inner circle is already a considerable concession. However, in my interactions with Miao Yun, I discerned her discontent and ambition. Should an opportunity present itself, she would undoubtedly seize it, striving to ascend and realize her potential. Thus, I believe Miao Yun is the candidate most likely to facilitate our breakthroughs, and is indeed the most suitable choice, Xiao Shui articulated thoughtfully. Tang Tian smiled and nodded. In truth, Xiao Shui has always exhibited meticulousness and competence, yet her prowess was not fully harnessed during her tenure at Yunding Tianfu. Now, with Wang Gang and Li Hong no longer present, she has the freedom to fully express her capabilities. According to her description, Miao Yun indeed stands out as the most optimal candidate for the Tianxia Commerce Association's endeavors here. What do you propose we do next? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled lightly. Well then, it's all up to you. I have already made arrangements with Miao Yun. The day after tomorrow, I shall bring along my benefactor to negotiate a significant business deal with her. Miao Yun is quite intrigued. Tang Tian shrugged slightly. She may find herself disappointed. This grand venture will likely diverge from her expectations. Gu Xiaoxue plucked a celestial fruit, chewing thoughtfully as she remarked. Are you really going to give her a chance for disappointment? I know you well enough. This time, you will undoubtedly take a more forceful approach. Miao Yun is a stunning beauty, so do be gentle. As she spoke, she produced a jade slip and handed it to Tang Tian. This contains information about the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, as well as details regarding the Miao family, including their location. Should you have any further instructions, feel free to let me know. I suddenly find this line of work far more intriguing than cultivation. Aside from selling my looks, I have no qualms. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. Ever since he took charge of Prince Yu's affairs, this girl had grown increasingly audacious in her speech. He then perused the contents of the jade slip. Through the marked locations, he quickly recalled the powerful figures he had observed while surveying the entire city a few days prior. So, you must be the ancestral figure of the Miao family, Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Chapter 580. A forceful business discussion in a vast underground chamber. Tens of thousands of crystal stones were embedded in the stone walls, emitting a brilliant radiance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these crystals were all made of celestial Dao jade. The use of celestial Dao jade for illumination within such an expansive domain signified that its master was no ordinary individual. At the very center of this space sat an elderly man clad in a gray Taoist robe, his legs crossed in meditation. With hair and beard as white as snow, the old man had his eyes closed, exuding waves of formidable Taoist essence. Beneath him lay an intricately designed formation, which flickered in and out like a heartbeat, responding to the fluctuations of his aura. Apart from the elder, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any other life forms. Suddenly, a figure clad in a pale blue long robe materialized out of thin air, hovering before the old man. It was Tang Tian. He made no attempt to conceal his presence, and his overwhelming aura prompted the elder, who had been deep in meditation, to open his eyes instantaneously. Miao Anning, he intoned softly, calling the elder by name. Miao Anning was momentarily taken aback before rising abruptly, accompanied by a powerful spatial disturbance. A portal to another realm manifested before him, revealing a vast expanse of land beyond, a gateway to another world. Sensing the aura emanating from Tang Tian, he instinctively attempted to plunge through the portal. Yet, Tang Tian would not permit his escape. With a delicate flick of his finger, a subtle force of world energy surged forth, slamming the portal shut. Miao Anning, who had already ventured halfway through, found himself stumbling into emptiness, plummeting from the air. Fortunately, he quickly regained his balance, though his face was now etched with terror as he regarded Tang Tian with apprehension. He realized that escape was no longer an option. Exalted One, may I inquire what your command is? Miao Anning stammered. The term Exalted One is a respectful address reserved for those whose power transcends one's own. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, Miao Anning had instantly recognized that his strength far surpassed his own. This realization had prompted his hasty decision to flee. However, Tang Tian's capabilities were still beyond his expectations, having forcefully sealed the portal that was uniquely his. Such power could not help but instill fear within him. Observing Miao Anning, who was visibly shaken, Tang Tian offered a faint smile and said, "There is no need for fear. I harbor no ill intentions. I have come merely to discuss a business matter with you." Miao Anning was momentarily stunned. Business? He echoed, unable to fathom that such a powerful being had intruded upon his secluded meditation merely to engage in commerce. Yet, Tang Tian did not elaborate further. Instead, he scrutinized the formation beneath Miao Anning and inquired, "Is this what you use for your cultivation?" This is an exceptionally intricate and sophisticated formation. This arrangement not only directly connects to the celestial principles, but also links to the chaos beyond, harnessing the formidable power provided by the heavenly Tao's jade crystal to glimpse into the fundamental laws of chaos. As Miao Anning, who is at the mid-level of the primordial Tao realm, if he could perceive some core laws of chaos and successfully comprehend them, he would have the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao realm and become a master of the limitless. However, it seems that such a prospect is still far off. Miao Anning himself is merely in the mid-stage of the primordial Tao. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Miao Anning nodded and said, "Indeed, esteemed one. This is a cultivation method I have devised on my own. I am but a fool. Surely this formation cannot attract your esteemed attention," he tentatively expressed. Tang Tian, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I have already stated that I am here to discuss business with you. I have no intention of coveting this item." He then shifted to the main topic. "I wish to know how much influence you wield in the Wanha Chamber of Commerce and the Miao family. I require the truth." Miao Anning was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, as the ancestral figure of the Miao family and the founder of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. I have not interfered in the internal affairs of the family and the chamber for quite some time. However, making certain decisions remains within my capacity. May I inquire what your esteemed wishes entail? Tang Tian replied, "It is not a significant matter. The commerce in highest city is flourishing, and I wish to establish my own chamber here. However, I lack the manpower and do not wish to start from scratch. So I desire to purchase your Wanha Chamber of Commerce as the foundation for my own." Upon hearing this, Miao Anning was immediately taken aback, his expression darkening. Esteemed one, he struggled to find words, hoping to negotiate some leeway. Yet, Tang Tian did not grant him that opportunity. "I am not here to negotiate with you," Tang Tian stated. "You presently have two choices. 1. To accept. 2. To be compelled to accept. The decision is yours." With that, Tang Tian ceased to engage with Miao Anning. During his time at the Yunding Heavenly Mansion, his cautious approach was primarily due to considerations of strength. Although he had been invincible beneath the Dao realm at that time, who could guarantee whether there were formidable trump cards within the mansion capable of countering the Dao realm? Thus, prudence was the best course of action. It was later confirmed that the Yunding Heavenly Mansion indeed possessed several powerful innate Dao artifacts. Had Tang Tian confronted them, he might not have resolved the situation smoothly. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of the firmament, the circumstances had changed. Standing at the threshold of the half-step supreme, he could be said to occupy the zenith of this world. Even when facing a true supreme, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to escape. Moreover, it would not be long before he became a true supreme himself. The esteemed deity would not descend to the mundane level of engaging in a life-and-death battle with Tang Tian merely due to a merchant association within a grand city. Hence, Tang Tian felt liberated from numerous reservations. He resolved to employ any means necessary to swiftly achieve his objectives, devoid of any psychological burdens regarding intimidation or temptation. Upon receiving Tang Tian's ultimatum, Miao Anning stood motionless, his expression fluctuating, revealing the turmoil within. After grappling with his conflicting emotions for an extended period, he finally sighed softly and chose to concede. "It is indeed a blessing that the esteemed one has taken an interest in our Wanha Merchant Association. In light of this, I shall willingly offer it to you, esteemed one, should you require. I can also ensure that the core members of the Miao family continue to sustain the operations of the association until your own establishment is firmly in place." Miao Anning bowed respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian found himself in a state of amused disbelief. "You, my dear fellow, truly perceive me as a marauder?" Chapter 581. An appraisal for your family. Miao Anning is indeed a person of remarkable resolve. Upon hearing Tang Tian's request, he chose to relinquish the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, an establishment that had thrived for over 10,000 years and had become a pinnacle presence in Black Cliff City, solely to gain Tang Tian's favor. It is true that few would possess such fortitude. Miao Anning's decision likely stems from a desire to safeguard his family's interests. However, how could Tang Tian accept his offerings without cost? If he were to accept such gifts, from where would he derive his points of consumption? I have reiterated multiple times that I am here to engage in business, not to seize your possessions. Please refrain from mentioning earlier remarks," Tang Tian said with a hint of exasperation. Miao Anning paused, then inquired, "Do you mean to say?" Tang Tian contemplated briefly before responding. "Let us proceed through the standard channels. Assess the current valuation of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, and I shall compensate you fully. In return, I require absolute managerial authority over the chamber, while your Miao family may continue to oversee its operations. According to my plans, aside from a change of name, there will be minimal alterations within the chamber. You will remain at its core, and I shall not interfere with your methods of governance." In essence, he merely sought to penetrate the commercial realm through the Wanha Chamber of Commerce and subsequently promote the virtual domain. As long as he held ownership of the chamber, he was indifferent to how others chose to manage it. Upon hearing Tang Tian's proposition, Miao Anning was once again taken aback. After so many years, he had never encountered such a method of acquisition. If they were to proceed as Tang Tian suggested, it would essentially mean that nothing would change. Yet they would gain a protector of unfathomable strength, one who arrived with substantial financial resources. This concept left him utterly bewildered. He could have taken advantage without cost, yet opted to pay. He had never witnessed such a transaction. Were it anyone else, he might have suspected they were jesting or toying with him. Yet, Miao Anning understood that someone of Tang Tian's caliber would not stoop to such trivialities. Given his words, he was certain to follow through. After a brief moment, Miao Anning, somewhat apprehensively, asked, "Is that all? Does the esteemed one have any other requirements?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "Actually, there is one more matter. Following the acquisition of your chamber, I intend to seek out additional chambers for acquisition. I require exceptionally capable individuals to lead the integration with these other establishments. The acquired chambers cannot remain fragmented. They must be unified. Otherwise, a myriad of chaotic issues will inevitably arise." Miao Anning widened his eyes in surprise. He was indeed planning to acquire other chambers? What was this esteemed individual truly aiming to achieve? He found it impossible to fathom Tang Tian's intentions. However, if that is indeed the case, it may well present a rare opportunity for the Miao family. Rest assured, Miao Anning hastily replied. The Miao family has been engaged in commerce for generations. I will certainly find a suitable candidate for you. Nevertheless, Tang Tian waved his hand and responded. I have already identified a candidate, though her position within your family is somewhat precarious. If everything proceeds smoothly, I may need you to facilitate her ascension to the roles of family head and guild master. Miao Anning furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, that poses no issue. Yet may I ask, who is this fortunate individual? Tang Tian shook his head and assured him, do not worry, she is a direct descendant of your Miao family. However, we shall discuss the specifics after I have spoken with her. Gazing at Miao Anning, Tang Tian spoke gently, do not overthink it, in due time. You will come to understand how beneficial today's decision will be for your family. Please expedite the valuation of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and await my further instructions. With that, Tang Tian's figure gradually faded from the underground space. Once he could no longer sense Tang Tian's presence, Miao Anning let out a deep sigh of relief, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground, drenched in sweat. The pressure he felt in the presence of Tang Tian was overwhelming. He sensed that the other party was far from an ordinary master of the Wuji Dao. Indeed, even. Miao Anning shook his head, unwilling to pursue that line of thought any further. The unfolding events had greatly exceeded his expectations and were not as dire as he had imagined. If what the other party claimed were true, it would not be a misfortune, but rather a tremendous opportunity. It remained to be seen what this grand acquirer of commerce truly intended. One could only hope that everything would progress in a favorable direction. Upon leaving the underground space, Tang Tian returned to the inn where he had previously stayed. Wangchang's stronghold was crowded and chaotic, with a mediocre environment, so he opted to relocate here. Since he would not remain in Haya City for long, he decided to make do. His earlier discussions with Miao Anning had gone relatively smoothly. Those who had attained the realm of Hunyuan Dao were not dim-witted. They understood well how to make sacrifices when confronted with more formidable presences. The acquisition of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce posed little problem. Tang Tian could not rely solely on Miao Yun to gradually seize control of the Miao family and the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, as that would be an excessively slow process. Choosing her was merely a strategic move for post-acquisition development. He required exceptionally talented individuals, ones who were also wholly dedicated. Thus, he had dispatched Xiao Xue to seek out potential candidates. Whether they were truly suitable would be revealed when they met the day after tomorrow. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the day agreed upon by Gu Xiaoxue and Miao Yun. Early in the morning, Tang Tian set off with Xiaoxue, departing the inn. They traversed the most bustling areas of Haya City, arriving at a somewhat peripheral district. The atmosphere here remains lively, yet it pales in comparison to the vibrancy of the central district. Xiaoxue, did you not mention that the sector managed by Miao Yun is the cornerstone of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce? How is it that she has not even infiltrated the city center? Tang Tian inquired. Xiaoxue chuckled softly and replied, originally, she was indeed part of it. However, her rapid ascent has incited trepidation within her family. Consequently, over the past few years, they have not only deliberately diminished Gu Yun's influence within the chamber and the family, but have also gradually fragmented the industries she oversees. Thus, she has been compelled to vacate the central area. Tang Tian frowned slightly, saying, that seems rather foolish, doesn't it? Is it merely because she is a woman? Even if Miao Yun cannot assume the role of family head, she is still a legitimate daughter. Why treat her as if she were an outsider? However, Xiaoxue shook her head and replied, it is not quite so. From what I understand, Miao Yun's style and methods diverged significantly from those of the Miao family. Should she wield excessive power, it would inevitably lead to a certain degree of turmoil within the family. For a family of this magnitude, stability is paramount, and they are reluctant to bear excessive risks. Furthermore, her capabilities and ambitions are exceedingly vast. She is akin to a wild stallion that is difficult to control. Once unleashed, it could result in catastrophic repercussions. Thus, the upper echelons of the Miao family have resorted to suppressing her. Tang Tian suddenly comprehended, recognizing the situation. For the Miao family, restraining Miao Yun in order to maintain the overarching stability was indeed a more prudent course of action. Yet, for him, this was precisely the wild steed he sought. He could offer Miao Yun a sufficiently expansive space in which she could gallop freely. Chapter 582, Wanha Commercial City. After a brief moment, a vast square unveiled itself before Tang Tian. The square boasted an impressive view, with its flat and immaculate ground adorned with flowers, birds, fish, and trees, complemented by elegant features such as fountains and artificial landscapes. At the very heart of the square stood a uniquely designed, towering sign, inscribed with the four prominent characters, Wanha Commercial City. This establishment was a venture under the auspices of the Miao Yun management, representing the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. Upon surveying the area, Tang Tian discerned that not only did the architectural style diverge from traditional chambers of commerce, but the operational model did as well. Within this commercial city, the shops were not exclusively those of the Wanha Chamber. Instead, a plethora of other business names were prominently featured. The merchandise on offer was diverse and abundant. The products of the Wanha Chamber occupied the prime spots, strategically positioned at the pinnacle of the commercial zone. Furthermore, numerous entertainment options, dining establishments, and a variety of unique services were categorized and stationed in different sections of the complex. Such a commercial model was exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation. However, being from the technological era, Tang Tian was acutely aware of the immense profits and developmental potential inherent in such a comprehensive commercial city. Most importantly, it represented a win-win model. Should it continue to flourish, the Wanha Chamber would have the opportunity to transcend the ordinary commercial sphere, ascending into a higher and superior industry, a phenomenon colloquially known as industrial upgrading. Though Tang Tian was not entirely versed in the intricate economic principles at play, it was evident that Miao Yun possessed a certain acumen for business. He had a penchant for individuals who were not only exceptionally capable, but also willing to embrace novel experiences and unconventional approaches. After wandering through the commercial city, Tang Tian ultimately arrived at a venue named Shinla Pavilion. Inside, ethereal melodies resonated as dozens of graceful fairies danced elegantly. The air was infused with various calming sandalwood scents, creating a profoundly relaxing atmosphere. Tang Tian promptly acquired an upper-level private room, settling in to enjoy the music and dance in serenity. "All right, you go and speak with her," he instructed Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh? Are you not going?" Tang Tian chuckled, "There is no need for that. I have already purchased the Wanha Chamber through Miao Anning. What further discussions are necessary? Or do you believe she possesses the qualifications to negotiate with me?" Stunned, Gu Xiaoxue inquired, "Then why did you come out today?" Tang Tian replied with a smile, "Of course, I came for a stroll. I have grown weary of staying in the tavern these past few days. I wanted to take a look at what Miao Yun has created. It is quite impressive, and I am satisfied with it. That is all that matters." To be candid, he was not overly concerned about who would emerge as the leading figure to sound the first trumpet for the Universal Chamber of Commerce atop the Celestial Summit. As long as competence was assured, that was sufficient. Today, I ventured out to observe the industry managed by Miao Yun, and it is essentially in order. A face-to-face discussion seems unnecessary. After all, Miao Yun lacks the qualification to sit at the negotiation table with me. However, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, "What should I discuss with her? The theme today is simply to meet you?" Tang Tian gently shook his head and remarked, "You are still ensnared in your previous line of thinking. Given our current strength and wealth, there is no need to adhere to conventional protocols or engage in convoluted discussions. Just ask her if she desires to become the president of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, or if she wishes to be the head of the Miao family. If she does, we can assist her in achieving that. That is all that matters." Gu Xiaoxue blinked, seemingly not fully grasping Tang Tian's true intent. Yet, the silver lining is her willingness to comply. Even without understanding, She refrained from further comments and set off to find Miao Yun, following Tang Tian's directive. Meanwhile, Tang Tian reclined comfortably in the upper elegant chamber, savoring fine wine, indulging in celestial fruits, listening to ethereal melodies, and admiring the graceful dance of the enchanting maidens below. What a delightful experience it was. In this current era, under the overwhelming dominance of both strength and wealth, most matters no longer require excessive complexity. If Miao Yun indeed harbors ambition, I shall provide her the space to realize it. If not, that is inconsequential. We can simply seek another candidate. What is the big deal? As the soothing music lulled him, Tang Tian soon drifted into slumber within the elegant chamber. Upon awakening, he found Gu Xiaoxue had returned from her negotiations. However, her expression suggested that the endeavor had not gone smoothly. How did it go? Tang Tian pushed the fruit platter towards her, filled with her favorite flavors. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue, clearly not in the mood to savor delicacies, carelessly picked a fruit, took a bite, and replied, "It was mediocre." I was nearly worn out from talking, yet she remained skeptical. Her attitude has shifted. She suspects we are deliberately undermining the wanted Chamber of Commerce. I almost revealed to her that her ancestor is already under our control. What else could we not accomplish? With a sigh, she rested her head on the table, exhaling deeply. Tang Tian chuckled and said, "Even if you had divulged that, she likely would not have believed you. If she were to accept such claims easily, it would only indicate that she is either a fool or has lost her sanity." Gu Xiaoxue paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if such matters could be accepted without skepticism, it would imply a lack of discernment on her part. However, now she believes nothing and has grown more wary of me. How shall we proceed from here? Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not. The fact that you were not outright dismissed signifies that she still entertains this notion. She merely doubts our capability to deliver." Gu Xiaoxue rested her chin upon her hand, contemplating for a moment before she remarked, "That is indeed true." In her eyes, I discerned the ambition deeply entrenched within her heart. She had not entirely dismissed the proposition. Rather, she presented a seemingly impossible condition. She declared that unless she could assume the role of the family head and the leader of the Chamber of Commerce by tomorrow, such matters should not be broached again. Tang Tian immediately chuckled. Well, isn't that quite the challenge? It seemed that in her psychological framework, only those capable of achieving such unattainable feats could earn her complete trust. In other words, if we could indeed facilitate her ascension to both the family head and chamber leader by tomorrow, the wild stallion tethered within her would be set free. Xiaoxue inquired, "Shall we proceed with this?" After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian replied, "It is feasible, though the enjoyment may be somewhat lacking." He wished to present her with a modest yet impactful revelation, one that would originate from the esteemed Tianxia Tong. Having said this, he swiftly prepared a jade slip and handed it to Gu Xiaoxue. Within it lay a proposal concerning the future development of the wanted Chamber of Commerce. Deliver this to Miao Yun and instruct her to utilize it at the appropriate moment, and she will grasp everything, he added. Xiaoxue accepted the jade slip, asking, "And what constitutes the appropriate moment?" Tang Tian smiled. "She will know in her own time." Chapter 583. A proposal in the heart of the city of Black Cliff. A magnificent mansion sprawls over an expanse of thousands of acres, in such a prime area where every inch is precious. The owner of such a vast estate must undoubtedly possess an illustrious status and immense wealth. Indeed, the proprietor of this grand residence is none other than the Miao family, one of the foremost merchant clans of Black Cliff City, affiliated with the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. Within a tranquil courtyard, a woman clad in a flowing black gauze gown gracefully entered. Her exquisite features and alluring figure were accentuated by the loose fabric, which, despite its draping, could not conceal her alluring curves. From a distance, she appeared as an enchanting beauty, approaching with an air of captivating elegance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the spirited resolve and commanding presence that bespoke her high standing. This remarkable woman is Miao Yun, the most distinguished daughter of the Miao family. Upon entering her chamber, Miao Yun did not seek rest. Instead, she prepared a cup of steaming tea, settled by the window, and began to meticulously peruse a substantial collection of jade slips detailing the affairs of the enterprises under her stewardship. Since assuming control over parts of the family business, she has adhered to this routine unwaveringly. While the world marvels at her ability to outshine numerous male heirs as a legitimate daughter. Few comprehend the diligence she has invested behind the scenes, though Miao Yun yearns for the kind of effortless success that seems to descend from the heavens. She understands the futility of such desires. Only she knows the formidable challenges she has faced to attain her current position within the deeply traditional Miao family. Before long, an hour slipped by. However, upon retrieving one particular jade slip, Miao Yun's hand faltered slightly, and her gaze shifted subtly. This jade slip was presented to her by the young girl, Gu Xiaoxue, earlier that day. From the moment she encountered Gu Xiaoxue, Miao Yun had sensed that the girl had come specifically with her in mind. The approach was rather clumsy and naive, leaving Miao Yun to wonder from whom this young lady had learned such methods. Nevertheless, she chose not to confront the matter directly. Intrigued by the intentions of the unseen benefactor behind Gu Xiaoxue's overtures, what Miao Yun did not anticipate was that this benefactor would ultimately leave her in the lurch. Even more astonishing was Gu Xiaoxue's audacious declaration of her aim to elevate Miao Yun to the position of president of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and head of the Miao family. How absurd! Did they consider the Miao family to be a mere pawn to be manipulated at will? In all of Black Cliff City, no one would dare to utter such a promise to her. Even within the broader confines of Wangchuan City, individuals capable of such feats are exceedingly rare, and those who possess such power seldom indulge in frivolous pursuits. Thus, Miao Yun dismissed Gu Xiaoxue's words entirely, not even bothering to examine the jade slip further. Yet now, as she caressed the jade slip in her hand, she found herself reluctant to part with it. The position of the guild leader, the head of the family, did she not desire them? She yearned for them more than anyone in the Miao family. If she could seize control of the entire guild, her ambitions and countless ideas would be realized one by one. This is the aspiration of Miao Yun. She aims to create an entirely new business model that has never existed in the world. However, reality only buries her ideals and aspirations deep within her heart. The family would never allow her to flourish independently. This is an unchangeable truth and the greatest obstacle in her path. The only possibility lies in accumulating several hundred or even 1,000 years of capital to completely sever ties with her family and develop on her own. But what would that future look like? No one could say for certain. To be honest, deep within her heart, she secretly hoped that Gu Xiaoxue had not deceived her and could indeed help her ascend to the positions of family head and guild leader. Yet reason told her this was nearly impossible, and it might not even unfold as she imagined, unless the other party was extraordinarily powerful and could grant her ample freedom, sufficient autonomy, and a vast space to express herself. Upon reflecting on this, Miao Yun couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. What was she even thinking? Such things were beyond the realm of dreams. Perhaps still holding onto a glimmer of hope, Miao Yun chose to open the jade slip in her hand. However, after only a glance, she cast it aside. The slip contained a proposal regarding the future development of the Wanhe Guild. Yet the contents of the proposal were utterly ludicrous. Selling off half of the guild's assets to construct a massive cabaret, where singing and dancing would occur daily above Black Cliff City. Organizing a sleeping competition to see who could sleep the longest, with a grand villa in the city center as the prize, adopting 1,000,000 orphans, nurturing them seriously, and then rebelling against the Tai's sacred land? Miao Yun. She rubbed her temples vigorously, repeatedly questioning herself about what she was truly hoping for. That young lady Xiaoxue must be toying with her. After a moment of emotional respite, Miao Yun picked up another jade slip, preparing to continue her daily tasks. Just then, a message from her father, the current guild leader and head of the Miao family, suddenly arrived. Tomorrow, the senior elders would officially select the next guild leader and family head, with every family leader having a chance to participate. The criteria for selection would be proposals for the future development of the guild. Each individual would present their proposal publicly for evaluation. Whosoever's proposal is deemed the best would simultaneously be awarded the positions of guild leader and family head. Prepare well. This message left Miao Yun momentarily stunned. So sudden? And the criteria for selection seemed so haphazard? Moreover, her father was far from stepping down. Miao Yun furrowed her brow, attempting to analyze why such a situation had arisen. Yet she could not fathom the reasoning behind it. From any perspective, one cannot discern the rationale behind the family's sudden decision. Yet, irrespective of the family's impulsiveness, she herself cannot afford to act recklessly. Soon, Miao Yun retrieved a plethora of materials, preparing to labor through the night to craft an optimal development proposal. However, Just as she was about to commence, an inexplicable compulsion led her gaze to the jade slip belonging to Gu Xiaoxue. Numerous thoughts surged within her mind. Indeed, she possessed the qualifications to participate in the selection, but according to conventional logic, was it conceivable that she could attain the positions of meeting leader and family head? Absolutely not. No matter how exceptional her proposal might be, or how much potential it held for the future development of the Chamber of Commerce, it could never elevate her to such a role. Thus, regardless of how thoroughly she prepared, it would ultimately be in vain. This was the stark reality she confronted. Given this, rather than continue to struggle within this inescapable cage, why not be audacious and let go entirely? Miao Yin slowly extended her hand, reclaiming the jade slip that had been carelessly cast aside. To use it at the right moment? Could it truly elevate her to the positions of meeting leader and family head by tomorrow? If this proposal could indeed secure her that position, then perhaps she had encountered someone capable of fundamentally altering her destiny. Chapter 584. Selection of the clan leader early the next morning. In the highest assembly hall of the Miao family, when Miao Yun arrived, the room was already bustling with activity. Except for those high-ranking officials who were genuinely unable to attend the selection meeting, nearly all the key figures were present. Miao Yun had reason to believe that even those absent had prepared proposals to be delivered by others. After all, the rules for selecting the family head and the assembly leader were remarkably straightforward this time. Upon her entrance, many greeted her warmly, including a significant number of high-ranking individuals whom she had personally nurtured over the years. However, due to the family's suppression and division, some of them now wielded even greater power than Miao Yun herself. She could empathize with the family's stance, which was merely a concern that her unpredictable presence might disrupt the precarious stability of the Wanna Chamber of Commerce. Nevertheless, despite her outwardly magnanimous demeanor, a flicker of resentment lingered deep within her. "Miss Miao, please take your seat," the crowd urged, and amidst their admiration, Miao Yun made her way to the forefront of the assembly hall. Beside her sat the most core members of the Miao family or direct descendants. In this arena, Miao Yun did not appear overly distinguished. Rather, she seemed somewhat isolated. Yet, she had long grown accustomed to this special treatment, sitting quietly and observing the several dozen individuals before her. Some exuded vitality, while others bore solemn expressions, yet all exhibited an unmistakable excitement in their eyes. For today, the positions of family head and assembly leader would essentially be chosen from among these few. After surveying the room, Miao Yin tightened her grip on the jade slip in her hand, inhaled deeply, and then closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. After all, the outcome was already predetermined. Providing some amusement for everyone could serve to enliven the atmosphere. She was indifferent to such external matters. Time swiftly passed, and the assembly hall continued to fill with more and more attendees. With the arrival of the current family head, Miao Huiyuan, along with the Miao family elders, the selection meeting was officially underway. Each person sat upright, poised to present their proposals. The selection commenced with the peripheral officials. Though these outer officials could not attain the position of family head, they had meticulously prepared their development proposals for this occasion. After all, a public selection was an excellent opportunity to showcase themselves. Soon, the first evaluation began. Miao Yun, seated in a corner, listened intently as a peripheral official publicly presented their development proposal, read aloud by the assembly of elders. Upon completion, she shook her head slightly. The proposal was far too conventional, lacking any distinctive elements. If the proposals put forth by this individual were to be executed, it is likely that a century from now, the Wanha Chamber of Commerce would merely remain stagnant, or even regress, potentially descending from the ranks of top-tier commercial associations. A large commercial organization, devoid of sufficient adaptability, struggles to sustain itself. However, this adaptability must be exercised with a judicious balance. Stagnation is unacceptable, yet drastic transformations, akin to what Miao Yun has undergone, are equally undesirable. In essence, this is a task of considerable complexity. The initial proposal evidently falls far short of this standard. Consequently, following deliberations by the Elder Council, the proposal was summarily dismissed, accompanied by a plethora of criticisms that left the leading official, who had drawn the short straw, in a state of distress. Next, it was time for the second candidate. One might have anticipated some improvement following the first evaluation, yet the outcome was even more dismal. The individual was met with scathing rebuke from the Elder Council, nearly forfeiting his position. The situation was dire. Fortunately, as the primary agenda of the day was the selection of the family head, the council refrained from further complicating matters for him. Following this, the third and fourth candidates presented their proposals. As the evaluation proceeded, numerous proposals were submitted, each subjected to public scrutiny within the assembly hall. It appeared that due to the pressing timeline, the majority of proposals fell woefully short of acceptable standards, with only a handful showcasing any notable merits. However, as time progressed, Miao Yin began to observe some unusual occurrences. The Elder Council stands as the most authoritative and stringent body within the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and the Miao family. Even the current family head must tread carefully in their presence, for this assembly possesses the power to collectively dismiss a family head. While instances of unified dissent are rare, they have occurred. One family head was ousted for acting with reckless abandon. With such immense authority, they do not hesitate to reprimand anyone within the family as deemed necessary. Logically, one would expect that upon witnessing the submission of such subpar proposals by the officials, they would unleash their fury, administering punishment that even the family head could not evade. Yet, thus far, the Elder Council has merely engaged in quiet evaluation of the proposals, offering only a few caustic remarks without resorting to any extreme actions. Could it be that today's evaluation is indeed different? Miao Yun, deep in thought, continued to observe the proceedings. After approximately 2 hours, the evaluation of the proposals from the peripheral officials concluded. It was now time for the core leadership of the Miao family to take the stage. What had merely been appetizers was now the main course. The atmosphere within the assembly hall grew increasingly solemn, as all understood that the next head of the Chamber of Commerce and the family head would emerge from among these individuals. The evaluation was about to commence. The inaugural proposal from the senior management marked a significant elevation in quality, soaring several levels higher. With a voluminous narrative spanning thousands of words, it meticulously and comprehensively delineated the future trajectory of the Chamber of Commerce, brimming with ideas that captivated the imagination. As the reading progressed to its conclusion, many peripheral executives could not help but nod in approval, lauding the brilliance inherent in this proposal. Even Miao Yun discreetly nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of the content, which indeed aligned well with the current operational model of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. However, Miao Yun was also acutely aware that this proposal was not solely the work of one individual. Behind it stood a cadre of intellectuals who had contributed their insights and strategies. Yet, this was, in fact, part of the evaluation process. Without adequate support from behind the scenes, what grounds would one have to ascend to the position of the head? It is not merely a trivial role. To assess an exceptional mind alone is insufficient. Following the conclusion of the first proposal, applause resonated for the first time within the deliberation hall. The Council of Elders held it in high regard, though their demeanor remained stern and inscrutable, revealing no overt emotions or biases. Next came the second proposal. The pace of the evaluations was brisk, and soon it was Miao Yun's turn. Under the gaze of all present, Miao Yun clenched his teeth in determination. Ultimately, he presented the jade tablet that he had long held in his palm. Chapter 585. A Direction Beyond Comprehension. The legend surrounding Miao Yun is well known among the upper echelons of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. Many are in awe of her remarkable abilities, yet they lament her fate, with a significant number expressing their grievances on her behalf in hushed tones. Nonetheless, the Wanhe Chamber ultimately belongs to the Miao family, leaving them powerless to intervene. Miao Yun's talents, however, are universally acknowledged as exceptional. Consequently, the majority eagerly anticipates her proposal, with several individuals already taking notes, eager to glean some wisdom from her insights. All eyes were fixed on the jade slip as it was handed to the chairperson of the Elder Council. Upon receiving the slip, the chairperson cast a barely perceptible glance at Miao Yun before unfolding it. Miao Yun, ever perceptive, noticed a slight tremor in the usually unflappable chairperson's demeanor upon reading the contents. Prepared for a tempest of fury, Miao Yun waited with bated breath. Yet, after a brief pause, the anticipated explosion of anger failed to materialize. Once the chairperson had perused the material, their expression returned to normal as they began to read the specifics of the proposal. The proposal included an array of absurd suggestions: hosting a dance hall in the skies above Black Cliff City, a sleeping competition, a head-scratching contest, a kissing competition, and even a plan to incite a rebellion at the Taichi sacred land by adopting orphans. Each ludicrous idea was read aloud, one, by the chairperson. Upon hearing these outlandish proposals, the assembly was left utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Was this truly a proposal for the future development of the chamber? They were aware of Miao Yun's penchant for bold ideas, yet they never imagined her audacity would reach such dizzying heights. No, this was not merely bold. It bordered on the absurd. Who among them would dare to orchestrate a rebellion under the banner of a respectable commerce guild? The key figures present stood frozen in disbelief. As the chairperson concluded the reading, uproarious laughter erupted throughout the assembly hall. Ha ha ha, Miao Yun, my dear cousin, I know you are unconventional, but these proposals are utterly ridiculous. Surely, you must have penned them while inebriated. They jeered. Ah, but I suspect otherwise. Miao Yun must have deliberately crafted these to lighten the mood. It must be so. Otherwise, how could someone of her intellect have authored such foolish proposals? Miao Yun's intentions were clearly misunderstood, and rather than feeling anxious, the assembly was filled with mirth. The initial laughter came from those core members who typically had little regard for Miao Yun. Once they began to laugh, others in the chamber soon joined in, some nearly doubling over with laughter. The sheer absurdity of the proposals had taken everyone by surprise. Only those who were closer to Miao Yun remained silent, their expressions revealing confusion as they pondered why she would present such a preposterous notion at such a critical selection meeting. However, upon hearing the laughter of those around her, Miao Yun's heart remained largely unperturbed. She had long anticipated such a reaction. What truly astonished her was the response of the Elder Council. Remarkably, not a single member reacted. They remained seated, austere and unsmiling, seemingly even more solemn than before. Observing the raucous crowd, the chairperson's gaze was indifferent as they spoke coldly. Is it amusing? An icy aura instantly enveloped the entire assembly hall, jolting everyone back to reality. The Elder Council was still present. Under the weight of their serious expressions, the crowd hastily stifled their laughter and resumed their decorum. After surveying the room, the chairperson calmly stated that Miao Yun's proposal would not be commented upon for the time being, and that discussions would resume after all proposals had been presented. Next, with an air of authority, the chairperson forcibly redirected the straying evaluation meeting back on course. Meanwhile, Miao Yun's heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest. The Elder Council's response was decidedly abnormal. Based on prior experience, such a ludicrous proposal would typically have resulted in her immediate expulsion, perhaps even incurring the blame for disrupting the meeting. Yet now, a mere light comment allowed them to bypass it entirely. Moreover, none of the high-ranking members of the Elder Council expressed any dissent. They were not a monolith, but rather a conglomerate of intricately diverse factions. What individual could unify them so resolutely on the same front? Miao Yun's thoughts were in disarray, the situation evolving in a manner she could not comprehend. It was not until the final, climactic proposal was presented that she began to regain her composure. This was Miao Yuxing's proposal. Miao Yuxing, the most distinguished heir of the Miao family, was supported by numerous high-ranking officials. His proposal was indeed worthy of being the finale, sprawling across thousands of words, perfectly aligning with the development of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, brilliant and nigh flawless. Under normal circumstances, he would likely emerge as the ultimate victor of this evaluation meeting. Miao Yuxing himself appeared exceedingly confident, his face aglow with triumph. He even cast a smug glance in Miao Yun's direction, as if to declare his impending victory. For many years, Miao Yuxing had been overshadowed by Miao Yun, but now he could finally revel in his success. Yet, Miao Yun was not inclined to engage with him. She merely awaited the unfolding developments in silence. The final evaluation was underway. After a period of anxious anticipation from all present, the chairperson of the Elder Council rose to announce the ultimate results of the evaluation meeting. Following a comprehensive analysis, we collectively believe that one proposal today, in terms of foresight, innovation, and meticulousness, exceeds all other proposals by more than one tier. This proposal is the final victor of today as proceedings. The one who proposed it was. The leader's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, lingering for a brief moment on the visibly agitated Miao Yuxing, before ultimately settling on the silent figure in the corner, Miao Yun. She was the most exceptional talent of the Miao family, the finest executive of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. Miao Yun. With those words, The entire conference hall erupted in astonishment. Miao Yuxing's complexion transformed from a deep crimson to an ashen pallor. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Miao Yun, who had long been suppressed by her family, had miraculously turned the tide with an extraordinarily audacious proposal. How could this be? How was this possible? Expressions of disbelief adorned every face in attendance. Yet, what transpired next compelled them to accept the reality of the situation. It was indeed happening. One by one, the council members raised their hands. I second the motion. I second it as well. Miao Yun's idea was brilliant, and I concur. The proposal was exquisitely crafted. Having such a leader would be our fortune. I second. Moments later, every member of the council had their hands raised. As Miao Yun beheld this peculiar situation, her eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, and her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Her mind was a blank. Chapter 586. Becoming the clan leader. As the members of the Elder Council began to express their opinions one after another, the assembly hall, which had been rife with unrest over the outcome, gradually returned to a state of silence. The expressions on the faces of the attendees shifted from initial shock and disbelief to a profound sense of trepidation. Those who had managed to enter this esteemed gathering were certainly not foolish. The fact that such an outrageous proposal received unanimous praise from all members of the Elder Council, without a hint of dissent, concealed a staggering truth. Miao Yun possessed such formidable influence that she could compel the entire council to speak falsehoods with eyes wide open, brazenly siding with her. This reality was even more astonishing than the prospect of Miao Yun becoming the next leader of the council and the clan itself. The gazes directed at Miao Yun transformed almost instantaneously. How had she achieved this? Yet, there were a few individuals who found it hard to accept the unfolding reality. I refuse to accept this. Miao Yuxing stood up abruptly, shouting at the Elder Council. Why must it be her? It is evident to all that Miao Yun's proposal is laughable, while mine aligns perfectly with the future development of our Wana commerce. Why her and not me? At that moment, his eyes were wide with fury, reddened to the point where his lips turned pale from agitation. However, the Elder Council merely regarded him with indifference. Even those elders who had previously leaned in his favor now appeared utterly apathetic, with not a single person willing to come forward to support him. Miao Yuxing. Mind your words, the council leader stated coldly. Witnessing the scene before him, Miao Yuxing finally comprehended that what seemed to be a proposal for electing the clan leader had, in fact, been predetermined long ago. Regardless of the merit of others' proposals or the absurdity of Miao Yun's, the outcome remained unaffected. Yet, Miao Yuxing was still resentful. He had awaited this day for far too long. He had believed he could finally escape the shadow cast by Miao Yun since childhood, only to find that the shadow loomed larger than ever. Realizing he could not alter the course of events, Miao Yuxing let out a cold laugh before speaking in a chilling tone. Elders, I do not know what favors Miao Yun has bestowed upon you, or what despicable means she has employed, but your actions today betray our ancestral teachings and your own conscience. Entrusting the fate of our family to Miao Yun will become an indelible stain on your lives, a sin that can never be absolved. Miao Yuxing publicly denounced them. Yet, in response to his vehement words, the council leader's gaze remained unperturbed as he calmly remarked, Miao Yuxing, you are disrespecting the Elder Council. You have violated clan regulations. From this day forth, all rights associated with your status as a legitimate heir are revoked. You are expelled from the family, never to set foot in the Miao clan or Wana commerce again. As the leader's icy words echoed through the hall, Miao Yuxing's body stiffened, his complexion draining of color. Little did he anticipate that his words, uttered in a moment of fervor, would lead to such dire consequences. What rendered the situation even more incredulous was the utter silence from the elders following the announcement. Not a single one stepped forward to speak a kind word on his behalf. Even his father chose to remain silent, disregarding the patriarch's enforcement as he was forcibly removed from the conference hall. The others present were equally mute, too intimidated to even breathe. It became painfully evident that the selection meeting was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The ascension of Miao Yun as the next leader and head of the family was already a foregone conclusion, possessing an unprecedented stability compared to any previous patriarch. When the selection meeting concluded, and the patriarch along with her father, Miao Huiwan, officially bestowed upon her the tokens of leadership, Miao Yun remained in a state of bewilderment, her mind a blank slate. Not only had Miao Yu failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, even she found it difficult to come to terms with the fact that such a position had genuinely fallen into her hands. Was it truly her proposal that swayed the Council of Elders? Miao Yun, not a fool, was acutely aware that this was an impossibility. It was evident that someone had predetermined her selection, ensuring that the council would steadfastly support her, come what may. But who could this individual be? Could it be someone from within the Miao family? Miao Yun shook her head. If this person had indeed belonged to the family, she would not have endured so many years of injustice. They would have intervened long ago. Therefore, it must be someone external. The notion that an outsider could instigate such a profound transformation within the Miao family was daunting, and Miao Yun could barely fathom the extent of this person's influence. Was it the one behind young Miss Shui? What could that person possibly desire? Why had they chosen her? Miao Yun's mind was in turmoil, with her years of experience. She was at a loss for any plausible explanation. At that moment, her father, Miao Huiwen, the recently resigned head of the Miao family, approached her. Yun'er, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. He then led her to a secluded spot in the garden. After a brief period of silence, Miao Huiwen suddenly spoke. Yun'er, do you hate me? As the head of the family, I was fully aware of the injustices you have faced over the years, yet I did nothing, and even played a role in certain events. Were I in your position, I would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred towards myself. Miao Yun remained silent for a moment before responding softly. Of course, I have felt hatred. Countless times. I wished for someone to stand before me and shield me from the storms. Yet, all hope turned to disappointment, without exception. However, as I have experienced more and more, I have gradually come to understand the family's peculiarities and the burdens you bear as the patriarch. Yet, whenever I behold the gentle countenance of another's father, I find myself lost in reverie. How splendid it would be if my own father were akin to that. Upon hearing Miao Yun's words, Miao Huiwen let out a profound sigh. This world is exceedingly intricate. Throughout each of our lives, we inevitably engage in actions that are beyond our control, particularly as we ascend to greater heights. Much like the situation at hand today. With that, Miao Huiwen turned to face Miao Yun, earnestly stating, today, in truth, no one wishes for you to become the next president of the Wanhao Association, nor the head of the Miao family, myself included. You likely understand the rationale. The Elder Council is reluctant to expose the family to excessive risk, and I am equally averse to ensnaring you in this convoluted quagmire. Yet, here we are, compelled to stand by your side, unable to effect any change. Because the Wanha Chamber of Commerce no longer belongs to our Miao family. Miao Yun was momentarily taken aback. What? Chapter 587. Meeting Tang Tian, the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. Established eons ago by the venerable ancestor Miao Anning of the Miao clan, is a renowned establishment within the entirety of Black Cliff City. It is common knowledge that the Wanha Chamber of Commerce is, in essence, a family enterprise of the Miao lineage. Yet now, Miao Huiwen audaciously claims that the Wanha Chamber of Commerce no longer belongs to the Miao family. Miao Yun was plunged into profound astonishment. This revelation was utterly unexpected, devoid of any forewarning. Observing the dazed expression on Miao Yun's face, Miao Huiwen sighed softly and said, when we first received this news, we were as incredulous as you. However, this information was conveyed to us directly by the ancestor himself. He stated that a formidable being had suddenly descended, demanding the acquisition of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. In the presence of such an exalted figure, we found ourselves bereft of any means to resist, to safeguard our family. We had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Moreover, you have been expressly named as the next president. Miao Yun was rendered utterly speechless. In that instant, she recalled the formidable entity behind Gu Xiaoxue. Could it truly be him? The subtle shift in Miao Yun's expression did not escape Miao Huiwen's keen observation. He sighed gently. It seems you are privy to certain underlying truths. Whether this turn of events is a blessing or a curse remains beyond anyone's foresight. Yet, we are powerless. The adversary's strength and resources are overwhelmingly formidable. Hence, I urge you to exercise utmost caution in the forthcoming trials, and above all, protect yourself. Miao Yun remained silent for a moment before suddenly shaking her head with a smile, gazing at Miao Huiwen. So, I am still that foolish child who cannot secure her father's protection, am I? Miao Huiwen said nothing, only offering a deep, sorrowful sigh. He then turned away. I have failed you. All these years, I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. I had intended to assist you in realizing your dreams after stepping down. Yet it is now too late. You must tread carefully. The path ahead rests solely upon your shoulders." Miao Yun let out a self-deprecating laugh. "After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. Do not worry. I will be vigilant. I appreciate that you once held the thought of helping me." With that, Miao Yun turned and departed. Miao Huiwen stood alone, his once youthful frame now appearing increasingly stooped. Leaving the garden, Miao Yun returned to her small courtyard, enveloped in silence. In truth, she understood that the roles of the president and the family head were inherently constrained positions. Many actions, even if desired by Miao Huiwen, were beyond his reach. Countless compromises were made against his will. Miao Yun empathized with his struggles. Were she to confront the family head in his stead, she would harbor no grievances. Yet, what daughter does not dream of having her father shield her from the storms of life? As the relationship between them reverted to that of a father and daughter, Miao Yun undeniably harbored some grievances. Yet, what could be done? Born into such a prominent family, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Unless, of course, she were to acquire sufficient power upon becoming the head of the family, which might allow her to fundamentally alter the status quo. However, would the formidable entity behind Gu Xiaoxue truly relinquish power to her? Miao Yun shook her head, recognizing the improbability of such a scenario. That formidable presence had already acquired the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and would undoubtedly appoint its own confidants, leaving no authority in the hands of the Miao family. This was a matter of basic logic. Miao Yun could vividly envision the future development of both the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and the Miao family. The only aspect she found perplexing was why this entity had chosen her. Nevertheless, since the decision had been made, she knew they would come seeking her. All she had to do was wait and seize the opportunity when it arose. Having come to this realization, Miao Yun exhaled deeply. Just then, the family steward hurriedly approached her. "Miss Miao Yun, the head of the family wishes to inform you that a woman, claiming to be your friend, has invited you to the Tianke restaurant. She says her name is Gu Xiaoxue," the steward reported. The results of the selection meeting had swiftly circulated, and his demeanor towards Miao Yun was no longer as it had once been. Miao Yun paused, realizing that the anticipated visitor had indeed arrived. If she was not mistaken, this time she would formally meet the powerful figure behind Gu Xiaoxue, the very one who had acquired the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Where is she?" The steward replied, "She left right after speaking." Miao Yun nodded. "I understand. You may attend to your duties." After the steward departed, Miao Yun stood alone before the mirror for a moment, yet ultimately chose to leave the Miao family home without taking any further action. The Tianke restaurant, one of the most opulent establishments in Black Cliff City, catered only to the affluent and the noble. At that moment, a petite girl leaned against a stone lion at the entrance of the restaurant, appearing quite bored. Just then, a woman clad in a black gauze dress approached. Upon seeing her, the girl immediately straightened up and greeted her. "Miao Yun, we meet again. Oh, I suppose now I should refer to you as head of the Miao family," Gu Xiaoxue said with a smile. Miao Yun's expression grew more intricate as she replied, "So it is indeed you." Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. "Well, are you pleased with this gift? I told you I could ensure your ascension as both the head of the chamber and the family." Miao Yun's countenance became increasingly complex. When Gu Xiaoxue had mentioned this the previous day, she had thought it was merely a jest at her expense. Yet, to her astonishment, the reality had unfolded today. "What do you want from me?" she asked, fully aware that in this world, nothing comes without a price. The fact that the other party specifically called for her undoubtedly carried a certain purpose. Gu Xiaoxue smiled slightly and directly took hold of Miao Yun's arm. "Fear not. It is nothing sinister. To be noticed by our young master is undoubtedly the greatest fortune of your life. Come, he awaits us above." With that, she led Miao Yun toward the Tianke restaurant. Upon hearing the words "our young master," Miao Yun felt a slight heaviness in her heart. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. The image of a wealthy young heir, endowed with power, influence, and riches, began to materialize within her. Yet this image, within Miao Yun's recollection, seemed to lack any positive associations. But what could she do now? She had no choice but to brace herself. However, if the other party were to act excessively, she would never yield, no matter the consequences, even death. Under Gu Xiaoxue's guidance, Miao Yun ascended to the highest floor of the Tianke restaurant. Finally, Xiaoxue knocked on the door. "Come in," A youthful voice echoed from within the room. "Let us proceed," Xiaoxue said, pushing open the door and gesturing for Miao Yin to enter. Taking a deep breath, Miao Yin stepped forward with heavy footsteps. Chapter 588. A dialogue with Miao Yin. The room was resplendent with light. Through the grand crystal windows, one could behold the magnificent panorama of Black Cliff City. As Miao Yin stepped inside, she observed a tall figure standing at the edge of the window, gazing outward. Positioning herself behind him, she endeavored to exude humility and respect. Bowing and greeting, "Miao Yin pays her respects to your excellency." Upon hearing her voice, the figure slowly turned. Miao Yin dared not raise her gaze. Yet she sensed the weight of his scrutiny upon her. Fortunately, she did not perceive any unsettling aggression emanating from him. At that moment, Tang Tian was quietly appraising the young woman before him. Indeed, as Gu Xiaoxue had described, she was a stunning beauty. Yet it was the air of valiance radiating from her that was even more striking. "My acquaintances refer to me as young Master Tang," Tang Tian said with a gentle smile. Miao Yun's heart fluttered at his words. She astutely grasped the significance behind them. "My acquaintances." This was a clear indication. Could it be that he truly intended to regard her as one of his own? After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her body further, replying, "Miao Yun has the honor of meeting young Master Tang." Observing her cautious demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Do not worry, I shall not impose upon you." "Raise your head," he instructed. At his words, Miao Yun gradually straightened, finally catching a glimpse of Tang Tian's true visage. The remarkably youthful face momentarily took her aback. Though the age of cultivators often defies external appearances, this young Master Tang was undeniably excessively young. Moreover, this youthfulness did not appear feigned. It seemed authentically his. Additionally, she discerned an unparalleled composure about him, a quality possessed only by those who stand at the pinnacle of existence. He was not what she had imagined. "Let us sit down and converse," Tang Tian proposed, taking a seat at the table by the window. He casually summoned 2 chairs, gesturing for Miao Yun and Xiaoxue to join him. Subsequently, he poured several cups of hot tea and presented them before Miao Yun. She promptly expressed her gratitude, lifting the teacup with both hands and taking a delicate sip. She still felt somewhat ill at ease. However, Tang Tian chose to disregard her current disposition and proceeded to the crux of the matter. "I have heard from Xiaoxue that you are quite adept at commerce," he inquired. Miao Yun paused before responding. In reply to young Master Tang, "I do not presume too highly of myself. Yet I have managed to achieve some success within the Wana Chamber of Commerce." Tang Tian smiled, saying, "Not merely some success, I presume? You have risen to prominence as the most exceptional figure within the Wana Chamber, despite the pressures from the upper echelons of your family, which undoubtedly speaks to your remarkable capabilities. There is no need for excessive humility or concern. I appreciate candor. Let us speak freely." Miao Yin gently nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Tang Tian responded with a subtle sound of acknowledgement before continuing his inquiry. "Tell me, prior to today, did you aspire to become the president of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, the head of the Miao family?" Miao Yin grasped her teacup, seemingly hesitant about the question. Yet, ultimately, she nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Since I became aware of my surroundings, the position of president has been my dream. Regrettably, constrained by reality, that dream appeared exceedingly elusive, almost unattainable, until your and Miss Xiaoxue's arrival." Tang Tian chuckled softly, remarking, "That is splendid. If you had no desire for it, my gift to you today would have seemed rather superfluous." Tang Tian harbored no inclination to force anyone into a role they did not wish to assume. Had Miao Yun expressed disinterest, whether it was the truth or a matter of caution, he would have promptly replaced her. Forcing her into the role of head would be less effective than retrieving Miao Anning from the underground space to manage affairs. As he was undeniably the founding figure of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, possessing unquestionable capability. Fortunately, Miao Yin ultimately chose to be forthright. At that moment, she was unaware that she had narrowly escaped relinquishing her position. Tang Tian's amiable tone and demeanor had significantly eased her initial tension and anxiety. This young gentleman seemed far more agreeable than she had anticipated. After a moment of silence, Miao Yun took the initiative to ask, "May I inquire, Mr. Tang, is your intention in appointing me as the president of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce to oversee its subsequent integration? The former president informed me that the Wanha Chamber of Commerce has already been acquired by you." Upon hearing her words, Tang Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Xiaoxue, both unable to suppress their laughter. Gu Xiaoxue patted Miao Yun's shoulder, saying, "Do not apply conventional logic to decipher our actions. It may lead you astray." Miao Yun looked perplexed. Was her deduction incorrect? Having just acquired such a vast organization, should there not be an immediate integration of the various factions and structures within the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce to align it with his own vision? After a few chuckles, Tang Tian replied, "In truth, Miao Yun's assessment is not entirely erroneous. The Wanhe Chamber of Commerce does indeed require some integration. However, what I wish for you to accomplish is to gain complete control over the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. You must become its absolute authority, with no dissenting voices permitted." At his words, Miao Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Complete control in her hands? Shouldn't Mr. Tang's confidants be the ones to occupy positions within the chamber? Furthermore, to become the absolute authority? What a perplexing proposition. Miao Yun found herself utterly bewildered. According to conventional logic, this was not how things should transpire. Yet she recalled Gu Xiaoxue's earlier admonition to avoid applying standard logic to their endeavors, lest she be led astray. She tossed her head slightly, resolving to discard the so-called experiences and instead consider the matter from the perspective articulated by Tang Tian. After all, she was currently in a subordinate position, and obedience to commands was of utmost importance. Miao Yun took a gentle breath and remarked, "If that is the case, it becomes even simpler. If you can grant me the corresponding authority, within a month at most, I can ensure that the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce operates with a singular voice," she proclaimed with confidence. Internal integration, of course, is inherently less complex than external integration, as it does not necessitate balancing intricate bilateral interests. Moreover, over the years, she had become intimately familiar with the internal dynamics of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. Thus, with sufficient power, she believed she could swiftly eliminate dissenters and forge the organization into a cohesive entity from the top down. Therefore, Miao Yun was quite assured of her capabilities. However, upon concluding her statement, she noticed that Tang Tian seemed displeased with her response. "A month is too long," he interjected. "If I were to bestow upon you absolute power and have your ancestor, Miao Anning, wholeheartedly support you, how much time would you require?" Miao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Tang, when you speak of absolute power, to what extent do you refer?" Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Everything shall proceed according to your will." Chapter 589. The released ambition, a mere phrase, when it reached Miao Yun's ears, resonated like a thunderous roar from the heavens. Over the years, she had become accustomed to struggling under oppression and the deprivation of power, constantly seeking opportunities for breakthrough. She had often fantasized about the immense potential that would unfold if she were to possess a modicum of autonomy. Thus, she harbored dreams of that position, for once realized. Many of her long-held aspirations would swiftly come to fruition, even if she were to ascend to the role of the Chamber of Commerce's president. Numerous matters would remain beyond her unilateral control, as there were countless considerations to weigh. Nonetheless, this position remained an elusive dream for her. Absolute autonomy, everything aligning with her own will. She scarcely dared to entertain such thoughts. Yet now, young Master Tang had audibly uttered such words. Miao Yun felt compelled to confirm her understanding, fearful of misinterpreting Tang Tian's intentions. However, she knew that a person like Tang Tian would not jest about such matters, for he had no need to deceive her. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Miao Yun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within her, and earnestly declared, "If this is indeed the case, in 5 days, no, just 3 days, I will be able to integrate the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, along with the entire Miao family." Miao Yun spoke with resolute determination. At last, Tang Tian revealed a satisfied smile. "Very well, then it shall be 3 days. Proceed without hesitation. As for financial matters, whatever sum you require, simply request it." Miao Yun quickly waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for your generosity, young master. As long as the ancestor stands by my side, this task will become exceedingly manageable. I assure you, I will accomplish it splendidly. Considering the cost for the benefactor is a duty every competent merchant undertakes." However, upon concluding her statement, she noticed that both Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue wore the same smiles as before. "As I have mentioned, do not apply ordinary logic when considering us," Gu Xiaoxue teased. Tang Tian merely shook his head slightly and produced a Shumi ring, presenting it before Miao Yun. The first principle of working under my command is to never concern yourself with financial costs. This sum shall serve as your initial capital. Let loose. I have more significant tasks to assign you. Miao Yun gazed at the Shumi ring before her, momentarily taken aback. Though her conversation with young Master Tang was brief, it had repeatedly transcended her understanding. A merchant who disregards costs? Well, perhaps this is simply the nature of young Master Tang. Serving him now necessitates that she adapt to his rhythm. Nonetheless, it must be said, having some initial capital would undoubtedly facilitate matters significantly. She firmly believed that with Master Tang's style, his generosity would not be trivial. Perhaps he would offer a few million. Miao Yun picked up the Shumi ring and gave it a cursory glance. However, in an instant, her hands trembled violently, nearly causing her to toss the ring away. Subsequently, she fixed her gaze on Tang Tian, her voice quivering as she inquired, "Master Tang, have you given me the wrong ring?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? He quickly inspected his ring and replied, "No, it's indeed for you. Here's 100 million crystal jade for you to use. If you find it insufficient, just let me know." After a period of development, the trade associations in the lower realm and the virtual realm had returned over 70 million crystal jade to Tang Tian. Following Miao Anning's assessment, the total value of the Wanha Association's assets was approximately 42 million. Ultimately, Tang Tian acquired the Wanha Association for 45 million. Hence, his current holdings of crystal jade exceeded 100 million, totaling over 111 million. Since having the money in his possession served little purpose and it increased daily, he simply handed Miao Yun 100 million for her to utilize freely. To him, it was merely a routine transaction. However, for Miao Yun, the situation was far from ordinary. She felt as though she were on the verge of a system crash. In her entire life, she had never encountered such an abundance of crystal jade. The total value of her own enterprises was merely around 3 to 4 million. The entire valuation of the Wanha Association barely exceeded 40 million. The lavish expenditure of over 40 million by Master Tang to purchase the whole association had already left her in awe. And now, he was bestowing upon her a staggering 100 million as startup capital. Forgive her ignorance. She genuinely could not comprehend the rationale or purpose behind such a transaction. After a lengthy pause, Miao Yun hesitated to accept the ring, ultimately managing a wry smile as she said, "Master Tang, please forgive my ignorance. I truly do not know how this vast sum should be utilized." She was genuinely bewildered. The events of the day had utterly shattered the experiences and worldview she had accumulated over the years. Observing her turmoil, Tang Tian chuckled softly. "Didn't I mention earlier? Integrating the association is merely an appetizer. Far more significant matters lie ahead." With that, he stood and gazed out the window. Black Rock City was quite large, housing over a dozen trade associations of a scale similar to the Wanha Association. However, unlike them, these associations were more complex, rife with factional strife and lacking a definitive structural entity, rendering swift and straightforward acquisitions impossible. As for him, he had little desire to engage in such tedious affairs. Thus, Tang Tian turned to Miao Yun and declared, "What I need from you next is to bring the entire commercial sector of Black Rock City under my command. In this process, cast aside all reservations and spare no effort or cost. The swifter, the better. Are you intrigued?" Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Miao Yun's breath quickened. An indescribable surge of warmth erupted from the depths of her soul, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Soon, her body trembled slightly, accompanied by a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock. Miao Yun recognized it as excitement. It was the ambition she had buried deep within, now fully unleashed by Tang Tian. Meeting Tang Tian's anticipatory gaze, Miao Yun suddenly rose to her feet and knelt heavily upon the ground. Miao Yun, she vowed not to betray the trust and expectations of young Master Tang. She exclaimed fervently. Tang Tian offered a faint smile, gently raising his hand to lift Miao Yun from the ground. "There is no need for such formality. We do not indulge in that here. Come, I shall show you something else. You will undoubtedly find it captivating." With that, he flicked his fingers lightly, and an ethereal portal gradually opened before the three of them. This marked the first official unveiling of the virtual realm at the pinnacle of the firmament. Chapter 590. The storm is ready. Here lies an expansive world, teeming with life. where the melodious chirping of birds harmonizes with the fragrant blooms. Above this realm, a colossal sky island hovers in the void, crowned by a magnificent city, its architecture nearly identical to that of the celestial city of the virtual realm. Yet, unlike its counterpart, this city lacks the vibrancy of life. Not a single soul can be seen within its walls. This is the virtual realm meticulously crafted by Xiao Ji for the pinnacle of the sky, now fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of its inhabitants. Suddenly, a faint ripple traverses the air, and three figures materialize atop the Genesis Tower: Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxue, and Miao Yun. While Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue are well acquainted with this locale, Miao Yun, witnessing the virtual realm for the first time, appears as if she has seen a ghost. Earlier, under Tang Tian's guidance, Miao Yun had grasped the myriad functionalities of the virtual realm, and the only words that could encapsulate her feelings at this moment are awe-inspiring. She had never imagined that commerce could be approached in such an innovative manner. As someone already adept in mercantile affairs, she immediately perceives the immense potential for growth within this so-called virtual realm. In comparison to the whimsical ideas flourishing here, her endeavors in the Black Cliff City seem almost childlike, trivial in significance. The possibilities that the virtual realm can offer are boundless and captivating. What do you think? Tang Tian inquires with a smile after Miao Yun takes a moment to compose herself. Miao Yun exhales deeply and responds earnestly, "It is truly marvelous. I can foresee how prosperous it will become once the virtual realm is introduced in Black Cliff City. It will fundamentally transform the way people interact in their daily lives." Tang Tian nods slightly, acknowledging the advantage of having merchants manage the virtual realm. Their mindset is typically agile and avant-garde, making it easier for them to comprehend Tang Tian's vision, particularly someone like Miao Yun, whose approach is inherently unconventional. Gu Xiaoxue's choice in this regard proves to be quite astute. "My ambitions extend far beyond Black Cliff City," Tang Tian continues. "The true value of the virtual realm lies in its ability to transcend distances, effortlessly connecting individuals separated by billions of miles. Limiting it to Black Cliff City would curtail its potential. Therefore, I require the virtual realm to possess ample breadth. Do you understand my intent?" Miao Yun nods, affirming, "I understand. In the forthcoming period, I shall exert my utmost efforts to promote the virtual realm swiftly." Tang Tian replies with a sound of agreement. "Commence once you have unified the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. At that point, we will pursue our objectives on both the real and virtual fronts simultaneously. The Wanha Chamber of Commerce will be renamed as the Tianxiatong Chamber of Commerce. In your capacity as the Vice President of Tianxiatong, you are entrusted with the authority and resources to swiftly acquire other chambers in the Black Cliff City. I grant you absolute power and financial backing to take control of the entire commercial landscape of Black Cliff City. The same applies to the virtual realm. You may employ any means necessary to gather the formation masters to produce as many mobile formation plates as possible, thereby establishing a formidable presence in the virtual world." Subsequently, Tang Tian shared the overarching plans with Miao Yun, who diligently took notes. These matters were entirely distinct from her previous experiences and established perceptions. However, each plan, although initially daunting in sound, would prove to be considerably simpler in execution. Primarily, she possessed unquestionable authority, unencumbered by conflicting opinions. Furthermore, financial concerns were non-existent. Whatever sum she desired, Tang Tian could provide. All she needed to do was to unleash her ambition and act decisively. This was, indeed, the aspiration of every ambitious individual. Soon, through their discussions, the development strategies for both the Tianxiatong Chamber of Commerce and the virtual realm were largely finalized. Miao Yun estimated that, should everything proceed smoothly, it might take merely 3 months to transform the entire commercial sector of Black Cliff City into the private garden of the Tianxiatong Chamber of Commerce. The only vexing issue pertained to the promotion of the virtual realm. Lacking any references or prior experience, Miao Yun was apprehensive about fully harnessing the potential of the virtual world. In response, Tang Tian smiled and reassured her, saying, "There is no need for concern. Assistance will be provided for the virtual realm. Their experience is extensive. You merely need to consider their insights alongside the specific circumstances of Black Cliff City to establish an appropriate business model." Miao Yun paused momentarily and inquired, "But hasn't the virtual realm just recently opened? Where does their experience come from?" Tang Tian chuckled and replied, that is a secret. Once you successfully take over the commerce of Black Cliff City, I will contemplate whether to disclose it to you. Miao Yin nodded earnestly, grasping the implication of Tang Tian's words. Black Cliff City was to serve as a test of her capabilities. Should she impress Tang Tian, she might truly become an integral member of his core team. Rest assured, I will exert every effort, Miao Yin declared. Tang Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. He then engaged her in discussions on various other matters. As their understanding of one another deepened, Miao Yin gradually realized that this young Master Tang was not the archetypal wealthy heir. He required no flattery, only authenticity. If you possess exceptional abilities, he would employ you and provide you with ample space to flourish. Without capability, even if one possesses unparalleled beauty, one would still fail to capture the attention of Tang Tian. At least, this holds true in the realm of action. However, Miao Yin finds such leadership appealing. After a brief exchange, Tang Tian summoned Wang Gang, Li Hong, and the selected core executives from the lower realm, all of whom were elite individuals. Following a succinct introduction, Miao Yin commenced formal collaboration with them. A plethora of innovative management techniques unveiled an entirely new world to Miao Yin. Nevertheless, the subsequent affairs were largely detached from Tang Tian's involvement. Being elites, they were entirely capable of managing matters independently. Tang Tian merely needed to provide a broad developmental framework. Miao Yin engaged in extensive discussions with Wang Gang and the others, yielding considerable insights. The preliminary promotion plan for the virtual realm in Black Cliff City was essentially finalized. Thereafter, the focus would shift to concrete implementation, which would await Miao Yin's complete integration of the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. The process of integration would not be protracted, as Tang Tian had already informed Miao and Ning in advance. When the time comes, Miao and Ning and the entire Elder Council would stand firmly behind Miao Yin. Thus, an eye of the storm capable of sweeping across the pinnacle of the vast firmament began to take shape within Black Cliff City. Chapter 591. The conquest of Black Cliff City. For a period of time thereafter, Tang Tian resided within the confines of the Tianke Tavern. The atmosphere here was rather pleasant. Moreover, through the acquisition of the Wanhe Merchant Guild a few days prior, he had amassed a considerable number of consumption points, which he intended to utilize alongside Xiao to diligently nurture the saplings of the World Tree within the realm of the Monster Egg. The World Tree required time to absorb nutrients. As the sovereign and creator of this world, the involvement of both Tang Tian and Xiao significantly accelerated the growth of the World Tree, transforming it almost daily. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu were dispatched by Tang Tian to assist Miao Yin with the acquisition of the Merchant Guild and the opening of the virtual realm. Progress unfolded even more swiftly than Tang Tian had anticipated. In merely 2 days, Miao Yin completed the internal consolidation of the guild, silencing all dissenting voices within the Miao family, establishing it as a singular authority under her command. In the early stages of development, the advantages of such a unified front were exceedingly apparent. Upon completion of the consolidation, the Wanhe Merchant Guild was officially renamed the Tianxiatong Merchant Guild. This event sent shockwaves through the business community of Black Cliff City, akin to a severe earthquake. One of the elders of the Money Alliance, one of the largest guilds in Black Cliff City, suddenly changed its name and appointed a remarkably young and controversial figure as the new head. This was a development no one had anticipated. They remained oblivious to the implications of this change, unaware that an even more profound upheaval was on the horizon. The name Miao Yin was already somewhat renowned within the commercial circles of Black Cliff City. Consequently, following this occurrence, inquiries into the underlying reasons began to circulate. However, before any substantial information could be uncovered, Miao Yin had already commenced her own initiatives. Having been acquainted with the various merchant guilds in Black Cliff City for many years, she possessed a clear understanding of their circumstances. Bolstered by Tang Tian's financial backing, her strategy struck like a tempest, catching everyone off guard. In just 10 days, she completely dismantled the Taiyun Merchant Guild, another top-tier guild, and incorporated it into the Tianxiatong Merchant Guild. In another 5 days, she achieved the same with a second top-tier guild. Within a month, the assets of 5 premier merchant guilds had all been absorbed into the Tianxiatong Merchant Guild. It was at this juncture that people finally began to sense something amiss. The Tianxiatong Merchant Guild, under Miao Yin's leadership, seemed akin to an ancient beast, voraciously consuming the entire business landscape of Black Cliff City. Yet, By the time they realized the need to resist and counteract, it was already too late. The matter transcended mere tactics and strategy. The intricate composition of most merchant guilds rendered it exceedingly difficult for them to rapidly form a consensus and execute countermeasures. In times of peace, such a composition could facilitate steady progress for the guilds, preventing them from straying onto erroneous paths. However, once the era of war arrives, this model generates a profound inertia wherein the pursuit of individual interests often leads to mutual sabotage. Presently, the situation is exponentially more terrifying than during wartime. The Tianxia Commerce Association emerges as a formidable behemoth, abruptly infiltrating the commercial landscape of Haicheng. The local merchant guilds find themselves utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Furthermore, the expansion tactics employed by Tianxia are exceedingly peculiar. They seemingly disregard their own interests, proposing terms that frequently exceed the benefits attainable by other guilds. How could they possibly refuse? How could a unified adversarial objective materialize? Oftentimes, before Miao Yun even takes action, profound divisions arise within their ranks, with a significant faction of vested interests proactively seeking allegiance with Miao Yun. Thus, the expansion of Tianxia unfolds far more smoothly than Tang Tian and Miao Yun had initially anticipated. 2 months elapsed, and a substantial portion of Haicheng's commercial realm had successfully fallen into the hands of the Tianxia Commerce Association. The primary concern for Miao Yun has shifted from strategizing acquisitions to ensuring the preservation of her authority and swiftly assembling a core team of trusted individuals. She recalls Tang Tian's assertion that Haicheng is merely the starting point for Tianxia, with their ambitions extending across the vast skies and lands. To facilitate further expansion, she undoubtedly requires a capable and trustworthy foundation. Fortunately, over the years, Miao Yun has cultivated and developed numerous talents, ensuring that, in the short term, she faces minimal challenges. In addition to the expansion of Tianxia, the virtual realm has officially opened within Haicheng. Miao Yun, leveraging substantial rewards, has summoned a multitude of adept practitioners skilled in the art of formations, who tirelessly produce mobile array discs. The initial batch of array discs has been distributed to the upper echelons of Haicheng for complementary trials, generating remarkably positive feedback. However, at this stage, the populace views the virtual realm merely as a form of entertainment, having yet to unlock its most essential content. Nevertheless, as more individuals partake and a broader demographic engages, the virtual realm is destined to evolve into a monumental entity of epoch-making significance. In just over 2 months, Haicheng's commercial landscape has undergone a seismic transformation. Yet, for the general populace of Haicheng, the impact remains minimal. This is not a commercial battle, but rather a unilateral domination. Shops, storefronts, and industries have seamlessly integrated into the Tianxia Commerce Association, with prices remaining unaffected. Thus, the ordinary citizens remain oblivious to the tempest that engulfs everything. However, some have perceived the existence of this storm, such as the city lord of Haicheng, Guangyuan Daozuan. Historically, the commercial realm of Haicheng has always operated independently, regardless of the tumult that may ensue. As long as it does not disrupt the normal operations of Haya City, the lord of the city typically refrains from interference. However, this time the storm is indeed formidable. What is the true nature of this newly emerged Tianxia Commerce Association? What are its intentions? Who is the formidable entity behind it? Guangyuan Daoist cannot possibly believe that the Tianxia Commerce Association is the creation of the Miao family. Neither Miao Anning nor Miao Yun possesses the capability or the boundless financial resources required. Undoubtedly, a terrifying presence looms behind the Tianxia Commerce Association. As the lord of Haya City, Guangyuan Daoist must ascertain the truth of this matter. Otherwise, if that entity were to direct its focus towards Haya City, he might not even have the opportunity to react. After much contemplation, Guangyuan Daoist extended an invitation to Miao Yun. He must endeavor to establish contact with that enigmatic presence. Should the situation prove unfavorable, he must swiftly report back to Wanchuan City. Regrettably, young Master Wang has already departed. Otherwise, he could have provided valuable insights. Guangyuan Daoist pondered silently. Before young Master Wang left, he specifically mentioned that a certain Tang Tian from Meng village would come seeking his hometown. There has been no word since then. I should inquire at the post station. Otherwise, if young Master Wang were to ask, it would be rather difficult to provide an explanation. Chapter 592. The ginkgo tree in a realm encircled by 9 dragon veins. Tang Tian stood upon the ground, gazing upward in awe at the towering tree before him, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "So, my world tree is a ginkgo?" After more than 2 months of nurturing and cultivation, the world tree within the realm of the odd egg had finally flourished. However, Tang Tian was taken aback to discover that this fully grown world tree had manifested as a ginkgo tree. This is your own world. The world tree has grown and shaped itself according to your thoughts, Xiao inquired curiously. Tang Tian fell into a pensive silence, genuinely unsure. He harbored no particular sentiments regarding trees, nor did he possess any sentimental attachments reminiscent of cherished individuals. After some reflection, he surmised that perhaps the primary reason lay in his understanding that ginkgo trees often symbolize fortune and longevity. In his previous life, many would often pray beneath ginkgo trees. Their heartfelt wishes adorned the branches in abundance. Perhaps he was influenced by such cultural associations. Nevertheless, regardless of the form the world tree took, it did not diminish its capacity to serve as the origin of all things within the world. At that moment, the ginkgo tree was laden with verdant little fruits. The first batch of Dao fruits, destined to become the inaugural innate spirits of this realm. Tang Tian counted the fruits. There were precisely 3,000 in total. In due time, these Dao fruits would mature, and the first batch of innate spirits would emerge, breathing life into this desolate world. At that juncture, Tang Tian would officially ascend to the supreme position, standing atop the pinnacle of all living beings, transcending the world itself. Given their current progress in nurturing the world tree, it was estimated that it would not be long before that moment arrived. Tang Tian resolved to remain here until he became the supreme being, after which he would journey to the city of oblivion. What do you think the firstborn innate spirit will be? Tang Tian inquired with a hint of excitement. As the master of the world, in a sense, the innate spirits could be considered his offspring, and he eagerly anticipated witnessing the birth of his first child. Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "It is difficult to say. Generally speaking, it would likely be an ancestral dragon or an ancestral phoenix, though exceptions do exist. Ultimately, it hinges on your own will, much like the variety of the world tree. For instance, if you hold a particular fondness for something, it may manifest in that form. Conversely, if you have an affinity for dung beetles, it might take on the form of a dung beetle." Tang Tian responded with a hint of disbelief. "The disparity between those two forms is rather vast, isn't it?" Xiao immediately looked up, its eyes darting around. "I was merely giving an example." Tang Tian scoffed slightly, sensing Zhao's ulterior motives, likely attempting to influence his thoughts to align the appearance of the first innate spirit more closely with its own preferences. However, he truly held no particular thoughts on the matter. It is likely either the ancestral dragon or the ancestral phoenix. Even if it turns out to be just one, it is still acceptable. The two engaged in casual banter, continuing to nurture the world tree. For the past couple of months, this had been their routine. After a while, Tang Tian suddenly sensed some disturbances from the outside world and decided to leave the realm of the strange egg. In the next moment, he found himself back in the elegant chamber of the inn. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was Gu Xiaoxue returning. "I've run out of money again. Please provide me with some more," she stated as she entered. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I had it prepared long ago." He then handed her a Shumi ring containing a full 1,000,000,000 pieces of Taoist jade crystal. After a period of frenzied acquisitions, the initial 1,000,000,000 jade crystals gifted to Miao Yun had long been exhausted. During this time, Tang Tian had sent her money several times, and the quantity of jade crystals in the system had now exceeded 12 billion. Sending another 1,000,000,000 would suffice to acquire the entire business sector of Black Cliff City. Initially, Miao Yun was somewhat frugal with her spending, fearing that she might truly deplete Tang Tian's wallet. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoxue's presence prevented her from making such mistaken decisions. It was only when Tang Tian's contributions increased that Miao Yun gradually altered her mindset, no longer being overly cautious with her expenditures. "How is the situation now?" Tang Tian casually inquired after sending the money. Gu Xiaoxue took a sip of tea and waved her hand, saying, "Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly. Within a month at most, the business sector of Black Cliff City will become the private enterprise of our Tianxiaotong. The progress on the virtual realm side is also rapid. Miao Yun has increased the remuneration for the array masters. and the production of mobile array plates is now almost catching up to that of the lower realms. I must say, the talents at the pinnacle of the sky are indeed plentiful. As she spoke, she suddenly smiled and added, Miao Yun's methods are truly impressive. She manipulates those merchant associations with ease. She confided in me that she had long envisioned such possibilities and had even made some corresponding plans, but there had never been a chance to actualize them. We have certainly found the right person. Tang Tian responded with a smile. Indeed. The progress is much faster than I had anticipated. Your discernment is commendable. This matter deserves significant credit to you. Gu Xiaoxua chuckled. For her, Tang Tian's praise was more gratifying than any reward. After chatting for a while, Gu Xiaoxua said, By the way, there is one matter that requires your decision. The Lord of Black Cliff City, Guang Yuan Daozuan, has suddenly begun to inquire about us. He approached Miao Yun, expressing a desire to meet the master behind our Tianxia Tong. What do you think? Should we meet with him? Tang Tian fell into contemplation. In the heavenly realm, a tremendous upheaval has arisen, drawing anticipated attention. It is somewhat surprising that the esteemed Guanyuan Taoist has only now made his approach. This indicates a clear delineation between the commercial sphere of Haiyan City and the City Lord's mansion. However, despite this apparent separation, the business realm is rapidly approaching a state of unification under their influence. As the City Lord, it would be quite irregular for Guanyuan Taoist to remain inactive. Let us pay a visit, suggested Tang Tian. Haiyan City serves as our initial destination and will also be the stronghold of our endeavors atop the celestial heights. It is prudent to ensure that no significant disturbances arise in our absence. Gu Xiaoxua nodded in agreement. She then added, There is another matter to address. Earlier this morning, individuals from the Bianchuan City outpost unexpectedly contacted me, inquiring about our status and questioning why we have yet to investigate the information regarding Mang Village. Tang Tian's expression shifted slightly as he realized that he had nearly forgotten about this issue after several months. Was it an order from Guanyuan Taoist? He inquired. It seems so, replied Gu Xiaoxua. It appears that he shares a rather significant connection with that Wang Chong. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian resolved, I shall personally attend to this matter. It is fortuitous that these two issues can be resolved simultaneously. Chapter 593. Divergent Attitudes. The City Lord's Manor of Black Cliff City is situated at the very heart of the city. It serves as the sole authority governing all affairs within Black Cliff City. While this may seem to imply vast power, the reality is that with such a sprawling metropolis, the singular authority of the City Lord's Manor signifies a rather shallow intervention in various matters. Indeed, this is the case. The primary responsibility of the City Lord's Manor is to manage and uphold the grand formation that envelopes Black Cliff City, ensuring that the abyss does not manifest within its confines. Additionally, it serves to convey the will of the Tai Chi sacred land. For those who transgress, the resolution is straightforward and rather brusque. They are simply cast out of Black Cliff City. As for finances, construction, and other aspects, the City Lord's Manor need not concern itself too much. Stability and the absence of turmoil are all that is required. In such circumstances, the entanglement of interests is minimal, resulting in a lack of significant interpersonal connections between the City Lord's Manor and the ancient families or powerful factions within the city. When Tang Tian arrived at the entrance of the City Lord's Manor, he found it desolate, a stark contrast to the bustling commercial district nearby. After presenting the token bestowed upon him by Wang Chong, Tang Tian was smoothly escorted inside by the guards. The interior was spacious yet devoid of opulence. After navigating a winding corridor, he arrived before the main hall of the manor. Subsequently, the guards ushered him inside. Upon entering the main hall, Tang Tian finally beheld the City Lord of Black Cliff City, the esteemed Guanyuan Daozuan. This was not their first encounter. Previously, while surveying the entirety of Black Cliff City with his spiritual sense, he had taken note of this formidable presence. At the pinnacle of Hunyuan Dao cultivation, Guanyuan Daozuan was the strongest in Black Cliff City. However, upon this meeting, Tang Tian observed that this powerful figure exuded an air of scholarly elegance, resembling more a learned scholar than a martial master. Reporting to you, my lord. Young Master Tang has arrived, the guard announced respectfully. Guanyuan Daozuan lifted his gaze to rest upon Tang Tian, though he quickly furrowed his brow. This exceedingly youthful figure appeared as inscrutable as the depths of the abyss. After a moment of silence, Guanyuan Daozuan spoke. You are Tang Tian from Mang Village? Tang Tian nodded slightly. Guan Yu and Daozuan raised his hand, signaling the guards to withdraw, and then gestured for Tang Tian to take a seat. Please, have a seat, he invited, before inquiring, over 2 months ago. Young Master Wang informed me of your intention to inquire about information regarding your hometown. Why have you not come until now? Tang Tian smiled. I have been delayed by recent matters. Thank you, my lord, for remembering. Guan Yu and Daozuan replied with a smile. I have a good rapport with young Master Wang, and naturally, I would not forget his requests. Had it not been for my recent preoccupations, I would have sought you out sooner. As he spoke, he produced a jade slip and extended it towards Tang Tian. Young Master Wang had previously examined a portion of the information, and what remains has been meticulously organized by my associates. I hope you can uncover some valuable clues within it. Tang Tian accepted the jade slip with a grateful smile. However, he understood that the words of Taoist Guan Yuan were merely formalities. The true intent behind this preparation was likely just to meet him in person. Indeed, after presenting the jade slip, Taoist Guan Yuan inquired, How did you come to know young Master Wang? Without hesitation, Tang Tian recounted the actual circumstances of their first encounter, though he glossed over the details of delivering items to Wang Chong. Thus, it sounded merely like a chance meeting. Young Master Wang remains as warm-hearted as ever, he remarked. After hearing Tang Tian's account, Taoist Guan Yuan leisurely sipped his tea, his tone losing its previous politeness and growing indifferent. Tang Tian pondered silently, realizing that the majority still leaned towards self-interest. Once the connection between him and Wang Chong was deemed less significant, the warmth dissipated. Indeed, he is quite a pure-hearted individual. Tang Tian responded. Taoist Guan Yuan nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, he gently set down his teacup and remarked, I wish you success in discovering clues about your homeland. Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound, yet he lifted his teacup and began to savor the tea. Taoist Guan Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether this young man was oblivious to the underlying message in his words. Was he truly unable to discern such an obvious hint of dismissal? Observing Tang Tian's leisurely demeanor, which indicated no intention of departing, Taoist Guan Yuan cleared his throat lightly and said, Perhaps you should return to pursue your leads? I have a very important guest arriving shortly. Tang Tian shrugged at Taoist Guan Yuan's gaze and stood up. Very well, I shall take my leave, he replied. Taoist Guan Yuan nodded slightly. Subsequently, Tang Tian exited the main hall. Watching Tang Tian's figure vanish beyond the door, Taoist Guan Yuan shook his head, silently reflecting that he was indeed a recluse, lacking even the most basic understanding of social etiquette. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Tang Tian re-entered the room. Taoist Guan Yuan's brow furrowed, and suppressing his impatience, he asked, Do you have further business? Noticing the growing disdain in Taoist Guan Yuan's expression, Tang Tian decided against prolonging the jest. With a smile, he replied, Did you not say I was very important? However, judging by your reaction, I feel rather superfluous. Taoist Guan Yuan's tone grew colder. The important guest I mentioned refers to another individual, not you. Yet, as he spoke, he suddenly paused, regarding Tang Tian with incredulity. Tang Tian merely smiled and nodded, reclaiming his previous seat and picking up the cup of warm tea once more. Now speak, he urged. You sought me through Miao Yun. What is it you desire? Guan Yuan Daozuan was utterly astonished. How could he have imagined that the mastermind behind the recently tumultuous Tianxia Commerce Association, which was shaking the business world, was none other than this young man in search of his homeland? In an instant, his mind became a whirlwind of confusion, unable to reconcile these two disparate images. It was not until Tang Tian indicated that his teacup was empty that he regained his composure. Is it truly you? Guan Yuan Daozuan still found it hard to believe. Tang Tian said nothing further, merely revealing a hint of the aura that surrounded him. I have no need to deceive you, he spoke softly. Upon sensing that heart-stirring presence, Guan Yuan Daozuan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly rose to his feet and personally filled Tang Tian's teacup. Your Excellency, I must apologize. I truly did not anticipate this. Guan Yuan Daozuan said respectfully, even somewhat apprehensively, for his previous demeanor towards Tang Tian had indeed been rather lofty. However, Tang Tian was indifferent to such trivial matters. It is of no consequence, he replied. I have come today to engage in open and honest dialogue with you. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Guan Yuan Daozuan nodded repeatedly and then took a seat opposite Tang Tian. His attitude transformed as if he were an entirely different person. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "It is not a grave matter. I merely wish to inquire, Your Excellency, why you have suddenly chosen to swallow the business realm of Haya City." Chapter 594. Altering one's approach in response to the inquiries posed by Taoist Guan Yuan, Tang Tian leisurely savored a sip of tea. "As far as I am aware, the city lord's mansion has maintained a tradition of non-interference in the commercial sector, has it not?" He spoke softly. Taoist Guan Yuan hesitated momentarily, then offered a wry smile, replying, "Indeed, that is the case. However, you must understand that this time, the scale of the actions taken is unprecedented. The commercial landscape of Black Cliff City has remained stable for over 10 millennia, with only minor disturbances that have never affected the livelihoods of its citizens. Nevertheless, I hope you can appreciate my concerns." Tang Tian gazed into his eyes and chuckled. "Are you worried that after unifying the commercial sphere, I might ruthlessly exploit it?" Taoist Guan Yuan let out a few dry laughs, remaining silent, but tacitly acknowledging Tang Tian's assertion. After taking another sip of tea and setting the cup down, Tang Tian spoke in a measured tone, "You need not worry. My intentions do not lie with the common populace. Following the unification of the commercial realm, I will not engage in monopolistic practices. The price levels in Black Cliff City will remain consistent, unchanged from what they have always been. If you are truly concerned, you may report to the Taichi Sacred Land and request their oversight in this matter." Taoist Guan Yuan quickly replied, "There is no need for that. I have faith that your esteemed position will not lead you to deceive us in such matters." Tang Tian shrugged, saying nothing further. Reporting to the Taichi Sacred Land? That was an inevitability. The sudden emergence of a being above the infinite Tao master engaging in significant commercial activities would undoubtedly warrant such notification from any perspective. Yet, Tang Tian remained unperturbed. As long as they refrained from any outrageous actions, the Taichi Sacred Land would not casually interfere with the affairs of an infinite Tao master. In this vast world, no one would carelessly cultivate enemies. Moreover, even if they did intervene, what difference would it make? With his current prowess, he could easily disregard the majority of the rules established by the world's populace. Even if the Divine Lord were to personally descend, he would remain composed. The likelihood of such an occurrence, however, was nearly non-existent. "Are there any other questions?" Tang Tian inquired. Taoist Guan Yuan shook his head, clasped his hands, and smiled. "None at all." He added, "However, if the esteemed one has the time, I would like to host a banquet in your honor. I was unaware of your identity earlier and may have been remiss. I hope for the opportunity to atone." Tang Tian waved his hand and rose to his feet. "There is no need. I have other matters to attend to." He then looked at Taoist Guan Yuan and said, "I understand your apprehensions, but I can assure you that in the near future, Black Cliff City will enter its most prosperous era. Should you seize this opportunity, transforming Black Cliff City from a mere city into a true metropolis is not beyond the realm of possibility. With that, I bid you farewell." Upon finishing his words, his figure gradually faded from Taoist Guan Yuan's sight, until the aura of Tang Tian vanished for quite some time. The esteemed Guan Yin Taoist finally exhaled deeply. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he found himself drenched in cold perspiration. The fleeting aura Tang Tian had revealed earlier had elevated his heart to his throat. He had never anticipated that the mastermind behind the Global Commerce Association possessed such terrifying strength. If his assumptions were correct, this Tang Tian was likely perilously close to the status of a supreme being. Reflecting on this, Guan Yuan Taoist could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Initially, he had intended to engage in conversation from a position of authority, and upon learning that Tang Tian's relationship with Wang Chong was not particularly profound, his demeanor had been rather arrogant. Fortunately, Tang Tian was not one to hold grudges. Otherwise, today's encounter could have concluded quite differently. In the realm where power reigns supreme, Tang Tian's formidable strength, approaching that of a supreme being, posed a significant challenge, even for the disciples of the Tai Sacred Land. It would be prudent to report this to Wanchuan City. Guan Yuan Taoist tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. The situation certainly required reporting. Yet since the Global Commerce Association had not engaged in any overtly reckless behavior, it was unlikely that higher authorities would intervene. At most, they would advise him to remain vigilant. Tang Tian had mentioned that this would be an opportunity for Haya City, and such a being should be above deceit. If that were the case, it might be worthwhile to engage with the Global Commerce Association, especially considering the recently emerged Void Realm. which was said to be their creation. Moreover, there was the matter concerning Wang Chong. Should he inform him of Tang Tian's prowess? After a moment of contemplation, Guan Yuan Daoist shook his head, opting to forego that course of action. Since Tang Tian had chosen to approach Wang Chong as an ordinary cultivator, he surely had his reasons. Any unwarranted interference on his part could provoke Tang Tian's displeasure. It was best to refrain from actions devoid of tangible benefit. Seated in the main hall, Guan Yuan Daoist continued to ponder the forthcoming arrangements. Meanwhile, Tang Tian had already returned to the Tianke Tavern. His visit to the city lord's mansion had unfolded quite differently than he had envisioned. Initially, he had prepared 20 million crystal jade coins, intending to bribe Guan Yuan Daoist to lay a solid foundation for the Global Commerce Association in Haya City. However, upon meeting face-to-face with the man, he suddenly realized such measures were no longer necessary. His strength alone served as the ultimate guarantee. Guan Yuan Daoist might not be swayed by the allure of 20 million coins to safeguard the interests of the Global Commerce Association, but he would undoubtedly hesitate to infringe upon those interests out of fear of Tang Tian's formidable power. The current circumstances were no longer akin to those he faced at Yunding Tianfu. Many matters had ceased to be as burdensome. In fact, he could have chosen not to attend today's meeting at all. Sending a token that represented his strength with Miao Yun would have sufficed. After sitting quietly by the window for a while, Tang Tian let out a deep sigh. It appears that he must gradually acclimate to this transformation in his environment and consequently adopt an alternative approach to handling matters. After all, he is on the verge of becoming the true supreme being. The term supreme signifies transcendence. It embodies liberation from worldly confines, as well as liberation from the shackles of societal norms and the rules governing sentient beings. He may choose to adhere to these rules, yet even in their disregard, no one can impose upon him. However, despite this realization, Tang Tian would not recklessly abandon all restraint and indulge in wanton behavior. Firstly, it is not in his nature. Secondly, he currently finds himself within an enigmatic cosmic chess game. Without unraveling the mysteries surrounding him, he cannot truly attain the carefree existence he seeks. Moreover, there is the resurrected great celestial monarch to consider. Although this world seems to be inexorably heading towards destruction, he does not wish to hasten that demise. Even if he cannot thwart the great celestial monarch, he aims to create a sanctuary of peace for those dear to him before the world meets its end. After all, once the world is obliterated beyond the realm of the Supreme, all beings will vanish into nothingness, including Gu Xiaoxue, Xiao, as well as Wang Ziyu, Wang Gang, and Li Hong. Such an outcome is far from Tang Tian's aspirations. The burden is heavy, and the journey is long. With a slight sigh, Tang Tian once again entered the realm of the odd egg. Chapter 595, Ascension to Supremacy. In the ensuing period, the developments unfolded much as Gu Xiaoxue had anticipated. Within a month, under Miao Yun's adept maneuvering, the Tianxia Commercial Association successfully acquired the last few elite trading firms, while also integrating numerous other substantial enterprises into its burgeoning dominion. Following this, a period of consolidation was warranted, allowing the situation in Haya City to stabilize completely before venturing into the commercial realms of other major cities. However, Tang Tian allotted Miao Yun a maximum of 1 month for this stabilization. It was imperative to proceed swiftly, akin to his previous endeavors at Qinghua Sect, where rapid expansion was paramount. In addition to the commercial ventures, the development of the virtual realm had also entered a steady phase. Notably, after the last encounter with Daoist Guan Yuan, the city lord's mansion proactively expressed goodwill towards Miao Yun and began collaborating on the promotion of the virtual realm. Attaining a status that resonates with a Daoist implies a certain level of perceptive acumen. The involvement of the city lord's mansion facilitated a smoother promotion of the virtual realm, and the elite class in Haya City had begun to regard it as an emerging trend. Once a sufficient number of elites were introduced, the promotion could gradually extend to the middle and lower classes. With an adequate population base, the future promotion of the virtual realm was poised for exponential growth, as evidenced by prior experiments in the lower realms. Under the guidance of Wang Gang and the core elites of the virtual realm, its promotion across the vast expanse of Sanqiong was anticipated to be more seamless than during its time in the Yunding world. With this capable team in place, Tang Tian found himself largely unconcerned, content to simply relax as wealth accrued in his pockets. Awakening to find his finances increased by several million was a trivial annoyance. Simultaneously, the rate of increase in consumption points was astonishing. Tang Tian utilized these points entirely to exchange for chaotic essence and chaotic fortune, nurturing the ginkgo trees within the realm of the strange eggs. Soon enough, under his and Zhao's meticulous care, the 3,000 fruits on the ginkgo tree approached maturity. As a month passed, the largest and highest fruit on the tree began to pulsate with life, a rhythmic thrum emanating from within. A few days later, the sound intensified, as if it were on the brink of breaking free from its shell. In the realm of the strange eggs, Tang Tian and Xiao floated face to face at the pinnacle of the ginkgo tree, with a black and white fruit trembling between them. According to their estimations, today would witness the emergence of the innate spirit contained within this fruit. This marked the first sentient being birthed autonomously from the realm of strange eggs, and both Tang Tian and Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Xiao, with eager anticipation, rubbed its tiny paws together, her expression brimming with expectation. "Why is it black and white? Why not pure white?" she inquired. Tang Tian cast a glance at her pristine white form and replied, "The first fruit weaves together the entire world, birthed alongside the chaos bell, delineating yin and yang. Thus, it is naturally adorned in hues of black and white. Do not feign ignorance. The diminutive memory has essentially awakened in its entirety, possessing an extensive repository of knowledge. It has long harbored an obsession, yearning for a connection with the primordial spirit born first in the world of the peculiar egg. Indeed, this possibility exists. The impending emergence of this Tao fruit is neither from the ancestral dragon nor the ancestral phoenix. Beneath it lie two entities, one shrouded in chaos and the other resplendent in myriad colors, symbolizing the ancestral dragon and phoenix, respectively. However, the one before us transcends them, belonging exclusively to the world of the peculiar egg, or more accurately, to Tang Tian. The small entity has predominantly guided the evolution of this bizarre realm. Thus it is plausible that this primordial spirit is indeed connected to it. Yet, its true form remains a mystery. As anticipation filled the air, the life force within the Tao fruit surged with increasing intensity. Ultimately, following a terrifying eruption of Law's essence, a brilliant radiance burst forth, causing the yin-yang Tao fruit to crack open. Moments later, as the light began to wane, a remarkably unique creature manifested before Tang Tian and the small entity. This creature was not particularly large, roughly akin to an ordinary tabby cat. However, its entire form was rotund and fluffy, evoking an irresistible urge to squeeze it. Its body bore a striking resemblance to the yin-yang Tao fruit, adorned in a harmonious blend of black and white, devoid of any other hues. Yet, upon Tang Tian discerning its true visage, he gasped in astonishment. What on earth? A giant panda? He was utterly flabbergasted. The first primordial spirit birthed in the world of the peculiar egg was, astonishingly, his past life's national treasure, the giant panda. This left Tang Tian momentarily dumbfounded, words escaping him. While there had been previous notions that the initial primordial spirit's form might echo his own will, the actual appearance of this plump little creature before him evoked a sense of absurdity within him. It is imperative to note that in this world, the giant panda species does not exist. Its manifestation could only reflect the will of him, the sovereign of this realm. Giant panda? Gazing at the black and white being before them, the small entity's eyes widened in amazement, as it too encountered this extraordinary species for the first time. "So is it a bear or not?" it inquired with curiosity. Tang Tian paused before responding. "To be precise, it belongs to the bear family." Upon hearing this answer, disappointment flickered in the small entity's eyes. "I see." Subsequently, as it scrutinized the giant panda closely, it remarked, "But I feel it possesses some of my traits. Look at its snow-white fur, it's so soft. Surely derived from my characteristics." Tang Tian remained silent, reluctant to unveil the harsh truth. This giant panda bore no resemblance to the small entity whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, the small entity suddenly looked up and suggested, "Why don't we give it a name?" Tang Tian replied without hesitation, "Let us call it Gong Gong." Little seemed to harbor some differing opinions, yet Tang Tian decisively silenced it, stating, "Let it be called Gun Gun, with no room for debate. This is its name." Little, though somewhat perplexed, chose not to pursue the matter further, for it was merely a name after all. Subsequently, it approached Gun Gun with a beaming smile, gently caressing Gungun's round head with its tiny paw, exclaiming, "What a darling little Gungun. From now on, I shall be your godfather." However, before it could finish its sentence, Gungun unintentionally struck it with a paw. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, and an overwhelming force sent Little flying, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Upon sensing this formidable presence, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This newly born Gungun had astonishingly attained the strength of a half-step sovereign. Simultaneously, as Gungun unleashed its aura, the entire world of the bizarre eggs underwent a peculiar transformation. As if the final missing link had finally been restored. This world was, in the truest sense, complete. Soon after, a vast surge of world power converged from all directions, merging into Tang Tian's being, propelling him to the pinnacle of existence. Sovereign. Chapter 596. The vanished mother of nature, an inexhaustible torrent of the world's power surged into Tang Tian's being. His corporeal form, spirit, source of life, and everything that constituted his essence underwent a rapid and profound metamorphosis. From this moment forth, he transcended mere existence, ascending to an exalted realm beyond the confines of the world itself. Even if the grand cosmos were to be obliterated in an instant, it would leave him unscathed. In a certain sense, he had attained a state akin to immortality. However, immortality does not equate to eternity. At this juncture, he shared a symbiotic relationship with the realm of the bizarre eggs. Should anyone succeed in utterly annihilating this peculiar world, he, too, would be rendered unable to survive alone within the boundless chaos of the universe. Only if he were to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy in the future would this symbiosis diminish somewhat. He would not perish, yet would still be significantly impacted. It is only upon reaching the legendary state of eternity that one may exist independently, coeval with chaos itself, neither dying nor fading away. This state of eternity has been the ultimate pursuit of all beings since time immemorial, yet no one has truly achieved it thus far. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the realm of supremacy allows one to attain an invincible stature. All rules and constraints of the world cease to hold any sway over a supreme being. Unless a fundamental principle is breached, no supreme entity would initiate conflict with another, for the magnitude of their energies is simply too immense. A confrontation would undoubtedly culminate in cataclysmic destruction. For instance, the legendary battle between the young master and the great heavenly sovereign shattered the very fabric of the myriad worlds. Thus, Tang Tian could now largely disregard the mundane regulations of existence, freely pursuing his desires. As the vast power of the world gradually settled, he exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This moment had been long anticipated. No longer would he tread cautiously with every step, fearful of losing the singular life he possessed. Now, he could officially engage in the enigmatic game of celestial chess, unraveling the mysteries that enveloped him. Yet, such matters could not be rushed. Having just entered the domain of supremacy, it was prudent to savor the experience. He still faced the entirety of the bizarre egg world and the newly birthed primal spirit. Lowering his gaze, he gently raised his hand. Raleigh, as if sensing his thoughts, promptly leapt into Tang Tian's embrace, nuzzling his furry head against Tang Tian's chest, emitting soft sounds of joy and affection. In a certain light, Raleigh could be considered Tang Tian's first child. As he stroked Raleigh's fur, Tang Tian could not help but reflect with a sense of wonder. This creature, upon birth, possessed the strength of a half-step supreme being. Even with the dual systems he wielded, he had to toil for several years, expending considerable effort to reach such heights. Yet, Raleigh was born into a stature that most beings could only gaze up at throughout their lives. It sounds rather infuriating. However, this is also due to the unique identity of the primordial spirit, known as rolling, which is the very first of its kind to emerge in the world, a fact that heralds its formidable strength. Moreover, the pinnacle of its power is merely a half-step towards supremacy, marking both its starting point and its endpoint. As a primordial spirit, it is destined to remain within the confines of its own world for eternity. The relationship it shares with the world is one of an immutable symbiosis. The world gave birth to it, and in turn, it wields its abilities to reshape the entire realm. With the advent of rolling, the egg world has subtly begun to transform. The harmony of yin and yang has created an ideal platform for the birth of primitive beings. It is likely that, before long, the first batch of these original beings will emerge into existence. Given the inherent nature of rolling, it can be anticipated that these initial entities will bear some resemblance to bears, setting them apart from traditional worlds where the first beings are typically associated with the ancestral dragon and phoenix. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the other two Dao fruits atop the ginkgo tree. These fruits, second only in height to rolling S, one radiating a chaotic glow and the other exuding a spectrum of colors, indeed represent the ancestral dragon and phoenix. They, too, are on the verge of hatching. However, as rolling has claimed the first position, the strength of the dragon and phoenix will likely be somewhat diminished, reaching at most the peak of the limitless Tao. The order of birth for primordial spirits dictates their strength and status, establishing a stringent hierarchy. In the future, with 3,000 Tao fruits and 3,000 distinct primordial spirits, each will give rise to corresponding primitive beings. As these beings continue to evolve, a myriad of different forms of life will gradually emerge. By that time, Tang Tian's egg world will bear no distinction from the greater world beyond. Consequently, Tang Tian will also ascend to a level of supremacy, standing alongside figures such as the Moon Fairy, the Little Master, and even the Great Heavenly Sovereign. Should this process of evolution unfold naturally, it could take tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of years to complete. Fortunately, this entire sequence can be accelerated. The nutrients required for this acceleration remain unchanged, the principles of chaos, chaotic fortune, and the essence of chaos. Thus, it is imperative to continue generating consumption points. However, once attaining supremacy, Tang Tian's methods for accruing consumption points will become markedly simpler and more direct. In the midst of his contemplation, a white figure swiftly approached from the distance. It was the little one, accidentally swatted away by rolling. "How unfair!" it cried. "I've cared for you like an egg for so long, and this is how you repay me." With a slap, the little one's face was filled with resentment. Tang Tian chuckled softly, saying it was merely an unconscious act on its part. Sensing some emotional undertones, rolling peeked out from Tang Tian's embrace, extending its fluffy paw and playfully beckoning to the little one. With friendliness and goodwill, devoid of any pretense, the little one finally revealed a smile, the previous melancholy dissipating in an instant. It lifted its tiny paw, playfully teasing the rolling nose, provoking a series of soft grunts in response. Yet, no matter how much mischief it indulged in, it refrained from striking indiscriminately. Observing the frolicsome duo, a fleeting glimmer of insight crossed Tang Tian's eyes as he turned his gaze towards the essence of the little one. After attaining supremacy, everything in this world lay bare before him. Soon, the embodiment housing the little soul, the remnants of nature, came into view. Indeed, it was a product born from natural demise. Extending his consciousness outward, he also discerned that the mother of nature in this grand world appeared to have vanished entirely. The disappearance of the mother of nature had, to some extent, hastened the world's decline. The grand world was truly riddled with wounds, a sight too tragic to behold. After observing for a while, Tang Tian snapped back to reality, redirecting his attention to the little one, the fallen nature, embodying the remnants of the natural world. Could it be that the little one's master was none other than the mother of nature herself? Chapter 597. The crystal coffin. Gazing upon the small entity, Tang Tian was reminded of numerous details he had previously overlooked. When he first ventured into the glazed world and encountered this diminutive form, he immediately sensed an overwhelming essence of nature. After departing from the glazed world, each time he encountered something related to nature, he would experience a profound resonance. Later, upon Xiao Zhi's revelation that the small entity was indeed a remnant of nature, Tang Tian had attributed these reactions solely to its nature as a relic. However, during the creation trial in the celestial fate sea, there existed a remarkably unique Tao rhythm. This rhythm was exceptionally gentle, tempering the violent forces of the laws, transforming what should have been a desolate celestial fate sea into an unparalleled realm of creation. In retrospect, that Tao rhythm also embodied the will of nature. What existed in the celestial fate sea? Taboos, and the master of the small entity. The power of the rules emanated from these taboos. Thus, the natural Tao rhythm capable of tempering its ferocity must originate from the master of the small entity. Coupled with other considerations, it was plausible that the master of the small entity was indeed the fallen mother of nature. The cataclysmic battle involving the great celestial sovereign had truly altered the fabric of the world. Whether the master of the small entity could return remained a formidable uncertainty. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian spoke softly. Xiao, what is the current state of your glazed world? Xiao responded with a slight gasp. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Tang Tian chuckled. Isn't it merely a sign of concern for your mission? We are likely on the verge of formally entering this cosmic chess game. Xiao remained silent for a moment before replying. It's progressing adequately. The glazed world was not an ordinary realm. It was meticulously designed and had been rapidly evolving. Although it did not match the pace of your world, it was nearing completeness. Should that man succeed in his return, it should pose no issues. Tang Tian regarded it thoughtfully and asked, And what of you? Xiao hesitated before shrugging. Who can say? Perhaps liberation awaits, or perhaps a more profound freedom. In any case, I merely need to uphold the glazed world according to my master's will. It feigned indifference, yet Tang Tian understood that after personally crafting the monster egg world, deeper sentiments had begun to blossom within it, albeit concealed beneath the surface. Tang Tian gently ruffled its little head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. For both of them, the future remained uncertain. However, given the opportunity, he would ensure that Xiao would not attain complete freedom. After playfully engaging with the rolling creature for a while longer, Tang Tian prepared to return to the vast world of the heavens. It was time to depart from Black Cliff City. Meanwhile, Xiao decided to remain within the monster egg world, now accompanied by the newly born rolling creature. Moreover, the ancestral dragon, the ancestral phoenix, and other primordial spirits are on the verge of emerging from their shells, prepared for a grand encounter. In essence, Xiao is akin to a nurturing figure for these primordial spirits, fostering a unique bond with them. Tang Tian did not intervene, choosing instead to depart the bizarre egg world alone. Upon returning to the Sky Pavilion Tavern, he gazed out at the bustling world beyond the window, simultaneously perceiving the hidden, ravaged state of the entire realm beneath its veneer of prosperity. After a lengthy pause, he let out a soft sigh and contacted Gu Xiaoxue. After a while, Gu Xiaoxue, Wang Ziyu, and Miao Yun arrived at the tavern. We are ready to depart, Tang Tian informed Miao Yun. Miao Yun paused for a moment, responding, So soon? Given that Haya City had only just begun to stabilize, I am concerned if you leave. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, There is no need for concern. We shall proceed as necessary. Should any difficult decisions arise, consult Wang Gang for resolution. If funds run low, simply reach out to me. With that, he produced a substantial collection of top-tier heavenly materials. A gentle flick of his finger caused these items to swiftly merge, ultimately transforming into a black jade hairpin. Through Tang Tian's casual refinement, this hairpin attained the status of a primordial artifact, imbued with his own will. He then presented the hairpin to Miao Yun. Carry this with you. It will ensure your safety. Though Miao Yun's abilities were modest, with the hairpin in her possession, she would be safe from any threats unless a supreme being personally intervened, even if the Master of Infinity were to confront her. Thank you, my lord, Miao Yun said, bowing as she accepted the hairpin. Following this, Tang Tian imparted some further details before allowing her to leave. In the room, only Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu remained. Gu Xiaoxue remained unchanged. As long as she was with Tang Tian, she was indifferent to where they went. Wang Ziyu, however, felt a sense of ennui. After several months of experiences, his brief period of rebellion seemed to be drawing to a close. Observing Gu Xiaoxue, who was engrossed in examining her hair, Tang Tian inquired, Have you not been cultivating lately? Prior to ascending to the pinnacle of the heavens, Gu Xiaoxue had already broken through to the late stage of the immortal emperor realm. She was on the verge of achieving her goal and surpassing Tang Tian. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had leapt across several major realms to become a supreme being, leaving her no chance to catch up. However, what surprised Tang Tian was that during her months atop the Celestial Summit, Gu Xiaoxue had only made a single advancement. Even now, she remained at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. In response to Tang Tian's question, Gu Xiaoxue looked up and said, No, I have not. Yet it seems my cultivation has encountered some issues. No matter what I do, I cannot break through to the Dao realm. Tang Tian immediately furrowed his brow. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? He had assumed that Gu Xiaoxue had given up due to the seemingly insurmountable distance between them. Gu Xiaoxue replied, I thought it was because I had not grasped the key, which is why I didn't mention it to you. Perhaps I might suddenly break through. Tang Tian remained silent. Whenever Gu Xiaoxue was by his side, she had never encountered any obstacles in her cultivation. The inability to transcend her current realm must surely indicate some anomaly. Moreover, she herself was replete with peculiarities. Contemplating this, Tang Tian activated his world vision and directed his gaze towards her. Instantly, every minute detail of Gu Xiaoxue became vividly apparent in his sight. Between them, Tang Tian perceived a faint, almost imperceptible thread, a thread that the Moon Fairy had previously urged him to notice. This thread was extraordinarily unique. It was not an ordinary causal thread, but rather a special connection that both existed and did not exist. Tang Tian could not help but furrow his brow. The nature of this thread was enigmatic. It only manifested when in proximity to him, vanishing as soon as distance was introduced. Even now, having attained the status of a supreme, he was unable to decipher the essence of this thread. After observing for a while, he was compelled to temporarily abandon that line of inquiry and began to investigate Gu Xiaoxue's cultivation issues. As he meticulously examined her circumstances, he quickly discerned that a barrier seemed to impede Gu Xiaoxue's continued breakthrough, trapping her beneath her current realm. As he delved deeper into his investigation, the nature of the barrier gradually revealed itself in his vision. Upon comprehending its true form, Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. It was, in fact, an ethereal crystal coffin. Chapter 598. The home of Prince Yu. A crystal coffin enveloped Gu Xiaoxue entirely, severing her connection to the world and obstructing her path to transcendence. This coffin bore a striking resemblance to the peculiar thread that once bound her, existing at the threshold of being and non-being. Thus, when Gu Xiaoxue was near Tang Tian, the coffin served as a seal preventing her ascension. However, if she were to distance herself sufficiently, the coffin would vanish, allowing her to revert to her normal state. Yet, at the same time, her innate talents would also return to their ordinary state, rendering her merely an average child of destiny. Without the thread linking her to Tang Tian, she would likewise be unable to ascend. Moreover, Tang Tian deduced that should Gu Xiaoxue attempt to transcend under unusual circumstances while distanced from him, their singular connection would inevitably sever. This situation was exceedingly peculiar. Not only had Tang Tian never encountered such a phenomenon, but he had never even heard of it. The existence of such a bond between individuals was astonishing. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian resolved to maintain the status quo for the time being, refraining from imposing any changes. Initially, the Moon Fairy had personally designated Gu Xiaoxue, indicating that she and the secrets surrounding him were intertwined. Disrupting this connection haphazardly might lead to the loss of significant clues. He would discuss it further once he met the Moon Fairy. Contemplating this, Tang Tian addressed Gu Xiaoxue. Your situation is rather unique. Continue to strive and see if you can successfully break through to transcendence. If it proves difficult, do not be disheartened or feel compelled. I will devise a solution later. Gu Xiaoxue responded with an affirmative sound, displaying no negative emotions. She unconditionally trusted Tang Tian's words. After offering his counsel to her, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards Wang Ziyu. After several months of growth, Wang Ziyu's rebellious phase had gradually subsided, prompting him to reflect on his extraordinary nature and ponder his origins. Regrettably, such introspection seemed destined to yield no fruitful results. Through Wang Ziyu's form, Tang Tian once again glimpsed the seal of cultivation within him. Previously, he could only perceive the existence of the seal. Now, he could discern the true extent of Wang Ziyu's cultivation, Hunyuan Dao. At its pinnacle, Tang Tian felt a twinge of astonishment. It was no wonder Wang Ziyu had been able to defeat Lu Chang'e, who was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, without relying on innate artifacts. Despite being at the initial stage of the immortal emperor himself, he was, in essence, an unparalleled prodigy. Wang Ziyu, at less than a century old, possessed such formidable cultivation. In any era, he would shine as a brilliant star. Alas, this resplendent star had been extinguished from the realm of heavenly laws. With a quiet sigh, Tang Tian's gaze fell upon the heavenly regulations concerning Wang Ziyu. Having ascended to supremacy, he could readily discern that these rules had been tampered with. The entity that manipulates the situation is undoubtedly an unparalleled supreme being. At this moment, Tang Tian can only perceive that the celestial order has been tampered with. Yet he is powerless to restore it. Only an entity of supreme stature could accomplish such a defiance of fate. There are but a few supreme beings in this world. Who could possibly have concealed the news of the great heavenly monarch's resurrection? Tang Tian pondered in vain, but he firmly believed that as he gradually approached the truth, he would inevitably encounter this individual. With a slight shake of his head, Tang Tian decided to momentarily set aside these matters and delve into the life trajectory of Wang Ziyu. Beneath the altered celestial order, a radiant path became distinctly visible. Following this path, Tang Tian's vision extended westward, ultimately reaching a colossal city. This was the birthplace of Wang Ziyu. Upon discerning the circumstances there, Tang Tian was taken aback. It was none other than the Holy Land's capital, Wangchuan City. The family of Wang Ziyu belonged to the Wang clan of Wangchuan City, the very same family of Wang Chong. To Tang Tian's astonishment, Wang Ziyu and Wang Chong were indeed of the same lineage. He had never anticipated that the first individuals they would encounter upon reaching the pinnacle of the sky would be relatives of Wang Ziyu. Moreover, considering that Wang Chong was just over 100 years old, they might even share a cousinly bond. The coincidence was almost too striking. Yet, regrettably, despite their close ties, Wang Chong bore no recollection of Wang Ziyu. That supreme being had obliterated the life trajectory of Wang Ziyu even at the pinnacle of the sky. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian resolved to amend his forthcoming journey. Initially, he intended to proceed directly to the Taichi Holy Land to seek out the Divine Lord and formally partake in this mysterious game of celestial chess. However, given Wang Ziyu's circumstances, he opted to first visit Wangchuan City to investigate the Wang family. Although the likelihood of any oversight from that supreme being was nearly non-existent, it was, after all, the place where Wang Ziyu was born and raised. Perhaps there would be other revelations to uncover. For both emotional and rational reasons, a visit was indeed warranted. After his excursion to Wangchuan City, he could then proceed to the Taichi Holy Land without significant delay. Having determined his next course of action, Tang Tian turned to Wang Ziyu and spoke. Wang Ziyu, do you wish to uncover your true heritage? Wang Ziyu looked up, inquiring, Tang Tian nodded slowly. At this juncture, Wang Ziyu had developed a certain capacity for independent judgment. If he truly wished to know, in due time, Tang Tian would reveal the entire truth to him. However, to Tang Tian's surprise, Wang Ziyu fell silent in response to the question. After a brief pause, he began to speak. Not long ago, I was indeed quite troubled by this matter. After all, I feel so different from others, as if I had appeared out of thin air. However, in the past few days, a sudden clarity has enveloped me. Although I remain oblivious to my origins and the experiences that have shaped my earlier years, I find myself enveloped in joy. With you and Sister Xiaoxua by my side, I consider myself exceedingly fortunate compared to the vast majority of this world. Therefore, if this so-called truth were to strip away my current happiness, I would prefer to remain in ignorance. Let me imagine myself as a stone, inadvertently cast aside by this world and the mountains, only to be serendipitously discovered by you. I believe that is sufficient. Upon hearing the words of Wang Ziyu, Tang Tian momentarily stood still. He was aware of Wang Ziyu's rapid growth, but had not anticipated the emergence of such a mature mindset. In essence, the Wang Ziyu of today represents an entirely different soul than the one he once was. He did not wish for his former self to supplant his present thoughts and emotions. After a brief silence, Tang Tian gave a slight nod. Very well. You may inquire when you are ready to unravel everything. Additionally, Tang Tian flicked his fingers, and a gentle aura of Tao essence flowed into Wang Ziyu's being. The cultivation seal within him swiftly waned. While I am away, safeguard Sister Xiaoxua. Chapter 599. Farewell to Wang Chong. Having restored Wang Ziyu's cultivation, Tang Tian prepared to embark on his journey to Wangchuan City. Before his departure, he sought out the city lord, Dao Zun Guangyuan, to convey his intentions in person. He reassured him that as long as Tiantong remained untroubled, Haya City would also be safe. Filled with trepidation, Dao Zun Guangyuan assured him that everything would proceed without a hitch, pledging his utmost cooperation with the development of Tiantong and the Void Realm. In the presence of a true supreme, he felt no inclination to rebel, even postponing the matter of reporting to the Holy Land for the time being. Such was the awe of the supreme's authority. Once this was accomplished, Tang Tian, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxua and Wang Ziyu, stepped into the city's teleportation array. The distance between Haya City and Wangchuan City was considerable. Even with the costly teleportation array, several other major cities lay in between. Initially, Tang Tian had intended to visit the lords of these cities to pave the way for the future development of Tiantong and the Void Realm. However, he ultimately abandoned this notion, deeming it unnecessary. Once he arrived at Wangchuan City, he could directly approach its lord. The request of a supreme was seldom met with refusal. When he arrived at Tai Holy Land, he could even directly seek an audience with the Divine Lord to discuss this matter. As long as there were no significant conflicts between the parties, such mundane matters posed no challenges, particularly as it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. In summary, after ascending to the rank of supreme, many matters no longer required the convoluted approaches of the past. The methodology of conducting affairs would undergo a substantial transformation, and Tang Tian needed to acclimatize to this new mode of operation. Swiftly traversing the teleportation arrays of several major cities, Tang Tian reached Wangchuan City in less than half an hour from the distant Haya City. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, he immediately discerned the differences between Wangchuan City and Haya City. Firstly, the environment here was markedly better, perhaps due to Haya City's proximity to the border. Its surroundings were in a state of disrepair, and even the protective formation could not conceal the pervasive air of decay. In contrast, Wangchuan City boasted a more pristine environment, with the land and sky intact, and the depths of the earth were considerably diminished, resulting in a thriving ecological setting. Within the city, under the protection of the Grand Array, one could scarcely perceive the decay that plagued the outside world. Instead, it presented a scene of vibrant prosperity. Secondly, the level of prosperity in Wangchuan City far surpassed that of Haya City. Its area was more than tenfold that of Haya City, with a resident population reaching several times greater. The bustling districts were alive with activity, the streets teeming with people, and towering pavilions rose majestically in every direction. Observing the scene before him, Tang Tian extended his divine sense, enveloping the entirety of Wangchuan City. The basic conditions of the cultivators within the city became vividly apparent to him. As the principal city, Wangchuan City boasted its pinnacle power, which had ascended to the realm of the Wujing Dao Master. In Tang Tian's vision, he noted the presence of 5 such Wujing Dao Masters. Among the most formidable individuals, one resides not in the Lord's mansion, but rather within a seemingly ancient estate, presumably belonging to a venerable ancestor of a powerful ancient clan. His cultivation level is at the late stage of the infinite path. Following him is the Lord of the city, whose prowess reaches the pinnacle of the mid-stage infinite path, poised to ascend to the late stage at any moment. The remaining 3 appear to be at the early stage of the infinite path. These 5 masters of the infinite path stand like benevolent celestial bodies, anchoring the city of Wangchuan. Additionally, there are over 100 Hunyuan Taoists and a multitude of formidable beings below the Tai level. Tang Tian also caught sight of Wang Chong, who was amidst a gathering of city guards within a government office, enjoying drinks with his confidants. However, he bore an expression laden with concern. It seems that his father hastily summoned him back from Haya City, not for a favorable reason. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian reached out to him. "Brother Wang, I have arrived in Wangchuan City." Upon receiving the message, Wang Chong immediately rose from the table. "Tang Tian, my friend," he exclaimed, "I thought you had already located Mang Village and returned home. What brings you suddenly to Wangchuan City? Have you yet to find any news about Mang Village?" he inquired repeatedly. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "I found it. But I took your advice and decided to leave that secluded place for the more vibrant Wangchuan City to broaden my horizons. However, from your tone, it seems I am not particularly welcomed." Wang Chong quickly responded, "Not at all. I am merely a bit overwhelmed. Where are you now? I will come to fetch you immediately. Today happens to be my day off. I will take you around the city for some enjoyment." Tang Tian smiled and said, "No need for that. I am right at the entrance of your government office." Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly left the table, nearly overturning it in his haste, leaving the others bewildered. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the office, where indeed stood the figures of Tang Tian and his companions. "Wow, Brother Tang, how did you know I was here?" Wang Chong asked, astonished. Tang Tian chuckled. "I inquired with others. They informed me of your whereabouts, so I came directly." Having contacted Wang Chong, he had already arrived at the office entrance. This short distance was merely a fleeting thought for him. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Wang Chong was momentarily stunned. His location varied daily, and few knew his exact whereabouts. How could Tang Tian have discovered it so effortlessly? Yet, he dismissed the thought and approached, saying, "Finally, you have come. Let us go. I will show you the splendor of Wangchuan City. This time, I shall treat you. You may indulge in whatever you desire." With that, he took hold of Tang Tian and began to lead him away. Tang Tian did not decline, following him to the most vibrant part of Wangchuan City. On the journey, he discreetly inquired with Wang Chong about any recollections of Wang Ziyu. However, Wang Chong's response exhibited no signs of abnormality. He could only recall that Wang Ziyu was associated with Tang Tian's group and nothing more. Nonetheless, this was an anticipated outcome. Given the opportunity, he resolved to visit the Wang family once more to explore the place where Wang Ziyu had grown up, to see what it was like. A moment later, Wang Ziyu arrived at the entertainment venue in Wangchuan City, accompanied by Tang Tian and several others. The variety of amusements available truly opened Tang Tian's eyes. An array of options, diverse and dazzling, catered specifically to cultivators. There were even distinct offerings tailored for practitioners of varying levels, ensuring that each individual could discover their own source of joy within this place. During their experiences, Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue to quietly take notes on these activities, so they could later be referenced and applied in the virtual realm. After spending a considerable portion of the day exploring, they ascended to the upper level of a bathing center, which featured private rooms reminiscent of a restaurant. After several rounds of drinks, Tang Tian turned to Wang Chong and remarked, "In truth, I am merely passing through Wangchuan City on my way to my next destination, the Taiji Sacred Land." Chapter 600. The Crisis of the Wang Family's Saintly Land? Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Wang Chong paused momentarily and inquired, "What has prompted such a sudden desire to visit there?" Tang Tian replied with a smile, "Since I have ventured forth, it is only fitting to explore the realm where the revered saints congregate. I am curious to witness the nature of those who govern such an immense domain." Wang Chong nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the saintly land is a place long yearned for by many, yet the journey is exceedingly arduous. The majority lack the means to even glimpse it, as the costs of the teleportation arrays are prohibitive. However, for you, it should pose no obstacle. Yet, even upon arrival, without sufficient status or rationale, access to the inner sanctum of the saintly land remains unattainable. One can only linger in the surrounding cities. Nevertheless, as you mentioned, a visit is indeed warranted, and the cities on the outskirts are thriving, often surpassing Wangchuan City in various aspects, promising to leave you with indelible memories. Wang Chong remarked while sipping his drink. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at his words. "Have you been to the saintly land?" Wang Chong nodded. "A few decades ago, I made a trip there. At that time, there was some kind of conference, and I represented my family. Unfortunately, I did not achieve a commendable rank and returned to Wangchuan City shortly thereafter." Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, "What kind of conference necessitated your journey from Wangchuan City?" Wang Chong furrowed his brow in contemplation, but ultimately shook his head. "It was too long ago. My recollection is not particularly vivid. Nevertheless, I did visit and my impressions were quite favorable. When do you intend to depart? I can inquire about the latest happenings there." Tang Tian did not decline. "I would appreciate Wang Brothers' assistance." After saying this, he proceeded to examine Wang Chong's fate trajectory. As anticipated, the memories from decades prior had been altered. He was escorted to the saintly land by Prince Yu to attend a rather inconsequential martial arts tournament. The subsequent events aligned closely with Wang Chong's account, with the notable absence of any information regarding Prince Yu. "Let us dispense with pleasantries," Wang Chong declared. "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I still possess some influence here in Wangchuan City." Tang Tian pondered momentarily and replied, "I would like to pay a visit to your Wang family. That should not pose a problem, correct?" He still wished to visit the Wang family in hopes of eliciting any recollections from Prince Yu. Certain profoundly entrenched memories might indeed breach the confines of the heavenly Tao's restrictions. Should a fissure occur, he could restore all alterations to their original form without awaiting the emergence of the Supreme Being. However, upon hearing Tang Tian's request, Wang Chong's hand hesitated slightly. Subsequently, he forced a smile and said, "The Wang family. Ahem, Brother Tang. It is not that I do not welcome you, but our family has recently encountered some distressing matters. The old man is overwhelmed, and the atmosphere at home is quite unpleasant. Once this tumult subsides, I shall surely host you properly. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what has transpired? Wang Chong sighed heavily and replied, it is nothing significant. Merely disputes over interests and power. The last time the old man hastily summoned me back was due to this issue. I am not particularly fond of such affairs, but this time it has escalated significantly, affecting nearly every aspect of the family. It is indeed troubling, Tang Tian remarked softly, observing Wang Chong's dejected demeanor. What exactly is the issue? Perhaps I can offer some assistance. The affairs of the Wang family, particularly those concerning Wang Ziyu, are matters I would certainly wish to aid if possible. However, Wang Chong shook his head and said, there is no need. The forces involved are numerous and among the most formidable in Wanchuan City. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire family, and I would not want to embroil you in this. Those individuals are quite formidable. Wang Chong did not wish to involve Tang Tian. Hence he refrained from divulging the complete truth. Tang Tian did not press further, deciding to inquire at a later time. Should the Wang family truly be in peril, he would not stand idly by. Afterward, the two engaged in light conversation, with Wang Chong recounting many intriguing anecdotes from Wanchuan City. Yet perhaps due to their burdensome thoughts, they did not continue their revelry. After a few rounds of drinks, Tang Tian casually sought an excuse to take his leave. Upon exiting the tavern, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly spoke. You intend to intervene in this matter, do you not? This girl possesses a keen understanding of Tang Tian's thoughts. Tang Tian nodded and replied, Wang Chong and the Wang family are closely intertwined with Wang Ziyu. We cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles they face. This exchange was conveyed through a discreet communication to Gu Xiaoxue. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Wang Ziyu beside her, and asked, is that true? Should we inform him? Tang Tian subtly shook his head, not for now. Wang Ziyu is currently suffering from amnesia, and the Wang family does not recall his existence. Informing him would hold little significance. It would be better to wait until he can remember some past events before explaining further. Gu Xiaoxue acknowledged this with an O. Her gaze toward Wang Ziyu now tinged with additional compassion. She understood that he had forgotten all memories of his past. Now, standing at his own doorstep and encountering family, he could not remember them, as if they were strangers. What do you plan to do? Wang Chong is unwilling to disclose the specific events that transpired, Gu Xiaoxue said. Tang Tian smiled faintly, stating, the Wang family holds considerable influence in Wanchuan City. Naturally, there are those who are aware of it. We shall simply inquire directly. With that, he gazed into the distance, where the Lord's mansion was situated. Knowing that the city lord was already part of his plan, he contemplated requesting this esteemed figure to lend assistance regarding matters of Tianxiaotong and the Void Realm. As the city lord, he would undoubtedly possess knowledge of the Wang family's affairs. Thus, he could address both matters concurrently. Let us proceed, he declared. I wish to avoid lingering in Wanchuan City for too long. A swift resolution was imperative. Once everything was settled, we would make our way to the Tai Holy Land. Tang Tian remarked. Gu Xiaoxue obediently nodded. Her principle was remarkably straightforward. Wherever Tang Tian went, she would follow. She paid little heed to what he was doing or planning. As long as she could remain by his side, that was sufficient for her. Chapter 601. My Sanctuary in the City of Oblivion, within the Lord's Manor. A middle-aged man clad in a blue-purple robe sat in his study, meticulously examining a plethora of jade slips before him. He was none other than the Lord of Oblivion City, Master Junyang. The jade slips contained reports of significant matters from other major cities within the domain of Oblivion. However, due to the autonomous governance of each major city, he merely glanced at the majority of the slips before setting them aside. It was not until he picked up a black jade slip that he paused for a considerable time. This particular slip had been sent by Guo Yuan, the Lord of Black Cliff City. The contents therein took him by surprise. A figure suspected to be of supreme strength had suddenly unified the entire commercial sector of Black Cliff City with astonishing financial power. Yet, this individual had not engaged in any overtly audacious actions, seemingly confining their influence to the realm of commerce. Master Junyang scrutinized the contents further. He found little interest in the notion of commercial unification, as the Lord's manor and the business sector existed independently. As long as the fundamental livelihood of the populace remained unperturbed, their mutual absorption was of little consequence. What piqued his concern, however, was the presence of this suspected supreme individual. The term supreme was not one to be casually employed, and Gui Yuan's bold determination could not have been made without substantive evidence. The emergence of a supreme being was no trivial matter, even for the entirety of the Tai sacred land. After a moment of contemplation, Master Junyang extracted several pivotal pieces of information: the Universal Commerce Association, the Void Realm, and Tang Tian. He prepared to delve deeper into these matters, which included an image of Tang Tian. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice reverberated through the chamber. "Are you searching for me?" A figure had appeared before Master Junyang, seemingly out of nowhere. The sudden presence of this individual caused Master Junyang to be utterly astonished, for he had sensed nothing. As the master of the infinite path, even a peak-level expert should not have been able to approach him so silently. Yet, this person had accomplished precisely that. The implication was unmistakable. This individual was indeed a genuine supreme being. Observing the youthful visage of the stranger and glancing at the image he had just prepared, Master Junyang hastily concealed the portrait and rose, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Supreme One. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. What commands do you have?" Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he understood well the necessity of humility in the face of a supreme being, regardless of their identity or relationship with the Tai sacred land. Seeing the apprehensive demeanor of Master Junyang, Tang Tian spoke in a calming tone. "There is no need for excessive tension. It is merely a matter of minor importance. Please, take a seat." Master Junyang dared not defy the request and obediently settled down. Tang Tian casually picked up the black jade slip, glanced through it, and said with a smile, "It seems you are already aware of my circumstances." Lord Junyang responded cautiously. Haicheng is a city directly governed by the Wangchuan main city, and reporting significant information is within their purview. I hope the esteemed one will not hold it against us. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I do not concern myself with such trivial matters. Moreover, I conduct my affairs with utmost integrity and am not apprehensive about others knowing my name. I have come to discuss two matters with you today." Lord Junyang replied respectfully. "Please, esteemed one, speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to assist." Tang Tian nodded. "It is nothing of great consequence. The first matter pertains to what you have just seen. The Tianxia Commerce Association and the Void Realm are both enterprises under my command. They will continue to expand within the commercial realm, and I believe, given your position as the city lord of Wangchuan, you would be able to assist me." Lord Junyang tentatively inquired, "May I ask if the esteemed one's interests are confined solely to the commercial domain?" Tang Tian slightly nodded. "Indeed, they are confined to the commercial sphere. Furthermore, transactions among ordinary cultivators will remain unaffected. If there is any impact, it will only be positive." He continued, "However, the city lord's office's non-interference in commercial decisions has given rise to certain malignancies. The pursuit of profit is inherent to merchants. Although they may exercise some restraint in this world that values strength, the predatory practices still exist, as long as they do not cross the line. The city lord's office will remain indifferent." Hearing this, Lord Junyang chuckled awkwardly and said, "What the esteemed one says is indeed correct. If it is limited to the upper realm, then I can assure you that the future development of the Tianxia Commerce Association and the Void Realm will face no obstacles. I will ensure that all major cities are duly instructed to fully cooperate with your endeavors." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. With Lord Junyang's assistance, the expansion of the Commerce Association and the Void Realm would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. That concludes the first matter. Your agreement suffices. The second matter concerns the Wang family of Wangchuan City. Tang Tian looked at Lord Junyang and slowly said, "I have heard that the Wang family is currently facing a calamity." Lord Junyang nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. This has been unfolding over the past few years, as the Wang family has been suppressed by several other top families in Wangchuan City. It should be reaching a final resolution soon." Tang Tian remarked indifferently, "Please elaborate." Then, under Lord Junyang's narration, Tang Tian gained a comprehensive understanding of the background and circumstances surrounding the Wang family's current tribulation. In Wangchuan City, there are 4 ancient families, the most powerful clans within the city. These 4 families are the ones associated with the other 4 Hunyuan lords Tang Tian had previously encountered. They have seized the dominant position in Wangchuan City, reaping the most substantial benefits, while other factions dare not clash with them over interests. However, amidst the myriad of forces, there exists one exception, the Wang family. Although their overall strength is not the most formidable, their sphere of influence is vast, nearly rivaling that of the four great clans. Furthermore, many of their interests directly conflict with those of the four great families. This situation, naturally, has incited the dissatisfaction of the four great clans. After conducting a thorough assessment, they resolved to strike at the Wang family. How could the Wang family withstand the onslaught of the four great clans? In direct confrontation, they suffered continuous defeats, losing a significant portion of their enterprises. Now, they find themselves at a dead end. The development of the Wang family is indeed peculiar. Logically, they should not possess such extensive interests. I have investigated this matter, and the findings all point to mere coincidences. One can only surmise that their stroke of fortune has come to an end, remarked the Lord of Junyang. Tang Tian remained silent, fully aware of why the Wang family commanded such considerable interests. Wang Ziyu, as a century-old Hunyuan Daoist, still at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm, undoubtedly held an extraordinary status in the Tai Holy Land. With his influence, it was entirely feasible for the Wang family to rival the four great clans in Wanchuan City. Alas, Wang Ziyu has been erased, rendering the Wang family's interests unreasonable. This has led them to be besieged, facing imminent collapse. Without sufficient support or protection, their current predicament is, regrettably, inevitable, said the Lord of Junyang. Tang Tian, his expression impassive, spoke softly. If that is the case, then from this moment forth, I shall provide protection for the Wang family. Is there any objection? Chapter 602. Dividing the Wang family. Tang Tian's tone carried an unmistakable authority. The Lord of Junyang felt a surge of apprehension. He could not fathom how the Wang family had garnered such favor, entangling themselves with a supreme being, and seemingly to a profound extent. After all, it is rare for any supreme to publicly declare their protection over a family. It was no wonder the Wang family had previously amassed such wealth. They were shielded by a formidable presence. Yet, if a supreme being stood behind the Wang family, why did they continue to suffer setbacks, appearing so lacking in confidence? The Lord of Junyang found it perplexing, but deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it. At present, a true supreme stood behind the Wang family. With such protection, it would be no exaggeration to say that transforming the entire city of Wanchuan into the Wang family's dominion would be effortlessly achievable. Of course, this is no problem. The Lord of Junyang declared, I shall immediately contact the four great families to halt their oppression of the Wang family. They must also return double the profits they have seized during this time. He willingly took on this task. However, Tang Tian gently shook his head and said, there is no need for that. I intend to handle this matter personally. Organize a council, inviting the four great families and the influential powers of Wanchuan to attend. I shall announce the situation myself. These individuals would essentially represent the entirety of Wanchuan's power dynamics. The Lord of Junyang was once again taken aback. The relationship between the Wang family and Tang Tian appeared to be even closer than he had imagined. The political landscape of Wanchuan was poised for a monumental shift. As you command, esteemed supreme, the Lord of Junyang replied respectfully. He then proceeded to personally contact the heads of the four great families and the leaders of the most powerful factions in Wanchuan. The council was scheduled for the following morning, with the agenda centered on the future division of interests pertaining to the Wang family. Everything was swiftly arranged. Thank you for your efforts, Tang Tian said. Consider this as your reward. With that, he presented a mass of gray substance before the Lord of Junyang. It was 1,000 portions of pure chaos essence. At the level of the Wujideo master, the most coveted treasures were the three divine entities of chaos. With chaos essence being the most scarce, these 1,000 portions would significantly shorten the Lord of Junyang's path of cultivation by several centuries. Gazing at the gray essence before him, the Lord of Junyang could not help but swallow hard. Ultimately, he clasped his hands and said, to alleviate the concerns of the esteemed supreme is a privilege. Moreover, this is but a minor task. I hardly exerted myself and do not dare to seek a reward. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and replied, take it. It is yours to keep. If you truly feel it is excessive, then simply devote more attention to the matters concerning the Global Trade Conference and the virtual realm in the future. Hearing Tang Tian's words, the Lord of Junyang dared not refuse further, fearing he might inadvertently offend the Supreme Being. After concealing the source of chaos, he patted his chest and assured that he would ensure the forces of Tianxiaotong and the Void Realm would flourish within the boundaries of Wangchuan City. Tang Tian nodded, then gently waved his sleeve, vanishing before the Dao Master Junyang. Now that the discussions had concluded, there was no need to linger any longer. At this moment, he saw no necessity to engage in interpersonal relations with this group. The next time he appeared, Tang Tian found himself outside the city lord's mansion, where Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu awaited him. How did it go? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Tang Tian replied, tomorrow morning, perhaps. Let us spend the night. There are indeed many intriguing things here. Come, let us explore the night scenery of Wangchuan City. With that, the three of them made their way toward the most bustling area of the city. As for the meeting scheduled for the following day, there was nothing to be concerned about. Once everyone was gathered, he would simply announce the matters at hand. Should anyone dissent, well, that option simply did not exist. The next day, within the conference hall of the city lord's mansion, such gatherings were traditionally reserved for only the most significant matters, typically occurring only once every few years. Even when a meeting was called, the number of participants was usually minimal. However, today the hall was abuzz with activity. As people arrived in droves, likely numbering in the hundreds, a closer inspection revealed that all those present were prominent figures of Wangchuan City, each wielding considerable authority. The assembly of so many influential individuals signified that the matter at hand was indeed of great importance. To the surprise of many, the topic for discussion was merely the issue of profit distribution concerning the Wang family's future. Logically, such a trivial matter should not warrant the opening of the conference hall, nor the attendance of such a multitude of dignitaries. Clearly, there was something more at play. In my view, they are likely preparing to completely divide the Wang family, remarked a stern-looking middle-aged man. Under the suppression of the four great families, the Wang family is now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, soon to be devoured whole. Yet, a young man quickly interjected with skepticism, even so, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant the convening of the conference hall and the presence of so many individuals, does it? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Young one, you may not fully grasp the situation. While the Wang family may not be at the pinnacle of power, the interests they command are, in fact, greater than those of the four great families. Once they fall, those interests will not be easily divided among us. With the fall of a great whale, all creatures thrive. We may all stand to gain a share. The city lord summoned us here for this reason, undoubtedly concerned about the potential for chaos given the magnitude of interests involved. The middle-aged man's analysis was thorough. The young man furrowed his brow and asked, but how did the Wang family come to command such significant interests in the first place? Do they truly have no room for resistance? The middle-aged man shook his head and chuckled. The benefits of the past were largely mere coincidences. As for any capacity for retaliation, the combined forces of the four great families compel even the city lord's mansion to retreat into the shadows, let alone the Wang family. Their downfall is already predestined. The young man nodded thoughtfully. A towering tree attracts the wind. To put it plainly, the Wang family is innocent. It is their wealth that has become their curse. As they engaged in casual conversation, they entered the conference hall. The majority of those present today shared this sentiment. If the Wang family truly possessed a hidden advantage, how could they have allowed matters to reach this point? Today serves as their judgment. As time passed, the sun gradually ascended. At this moment, the arrival of a group of individuals instantly captured everyone's attention. They were none other than the protagonists of the day, the members of the Wang family. Leading the procession was the family patriarch, Wang Songrong. Behind him stood the family's eldest elder and several key family members. Additionally, at the rear of the group was a young figure, the legitimate heir of the Wang family, Wang Chong. The expressions on all their faces were far from pleasant. Chapter 603. Who agrees, who disagrees? Within the grand hall of deliberation, the hour appointed by the Lord of Junyang arrived early, and none dared to defy his command. Shortly after the sun ascended, the hall was nearly filled to capacity. At the foremost position sat the heads of the four prestigious families of Wangchuan City, the Lis, the Zhans, the Lins, and the Zuas. They represented the most ancient, powerful, and deeply rooted clans in Wangchuan City. Not far from them sat the Wang family. Yet they were distinctly isolated, with no one daring to sit beside them. As the discussions around him grew increasingly unabashed, Wang Songrong's countenance darkened considerably. The topics of conversation revolved around the potential gains they could extract from the Wang family. Indeed, the Wang family currently faced its gravest crisis in history. However, They were not to be trifled with. The family's patriarch was a formidable peak expert of the Hunyuan Dao, and over the years, many strong individuals had emerged within the clan. Should any foolhardy soul dare to provoke them, the Wang family would ensure that such individuals realized the necessity of weighing their own capabilities before seeking to partake in their fortunes. Nevertheless, the fact that this meeting was presided over by the Lord of Junyang left him profoundly unsettled. It was far too unusual. If the Lord of Junyang truly sided with the four great families and sought the complete downfall of the Wang family, then they would indeed be bereft of any means of redemption. He could only hope that the situation was not as dire as he feared. With a heart heavy with trepidation, Wang Songrong silently awaited the arrival of the Lord of Junyang. Seated at the back, Wang Chong remained resolutely silent. He was acutely aware that today marked the judgment day for the Wang family. The future of their clan was uncertain, shrouded in ambiguity. Just then, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Wang brother, you arrived quite early." Wang Chong turned, momentarily taken aback. "Tang brother, what brings you here?" His mind raced with astonishment. Everyone present was of significant stature in Wanchuan City, while Tang Tian, a newcomer who had only arrived the previous day, seemed out of place in such a gathering. In response to Wang Chong's bewilderment, Tang Tian smiled and said, "I was invited." "What is the matter? Your expression appears rather grim today." He took a seat beside Wang Chong. Wang Chong managed a wry smile and replied, "Have you seen the individuals within this hall? They are all here with intentions directed at our Wang family. They resemble a pack of vultures, eagerly awaiting a chance to snatch a piece of carrion from us." Tang Tian patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps today could bring a turn of fortune." Wang Chong shook his head. "It seems unlikely. Our ties with the city lord are not particularly strong, and the significance of this meeting remains unclear. Hope seems exceedingly dim." He wore an air of despondency, reflecting his bleak outlook. It is indeed quite normal. Upon rational analysis, it appears that the Wang family is beyond redemption. As Tang Tian conversed with Wang Chong, Wang Songrong, and other senior members of the Wang family cast a glance in his direction. "Chonger," Wang Songrong inquired, "is this the friend you met at the border?" Wang Chong nodded, replying, "Yes, father. This is Tang Tian, hailing from a secluded place known as Mang Village." Observing the composed Tang Tian, Wang Songrong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Your friend does not seem to embody the traits of one who remains hidden from the world. However, Tang Tian, irrespective of your background, I advise you to refrain from associating too closely with us. The four prominent families above us may bear grudges against you as well." Tang Tian's identity raised numerous questions, and only Wang Chong would hastily believe his fanciful tales. Perhaps due to his distracted mind, Wang Songrong did not press further, instead cautioning Tang Tian to maintain distance to avoid drawing unnecessary ire. "Thank you for your warning, esteemed head of the Wang family. Rest assured, I shall exercise prudence." Tang Tian responded. With that, Wang Songrong chose to remain silent and turned away. Subsequently, Tang Tian patted Wang Chong on the shoulder again, smiling, "Do not be so pessimistic. Trust me, today will bring surprises." After saying this, he stood up and departed, as he had a designated seat elsewhere, not at the Wang family's side. Wang Chong, however, was left in a state of confusion, unsure of what surprises Tang Tian could possibly be referring to. As time passed, all participants for the meeting had gathered. In the expectant gazes of the assembly, the initiator of this gathering, Lord Junyang, the mayor of Wanchuan City, finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. "We greet you, Lord Mayor." The crowd spoke in unison. The authority of the mayor's office was undeniably formidable. Lord Junyang nodded slightly, signaling for everyone to take their seats. To everyone's astonishment, he did not occupy the main seat, but instead chose a side chair. Was there someone of an even higher status than Lord Junyang in Wanchuan City? The assembly immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. This seating arrangement added an eerie ambience to what was already a highly unusual meeting. Wang Chong could not help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that today truly held surprises? Meanwhile, Lord Junyang disregarded the crowd's perplexity and, once seated, directly stated, "You are all aware of the reason for your summons. Today's agenda concerns the future distribution of interests regarding the Wang family. To elaborate on the specifics, we invite young Master Tang Tian to present his insights." Upon hearing this, the heads of the four prominent families at the forefront immediately furrowed their brows. The more astute among them grasped the implication of Lord Juanyang's words, to present rather than to discuss. In other words, the division of interest concerning the Wang family has already been delineated. Today merely serves to announce the manner of this division. Thus, who exactly is this so-called young Master Tang? What grants him such immense power? Whose side will his decisions ultimately favor? At this moment, the members of the Wang family stood utterly astounded. Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Tang, Tang Tian, how could this possibly be? He fervently shook his head internally, repeatedly affirming to himself that this Tang Tian was assuredly not that Tang Tian. However, as the familiar figure leisurely ascended to the highest point and took the seat of authority, Wang Chang's mind went blank. Observing the bewildered members of the Wang family, Tang Tian offered a slight smile, then turned his gaze forward and spoke calmly. What followed was the matter of the future distribution of interests for the Wang family. The four prominent families, Li, Zhang, Lin, and Zhua, were to return all the assets they had appropriated from the Wang family over the years, along with half of their respective holdings as compensation. Other factions that had encroached upon the Wang family's assets were required to return all that they had seized and voluntarily surrender 30% of their holdings as an apology. As for the remaining individuals, consider yourselves fortunate. Let this serve as a gentle reminder. That concludes the discussion regarding the future interest distribution of the Wang family. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is opposed? Tang Tian's gaze was indifferent as he surveyed the crowd. Chapter 604. Suppression. With one hand as the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the Grand Council Hall, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Was this truly the manner in which the interests of the Wang family were to be apportioned? In an instant, many felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Even if this young Master Tang were to protect the Wang family, one would expect him merely to halt the encroachment of others. The notion of returning what was seized was already an outrageous proposition. What was this? An additional demand for 30% in compensation? The four great families required to concede 50%. Everyone felt either they had misheard or that this young Master Tang had lost his senses. The four great families were not entities to be trifled with at will. Even the lord of the Tai's sacred land, Juanyang, would have to show the four great families a modicum of respect. Otherwise, peace would be an unattainable dream in Wanchuan City. The four reclusive ancestors were not to be underestimated. After all, how could he dare to propose such an absurd distribution? Everyone was bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Consequently, after Tang Tian finished speaking, a lengthy silence ensued without any immediate response. Observing this, Tang Tian calmly remarked, "Since no one opposes, I shall take it as your unanimous consent. Therefore, within 3 days, I expect to see all arrangements fully implemented." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious purple robe abruptly stood up. "I oppose," he declared vehemently, fixing his gaze upon Tang Tian. "Young Master Tang, I care not from whence you hail or what authority you wield. However, your proposal is utterly preposterous. I shall never acquiesce to such unreasonable and humiliating demands." His voice resonated powerfully, with fury radiating from his eyes. This individual was none other than the head of the Lin family, one of the four great families. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, even smiling as he corrected the man's choice of words. "This is not a proposal, but a decision." The head of the Lin family paused momentarily, only to become even more incensed, growling, "Whatever it may be, our Lin family shall never agree. 50% of our assets. Do you truly dare utter such a thing? Throughout history, no one has ever been so brazen in Wanchuan City." In the face of the Lin family head's ire, Tang Tian simply raised a hand. "Very well. If you refuse to comply, I understand. Is there anyone else who opposes this decision? Step forward." He spoke with a calm demeanor. As his words echoed, soon the heads of the other three great families rose in succession. The Li family rejected the notion, asserting that conceding 50% of their assets was simply unfeasible. The Zhang family also declined, stating that this resolution was utterly absurd. Agreeing to it would not only invite ridicule, but would also tarnish their reputation for generations to come. The Zhua family has no precedent for yielding to authority, and I can now unequivocally inform everyone that we shall not retreat an inch on this matter. The heads of the four great families have expressed their positions, each more resolute than the last. Witnessing such a scenario, other factions have also risen to voice their support. A 30% stake is a matter of grave consequence for any power. A single misstep could lead to irreversible repercussions. Since the four great families have already made their stance clear, they have no reason to endure this affront. However, some individuals have opted to observe from the sidelines. For today's meeting is rife with unusual occurrences. What piques their interest the most is that, despite the numerous seemingly impossible resolutions proposed by this young Master Tang, the Dao Master Junyang remains conspicuously silent. This signal may portend some terrifying developments. As he watched one opponent after another stand to dissent, Tang Tian merely nodded slightly. He then spoke calmly. I have noted your positions. However, today's decision is the result of my careful deliberation, and there exists no possibility for alteration. Moreover, no dissenting voice shall be permitted today. He regarded the assembly with an indifferent gaze. Thus, if I were to eliminate all of you, only those in agreement would remain. Correct? Upon uttering these words, the room fell into stunned silence once more. Surely, they had not misheard. This young Master Tang, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, boldly proclaimed before them his intent to eliminate them? What audacity! The individuals present represented the entirety of the upper echelon of Wangchuan City. They were momentarily frozen, enveloped in a state of disbelief. Yet, seated beside Tang Tian, Dao Master Junyang could not help but smile wryly within. He understood that Tang Tian could effortlessly carry out such an act. Even the destruction of the entire Wangchuan City would likely be a mere gesture for him, with minimal repercussions. Even the divine sovereign would not hastily engage another supreme being over the annihilation of a mundane city. Once one ascends to supremacy, they transcend all worldly concerns. However, Dao Master Junyang was aware that others were oblivious to the true extent of Tang Tian's power. It was the head of the Lin family who, in a fit of rage, kicked over the table before him. This was utterly intolerable. He bellowed, "Do you truly believe we are mere playthings to be toyed with? I assure you, were it not for the presence of the city lord today, I would yet." Before he could fully vent his fury, Tang Tian raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying celestial might descended, striking fear into the hearts of all present. The imposing authority rendered them utterly devoid of any inclination to resist, nor did they possess the capability to do so. It obliterated the psychological defenses of each and every one of them, including the formidable master of the primordial way. Subsequently, an irresistible force seized control, lifting them from their seats and depositing them upon the ground before Tang Tian. With a resounding thud, all those who had publicly declared their refusal knelt upon the earth, including the heads of the four prominent clans. Witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. No wonder this young Master Tang dared to utter such audacious words. He must be a powerful master of the infinite way. Moreover, he had the audacity to confront so many individuals simultaneously. Did this young Master Tang truly intend to annihilate all dissenters? The events of the day unfolded with such rapidity that many found themselves struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. However, Lord Junyang, standing nearby, felt a slight sense of relief. For him, the fact that Tang Tian had refrained from outright exterminating these individuals was indeed good news. It indicated that Tang Tian did not wish for the city of Wangchuan to descend into complete turmoil. Observing the prostrate figures, Tang Tian spoke once more, offering them one final opportunity for choice, acceptance or annihilation. His calm voice resonated like a death knell, pressing upon their foreheads. Those who had initially chosen to refuse now found themselves wavering. They were not fools. The silence of Lord Junyang at this juncture hinted at the gravity of the situation. They were utterly confounded by the potential ramifications. Yet, the four illustrious families, having dominated Wangchuan for millennia, still possessed their own sense of confidence. Tang Tian, you shall come to regret this. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? While you make your move, our ancestors are already en route. Release us now, and there may still be room for negotiation. Otherwise, we shall fight to the bitter end. They bellowed defiantly. Chapter 605. Resolving the crisis. Upon hearing the words of the patriarchs from the four great families, the individuals from other factions seemed to rediscover a glimmer of hope. Indeed, they too possessed formidable powers. Moreover, it was rumored that the ancestor of the Li family was nearing the pinnacle of supremacy. No matter how powerful this young Master Tang may be, it would be unreasonable to disregard the reverence owed to four supreme masters, would it not? They steadfastly resisted the mounting pressure, striving to endure until the arrival of the ancestors from the four great families. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian merely smiled and stroked his chin. He indeed sensed four formidable figures hastening towards the assembly hall. These were the very four supreme masters he had observed while surveying the entirety of Wanchuan City. It was no wonder the four great families had managed to stand resiliently for over 10 millennia. A single supreme master could ensure the prosperity of their lineage for tens of thousands of years. Observing the agitated expressions of the four family heads, Tang Tian calmly remarked, "Very well. I shall await your ancestors' arrival. After all, the true authority within your families lies with them." His composure left many who had just begun to feel hopeful in a state of bewilderment. Was Tang Tian's strength even greater than they had anticipated? Did he not fear the four supreme masters? Yet reality afforded them little time for contemplation. The four ancestors, already present within Wanchuan City, arrived at the assembly hall in but the time it took to sip half a cup of tea. Two elderly men with snow-white hair, a tall middle-aged man, and a gracefully poised woman appeared. Upon their arrival, the four family heads instantly manifested expressions of unrestrained joy. "Ancestors, save us!" they cried out. "This person has treated us with utmost humiliation, showing us no respect whatsoever. We implore you to act swiftly and subdue this arrogant individual to assert our..." However, before they could finish their pleas, the middle-aged man among the four supreme masters bellowed, "Silence!" He was the patriarch of the Li family, the sole pinnacle supreme master of Wanchuan City. Yet at this moment, his countenance was grave, and his gaze towards Tang Tian betrayed an unmistakable fear. After silencing the four family heads, he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Tang Tian. "Please, esteemed one, quell your wrath. I, the ancestor of the Li family, bow in reverence." Subsequently, the ancestors from the other three great families followed suit, kneeling beside the Li patriarch. "Please, esteemed one, quell your wrath," they echoed in unison. At that moment, everyone present, aside from Tang Tian and the Master Junyang, was utterly astounded. The Supreme Masters knelt before Tang Tian, honoring him as the esteemed one. The implications of Tang Tian's cultivation level struck them as an unfathomable and unbelievable concept, resonating within their minds and exploding into a void of disbelief. Tang Tian observed the four leaders of the Wuji Dao with a hint of amusement, smiling slightly as he remarked, "I am not angry. There is nothing to appease. However, it seems you esteemed heads of families are already seething with rage." The elder of the Li family lifted his head, inhaled deeply, and said, "Our kin, lacking discernment, have failed to perceive the majesty of the esteemed one. I implore your forgiveness. I am fully aware of today's resolution. Everything shall proceed in accordance with your will. The Li family will harbor no dissent." Upon his conclusion, the other three elders hastily echoed his sentiments. This assembly of Wuji Dao leaders understood all too well the implications of having a supreme being among them. Retaining half of their assets was already considered a stroke of fortune. They were indeed grateful for such a concession. Otherwise, a mere displeasure from the Supreme One could render them erased from the annals of history without leaving a trace of disturbance. Observing the four, who were displaying utmost humility, Tang Tian suddenly felt a tinge of boredom. It is often said that the older one becomes, the shrewder one gets. These ancient beings, having lived for millennia, exemplified this notion. The brashness typical of youth was a rarity among them. However, Tang Tian had no intention of further complicating their predicament. The ultimate goal for the day was simply to publicly announce the protection of the Wang family, while ensuring that those who sought to oppose them would incur some costs. With that objective accomplished, there was no need for any unnecessary further actions. He then turned to the Lord Junyang and instructed, "You shall arrange the specifics from here on. I expect all preparations to be executed within 3 days. Is that agreeable?" Lord Junyang glanced at the four Dao leaders still kneeling and respectfully nodded. "Rest assured, esteemed one. There will be no issues. Everything will unfold as per your wishes. On behalf of all the citizens of Wanchuan City, I express our gratitude for your benevolence." Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. To put it plainly, today's events were simply an exercise of his overwhelming power, a coercive display. Strictly speaking, it could be deemed a wrongful act. Yet, he received thanks from Lord Junyang merely because he had refrained from obliterating all of Wanchuan City. Tang Tian shook his head inwardly, Certain realities were absurd enough to elicit a wry smile. Feeling disinclined to linger any longer, he rose and approached the Wang family. The shift in circumstances was remarkably swift and bewildering. Even now, they were struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. With a gentle flick of his finger, he pulled them from their confusion. He then smiled at Wang Chong and said, "The crisis facing the Wang family has been resolved. May I now pay a visit to your esteemed family?" Wang Chong appeared momentarily stunned, but instinctively nodded. "Of course, you are most welcome. I had intended to extend an invitation to you." He hesitated before adding, "Brother Wang, you are not truly a recluse, are you?" Tang Tian smiled gently, patting his shoulder, and said, "That's about right. Indeed, this vast expanse of sky and earth was my first encounter. Consider me as the same reckless Tang Tian from the village. Let us proceed to your Wang family, and we shall converse as we walk. The atmosphere here feels rather peculiar." With that, he took hold of Wang Chong, gesturing to Wang Songrong and the others, and departed from the council hall. Once Tang Tian's figure had completely vanished, the attendees of the council hall gradually regained their composure after a considerable time. However, a profound astonishment soon overwhelmed their faces. Everyone understood that the situation in Wangchuan City was on the brink of a fundamental transformation. "Gentlemen," at that moment, Lord Junyang finally rose to his feet, taking charge of today's meeting. Observing the assembly below, he spoke in a measured tone. "The events of today have been witnessed by all. The will of the revered Tang Tian cannot be defied, nor can it be subtly undermined. Everything must adhere to his directives. Furthermore, let it be known that henceforth, no one shall dare to provoke the Wang family. Otherwise, should you incite the wrath of the revered Tang Tian, even the presence of a divine lord will not safeguard you." Chapter 606. The Wang family residence today. The Wang family estate is unusually quiet, almost stifling. Even the guards stationed at the entrance were expressions of grave seriousness and vigilance. The meeting organized by the Lord of Junyang is public. Thus, the other members of the Wang family are well aware of the situation. It is understood that this moment is pivotal for the Wang family's future, and the outlook is rather bleak. In addition to the guards, many senior members of the Wang family stand at the entrance, anxiously gazing towards the direction of the city lord's mansion, awaiting the return of the family head, Wang Songrong. Each individual is filled with uncertainty, unsure of the path that lies ahead for their clan. After an indeterminate wait, a group of figures suddenly appears in the distance, descending outside the main gate. Among them are Wang Songrong and his entourage who attended the meeting. The crowd promptly steps forward, eager to welcome Wang Songrong, while also scrutinizing his expression, hoping to glean insights into the outcome of the meeting. However, to their surprise, there are three unfamiliar figures in the returning group. Notably, Wang Songrong and the elders seem to be encircling one young man, appearing to exalt him. Perplexed, the onlookers respectfully address family head. But as they begin to speak, Wang Songrong raises a hand to halt them. Then, with an expression bordering on obsequiousness, he addresses the young man, "Esteemed Lord, this is our Wang residence. These individuals before you are the core administrators of our family." He then discreetly gestures to the group. Having served under Wang Songrong for over a century, they readily comprehend his unspoken intent. Consequently, they hurriedly turn to Tang Tian, bowing in unison, "We humbly welcome you, esteemed Lord." Observing this scene, Tang Tian can only respond with a sigh. "Family head, you may simply call me young Master Tang. Moreover, did you not inform them in advance?" It is evident to him that the family's administrators are unaware of the meeting's outcome and his visit. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Wang Songrong offers an awkward smile. "In the presence of the esteemed young Master Tang, I dared not communicate freely." Tang Tian feels a sense of disbelief within. Is he truly that intimidating? Shaking his head, he turns to Wang Ziyu, only to find her staring intently at the plaque on the gate of the Wang residence, seemingly lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, Tang Tian asks, "What is it? Have you recalled something?" Wang Ziyu snaps back to reality, shaking her head in bewilderment. "Recall what? Nothing at all. I simply think the characters on that plaque are rather unsightly." Tang Tian. It seems he had overthought the matter. However, the two prominent characters, Wang Fu, indeed appears somewhat irregular, resembling the scrawl of a child just beginning to learn calligraphy. At this moment, Wang Songrong elucidated, "I apologize for any amusement caused to the esteemed gentleman. Indeed, These two characters were inscribed by my son during his tender years. At that time, he had yet to embark on his path, thus rendering his script somewhat juvenile. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Your son? He turned to Wang Chong, who looked momentarily startled and quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "It was not I. It was the handiwork of another cousin of mine. He possessed remarkable talent." The characters on the plaque were penned when he was merely 2.5 years old. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances, he passed away in his youth. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. What was his name? Wang Chong replied, Wang Ying. Tang Tian pondered. To have the characters written by Wang Ying at such a tender age displayed prominently, as the plaque of the Wang residence indicated that his status was undoubtedly extraordinary. Within the entire Wang family, it seemed that only one person held such a distinction. Moreover, the character Ying carries the connotation of beautiful jade. Tang Tian quickly deduced that this so-called prematurely departed Wang Ying was likely the Prince Yu, whose essence had been expunged from the celestial order. To compose such exquisite calligraphy in less than 2.5 years of practice is quite commendable, he remarked nonchalantly. He then deftly shifted the topic, suggesting, "Shall we proceed inside to take a look?" Moments later, Tang Tian and his companions entered the Wang family estate. The crowds had dispersed, leaving only Wang Songrong and Wang Chong in attendance, both direct descendants of Prince Yu. Unfortunately, Prince Yu exhibited no spiritual resonance towards them. As the Wang family, second in economic prowess only to the four great families, the estate appeared rather opulent. However, Tang Tian discerned at a glance that the decor was predominantly a recent addition, lacking the weight of history. It stood to reason, as the Wang family's sudden rise only commenced after Prince Yu entered the sacred land of Tai and shone brightly. After all, it was merely a matter of decades. Engaging in casual conversation with Wang Chong, Tang Tian ambled through the estate. Though seemingly aimless, he harbored a specific destination in mind. During his observation of the altered fate of Prince Yu, one particular area within the Wang family residence was deeply entwined with him. That place was likely where Prince Yu had grown up. After some time, an elegant courtyard emerged before them. The courtyard was impeccably clean, yet it appeared as though it had long been uninhabited. Tang Tian inquired directly, "What is this place?" Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback before he offered a wry smile, saying, "This is the former residence of my cousin, Wang Ying. I recall that we used to frolic here during our childhood. Over by the wall, there was a small pig pen where we often brought back spirited animals to amuse ourselves." A century has swiftly passed. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on Prince Yu's penchant for amusement, a habit cultivated since his tender years. What, then, had transpired? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Chong let out a leisurely sigh, then recounted a tale that, while not overly intricate, bore significant weight. Wang Ying, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable wit from a young age, had garnered the affection of the entire Wang family. By his teenage years, he had achieved considerable success, brimming with youthful exuberance. Alas, the Wang family was not particularly prosperous at that time, beset by numerous external threats. In a fateful incident that jeopardized the family's very foundation, Wang Ying sacrificed himself, thereby saving the entire lineage. From that moment forth, he became a hero in the eyes of all Wang family members. Thus, the plaque adorning the entrance bore the characters written by Wang Ying at the tender age of 2.5. Although this small courtyard had lost its master, it continued to be meticulously maintained by devoted individuals each day. Even Wang Ying's biological mother attained great respect as a result, despite never bearing additional offspring. She became the legitimate wife of Wang Songrong, the matriarch of the Wang family. Such is the essence of the tale. Upon concluding, Tang Tian subtly shook his head. This logic seemed rather rigid. The supreme being who had altered the heavenly path had not expended much effort in this regard. Nonetheless, it could be connected in a basic sense. At the very least, no one from the Wang family had dared to question it over the years. Glancing at Prince Yu beside him, Tang Tian spoke softly. "Shall we venture inside to take a look?" Chapter 607. The journey begins as Tang Tian entered the pristine courtyard. He remained vigilant, observing Wang Ziyu's reactions while also monitoring the subtle shifts in his fate. Should Wang Ziyu be stirred by memories upon encountering familiar surroundings, the alterations to his destiny might begin to waver. Any sign of such a shift would grant Tang Tian the opportunity to amend his fate once more. Regrettably, after a thorough exploration of the courtyard, Wang Ziyu exhibited no discernible response. His curiosity was piqued only by the small pigpen, a mere reflection of his inherent nature. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Even the abode of Wang Ziyu could not elicit a single crack in the facade of his altered fate. It appeared that only one last hope remained. After a brief wait within the courtyard, a woman of humble attire yet exuding an air of authority entered. She was Chang Shi, the matriarch of the Wang family and Wang Ziyu's biological mother. Having encountered Tang Gongzi, Chang Shi greeted him with a gesture of respect tempered with grace. However, upon entering the courtyard, a lingering sorrow shadowed her features. Tang Tian inclined his head slightly, then spoke in a gentle tone, "I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I hope the matriarch does not mind." "Of course not," Chang Shi replied. "If Inger were aware, I believe she would be greatly pleased to have such a distinguished guest in our midst." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and then called out to Wang Ziyu, who remained by the pigpen, "Wang Ziyu, come here." Responding with an "Oh," Wang Ziyu approached, drawing Chang Shi's gaze. Yet, upon seeing her son's form, she visibly trembled, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. Tang Tian, keenly perceptive, began to scrutinize Chang Shi's fate trajectory. Indeed, within the modified trajectory concerning Wang Ziyu, a minute fissure appeared. As a mother, she had genuinely attempted to break through the illusion. Although it was still a far cry from fully recalling everything, it was nothing short of miraculous. Soon, Wang Ziyu stood beside Tang Tian, facing Chang Shi. She gazed at him, her expression filled with profound bewilderment. Her heart stirred, and the fissure within her fate trajectory widened further. "What do you want?" Wang Ziyu's voice, however, abruptly stifled any potential expansion of that fissure. He regarded Tang Tian, seemingly indifferent to Chang Shi's presence. His own fate trajectory showed no signs of alteration, not even the slightest ripple. This was not a matter of emotional depth. It was simply that his fate had been obliterated too thoroughly. Chang Shi, Wang Changrong, Wang Chong. These three, his mother, father, and childhood companions, were the individuals most intricately entwined with Wang Ziyu's destiny, yet they were insufficient to pierce the veil of confusion and restore the essence of his former self. Meeting yet remaining strangers, akin to two ships passing in the night. Witnessing this situation, Tang Tian could not help but grit his teeth. The individual who dared to tamper with the heavens, regardless of their identity or motives, must be unveiled. To them, Wang Ziyu may merely be a pawn, perhaps even less than that, merely an ant obstructing their path, easily manipulated at will. However, to Tang Tian, Wang Ziyu was ultimately the first friend he made after traversing to this realm. Such indignation would not be easily swallowed. After a gentle exhale, Tang Tian spoke, "It's nothing, let us depart." He longed to escape this atmosphere and did not wish for Chang Shi to struggle alone on the precipice of fate. What good would it do to regain memories if all her loved ones no longer recognized Wang Ziyu, and Wang Ziyu herself had forgotten her? If the past were to resurface, it would mark the beginning of suffering. Perhaps it was better to leave things as they were for now. When the time was ripe, everything could be restored. Oh. Wang Ziyu obediently stood beside Tang Tian. Wang Changrong, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Are we leaving already?" Tang Tian nodded. "Did I not mention that we are to head to the Tai Holy Land? It is time to embark." He then turned to Wang Changrong, saying, "You need not worry about the distribution of benefits. Lord Junyang will handle everything. When the time comes, you can simply receive the assets without concern. With me here, there is nothing to fear." Wang Changrong expressed his gratitude respectfully. Tang Tian then cast a glance at Chang Shi. "Take care." In the end, that was all he could muster. Chang Shi thanked him, yet her gaze remained fixed on Wang Ziyu. Sighing inwardly, Tang Tian waved his hand. The figures of the three vanished from the courtyard. After Tang Tian's silhouette had faded for a while, Wang Changrong spoke up. "Madam, what was the matter just now?" As her confidant, he naturally noticed Chang Shi's unusual demeanor. Chang Shi paused in silence before replying, "I merely felt that child." But she ultimately refrained from elaborating, shaking her head, "Perhaps I am overthinking it. Here, I am too easily moved by my surroundings. By the way, did that young Master Tang come specifically to see me?" Wang Changrong nodded, "Indeed. Yet they had only just met, and now he was leaving. I truly cannot comprehend his thoughts, just as I cannot fathom why he extends such kindness to our Wang family." Speaking of which, he turned to Wang Chong, asking, "Did you truly encounter them by mere chance?" Wang Chong smiled ruefully, nodding, "It was indeed sheer coincidence. At that time, I was pursuing the white bandit, and I thought they had been taken hostage by him. Who could have imagined that he would be so formidable, bestowing upon us such a tremendous surprise? When he inquired yesterday, I was apprehensive about ensnaring him in a quagmire and refrained from divulging the specifics of the situation. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Songrong fell into silence. The emergence and actions of Tang Tian were exceedingly peculiar. Yet, he could not fathom the rationale behind Tang Tian's behavior. The Wang family possessed nothing of significance that would warrant the attention of a supreme being. After much contemplation, he remained perplexed. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to fortune. After all, who could truly decipher the thoughts of a supreme being? It was entirely possible that he was simply drawn to Wang Chong's naivete. If indeed fortune has smiled upon us, then we shall proceed without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the teleportation array in Wangchuan City, after departing from the Wang residence, Tang Tian, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu, prepared to head directly to the Tai sacred land. Before leaving, he established a protective layer for the Wang family. Those of supreme rank below could not harm their foundation, while those of supreme rank above could perceive the mark left by Tang Tian. As long as they were not deterred by the prospect of incurring a deadly enmity with the supreme being, they were free to deal with the Wang family. Subsequently, he infused a considerable amount of chaotic fortune to ensure their forthcoming progression. Furthermore, he reiterated his instructions to Lord Junyang, urging him to adeptly manage the ensuing matters. Having completed these tasks, the Wang family would face no significant issues. Given time, they were destined to evolve into one of the most powerful factions within Wangchuan City, and, indeed, the entire Tai sacred land. Now, let us be on our way to the Tai sacred land. In a swift moment, the three figures vanished into the teleportation array. Chapter 608. Arrival at the Holy City upon a land marred by devastation. Immense chasms lay scattered throughout, some unfathomably deep. Eerie gusts of dark wind surged forth from the abyss, emitting a haunting wail. This was indeed the depth of the earth. The circumstances here were exponentially more dire than when Tang Tian first entered the celestial pinnacle. In a vast expanse of several million miles, not a single creature could be discerned. Yet, upon a particularly afflicted plain, a colossal city loomed majestically. It was known as the City of the Abyssal Border, but it also bore another name, the Holy City. The Holy City is the sole gateway to the Tai sacred land. Beyond its confines lies an expanse of abyss, where life is scarce, yet within its walls, prosperity flourishes, rivaling even the likes of the main cities such as Wangchuan City, perhaps surpassing them. The streets bustled with a ceaseless flow of traffic, teeming with cultivators who arrived daily via the grand teleportation array from distant realms. At that moment, a flash of light erupted from the teleportation array, revealing three figures upon the platform: Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxue, and Wang Ziyu. After departing from Wangchuan City, they traversed the territories of 5 other main cities, teleporting numerous times across an unfathomable distance, finally arriving at the fabled Tai Holy City. To Tang Tian's astonishment, he had anticipated that the closer they drew to the Tai sacred land, the more favorable the world's condition would become. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. Aside from the relatively pleasant environment surrounding the main cities, the conditions elsewhere were deplorable. As they approached the Tai sacred land, the situation deteriorated rapidly, with the abyss sprawling across the land, casting a desolate pall over everything. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Tang Tian was struck by a silent dread. The state of the heavens and earth here teetered on the brink of collapse. No wonder it was referred to as the City of the Abyssal Border. It was akin to being on the very edge of the abyss, poised to be wholly consumed at any moment. It felt even less hospitable than the cloud summit. Gu Xiaoxue, sensitive to the celestial path, remarked, and Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from possessing a complete set of world laws, the cultivation environment at the celestial pinnacle was indescribably bleak, as if the entire world had withered away. Despite the abundance of spiritual treasures, the enchanting scenes of flowing clouds and soaring cranes had become nearly impossible to behold. It was no wonder Wang Ziyu had previously remarked on the difficulty of conveying the situation at the celestial pinnacle. One could only wonder if the conditions within the Tai sacred land mirrored those of this place. After exiting the teleportation array, Tang Tian, as was his custom, released his consciousness to sweep across the entirety of the holy city, primarily to locate certain pivotal sites. He had already gathered information on the path leading to the holy city. To enter the sacred land of Tai, one must traverse a place known as the Ascension Pavilion, where a teleportation array specifically leading to the sacred land is established free of charge. However, beyond this, one must possess a pass. Without such a pass, no matter how affluent or powerful one may be, access to the sacred land remains unattainable. Should one cause a disturbance, they will face exceedingly severe repercussions. Naturally, this restriction does not extend to those of supreme status. Yet, in the absence of a thorough understanding of the circumstances surrounding the sacred land, forceful intrusion should only be considered as a last resort. Let us proceed to rest for now, Tang Tian suggested. Subsequently, the trio found a lavish tavern, reserving a private room where they could savor the unique delicacies of the holy city while contemplating their approach to gain entry into the sacred land. The advantage of a top-tier tavern lies in the fact that patrons can not only indulge in exquisite cuisine and exemplary service, but also swiftly acquire a wealth of information regarding the city. After expending several 100,000 crystal gems, a charming proprietress named Manshur personally attended to Tang Tian in the private room, ready to assist. If necessary, she could even. "I have had the pleasure of meeting you, young master," Manshur said, her figure voluptuous, exuding charm with every smile and glance, captivating even a friend of mine. However, having encountered such allure numerous times, Tang Tian remained unfazed. "Please, take a seat," he invited. Manshur, having achieved her esteemed position through astute perception and understanding of others, quickly discerned that Tang Tian was not one to indulge in carnal pleasures, thus tempering her demeanor considerably. Once seated, she respectfully inquired, "Young master, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. I assure you, I will fulfill any task within my capability to your satisfaction." Tang Tian nodded slightly and replied, "I shall speak plainly. We are merchants from afar, having just arrived in the holy city today. Therefore, I wish to understand the general situation of the city. There is no rush, so feel free to elaborate at your leisure." Manshur graciously complied and began to unfold the primary information about the holy city. The history of the holy city is not particularly ancient, even less so than many major cities or capitals. It began to take shape only after the establishment of the sacred land of Tai, eventually evolving into a metropolis with a population rivaling that of major cities. However, unlike other major cities, the proportion of mortals in the holy city is remarkably low, predominantly inhabited by formidable cultivators, with an abundance of top-tier practitioners. This observation was also noted by Tang Tian during his survey of the city. The number of Wujidao masters reached double digits, while the number of Hunyuan denizens exceeded several hundred, truly a realm where Taoists abound and celestial emperors walk freely. This situation is largely a product of the environment. After all, those who manage to arrive in this place are often driven by the aspiration to ascend aboard the grand vessel of the Tai sacred land. Only those with insufficient strength would lack the courage to venture here. Furthermore, Mansh elaborated on the dynamics of the business realm in this locale. The commercial landscape of the holy city is elevated by an order of magnitude compared to that of other major cities, with a multitude of elite merchant associations congregating here. The sacred land is situated in a pivotal area, and no trader would allow such a prime location to slip from their grasp. However, it is noteworthy that the commerce here is no longer independently operated, but is unified under the jurisdiction of the sacred land. The sheer number of merchant associations is overwhelming. Without a centralized management system, they would likely be in constant conflict, never finding peace. Should the young master wish to establish a merchant association, Mansh offered to assist him with the intricate formalities. With a smile, he spoke. Yet, Tang Tian merely waved his hand and replied, "There is no rush. Our purpose for this visit is solely to gather information. With the foundation he has laid, the Tianxia Commerce Association and the Void Realm will inevitably extend their influence here. He can leave everything in the capable hands of Miao Yun. Additionally, he wished to avoid the burden of such troublesome matters." Subsequently, Tang Tian inquired about his primary objective. What are the requirements to gain access to the sacred land? Chapter 609. The Alchemy Masters Conference. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Monsi exhibited no surprise. It is quite customary for those who venture into the holy city to harbor certain thoughts about the sacred grounds, and seeking information is a perfectly normal endeavor. There are three principal methods to gain entry into the Holy Land. Mansi explained. The first method is to be personally guided by someone from within the Holy Land, who will escort you through the Ascension Pavilion for direct entry. The second method involves obtaining an invitation letter from the Holy Land. Upon presenting this letter, designated individuals will come to facilitate your passage. These two methods, while ostensibly straightforward, are also exceedingly challenging. Either one possesses the means or one does not. There is no circumvention of this rule. The third method involves a pass, which is the sole avenue through which most individuals can, through their own strength and efforts, gain access to the Holy Land. Tang Tian nodded slightly. An invitation and personal guidance seem rather cumbersome. It may be more straightforward to force entry. However, I am intrigued by the notion of the pass. Could you elaborate on that? Mansi's expression indicated understanding, and he smiled as he nodded. Subsequently, through Mansi's narration, Tang Tian gleaned a general understanding of the means to acquire a pass. There are indeed numerous methods, encompassing various sectors. Yet, the majority necessitate a rigorous assessment to determine an individual's eligibility for obtaining a pass. In a word, troublesome. Moreover, there exists an alternative method. The Holy Land frequently organizes events, and excelling in such activities can also lead to eligibility for entry. For instance, the battle competition in which Wang Chong previously participated serves as a similar example. While the passes acquired through such means are often temporary and time-restricted, for Tang Tian, the primary concern is simply to gain access. At this juncture, Mansi continued, currently, the Holy City is hosting a gathering focused on the exchange of alchemical expertise. Regrettably, you have arrived rather inconveniently, as the conference has progressed to its final decisive round. Had you arrived a month earlier, you might have sought out some alchemical prodigies to leverage their qualifications for entry into the Holy Land. However, at this point, participation is exceedingly difficult. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Difficult, you say? Does that imply there remains a glimmer of hope? Mansi nodded, stating, the Masters' Conference is a relatively relaxed affair. Lacking stringent regulations, such gatherings are held monthly. Therefore, there remains a possibility for maneuvering. However, to bypass the rules and gain direct access to the final round entails a substantial cost. Generally, only those with specific ulterior motives would opt for such an approach. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a nod and inquired, when does the final decisive round commence? Mansi replied, in just 2 days. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. 2 days were not an extensive duration. It was a wait he could endure. If he could participate smoothly, it would indeed be a commendable approach, at least superior to a reckless intrusion. Moreover, Tang Tian was unconcerned about whether he would be selected. Setting aside the fact that he had already ascended to the status of a supreme being, even considering the alchemical arts he had previously mastered, it was evident that not just anyone could dare to challenge him. He simply had never showcased that particular skill. Furthermore, his prowess in artifact forging, array techniques, and illusions had all reached remarkable heights. Securing a pass for an entertainment event was a trivial matter for him. Very well, he said. Then I entrust this matter to you. Manshur was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Tang Tian's decisiveness. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Although the Talent Exchange Conference is not the pinnacle, it gathers numerous alchemical prodigies. Only 3 passes will be issued to the top 3 participants, and without sufficient strength, it is quite challenging to attain one. She needed to contemplate the implications for her esteemed guest. Tang Tian smiled lightly and replied, unfortunately, I possess a modicum of knowledge in alchemy. Manshur was stunned, and after careful consideration of her words, she replied, my lord, I do not doubt your expertise in alchemy. However, the upcoming talent conference is specifically open to young prodigies, and participants must undergo a bone age test. Only those with a bone age of 30 or below are eligible to compete. Tang Tian chuckled again. Then it is indeed unfortunate. I precisely meet that criterion. At this revelation, Manshur was genuinely astonished. Having experienced countless encounters, especially in discerning individuals, she rarely misjudged. Upon meeting Tang Tian, she recognized him as someone accustomed to high status. The serene demeanor he exuded in every gesture was not something one could feign. In fact, she had not encountered such an air even among many esteemed figures of the Tao. Hence, she had always assumed Tang Tian to be an ancient being with a youthful appearance. Yet now he claimed to be under 30 years of age. Having lived for over a millennium, Manshur had never encountered such an extraordinary young talent, and she instinctively questioned whether Tang Tian was deceiving her. Nevertheless, she understood that individuals of such caliber had no need nor inclination to lie about such matters. A man sure struggled to suppress her astonishment and said, "If that is the case, I can certainly assist you in participating in the talent exchange conference. However, as you are aware, we have reached the final battle, and there are numerous aspects to arrange, which will undoubtedly be costly." Tang Tian waved his hand to interrupt her, inquiring, "Is 1 million sufficient?" Crystal Jade Man sure was once again astounded. What sort of affluent young master was this, casually offering over 1 million? That amount equated to the total assets of a medium-sized trading firm. "Enough, enough. Indeed it is ample," Mansure hastily replied. "In truth, such an amount is excessive. After all, this gathering is primarily for entertainment purposes. 500,000 crystal jade will suffice." Tang Tian promptly produced a sumi ring and presented it before Mansure. "I shall grant you 1 million. Consider the excess as a token of gratitude for your efforts. It would be unreasonable to have you toil in vain. However, I implore you to ensure this matter is executed flawlessly." Gazing at the sumi ring before her, Mansure inhaled deeply before finally clasping it in her hand. "Rest assured, my lord, by tomorrow evening at the latest, I shall have this matter well in hand. You need only await my good news," she respectfully asserted. Tang Tian nodded, placing his trust in Mansure, or rather, in the capabilities of the establishment. The ability to establish a premier luxury inn within the sacred city undoubtedly speaks to their extensive connections and resources. The next step was to await the commencement of the Talented Individuals Conference. Even if unforeseen complications arose, there would be no cause for alarm. One could simply breach any obstacles directly. Chapter 610. Arrival at the Danfa Dojo. In the ensuing 2 days, Tang Tian took temporary residence in an inn. After savoring tea and meals, he would stroll about, absorbing the local customs and culture of the holy city, which proved quite delightful. With Mansure assisting him, he felt no need to concern himself with troublesome matters. Mansure's efficiency was indeed commendable. She had promised to complete the necessary arrangements by the evening of the following day, yet by the morning, all formalities were finalized, and the qualification certificate for the Renja conference was delivered directly into Tang Tian's hands. Additionally, she provided information regarding the rules of the conference and details about the participants. Over 300 contestants would gather the next morning at a venue known as the Danfa Dojo for the ultimate competition. The finals comprised 3 events, each designed to eliminate a number of participants, culminating in the final event that would determine the top 3 contenders. These victors would not only receive substantial rewards, but also be granted a temporary pass for at the sacred grounds for a duration of 1 month. The specifics of the events were, of course, kept strictly confidential. Upon reviewing the regulations, Tang Tian discerned that this event was indeed more inclined towards entertainment rather than being overly rigorous or brutal. The primary focus was on exchange and learning. A lackluster performance in this conference could be remedied through hard work for future endeavors. As for the other participants, Tang Tian held little interest. They posed no threat to him, unless among them lurked another supreme being capable of challenging him. "I shall accompany you to the Danfa Dojo tomorrow morning. Focus solely on competing. I will do my utmost to pave the way for you," Mansure declared. Tang Tian nodded and chuckled. "Why do you seem more anxious than I do?" Mansure offered an embarrassed smile. "Your confidence in me, accompanied by the considerable investment, compels me to ensure that your crystal jade does not go to waste." Tang Tian laughed lightly. "If I trust you so much, why do you not trust me? Rest assured, I have great confidence in my alchemy skills. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Just ensure that I can participate smoothly." With a gentle sigh, Mansure nodded earnestly. The day swiftly passed. When Tang Tian emerged from his room, he found Mansure had been waiting outside for some time. Upon seeing him, she hurried over. "Good morning, young master. There is still ample time before the conference begins. Shall we have breakfast first?" "I have already arranged for the kitchen to prepare it." Tang Tian smiled. "Why didn't you call for me? Were you planning to wait indefinitely if I hadn't come out?" Mansure chuckled. "I was concerned about disturbing your rest." Tang Tian waved his hand. "Let us go down and eat." Having spent a considerable amount of time indoors, it felt rather stifling. Subsequently, the two descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the grand hall on the first floor, Tang Tian casually selected a seat by the window and gestured for Mansure to join him. At this moment, dawn had just begun to break, yet the establishment was already bustling with patrons. Those fortunate enough to dine here were all of considerable wealth and status. However, upon noticing Manshur accompanying a young man, they cast bewildered glances, speculating about the identity of this young gentleman. Shortly after they sat down, the dishes began to arrive promptly. Over the past few days, Tang Tian had indulged in the local delicacies of the holy city, each meal unique in its offerings. What of Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu? Should we invite them to join us? Manshur inquired, having noticed the absence of her companions. Tang Tian shook his head, replying, "No need to concern ourselves with them. I shall go alone today." Before departing, he had sent Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu into the world of the peculiar egg. With only a single pass available, he had resolved to adhere to the proper path into the sacred grounds without their accompaniment. Manshur nodded, not dwelling further on the matter, as her thoughts were entirely consumed by the upcoming Young Talents Exchange Conference. Even during their meal, she specifically mentioned several young prodigies, identifying them as formidable competitors with the most substantial foundations at this event. Yet, Tang Tian merely acknowledged her remarks with a nod, failing to commit their names to memory, deeming them unworthy. Once they finished breakfast, the pair set off for the Dan Fa dojo. The dojo itself was not located in the heart of the holy city. However, its vast expanse resembled that of a grand temple. By the time Tang Tian arrived, the area was teeming with people, all there to witness the event. The attire and the aura of alchemical fire emanating from the crowd indicated that the majority were alchemists. The Young Talents Exchange Conference represented a unique opportunity for young prodigies to showcase their abilities. Aside from the chance to acquire a pass to the sacred grounds, they might also attract the attention of powerful factions. An impressive performance could herald the beginning of a meteoric rise should one gain favor with a top-tier force. Manshur explained as they walked, while Tang Tian listened quietly. Such gatherings were typically quite similar in nature. As the event's commencement drew near, the entrance to the Dan Fa dojo was overcrowded, making entry nearly impossible. However, as individuals who had taken an alternative route, they were privy to a different entrance. Under Manshur's guidance, they navigated through another heavily guarded door, entering the preparation area for participants. Upon entering, they were approached by two attendants clad in formal attire, both of whom were formidable beings at the realm of the ritual path. They bore a green orb in their possession, exuding a robust life force and subtle traces of Taoist rhythm. Tang Tian recognized it immediately as a treasure specifically designed for testing bone age. "Manager man, this is the protocol," one of the attendants stated politely. Monsi nodded slightly and then addressed Tang Tian, saying, "Young master, it is imperative to conduct a bone age assessment prior to officially entering the competition." Tang Tian responded with a brief acknowledgement, indicating that they could commence at their convenience. Subsequently, two attendants activated the artifacts in their possession, casting a gentle green light that enveloped Tang Tian. This luminescence penetrated his form, delicately brushing against the source of his life before swiftly retracting. 21 years of age, no issues, the attendant proclaimed, yielding his position. As the attendant uttered this figure, a profound sense of relief washed over Monsi, as if a significant burden had finally been lifted from her heart. She had harbored doubts about Tang Tian being a youth under the age of 30. Even more astonishing was the revelation that his actual bone age was merely 21, likely the youngest among all participants. Monsi exhaled softly, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Young master, let us proceed inside." Tang Tian nodded in agreement, and together, they stepped into the preparation area for the competitors. Chapter 611. The alchemy competition commences. The so-called preparation area is, in fact, a grand hall. Tang Tian and his companions did not arrive particularly early. Already, 200 or 300 participants had gathered, arriving ahead of schedule. Most were serious expressions, striving to attain their utmost state for the impending final showdown. Yet, there were also a few who laughed heartily, appearing utterly unfazed by the tension surrounding them. "My lord, there remains less than half an hour before the finals officially commence. However, a quarter of an hour prior, participants will be escorted to their seats at the venue. You need only follow along at that time," Manshur informed him. Additionally, she continued, meticulously outlining the subsequent arrangements, covering all aspects. The judges would be representatives from the Tai sacred land, known for their impartiality, ensuring that no favoritism would mar the proceedings of the finals. "I will be cheering for you from below. There is no need for you to feel anxious. Just focus on competing earnestly," she urged. Observing her animated demeanor, Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. "Rest assured, There is nothing to worry about. Just watch me perform with confidence. At that moment, she appeared even more anxious than the competitors themselves, a stark contrast to their initial meeting. This, however, subtly indicated her sincerity. She was not the type to accept payment, yet fail to fulfill her duties. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Tang Tian's remark, Manshur smiled and replied, "Then I shall take my leave for now. Should you have any inquiries or instructions, do not hesitate to contact me." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He found Manshur to be quite an intriguing individual and contemplated the possibility of incorporating her into the network of talents he was building. Once Manshur departed, Tang Tian settled into the hall, leisurely observing the other contestants. The young participants were a varied lot, engaged in diverse activities, including some who burned incense and paper to beseech the gods for favor. This scene evoked memories of significant examinations from his past life, where everyone exhibited a similar demeanor. After a brief period, a young man approached him. "Hey," he called out. "Were you just testing your bone age?" He inquired directly. Tang Tian replied with a casual However, did not the bone age test take place a month prior? Why would you need to retest? The young man pressed further. With a playful smile, Tang Tian replied, "Because I am handsome." The young man was taken aback, then slightly bowed before turning away. This individual possessed a modicum of insight, recognizing Tang Tian's disinterest in conversation and choosing to withdraw. Nevertheless, upon his return, hushed whispers among him and a few companions reached Tang Tian's ears. A young man clad in golden robes glanced at Tang Tian and disdainfully remarked, "Is there any need to ask?" He must have taken the back door to enter. Such individuals were a common sight at every heroic assembly. The golden attire signified a notable status within the alchemist community, thus attracting a following of 7 or 8 admirers around him. In such a prestigious competition, is it possible to gain an unfair advantage? Surely, it must require a substantial sum of money. Indeed, I estimate that one would need at least 10,000 crystals to secure a position. He must be affluent, and besides, he is quite handsome, perhaps the only individual whose looks surpass my own. Listening to the discussions around him, the young man in golden attire scoffed. Is wealth truly impressive? Is good looks something to boast about? The talent competition is presided over by the Holy Master, and here, only strength serves as the ultimate criterion. He added, lacking proficiency in alchemy renders all else futile. Upon sensing his discontent, the crowd fell silent. A golden-robed alchemist commands a certain authority. At that moment, a timid voice interjected. But is it his fault to be wealthy and handsome? The golden-clad youth raised an eyebrow in confusion. After a brief moment, Tang Tian chose to disregard their chatter, finding it merely tiresome prattle. After today, the likelihood of any further interaction with them seemed negligible. After a while, all the participants had gathered. Subsequently, a figure clad in elder robes entered, prompting everyone to rise in unison. Moments later, under the elder's guidance, Tang Tian and the other competitors stepped into the alchemical arena. As they made their entrance, the cacophony of the outside world was abruptly drowned out. The arena was vast, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators who had come to witness the event. Before them lay an expansive jade platform, which was undoubtedly the stage for their final contest. As the elder ascended the platform, the noise from the outside ceased entirely. A formation encircled the platform, isolating it from all external sounds to prevent disturbances during the competition. After all, alchemy is a practice that demands immense focus and mental energy. One must be wholly immersed in it. Upon reaching the platform, the elder assigned positions to each participant. The placements were random, with significant distances between them to ensure no interference during the alchemical processes. Soon, Tang Tian settled into his designated position. There was only a standard alchemical furnace present, its quality merely that of an ordinary low-grade celestial artifact. This was likely arranged to accommodate those competitors who had little experience with high-quality furnaces, indicating that the competition would remain fair. Once everyone was seated, they waited a moment longer until a melodious chime resonated above them. The talent competition officially commenced. Concurrently, the images of all participants were projected in the skies above the arena. On the elevated viewing platform, Manshur quickly located Tang Tian's image. Her fists clenched in a display of nervousness. At that moment, another individual's gaze fell upon Tang Tian's projection. This person seemed to have not appeared previously. A murmur of confusion arose among the onlookers. Those who had been attentively following the competition immediately noticed the presence of an additional participant. "Let me take a look." Someone remarked. Tang Tian, with a bone age of 21, had indeed not been mentioned in the previous rounds of the competition. It appeared he was a latecomer to the finals. Information about Tang Tian was soon unearthed, revealing whispers of favoritism. However, according to customary practices, those who managed to enter the finals through less conventional means undoubtedly possessed remarkable abilities. Otherwise, their investments would be in vain. Yet, this time around, the roster of competitors was rife with formidable talents. It remained to be seen whether he could carve out a path amidst the throng, perhaps even surprising the audience. After all, there had been instances in the past where participants merely sought to flaunt their wealth or provide comic relief. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Amidst this chatter, the inaugural event of the finals finally unveiled its enigmatic nature. The first task, the refinement of immortal essence pills. Each participant was provided with materials for 3 batches of pills, and the one who could produce the greatest quantity would advance to the next round. In the event of a tie in quantity, the one with superior quality would prevail. Only the top 100 would secure a place in the next phase. A time limit of 1 hour was set, and now it began. The resounding chime of the bell marked the official commencement of the first event in this grand competition. Simultaneously, 3 sets of alchemical materials appeared before Tang Tian. Chapter 6:12. Anxious Man Sure. The Celestial Yuan Pill, a foundational elixir of the celestial grade, serves as one of the most widely applicable aids for cultivation within the realm of immortals. From the initial stages of the immortal realm to the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm, the Celestial Yuan Pill finds utility across the board. Although Tang Tian had encountered this elixir before, he had never utilized it, as it was of no practical use to him. However, for other cultivators, the Celestial Yuan Pill is an indispensable asset, particularly the high-quality variants, which are exceptionally rare and eagerly sought after whenever they surface. The difficulty of refining the Celestial Yuan Pill is not particularly high. Indeed, it was chosen as the first project in this competition merely to assess the fundamental skills of the alchemists. After all, the rules dictate that quantity triumphs, and only in cases of equal quantity will the quality of the elixirs be considered. The quality of elixirs is typically categorized into 9 distinct grades, ranging from 1 pattern to 9 patterns. Additionally, there exists a legendary elixir known as the Zero Pattern Celestial Pill, which is perfectly round and devoid of impurities, representing the pinnacle of quality. However, such elixirs only appear under fortuitous celestial and terrestrial conditions. Even the most esteemed alchemists, such as the alchemy sage or alchemy deity, cannot guarantee the production of a zero-pattern celestial pill with every batch, unless their mastery of the alchemical arts has reached an extraordinary zenith. Nonetheless, such exceptional beings are unlikely to grace this gathering of talented individuals. Gazing at the 3 sets of materials before him, Tang Tian could not suppress a yawn. The simplicity of this elixir utterly failed to pique his interest, and the 1-hour refining time felt excessively lengthy. He resolved to commence the refining process when the time was nearly ripe. With this thought, he leisurely retrieved a reclining chair, settled beside the alchemical furnace, and indulged in wine while awaiting the passage of time. While Tang Tian remained at ease, the other competitors and the audience outside did not share his tranquility. As the alchemical flames ignited in the various participant scenes, the fervor of the venue surged, with spectators eagerly discussing the progress of the alchemists. Starting with the celestial elixir, the challenge is truly formidable, one exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, although the Celestial Yuan Pill is relatively basic, achieving a successful refinement is no trivial task. Fortunately, this round emphasizes quantity. As long as sufficient pills are produced, one can succeed, another remarked. Subsequently, discussions turned to the maximum yield possible from the 3 sets of materials. Logically, each complete set of materials could yield 3 batches of refined pills, leading to a theoretical maximum of 9 batches. Given that a complete batch produces 10 pills, the theoretical maximum total would be 90 pills. However, this is nearly impossible. In practice, achieving a full batch of 10 pills is rare, as there are usually several substandard elixirs. To increase the number of successful refinements, meticulous operations and precise control of the alchemical flames are required, demanding an immense investment of energy and focus. If only 1 furnace were to be refined, it could still be managed. However, with 3 materials amounting to 9 furnaces and a mere hour to complete the task, No one could maintain their focus at an optimal level under such intense pressure. Thus, this endeavor not only tests the foundational skills of the alchemists, but also evaluates their capacity to allocate their energy wisely, determining how best to harness their full potential to produce the maximum number of elixirs. Soon enough, someone began to analyze the intricate details of the first project, piecing together a comprehensive understanding. In summary, the difficulty of the finals is exceedingly high. At that moment, however, someone noticed the new arrival. "Oh, why is that fellow drinking?" one person remarked with curiosity. Subsequently, the gazes of others shifted towards Tang Tian, observing that he had yet to ignite the alchemical fire or even stir the materials. Appearing rather nonchalant, someone burst into laughter. "Huh, I told you, someone got in through the back door just to make us laugh. Look, here he is." Sighing, another lamented. "I had hoped he would display remarkable talent, but it seems my expectations were in vain. Spending such a fortune just to take the stage for a laugh is rather extravagant, isn't it? Yet, isn't this just another form of flaunting wealth? The mindset of the affluent is difficult to decipher. What do we care? We are here to witness the alchemical competition, not to observe displays of wealth. Let him amuse himself over there, for he shall be absent in the next round." After a brief bout of teasing, they redirected their attention from him, choosing instead to focus on the performances of the young alchemists. However, one individual remained fixated on Tang Tian. Manshur clenched her fists, watching in frustration as he remained motionless, her palms growing sweaty. The surrounding murmurs only heightened her anxiety. What could she do? She was nearly at her wit's end. Yet Tang Tian showed no signs of action. Could she expect him to rise and act on her behalf? At that moment, another voice reached Manshur's ears. "Manager man, seeing you so preoccupied these past few days, I thought you were planning something grand. Is this all you've managed?" A young man dressed elegantly spoke with a light chuckle. Upon hearing his voice, Manshur's expression darkened instantly. "This is none of your concern, Luo Guang." Luo Guang, also a manager at their establishment, had a history of rivalry with Manshur, suggesting a competitive animosity between them. In response to her frosty retort, Luo Guang chuckled. "How can it not be? Your commotion is so loud that everyone in the circle knows this person was brought in by our establishment. If this results in embarrassment, it will tarnish our reputation. Should there be any losses, I fear you shall bear the responsibility." With a cold demeanor, Manshur replied, "If that truly is the case, I will naturally take responsibility. This has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I firmly believe in the prowess of young Master Tang. He is not someone of your myopic caliber who can comprehend his capabilities." Luo Guang let out a couple of hearty laughs and remarked, "Time is swiftly passing. It's almost halfway through, and he is still basking in the sun. You still harbor faith in him? Manshur, could it be that you have been utterly enchanted by that handsome visage, to the extent that you have lost all sense of discernment? If he truly manages to turn the tide, I shall run naked 10 laps around the alchemical arena." Manshur merely scoffed lightly, saying, "If you wish to engage in such perverse antics, be my guest. There's no need to seek an excuse. I shall not wager on my guest with you. That constitutes a breach of professional ethics. Now, kindly scurry off and play in the mud." With that, she disregarded Luo Guang and turned her attention back to Tang Tian. At that moment, Tang Tian finally made a move. Under Manshur's eager gaze, he shifted his position, adopting a more comfortable stance, and continued to savor his wine. Chapter 613. So much like time swiftly passed. Before long, the first competition segment had elapsed significantly, leaving less than a quarter of an hour remaining, and the contest had entered a fervent stage. Over 300 participants exhibited varied performances. Most individuals dedicated their utmost focus from the outset, diligently refining every batch of elixirs to ensure their success rates. However, disparities soon became evident. Some lacked formidable spirit, and their willpower and control were mediocre. After successfully producing their first batch of elixirs, the quality and quantity of their subsequent attempts plummeted rapidly. There were even instances where a contestant produced 9 elixirs in the first round, only to yield a mere 3 in the second. This disheartening outcome left the participant bewildered, and in a state of panic, they shattered 3 batches, spilling blood upon the alchemical furnace. Conversely, those with robust spirits managed to endure slightly longer. Some maintained an exceptionally high standard across 3 or 4 batches, while others only experienced a noticeable decline during the final material refinement. Nevertheless, such individuals were in the minority. The majority of contestants struggled to sustain high-intensity alchemical processes. In contrast, those who conserved their energy from the beginning, not exerting themselves completely, appeared to perform better overall. Thus, it became clear that strategy played a crucial role in this grand competition. Throughout the event, several participants distinguished themselves and garnered attention. Notably, a young man clad in golden attire captivated a significant audience. The moment he successfully produced his elixirs, gasps of astonishment filled the air. His 8th batch yielded 9 elixirs, all of which surpassed the 7th grade. Some even reached the 9th grade. My goodness, achieving such a high standard consistently across 8 batches was extraordinary. The brilliance of this golden-clad youth was simply dazzling. He hailed from the esteemed Jean family of Jean Tan, a renowned lineage in the art of alchemy. His participation in this gathering of exceptional talents was indeed overwhelming. Someone revealed the identity of the golden youth. Explaining why his alchemical techniques were so exquisite, he had an esteemed heritage. His alchemical flames were of exceptional quality, and his fire control was unparalleled. Upon returning, I must study his methods thoroughly. Truly remarkable, producing a total of 74 elixirs across 8 batches, while the second-place contender seemed to have barely 50. It appeared that the title of champion in this competition was undoubtedly his. Once again, the crowd erupted in admiration for Jean Tan's performance, which indeed warranted accolades. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at that guy in the recliner. It seems he is finally about to begin." Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gaze to Tang Tian. Due to his peculiar behavior, he had successfully earned the moniker Recliner Guy. With only 15 minutes left, could he possibly be plotting a dramatic comeback? Haha. Do not jest. This is a miraculous elixir. Even the sage of alchemy would find it impossible to refine 3 ingredients within such a brief span of time. I suspect he is merely orchestrating a spectacle. After all, having spent such a significant sum, it would be a travesty to waste it on mere slumber, haha. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Tang Tian rose from his reclined position. He then flicked a finger, and a blaze ignited within the alchemical furnace, soon roaring to life. Nevertheless, he proceeded to haphazardly cram all the materials into the furnace, akin to stoking a fire with kindling. Ha ha ha, I told you so. He is undoubtedly putting on a show. This is utterly comical. I have never witnessed such a method of alchemy. If this does not result in an explosion, I shall take his surname from this day forth. The force of 3 materials exploding would surely allow one to escape unscathed. Embodying humor, I would bestow upon him the title of the foremost jester of the Alchemists' Convention. The crowd erupted in playful banter. Observing the scene, Manshur clenched her fists, already wishing to close her eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Despite her attempts to persuade herself to trust Tang Tian, her years of experience led her to believe that it was impossible for him to turn the tide. Manshur, accept your fate. In our line of work, placing all hope in another is the gravest folly. Upon your return, prepare for the punishment from the chief steward. Luo Guang continued to offer his sardonic remarks. Manshur chose to ignore him. As long as the competition had not officially concluded, she would never concede defeat so readily. Just then, amidst the crowd's laughter, a thunderous bang erupted from the direction of the alchemical furnace, which had indeed exploded. Look, what did I say? I told you he would blow it up. How tragic. The lid has been sent flying, and numerous small orbs have scattered forth. Small orbs. As the laughter subsided, everyone suddenly froze. For after the lid of the furnace was blown off, several orbs resembling medicinal pills emerged. However, upon closer inspection, they realized these were not mere orbs, but genuine elixirs. What the hell? Once they comprehended the situation, the crowd erupted in exclamations. No way he truly refined them. 30 orbs. This method of refining, akin to tossing firewood, yielded 10 elixirs in the first batch. The elixirs bore no markings, appearing utterly natural. My goodness, not only did he produce 10, but they are all flawless zero-pattern heavenly elixirs. Soon, astonished gasps transformed into roars of disbelief. The outcome was simply explosive. Everyone had presumed Tang Tian would fail, yet he had instead conjured forth a batch of perfect zero-pattern heavenly elixirs. What a miraculous method of alchemy is this? Not only have they never witnessed it, but they had never even heard of such a technique. All present stood wide-eyed, frozen in their places. The events unfolding before them were swiftly dismantling their preconceived notions. Yet, even more astonishing events were on the horizon. PFF. Before Tang Tian, the alchemical furnace erupted once more. Simultaneously, 10 elixirs burst forth from within, cascading into the jade vials that had been meticulously prepared. Remarkably, each one was a flawless zero-pattern celestial pill. Within mere moments, with a resounding puff, another 10 zero-pattern celestial pills erupted, marking the success of the third batch. Subsequently, Tang Tian's furnace resembled a remarkably vigorous miniature volcano, erupting every few breaths. Each explosion yielding 10 perfect zero-pattern celestial pills. Witnessing the pills soaring through the air, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, their minds rendered blank. Could elixirs truly be refined in such a manner? At that moment, the entire paradigm of alchemy they had painstakingly constructed throughout their lives crumbled into oblivion. Meanwhile, Manshur, drenched in sweat and anxiety, finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief. It felt as though she had just endured an intense battle that lasted an entire hour, and now, at last, they were witnessing the climactic moment of triumph. Observing Tang Tian's continuously erupting furnace, her face radiated with ease and contentment. So many, and she adored them immensely. Chapter 614. Supreme Alchemist. The first event of the Alchemy Master Tournament's finals is drawing to a close. All eyes in the audience are captivated by the spectacle of Tang Tian. It is simply breathtaking. Never before has anyone witnessed such an extraordinary method of alchemy. Nor could anyone have imagined that such a brutally straightforward approach could yield an entire batch of flawless zero-pattern heavenly elixirs. This astonishing phenomenon challenges the alchemical principles that they have long accepted, threatening to unravel their established beliefs. Not only the spectators, but even the esteemed panel of judges seated at the highest vantage point exhibit expressions of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality before them. Is this reasonable? Is such a feat even possible? Questions stemming from the depths of their souls arise. They turn their gaze towards the eldest alchemist seated at the center, a true master of the craft. The venerable alchemist fixates intently on the cauldron depicted in Tang Tian's display and solemnly remarks, "Theoretically, such a thing can indeed exist. However, in practical terms, it is beyond human capability. Only someone whose understanding of alchemy transcends the limits, standing above the heavenly principles, could achieve such a miraculous feat yet. How could a mere 21-year-old youth possibly ascend above the heavenly path? I too find this unfathomable." The crowd is momentarily dumbfounded. If even the venerable alchemist cannot comprehend this existence, how has that young man managed to accomplish it? We must investigate his background, someone suggests. Soon, inquiries into Tang Tian's true identity commence, for the presence of such an extraordinary individual warrants serious consideration. Meanwhile, as conversations unfold, Tang Tian's alchemical process nears its conclusion. 9 flawless zero-pattern heavenly elixirs, totaling 90 exquisite capsules, are meticulously arranged in 9 small jade vials before him. Yet, the flames within the cauldron remain unextinguished. After a brief pause, seemingly deep in thought, Tang Tian finally snaps his fingers, causing the flames in the cauldron to flicker and dim. At this moment, the venerable alchemist atop the platform exhales a long breath, appearing significantly more at ease. The onlookers are puzzled, wondering about the cause of his reaction. The alchemist strokes his beard and smiles, saying, "Have you ever heard of the title Supreme Alchemist?" The crowd is taken aback, and one person responds, "Could it be that one achieves supremacy through the mastery of alchemy?" The alchemist nods slightly. One could say that. The title of Supreme Alchemist is a legendary designation. Throughout the vast expanse of time, only a select few have attained this honor, each forever etched in the annals of history as unparalleled masters. The crowd, still perplexed, inquires, "But what connection does the Supreme Alchemist have with Tang Tian?" The old Dan God explained in a gentle tone, "The art of alchemy, much like the path of cultivation, is entirely governed by the laws of the heavenly Tao, with 3 as the foundational number and 9 as the ultimate. The materials for 3 celestial essence pills can yield a maximum of 9 batches of pills. No one can surpass this limit. However, the supreme masters of alchemy transcend the heavenly Tao and the confines of this world. Thus, they possess the capability to break through this limit and produce the 10th batch of pills. Tang Tian's ability to refine 9 flawless, zero-pattern celestial pills can be marginally justified through certain extreme possibilities. Yet, if he were to successfully create the 10th batch, then the old Dan God chose not to elaborate further, but those around him understood. If Tang Tian truly managed to refine the 10th batch of pills, it could only indicate that seated there was a supreme master of alchemy, a 21-year-old supreme master of alchemy. Regardless of the actual circumstances, the nature of this talent-gathering event would be irrevocably altered. At that moment, it would likely necessitate an urgent notification to the Tai sacred land, requesting the presence of a divine esteemed being. Fortunately, such a spine-chilling scenario did not materialize. Until the bell signaling the end of the competition tolled, Tang Tian remained motionless, quietly seated in his recliner, savoring his wine. Meanwhile, the results of the first competition had been conclusively determined. Although the participants were still unaware, the audience knew that Tang Tian would undoubtedly secure the top position in this initial event. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? A sigh escaped someone's lips. Still unable to recover from the shocking spectacle, it was initially believed that Jean Tan, hailing from a renowned alchemical family, would dominate the rankings with overwhelming prowess. Yet he was unexpectedly eclipsed. 9 batches of flawless, zero-pattern celestial pills. Surely, even the Dan God himself would find it challenging to accomplish that. It was indeed extraordinary. I initially mocked him, thinking he was merely a source of amusement, only to realize that the true jesters were ourselves. The crowd fervently discussed Tang Tian's alchemical process, which had truly broadened their horizons. Meanwhile, those factions seeking exceptional talents had begun to probe into Tang Tian's background, hoping to recruit him. As for Manshur, she let out a long sigh of relief. The heavy burden in her heart finally lifted. Young Master Tang indeed proved his mettle. She was not overly concerned about how Tang Tian's competition results might affect her standing in the tavern. She merely hoped to justify the hefty commission of 500,000 crystal jade by witnessing Tang Tian successfully obtain the pass to the sacred land. 500,000 was an immense sum. With her worries alleviated, she finally turned her attention to other matters. Glancing at Luo Guang beside her, Manshur smiled slightly. I recall you mentioning earlier that if young Master Tang makes a remarkable comeback, you would run naked in the Dan Method arena? Surely, a manager of your stature wouldn't he go back on your word? Luo Guang's expression suddenly froze. How could he possibly commit such an act in public? Even if he harbored such thoughts, he had to consider his future. Ultimately, he could only force a smile and softly implore, Sister Monsi, please don't be like this. We have worked together, and there's no need to sever my prospects entirely. Let this 5,000 crystal jade serve as my apology. Monsi merely let out a faint hum, turning away from him and refusing to accept his offering. Had Luo Guang ever contemplated her future? She was not a person of benevolent disposition. Once the competition concluded, she would ensure that Luo Guang found no refuge within the entire holy city. Perceiving Monsi's demeanor, Luo Guang inferred certain truths. He smiled wryly, retracted his crystal jade, and chose not to linger further, rising to leave. In the face of Monsi's onslaught, he needed to be fully prepared. At that moment, as Luo Guang stood, the judges above began to announce the results of the first event of the competition. Chapter 615. The might of Mang Village. The full hour dedicated to alchemy left most participants utterly drained, both mentally and physically. Some reached near exhaustion within the first half hour, struggling to hold on for the remainder, with even their spirits suffering damage. Yet, such exertion did not guarantee favorable results. As they awaited the announcement of the outcomes, many displayed signs of anxiety, their bodies trembling with tension. Conversely, a few remained entirely composed. Jean Tin stood tall, his 9 small jade vials shimmering brilliantly before him. Though a hint of fatigue was evident in his demeanor, he appeared significantly better off than the majority. This was owing to his solid foundation, formidable alchemical talent, and the long-standing lineage of his family's alchemical heritage. The Xianyuan pill was a core subject at this stage, making its refinement second nature to him. Moreover, this time, his performance was particularly exceptional. From 9 furnaces, he successfully produced 82 pills, with the lowest quality surpassing 6 patterns. Such a feat was something even the venerable alchemical elders of his family might struggle to achieve. The heroic gathering? In Jean Tan's eyes, it was merely a gathering of pretenders. Thus, he possessed unwavering confidence that he would secure indisputable victory in every event. As he observed the old alchemy sage rise, he was prepared to hear his name called amidst the resounding cheers from the crowd. Then, amidst Jean Tan's eager anticipation, the old sage began to speak. In the finals of the alchemy heroic gathering, the champion of the first event is Tang Tian from Fengxia Tavern. As the words settled, an overwhelming roar of applause and cheers erupted from all directions, nearly shaking the very grounds. With the conclusion of the first competition, the barriers that had isolated them from the outside clamor were lifted. At that moment, Jean Tan, standing on the platform, was utterly dumbfounded. The cheers were indeed present, but astonishingly, they were not for him. Instead, they were for Tang Tian, the very individual he had previously looked down upon, who had seemingly gained entry through backdoor means. The deafening applause continued unabated as the old sage announced the name of the second-place finisher, Jean Tan, yet he remained unresponsive. The cheers that did not belong to him felt utterly meaningless. After a prolonged moment of shock, he abruptly turned, peering through the throng of participants toward Tang Tian's direction. Yet, to his dismay, he found Tang Tian lounging nonchalantly, sipping wine in a reclining chair. How brazen could one be? Fuming, Jean Tan's furious gaze fixated on Tang Tian, a sentiment that any cultivator above the celestial realm would likely perceive. However, Tang Tian remained unfazed. This only fueled Jean Tan's ire further, compelling him to look away. Clenching his fists in silent rage. The Xianyuan pill is merely fundamental. What is so remarkable about it? In the forthcoming endeavor, I shall unveil what constitutes a true genius in the art of alchemy, Jean Tan silently vowed. Meanwhile, Tang Tian had merely repositioned himself. He was acutely aware of the gaze directed at him moments ago, but chose to disregard it. At present, he found himself somewhat ennui-ridden. The disparity was insurmountable. Engaging with this gaggle of novices seemed devoid of any substantial purpose, despite being the youngest among them. Let us conclude swiftly. Securing the pass is all that matters. The venerable Dan Shen only announced the names of the top 3 contenders, while the remaining qualifiers were divulged by the panel of judges. Out of over 300 participants, only the top 100 would advance, condemning more than 200 to leave in silence. Some individuals, possessing robust inner fortitude, remained undeterred. Their resolve to pursue their path strengthened as they prepared to return and strive anew. Others, lacking such resilience, exhibited despondency, some weeping openly, while others sobbed uncontrollably or even fainted on the spot. Conversely, those who had narrowly avoided elimination appeared more elated than the leaders. Such is the myriad tapestry of human experience. Once all eliminated participants vacated the stage, the remaining 100-plus contenders were poised to enter the next round of decisive competition. The platform once again severed its connection with the outside world, and a surge of vital essence emerged, restoring the participants to their peak condition following the previous round's exertions. Subsequently, the rules for the second challenge were officially announced. The second task, free expression. Each participant received a fixed set of materials, from which they were to concoct elixirs based on their acquired alchemical knowledge. The higher the grade and quality of the elixir produced, the greater the chances of advancing to the final round. Only 20 participants would progress, and they were allotted a time frame of 1 hour. Now commence. With these words, a uniform array of alchemical materials appeared before each contestant. Though the quantity was modest, it encompassed a range from low to high, challenging the participants to discern the most optimal solution. This task tested the alchemists' understanding of their craft and their personal accumulation of knowledge, 2 crucial elements for any alchemist. After casting a cursory glance at the materials, Tang Tian ceased his consideration. He was disinclined to engage his intellect. Despite the barrier of formation, he could effortlessly observe everything occurring on stage. In the end, he merely needed to surpass the strongest by a slight margin. Reclining comfortably, he began to doze off. The spectators outside bore witness to Tang Tian's actions. Yet, no one dared to underestimate this exceptional scion of wealth any longer. They were eager to see whether he would conjure something extraordinary this time. However, as time waned and the competition drew to a close, those anticipating another miracle were met with disappointment. For Tang Tian's elixir bore an uncanny resemblance to Jean Tan's, with only a marginally superior quality. In ordinary circumstances, such a result would indeed be exceedingly rare. However, Tang Tian's initial performance was undeniably extraordinary. With such high expectations, a significant disparity is to be anticipated. Even though Tang Tian triumphed once more in the second event, it did not possess the same miraculous quality as before. Yet, the most disheartening of all was Jean Tan. He exerted every ounce of his strength, only to be bested by Tang Tian. The silver lining, however, was that this time he at least glimpsed hope. The opponent was merely slightly superior, and there remained a chance for a comeback in the final showdown. Keep pushing. You can do it. Jean Tan rallied himself with fervor. Just as the judges announced the names of those advancing, inquiries into Tang Tian's identity yielded results. According to Jun Yang, the lord of Wangchuan City, Tang Tian hails from a secluded village named Meng Village within the Wangchuan realm. The correspondent remarked to the venerable Dan God. The Dan God sighed deeply and mused. So that is the case. This elucidates everything. In the vast expanse of time and space, there will always be reclusive masters. Yet, to nurture a talent in alchemy such as Tang Tian is no small feat. It appears that Meng Village must indeed be a gathering place for formidable individuals. The Dan God lamented. Chapter 616. The second batch of innate spirits. The finals of the Dan Technique Masters Tournament have finally reached its concluding event. The competitors, who initially numbered over 300, have dwindled to a mere 20. Ultimately, only the top 3 will secure a coveted pass to the Sacred Land. However, it is worth noting that those who have advanced to this stage have, in a sense, already achieved success. Their performances and names have garnered the attention of various influential factions. Once the competition concludes, an abundance of invitations will surely flock to their hands. Provided that no significant upheaval occurs in the future, their prospects are boundless. Thus, during this final challenge, the competitors maintain a relatively relaxed demeanor. This is largely due to the overwhelming excellence of the frontrunners, Tang Tian and Jean Tan, who have decisively eclipsed the aspirations of most participants for the pass. With the activation of the external formation, the details of the last competition were formally announced. The third task, the refinement of longevity pills. Each contestant is provided with 3 identical sets of materials, and they must exert their utmost efforts to concoct longevity pills of sufficiently high quality. The top 10 pills, ranked by quality, will receive a generous reward for their excellence. The top 3, in addition to their rewards, will obtain passes to the Sacred Land for the purpose of exchanging insights on Dan techniques. The time limit for this task is 2 hours. Let the competition commence. Upon the announcement of the task, each competitor was presented with 3 sets of materials once more. After listening, Tang Tian could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the individual who devised this challenge. The longevity pill is an exceptionally unique elixir. Its grade is not merely determined by the number of patterns, but rather by the efficacy of the pill itself. With the same materials, a higher-level alchemist produces a far more potent pill. The grades, ranked from lowest to highest, are longevity pill, longevity fruit pill, immortal longevity pill, 1,000-year longevity pill, 10,000-year longevity pill, and the supreme grade, heaven synchronous longevity pill. Each grade also exhibits variations in the number of patterns. This elixir serves as a precise measure of an alchemist's overall proficiency, rendering it one of the most suitable choices for alchemical competitions. Its sole drawback lies in the exorbitant cost of its materials. However, for the Tai Chi Sacred Land, such expenses are negligible. Soon, the remaining contestants began earnest preparations, striving to optimize their states for a final push. Meanwhile, Tang Tian set down his cup, turned over, and closed his eyes. 2 hours felt exceedingly long. Sleeping throughout the duration could prove rather tedious. Thus, he deemed it more worthwhile to engage in other pursuits during this time. To an outside observer, Tang Tian appeared to be resting in a reclining chair. Yet, unbeknownst to all, he had departed from the competition venue and ventured into the world of the odd eggs. Approximately 10 days have elapsed since the last emergence of the adorable creature, and it seems that the second batch of primordial beings in the world of the strange egg is on the verge of birth. When Tang Tian's figure appeared above the ginkgo tree, the sound of cheerful laughter instantly reached his ears. Beneath the ginkgo tree, Gu Xiao Xue Xiao, and the little creature were playfully chasing each other around the stout trunk, reveling in their merriment. After 10 days, the body of the little creature had grown significantly larger than Xiao, resembling a fluffy ball of black and white fur that occasionally rolled on the ground. Indifferent to the black soil clinging to its beautiful coat, perhaps due to his lack of youthful innocence, Tang Tian could not discern the nature of their play. Turning his gaze toward the treetop, he noticed Prince Yu sitting at the top of the ginkgo, intently observing 3 different colored Dao fruits before him. These 3 fruits were nearing maturity, pulsating with a vibrant life force akin to the rhythm of a heartbeat, sending waves of energy outward. They represented the second batch of primordial spirits destined to be born in the world of the strange egg. The golden Dao fruit was for the ancestral dragon, the multicolored Dao fruit for the ancestral phoenix, and an emerald green Dao fruit, astonishingly, for a blue lotus. Following the emergence of the little creature, this blue lotus Dao fruit began to grow rapidly, soon matching the ancestral dragon and phoenix in size, harboring an inexhaustible essence of primordial life within. According to Tang Tian's analysis, these 3 Dao fruits might herald the official commencement of the era of life in the world of the strange egg. At that moment, the playful trio finally noticed Tang Tian's presence. The little creature chirped excitedly and instantly appeared in Tang Tian's embrace, affectionately rubbing its fluffy head against his chest, expressing its fondness. As a primordial spirit possessing half-step supreme strength, the little creature could indeed articulate human speech, yet it seemed to prefer its most primal mode of expression. Tang Tian, understanding this, did not impose. After all, this was their world, and they should do as they pleased. "Hey, Lao Tang," Xiao called out. "Aren't you supposed to be participating in some alchemy competition? What brings you here?" Tang Tian, gently petting the little creature's head, replied, "That competition was far too dull. I'd rather come and see you all." Xiao laughed heartily. "I guessed as much. You, akin to an alchemy supreme, competing with a bunch of children. If you Haven Tea scared them to death, that would be a feat indeed. Honestly, you might as well barge in. After all, that divine lord can't do anything to you now." Tang Tian scoffed. "You know nothing." He swiftly changed the subject, gazing at the 3 Dao fruits on the cusp of maturity. "They should be ready soon. Perhaps I should assist in their hatching right now," he suggested. Xiao exclaimed, "I've wanted to do that for ages. Unfortunately, you've been busy outside all this time. They are all your offspring. With but a mere exertion, you can bring them into existence." Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. The choice of words from this individual was invariably so insanely audacious. "Well then, let us prepare for hatching. Wang Ziyu, come down." After retrieving Wang Ziyu from the tree, Tang Tian and Xiao Bian commenced the formal birth of the 3 Dao fruits. They were on the verge of breaking free, destined to be the masters of the world, and with the presence of the world's creator, Xiao, it was indeed a simple matter to expedite this process. Moments later, the pulsations of life within the 3 Dao fruits quickened, and the emanating vitality grew increasingly potent, causing the entire monster egg world to tremble in response. Upon reaching a critical threshold, a brilliant radiance erupted from the treetop of the ginkgo tree. This was the manifestation of 3 distinct lights of life. The second batch of innate spirits of the monster egg world had officially come into being. Chapter 617, Cradle of Life. With a resounding roar, a magnificent 9-clawed golden dragon, radiating a brilliant golden light, soared high into the heavens. As it emerged, the entire sky was bathed in a golden hue. Suddenly, a breeze stirred the air. Fluffy clouds began to form rapidly in the boundless sky, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of golden clouds encircled the crown of a ginkgo tree. The 9-clawed golden dragon weaved through the clouds, and wherever its body passed, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if a deluge were imminent. At that moment, a resplendent phoenix, adorned in a myriad of colors, ascended towards the heavens. It unfurled its massive wings, nearly obscuring half the sky, when it converged with the 9-clawed golden dragon above. The dance of dragon and phoenix reached a crescendo, and the roar of thunder intensified. In the next instant, countless colorful silk-like raindrops descended from the sky. This marked the first rain in the world of the strange eggs, a transformative rain of life. The multicolored rain drifted with the wind, saturating every corner of the peculiar realm. Under its nourishing touch, the once desolate and barren land finally acquired the capacity to nurture life, transforming into a vast cradle of existence. Yet, in addition to the fertile ground, the seeds of life were equally essential. A radiant green light flickered as an 18-petal blue lotus ascended into the air, gently rotating in the sky. With each rotation, an abundance of primordial life essence swiftly radiated outward, enveloping every inch of the strange egg world. This mesmerizing scene persisted for a considerable time, until tiny specks of green emerged at the base of the ginkgo tree. Those were the most primitive blades of grass. Once the green appeared, it spread rapidly. Before long, this valley, protected by 9 dragon veins, was entirely filled with verdant life. Witnessing this, the joyous rolling creature leaped from Tang Tian's embrace and landed on the grassy ground beneath the ginkgo tree, basking in the colorful rain while rolling back and forth on the soft grass, emitting a series of delighted giggles. It was uncertain whether it was the presence of life that brought it joy or the fact that rolling no longer dirted its fur. This was indeed the proper way to unveil a world of birth, the little one mused as it gazed at the unfolding spectacle. Tang Tian nodded slightly in agreement. Having ascended to supremacy, he too could glimpse many secrets regarding the world. Typically, when a world is birthed, it is the ancestral dragon and phoenix that first emerge, shaping the realm into a cradle of life, followed by other primordial spirits that add further brilliance to the new world. However, in his case, it was different. The first to emerge was not the ancestral dragon or phoenix, but the rolling creature that represented yin and yang. Although its appearance completed the world, it ultimately did not evolve into something capable of nurturing life, a rather peculiar circumstance indeed. However, I believe that the evolution of your world ought to be more rational. Suddenly, Xiao shifted the conversation, stating, strictly speaking, the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix indeed fall within the realm of living beings. Yet, nothing can emerge directly from nothingness. Every form of evolution necessitates a process, or rather, a medium. The first to be birthed, representing the harmonious balance of all things, is precisely such a medium. However, it seems that aside from your world, no other realms possess this quality. Tang Tian paused, then chuckled. If that is the case, do the other worlds not constitute a true completeness? Does this also include the vast world outside? Xiao furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. I do not know. There are many elements in this world that even my master has not fully comprehended. Moreover, I suddenly recalled that my master's plans seem to extend beyond merely countering the great heavenly sovereign. They appear to bear some connection to the true origins of the world. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is this a fragment of recently restored memory? He was aware that Xiao retained a crucial portion of memory that remained sealed. Yet, Xiao shook her head again. No, this part of the memory had been restored earlier. I simply did not pay it any mind until I witnessed the evolution of your world, which prompted the recollection. At that time, aside from confronting the great heavenly sovereign, my master appeared to be in search of certain secrets pertaining to the innermost depths of this world. That plan seems to be somewhat related to this secret. However, the primary objective undoubtedly remains the confrontation with the great heavenly sovereign. Thus, I did not dwell on that matter. Tang Tian fell silent for a moment. Zhao's master stands among the elite at the pinnacle of the world. Furthermore, if his calculations are correct, Zhao's master is none other than the mother of nature. Such an existence, regardless of how peculiar their actions may seem, does not evoke surprise. It is entirely reasonable to delve into the mysteries of the world. As for whether the elements they wish to investigate relate to the medium that Xiao referred to, that remains unknown. Nevertheless, regardless of what it may be, Tang Tian is confident that when he stands on the same pedestal as Zhao's master, he will undoubtedly uncover the truth. And that day is not far off. With the emergence of the 9-clawed golden dragon, the 7-colored celestial phoenix, and the life blue lotus, the world of the strange egg has ushered in a true era of life. As the sovereign of this world, Tang Tian can distinctly feel that he has taken a significant stride forward on the path to supremacy. Once the remaining Dao fruits have fully hatched, it will mark his true entry into the ranks of the transcendent. Gazing up at the sky, Tang Tian softly remarked, after the three of them transform the entire world into a cradle of life, the hatching speed of other primordial spirits should accelerate significantly. Should it not? The little nodding replied, of course. Every endeavor begins with difficulty, and once a promising start is achieved, the subsequent tasks become increasingly manageable. However, the faster they hatch, the greater the pressure on you as a caretaker. Each primordial spirit possesses a voracious appetite. Should the supply of milk formula falter, their growth will inevitably be stunted. The milk formula refers specifically to the 3 primordial divine substances. The divine materials required for hatching the Dao fruit are far more formidable than those initially needed to forge the world of monstrous eggs. Thus, it is imperative to remain committed to matters of consumption. After visiting the Tai Chi sacred land, I intended to seek out that esteemed deity. Discussing the matters of the Global Commerce Association and the Void Realm with him should pose no significant challenge. If I could ascertain a valuation for the entire Tai Chi sacred land, including the 9 heavenly domains, and acquire them in their entirety, Tang Tian smiled faintly. The concerns regarding the milk formula for the primordial spirits would then be laid to rest. Chapter 618. The acquisition of the pass. After the emergence of the second batch of innate beings, Tang Tian lingered a while longer in this newly birthed world. He chose to return to the greater realm just as the time for the external competition was nearing its conclusion. Upon his return, a wave of decay assailed his senses. Previously, he had not perceived it so starkly, but after truly experiencing the essence of the new world, the dilapidated and ravaged state of the greater realm became vividly apparent to him. It appeared ancient, as if a significant portion of it had already been interred in the earth, wilting away. Even without the great heavenly sovereign hastening this process of demise, it seemed unlikely that the greater realm could endure for much longer. With a quiet sigh, Tang Tian momentarily withdrew his focus, deciding not to dwell on such matters. Returning to the competition, the finals were nearing their climax, and the final 20 contestants had each secured their guaranteed elixirs. A glance around revealed that the highest quality elixirs were still those produced by Jean Tan. In his possession were several 5-pattern longevity pills, and the final furnace he was refining had a high probability of yielding a 9-pattern longevity pill, with the possibility of even a 0-pattern celestial pill. However, it was evident that he was still far from achieving the more advanced 10,000 longevity pill. Nonetheless, his alchemical skills surpassed those of all contestants except Tang Tian, marking him as a promising talent. Regrettably, seeing this, Tang Tian decided not to wait any longer. He tossed a batch of materials into the alchemical furnace and ignited it with a symbolic flicker of flame. Within a few breaths, a batch of longevity pills emerged successfully. Though they were only of 2 or 3 patterns and lacked high quality, they sufficed to secure victory in the competition. After sealing the elixirs in a jade vial, Tang Tian quietly awaited the conclusion of the time. Just before the final bell tolled, Jean Tan's last batch of elixirs was finally completed. As Tang Tian had surmised, this batch was nearly perfect, containing several 9-pattern pills. His luck was average, however, as there were no 0-pattern celestial pills among them. After completing the refinement, Jean Tan let out a long breath, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. In the final showdown, he had withstood the pressure of his earlier defeats and once again excelled, producing a batch of 9-pattern pills. At this moment, he found clarity, regardless of the ultimate outcome. Whether he could surpass Tang Tian, it mattered little. What was truly important was the breaking of his own limits. Moments later, the bell signaling the end of the competition reverberated throughout the venue. Subsequently, the formation enveloping the platform was dismantled, and the fervent discussions from the audience instantaneously engulfed the competition site. Jean Tan discerned the murmurs of the spectators, and indeed, the focus of their discourse remained on Tang Tian. That individual who had entered through the back door had actually refined a batch of 10,000 longevity pills. The 10,000 longevity pill. This was the standard of a pill sage. Jean Tan inhaled deeply, grateful that he had prepared himself mentally in advance. Otherwise, perhaps due to this competition, my resolve may falter. After a brief pause, the venerable Dan god at the judging panel began to announce the final results of the contest. The first place, without a shadow of a doubt, was secured by Tang Tian, who concocted the Wan Shou Dan. The second place was claimed by Jean Tan with the Jiao Wenxian Shou Dan. The third place lagged considerably, having only produced an 8-Wen Xian Shou Dan. This clearly illustrates the significant disparity in prowess between Tang Tian and Jean Tan, who distinctly outclassed the other competitors, existing on an entirely different plane of excellence. Subsequently, following the Dan God's summary of the exchange conference and his commendations, a substantial prize, along with a jade slip imbued with profound Taoist essence, was bestowed upon Tang Tian. This jade slip served as a temporary pass to traverse from the holy city to the sacred grounds. With this pass, one could venture to the sacred grounds at any time, seeking out the relevant authorities to embark on a month-long journey of exchange. The pass is valid for a decade, allowing the recipient the option to wait until their alchemical skills have further developed before seizing the opportunity for advancement. For the ordinary participants, this was indeed a remarkable boon. However, Tang Tian had no intention of postponing. He resolved to depart immediately. As the award ceremony concluded, he noticed the venerable Dan god and other judges, including many influential figures, approaching with the intent of ingratiating themselves. Tang Tian swiftly made his exit, taking with him the audience member, Man Shi. When they next appeared, they found themselves outside the Tengtian pavilion. Manshur stood momentarily in astonishment before abruptly regaining her composure, hastily clasping her hands and exclaiming, "Congratulations, young Master Tang, on successfully obtaining the pass. I knew you would triumph." Her face radiated excitement. Tang Tian's success ensured her safety regarding the 50,000 crystal jade she had wagered. Furthermore, his extraordinary performance would bolster her standing within the establishment, opening up greater possibilities for her future. It could be said that this enigmatic young master, who had only recently arrived in the holy city and possessed an unusual demeanor, had become the most significant benefactor in her life. Observing the exhilarated Manshur, Tang Tian gestured toward the adjacent Tengtian pavilion. Upon noticing, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not previously scrutinized her surroundings and had assumed they were still near the Dan Method venue, only to realize they had traversed almost half the holy city to arrive at the Tengtian pavilion. Given the restrictions imposed by the grand formations of the holy city, long-distance teleportation was exceedingly rare. Yet, Tang Tian had effortlessly transported her to this location in the blink of an eye, suggesting that his cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. This 21-year-old mysterious young gentleman possessed remarkable capabilities beyond comprehension. As Manshur marveled internally, she also grasped Tang Tian's intentions. "Are you preparing to head to the Holy Land?" Tang Tian nodded and casually remarked, "I intend to take a brief tour before I attend to other matters. Thank you for your assistance. If the opportunity arises, we shall surely meet again." The Global Commerce Association will undoubtedly establish a presence in the Holy City in the future. Although Monsi's abilities are not particularly exceptional, Tang Tian has a preference for familiar faces, and thus, he has already mentally reserved Monsi for future endeavors. "I wish you safe travels, young Master Tang." Monsi, not one to linger unnecessarily, refrained from further persuasion and respectfully clasped his hands. Tang Tian acknowledged him with a sound and said, "Then let us part ways here, until we meet again." With that, he nodded to Monsi and turned to enter the ascending pavilion. Chapter 619. Arrival at the Sacred Land. The ascending tower is an essential waypoint on the journey to the Sacred Land. Each day, it teems with people, a continuous flow of comings and goings. Such a vast influx of humanity naturally fosters a multitude of related businesses. The expansive first floor of the ascending tower is adorned with a variety of shops, resembling an exceedingly prosperous commercial street. Navigating through the bustling thoroughfare, Tang Tian made his way directly to the teleportation array leading to the Sacred Land. This teleportation array was of considerable size, and Tang Tian could discern at a glance that its other end did not reside within the Great World, but rather in a separate, independent realm. No wonder the essence of the Tai Sacred Land was imperceptible within the Great World. In front of the teleportation array stood personnel specifically tasked with identity verification, and Tang Tian approached them without hesitation. "Hello," he greeted. "Destination, Sacred Land," he stated. The official, seated at his post, did not even lift his head. Responding in a weary tone, "Recommendation, invitation letter, pass." Tang Tian presented his recently acquired pass. The official took it, glanced at it briefly, and was immediately taken aback. He then raised his gaze, staring in astonishment at Tang Tian, exclaiming, "The Alchemy Genius Tournament? If my memory serves me right, today marks the decisive day of this grand competition, does it not?" Tang Tian nodded. "Indeed, it has just concluded." The official was momentarily stunned. As someone responsible for identity verification, he was well versed in all the means of obtaining a pass. This tournament was specifically held as an exchange for exceptionally talented youth. Typically, those who secured a pass would wait until they encountered insurmountable obstacles before choosing to venture to the Sacred Land in pursuit of breakthroughs. Yet here stood this individual, arriving right after the event's conclusion. Moreover, he was the champion of the competition. Could it be that the standard of this year's tournament was particularly low, such that even the first-place winner was not sought after? This situation was rife with unusual implications. Nevertheless, despite the perplexity, the authenticity of the pass was undeniable. Since it was genuine, there was no reason to impede the young man's passage. After a brief moment of contemplation, the official accepted the pass and said, "Once you enter the Sacred Land, you will be informed of the specific rules and directions. Simply heed the guidance provided. Should you require a guide, you can easily find one for a modest fee, generally not exceeding 5,000 crystal jade." Just be wary of being overcharged. Furthermore, this pass permits you to remain within the sacred land for 1 month. You must return within that time frame. Should you exceed the limit, the consequences will be yours to bear. Of course, if you can find someone of sufficient standing, it is possible to extend your stay, even indefinitely. Moreover, the official proceeded to elaborate on a plethora of precautions to observe within the sacred land. Tang Tian listened with half-hearted attention. As most of the information bore little significance to him, he ventured to the sacred land primarily to seek out the esteemed Divine Lord. However, prior to their encounter, he felt compelled to ascertain which side this so-called Divine Lord truly aligned with. Perhaps, due to his usual busyness, he had overlooked the trajectory of Prince Yu's life, which had been manipulated at a celestial level. Yet, the great celestial monarch had been resurrected from the realm of tribulation. Previously, he had heard from Prince Yu that an exceedingly grand celestial ceremony was held there annually. It had been 2 years since the resurrection of the great celestial monarch. Was he truly oblivious to the events that transpired there? Tang Tian was uncertain. Thus, it was imperative for him to clarify this matter. Have you comprehended all the rules? The person in charge inquired after concluding the explanation. Tang Tian casually responded with a nonchalant indicating he had understood. The official, internally exasperated, recognized that this individual had scarcely paid attention. Nonetheless, it was of little concern to him. His duty was merely to convey the regulations to newcomers, and he had fulfilled his obligation. Whether or not the other party would inadvertently commit a taboo within the sacred land due to their inattention was beyond his purview. Very well, proceed. The official handed over the pass, instructing, wait by the teleportation array. Once sufficient individuals have gathered, you will all be transported to the sacred land. Tang Tian accepted the pass with gratitude and stepped towards the teleportation array. Upon his arrival, he found several hundred figures already awaiting entry into the Tai sacred land. The crowd was engrossed in their own thoughts, and there was no inclination for conversation. Tang Tian also chose a secluded spot to wait for the activation of the teleportation array. The daily influx of individuals here was considerable, and before long, the number of those waiting had reached 1,000. Subsequently, the array was activated. In an instant, a tremendous array of pulsating energy surged forth, causing the very ground to tremble, accompanied by a formidable celestial pressure descending upon them. Many unprepared souls were immediately overwhelmed by this sudden force, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Even those who had braced themselves found their bodies taut, struggling against the terrifying pressure. Tang Tian glanced up, recognizing that the pressure emanated from the world itself, as they were about to traverse the barrier of existence into another realm. Despite the array's protective measures, the force was undeniably potent. Fortunately, the pressure was both swift in its arrival and departure. With a surge of intense spatial energy, the overwhelming force dissipated abruptly. Moments later, a radiant light cascaded from above, enveloping all within the array. As the brilliance faded, 1,000 figures vanished without a trace. Concurrently, Tang Tian found himself in a spacious corridor. This passage bore a resemblance to the one he had traversed from the cloud summit world to the pinnacle of the firmament, albeit appearing significantly shorter. This indicates that the world where the Tai Chi sacred land resides is not too distant from the pinnacle of the firmament. Indeed, within mere moments, Tang Tian, with his formidable divine consciousness, beheld the scene beyond the passage. It was a continent of mountains and rivers, radiating a luminous white light, quietly suspended in the chaotic void. Its expanse was not particularly vast, roughly half that of the cloud summit world, even smaller than the territory governed by the Forgotten River's main city. Yet, surrounding it was an aura of immeasurable strength, a manifestation of supreme majesty. From the imposing presence emanating around the sacred land, Tang Tian could surmise the might of the Divine Lord. He was exceptionally powerful, perhaps exceedingly close to the status of an unparalleled supreme being. The Tai Chi sacred land had been established for less than 100,000 years. For a supreme being, such a span is but a fleeting moment. The Divine Lord had achieved such formidable strength in this brief period, truly remarkable. Reflecting upon his earlier encounter with the youthful Divine Lord and the words he had spoken, it seemed plausible that this Divine Lord was also a player in the grand celestial chess game. As he pondered, the continent gradually magnified within Tang Tian's sight. In a flash of brilliance, his figure materialized upon a spacious platform of white jade. Chapter 620. The wine drunkard here lies a vast platform of white jade, intricately engraved with an enormous teleportation array, its spatial energy palpable, indicating that it is a grand portal for transference. Judging by its scale, the distance of the teleportation must be exceedingly far. Surrounding the platform are hundreds of figures, all gazing eagerly at the teleportation array before them. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the platform, causing the onlookers to squint in astonishment as they flocked towards the source of light. As the luminescence gradually waned, thousands of silhouettes materialized at the heart of the teleportation array. This was a transference that transcended the barriers of worlds, and nearly everyone experienced severe discomfort. Some of lesser strength even collapsed on the ground, dazed and disoriented. However, one figure appeared entirely unaffected. Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sights outside the teleportation array. Majestic peaks towered, ethereal clouds lingered, and celestial cranes soared through the skies, painting a scene of otherworldly beauty. A torrent of celestial energy enveloped him, and even the forces of order, under the influence of a mysterious power, became remarkably gentle, quietly nurturing the beings of this world. This was a world force reserved solely for the Supreme. Upon arriving at the Tai Chi sacred land, Tang Tian finally beheld a glimpse of what the upper realm ought to resemble atop the celestial summit. During the transference, he had assumed this place was the private domain of the esteemed deity. Yet, upon his arrival, he discovered otherwise. The land upon which the Tai Chi sacred land is situated was, in fact, a fragment severed from the greater world. The master of the sacred land had utilized profound powers to reshape this fragment and connected its laws with the grand world, transforming it into a genuine sanctum for cultivation. A veritable paradise. Such artistry left Tang Tian deeply impressed. This esteemed deity was indeed formidable. After a moment of admiration, Tang Tian stepped forward, arriving at the exit of the teleportation array. Here, he was met by a representative of the Tai Chi sacred land, ready to receive him. Selecting a free attendant, Tang Tian presented his passage permit. The heroic assembly? The representative expressed momentary surprise, yet, like before, offered no further comments, as the authenticity of the permit sufficed. Subsequently, the representative elucidated some fundamental rules of the Tai Chi sacred land, along with the destinations accessible with his passage permit. Tang Tian listened with half an ear. After all, those regulations held little significance for him, as he could venture wherever he pleased. Notably, this passage permit granted him direct access to visit the elders specializing in alchemy within the sacred land. Following such visits, the elders would personally arrange exchanges with the alchemists of the sacred land, a coveted opportunity highly sought after by alchemists from the outside world. If needed, I can assist you in contacting the sect's alchemy elders. If not, you may proceed on your own, the representative stated. Thank you, but that will not be necessary, Tang Tian replied. Tang Tian decisively declined, retrieving his pass and striding out without hesitation. He felt no need to engage in any discussions regarding alchemy. The previous competition had already been tedious enough. Although he could not yet ascertain the true stance of the Divine Lord, he was unwilling to squander time on this matter. They were all supreme beings. Who would fear whom? Even if his adversary intended to conspire against him, Tang Tian remained unperturbed. As long as they were not of the utmost supremacy, he possessed the confidence to confront them head-on. Even should a peerless sovereign approach him, he could effortlessly retreat. Thus, he decided to be bold. Once he grasped the fundamental circumstances here, he could directly seek out the Divine Lord. As he surveyed the throng waiting outside, he recognized that these individuals were the guides mentioned by the earlier official. This group seemed quite fitting. Tang Tian stepped outside, becoming the first to depart the arena. And his solitary presence, coupled with an air of nobility, immediately drew the attention of the guides, who flocked to him. Friend, do you require a guide? For merely 500 crystal jades, I can divulge all that you wish to know. Young master, seek me out. Though my fees are somewhat steep, I assure you, they are well worth it. Kind sir, allow me to accompany you through the sacred land. I can show you many delightful places. The fervor of the crowd left Tang Tian momentarily taken aback. This was a sacred land, yet upon his emergence, he was met with the scene of eager guides vying for clients. Were these individuals truly so desperate for coin? The lofty aura of the sacred land shattered in an instant within Tang Tian's mind, as the absurdity of the guide's claims became apparent. Oh well, Even the inhabitants of the sacred land must eat, after all. Understanding is paramount. Observing the exuberant guides, Tang Tian did not rush to respond. With varying prices, their abilities were undoubtedly inconsistent. He sought only the finest. However, the sheer number of guides made it cumbersome to discern each one. Hence, he expanded his consciousness, swiftly pinpointing one individual among the throng. This was a disheveled middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, who did not rush to join the others in competing for patrons, but rather sat off to the side, leisurely drinking. Before him stood a wooden sign inscribed with hastily written characters, 3 days, 20,000 crystal jades. The term 3 days referred to the duration of the guiding service. Most guides began their prices at 3 days, yet the vast majority charged below 3,000 crystal jades, with only a few exceeding that sum, clearly those seeking to deceive. Yet, this seemingly unkempt man demanded a staggering 20,000. Under normal circumstances, no one would opt for him. However, Tang Tian had noticed him, for this disheveled drunkard possessed the highest cultivation level among all present, the pinnacle of the primordial Tao sovereign. The other guides were scarce on the path of enlightenment, prompting Tang Tian to approach and engage in conversation. As he disregarded the others and made his way toward the disheveled drunkard, the surrounding guides were taken aback. Surely, he is approaching a mere sot? With 20,000 crystal jade at stake, does he truly dare? Is he not merely attempting to mock the man? Should we intervene? If the conversation takes a turn for the worse, the drunkard will not care for one's identity. He may strike without hesitation. Perhaps it is best to let this unfold. It is a lesson for the newcomer that in this sacred ground, many should not be trifled with. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Tang Tian reached the inebriated man's side. The drunkard continued to drink without so much as lifting his head. After a brief pause, Tang Tian boldly spoke, "Hey, what justifies your exorbitant price?" Chapter 621. The situation in the Holy Land. Upon hearing Tang Tian's inquiry, the wine-monger lazily lifted his eyelids and replied in a feeble tone, "If I can quote this price, then it is undoubtedly worth it. If you seek my services, pay up. If not, feel free to leave." His tone was rather ungracious, exuding an air of arrogance. Unfortunately for him, Tang Tian was not particularly fond of such boastful individuals appearing before him. "I shall grant you an opportunity to reorganize your words," Tang Tian remarked indifferently. As his words fell, the surrounding guides could only facepalm in disbelief. Goodness, this young man. Quite audacious indeed. Surely, he must be a scion of some prominent family from outside, accustomed to being brazen. Little did he realize that within the Holy Land, those so-called families from the outside world held no significant standing. Given the wine-monger's notorious temper, it was certain that he would not escape a beating today. Alas, let this serve as a lesson. One could only hope he would not be left with a lasting disability. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward Tang Tian. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the wine-monger took action. His temper was indeed foul. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, he immediately lifted his head and, with a swift motion, drew a black short staff from his waist. Typically, this was the weapon he wielded against others. A menacing aura emanated from him. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Gripping the short staff, the wine-monger rose to his feet. Behind his disheveled hair were eyes that flickered with a hint of madness. "Today, I shall show you the might of my dragon-subduing staff." As the ominous energy surged forth, the onlookers seemed to foresee the impending misfortune that would befall the young man. Some even turned their heads away, unable to bear witness. However, to their astonishment, after a brief pause, the anticipated tempest did not materialize. The wine-monger stood before the young nobleman, holding the black staff, utterly motionless. "What are you staring at? What's wrong with this staff?" Tang Tian inquired once more. The crowd could not help but be perplexed. What was amiss with the wine-monger today? Yet, just as they were grappling with confusion, the perpetually surly wine-monger unexpectedly broke into a smile, revealing an exceedingly amiable expression. Brother, look at my staff. It's both thick and dark, and it can change length at will. It can even soften and transform into a whip. Haha, isn't it marvelous?" As he spoke, amidst the bewildered expressions of the crowd, the wine-monger began to play with his dragon-subduing staff, awkwardly dancing. It was simply beyond description. How could this formidable individual, who was typically fearless and unyielding, behave in such a manner? Observant individuals could clearly discern that the wine-monger was terrified. terrified to the utmost degree. Otherwise, such a reaction would be inconceivable. But what exactly was he afraid of? What had that young man done? Unbeknownst to anyone, the circumstances surrounding Jiao Mengzi and Tang Tian remained shrouded in mystery. In truth, however, there is little of great consequence. As Jiao Mengzi rose to confront Tang Tian, the latter subtly revealed a fragment of his aura. Yet, it was this mere whisper of energy that rendered Jiao Mengzi utterly frozen in place. As a peak expert of the Hunyuan Dao, he could discern the terrifying power contained within that slight emanation, an entity far beyond his capacity to provoke. Thus, an extraordinarily peculiar scene unfolded. Observing the startled Jiao Mengzi, who had abruptly sobered and begun to fidget, Tang Tian spoke calmly. Refrain from such displays. Answer my previous inquiry. What justifies your exorbitant fees? Tang Tian deftly redirected the conversation. Jiao Mengzi, as if granted a pardon, promptly stowed away his dragon-subduing staff, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and replied, "It is because within this Tai Chi sacred land, there is hardly anything I am unaware of. Whatever your destination or inquiry, I can fulfill your desires. Hence, I have set such a price. Of course, should you choose to engage my services, it would be my honor. I shall not charge you a single coin." Jiao Mengzi's demeanor underwent a radical transformation. He was no longer brash, but now exhibited utmost deference. This sudden shift left the surrounding guides in a state of astonishment, prompting them to speculate on the identity that could so thoroughly command the notoriously obstinate Jiao Mengzi. Alas, lacking any information on Tang Tian, they could only indulge in conjecture. "I shall offer you 20,000, but you must guarantee complete transparency," Tang Tian stated with a composed tone. Jiao Mengzi eagerly acquiesced, assuring Tang Tian that he would not be disappointed. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the two departed the confines of the teleportation platform. Traversing a broad avenue of white jade, Tang Tian and Jiao Mengzi proceeded towards the heart of the Tai Chi sacred land. Tang Tian maintained a leisurely pace, listening intently as Jiao Mengzi recounted tales of the sacred land. Although Jiao Mengzi appeared somewhat unreliable, he did not embellish his accounts. He exhibited an impressive familiarity with the intricacies of the sacred land, even divulging certain veiled secrets. As Tang Tian walked and listened, the entire outline of the Tai Chi sacred land gradually took shape in his mind. Established over 98,500 years ago, it was during that time that the esteemed divine sovereign emerged, wielding power to command the heavens, compelling all beings to acquiesce. After countless beings pledged their allegiance, he unearthed a shattered continent from the boundless chaos, drawing it close to the great world, and through his divine prowess, transformed it into a true sanctuary, the very core of the Tai Chi sacred land. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian nodded silently in acknowledgement. The wine connoisseur possesses a remarkable acumen, demonstrating an awareness of even the minutest details. Following the establishment of the Holy Land, although it did not actively expand across the Azure Sky continent in the subsequent years, the dominion of the Holy Land, under the auspices of the Divine Lord's Majesty, has nevertheless multiplied its territory by several times compared to its original expanse. Beneath its aegis lie 9 exceedingly prosperous minor realms, collectively known as the 9 celestial abodes. Several millennia ago, these realms were significant sources of talent for the Holy Land. However, in recent years, an inexplicable decline in the influx of prodigies has been observed. The celestial abode lineage, once a formidable force within the Holy Land, has regrettably entered a phase of decline, as the torch of talent has not been successfully passed on. The wine connoisseur shook his head with a sigh, reflecting, "I have some connections with the celestial abode lineage, thus I find their current predicament quite lamentable, particularly the Yunding celestial abode, which has always lacked sufficient depth, now finds itself in an increasingly dire situation. I had heard that they finally produced an extraordinary talent, who was personally acknowledged by the unrepentant Pathmaster. Yet, it was unforeseen that this prodigy would encounter a cataclysmic chaos storm on the journey to the Holy Land, a true testament to the whims of fate." Chapter 622, The 6 Sacred Places. Through the narrative of Jiao Mengzi, Tang Tian gained a rudimentary understanding of the Taiji sacred land. Overall, it resembled the intricate dynamics of a sect, with various factions entwined in a complex web. The Tianfu lineage occupied merely a small fraction of this vast domain. overshadowed by the formidable native factions that had long established their dominance over most of the sacred land. In terms of overall scale, the Tianfu lineage was hardly comparable to these venerable powers. Yet, a singular individual altered this landscape entirely, Sun Wuhui. The unparalleled Tao Lord Wuhui rose from the lower realms, carving a path through adversity. Upon arriving at the Taiji sacred land, he became an invincible force, suppressing all in his era, earning the title of the Eternal Sovereign. His extraordinary talents caught the attention of the Divine Sovereign, leading to his elevation as the youngest elder in charge of the sacred land. Now, Tao Lord Wuhui stands as one of the most pivotal elders within the sacred land, his status second only to the Divine Sovereign. The Tianfu lineage, basking in the residual glory of Wuhui, has firmly established its foothold amidst the looming powers. At this point, Jiumengzi chuckled and remarked, "Thus, you understand why I lament the fate of the Yunding Tianfu lineage. Established merely a millennium ago, their foundational strength is inherently fragile. Even now, their most formidable member, Luo Tianhong, has only just ascended to the ranks of Tao sovereigns. A once-in-a-lifetime genius, personally acknowledged by Tao Lord Wuhui, met with calamity en route to the sacred land, vanishing into the boundless chaos. Their future appears daunting." Tang Tian listened quietly, revealing no outward signs of his thoughts. Having emerged from the Yunding Tianfu world, he naturally held affection for this lineage. Nevertheless, his primary purpose in coming to the Taiji sacred land was to seek the Divine Sovereign and uncover the deeper mysteries of this world, as well as matters concerning the great heavenly monarch. As for worldly affairs, one could only say that the sovereign is an extraordinary realm. Although he had recently ascended to this status, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation, which continued to accelerate. The mundane matters of the world increasingly failed to capture his interest. Perhaps this is what one might call transcendence. Presently, he yearned solely to unravel all mysteries and firmly grasp his own destiny in his hands. As for the Yunding Tianfu lineage, should time and energy permit, he would extend a helping hand, as it would be a trifling endeavor. I have heard that within the sacred land, there exist several highly sacred places, correct? This marked Tang Tian's first proactive inquiry. Jiumengzi's gaze flickered, and he responded, "Are you referring to the sanctuaries that concern the fate of all beings?" Tang Tian nodded, recalling that Prince Yu had described them similarly. Receiving an affirmative response, Jiumengzi pondered for a moment before articulating. It is widely rumored that the Tai sacred land encompasses 6 major sanctuaries: the Genesis Pillar, the ancient city of Dian, the Path of 10,000 Realms, the Imperial Palace of All Beings, the Lingyun Mountain Range, and the Crossing of Tribulations. These sanctuaries are intricately linked to the fates of all beings. However, in truth, apart from the Crossing of Tribulations, the other 5 sanctuaries do not actually belong to the Tai sacred land. Rather, they are shared celestial territories of all sacred lands worldwide. Yet, the number of individuals capable of ascending to these celestial paths is alarmingly scarce, rendering the vast majority of people entirely unable to access them. Thus, the outside world erroneously perceives these sanctuaries as exclusively belonging to the Tai sacred land. Furthermore, to speak candidly, the Crossing of Tribulations cannot be placed in the same category as the other 5 sanctuaries. It is solely concerned with the myriad beings under the dominion of the Tai sacred land. In contrast, the other 5 sanctuaries are genuinely intertwined with the destinies of all creatures across the globe. I have also heard that each sacred land possesses its own unique crossing of tribulations, presumably to facilitate the governance of the beings beneath its authority, Jiumengzi remarked. Upon hearing Jiumengzi's elucidation, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially believed that the Crossing of Tribulations was connected to the entire world, only to discover that it was merely a private domain of the Tai sacred land, and furthermore, a private one for each sacred land. This revelation was rather thought-provoking. Jiumengzi claimed it was for the sake of governance. However, recalling that the Grand Celestial Sovereign had successfully resurrected from the Crossing of Tribulations, Tang Tian surmised that matters were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. According to earlier accounts, after the defeat of the Grand Celestial Sovereign, all remnants of his existence were sealed away in numerous lower realms. To prevent his resurgence, the most secure sealing locations would likely be those lower realms under the rule of the sacred lands. Is the heavenly sacrifice ceremony held annually in these sanctuaries? Tang Tian inquired directly. Zhou Mengzi replied, not quite. In previous years, the heavenly sacrifice ceremony was exclusively conducted within the crossing of tribulations. The other 5 sanctuaries were only visited under specific circumstances, which I am unaware of. All I know is that the timing is unpredictable, and generally, only the most significant individuals of the sacred land are permitted to attend. The grand ceremony in the crossing of tribulations was presided over personally by the divine sovereign to alleviate the tribulations of the populace. However, it has not been held for approximately 5 years now. Tang Tian frowned slightly, recalling that 5 years ago was when the remains of the Bamboo Grove Taoist first appeared in the crossing of tribulations. Subsequently, the sacred land dispatched Prince Yu to the Cloud Summit world to investigate the specific circumstances surrounding the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Yet now, that chapter of history had been utterly erased, its narrative distorted beyond recognition. Do you know the reasons for the cessation of the ceremony? Tang Tian asked. The inebriated man shook his head, remarking that the grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens is an event exclusive to the core members of the Holy Land. Having departed from that inner circle many years ago, he remains oblivious to the specific reasons behind it. However, such occurrences are not without precedent. The grand ceremony can only be presided over by the esteemed deity. Naturally, when he is absent, the event must cease. Historical records indicate that such interruptions have occurred numerous times, with one prolonged hiatus lasting several centuries before resuming. Tang Tian suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder there had been no suspicions regarding it. Yet, where could the esteemed deity have gone? Was he even aware that the remains of the bamboo forest Taoist had vanished without a trace? Initially, Tang Tian contemplated seeking confirmation of this matter through others. Yet, it appears that those beneath the supreme level are likely untouched by affairs of such gravity. Perhaps the only recourse is to confront the esteemed deity directly and seek verification. Chapter 623. The Divine Abode of Yunding. In regard to the matters concerning the land of crossing tribulations, Tang Tian proactively posed numerous inquiries. This seemed somewhat abrupt, easily leading one to suspect that he harbored ulterior motives. However, Tang Tian remained unfazed. If others guessed his intentions, so be it. What was the significance? After all, he was bound to encounter the Divine Lord sooner or later. During his exchanges with the wine enthusiast, Tang Tian finally learned the true name of the Divine Lord, Long Jiuzhou, a name that evokes deep contemplation. As the two ambled along, they arrived at the daily living quarters of the Tai sacred land. The wine enthusiast proved himself a fearless guide, capable of escorting Tang Tian freely through most areas of the sacred land. It was evident that his former standing within the sacred land was far from insignificant. It is puzzling why a being of such stature, a pinnacle of the primordial Tao, had fallen to this state, relying on guiding others for a meager livelihood. Moreover, his earnings were scarcely for anything beyond acquiring wine. He would indulge in a drunken stupor when fortune smiled upon him, and when funds dwindled, he would seek new ways to earn, perpetuating this cycle. When Tang Tian inquired about this predicament, the wine enthusiast merely let out a profound sigh. It is a sorrowful reality for a youth who once basked in pride to find himself overshadowed by someone he could never hope to surpass, their distance ever widening. The wine enthusiast, too, was once a paragon of excellence, revered by many. Yet, in his era, there existed a figure named Sun Wuhui. Initially, he wielded the advantage of being born atop the celestial firmament, able to hold Sun Wuhui at bay. However, once Sun Wuhui acclimated to the laws of this realm, he surged ahead, leaving the wine enthusiast trailing in his wake. Despite his relentless pursuit, the wine enthusiast could only watch as Sun Wuhui's silhouette receded into the horizon. Not everyone possesses the resilience of the celestial emperor of the stars, able to swiftly rebound from such setbacks and reclaim joy in life. Even after the passage of millennia, the wine enthusiast remained ensnared in the shadow of Sun Wuhui, languishing in despair and despondency. Indeed, I am a failure. The sole value of my existence lies in serving as a cautionary tale for the younger generation. I have endeavored to regain my former glory, yet each time, the specter of that individual reappears in my mind, rendering all efforts futile. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient mental fortitude. I am still a failure. The wine enthusiast shook his head, repeating the word failure twice. Tang Tian refrained from commenting on this. In this world, not everyone can transcend adversity. In fact, many succumb to challenges, their struggles unnoticed by others. It is precisely for this reason that those who emerge from dire circumstances are lauded by society. The entire day passed in the company of the wine enthusiast, their journey unfolding together. It remains uncertain whether it is due to yielding to Tang Tian's formidable prowess. But this individual has demonstrated remarkable diligence, traversing nearly every conceivable location within the sacred land, meticulously recounting each detail to Tang Tian. If he were to maintain such dedication regularly, then the 20,000 crystal jewels would indeed seem a modest price. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the sacred land's circumstances, Tang Tian dismissed the notion of indirect inquiries and resolved to meet directly with the revered Lord Shun, also known as Long Jiuzhou. For those beneath the supreme level, access to that echelon is utterly unattainable. They exist like fish confined within a glass aquarium, perpetually unable to leap beyond their enclosure. However, prior to seeking out Long Jiuzhou, Tang Tian intended to visit the Yunding Tianfu lineage. After all, he himself hailed from the Yunding world, and a brief assistance would serve to conclude his final mundane affairs. Additionally, he wished to reunite with the remarkable figures he had encountered on the ancient arena, the Millennium Prodigy, Luo Tianhong, and the 10,000-year sovereign, Sin Wuhui. Thank you. This is your remuneration. After concluding his business at the Tai sacred land, Tang Tian presented the 20,000 crystal jewels to Jiu Mengzi. The latter, taken aback, inquired, "But there are still 2 days remaining. Do you not require a guide? There are many internal relationships and unspoken rules within the sacred land that I have yet to share with you." Tang Tian shook his head, stating, "No need. It was sufficient." Having decided to confront Long Jiuzhou directly, there was no necessity to delve into the intricacies of the so-called convoluted factions within the sacred land. A general understanding sufficed. Jiu Mengzi accepted the crystal jewels, remarking, "In the time ahead, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out. Although I may be of little use, I rarely turn down opportunities for gain." Tang Tian acknowledged with a non-committal sound, and shortly after, the two parted ways. Tang Tian chose not to release Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu from the peculiar egg world, instead venturing alone to the foot of a mountain with a pleasing environment. This was the abode of the Yunding Tianyi lineage. Over the past millennia, numerous prodigies had emerged from the Yunding Tianfu, especially during the early days. When the ascension rules differed, many talents ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament each year. Through years of development, they had assimilated a considerable number of local talents, achieving a certain level of growth. However, in comparison to truly formidable local powers, they remained rather inconspicuous. Only through the collective strength of all the Tianfu lineages could they secure this small foothold. At the mountain's entrance, a checkpoint had been established, presumably to deter unauthorized individuals from intruding. Tang Tian approached directly. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire what brings you here?" The guard halted Tang Tian, posing the question. Tang Tian replied straightforwardly, "I seek Zhan Peng." According to Jiu Mengzi, the individual responsible for welcoming him previously was none other than the last divine son ascended from Yunding Tianfu, Zhan Peng. Thus, he was certain that Zhan Peng would recognize him. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the guard frowned slightly and remarked, "Manager Zhan Peng did not inform us in advance that someone would be visiting today." Tang Tian replied softly, "Then please convey a message to him. Just say that Tang Tian from Yunding Tianfu has arrived." As soon as the words left his lips, the guard stood frozen in place. "Tang Tian, you are the one who has just ascended from the Yunding world this year, personally designated by the unrepentant Tao Master? But weren't you supposed to have perished in the chaos storm?" Evidently, he was aware of the rumors surrounding Tang Tian. Tang Tian smiled and said, "I was fortunate enough to survive, though I veered off course, which is why I have come now. Please relay my message." Although the guard's face was filled with confusion, he nodded in agreement. "All right, wait here. I will return shortly." With that, he swiftly made his way back up the mountain. Moments later, a lithe figure descended rapidly from above. Upon reaching Tang Tian, he exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. Tang Tian, it really is you." The newcomer was none other than Zhan Peng. Chapter 624. The Deception of Zhan Peng. Zhan Peng, an unparalleled prodigy who ascended to the pinnacle of the sky from the cloud summit 8 years ago. Tang Tian was somewhat acquainted with his background. Zhang Peng hailed from the main lineage, akin to the previous Xianzhen, representing the most formidable talent of the main estate. In his generation, there were no extraordinary figures like Tang Tian. At that time, the only significant threat, Gu Shuang, had yet to mature. Thus, he secured the position of the Son of God with ease, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the sky. Regardless, Zhang Peng was indeed a rare existence, and his cultivation talent was beyond dispute. In just 8 years at the sacred ground, he had become a formidable figure at the late stage of the ritual path and even acquired a managerial position, indicating his successful integration into this realm. However, at this moment, he appeared flustered, his gaze towards Tang Tian filled with shock and disbelief. Tang Tian, how did you survive the chaotic storm? I was present at the scene, and according to the elder's analysis, that storm destroyed the void passage. Moreover, how did you arrive here alone? How did you manage to successfully pass through the Ascension Pavilion? He bombarded Tang Tian with 3 questions in quick succession. Tang Tian chuckled softly. It's a long story, and I shall recount it at my leisure. However, could we perhaps not linger here? My journey has been quite arduous. He was about to weave a tale, not wishing for too many ears to overhear. Zhang Peng suddenly snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. Right. I was so excited that I nearly forgot. Let us ascend the mountain. This is the territory belonging to our cloud summit. Most of the sons of God who ascended alongside me are here, and they form the core management. The peak master of Cloud Summit is none other than Brother Luo Tianhong, who ascended thousands of years before us. He has since become a powerful Tao Lord. Upon arriving here, you shall feel at home. If they were to hear this news, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. With a beaming expression, Zhang Peng led Tang Tian towards the summit of Cloud Peak. The news of Tang Tian's successful arrival swiftly spread from this very spot. During their ascent, Tang Tian provided Zhang Peng with a general narration of his experiences. As the chaotic storm approached, he had been perilously close to the pinnacle of the sky, merely a step away from success. Regrettably, he was unable to complete that final step and was struck by the chaotic storm. Fortunately, having already ventured partway into the realm, he did not perish amidst the terrible tempest, though he was still affected. Hence, his entry point into the pinnacle of the sky was slightly misaligned. Instead of arriving directly at the holy city, he found himself near the distant Black Cliff City, separated by countless miles. Quite reasonable, Zhang Peng remarked earnestly. With such a level of spatial transmission, even the slightest deviation in coordinates can result in a significant distance in reality. You are fortunate to have arrived near Black Cliff City. Had you ventured further into the territories of other sacred lands, or inadvertently stumbled into certain perilous abysses, it would have been exceedingly difficult to return. Tang Tian remarked, this fellow possesses quite the talent for weaving others' fabrications. And what transpired thereafter? Upon reaching Black Cliff City, how did you find your way to the holy city? The distance between the two is one that most individuals could never traverse in a lifetime. Continued Zhang Peng with curiosity. Tang Tian had already concocted a narrative in his mind and responded, it was merely serendipity. While in Black Cliff City, I fortuitously encountered a squad of city guards from Wangchuan Main City who were on a mission to apprehend the white bandits. Their leader, Wang Chong, proved to be a commendable individual. After sharing my plight, he graciously escorted me back to Wangchuan City once his duties were fulfilled. Subsequently, he introduced me to the city lord, Tao Lord Junyang. Tao Lord Junyang verified my identity and subsequently arranged for my transportation to the holy city. As for how I ascended to the sacred land via the ascending pavilion, I remain uninformed. That was all orchestrated by Tao Lord Junyang. Tang Tian casually recounted his previous experiences to Zhang Peng, modifying them slightly for convenience. Should anyone inquire in the future, he would stick to this account. He chose to overlook the heroic gathering, primarily due to a lack of enthusiasm in fabricating further details. He could always attribute any scrutiny to Tao Lord Junyang. If anyone sought to validate his claims, they would have to approach Tao Lord Junyang, a clever man who would undoubtedly corroborate Tang Tian's narrative, alleviating any doubts. However, it seemed that Zhang Peng harbored no skepticism regarding Tang Tian's account. I see. Zhang Peng nodded. I had my suspicions. With such stringent management at the ascending pavilion, how could you possibly gain entry alone? Yet, with the endorsement of a city lord, there would be no issue whatsoever. Tao Lord Junyang certainly possesses the authority to recommend others for entry into the sacred land. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, Is that so? He then noticed the astonished expression on Zhang Peng's face and cleared his throat, saying, I merely find it astonishing that entry into the sacred land is so challenging, requiring a recommendation from a Dao Lord. I almost revealed too much. Tang Tian had not anticipated that Dao Lord Junyang wielded such power. Had he known earlier, he could have bypassed the arduous process of participating in the heroic gathering and simply requested a recommendation from Dao Lord Junyang. Alas, such a resource was now lost. Indeed, Zhang Peng affirmed, that must be exceedingly challenging. You must have already grasped the vast jurisdiction of the sacred land, which is comparable to dozens of Cloud Summit worlds in size. The number of cultivators under its banner is beyond counting, and the sacred land remains a place that all cultivators profoundly yearn to reach. If one were not to impose stricter measures, the sacred land would have long been overwhelmed with inhabitants. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter, not to mention other main cities. Even the outer sacred city alone, if one were to relocate its residents to the sacred land, there would scarcely be room to accommodate them. By the way, Zhang Peng suddenly changed the subject, smiling as he spoke. After arriving at the pinnacle of the firmament, you surely did not anticipate that the situation here would be thus? Tang Tian, resonating with the sentiment, nodded earnestly. Indeed, I had assumed that the environment of the upper realm would be vastly superior to our cloud-top heaven. But the reality is starkly contrary. Aside from the sacred land, which retains some semblance of vitality, the outside world is a desolate expanse, evoking a sense of imminent demise. Zhang Peng raised his thumb in admiration, remarking, as expected of you, your words encapsulate the essence of the pinnacle of the firmament. Many powerful beings have been proclaiming that our world may be on the brink of death. As he spoke, he shook his head, adding, in addition to the environmental concerns, the circumstances here in the sacred land are, in truth, far from satisfactory. He sighed. Chapter 625. On the summit of Cloud Peak, Zhang Peng's expression was somewhat melancholic as he spoke gently to Tang Tian. During our time in the heavenly abode of Cloud Peak, we were unparalleled geniuses, basking in supreme glory. Yet, upon arriving here, we abruptly lost all our brilliance and became indistinguishable from the masses. It seemed we had ascended to the heavens, but in reality, we had plummeted into the mundane world. The sacred land is vast, filled with countless prodigies. We have come from a world where the laws of the heavenly Tao are inherently flawed. Thus we are inherently at a disadvantage compared to them. The local powers, deeply rooted and possessing boundless resources, can cultivate numerous extraordinary beings. The combined prowess of our 9 heavenly abodes pales in comparison to some ancient and formidable forces, let alone our own Cloud Peak heavenly abode. Were it not for the support of the unrepentant Lord, we might have already been scattered and reconstituted. Nevertheless, even so, our circumstances are not as favorable as one might think. Zhang Peng shook his head and sighed. Tang Tian had already gleaned this information from the drunken fellow. However, Zhang Peng articulated this process from their own perspective. For a world-class prodigy, such a stark contrast represents a significant hurdle. Should one manage to surmount it, with their innate cultivation talent, they could carve out a realm of their own. Yet, if one lingers in this state, they risk losing all their luster and fading into obscurity. But how should one put it? This is the nature of the cultivation realm. The cruelty of the cultivation world does not merely pertain to the life and death struggles or the law of the jungle. Despite the myriad paths available, only a select few ever reach the end. The vast majority become mere remnants along the journey, forgotten by all. The unrepentant Tao Master's rise from the lower realms, and his triumph over an entire era signifies that nothing is absolute. You are all the strongest prodigies of your respective worlds. One day, you too shall grace the grand stage atop the celestial dome, Tang Tian remarked. Zhang Peng nodded, then suddenly smiled and said, you seem quite knowledgeable about the unrepentant Tao Master, despite just arriving. Tang Tian chuckled. It is all thanks to Lord Junyang's insights. Zhang Peng raised an eyebrow. Lord Junyang must think highly of you. It appears he has recognized your extraordinary qualities. Subsequently, he exhaled deeply and continued, in truth, I have a rather open-minded perspective. Regardless, our starting point is significantly higher than that of the majority. The prodigies of the local powers have also climbed their way up step by step, facing immense pressure from a young age. Few have enjoyed the glories we once experienced. Those who are content are often the happiest. Maintaining a positive mindset, and striving forward is essential. As you said, there will come a day when we can shine brightly once more. Tang Tian nodded with a smile. By the way, what is the current status of our heavenly abode? Communication between the sacred land and Tianfu has been particularly arduous. Having resided here for over 8 years, I have yet to receive any news from my hometown, Zhangping remarked. Tang Tian paused momentarily before responding. A great many events have transpired. Before my departure, a significant rebellion erupted in Tianfu. Subsequently, Tang Tian recounted the circumstances surrounding Lu Chang'e and the downfall of numerous factions to Zhangping. Upon hearing this, Zhangping's mouth fell agape, his expression one of astonishment. What? Even the Tianqi mountain has vanished? If I had been there at the time, I would have made Lu Chang'e pay dearly. And so many top-tier factions have been eradicated. Many of our divine scions ascended from those factions. If they were to learn this news, it would surely sadden them for some time. After all, that was the homeland that nurtured them, Zhangping lamented. Nevertheless, he soon expressed that the divine scions possess a clear understanding of significant issues. While sorrowful, they would not harbor negative sentiments towards Tianfu as a result. Arriving at the sacred land signifies the beginning of an entirely new existence. The past becomes little more than a faint memory. As the two conversed while walking, they quickly ascended Yunding Mountain. On the summit, the inhabitants from the lower realm of Tianfu and their families constituted only a small fraction, with the majority being drawn from the native populace of the Zhanqiang world. After all, it had been over 10,000 years, and many connections had undoubtedly been established. However, the high-ranking positions were predominantly held firmly by individuals from Yunding Tianfu. The news of Tang Tian's return spread swiftly. As they approached the peak, many former divine scions hurried over upon hearing the news. As the saying goes, fellow townsfolk meet. Tears well in their eyes. They all hailed from the same world and the same sect. While there may not have been tears and embraces upon meeting, an innate sense of familiarity lingered. Everyone expressed genuine blessings for Tang Tian's survival from the chaotic storm. Their astonishment mingled with heartfelt goodwill. Furthermore, the fact that he had been personally acknowledged by the unregretful Tao Lord intensified their enthusiasm. In the lineage of Tianfu, the unregretful Tao Lord is regarded as a true deity, holding a place in their hearts that rivals that of the divine sovereign. Thus, the goodwill expressed towards Tang Tian was earnest and sincere. Tang Tian reveled in this atmosphere, feeling that although his soul originated from another realm, he was not alone in this world. After enduring so much, he had developed a certain attachment. This decision to return to the Yunding Tianfu lineage proved worthwhile. Over the millennia, more than 10,000 divine scions have successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Zhanqiang. After millennia of changes, over 5,000 still remain on Yunding Mountain. Those who are currently free have personally come to welcome their new junior brother, Tang Tian. Many individuals have expressed that they will protect Tang Tian henceforth, assuring him that he can seek their assistance whenever he encounters difficulties. Unbeknownst to them, this newly arrived junior possesses an unimaginable level of power. Throughout the entirety of the sacred land, he is the only one who initiates trouble for others, with no one daring to challenge him. Nevertheless, Tang Tian graciously acknowledges their goodwill with a smile and expresses his gratitude. While conversing with these esteemed seniors, Tang Tian also encountered his former rival from the ancient arena, the traitor from the War God Hall, Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng has ascended to a formidable presence at the early stage of the Tai Dao. Unfortunately, the Tai Dao does not yet allow him to perceive the past or future. He remains oblivious to the fact that he once engaged in direct combat with a younger version of Tang Tian. Upon hearing Tang Tian declare the annihilation of the War God Hall, Qin Feng exhibits no discernible reaction. Perhaps he has long since relinquished the grievances of yesteryears. The seniors are exceedingly warm-hearted, but let us reconvene in a few days, he said with a smile. Senior Tianhong is already awaiting junior brother Tang, and this news has reached the unrepentant Tao Lord as well. I am certain that the unrepentant Tao Lord will summon junior brother Tang shortly. Chapter 626, Lord of the Peak, Luo Tianhong. After a brief moment of reminiscing, Zhan Peng led Tang Tian onward towards the summit of Yunding Peak. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in an elegant garden, its layout strikingly familiar to Tang Tian, who quickly discerned that it was a meticulous recreation of the original scenery of Tianqi Mountain. It seemed that even though they had entered the sacred grounds and severed ties with the outside world, remnants of nostalgia still lingered. In the heart of the garden lay a crystal-clear pond, bordered by a charming viewing pavilion. At that moment, a figure was seated within the pavilion, none other than Luo Tianhong. Upon noticing Zhang Peng and Tang Tian approaching, Luo Tianhong rose to greet them. "Tang Shidi, it has been far too long," he said, his voice deep and accompanied by a warm smile. Tang Tian clasped his hands in salute. "Senior brother Luo." Despite having attained the status of a supreme being, he acknowledged their brotherly bond and felt no hesitation in addressing Luo Tianhong as his senior. The present Luo Tianhong exuded a composed demeanor, marked by an inherent authority from his long tenure in high office, a stark contrast to the spirited youth he had once encountered at the primordial arena. After thousands of years, any lack of change would indeed be peculiar. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Tianhong nodded appreciatively at Zhang Peng and remarked, "Thank you for your efforts." "Zhang Shidi." Zhang Peng returned the gesture, stating, "It is my duty." Seeing Tang Shidi return safely fills me with immense joy. "Please, continue your conversation. Simply call for me should you require anything." With that, he departed the garden alone. Subsequently, at Luo Tianhong's invitation, Tang Tian took a seat beside him in the pavilion. "I have heard of your experiences, Shidi," Luo Tianhong began. "At the time, I was present with Zhang Peng and felt a wave of anxiety upon learning of your encounter with the Chaos Storm. However, now that you have weathered the crisis, all is well. On behalf of all the divine sons of Yunding Tianfu and Yunding Mountain, I extend a warm welcome to you." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You flatter me, senior brother Luo." Luo Tianhong chuckled softly. "I trust that Zhang Peng has briefed you on our current circumstances during your journey here. Indeed, our lineage at Yunding is not in an enviable position, yet it is far from the dire state perceived by the outside world. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me. I believe most requests can be accommodated. Do not be too formal. Coming to Yunding Tian is akin to returning to our Yunding Tianfu, as we are all kin." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude with a smile, and soon, the two engaged in casual conversation. Perhaps due to the passage of time, or perhaps from the burden of managing an entire peak, Luo Tianhong had undergone a significant transformation. The spirited demeanor of his youth had long since faded, replaced by a steadiness and maturity. However, how should one articulate it? Tang Tian still harbors a fondness for the once proud and arrogant genius youth, who regarded others with disdain. Alas, youth is fleeting. That magnificent figure can ultimately only reside in the upper echelons of the vast river of time. During their casual conversation, Luo Tianhong recounted some of his experiences from his time in Tianfu and shared insights about the current state of Yunding Mountain, while Tang Tian reciprocated by describing the present landscape of Yunding Tianfu. Upon hearing of the shattering of Long Men, Luo Tianhong's face was etched with regret. Conversely, when informed that Tianfu had successfully garnered the allegiance of the world, he felt a profound sense of relief. Upon learning of the turmoil instigated by Lu Chang'e, which nearly plunged Tianfu into chaos, his reaction mirrored that of Zhang Peng, both lamenting their absence during such critical moments. When Tang Tian mentioned that he had attained the position of the Divine Son in merely 4 years, Luo Tianhong could not help but exclaim in awe, asserting that Tang Tian was indeed a peerless genius personally acknowledged by the unrepentant Dao Lord. After a period of light-hearted banter, the two quickly grew familiar with one another. During the third match at the Eternal Arena, I encountered the former you. I wonder, brother Luo, did you sense even a hint of this? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Luo Tianhong's hand momentarily faltered, and then he chuckled awkwardly, saying, while traversing the Dao, I did indeed perceive a faint resonance from the void. However, I would urge you not to take it to heart. I was rather overly proud at that time. I still remember, upon my arrival at the Holy Land, how deeply I dwelled on my defeat in the first match, unable to accept it for a long time. It was only later that I comprehended the nature of this world. There is always someone more talented beyond the horizon. No matter how exceptional one might be, there will always be individuals who surpass you, a reality that everyone must embrace. Tang Tian nodded with a smile, gracefully dismissing the harsh words once uttered by the youthful Luo Tianhong. The current Luo Tianhong, of course, would not be so foolish as to act upon that statement against Tang Tian. I heard from Zhang Peng that Yunding Mountain's situation within the Holy Land is not particularly favorable. If there is anything you require, brother Luo, do not hesitate to voice it. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Tang Tian offered. This, after all, was the very purpose of his visit to Yunding Mountain. he would not linger for long. Thus, it was best to address any troubles directly. Nevertheless, in response to this inquiry, Luo Tianhong shook his head and replied. Zhang Peng's perspective stems from his lingering attachment to his previous identity. Yunding Mountain does indeed face certain challenges, but these are issues that every faction encounters during their growth. Through our collective efforts, our progress has been quite commendable. I believe that, with the passage of time, these challenges will gradually resolve themselves. Moreover, you have successfully returned now. As you are newly arrived in the Holy Land, you may not yet fully grasp the influence of the unrepentant Tao Lord and what his concern for you signifies. After the news spread, we at Yunding Mountain will soon witness a rapid flourishing scene, said Luo Tianhong. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Since the other party was unwilling to elaborate but expressed confidence in the development of Yunding Mountain, he felt no need to intervene forcefully. When the time came, he could simply inform Long Jiuzhou. After engaging in light conversation for a while, a formidable figure suddenly rushed from the distance and landed outside the pavilion. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Tianhong promptly stood up and saluted, saying, I pay my respects to Master Yongyan. The individual was an elder possessing the cultivation of the Wuji Dao. Master Yongyan, with a warm countenance, nodded slightly and remarked, with each encounter, Master Luo's cultivation ascends further. I believe it will not be long before you enter the realm of Wuji. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Tang Tian. I presume this is the newly appointed son of Yunding Tianfu? Tang Tian bowed slightly, replying, Master Yongyan. This response, while somewhat impolite for a newcomer to the sacred land, did not draw any rebuke from Master Yongyan, who smiled and said, Indeed, you are unlike the rest. Master Wu Hui has been waiting for you. If you have the time, please accompany me. Tang Tian nodded. Very well. I, too, wish to meet him. Chapter 627. Meeting Tsin Wu Hui in the vast expanse of the sky, two figures raced past. Observing the rapidly receding mountains beneath them, along with the pavilions and towers hidden within the forest, the two remained silent. The Taichi Holy Land was immense, and Tsin Wu Hui resided at the pinnacle of the sacred ground, with a considerable distance still to traverse before reaching Yunding Mountain. During their journey, Lord Yongyan increased his speed several times. Yet, to his astonishment, no matter how swift he became, Tang Tian effortlessly kept pace, appearing to stroll leisurely. This left him bemused. A young man recently ascended from the lower realms could not possibly possess the speed of a being at the level of the great path of all beings. It seemed that this Tang Tian, favored by Lord Wu Hui, was indeed extraordinary, much like his ability to survive the chaotic tempest, which was truly remarkable. However, he chose not to accelerate further, maintaining a pace commensurate with the great path of all beings, for to do otherwise would have been somewhat unreasonable. After approximately an hour, a towering peak emerged within Tang Tian's sight. This mountain was none other than the main peak of the Taichi Holy Land. Subsequently, Lord Yongyan guided Tang Tian directly to the summit. Upon traversing an area shrouded by a formation, they finally arrived before a 9-story tower, the Celestial Path Tower constructed by Lord Wu Hui. Come, he awaits you above, Lord Yongyan remarked. The two then entered the tower, ascending directly to the topmost level. There, they encountered a singular grand door. As they settled their feet, the door swung open automatically. At Lord Yongyan's behest, Tang Tian stepped inside alone. Crossing the threshold felt akin to breaching the barrier between two realms. Any ordinary cultivator would likely be momentarily disoriented in such a place. However, Tang Tian was unfazed. Upon arriving at the Celestial Path Tower, he had already spotted Tsin Wu Hui, standing at the pinnacle. Once he entered smoothly, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings, taking in the room's interior, which was quite unremarkable, reminiscent of a study. Directly opposite him, a spacious window had been opened. At that moment, a figure clad in a loose gray robe stood before the window, Tsin Wu Hui. As Tang Tian stepped in, Tsin Wu Hui turned to face him. Thousands of years had passed, and his face bore the marks of time, his gray-white hair complementing the gray robe, giving him the appearance of a venerable elder. Yet, Tang Tian could discern that his vitality remained robust, indicative of a peak state. Anyone who underestimated him would surely pay a steep price. The two stood facing each other, locking gazes for a moment, before Tsin Wu Hui suddenly smiled, saying, I am Tsin Wu Hui, your younger brother. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Tang Tian. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, recalling some amusing incidents that had transpired during their time at the Eternal Arena. At that moment, he confronted the youthful Tsin Wuhui, whose arrogance surpassed even that of Luo Tianhong by several magnitudes. However, after Tang Tian provided him with a complete childhood, Tsin Wuhui was reduced to tears and ultimately acknowledged Tang Tian as an elder brother. He remarked that if the version of himself from the outside world were to know, he would undoubtedly not deny this brotherhood. Could it be that the current Tsin Wuhui is genuinely taking his youthful words to heart? The agreement made on the ancient arena should not be counted, right? Tang Tian said with a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no intention of accepting Tsin Wuhui as a subordinate. Moreover, he could discern that the other party was merely jesting. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Tsin Wuhui chuckled and responded, "Indeed, it should not be counted. However, after meeting you, I have realized that becoming your subordinate is, in fact, a matter of great honor. May I ask if I should address you as the esteemed one?" With that, he reined in his smile and slightly bowed. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Can you perceive my strength?" Although he had not deliberately concealed his aura, a typical master of the infinite path could not discern his true prowess, as exemplified by the Lord of Eternal Words. Yet, Tsin Wuhui managed to see through it, albeit not with complete clarity. "When I looked over, it seemed as though you were enveloped in a chaotic mist, obscuring your true form. However, with the aid of this tower of heavenly path, I have been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse. While I cannot ascertain your true cultivation level, it is undoubtedly above that of us mere mortals." After listening, Tang Tian examined this so-called tower of heavenly path and suddenly understood. This 9-story tower was directly rooted in the heavenly path and was personally crafted by Tsin Wuhui, intricately linked to all that he was. With the power of the heavenly path, it indeed allowed a glimpse into his genuine strength. Yet, such matters were not simple, and only an extraordinary talent like Tsin Wuhui, who had reached the pinnacle of the primordial path and was known as the Eternal Sovereign, could achieve this. He was a true prodigy of unmatched caliber. "No need for such formality. You may simply call me Tang Tian," he replied to Tsin Wuhui's earlier question, then praised. "This tower of yours is quite impressive. Were it not for the presence of Long Jiuzhou and the title of the Eternal Peerless, it would surely belong to you." Tsin Wuhui shook his head with a smile. "Compared to you transcendent beings, how could I dare to claim the title of Peerless? I am but a firefly struggling in the quagmire." Tang Tian fell silent. Tsin Wuhui's words seemed somewhat exaggerated, yet in truth, they held validity. For those who had transcended the world, the distinction between the supreme and the inferior was but dust, even less than mere ants. Tsin Wuhui could be said to have reached the pinnacle of existence, having achieved perfection to an extraordinary degree. Yet, with but a mere thought, Tang Tian could effortlessly erase him from existence, leaving no room for resistance. This reality is, in truth, profoundly unjust and abnormal. In a world functioning harmoniously, the existence of a supreme being would be inconceivable. Much like the nascent realm of the bizarre egg, even the first primordial spirit, rolling forth, merely attained the status of a half-step supreme. That is the essence of a normal world. Above the supreme, there exists a peculiar breed, towering over all living beings, overshadowing the entirety of existence. "Please, have a seat," Tsin Wuhui remarked, and subsequently, the two took their places by the window. "Upon learning of your encounter with the chaotic storm, I had resolved to seek you out personally. However, someone intervened," Tsin Wuhui continued. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, by the standards of conventional logic, considering his display of prowess in defeating Tsin Wuhui at the Eternal Arena, whether alive or deceased, a search would have been warranted. Yet, in the end, nothing transpired. It turned out that Tsin Wuhui had been thwarted." "Who?" Tang Tian inquired. Tsin Wuhui paused momentarily before responding with deliberation. "The Lord of the Gods." Chapter 628. Dialogue with Long Jiuzhou, a forthcoming prodigy of unparalleled talent, encountered a chaotic tempest, and it was entirely reasonable for Tsin Wuhui to choose to investigate and seek answers. However, Long Jiuzhou's intervention was rather peculiar. What prompted him to act in such a manner? Tang Tian inquired. Tsin Wuhui replied softly, "The Divine Lord did not disclose much to me. He merely stated that you possess the ability to avert calamity." Tang Tian chuckled lightly. "He certainly has faith in me, or perhaps he possesses profound insight into himself. He understands that I am extraordinary, burdened with countless enigmas, and that a mere chaotic storm cannot overwhelm me. As the Supreme One, Long Jiuzhou may have even witnessed Tang Tian's assassination attempt, yet chose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps he had been observant since the ancient arena. And coupled with the prior warnings from the young Divine Lord, it is evident that Long Jiuzhou was not oblivious to the celestial chess game unfolding around them. Sin Wuhui continued, "The matters of transcending realms are eternally beyond the grasp of us mortals. The Divine Lord informed me that you would undoubtedly arrive at the Tai sacred land and seek him. Thus, he left something for you." With that, Sin Wuhui produced a crystalline stone, resplendent and translucent. The stone emanated the essence of the heavenly Tao, and Tang Tian could instantly discern that it was a portal, a gateway to another realm. "I do not know what this is," Sin Wuhui admitted, "but the Divine Lord said that when you are capable of utilizing it, its purpose will be revealed to you." Tang Tian took the crystal, examining it thoughtfully, and asked, "Where is he now?" Sin Wuhui shook his head. "The whereabouts of the Divine Lord are notoriously elusive. How could I possibly know his location? To have met you today and entrusted this crystal into your hands, I consider my mission accomplished. This chamber is isolated from the world, should you require it. I can leave it in your care. Once you have completed your own affairs, simply summon me." With that, he rose to his feet. Tang Tian nodded slightly, wishing to refrain from further delay, and was eager to discover what Long Jiuzhou had left for him. After Sin Wuhui departed the room, Tang Tian grasped the crystal and infused it with a measure of worldly power, gradually activating it. Soon, a void portal materialized before him. After establishing a barrier within the room, Tang Tian stepped boldly through the portal. In an instant, he found himself in a realm of pure whiteness. Rather than a world, it felt more akin to a dimensional space, devoid of the essence of a true world, a creation only possible by those transcending the supreme tier. This dimensional space was enveloped in an endless white mist, devoid of any hint of life. Before Tang Tian's eyes lay a white corridor. At the far end of this corridor stood a tall figure clad in black, facing away from him, silently waiting. This was a supreme being. However, Tang Tian soon discerned that this supreme presence was likely not its true form, but rather an incarnation of divine thought. After a brief pause, Tang Tian stepped forward, and within moments, he arrived behind the figure. "Once again, Tang Tian," the figure said, turning around. Before him stood a middle-aged man, whose appearance had transformed significantly compared to that of the youthful divine sovereign. Yet, Tang Tian recognized him as Long Jiuzhou, the master of the Tai Holy Land. "You knew I would come?" Tang Tian inquired softly. Long Jiuzhou nodded slightly. "When we met at the Eternal Arena, I sensed you would inevitably find your way here. Your identity is, after all, exceedingly unique." Tang Tian's eyes narrowed in surprise. "You know my identity? Or rather, my former identity?" He recalled that Yu Xian had expressed a similar notion but had chosen to evade further explanation. Yet, it seemed that Long Jiuzhou was also aware. In response to Tang Tian's question, Long Jiuzhou shook his head. "A transcendent existence has obscured your traces, rendering my understanding somewhat hazy. However, during my observations, I detected the presence of two extraordinary beings in your vicinity. One is the spirit of the world, born from the remnants of nature, and the other is a girl. Both of them will play crucial roles in the future. Others have scoured every corner of the world in vain to locate them, yet you have effortlessly forged a profound connection with them. This is something no living soul can achieve." Upon hearing Long Jiuzhou's words, Tang Tian fell silent, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. His initial encounters with Gu Xiaoxue and the girl had not been mere coincidences. They had occurred as if fated. Particularly, Gu Xiaoxue had been deliberately placed beside him due to power struggles. Yet, as time unfurled, they had transformed into pivotal points of the entire world. Was this reasonable? Not at all. However, considering his own existence, which was equally extraordinary, the convergence of their paths began to seem somewhat plausible. It was a sensation difficult to articulate. Who, indeed, were they? What vital roles awaited them in the future? Tang Tian voiced the long-held question that lingered within him. He had a vague understanding of the girl's identity. Yet Gu Xiaoxue's true essence remained elusive, shrouded in mystery. All he knew was that she was trapped within a crystal coffin. Yet, what specific roles they were destined to fulfill continued to elude his understanding. Confronted with this inquiry, Long Jiuzhou fell into a momentary silence before gradually commencing his discourse. To understand their narrative, one must begin with the cataclysmic battle that transpired a million years ago. The astounding conflict between the great heavenly monarch and the realm lord is something you have likely heard of, correct? Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, realm lord? Long Jiuzhou nodded. The forbidden statue is, in fact, a sculpture of the realm lord. At that time, the great heavenly monarch sought to annihilate the entire world to achieve his own eternity, and no soul on earth could withstand his formidable might. Fortunately, at a pivotal moment, the realm lord emerged from antiquity, rescuing a world on the brink of destruction. Subsequently, he rallied numerous defiant powerhouses, orchestrating an extraordinary strategy that led to the near annihilation of the great heavenly monarch's forces, sparing the populace from an impending cataclysm. After absorbing this information, Tang Tian furrowed his brow once more. He emerged from antiquity? The realm lord is not a being of that era. Long Jiuzhou nodded slowly. The master of all realms exists beyond time. He is the most potent entity since time immemorial and stands as the supreme sovereign closest to eternity. He embodies the very essence of the exalted. Long Jiuzhou's tone was profound, imbued with a sense of reverence. Chapter 629. The Abyss of Annihilation. Through the narration of Long Jiuzhou, Tang Tian finally discerned the identity of the forbidden statue, the Lord of all realms. Merely this title sent shivers down one's spine. What kind of formidable existence could bear such an appellation? The great celestial sovereign was not a match for the realm lord. Long Jiuzhou continued, if the realm lord is the strongest of all time, then the great celestial sovereign is the second most powerful being, second only to the realm lord. A million years ago, the 6 ancestors of the ascended immortal dynasty coveted the primordial treasure, igniting a cataclysm that resulted in the tragic demise of countless beings, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. Yet, from chaos, a hero emerges. The great celestial sovereign rose amidst this darkness, carving a path of slaughter, ultimately standing atop all living beings. He was the most formidable force of that era, a nightmarish specter that instilled fear in all hearts. Tang Tian fell into silence. He had not anticipated that the ascent of the great celestial sovereign was intertwined with the ascended immortal dynasty. Had he been born in a time of peace, the myriad beings would have surely welcomed the dawn following darkness, ushering in a prosperous era of cultivation. Alas, he was born into darkness and ultimately became its very embodiment. But as far as I know, following that great war, the realm lord also vanished, Tang Tian remarked. Long Jiuzhou sighed softly, saying that was his own choice. He continued, the realm lord returned amidst the world's despair, propping up the collapsing heavens and earth. At that time, he led countless supreme beings in a counterattack against the great celestial sovereign. Even the 3 primal spirits, who exist beyond this world, stood alongside him. The solar deity, the lunar fairy, and the ancestor of the starry sky, all of whom were beings equivalent to the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Under the combined might of these powerful entities, the forces of the great celestial sovereign were gradually defeated, and the supreme and unparalleled beings under his command were swiftly eradicated. Yet, no one anticipated that the great celestial sovereign had grown to an unimaginable level of power. No matter the efforts made, he could not be entirely vanquished. Ultimately, the realm lord was forced to forcibly shatter his soul, scattering it across numerous small worlds, and then sealed it with his own to suppress it. However, after subduing the great celestial sovereign, they discovered something profoundly terrifying. The great celestial sovereign, through some unfathomable means, had created a horrific weapon capable of devouring the entire world. And no one knew where the essence of this weapon was concealed or how to destroy it. In desperation, the realm lord chose to actively dissolve his own existence, merging with the heavens and earth, becoming part of the framework, in an attempt to find a solution to this catastrophic weapon. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but furrow his brow. The volume of information was overwhelming. The solar deity, the lunar fairy, the ancestor of the starry sky, had all participated in that great battle, along with the smaller masters and the mother of nature. And amidst the siege of so many supreme beings, they were ultimately unable to eradicate the great celestial sovereign entirely. The formidable prowess of this individual once again exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. Previously, based on Zhao's words, the realm master had chosen to undergo reincarnation alongside its master to thoroughly suppress the great heavenly monarch, yet there was no mention of any formidable weapon. Of course, Zhao's statement was not entirely incorrect. It was possible that it merely lacked knowledge of the intricate details. What formidable weapon? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou remained silent, merely turning around to gesture at the dense white fog before them. As the fog swiftly dissipated, Tang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him loomed a colossal black hole. The black hole rotated slowly, devouring everything in its vicinity, ultimately dissolving it into nothingness. Tang Tian instantly discerned that this black hole bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had witnessed in the realm of rules. It was known as the Abyss of Annihilation. Long Jiuzhou spoke softly. The Abyss of Annihilation emerged after the great heavenly monarch's seal was shattered. It exists singularly, yet simultaneously manifests beyond all realms, encompassing the vast heavens and earth, innumerable lower realms, as well as the rule-bound world exclusive to the heavenly path. It is, in essence, omnipresent. Anything that approaches the Abyss of Annihilation will be entirely consumed and reduced to nothingness. The worlds that have endured countless calamities are already on the brink of collapse. Under the devouring force of the Abyss of Annihilation, they can do nothing but watch helplessly as they inch closer to oblivion. The Realm Master's choice to undergo reincarnation was to address this threat. Staring at the immense black hole, Tang Tian stood in a daze for a prolonged moment before finally exhaling deeply. How can it be resolved? He asked. Long Jiuzhou shook his head. I do not know. The machinations of the Realm Master, it seems, could only be understood by his beloved, the Mother of Nature. Alas, she had also undergone reincarnation alongside the Realm Master. However, one thing was certain. They had left behind two contingencies for their eventual return. And this contingency, Long Jiuzhou turned to Tang Tian and stated, the first is the spirit of the small world beside you. The second is the girl accompanying you. Tang Tian fell silent once more. He had always known that Xiao bore a mission. Its existence was to await the return of the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature. But what of Gu Xiaoxue? What was her true identity? Tang Tian posed the question once again. Long Jiuzhou spoke gently. The spirit of the world. I believe you have already deduced its nature. It is a pet once adopted by the Mother of Nature, known to the world as the Divine Favor. Before the Mother of Nature dissipated, she utilized a remnant imbued with her utmost power to merge it with the Divine Favor, thus creating a mysterious world. This world is where the Divine Favor currently resides. Although the precise purpose of this world remains unknown to many, its selection by the Lord of Realms and the Mother of Nature signifies its unique significance. Consequently, numerous individuals aspire to uncover this world and claim it as their own. As time progresses, the state of the world continues to deteriorate. However, the Lord of Realms and the Mother of Nature have yet to return, leading to an increasing number of seekers in pursuit of that world. Beneath the supreme and above the exalted, individuals are searching for it, hoping to acquire an advantage for themselves, thereby ensuring their survival should the world meet its demise. Tang Tian felt a deep sense of melancholy. It is no wonder that Xiao has always been deeply concerned about being discovered. The nameless Taoist once went so far as to intercept him forcefully amidst the chaos on his journey to the pinnacle of the sky. It appears that the Liuli world symbolizes their hope for survival. Fortunately, the entrance to the Liuli world is situated in the lower realm, preventing the powerful beings above the Tao realm from locating it. However, one must ponder, does Long Jiuzhou truly remain oblivious? Has he never harbored any desire for it? Tang Tian directly posed this question. After a moment of silence, Long Jiuzhou gradually replied, I have considered it, yet it remains unattainable, because the Sun God has always been watching me. I am, in essence, a product of his cultivation. Chapter 630, The Path of Long Jiuzhou. Under the narration of Long Jiuzhou, Tang Tian gradually came to comprehend his journey of growth. Approximately 100,000 years ago, Long Jiuzhou was merely an ordinary youth from a mountain village. During a hunting expedition with his father, he fortuitously stumbled upon a shard that resembled iron yet was not. Driven by curiosity, he took it with him. In the days that followed, the fragment silently absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, nurturing Long Jiuzhou's body in return. As time progressed, he grew increasingly robust, ultimately pushing open the gate to the realm of cultivation, all unbeknownst to him. One day, while hunting in the mountains, Long Jiuzhou encountered a woman in peril and bravely intervened to save her. After her recovery, She took him away from the small village into the vast world beyond. To Long Jiuzhou's astonishment, this woman turned out to be the beloved daughter of a prominent family within a grand city. Even more surprising was the fact that, out of gratitude for his life-saving intervention and her daily care, the woman developed feelings for him, wishing to entrust her life to him. The ensuing narrative is one that many can surmise. How could the patriarch of such a distinguished family possibly allow his precious daughter to marry a mere country boy from a mountain village? Consequently, the two were forcibly separated. The woman was placed under house arrest, while Long Jiuzhou was subjected to severe humiliation before being cast out. Yet, under the nourishment of that mysterious fragment, Long Jiuzhou had already transformed into a prodigious talent, a peerless genius. Upon entering the world of cultivation, he soared to unprecedented heights, evolving from a novice in the Qi realm to an immortal within a mere 2 years. This terrifying aptitude led him to become a direct disciple of a prominent sect. After attaining immortality, he returned to the city, intent on rescuing the woman he had once saved. However, he arrived too late. On the eve of his return, the woman, unwilling to be a pawn in a family alliance, had taken her own life with poison. Upon his arrival, both families blamed Long Jiuzhou for her death, calling for his demise in a fervor of rage. Enraged, Long Jiuzhou wielded his sword to obliterate the two families, embarking once more on his path of cultivation. Laden with profound regret, in the subsequent years, he led his sect to unprecedented victories, trampling countless gifted individuals beneath his feet. Throughout this journey, he acquired his life as treasure, a longbow ablaze with fierce flames. With bow in hand, he pierced through an entire era, rendering all his contemporaries incapable of raising their heads in his presence. Eventually, at the pinnacle of his celestial prowess, Long Jiuzhou unleashed an arrow that shattered the firmament, becoming the solitary individual to ascend to the zenith of the heavens in his world. Yet, during this period, he began to notice the peculiarities of his own existence and harbored uncertainties regarding his fate. Nevertheless, he was too weak at that time to act upon his doubts. Subsequently, Long Jiuzhou ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament, exhibiting no sign of retreat. He continued his formidable advance, rendering any genius before him utterly insignificant. He was a force of nature, a veritable embodiment of the phrase to slay gods and demons alike. However, as his realm of understanding deepened and he began to perceive the very essence of this world with increasing clarity, Long Jiuzhou ultimately uncovered certain threads of fate entwined within himself. Standing at the zenith of the Wuji Dao, he gazed upon the distant sun, drew back the bow of the sun god, and released an arrow that encapsulated the entirety of his life's essence. This arrow pierced the heavens, nearly breaching the barriers of the world itself, cleaving the sky in twain. In the wake of that singular shot, a youth clad in golden raiment with crimson hair appeared before Long Jiuzhou, proclaiming himself to be the sun god. Upon their meeting, Long Jiuzhou realized the truth of all things. The serendipitous acquisition of the fragments of the Chaos Bell and the fortuitous attainment of the sun god Bao were not mere coincidences, but rather events preordained by fate. Once, he believed himself to be the harbinger of great fortune, a paragon of brilliance among mortals. Yet, in reality, all of this had merely been orchestrated by the sun god. Following their encounter, the sun god bestowed upon him 2 gifts. The first was an almost complete world, sufficient to elevate him from the zenith of the Wuji Dao to the supreme realm, allowing him to transcend the confines of existence. The second was a long-buried memory, one that belonged to him in times past. After listening to Long Jiuzhou's revelations, Tang Tian remained silent, pondering the myriad coincidences and fortuities of this world. Behind the veneer of chance, perhaps everything was predestined. According to Long Jiuzhou's account, he was undoubtedly a reincarnation of a formidable being, and the mighty sun god was well aware of this truth. Thus, along his path of growth, the sun god orchestrated several pivotal junctures, propelling Long Jiuzhou forward toward the supreme realm. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian recalled the words spoken earlier by Tsin Wuhui, compared to those transcending this world. We mere mortals are but fireflies struggling in the mire. Were it not for the disturbances within this world, such illogical entities as the Supreme would never have emerged. This realm is not one that can be achieved through natural cultivation. It necessitates exceedingly rare opportunities. Those opportunities either exist or do not. To bridge this chasm, one must entirely transform the world, restoring it to wholeness. Yet, those capable of enacting such change must be above the Supreme. However, as beneficiaries of the current order, how could the Supremes desire to eliminate this disparity? It is an intractable conundrum. Have you integrated that memory? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou fell into silence for a moment before slowly nodding. The Sun God did not coerce me. He granted me the freedom of choice. The two gifts may either be embraced or relinquished, and regardless of my decision, he would not impose any hardship upon me. As a cultivator, how could one possibly refrain from seeking higher realms when fully aware that they exist above? Thus, in the end, I accepted the gift. Subsequently, I awakened to my memories, recollecting my former identity, and once more shouldered certain inescapable responsibilities and missions. Yet, the silver lining is that my own will remain predominant, preventing me from vanishing entirely. Tang Tian fell into silence, uncertain of how to assess the situation. No cultivator can resist the allure of supreme realms. Even knowing the path ahead is fraught with thorns, they would still pursue it without hesitation. Long Jiuzhou, retaining his original will, is indeed a remarkably fortunate individual. After listening to Long Jiuzhou's journey, Tang Tian pondered for a moment before returning to the main subject. Let us speak of Gu Xiaoxue. I can comprehend the envy directed towards those favored by the divine. But what makes Gu Xiaoxue so exceptional? Tang Tian inquired. Chapter 631. The identity of Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue can be regarded as the greatest enigma surrounding Tang Tian. Aside from the two systems, before encountering Tang Tian, she was merely an exceptionally ordinary individual, a prodigy endowed with the innate talent of a child of destiny. Such practitioners are as numerous as the grains of sand along the Ganges, countless and impossible to quantify. However, upon meeting Tang Tian, she underwent a profound transformation, her cultivation talent becoming eerily formidable, far surpassing the bounds of an ordinary child of destiny. Yet, once separated from Tang Tian, she would revert to her mundane self, as if all that had transpired was naught but a fleeting illusion. This bizarre phenomenon was unprecedented in Tang Tian's experience. Aside from the crystal coffin he had seen, he had found no clues. She resembled a ghostly apparition. She would only manifest in his presence, and when he turned away, she would cease to exist. Thus, what precisely was her identity? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou studied Tang Tian for a moment before slowly responding. The most extraordinary aspect of that girl is that she is utterly unremarkable, a being without any peculiarities. Tang Tian was instantly taken aback. Such a statement was rife with contradictions. What do you mean? He asked, furrowing his brow. Long Jiuzhou sighed softly and explained, as I mentioned earlier, before the dissolution of the Realm Lord and the Mother of Nature, they left behind two contingencies. One is a special world inhabited by divine favor, and the other is a seed, known as the seed of nature. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, Are you suggesting that Gu Xiaoxue is this so-called seed of nature? Long Jiuzhou replied in a measured tone. That interpretation is partially correct, yet also misleading. As the mother of nature for the entire world, she embodies the postnatal spirit, yet is also the most unique of such spirits. Her power is not inferior to that of the solar deity or the lunar fairy, those primordial, innate spiritual entities. Her demise is equally remarkable. She cannot genuinely destroy herself. This so-called seed of nature, rather than being a deliberate remnant left by the mother of nature, it is more accurate to say that it is something she could not control and was compelled to leave behind. For as long as the world exists, nature will endure. Although the manifest mother of nature has returned to the void, the seed of nature, coexisting with the world, remains eternal. Furthermore, the seed of nature holds greater significance than the world inhabited by divine favor. If someone were to obtain her and integrate her into their own realm, they could achieve unparalleled greatness in a remarkably short time, becoming as powerful as the innate five spirits. Listening to Long Jiuzhou's account, Tang Tian's brow furrowed deeper. These revelations sounded shrouded in ambiguity. If one were to distill the essence of it, it might be said that the mother of nature is dead yet unyielding. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Those who inhabit the pinnacle of existence are indeed beings beyond the grasp of ordinary reasoning. Given the profound significance and power of the seed of nature, why has no one sought it out? Yet, many have coveted the world blessed by the divine. Tang Tian expressed his perplexity, to which Long Jiuzhou responded with a gentle smile, stating, It is not that they do not search, but rather that it is utterly elusive. The seed of nature is intertwined with the entirety of the natural world. When it conceals itself, anything in existence could potentially be it. How can one search? Only when it takes root and flourishes within nature, manifesting in the external world, might people catch a glimpse of its traces. It exists only when manifested, when unmanifested. It is the essence of nature itself. Under such circumstances, even the most formidable beings, like the realm master or the celestial sovereign, would find it impossible to locate it. How could anyone else hope to succeed? Tang Tian furrowed his brow. How then can you ascertain that Gu Xiaoxue is the seed of nature? Has she manifested? Long Jiuzhou took his time before responding, gazing thoughtfully at Tang Tian before he spoke. No, she has not manifested. Or rather, she has not manifested in the world. However, in your presence, she has become the seed of nature. Therefore, the truly exceptional individual is not Gu Xiaoxue, but you, Tang Tian. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had never imagined that Gu Xiaoxue's circumstances would be such. She was not extraordinary. She was merely an ordinary cultivator. Yet, when she was beside him, the seed of nature coalesced within her, elevating her beyond the realm of a congenital child. This was astonishing. Tang Tian did not believe in the notion of a protagonist's halo. His past experiences indicated that such a phenomenon simply did not exist in this world. So, what was the reason? Why? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou shook his head, saying, If you do not know the reason, how could I? Once, I believed you might be the reincarnation of the Realm Master, for only the Realm Master could allow the seed of nature to gather around them. No one else could accomplish this. However, the Sun God dismissed this speculation. He did not divulge the specific reasons, only stating that the Realm Master would not reappear in such a manner. Thus, I remain unaware of your true identity. Yet, it is certain that, in comparison to the divine favor and the seed of nature, you are even more extraordinary. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead. He had finally clarified Gu Xiaoxue's identity, but his own situation remained shrouded in mystery. Who was he really? There was still not a shred of insight. Nevertheless, with Long Jiuzhou's narration, one thing became clear. Both he and Gu Xiaoxue were linked to the resurgence of the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature. Thus, it is inevitable that he is profoundly intertwined with this matter. Is there truly no one who remembers the intricate details of the plans devised by the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature all those years ago? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou nodded. This is a question that every being in the world is exceedingly curious about. He then turned to Tang Tian and said, I understand your thoughts. Back then, I too was eager to discover the role I played in this vast universe. Although I cannot provide you with any clues, one thing is certain. Regardless of the nature of the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature's designs, their return hinges upon the manifestation of the seed of nature. Presently, the seed of nature can only coalesce in your presence, which does not constitute true manifestation. If you can facilitate its complete emergence, perhaps you will uncover the answers you seek. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and asked, How can one achieve complete manifestation? Long Jiuzhou gazed into the distance and slowly replied, The Spirit Fallen Mountain Range. Chapter 632. The Spirit's Fall Mountain Range. It is often rumored in the outside world that the Holy Land of Tai is governed by 6 sacred places. However, apart from the Land of Crossing Tribulations, the other 5 sanctuaries are collectively owned by all living beings within this realm. They are the Pillar of Creation, the Ancient City of Great Oblivion, the Taoist Hall of the Myriad Realms, the Imperial Palace of All Beings, and the Spirit's Fall Mountain Range. According to Long Jiuzhou, the manifestation of the seed of nature is intricately linked to the Spirit's Fall Mountain Range. Indeed, Long Jiuzhou affirmed, the Spirit's Fall Mountain Range is, in fact, the place where the Mother of Nature met her demise. It is a site of profound sorrow for the myriad beings of the world, yet simultaneously serves as a pilgrimage destination for them. Every decade, representatives from each sacred place journey to the Spirit's Fall Mountain Range to pay homage to the fallen Mother of Nature and to pray for the well-being of all living beings. However, Long Jiuzhou's gaze turned contemplative. What many do not realize is that alongside each memorial, the powerful secretly seek the location where the Mother of Nature's essence was dispersed, hoping to uncover traces of the seed of nature. Yet, despite the passage of 1,000,000 years, no useful clues have surfaced. What is certain, however, is that secrets capable of revealing the manifestation of the spirit of nature lie hidden there. Therefore, Long Jiuzhou turned his attention to Tang Tian, stating, "If you truly wish to comprehend the intricate designs laid by the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature in the past, perhaps you may find useful leads within the Spirit's Fall Mountain range. After all, the seed of nature is in your proximity." Tang Tian fell silent for a moment. Long Jiuzhou was an individual aligned with the Sun God, who, like the Moon Fairy and the Star Ancestor, was a steadfast force following the Realm Master. Thus, the credibility of Long Jiuzhou's words was relatively high. Nonetheless, Tang Tian would not fully trust his claims. He needed to verify the information about the Spirit's Fall Mountain range personally before making any plans. If what Long Jiuzhou said held truth, then a visit there would indeed be warranted. The mysterious arrangements made by the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature before their passing were crucial to unraveling the enigma of his own identity. Clarity was imperative. Where exactly is the Spirit's Fall Mountain range? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou responded, "The Spirit's Fall Mountain range is concealed within the chaos, eluding discovery. However, it reveals itself every decade. At that time, each sacred place dispatches powerful individuals or core members to seek their fortunes. After all, this is the site of the Mother of Nature's fall, unmatched in its natural aura throughout the world, brimming with various celestial materials and opportunities. Concurrently, many supreme beings venture there, but their purpose revolves solely around the Mother of Nature herself." Less than 4 months remain until the next manifestation of the Spirit's Fall Mountain range, Long Jiuzhou remarked, casting a glance at Tang Tian. "I initially thought you would be too late to reach the Spirit's Fall Mountain range. If one does not ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy, their presence holds little significance, akin to a mere mortal amidst the exalted. Even when the truth lies bare before one's eyes, clarity remains elusive. Yet, what astonished me was your unprecedented leap from the status of an immortal emperor to that of a supreme being within a mere span of months. Such an extraordinary velocity has not been witnessed by any creature throughout the ages." Tang Tian, bypassing the other matters he mentioned, directly inquired, "How shall one discern the location of the Spirit Fallen Mountain range upon its emergence?" Long Jiuzhou replied, "When the Spirit Fallen Mountain range manifests, the entire world shall tremble with profound reverberations. As a supreme, you will inherently possess the knowledge of its exact whereabouts. However, I would not advise you to venture there alone." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "Why not?" Long Jiuzhou spoke with a measured tone. "Each time the Spirit Fallen Mountain range opens, a multitude of formidable beings rush forth. This instance is particularly unique. You must understand what I am alluding to." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, stating, "You are indeed aware that the great celestial monarch has been resurrected. This exceptional circumstance can only pertain to that matter." Prior to his ascendance to supremacy, Tang Tian was uncertain whether Long Jiuzhou was cognizant of the great celestial monarch's revival. However, after attaining such status, he became acutely aware that Long Jiuzhou could not possibly remain oblivious to the occurrences within the sacred land of Tai. The might of a supreme being is overwhelmingly potent. Even the most minute fluctuations of the heavenly Tao are perceptible. Yet, Tang Tian had refrained from voicing his inquiries. In response to Tang Tian's question, Long Jiuzhou let out a deep sigh. "Indeed, I had been remiss in this matter." He continued, "In truth, when I first discerned that the woman named Lining bore an unusual affiliation, I should have extinguished the thread in its infancy. At that time, I noted peculiar phenomena. There existed an obscure connection between her and the deceased great celestial monarch. However, in recent years, my true self has been preoccupied with the pursuit of a breakthrough to transcendence, arriving at a critical juncture, and thus I did not give it the attention it warranted. After all, the great celestial monarch was sealed in the lower realms, and such connections with beings of that realm are not uncommon. Therefore, when that corpse appeared in the land of crossing tribulations, I merely dispatched someone to investigate the lower realms and did not personally intervene. Yet, who could have anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly? Mere years are but a fleeting moment for us. Yet that group has already executed their scheme to resurrect the great celestial monarch. By the time I finally grasped the situation, it was too late." Long Jiuzhou's explanation left Tang Tian in contemplative silence. Indeed, was it merely a coincidence? Who were those individuals? Who orchestrated the resurrection of the great celestial monarch? Tang Tian inquired. Long Jiuzhou remarked. Of course, it is the remnants of the great heavenly sovereign. In the past, the realm master led numerous powerful beings to obliterate the lineage of the great heavenly sovereign. Yet, a few individuals managed to escape, concealing themselves in the shadows. These people have never relinquished their ambition to resurrect the great heavenly sovereign in this world. Only they possess the capacity to alter the heavenly path. Had Prince Yu reported this matter in a timely manner, there might have been a chance to thwart them, given a little more time. Alas, the subsequent events were largely known to Tang Tian. Prince Yu's fate was erased, evaporating from the memories of all, and the occurrences in the land of tribulations were forgotten entirely. Primarily, the methods of that individual were exceedingly formidable, without specialized investigation. Even a supreme being would find it impossible to discern his techniques. Thus, the final opportunity slipped away. Chapter 633. The heart of the conflict. The scheme that led to the successful resurrection of the great celestial monarch was exceedingly clandestine. The architect of this plan did not engage directly in its execution. Rather, they manipulated the very essence of the beings inhabiting the Cloud Summit world. Lin Ying and Lu Chang'e were employed through various stratagems to transport the remains of the Bamboo Grove Master to the pinnacle of the firmament, subsequently making subtle alterations to their fateful trajectories. Such minute adjustments were insufficient to arouse Dragon Jiuzhou's suspicion, nor could they provide any discernible clues to those beneath the Supreme. Thus, the plan unfurled right beneath Dragon Jiuzhou's nose. After a century, they finally awaited an opportune moment to place the remains of the Bamboo Grove Master in the land of crossing tribulations. Thereafter, Lu Chang'e from the lower realm was tasked with completing the final resurrection ritual. Subsequently, he tampered with Prince Yu's fate, severing the transmission of truth, thereby ensuring the ultimate resurrection of the great celestial monarch. By the time Dragon Jiuzhou grasped the situation, it was already too late. Of course, this plan hinged on another crucial premise. Dragon Jiuzhou was at a pivotal juncture in his ascendance to the supreme realm. The mastermind exploited this to orchestrate everything seamlessly. It is truly formidable to unravel a scheme directed by a supreme being in person. What perplexes me most, however, is the nature of the opportunity that enabled the resurrection of the great celestial monarch. His soul had been shattered and personally suppressed by the manifestation of the realm lord. In the lower realm, no one could inflict harm upon the essence of the realm lord's manifestation. Even the mightiest innate artifacts could not accomplish this. For cultivators of the celestial realm simply could not unleash the full potential of innate artifacts. It was this assurance that allowed me to remain relatively unconcerned, intending to investigate personally only after achieving a certain breakthrough. Yet, sometimes events unfold in the most bizarre ways, and indeed, this opportunity materialized. Dragon Jiuzhou spoke. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained silent, for this so-called opportunity was born from a single strike he had casually unleashed. At that moment, he had merely acted out of boredom, unaware of the implications. Tang Tian chose not to disclose this information to Dragon Jiuzhou, not out of fear of inciting unnecessary speculation, but because he needed to retain some cards close to his chest. At this stage, the disparity in information was of paramount importance. Even if there were genuine issues at hand, it was imperative that Tang Tian investigate them personally. Since you are already aware of this matter, why not have someone retrieve Prince Yu? Without my intervention, he might have remained forever ensnared within the Cloud Summit world, Tang Tian remarked, his discontent palpable. Prince Yu was dispatched by your faction to fulfill a mission. Now that complications have arisen, you abandon him? Such conduct is truly disheartening. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Dragon Jiuzhou replied, Prince Yu is a reserve for the future saint son of the Tai sacred land. I would never neglect him. However, now that it has returned, it holds little significance. Everyone has forgotten him, and he no longer recognizes himself. Even if we were to forcefully inform him, we could never return to the past. Thus, I can only wait until I achieve the utmost greatness and rectify all the divergent paths before we can fundamentally resolve this issue. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you not acquainted with the Sun God? Surely he possesses the ability to address this matter. Long Jiuzhou offered a bitter smile and replied, The Sun God. Such an exalted being would hardly concern himself with the fate of a mere mortal. He resides high above, and even in my current state, I would merely be regarded as a servant in his presence. How could I expect him to intervene in such affairs? Only upon attaining the highest realm can one hope to be treated as an equal by those beings. His tone was laced with helplessness. Tang Tian too fell silent. The sun god, one of the primordial five spirits, transcends the annals of ancient history, forever elevated above. Such an existence cannot be comprehended through the lens of ordinary beings. However, it was a relief to learn that Long Jiuzhou had not forgotten Prince Yu. Did the sun god and the others know of the great heavenly sovereign's resurrection? Tang Tian chose to bypass this topic. Long Jiuzhou nodded and said, I have already informed him. The sun god, the moon fairy, and the loyal old subordinates of the former realm lord should all be aware. Yet, they possess no effective means. If the great heavenly sovereign wishes to conceal himself, no one can uncover his presence. Therefore, with the opening of the spirit-fallen mountain range, many formidable beings will converge here. And the clues regarding the seed of nature have become the most crucial focal point. Whoever can successfully manifest it and claim it as their own will gain a significant advantage. Furthermore, once news of the great heavenly sovereign's resurrection spreads, the realm favored by the gods will become a coveted domain among numerous sovereigns. Everyone seeks to prepare for the worst, aspiring to possess that world. Even if the great heavenly sovereign were to annihilate the entire world, the possessor would still be able to survive unscathed. Thus, I advised you against venturing forth alone and inadvertently exposing yourself. After all, both of these matters are closely tied to you. Tang Tian suddenly understood, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow again and remarked, but this matter, you know, the sun god and the moon fairy are also aware of it. Hasn't it already been exposed? Long Jiuzhou shook his head, saying, no, at present. Only the three of us are aware. The matters concerning the divine favor and the seed of nature directly relate to whether the realm lord can successfully return. So we naturally cannot afford to be careless. Rest assured, as long as you do not actively reveal yourself, no one will know. After hearing this, Tang Tian chuckled and said, if it is so critical, why not simply place me under house arrest? Wouldn't that eliminate the concern of others obtaining it? Long Jiuzhou replied in a low voice, indeed, I have contemplated this matter. However, considering your identity, I ultimately decided against it. The schemes of the realm lord remain shrouded in mystery, and you undoubtedly represent a crucial element within them. The sun god and the moon fairy, too, are reluctant to interfere with the realm lord's designs. Thus they resolve to allow you to act independently. There is one more point, which is merely conjecture. As he spoke, Long Jiuzhou directed his gaze towards Tang Tian, his eyes reflecting a peculiar intensity. It seemed that they lacked absolute certainty in their ability to completely ensnare you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Although he was unaware of the formidable means possessed by the sun god and others, having the connection to the anomaly egg world granted him a semblance of assurance regarding his escape. This bond with the anomaly egg world was exceptionally unique. Unless they could ascertain the exact location of the anomaly egg world within the chaos and subsequently seal this nascent realm entirely, it would be nearly impossible to restrict Tang Tian. Then, how should I proceed to the spirit-fallen mountain range? Tang Tian inquired. Chapter 634. Betting on Tang Tian, my true self, is not present here, Long Jiuzhou remarked. For certain reasons, it appears that I may not be able to visit the spirit-fallen mountain range this time. However, every time the Taiyi sacred land opens, they dispatch individuals to attend, with Tsin Wuhui as the responsible party. When the time comes, you can accompany the people from the Taiyi sacred land. Just inform Tsin Wuhui, and he will undoubtedly make all the necessary arrangements for you. Tang Tian acknowledged with a murmured agreement, indicating his verbal consent to Long Jiuzhou. The specifics of how to proceed would be addressed in due course. Through extensive conversation with Long Jiuzhou, Tang Tian had gained a substantial understanding of the previously hidden secrets. Not only had he unraveled the true identities of Xiao He and Gu Xiaoxua, but he had also gleaned information regarding the Realm Lord and the great celestial monarch's past. It proved to be quite enlightening. Moreover, he learned that the resurrection of the great celestial monarch was already known to Long Jiuzhou, the sun god, and the moon fairy. It was no wonder that after his revival, the great celestial monarch had not engaged in any significant actions. With such unparalleled powerhouses like the sun god and the moon fairy present, it was likely that the recently resurrected monarch hesitated to act recklessly. Nonetheless, Long Jiuzhou was correct. With the opening of the spirit-fallen mountain range, the great celestial monarch might indeed emerge. When that moment arrives, the world would undoubtedly face another brutal tempest of chaos and bloodshed. To be perfectly honest, Tang Tian was not overly concerned about the outcome of this world. He would help where he could, but if matters were truly insurmountable, he would not force the issue. What he yearned for most was to escape this so-called cosmic chess game, to seize his own destiny firmly within his grasp. As for the Realm Lord and the great celestial monarch, they could continue their games as they pleased. At worst, he could relocate the inhabitants of Yunding Tianfu and the Tai sacred land to the extraordinary egg world. After all, those he cared about resided in those two places. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something and spoke up. By the way, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Long Jiuzhou nodded. Go on. Tang Tian stated directly. In the mortal realm, I possess two enterprises. One is a trading association, and the other is the illusory world. I wish to promote them within the Tai sacred land, hence my mention to you. The scale of promotion should be considerable, potentially impacting the stability of certain sacred lands. His words were somewhat diplomatic, yet he still underestimated the mindset of a supreme being. Long Jiuzhou waved his hand dismissively, responding calmly. I have long ceased to concern myself with worldly matters. Moreover, as a supreme being, it seems you do not fully comprehend your own status. You should relay this directly to Tsin Wuhui and allow him to handle it. Even without my consent, he would not dare to defy a supreme being. What does it mean to transcend the world? This is it. Subsequently, regardless of the domain you venture into, your status remains unchanged. Engage in mundane affairs at your discretion, as long as you do not intrude upon the private sanctum of the master. Tang Tian was taken aback. Having recently ascended to supremacy, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the true power this realm commanded. However, upon hearing Long Jiuzhou's words, he gained a clearer perspective. Allow me to bestow upon you something else, Long Jiuzhou said as he produced a jade token and presented it to Tang Tian. This token served as a badge of identity for Long Jiuzhou. With it, your standing within the Tai sacred land will be equivalent to mine, granting you the liberty to act as you please. The opening of the Lingyun mountain range is still some time away. This may prove useful. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude and accepted the token. Regardless of its potential utility, it was a gesture of goodwill from Long Jiuzhou. After discussing all matters, Long Jiuzhou sighed deeply and remarked, the great heavenly lord has been resurrected, yet the return of the realm master remains uncertain. The future of this world is shrouded in ambiguity. However, it is foreseeable that we shall soon face a monumental cataclysm. In this calamity, no one can truly remain unaffected. We may all perish and be reduced to dust. Many are currently observing, placing their bets in hopes of securing a future where they might survive. Turning his gaze toward Tang Tian, Long Jiuzhou continued, You are an extraordinary presence, Tang Tian. Although I cannot discern the exact role you play, you are undeniably significant. Thus, I hope we can maintain a cordial relationship. Tang Tian stroked his chin and chuckled. So, you are placing your bets on me? Aren't you associated with the sun god? Why attempt to straddle both sides? Long Jiuzhou shook his head and replied, The sun god resides high above. Even if I achieve unparalleled greatness, he would not regard me with any special favor. Moreover, if the world were indeed to be annihilated by the great heavenly lord, the primordial five spirits would certainly not survive. His tone was contemplative. Tang Tian grasped the implications of his words. For him, establishing a connection with a formidable individual on the verge of ascending to unparalleled supremacy was a prudent choice. Very well, let it be so, Tang Tian agreed. Thus, a simple verbal alliance was forged. Following this, the two engaged in numerous other discussions, with Long Jiuzhou repeatedly cautioning Tang Tian that should news of his divine favor and the seed of nature leak, it would undoubtedly summon endless troubles. Therefore, without thorough preparation, one must never expose such matters lightly. Tang Tian nodded earnestly. He had always been exceedingly cautious regarding matters concerning his own life. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the spectral form of Long Jiuzhou gradually faded, while the white expanse began to retract swiftly. This realm and the apparition of Long Jiuzhou existed solely to await Tang Tian's arrival. Now that all that needed to be said had been spoken, the space began to disintegrate. Tang Tian lingered alone for a moment before turning to exit through the portal. Upon his emergence in the chamber atop the heavenly Dao Tower, the portal in the void closed, and the transparent crystal began to shatter, ultimately dissolving into dust, vanishing completely into the cosmos. The dialogue exchanged between the two within the white space remained unknown to anyone. In truth, even at this juncture, Tang Tian remained uncertain of Long Jiuzhou's true allegiance. Yet such concerns had become irrelevant. In the impending catastrophe, no one could remain unscathed. All would strive with utmost resolve to ensure their survival. When the great heavenly monarch finally descended from his realm, it was likely to herald the last revelry before the apocalypse. Chapter 635. Acceptance of fate in the ethereal white expanse. Tang Tian and Long Jiuzhou engaged in a lengthy discourse. While nearly an entire day had elapsed in the outside world. However, Tang Tian observed that Sun Wuhui remained steadfastly stationed outside the chamber, awaiting his summons, without departing. The majesty of his supreme authority was indeed awe-inspiring. After some contemplation, Tang Tian beckoned Sun Wuhui to enter. "Is it over?" Sun Wuhui inquired with a smile. Tang Tian slowly nodded. "Honorable God Sovereign, do you have any directives? Or perhaps, any requests?" Sun Wuhui approached Tang Tian, his tone imbued with reverence. After deliberation, Tang Tian conveyed to Sun Wuhui the matters pertaining to the Universal Commerce Association and the affairs of the Void Realm. "There shall be no issues," Sun Wuhui assured. "I will promptly relay your intentions to the city lords of the main cities. We shall wholeheartedly cooperate with the forthcoming expansion of the universal commerce and the Void Realm." Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, "Do not mention me for the time being. Proceed in the usual manner." Long Jiuzhou was correct, given his unique identity. It was prudent to remain incognito for now. Once they reached the spirit-fallen mountains, they could act with discretion. Sun Wuhui nodded in agreement, "Certainly. But this may result in a somewhat slower progression." He pondered briefly before producing 3 white tokens. These tokens are the Holy Lord's orders, the highest authority within the Tai sacred ground. Possessing them grants significant power. Even a Tao Lord would tread carefully. If your subordinates possess these, I believe operations will proceed more smoothly. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Thank you. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude as he accepted the 3 Holy Lord's orders. With these tokens, Miao Yun would find her endeavors within the Tai sacred ground considerably safer and more convenient. After receiving the tokens, he gazed at Sun Wuhui and remarked, "I recall there are other Tao lords within the Tai sacred ground. Although their strength and authority may not rival yours, their status appears to be on par with yours. Correct?" Sun Wuhui momentarily paused before responding with a smile. "The sacred ground is vast, with local forces occupying around 80% of it. Thus, it is essential to have local Tao lords for management. My ascension to this position is merely due to your esteemed favor, Honorable God Sovereign." Tang Tian shook his head and directly presented the identity token of Long Jiuzhou to Sun Wuhui. Subsequently, he crafted another token specifically for himself, which he also bestowed upon Sun Wuhui. "By wielding Long Jiuzhou's token while serving me, it will undoubtedly facilitate your endeavors. I hail from the Cloud Summit world, which, in essence, shares common origins with you, both emerging from the lower realms. Without your protection over the years, the Cloud Summit lineage might have faced dire circumstances. These 2 identity tokens serve as an expression of my gratitude to you. In the future, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to inform me at any time through the tokens," Tang Tian remarked. Sun Wuhui, holding 2 identity tokens, stood in a daze, fully aware of their immense significance. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one. Rest assured, I know what steps to take next." Sun Wuhui replied respectfully. Tang Tian nodded, confident in Sun Wuhui's exceptional intellect, believing that under his guidance, the realms of Tianxiaotong and the Void would flourish swiftly within the sanctum of Tai. "By the way, there is one more matter," Tang Tian suddenly stated. "In the external holy city, there is a person named Mansi." Subsequently, Tang Tian and Sun Wuhui engaged in an extensive discussion, covering the future development of Tianxiaotong and the Void, as well as matters concerning the Yunding lineage. Indeed, the Yunding lineage faced some challenges, but they were not dire. Luo Tianhong possessed commendable abilities. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could resolve these issues with some additional time. However, now that they had the support of a supreme being, any difficulties would cease to exist. There would be no need for Tang Tian to intervene personally. A few commands from Sun Wuhui would ensure that the Yunding lineage sailed smoothly towards its pinnacle. If necessary, They could also rely on the identity token of Long Jiuzhou, which bore the weight of his presence. Furthermore, Tang Tian expressed his intention to proceed to the Lingyun mountain range alongside Tai. Sin Wuhui assured him that he would take charge of this matter, arranging an identity as deemed appropriate, if anonymity was desired. A simple identity as an ordinary disciple would suffice. They meticulously discussed every detail before Tang Tian chose to take his leave. After Tang Tian departed, Sin Wuhui stood alone by the window, clutching the two identity tokens for an extended period. Eventually, a bitter smile crossed his face as he stowed the tokens away. This world, one can only resign to fate. In the Holy City, at the Fengxia restaurant, following the conclusion of the Alchemy Masters Conference, the establishment garnered a considerable amount of attention. It was widely acknowledged that the champion of this session, Tang Tian, had been arranged by Fengxia restaurant, resulting in a notable increase in their prestige. Consequently, Monsi, who had orchestrated Tang Tian's entry into the competition, received accolades from the restaurant, thereby expanding her sphere of influence. Seizing this opportunity, Monsi did not overlook her former rival, Luo Guang, and promptly initiated a campaign against him. Under her assertive tactics, Luo Guang faced relentless setbacks, ultimately losing much of his power, which fell into her possession. At this moment, the two were engaged in a transfer of authority. Monsi gazed serenely, a faint smile gracing her lips, while Luo Guang, with clenched teeth and a reluctant demeanor, ultimately affixed his signature to the agreement of benefit transfer. "Thank you, Master Luo. Your handwriting is truly exquisite," Monsi remarked with a gentle smile. Luo Guang, grinding his teeth, retorted, "Monsi, do not become too complacent. Fortune favors everyone at times." Monsi regarded Luo Guang and replied with a tranquil smile, "That is precisely why I must seize this fortuitous moment. Wouldn't you agree?" With a stern countenance, Luo Guang warned, "Do you genuinely believe this is mere fortune? Monsi, do not let your joy blind you. I have heard that your esteemed young Master Tang entered the sacred grounds through the Ascending Heaven Pavilion immediately after the conclusion of the convention. Such occurrences have never transpired before and have already attracted the attention of the sacred realm. Should he cause any disturbances within, I fear you may find it exceedingly difficult to protect yourself." Upon hearing Luo Guang's words, Monsi gradually tempered her smile. Yet, she was not intimidated. Instead, she calmly replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Furthermore, I have faith in young Master Tang, just as I previously believed he would triumph at the convention. He is not an existence we mere mortals can comprehend." With that, she prepared to depart. Luo Guang, smirking behind her, said, "Continue to be stubborn. When the dignitaries from the sacred realm arrive, no one will be able to shield you." As his words echoed, a terrifying force suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Phoenix Cloud Tavern. "Who is Monsi?" boomed a voice like thunder, resonating through the air. Chapter 636. Despair of Luo Guang. A formidable presence descended upon the Fengxia Tavern, one that bore the unmistakable authority of the Tao Lord. Both Manshur and Luo Guang were momentarily stunned. Such ostentation within the holy city could only be attributed to the Tao Lord from the sacred grounds. Although the Fengxia Tavern occupied a respectable position among the upper echelons of the holy city, it remained unworthy of direct interaction with the esteemed Tao Lord. Even the arrival of a mere Tao Zun would be sufficient to instill fear throughout the establishment. Now, with the Tao Lord himself present and singling out a mere tavern keeper, Manshur, the question lingered. Why? Amidst the astonishment, Luo Guang suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Manshur, what was I just saying? Your retribution has arrived. Your young Master Tang is indeed formidable, managing to provoke the Tao Lord's personal visit. Humph. I fear this may be the end of your life." With that, he called out loudly, "Tao Lord, Manshur is here." As Luo Guang's words echoed, the overwhelming aura outside swiftly dissipated. In the next moment, an elderly man, radiating an air of authority, materialized before Manshur and Luo Guang, silently hovering in the air with an indifferent expression. "Who is Manshur?" he inquired in a calm voice. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have immediately recognized this elder as the Tao Lord Yongyan, who had previously taken him to meet Sin Wuwei. Upon witnessing this, Luo Guang hastily prostrated himself on the ground. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he pointed at Manshur. "My lord, she is Manshur." Dao Lord Yongyan cast a glance at Luo Guang before shifting his gaze to Manshur. She trembled slightly, finally regaining her composure, and knelt as well, striving to appear less anxious. Manshur pays her respects to the esteemed Dao Lord, she murmured. At that moment, the owner of the Fengxia Tavern arrived. However, upon seeing Dao Lord Yongyan, he did not dare utter a word and immediately knelt, trembling with trepidation. He could easily surmise that the Dao Lord sought Manshur for a particular reason. Ignoring the surroundings, Dao Lord Yongyan fixed his gaze upon Manshur and gently inquired. "A few days ago, was it you who arranged for Tang Tian to participate in the Rinja conference?" Manshur's body quivered. It was indeed for this matter that he had come. However, before she could respond, Luo Guang interjected loudly. "Yes, it was she, Dao Lord. She orchestrated Tang Tian's participation in the Rinja conference, and we only learned of it afterwards. This woman has always been rebellious, allowing Tang Tian to participate without verifying his identity, and he even succeeded in entering the sacred grounds. I implore the Dao Lord to see the truth." With a few words, Luo Guang distanced both Manshur and the entire tavern from the situation, laying the blame squarely on her shoulders. His actions were, on one hand, a means of self-preservation, and on the other, a calculated move to ensure Manshur's complete downfall. One must admit, there was a hint of cunning in his strategy. However, once he finished his exclamation, the Eternal Word Master merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and remarked, "I was not inquiring of you." This single statement caused Luo Guang to break into a cold sweat, prompting him to hastily apologize. For them, the authority of the Master was undeniably terrifying. Subsequently, the Eternal Word Master turned his gaze back to Mansi and asked, "Is that so?" Faced with the inquiry of such a formidable presence, it would be disingenuous for Mansi to claim she felt no anxiety or fear. Instinctively, she glanced at the innkeeper, who had treated her decently, as if seeking some semblance of reassurance. Unfortunately, in the presence of a master, the innkeeper could do little more than prostrate himself, too intimidated to utter a word. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and respectfully replied, "Esteemed master, it is as you say. Young Master Tang was indeed arranged by me to attend the Heroes' Conference, and it bears no relation to the Phoenix Cloud Inn. Therefore, I shall bear full responsibility for this matter." Having spoken, she steeled herself for the impending punishment. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated punishment never materialized. Upon receiving her affirmative response, the Eternal Word Master retracted his cold demeanor, and a hint of warmth flickered in his gaze towards Mansi. He then spoke gently, "Manager Mansi, please rise." With that, he slightly raised his hand, assisting her to her feet. This statement and gesture left all present utterly speechless. A master from the sacred ground had the audacity to use the word please with Mansi? He even personally helped her up? What an honor! What an astonishing turn of events! They could not fathom what merits Mansi possessed to warrant such treatment. But the Eternal Word Master soon provided them with clarity. "Young Master Tang is a highly esteemed guest of the sacred ground," he explained. "He holds you in great admiration. Thus he has entrusted me to seek you out. Young Master Tang wishes to inquire if you would be inclined to join his ranks and establish his commercial enterprise within the sacred city." Confronted with this inquiry, Mansi found herself momentarily stunned. She recognized that Tang Tian was extraordinary, yet she had never imagined he would be remarkable to this extent. A master himself serving as his messenger? This exceeded her comprehension entirely. If a master had become a mere intermediary, how powerful must Tang Tian truly be? The overwhelming realization left her mind momentarily in disarray, causing her to falter in responding to the Eternal Word Master's question. Nevertheless, the Eternal Word Master did not express any anger. Instead, he gently inquired once more, "Mansi, do you accept?" It was only then that Mansi regained her senses. Hastily kneeling once more as she proclaimed, "I am grateful for your recognition, esteemed master." Mansi willingly accepts. Even if the master's inquiry involved traversing a path of peril, she would not dare voice a single complaint, especially since it was a fortuitous opportunity. There was only one choice to be made. The Eternal Word Master smiled, assisting Mansi to her feet once more, and said, "You should express your gratitude to young Master Tang. Before me, there is no need for you to perform the act of kneeling. If you truly wish, let us now discuss the subsequent matters of the Chamber of Commerce." Manshur, in a daze, nodded slightly. In truth, she remained in a state of profound shock, unable to respond normally. Subsequently, The Lord of Eternal Words personally escorted Man Sure away from the Fengxia Tavern. Once their figures vanished from the room, it took a considerable time for those within to gradually regain their senses. The tavern owner, trembling, rose to his feet, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. The recent encounter had undoubtedly felt akin to wandering before the gates of the netherworld. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The Holy Land did not come to trouble Man Sure, and their tavern remained unscathed. Moreover, the status of that young Master Tang appeared to be unimaginably high. Following the recent events, he understood very well that Man Sure would soon ascend to a position among the upper echelons of the Holy City. After all, few could establish a connection with a lord in the entire Holy City. He harbored no expectations for Man Sure to repay Fengxia Tavern in any way. However, it was imperative to nip potential dangers in the bud. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Luo Guang, who remained kneeling nearby. Manager Luo, he addressed coldly. If I am not mistaken, there seems to be considerable enmity between you and Manager Man. Luo Guang instantly froze in place, his face already etched with despair. Chapter 637, Residing at Cloud Peak Mountain. Fate is indeed a curious entity. In the tapestry of ordinary existence, some individuals unexpectedly encounter benefactors, propelling them towards a promising future, soaring to great heights. Conversely, others may find themselves in dire straits, plunging into the abyss of despair. Luo Guang, in truth, had committed no egregious errors, yet his destiny had already reached its terminus. To prevent such a fate from befalling oneself, there exists but one path: to stand atop the highest pinnacle and firmly grasp one's own destiny. Upon returning from the summit of the Holy Land, Tang Tian found himself back at Cloud Peak Mountain. Although he had ascended to the status of supreme, possessing a degree of self-preservation, he was acutely aware that the journey to truly command his fate was far from over. At the very least, he needed to comprehend how he had arrived in this world and the nature of the two systems residing within him. However, this was not a matter that could be hastily resolved. He could only strive to grow ever stronger, for it was only through such strength that he might uncover the ultimate answers to these questions. Tang Tian harbored a premonition that these inquiries were likely intertwined with the deepest mysteries of this realm. Yet, at present, he remained unable to discern the nature of the systems within him, nor could he fathom their operational mechanisms. What sort of power could facilitate such extraordinary exchanges and returns? Defying all logic? He had no clues. For now, it seemed he could only endeavor to rapidly augment his strength, aiming for the unparalleled realm. After a period of development, Miao Yun had begun to advance towards several major cities near Black Cliff City, which promised substantial returns on investment. With the assistance of Tsin Wuhui, the pace of development would undoubtedly experience exponential growth. Coupled with the Void Realm, he believed it would not be long before he amassed sufficient energy to incubate 3,000 Dao fruits. Once he ascended to the unparalleled realm, no individual within this vast world would pose any tangible threat to him. Even if the great heavenly monarch were to regain his former glory and the realm master successfully returned, he would possess ample means of self-preservation. On another front, the Lingyun mountain range represented a crucial lead that warranted exploration. Its existence was intricately linked to the realm master and the enigmatic schemes of the Mother of Nature. If he could unravel the details of their plans, it might illuminate the path of his own traversal. The Lingyun mountain range was a key. With less than 4 months remaining, he believed he would soon uncover answers to some of his pressing questions. The great heavenly monarch, the realm master, the Mother of Nature, the sun god, the moon fairy, the star ancestor. Tang Tian shook his head. This world was exceedingly chaotic, resembling an abyssal mire. Even as a supreme, one could only tread carefully with each step to avoid inadvertently sinking into the quagmire. Patience is paramount. In time, everything shall be elucidated. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Thus he spoke. In the ensuing period, Tang Tian remained atop Yunding Mountain. His true prowess was, of course, concealed by Tsin Wuhui, leaving others unaware of the nature of their conversation that fateful day. However, it was evident that Tang Tian's identity and standing were far more extraordinary than anyone could have imagined. Following their meeting, Tsin Wuhui abruptly abandoned his previously conservative approach, becoming increasingly flamboyant and consolidating numerous powers of the Tai Holy Land into his grasp. Most astonishingly, local Dao lords, who had previously been at odds with Tsin Wuhui, chose to retreat harmoniously, allowing him to attain whatever he desired and pursue his ambitions unimpeded. This shift within the upper echelons of the Holy Land signaled a significant transformation. Speculation abounded that the involvement of the Divine Lord was at play, for such unprecedented occurrences could not arise without his influence. Amidst this backdrop, the forces of the 9 great heavenly mansions began to experience an explosive growth, establishing an undeniable presence within the Tai Holy Land. Meanwhile, the Yunding Heavenly Mansion also witnessed a remarkable improvement, as long-standing troubles inexplicably dissolved. The upper echelons of other heavenly mansions altered their previous attitudes, extending goodwill and support to Yunding, visibly elevating its status within the 9 great heavenly mansions. Even some local factions expressed unprecedented goodwill towards Yunding, a phenomenon unseen for millennia. Initially, many attributed this phenomenon to Tang Tian, the unparalleled genius personally engaged in conversation with Tsin Wuhui. Yet, as the flames of this transformation grew ever larger, it became apparent that such a conflagration could not solely be ignited by his presence. There were undoubtedly hidden secrets behind this unfolding saga. Consequently, many sought to uncover the details of the dialogue between Tang Tian and Tsin Wuhui. However, since only the two were present, it was impossible to glean information from Tsin Wuhui. Thus, attention shifted to Tang Tian, with numerous individuals attempting to approach him in hopes of acquiring valuable insights. Regrettably, upon his return to Yunding Mountain, Tang Tian largely secluded himself, rarely seen even by the residents of Yunding, let alone outsiders. His most frequent contacts were with Zhan Peng and Luo Tianhong, the peak master of Yunding, both of whom were astute and difficult to penetrate. Thus, despite the rampant curiosity from the outside world, speculation persisted regarding the enigmatic secrets underlying this affair. As the architect of this tumult, Tang Tian spent his days in the elegant garden atop Yunding Mountain, basking in the sun, fishing, or leisurely exploring the virtual realm, far from tedious. Upon returning from the main peak, he released Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu. The realm of the strange egg had only recently come into existence, and lingering there for too long held little intrigue. Moreover, this place was, after all, where Wang Ziyu had grown. Tang Tian and Long Jiuzhou had already discussed the matters concerning Wang Ziyu. Tsin Wuhui was, in fact, Wang Ziyu's mentor. With Tsin Wuhui's formidable strength, he could unveil all that was concealed. Journeying to the Lingyun mountain range was fraught with peril. At that juncture, it might be prudent to leave Wang Ziyu in Tsin Wuhui's care. However, for the present, it would be wise to allow him to roam free for a while longer, thus enabling him to acclimate to the circumstances of the Tai sacred land. Before long, approximately a month had elapsed. On this particular day, Tang Tian was leisurely fishing by the pond when he noticed the figure of Zhan Peng approaching from the distance. Ever since Tang Tian had settled here, Zhan Peng had been the most frequent visitor, always regaling Tang Tian with amusing anecdotes about the Tai sacred land. Yet, on this occasion, his demeanor appeared somewhat disconcerting, as he bore evident injuries upon his person. Chapter 638, Red Cloud Mountain. Over the past month, Zhan Peng has enjoyed a rather comfortable life. Tang Tian's name has become exceedingly popular, and as the first individual to engage with him, Zhan Peng has naturally garnered considerable attention. Moreover, since Tang Tian tends to remain reclusive, only he and Luo Tianhong, a peak master of Daoist stature, are able to meet him. Given that ordinary individuals find it challenging to approach Luo Tianhong, Zhan Peng has inevitably become the conduit for those wishing to get closer to Tang Tian. It can be said that wherever he goes, he is surrounded by admirers. In truth, it is not solely Zhan Peng who experiences this. Other disciples from Cloud Summit also enjoy similar treatment, albeit Zhan Peng's situation is markedly more pronounced. Consequently, during his visits to Tang Tian, Zhan Peng often shares amusing anecdotes. This young man possesses an inherent optimism, and Tang Tian appreciates engaging in conversation with him. However, today he appears to have encountered some unfortunate events. What troubles you? Tang Tian inquired, lifting his fishing rod to catch a beautiful koi from the pond. After admiring it momentarily, he returned it to the water and resumed fishing. Did you get beaten up? He casually asked. Zhan Peng, seated beside Tang Tian, was tending to his own injuries. Each time he touched a particularly severe wound, he grimaced in pain. These were injuries from a Daoist confrontation, and his adversary was certainly no trifling opponent. Nevertheless, Zhan Peng maintained an indifferent demeanor replying, "It's just that group from Red Cloud Mountain. As we VE recently gained prominence, they have taken issue with us and come looking for trouble. Today, I encountered a particularly fierce opponent and was unable to defeat him." Tang Tian nodded, conjuring a medicinal pill out of thin air and offering it to Zhang Peng. "Use this. It will yield quick results," he advised in a gentle tone. During this time, Zhang Peng had recounted numerous tales from the Tai sacred land, a significant portion of which pertained to the grievances and entanglements involving Cloud Summit. As a force that barely holds its own, Cloud Summit has many allies, but equally, it has its fair share of enemies. Red Cloud Mountain stands out as one of the most contentious factions. Not only is Red Cloud Mountain formidable in strength, but it is also backed by an ancient Taoist master, making it one of the most renowned top-tier forces within the Tai sacred land. Historically, Red Cloud Mountain has never seen eye to eye with the Tianfu lineage, leading to constant friction between the two. Cloud Summit has also found itself in numerous conflicts with them. However, in earlier times, Red Cloud Mountain primarily targeted the most powerful Tianfu factions, viewing Cloud Summit as merely an ancillary threat unworthy of consideration. Yet now, with Cloud Summit's sudden rise, they have turned their focus upon it. In recent days, the clashes between the two factions have escalated, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. Nonetheless, today seems to have marked a particularly severe defeat for Zhang Peng. "Very well," Zhang Peng said as he accepted the pill from Tang Tian, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. Upon the ingestion of the medicinal pill, a surge of warmth erupted from the depths of his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. The so-called injuries inflicted by the Tao were instantaneously healed, leaving him in a condition superior to his previous state. A look of incredulity flashed across Zhang Peng's eyes as he exclaimed, "What kind of elixir is this? Its effects are astonishing." Tang Tian chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, it is merely an ordinary healing remedy that I concocted myself." He refrained from elaborating to Zhang Peng, for this particular pill was entirely forged from the essence of life and infused with numerous principles of the heavenly Tao, knowledge he knew would elude Zhang Peng's understanding. It seemed a waste of breath to explain. Zhang Peng, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "If this is ordinary, then it appears that genuine healing elixirs are non-existent in this world. No wonder you triumphed effortlessly at the Renja conference. Your mastery of alchemy is indeed unfathomable." Tang Tian smiled, but chose not to respond. Zhang Peng, recognizing Tang Tian's identity and prowess, understood that there was far more beneath the surface than met the eye. Otherwise, such a significant transformation on Yunding Mountain would not have occurred. He was well aware of what questions were appropriate to ask and which were not. Stretching his limbs, Zhang Peng felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. "Haha, I feel revitalized." He laughed heartily, then added with a hint of indignation, "Truth be told, I should not have lost so thoroughly today. That treacherous fellow from Hongyun Mountain brought out their inherited Tao artifact, and I was caught off guard. Isn't it just an inherited Tao artifact? Yunding Mountain has its own as well. Tomorrow, I shall confront him again and avenge today as humiliation." Zhang Peng's expression was one of defiance. The inherited Tao artifact, while not a true innate Tao artifact, was a sophisticated imitation, a pseudo-artifact. Nevertheless, if the imitation was of high quality, its power could be formidable, surpassing even the finest celestial weapons, rendering some ordinary Tao artifacts ineffective. It was no wonder Zhang Peng had suffered such a crushing defeat today. "Your confrontation seemed to have lasted for 7 or 8 days. Is it not yet concluded?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Zhang Peng grimaced and replied, "Those rascals are merely here to provoke us. How could it possibly conclude so swiftly? However, it is of little concern. Within the bounds of normal rules, they cannot gain significant advantages. Do they truly believe that we, who have ascended from the lower realms with great difficulty, are mere pushovers?" He exhibited no fear whatsoever. The so-called normal rules referred to matchups among peers, where the age difference between combatants could not be too great. Zhang Peng and his companions were extraordinary talents, the rarest of the rare, who had ascended from the lower realms. In a fair contest, they certainly would not be intimidated by their opponents. "Do you require my presence to bolster your side?" Tang Tian casually inquired. Zhang Peng paused for a moment before waving his hand. "It's unnecessary. We can manage on our own. Your current identity is exceedingly sensitive, and the outside world is tirelessly striving to uncover the specifics of your situation. Should you venture out, it would undoubtedly attract immense attention, potentially leading to inherent risks. The sacred land is not akin to our celestial abode, where conflicts of power are all too common. Tang Tian merely acknowledged this with a sound, as it was but a casual remark on his part. The notion of risk held little significance for him. He found himself no longer intrigued by such levels of contention. However, Zhan Peng appeared genuinely concerned about Tang Tian's impulsivity and added, "Moreover, that group of individuals is specifically targeting you. They have been openly declaring their intent to challenge you daily, eager to witness the prowess of this unparalleled genius from the lower realm." He chuckled. "Who is unaware of their true intentions? They merely wish to coax you out and test your mettle. Fear not, we can handle this." Tang Tian smiled and nodded, thinking to let them indulge in their games, as he, a sovereign, would refrain from unnecessary involvement. Yet, the subsequent statement from Zhan Peng instantly captured his attention. "I am going to seek out senior brother Luo now. We must retrieve our ancestral artifact as well. Tomorrow, I shall surely tear apart that wretched scroll." Zhan Peng rose to his feet, while Tang Tian felt a stirring within. "Scroll? What scroll?" Chapter 639. The Identity of the Mysterious Tao Master. After a brief moment, Zhan Peng conjured an image resembling a scroll in the void, suspended between the two of them. This scroll represents the inherited Tao artifact of Honyun Mountain, which I have heard is passed down from their esteemed Honyun Tao Master. However, the craftsmanship of that young man's scroll leaves much to be desired. "I remain confident in my ability to subdue him," Zhan Peng remarked. As Tang Tian gazed at the scroll, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. The true form of the scroll lay within his personal space, tucked away in an unnoticed corner. Could it be that the mysterious Tao Master who had ambushed him in the chaos was this so-called Honyun Tao Master? At that time, Tang Tian had just transitioned from an immortal emperor to a half-step supreme, and to avert any unforeseen complications, he had chosen to obliterate the Tao Master entirely, neglecting to inquire about his specifics. Subsequently, after entering the pinnacle of the azure sky, he had gradually forgotten about the incident. A mere Tao Master posed no threat to him, especially one that was deceased. Nevertheless, Tang Tian suddenly felt an urge to investigate this Tao Master. He initially presumed that many powerful beings were aware of the minor existence. Yet after conversing with Long Jiuzhou, he realized that only he, the Sun God, and the Moon Fairy were privy to the miner's precise location. The ramifications entwined with the miner were far too immense. Should others discover the miner's exact whereabouts, a multitude of troubles would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, had the Honyun Tao Master divulged this information to anyone else? Logically, such a scenario seemed improbable. After all, there was but one miner. Everyone would covet it for themselves, and it would be shared only in dire circumstances. But what if, now that he had identified the mysterious Tao Master, investigating further would afford him greater peace of mind? After all, he had grown weary of fishing for a month. It would be more prudent to clarify this matter. Has the Honyun Tao Master not made any appearances in the outside world lately? Tang Tian inquired. Zhan Peng appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Tang Tian's sudden question. "I am not entirely certain," he replied. "I am but a humble ritualist, lacking any interaction with someone of the Honyun Tao Master's stature. However, I have heard whispers that the Honyun Tao Master possesses a rather reclusive nature, seldom venturing into the public eye. Moreover, he seems to be one of the oldest Tao Masters within the sacred land, having assumed the title even before the Divine Sovereign's era." Tang Tian nodded slightly. He had indeed sensed the weight of time emanating from the mysterious Tao Master he encountered earlier. It was likely that only such an established Tao Master would possess profound insight into the miner's affairs. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian spoke. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you on a visit. To pay a visit to this so-called Red Cloud Mountain." Zhan Peng was momentarily taken aback. Are you really going?" He paused for a while, then chuckled, saying, "Perhaps it's better to reconsider. That group consists of nothing but rabble, with their vulgar language and deplorable manners. I fear it might dampen your spirits. We can handle them ourselves." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "What's this? Are you attempting to confine me here?" Zhan Peng, startled, quickly shook his head. "How could that be? I am merely concerned about your safety. There are many ill-intentioned individuals outside." Tang Tian smiled, reassuring him. "There's no need for concern. No one can truly threaten me. I can see you all have been at it for quite some time. I shall resolve this matter thoroughly tomorrow." Zhang Peng felt somewhat helpless, yet he could not forcibly restrain Tang Tian, for that would indeed amount to confinement. After a moment of inner conflict, he resolutely declared, "Very well. I shall seek out Brother Luo to procure our innate artifacts. Tomorrow, we will put on quite a show." Tang Tian shook his head with a smile and then stood up. "Why make such a grand affair? We are cultured individuals. We ought to rely on virtue to sway others. There is no need for preparation. Simply come and call for me when the time comes." After speaking, he put away his fishing rod and turned towards his dwelling. Fishing was rather dull. It would be far more enjoyable to engage in the virtual realm. Today, the Jinhuan Mountain Battle Group was clashing with another, and he intended to join in the excitement. Watching Tang Tian's retreating figure, Zhang Peng remained in a daze for quite some time. Cultured individuals? When did we become cultured? He scratched his head, puzzled by Tang Tian's intentions. However, he was certain that Tang Tian would not approach this lightly. With Tang Tian's current prominence, many lurking individuals harbored sinister intentions. This matter needed to be conveyed to Luo Tianhong without delay. Soon, Zhang Peng's figure vanished from the garden. In the realm of seeking immortality, above the shattered pillar of the world, blood clouds loomed ominously, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. The serene immortal emperor and the radiant jade immortal emperor, along with a host of other immortal emperors, stood together, supporting one another. Their armor was soaked in blood, and they were utterly exhausted. A fierce wind swept across the battlefield, filling the air with a tragic atmosphere. Opposing them stood the foremost battle group of seeking immortality, the Jinhuan Mountain Battle Group, led by the illustrious Ming Xian Immortal Sovereign, flanked by seasoned veterans of Jinhuan Mountain. The Jinhuan Mountain Battle Group faced their own dire straits, yet in this war, they ultimately emerged victorious. The sky overhead was dark and foreboding. The wind howled fiercely, giving them the appearance of an unbeatable supervillain. "Jinhuan is immortal," the veterans roared passionately, their voices filled with fervor. Ultimately, under an overwhelming momentum, the esteemed Xianzuan Mingxian launched his final assault, mercilessly slaying all those who remained standing, including the dignified Xian Emperor Tai Ran. Since the inception of Seeking Immortals, this grandest of wars culminated in a bittersweet victory for the soul-subduing mountain. Although the old Deng battle group, to which the Xian Emperor belonged, developed at a remarkable pace, they ultimately failed to vanquish the soul-subduing mountain, suffering a regrettable defeat. As for the name of the old Deng battle group, Tang Tian found himself puzzled regarding the state of mind that inspired such an audacious title. This war, destined to be inscribed in the annals of Seeking Immortals, was observed in its entirety by Tang Tian. The combat was nothing short of spectacular, with both sides employing a myriad of strategies that provided an exhilarating spectacle. However, what resonated most profoundly with Tang Tian was witnessing the veterans, who had perished in the real world, radiating vitality once more within the virtual realm. Veterans do not perish. After witnessing this monumental conflict, Tang Tian finally exited the virtual world, returning to the summit of the celestial sphere. The war lasted nearly a day, and by the time he returned, it was already the following morning. After a brief respite, Zhang Peng had already arrived in the garden. Chapter 640. The contest of words in the dojo. Have they arrived? Upon seeing Zhang Peng, Tang Tian inquired. Zhang Peng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the individuals from Honyun Mountain have been coming daily to provoke us. They have now reached the base of the dojo and are likely causing a ruckus there." Previously, whenever Zhang Peng mentioned this matter, he exhibited a restless demeanor, seemingly intent on confronting them all. However, today he appeared less enthusiastic. Perhaps he was reluctant for Tang Tian to become embroiled in this conflict. Unfortunately for Zhang Peng, Tang Tian was resolute in his decision for the day. "What are we waiting for? Let us proceed," Tang Tian declared. Thus, the two departed from the garden. And as they emerged, the spectacle outside momentarily stunned Tang Tian. The peak leader, Luo Tianhong, personally led a contingent of formidable individuals, many of whom were esteemed figures from Yunding Mountain. To the uninformed observer, it might seem as though Yunding Mountain was preparing to assault the stronghold of Honyun Mountain. Junior brother Tang, Luo Tianhong greeted with a smile upon seeing Tang Tian. Tang Tian, feeling exasperated, asked, "What is the meaning of this? Has the Lord of Honyun arrived?" Luo Tianhong paused, then forced a couple of awkward chuckles before responding, "Certainly not. We are merely concerned for your safety. This place is not like Yunding Heaven. Many unscrupulous individuals are willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. Tang Tian shook his head. It seemed these individuals believed they were favored for their exceptional talents and potential, leading to the current situation. What they failed to understand was that the circumstances were rooted in a different set of issues. Nevertheless, they meant well, and he had no reason to refuse their company. "Let us go," he reassured them. With that, amidst the company of Luo Tianhong and the powerful figures of Yunding Mountain, they made their way down the mountain in grand procession. The Yunding Mountain Dojo was an open venue, accessible to individuals from other factions within the sanctum. Aside from serving as a place for cultivation, it was typically utilized to resolve various conflicts. Most factions within the sanctum maintained such a dojo, which had become an unspoken norm. The recent clashes with Hanyun Mountain had predominantly unfolded in the dojo's grand arena. By the time Tang Tian and his companions arrived, the dojo was teeming with people. Apart from the individuals from Yunding Mountain, those from other factions made up a significant portion of the crowd, drawn to witness the unfolding drama. Such a scene had never been witnessed before. As Tang Tian's reputation soared, the daily influx of spectators increased. On one hand, they sought to gauge the strength of Yunding Mountain. On the other, they hoped to catch a glimpse of Tang Tian himself. At this moment, the individuals from Hanyun Mountain were already standing upon the arena. Among them, a remarkably youthful disciple was passionately proclaiming his thoughts. "Talents from the lower realms?" he scoffed, laughter escaping his lips. With his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, he continued, "What genius can emerge from a corner of the world where the laws of heaven and earth are still in disarray? The so-called one-in-a-million prodigies, upon arriving in the upper realms, can do no more than reveal their true selves, left battered and bewildered. Oh, do not take my words lightly. Just yesterday, that so-called genius, Zhang Peng, found himself at my feet. Had I not shown him mercy, he would have had no chance to even roll off the arena. And mind you, he is several years my senior. If he is deemed an unparalleled genius, what then would I be considered in their world? A deity, perhaps?" His words ignited a raucous laughter from the spectators below, many of whom belonged to local factions, who began to jeer in agreement. Indeed, any one of us could easily defeat their so-called geniuses, rendering them unrecognizable. One shouted, "Huh, if my memory serves me right, every one of their so-called unparalleled geniuses has faced suppression by their peers upon arrival here. We call this coming to terms with reality." Some manage to accept it, while others stubbornly cling to their genius status, ultimately descending into madness. A rooster in a phoenix's nest, no matter how extraordinary, remains merely a chicken. The locals continued their banter, each remark sharper than the last. Yet, among the crowd, members of the Tianfu lineage could not remain silent and retorted indignantly. "Even if our people have not reached the pinnacle, they are still among the finest of their generation. They are not as woeful as you claim. Humph. You only see their initial defeats after ascending, ignoring how swiftly they adapt to the laws of heaven and earth, soon catching up and turning the tides. Arrogance is a sin, and you shall inevitably meet the same fate as your predecessors, becoming a mere stepping stone, unnoticed and unremarked." The exchanges escalated into a lively verbal duel, each side seizing upon the other's vulnerabilities. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Tang Tian could not help but smirk and inquire, "Is it always like this here?" Luo Tianhong shrugged. "Whenever there are conflicts, it tends to be this way. It has become a little hallmark of the sacred land. Over the years, both sides have experienced victories and defeats. Thus, gaining the upper hand in verbal skirmishes is considered a small advantage." At that moment, Zhang Peng interjected, "The lad standing on the arena is the one who used underhanded tactics to defeat me yesterday. His name is Wu Chang. He is among the most formidable disciples of the younger generation from Hanyun Mountain. At 24 years old, he is in the early stages of the sacrificial path, indeed, a true genius. It is precisely for this reason that he conducts himself with an air of profound arrogance, coupled with a sharp tongue, rendering him the most irksome individual in Hanyun Mountain." Tang Tian, upon hearing this, merely shook his head slightly, finding these individuals rather tiresome. It would be best to swiftly return to the matter at hand. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, Wu Chang, standing upon the platform, spoke once more. "No matter how you attempt to argue, it will not alter the undeniable fact that your so-called genius lies before me like a dead dog." Wu Chang lifted his chin, casting a condescending gaze downward. "Moreover, It is rather inappropriate that Zhang Peng leaped up to challenge me. My true opponent should be you, Tang Tian, the one who has risen to prominence in this generation. Huh, the master's personal audience. What grandiosity. Outside, they proclaim him to be the most gifted genius in millennia, a rising star from the lower realms. It is for this reputation that I have come to engage with him. Yet, I could never have anticipated that this individual would turn out to be the most cowardly turtle in 1,000 years. Too afraid to even show his face after so many days. He has once again proven that these so-called geniuses from the lower realms are essentially a mere jest. Wu Chang spoke in a calm tone, his arrogance reaching its zenith. Chapter 641. Cease the pretense. This fellow possesses quite the eloquence. Observing Wu Chang, who was vociferously denouncing him from the arena, Tang Tian subconsciously stroked his chin. In truth, Wu Chang's prowess was not superior to that of Zhang Peng. His victory yesterday was merely a result of a surprise attack, utilizing an inherited artifact to vanquish Zhang Peng. However, he adeptly manipulated his rhetoric, skillfully omitting the truth and crafting a narrative that suggested an overwhelming defeat at his hands. Such cunning was indeed impressive. Ultimately, he turned his attention towards Tang Tian. Having just ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens, under normal circumstances, Tang Tian would be an unlikely opponent for Wu Chang. By aligning himself with Tang Tian, Wu Chang positioned himself in a state of invincibility, capable of both offense and defense, and thereby enticing the reclusive Tang Tian into the fray. This could be considered a fortuitous twist of fate. As Wu Chang continued to mock Tang Tian, Luo Tianhong, concerned that Tang Tian might take offense, remarked, "Do not take it to heart. That fellow has always been this way. His words are venomous towards anyone." Tang Tian waved his hand slightly, responding, "I find it rather agreeable. The opinions of others can be formidable. Sometimes, beyond mere strength, rhetoric can wield considerable influence. We ought not to let our status confine us, turning our long robes into shackles." Luo Tianhong was taken aback, having assumed Tang Tian was angered. He then chuckled, saying, "That will not be the case. Today, Wu Chang merely triumphed. Many of us, after winning a battle, utter words far more caustic than his. Numerous times, opponents have come to me, requesting that we temper our words, lest their elders be provoked to act." As he spoke, Luo Tianhong gestured towards Zhang Peng, who, upon feeling the attention, immediately looked skyward, as if the individual Luo Tianhong referred to had no connection to him. Tang Tian smiled. "This is satisfactory. In terms of strength, we must not falter, and in discourse, we must also prevail." Following this brief interlude, Luo Tianhong no longer hesitated and approached the stage. "Wu Chang, enough!" His deep voice resonated throughout the arena. Instantly, all heads turned. Upon observing the imposing group behind Luo Tianhong, they were momentarily taken aback. What brings the esteemed leader here? And others as well. All pinnacle powerhouses from Yunding Mountain. Is this grand assembly meant to detain the Red Cloud Mountain contingent? Curiosity and uncertainty rippled through the crowd. Wu Chang on the stage was equally astonished. They had been engaged in combat for 7 or 8 days, with only Zhang Peng and the younger generation facing off. True powerhouses had never appeared. What was the occasion today? After a moment of contemplation, he shelved some of his arrogance and stated, "I am Wu Chang, a junior, paying my respects to the esteemed leader." A peak Taoist regard was certainly deserving of acknowledgement. Luo Tianhong led the group forward, while the others from Hanyun Mountain gathered closely around. Among them were formidable figures of the Daozun level, serving as protectors of Wu Chang. Observing the assembly of Hanyun Mountain, Luo Tianhong spoke with a calm demeanor. "Strength and weakness are determined by true power, not mere words. The title of the strongest among the peers of the Tianfu lineage is not merely a boast. Know your limits." In response to Luo Tianhong, Wu Chang displayed neither fear nor arrogance, stating, "Your words resonate with great wisdom, esteemed peak master. Hence, I have merely come to challenge my peers, to engage in discourse and share insights. If I have inadvertently caused offense through my words, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." His remarks elevated Luo Tianhong's stature, implying that this was a contest among peers and that the elder generation should refrain from meddling, lest they invite criticism. Luo Tianhong discerned the underlying tone in his words and shook his head. "If only you devoted as much effort to your cultivation as you do to your rhetoric, you would undoubtedly stand among the elite of the younger generation in the sacred land. Rest assured, our Yunding Mountain will not descend into chaos. A slight smile graced Wu Chang's lips. Then I shall take my leave with peace of mind. However, he continued, throughout these recent skirmishes, I have faced opponents of a higher generation. While I do not place great emphasis on such matters, it ultimately feels somewhat irregular. He pressed on with his challenge. Luo Tianhong frowned slightly. Wu Chang's veiled remarks bordered on impoliteness. As the leader of a peak, he represented the entirety of Yunding Mountain and would not tolerate disrespect. Thus, Luo Tianhong prepared to administer a modest reprimand. However, Tang Tian, weary of this verbal conflict, stepped forward. I believe my presence here should suffice to uphold the decorum. He spoke softly. Until now, the crowd had been captivated by Luo Tianhong, oblivious to Tang Tian's presence. But as Tang Tian initiated the conversation, the crowd's attention shifted towards him. Suddenly, some recognized his identity. It is Tang Tian, a voice exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Tang Tian, the one who has been the center of attention recently? They murmured. Aside from being handsome, he does not seem particularly remarkable. He has actually come. Since his arrival at the sacred land, it has barely been over a month. Could he truly be Wu Chang's match? It seems implausible, even considering 4 months back, at best. He has only attained the Dao realm, whereas Wu Chang has just defeated the formidable Zhan Peng of the ritual realm. The crowd buzzed with discussion, a mix of curiosity and scrutiny in their gazes. After all, this was Tang Tian's first appearance in such a grand setting, and many were eager to uncover the talents that had garnered the favor of the unrepentant Dao master. Upon encountering Tang Tian, Wei Chong on the arena was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently enveloped in a delightful surprise, as though his scheming had come to fruition. Suppressing the elation within, he feigned composure and remarked, So you are Tang Tian? After hiding away for so long, you finally muster the courage to emerge. Quite commendable indeed. Your name has resonated widely of late, but I wonder if your prowess can truly live up to such a reputation. He once again employed his characteristic rhetoric. However, Tang Tian had no inclination to engage in frivolous banter. With a single step, he traversed the void, finding himself directly before Wei Chong in an instant. I have limited time, so let us forego the formalities, he stated calmly. Let us fight directly. Chapter 642, A Simple Slap in the Face. No. Is he really going up there? Tang Tian's sudden ascent to the stage left nearly everyone in a state of disbelief. In the minds of the spectators, it was inconceivable that Tang Tian, having arrived at the sacred land only recently, could possibly contend with Wu Chang. No matter how gifted one might be, could anyone truly ascend from the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm to the ritual path realm in just a few months? Historically, talents from the lower realms, upon arriving in the sacred land, often required several months, if not years, to gradually acclimatize to the laws of this realm. Only after adapting could they formally step from the immortal emperor pinnacle into the path realm. Once in the path realm, it was purely a matter of comprehension and accumulation. Even the most exceptional prodigies needed several years to achieve this. Take the formidable Wu Huidao master, for instance. It took him a full 5 years from his entry into the sacred land to reach the ritual path realm. Could Tang Tian truly defy the odds? It seems that Wu Chang's provocations have indeed stirred something within him, some analyzed. Alas, this is the inherent flaw of talents from the lower realms. They are all too easily baited, a phenomenon all too common. In their own realms, they are deemed the most powerful prodigies of their generation, often falling prey to the illusion of invincibility, neglecting the fact that the definition of genius varies across different worlds. Indeed, nearly every talent from the lower realms experiences such a fate, arriving with grand ambitions only to face their most crushing defeat upon their ascent. It appears that even this so-called most exceptional genius of 10,000 years, Tang Tian, cannot escape such a predetermined fate, people murmured. Yet, a portion of the crowd began to stir with excitement. They had longed to witness the true strength of Tang Tian and were eager for this battle. Meanwhile, the side of Luo Tianhong was equally unprepared for Tang Tian's abrupt appearance. They had made numerous preparations, even bringing authentic innate Dao artifacts, yet found themselves unable to deploy them in time. According to the rules, once a contender ascends the platform, neither side may interfere until a winner is determined. Luo Tianhong and the other powerful figures from Yunding Mountain could not help but display their concern. While they recognized that Tang Tian was extraordinary, They were all too aware that his opponent was a formidable master of the ritual path realm, possessing a heritage artifact. None could ascertain whether they would emerge victorious. In truth, even Wu Chang on the stage was taken aback by Tang Tian's audacity to ascend and his brazen demeanor. After a brief moment of astonishment, he burst into laughter. Direct confrontation? The opponent appeared calm, yet the extent of his recklessness surpassed Wu Chang's expectations. Junior brother Tang, you truly are a remarkable figure. So refreshingly straightforward. No wonder even Lord Wu Hui regards you with such esteem. With this remark, he took the opportunity to subtly deride Sun Wu Hui, the leader of Yunding lineage. However, Tang Tian harbored little interest in engaging him in this manner, and directly stated, I heard that you defeated Zhang Peng yesterday using a legacy artifact. Is that correct? Wu Chang was taken aback momentarily, then shook his head and replied with a smile. Is that what Wu Chang told you? I hold in the utmost disdain two types of individuals, those who shrink back like turtles and those who, despite their failures, stubbornly refuse to admit their shortcomings. Clearly, I defeated him fair and square, yet he claims I resorted to underhanded tactics, asserting that I relied on external tools to conquer him. Is it truly so difficult for some to acknowledge their own inferiority? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance of contempt towards Zhang Peng, who, upon witnessing such an expression, felt a surge of resentment, stepping forward to retort, only to be halted by Luo Tianhong. Luo pondered that Wu Chang's refusal to acknowledge the truth was of little consequence. Today, he would not dare to casually wield the legacy artifact, thus diminishing Tang Tian's considerable threat. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian did not regard Wu Chang as a concern at all. Refusal to admit? That is inconsequential, for I do not require Wu Chang's validation. My ascent to the arena was merely a result of my disdain for him. Enough with the formalities. I am not well versed in the rules. How does this battle commence? Tang Tian stated directly. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes and responded with a smile. The moment you step onto the platform, the battle has already begun. You may strike at any time. Shall I suppress my cultivation to the immortal emperor realm? He sought to extract some information from Tang Tian. Yet Tang Tian was no longer inclined to indulge him. If that is the case, let us begin. With that, he advanced toward Wu Chang. Wu Chang intended to say something further, but when Tang Tian took his first step, he suddenly furrowed his brows. For Tang Tian exhibited no discernible aura, approaching him as though he were an ordinary individual. Such behavior was unusual in a combat scenario. However, before he could contemplate further, Tang Tian had already reached him. Under his indifferent gaze, a hand swiftly descended towards his face. Observing the seemingly unhurried motion of the hand, Wu Chang sneered coldly, unconcerned with the nature of Tang Tian's intentions, and resolved to retaliate. He then directed a punch towards Tang Tian's chest, controlling his strength. Without any obstruction, the solid punch struck Tang Tian's chest. The overwhelming force erupted forth, and even though Wu Chang had restrained his power, it was still beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner to withstand. Under normal circumstances, had Tang Tian been hit by such a punch, he would undoubtedly have sustained significant harm. The spectators below were bewildered. They had never witnessed a battle unfold in such a manner. It resembled a child's scuffle, and Tang Tian exhibited not the slightest inclination to evade. They seemed to have anticipated the scene where Tang Tian was sent flying by Wu Chang's punch. However, what astonished everyone was that after Wu Chang's fist struck Tang Tian's chest, his body remained utterly unyielding. The surging, overwhelming force failed to even displace a single strand of his hair. Wu Chang, the spectators below the stage? In a moment of astonishment, Tang Tian's palm had already descended. After the initial shock, Wu Chang instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that an inexplicable force had ensnared his body, rendering him utterly immobile. Slap! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Tang Tian's palm landed solidly on Wu Chang's face. The force of this strike was not particularly great, merely pushing Wu Chang back a few steps. Yet, a burning pain enveloped his face as a vivid red imprint rapidly emerged. Wu Chang stood there in a daze, staring at Tang Tian. How did you? He wished to inquire how Tang Tian had accomplished such a feat, but Tang Tian offered him no opportunity. Continuing to advance, his palm lifted high once more. Slap! Another sharp crack resonated clearly across the arena. It appeared effortless, as if he were strolling leisurely. Chapter 643. unarmed disassembly of the Tao artifact. What unfolded upon the arena was entirely unforeseen by all present. In their imagination, after Tang Tian ascended the stage, he would, incited by Wu Chang's taunts, unleash his wrath, employing every ounce of his strength, only to be subdued by the formidable prowess of the Tao realm master, Wu Chang. Wu Chang would toy with Tang Tian as one might with a mouse, ultimately defeating and humiliating him, akin to the fate of many talented individuals who had descended from the lower realms. Alternatively, in the slightest chance, Tang Tian's extraordinary talent and strength might have allowed him to resist for a considerable time, narrowly losing to Wu Chang, or even achieving a miraculous victory, thus providing the audience with a thrilling spectacle. Yet, who could have anticipated that events would transpire in such a manner? A battle of Tao realm experts? No, this was evidently a brawl among mortals. Moreover, the nature of this confrontation was exceedingly bizarre. Aside from delivering the first punch, Wu Chang, a master of the Tao realm, exhibited no further means of resistance. Meanwhile, Tang Tian merely approached, striking him repeatedly. Wu Chang, of a rather slender build, visibly swelled under Tang Tian's slaps, his cheeks turning a vibrant red, reminiscent of a monkey's posterior. Despite this spectacle, the onlookers felt not amusement, but an inexplicable dread. Why did Wu Chang not retaliate? It was inconceivable for anyone to believe that Wu Chang willingly endured each slap from Tang Tian. The singular truth was that under Tang Tian's onslaught, Wu Chang had no opportunity to counterattack. How, then, did Tang Tian accomplish this? How could a recently ascended celestial emperor so thoroughly dominate a master of the Tao realm? No one could deduce a coherent explanation. All they could do was watch, as Tang Tian propelled Wu Chang across the arena, from one end to the other, and back again. Here was one of the most distinguished talents of the younger generation of Hanyun Mountain, now utterly humiliated beneath Tang Tian's relentless strikes. Stripped of any semblance of his former arrogance, it was not until Tang Tian intended to continue this cycle of assault that Wu Chang, dizzy and disoriented, could no longer contain himself. Tang Tian, you have forced my hand, he roared, saliva flying, as a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the arena. When the onlookers discerned the object in his hand, they gasped in astonishment. It was the inherited Tao artifact of Hanyun Mountain, a long scroll manifested in Wu Chang's grasp. Upon its appearance, it stirred the winds and clouds, unleashing a tempest of violent energy upon the arena. This phenomenon indicated that the artifact was of no ordinary imitation. It likely possessed a power comparable to that of a true innate Tao artifact, albeit at a fraction of its potential. Do not underestimate the innate Tao artifacts, even at the level of the Supreme Tao Master. A powerful innate Tao artifact can provide a significant advantage in battle. Moreover, this is merely a confrontation between Tao practitioners. This heirloom artifact undoubtedly possesses the ability to alter the course of events. It turns out that Zhang Peng was not lying. He indeed concealed an heirloom artifact. I had suspected as much. Zhang Peng's strength is comparable to Wu Chang's, so how could he have suffered such a devastating defeat yesterday? It appears he was outmaneuvered by Wu Chang. This fellow's duplicitous tactics are truly remarkable. Many began to vindicate Zhang Peng for his defeat the previous day. Winning through the use of an heirloom artifact is certainly Wu Chang's capability, but to claim one has not utilized an heirloom artifact is utterly contemptible. After discussing Zhang Peng, their attention shifted back to the arena. Yesterday, Wu Chang had employed the heirloom artifact covertly against Zhang Peng. However, now he displayed it openly, leaving one to wonder if Tang Tian could withstand its power. It was exceedingly difficult, although it remained unclear how Tang Tian managed to suppress Wu Chang. The might of the heirloom artifact was no trivial matter. Tang Tian, you are in peril. Once the heirloom artifact appeared, it forcibly pulled those who were already enraptured back to reality. No matter how formidable Tang Tian may be, can he surpass the power of an heirloom artifact? No one believed this to be possible. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhong and others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Luo Tianhong had even taken the innate Tao artifact he brought with him in hand. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would not hesitate to violate the arena's rules to ensure Tang Tian's safety. Even the individuals from Hanyun Mountain furrowed their brows. Wu Chang, do not act recklessly. Do not take his life. Several powerful figures voiced their concerns loudly. They feared that Wu Chang might lose his composure and kill Tang Tian outright. After all, Tang Tian was someone of great importance to the master of regretful Tao. One could defeat him, but to kill him would surely lead to dire consequences. Unfortunately, at this moment, Wu Chang was already dazed from Tang Tian's slap and could scarcely think of anything else. Once he produced the scroll, he unleashed all its power. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a heavenly canopy that enveloped the entire arena. At this juncture, Tang Tian also halted his strikes, for he had discerned that this scroll was indeed a counterfeit of the one in his own spatial possession. It appears that the mysterious Tao master who attempted to assassinate him was none other than the master of Hanyun Mountain, Hanyun Tao Master. Now that he had confirmed this and had already dealt with this arrogant young man, there was no need to prolong the confrontation. As the heavenly canopy drew near amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Tang Tian raised his hand and forcefully tore it down. Subsequently, with a casual pull of his hands, a sharp tearing sound echoed through the air as the so-called heritage artifact, possessing a mere fraction of the might of an innate artifact, was effortlessly ripped in two. It appeared to be easier than tearing a mere sheet of paper. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in place. Wu Chang, facing Tang Tian, widened his eyes in disbelief, the blood vessels around his eyes bursting from the sheer shock. He had only just prepared to activate the scroll, yet unexpectedly, Tang Tian had torn it apart with sheer force. The incantation he had meticulously crafted lost its target, leaving his mind blank, as if life had abruptly lost its purpose. The onlookers surrounding the arena were equally dumbfounded. To tear apart a heritage artifact with bare hands. Had someone told them before this moment that such a feat was possible, they would have surely deemed that person insane. After all, it was a heritage artifact. Though merely a replica of an innate artifact, it still bore a semblance of its authority. Damaging it was already a daunting task, let alone tearing it apart. Do you comprehend why it is called a heritage artifact? It is because it is meant to endure through time. Yet now, before their very eyes, a formidable heritage artifact was effortlessly shredded by a prodigy from the lower realms who had only recently entered the sacred land. Everyone felt disoriented, their minds enveloped in a haze, as if they were caught in a dream. Chapter 644. The confrontation at Hanyun Mountain when Tang Tianchao ascended the arena to confront Wu Chang. The onlookers were taken aback, perceiving him as nothing but a reckless youth. Under ordinary circumstances, he would undoubtedly stand no chance against Wu Chang. Most believed that the outcome would be a decisive victory for Wu Chang. However, as Tang Tian delivered slap after slap, leaving Wu Chang dizzy and disoriented, the crowd was utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom how a young disciple, having recently arrived from the lower realms, could overpower a practitioner of the ritual realm to such an extent that Wu Chang had no opportunity to retaliate. Yet, when Wu Chang produced his treasured artifact, only to have it torn apart by Tang Tian's bare hands, the collective consciousness of the spectators crashed. Something was amiss. The level of Tang Tian's power was undeniably questionable. Either he had ascended to an unimaginable level of strength, or he possessed a formidable artifact that remained unseen and unfelt by others. In his presence, the treasured artifact was as fragile as paper, reduced to shreds in an instant. The latter possibility seemed more plausible. Regardless of which scenario was true, it signified that Tang Tian was not to be trifled with. Wu Chang, standing on the arena, came to the same realization. His pride, embodied in the treasured artifact he considered his trump card, had been effortlessly destroyed before his very eyes by Tang Tian. The impact on him was overwhelmingly profound. Thus, as Tang Tian advanced towards him, Wu Chang succumbed to panic, trembling uncontrollably. In his eyes, Tang Tian had transformed into an insurmountable beast of unparalleled ferocity. "Don't come any closer," Wu Chang shouted, his voice quaking with palpable fear. As he called out, he attempted to retreat, but his legs betrayed him, and despite his efforts, he could barely move 2 steps. As Tang Tian drew nearer, Wu Chang felt himself on the brink of collapse. "Please, don't come closer. Tang Tian, you cannot harm me. My brother is a direct disciple of the Hanyun Tao Master, and if you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not let you go." In a desperate bid to intimidate Tang Tian, Wu Chang invoked the name of his brother. Yet, Tang Tian merely smiled faintly. "Perfect. Let us go find your brother now." With a grin, Tang Tian approached Wu Chang, seizing him effortlessly as one would lift a chick, raising him aloft. In that moment, he resembled an unparalleled demon, poised to swallow Wu Chang whole. At this juncture, Luo Tianhong finally regained his composure. Casting aside any regard for decorum, he soared onto the arena and joined Tang Tian's side. "Junior brother Tang, let it go," he urged softly. Wu Chang's brother, Wu Hong, is one of the favored disciples of the Hongyun Dao master, and his strength may surpass even mine. He is effectively half a Dao master. Our relationship with Hongyun Mountain has never been particularly cordial. Should one directly seek out Wu Hong, it would undoubtedly incite greater discord. For the sake of Wu Chang, it is unwise to escalate this matter excessively. However, in response to Luo Tianhong's persuasion, Tang Tian merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and remarked, "Who claims that my intentions are for Wu Chang?" Luo Tianhong was immediately taken aback, for he discerned a profound transformation in Tang Tian's aura compared to before. Although he had previously been unaware of Tang Tian's true cultivation level, he had always exuded a genial disposition, resembling a remarkably gifted and amiable junior disciple. Yet now, he sensed an intimidating gravitas emanating from Tang Tian, one he had never encountered even in the presence of the unrepentant Dao master. The gentle tone of Tang Tian's voice left no room for rebuttal. Upon finishing his words, Tang Tian hoisted Wu Chang and prepared to make his way to Hongyun Mountain. At that moment, the individuals from Hongyun Mountain finally reacted. The guardians of Wu Chang, along with other formidable figures, swiftly approached Tang Tian, obstructing his path. "Tang Tian, release Wu Chang," a leading Dao Zun commanded icily. "In this battle, I can concede victory to your Yunding Mountain. Yet, do not overstep your bounds. This is a sacred ground. Do not presume that your newfound abilities render you invincible." He unleashed his Dao Zun's aura, intending to instill apprehension in Tang Tian. Unfortunately for him, Tang Tian had no desire to engage further. Enough of this clamor, he uttered dismissively, then unleashed a powerful punch towards the assembled crowd. In the next instant, an overwhelming force erupted before the people of Hongyun Mountain. The Dao Zun's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly attempted to counter Tang Tian's sudden onslaught. Yet, upon contact, he realized that the power was far beyond their capacity to withstand. With a resounding explosion, the people of Hongyun Mountain were sent flying by Tang Tian's punch. Akin to blossoming fireworks, each hurtling into the distance, their fates uncertain. Tang Tian had, of course, held back. Otherwise, these insignificant beings would have evaporated in an instant beneath his might. Clearing the obstacles before him, Tang Tian turned to face Luo Tianhong, who was now utterly dumbfounded. "Since our conflict with Hongyun Mountain is substantial, let us resolve it once and for all. Come along. You surely know the way to Hongyun Mountain," Tang Tian spoke calmly. Luo Tianhong stood agape, unable to recover from the overwhelming spectacle of the recent events. To witness a single punch sending multiple Dao Zuns flying was a more profound visual shock than tearing apart a legacy artifact. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, he was jolted from his stupor, suppressing his astonishment, and asked in a hushed tone, "Are you suggesting to strike Hongyun Mountain?" Tang Tian smiled and nodded. "Your comprehension is commendable. Let us proceed. There is no need for concern. Everything is under my control." Luo Tianhong took a deep breath. Yet he could not quell the immense shock that surged within him. Reason vehemently admonished him that this was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. The Lord of Hongyun was an entity on par with the Lord of Wuhui. Should they dare to assault Hongyun Mountain, even the Lord of Wuhui would be incapable of rescuing them. However, upon hearing Tang Tian's declaration, "Everything is under my control," he experienced a profound sense of reassurance. This was anomalous, irrational even. Yet Luo Tianhong was utterly convinced that Tang Tian was not speaking falsehoods. Ultimately, he nodded resolutely. "Very well, I shall lead you." Moments later, Tang Tian, accompanied by Wu Chang and Luo Tianhong along with the senior members of Yunding Mountain, departed from the dojo. It was not until their figures had long vanished that a tumultuous uproar erupted at the arena. "Good heavens! What on earth did I just witness?" exclaimed a bystander. Tang Tian, with his bare hands, shattered a relic of inheritance, sent several Dao lords flying with a single punch, and now he is directly heading to Hongyun Mountain. Good gracious, he surpasses even the former lord of Wuhui. He arrived with the intent to sweep through the sacred land. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This sacred land is on the brink of a transformation. Today's battle would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the sacred land's history. The people clamored loudly, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Chapter 645. The terrified Wu hung above the horizon. A multitude of figures raced swiftly past. Their pace, though not particularly rapid, was ostentatious in such a sacred locale. After a while, Luo Tianhong gradually regained his senses. The mere thought of their impending assault on Hongyun Mountain sent a chill of dread down his spine. Yet, he dared not voice any counsel to Tang Tian, as the image of those Taoist masters being sent flying by a single blow lingered vividly in his mind. At this moment, his heart was flooded with uncertainty. What formidable secret did Tang Tian possess? Or was it that his prowess was inherently so formidable? Reflecting on the marked improvement at Yunding Mountain following Tang Tian's meeting with the unrepentant Tao master, he was astonished by how rapidly it had evolved, far exceeding his expectations. Suddenly, a bold conjecture crossed his mind. Was it possible that Tang Tian's strength had indeed reached such an extraordinary level? Was he a Tao master, or perhaps something even loftier? As this thought raced through his mind, Luo Tianhong felt his heart racing wildly. This was undoubtedly the most audacious speculation he had ever entertained. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking members of Yunding Mountain were equally shaken and perplexed. Initially, they believed they were merely accompanying Tang Tian for a leisurely outing, for in their comprehension, it was inconceivable that he would confront Wu Chang directly. Yet, the outcome was not only a confrontation but a resounding defeat of Wu Chang. The unfolding events overwhelmed their minds, and now they found themselves following Tang Tian toward Hongyun Mountain. Naturally, they harbored doubts, for Hongyun Mountain was immensely powerful, one of the foremost entities within the entire sacred realm. Nonetheless, they chose to accompany him, united by their shared origins. Together, even if the ultimate outcome were unfavorable, it was unlikely that their adversaries would unleash their wrath upon all of them. There remained a chance to preserve Tang Tian's life. Such were their thoughts. However, the instigator of this venture, Tang Tian, was not burdened by such considerations. His understanding had indeed surpassed that of ordinary mortals. The distance to Hongyun Mountain was not far, and within approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at their destination. From afar, Tang Tian spotted a group awaiting them outside Hongyun Mountain. Their pace was leisurely, undoubtedly indicating that someone had relayed the news ahead of time. Upon sighting them, the group soared forward, positioning themselves directly in front of the people from Yunding Mountain. "Stop," commanded the leader, a strikingly youthful and robust figure. He surveyed the assembly from Yunding Mountain, first casting a glance at Wu Chang, whom Tang Tian held in his grasp, before fixing his gaze upon Luo Tianhong. "Luo Tianhong, your actions at Yunding Mountain have crossed the line. My brother Wu Chang merely sought to exchange insights on Tao, yet you have reduced him to this state. This is a blatant violation of the sacred realm's regulations. Have you considered the consequences?" Confronted by the multitude on Cloud Summit, he stood resolute, his voice chillingly calm. His demeanor suggested an instinctive belief that this matter was orchestrated by Luo Tianhong. However, he was taken aback when, in response to his inquiry, Luo Tianhong remained utterly silent, merely regarding him with a gaze that was steeped in complexity. As the silence lingered, the young man furrowed his brow, preparing to pose another question. At that moment, Tang Tian took the initiative to speak. "You are the elder brother referred to by Wu Chang. What was your name again?" Following this, Luo Tianhong promptly added, "He is Wu Hong." Tang Tian acknowledged this with a nod, scrutinizing Wu Hong as though he were assessing an object of great value. Wu Hong felt distinctly uncomfortable under that gaze and retorted coldly, "So you are the recently renowned Tang Tian? I do not care what methods you employ to defeat Wu Chang. A loss is a loss, and we at Red Cloud Mountain accept that. However, this matter ends here. Release him, and I shall refrain from pursuing this issue further. Otherwise," his tone was grave, laced with an unmistakable threat. Tang Tian regarded him quietly for a moment before shrugging and casually tossing the already unconscious Wu Chang towards him, clearly taken aback by the unexpected compliance. Wu Hong momentarily froze before catching Wu Chang. Observing his brother's dismal state, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of anger within him, and stated, "At least you have some sense. Now, you may depart to where you came from." Yet, before he could finish, Tang Tian interjected, "Where is your master?" Wu Hong was momentarily stunned. "What?" Tang Tian smiled and clarified, "I meant to inquire about your master, Hong Yun. Where is he now? Have you not seen him for several months?" Upon hearing this question, Wu Heng's countenance visibly darkened. "Tang Tian, mind your words. Who gave you the audacity to address my master by his title so casually? Should you offend me again, even with Luo Tianhong present, I will ensure you are beyond salvation," he declared, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. Yet, Tang Tian appeared unfazed. "You must certainly know the location of your master's cave, then? Let me there," he insisted. Wu Heng's anger had reached a boiling point. Were it not for his respect for the unrepentant Dao Lord, he would have already delivered a brutal lesson to this impudent youth. "Tang Tian, I warn you one last time. Cease your reckless words. My master is not someone you can simply seek audience with. Should you?" Before he could complete his thought, Tang Tian interrupted him once more. "No, I am not inquiring of you. If you wish to take Wu Chang away, then you shall come with me as my guide. Lead me to your master's cave." Having spoken, Tang Tian ceased to utter further words and extended his hand directly towards Wu Hong. At that moment, Wu Hong could no longer contain the overwhelming fury surging within him. The majesty of the Quasi-Hin master erupted instantaneously. As he prepared to deliver a bloody lesson to Tang Tian, "You are truly courting death," he declared fiercely, disregarding Luo Tianhong entirely. For this was the territory of Hongyun Mountain, and behind him stood the formidable Taoist masters of that domain. As for Tang Tian's actions, he paid them no heed whatsoever. However, to his astonishment, the instant he made his move, he felt an insurmountable force enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, he found his body involuntarily soaring towards Tang Tian's outstretched hand in the void. A profound terror surged within Wu Hong as the full might of the Quasi-Yuan master attempted to resist this bizarre yet potent force. Alas, regardless of his struggles, he could muster no effective counteraction. He could only watch helplessly as he drew ever closer to the vast hand of Tang Tian. An indescribable fear surged rapidly from the depths of Wu Heng's soul. Chapter 646. A forceful strike. Once again Tang Tian struck out with unyielding determination, catching Luo Tianhong off guard once more. His opponent, the formidable Wu Hong, was renowned as a half-step Dao master, not merely a fledgling genius like Wu Chang. As one of the most exceptional prodigies in the history of Hongyun Mountain, Wu Hong had always been groomed as a successor to the peak leader. Even if the Dao master of regret were to personally arrive, he would still accord Wu Hong a measure of respect. Yet, Tang Tian acted with unparalleled directness. The elders of Hongyun Mountain, standing behind Wu Hong, were equally taken aback. They could hardly fathom that someone would dare to strike at Wu Hong right before the gates of their sacred Tai Chi holy land. In the midst of their astonishment, Tang Tian had already seized Wu Hong. An overwhelming dread engulfed Wu Hong, a chilling sensation penetrating to his very bones. He never imagined that he would find himself utterly powerless against Tang Tian, who had just ascended from the lower realms. Even when he summoned all his strength and called upon the ancestral artifact crafted by the Dao master of Hongyun, he could not even make Tang Tian budge. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Wu Hong had done nothing at all, merely caught in Tang Tian's grasp, reminiscent of Wu Chang's earlier predicament. "Take me to your master's cave," Tang Tian declared, no longer inclined to engage in pleasantries. He unleashed his supreme pressure upon Wu Heng's soul. In that moment, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed for Wu Hong. His nearly Dao master-level spiritual power was instantly reduced to dust upon contact with Tang Tian's might, crushed mercilessly. Subsequently, Wu Hong's mind was left in a void, with only Tang Tian's command echoing within. His eyes glazed over, resembling that of a lifeless puppet. "Very well, I shall take you," Wu Hong murmured, his gaze devoid of spirit. At that moment, the elders of Hongyun Mountain finally regained their composure. Witnessing Wu Heng's deteriorated mental state, akin to that of a marionette under Tang Tian's control, their expressions darkened with concern. "Release Wu Hong," a Dao master-level elder thundered. "No matter what means you have employed to dominate him, you must free him at once. Should any harm befall Wu Hong, you will bear the consequences, even unto death. The entire Yunding Mountain will be engulfed in the wrath of Hongyun Mountain, and not even the Dao master of regret can save you." The elders of Hongyun Mountain roared in unison, their fury palpable. They unleashed their own formidable auras, igniting half the sky with their combined might. Even Luo Tianhong, at the pinnacle of the Dao master realm, felt his throat tighten in response to such overwhelming rage. The collective power of these elders was sufficient to obliterate most sects in the world. Without external assistance, Yunding Mountain would stand no chance. However, Tang Tian remained unfazed. as if he held no regard for the assembly of Taoist masters before him. In truth, this was indeed the case. When faced with the bluster of the elder from Hanyun Mountain, Tang Tian paid no heed, merely unleashing a casual punch, identical to the one he had executed moments earlier at the Yunding Mountain Dojo. That previous strike had sent numerous formidable beings of the Chongqing Dao soaring into oblivion, their fates unknown. What difference would this time bring, with several powerful Taoist masters present? Naturally, none. Amidst the astonished gaze of Luo Tianhong, a surge of terrifying power erupted, akin to a celestial river cascading from the heavens, instantly quenching the raging fury from the opposing side. The elders of Hanyun Mountain, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, were sent flying, just as they had been at the Yunding Mountain Dojo. Likewise, their fates remained uncertain. In the wake of this display, Tang Tian turned to observe the stunned Luo Tianhong and his companions, speaking softly, "I shall not linger at the Tai sacred land for long. Thus, taking advantage of this opportunity, I shall eliminate your greatest foe, ensuring that others dare not underestimate Yunding Mountain henceforth. You are all gifted individuals, and such talents should not be squandered on trivial matters." Through over a month of observation and understanding, Tang Tian discerned that the reason the talents of the lower realms had yet to reach their pinnacle was not due to any deficiency in their gifts. After all, they emerged from a world teeming with prodigies. How could there be an issue with their innate abilities? The true impediment lay in the so-called local powers like Hanyun Mountain, which incessantly applied pressure on the Tianfu lineage, forcing many to divert their energies towards mundane affairs, thus hindering their cultivation. This scenario was, in essence, a natural order. Only those who could carve their way through adversity could be deemed true champions. Yet, Tang Tian found this situation unsatisfactory. He favored the model of Yunding Tianfu, which allowed the majority to fully realize their potential, fostering a flourishing of talents. Now that he had arrived, he intended to transform the current state of affairs at Yunding Mountain, restoring it to its original framework, thereby providing these lower realm prodigies with the broadest stage to showcase their abilities. Let us proceed to Hanyun Mountain. There is no need for contemplation or action, merely observe, he declared, leading the now unresponsive Wu Hong towards Hanyun Mountain. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Tianhong took a deep breath. Following that punch, he no longer wished to ponder the true extent of Tang Tian's strength, for he understood it was a realm beyond his reach, as Tang Tian had articulated. There was no need for excessive thought. He would simply follow. Onward. Luo Tianhong resolutely commanded the members of Yunding Mountain, taking flight in pursuit of Tang Tian's figure towards Hanyun Mountain. Beyond the Red Cloud Mountain, a throng of onlookers concealed themselves at a distance, keenly observing the unfolding conflict. Initially, their intent was merely to witness the much-talked-about Tang Tian and discern what manner of individual he truly was. He had captured Wu Chang and brought him to Red Cloud Mountain. What were his ulterior motives? Faced with the formidable and assertive Wu Hong, how would he respond? This clash promised to unveil a wealth of critical insights. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that Tang Tian possessed such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Wu Hong, the future master of Red Cloud Mountain, and subsequently sent several powerful elders of the mountain flying countless miles with a single punch. Could this truly be the feat of a mere genius from the lower realms who had just ascended? All were left in stunned silence, including many core members of the elite forces from sacred sites. As they beheld Tang Tian soaring towards Red Cloud Mountain, their hearts trembled with disbelief. What could this individual possibly intend? Was he genuinely preparing for a direct confrontation with the Lord of Red Cloud? Chapter 647. Three fists determined the universe. Hanyun Mountain dwarfs Yunding Mountain by several magnitudes, rivaling even the main peak of the Tai sacred land in grandeur. The number and strength of its disciples are commensurate with those of a top-tier sect, second only to the sacred lands. This exemplifies the formidable foundation of local forces. Consequently, the arrival of the Yunding Mountain contingent was met with indifference. Aside from Wu Hong and a few elders who took notice, most regarded the situation with a detached curiosity, eager to witness how the overambitious Yunding lineage would once again submit to the might of Hanyun Mountain. However, they did not witness the spectacle they anticipated. When Wu Hong was captured and several formidable elders were sent flying by Tang Tian's single punch, astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving them in disbelief and momentarily paralyzed. forgetting to muster any resistance. Thus, Tang Tian and his companions gained unfettered access to Hanyun Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, a multitude of figures emerged, descending upon them. Most were elders of Hanyun Mountain, possessing the strength of Hunyuan Dao Zun, with several at the Dao Master level among them. Leading this assembly was a formidable middle-aged man, exuding authority and likely the peak master of Hanyun Mountain. He had evidently been apprised of recent events and regarded Tang Tian and his party with a grim countenance. Yending Mountain, do you intend to formally declare war upon us? The peak master of Hanyun Mountain intoned, his voice heavy with menace. Yet, Tang Tian had no desire for further dialogue. You overestimate your own significance. We seek only Hanyun. Stand aside, or meet the same fate as those who came before you. He replied coolly. His audacious tone ignited fury among the powerful figures of Hanyun Mountain. For millennia, they had never encountered such brazen arrogance. Even Sun Wuhui, who had shattered an era, had not displayed such hubris. To disregard the peak master of Hanyun Mountain and directly name the Dao Master was a bold assertion of invincibility. Impudent. Do not presume that mere skill renders you invincible. You have committed a grave offense today. Dare take another step, and neither heaven nor earth shall offer you refuge. The elders of Hanyun Mountain raged. The peak master's expression darkened further. He was genuinely taken aback by this level of audacity. Meanwhile, Tang Tian merely shook his head slightly. It is futile to engage in further discourse with you. With that, he ceased his words and unleashed his third punch toward the assembly of dozens of Dao Zun and Dao Masters before him. Under the Supreme, all are but ants. Whether it is the ritual Dao, Hunyuan Dao, or Wujidao, what difference does it make? The astonishing might erupted from Tang Tian's fist, heralding a cataclysmic force. When faced with Tang Tian's formidable punch, the powerful figures of Hanyun Mountain suddenly comprehended the source of the young man's arrogance. He truly possessed an overwhelming strength. The might he exuded could not possibly be that of an ordinary individual. With their extensive experience, they swiftly discerned that this punch had transcended the ordinary, reaching the level of supreme masters like the Hanyun Dao Master and the Wuhui Dao Master. If not for the absence of the world's power, they might have suspected that Tang Tian was already on the verge of entering the realm of the Supreme. However, even if he had not yet attained such supremacy, it was beyond their capacity to withstand. The master of Hanyun Peak let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all of his power in an attempt to intercept the force of Tang Tian's punch. The other strong warriors of Hanyun Mountain swiftly followed suit, channeling their full strength. In an instant, the pinnacle of Hanyun Mountain erupted with an overwhelming sound. The simultaneous exertion of power from so many formidable beings even influenced the operation of the heavenly Dao, causing waves of celestial tides to surge violently in all directions. The entire Tai sacred land felt the heart-stopping might, and even the small world housing the sacred land trembled slightly. This demonstrated the terrifying magnitude of the combined strength unleashed by so many powerful beings. Yet, despite this, the powerful warriors of Hanyun Mountain revealed no signs of ease. In the face of Tang Tian's utterly terrifying assault, this was the utmost resistance they could muster. In the next moment, the forces of both sides collided. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded atop Hanyun Mountain. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a savage force erupted instantly. The entire Tai sacred land heard this deafening noise, and everyone felt the overwhelming pressure. It was as though divine retribution had descended upon their hearts. People involuntarily looked up towards the direction of Hanyun Mountain, their faces filled with astonishment, utterly unaware of what had transpired there. Even Luo Tianhong and others could not withstand the aftermath of the collision, instantly thrown into disarray. Had it not been for Tang Tian's timely protection, they would have suffered injuries. The relatively weaker Zhan Peng might have even been vaporized, leaving no trace behind. When they regained their composure, the sight before them left them agape, rendered speechless. The once formidable warriors of Hanyun Mountain, including the late-stage Dao Master of Hanyun Peak, had all vanished without a trace. Furthermore, half of the mountain itself had completely disappeared under the force of Tang Tian's punch, leaving only a solitary grand hall, shielded by a layer of light, suspended in the sky, having withstood the explosive aftermath. Hanyun Mountain had been cleaved in half by Tang Tian's single blow. It could be said that such a horrifying event had never occurred since the establishment of Hanyun Mountain, nor since the inception of the Tai sacred land itself. Yet Tang Tian remained serene and composed, as if he had accomplished merely a trivial task. He gazed at the magnificent hall suspended in the sky and chuckled softly, realizing that a guide was no longer necessary. The protective barrier encasing the hall was an extraordinary defensive formation, meticulously crafted from the purest essence by the Lord of Hangyun. Thus, even under the recent formidable impact, it remained intact and unscathed. His cave abode must surely lie within that grand hall. The aura emanating from the barrier allowed Tang Tian to conclusively ascertain that the Lord of Hangyun was indeed the enigmatic master who had attempted to assassinate him. However, at this moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. The barrier's formidable defensive capabilities made it exceedingly challenging to breach without the utilization of world power. Yet, employing such power would inevitably disseminate the news of his ascension beyond the supreme level. The pinnacle of a Tao master would likely only create tremors within the confines of the Tai's sacred land. However, should a supreme emerge, the ramifications would be entirely different, capturing the attention of the entire world. At that juncture, concealing his presence would prove exceedingly difficult. As Tang Tian pondered, several formidable figures gradually materialized around Hangyun Mountain, individuals of equal might to the Lord of Hangyun, representing the elite of the Tai's sacred land. Simultaneously, Tang Tian sensed a familiar presence. Sun Wuhui. A slight smile crossed Tang Tian's face. Very well, he mused, I shall not force my way through this final barrier. Chapter 648. Divine Protection. After the tempest, the Red Cloud Mountain lay in desolation. Half of the mountain had been shattered by Tang Tian's single strike, resulting in the suffering of countless disciples. However, prior to this catastrophe, Tang Tian had already relocated them all to a safe area below the mountain, where they now huddled together, gripped by extreme terror. His intention that day was merely to establish authority for the Cloud Summit. There was no necessity for a massacre. Even the 3 prior strikes were merely intended as a lesson rather than a death sentence. Nevertheless, this was an extraordinarily terrifying assault. Since the establishment of the Tai Holy Land, it had never faced such a degree of horrifying aggression. Numerous peaked Tao lords from the Holy Land emerged, gazing from afar at the devastation of Red Cloud Mountain. They could not fathom Tang Tian's true strength, thus refraining from direct confrontation, opting instead to observe. At that moment, Sun Wuhui also arrived. With Long Jiuzhou absent, Sun Wuhui had been managing most affairs of the Holy Land, serving as a proxy for Long Jiuzhou. His forthcoming attitude towards Tang Tian was thus of paramount significance, and his appearance instantly captured the attention of all. Those hiding in the main hall of Red Cloud Mountain clung to the hope of salvation, crying out for help. Lord Wuhui, save us. The Cloud Summit has gone too far, annihilating half of Red Cloud Mountain. This is clearly a challenge to the dignity of our holy land. Please, you must uphold justice for us. Their desperate gazes were fixated on Tang Tian. However, Sun Wuhui did not respond to them. He surveyed the ruin of Red Cloud Mountain and merely sighed softly before approaching Tang Tian. Just as the onlookers anticipated, he would demand accountability. Sun Wuhui uttered an unexpected phrase. Young Master Tang, are you unharmed? The crowd gasped. Lord Wuhui, are you unscathed? Is the situation before you not clear? Tang Tian stood serenely in the air, his expression calm and complexion rosy, not even breathing heavily, appearing entirely unaffected. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the plight of Red Cloud Mountain? Sun Wuhui's words left them speechless, their grievances against Tang Tian caught in their throats. Even the powerful Tao lords observing from a distance revealed expressions of astonishment. This Tang Tian was indeed unusual. In response to Sun Wuhui's inquiry, Tang Tian smiled and replied, I am well. I merely wished to seek an audience with Tao Lord Hangyun. Fortunately, you arrived. Otherwise, I would have had to intrude. Sun Wuhui couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. He knew Tang Tian possessed the strength to force his way in. The only reason he refrained was to avoid prematurely revealing his exalted identity. What business do you have with Tao Lord Hangyun? Sun Wuhui inquired telepathically. Tang Tian nodded, saying, Do you recall the chaotic storm I encountered on my way to the Holy Land? It was indeed the work of Hangyun. Sun Wuhui was momentarily taken aback. The chaotic storm had arrived in a most peculiar manner. He had indeed harbored suspicions at the time, contemplating whether someone had orchestrated it deliberately. However, just as he was preparing to investigate, Long Jiuzhou intervened, causing the matter to fade into obscurity. So it was Hanyun Daoist all along? But why would he expend such considerable effort to assassinate Tang Tian? Sin Wuhui found himself perplexed, yet he refrained from pursuing the inquiry further. He understood that whatever had compelled Tang Tian to act abruptly and forcefully invade Hanyun Mountain was undoubtedly of significant consequence. Furthermore, affairs of the Supreme were beyond his purview. Do you require my company on this visit? Sin Wuhui inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us go together. I may yet have questions for you. Sin Wuhui was certainly more knowledgeable regarding the interpersonal dynamics of Hanyun Daoist. Having received an affirmative response, Sin Wuhui turned his gaze directly towards the still-protected main hall of Hanyun Mountain. He then spoke calmly, "Dispel the formation." The people of Hanyun Mountain were instantly rendered speechless. Sin Wuhui's arrival had instilled in them a sense of hope, believing that even Tang Tian, no matter how formidable, would not dare to act recklessly before the powerful Wuhui Daoist. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Sin Wuhui not only treated Tang Tian with remarkable courtesy, but also urged them to voluntarily dismantle their final defenses, fully exposing the heart of Hanyun Mountain to Tang Tian. Was this not akin to compelling them to bear their vulnerabilities? For a moment, doubt clouded their minds. At that juncture, the other Daoists observing from afar could no longer contain themselves. Wuhui Daoist, this may not align with the established protocols, one spoke up. In response to the challenge, Sin Wuhui offered no lengthy retort, merely producing a black token. Upon its emergence, the entire Tai sacred ground trembled slightly. It was indeed the identity token of Long Jiuzhou. Upon witnessing the token, the other Daoists immediately retracted all their imposing auras and prostrated in the void. Addressing him with utmost reverence, "We pay our respects to the Divine Lord." This token bore the weight of Long Jiuzhou's presence. In the absence of Long Jiuzhou, Sin Wuhui, holding this token, was the most powerful authority within the Tai sacred ground, possessing the power to dictate life and death. Thus, none dared to question him further. Casting his gaze over the assembly, Sin Wuhui stated in a measured tone, "Here, I shall convey a matter of significance. Tang Tian is under the personal protection of the Divine Lord. Henceforth, no one within the Tai sacred ground is permitted to act detrimentally towards Tang Tian. Should such actions occur, they shall be met with lethal consequences." His words, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire sacred ground. In that moment, the people finally comprehended the reason behind Tang Tian's immense influence shortly after his return. It turns out that being valued by the unrepentant Pathmaster is merely a superficial phenomenon. It is the personal protection of the divine sovereign that constitutes his greatest reliance. Within the holy land of Tai, Long Jiuzhou stands as the singular, undisputed supreme deity. Thus, Tang Tian, under the direct guardianship of this supreme being, occupies a position that is unequivocally one beneath one, above all others. Even Sin Wuhui, wielding the identity token of the divine sovereign, must accord Tang Tian a measure of respect. It is no wonder that he had been so courteous before Tang Tian just moments ago. Soon, the onlookers grasped the entirety of the situation. The extraordinary nature of Tang Tian's power was relegated to a secondary concern. With the divine sovereign backing him, it seemed increasingly acceptable that he could effortlessly send dozens of Dao sovereigns and path masters flying with a single blow. Naturally, Tang Tian was aware that Sin Wuhui was concealing his true strength on his behalf. Therefore, he chose to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. After surveying the surroundings, Sin Wuhui turned his gaze once more toward the crowd from Hanyun Mountain. "Open the formation," he commanded. Chapter 649. Investigating the cause and effect. Once Sin Wuhui presented the identity token of Long Jiuzhou, no one dared to voice any objections. The formation within the Grand Hall of Hanyun Mountain was swiftly dismantled. Subsequently, Tang Tian instructed Luo Tianhong and the others to wait outside while he entered the hall with Sin Wuhui. Moments later, they arrived at a study situated at the back of the hall. This was the exclusive study of the Lord of Hanyun, serving also as an entrance to his cave dwelling. With only the two of them remaining, Sin Wuhui cast aside all reservations and directly inquired, "Young Master Tang, is Hanyun still alive?" Although he was aware that Hanyun had attacked Tang Tian, he remained uncertain about Hanyun's fate. In response to this question, Tang Tian smiled and replied, "He has not made an appearance for several months. Did you not notice?" Sin Wuhui was taken aback, then smiled wryly. For a being of the Tao master level, a retreat can last for hundreds of years. Thus, it is quite normal for him to be absent for a few months, which is why I did not pay it any mind. Therefore, he continued, do you know why Han Yun suddenly attacked you? I am particularly concerned about whether he has betrayed the Holy Land, and if this would have any repercussions. As Tang Tian responded, Sin Wuhui realized that Han Yun was likely dead. He was not interested in the details surrounding Han Yun's demise, nor the true motives behind his assassination attempt on Tang Tian. However, as the current steward of the Holy Land, he needed to ascertain whether Han Yun's actions would disrupt its normal operations. After all, Han Yun was an established Tao master, whose influence was considerable. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, I understand the reason for his attack. It is primarily personal and should not be closely tied to the Tai Holy Land. However, to grasp the full situation, I must visit his cave dwelling. Upon finishing his sentence, he snapped his fingers, and a luminous void gate began to materialize slowly within the study. Sin Wuhui's eyes widened in profound astonishment. Typically, upon attaining the rank of Tao Master, one would seek out a small world to serve as their personal realm, where they could cultivate and comprehend the principles of chaos. The void gate before him was indeed the entrance to the personal realm of the Supreme Tao Master. Ordinarily, a personal realm is the most private domain of a Tao Master. Aside from the Master themselves, no one could ever discover its entrance, even through violent means. Yet, Tang Tian, with a mere flick of his finger, accomplished what no other Tao Master could achieve. Was the Supreme Realm truly endowed with such terrifying power? Sin Wuhui remained speechless. Stay here and do not move. I will go in for a moment. Cough, cough. I will take a look inside. Just wait for me here, Tang Tian instructed. Sin Wuhui respectfully acknowledged his command. Thereafter, Tang Tian stepped through the void gate and vanished from the study. In the next moment, he found himself in a world teeming with life. Although devoid of sunlight, a perpetual radiance emanated from the Tao light, thus rendering the concept of night non-existent. Beneath the sky, the mountains were picturesque, and various mystical beasts roamed freely among the forests. It appeared to be far superior to Tang Tian's bizarre egg world. However, Tang Tian soon discerned that despite its outward resemblance to the external realm, this world was fundamentally flawed. The laws of the heavenly Tao were fragmented, lacking the essence of a true world, and could not be considered an independent realm. The richness of its ecosystem was merely a testament to the tireless efforts of the Red Cloud Tao Lord over millennia. Now that the Red Cloud Tao Lord had passed away, the world would lack further stewardship, and within a few years, everything within it would succumb to oblivion, ultimately transforming into a lifeless fragment adrift in chaos. With the passage of time, even the world fragments would be ravaged by the chaos, leading to their eventual annihilation, as they possessed no barriers to withstand the tumult of the void. Observing his surroundings, Tang Tian surmised that the majority of the limitless Tao Lords likely cultivated their personal worlds in a manner akin to that of the Red Cloud Tao Lord. Such a realm could never facilitate their transcendence or elevation to supremacy. It was no wonder that the Red Cloud Tao Lord coveted the diminutive glazed world. Though small, it was a complete world brimming with infinite possibilities, an opportunity for ascendance to supremacy. After a brief contemplation, Tang Tian's figure flickered, transporting him to a magnificent hall. The interior of the hall was vast and resplendent, and he instantly recognized it as the place where the Red Cloud Tao Lord routinely practiced. The very epicenter of intertwined destinies. His purpose for coming here was clear. Only from this location could he employ certain methods to glimpse into the actions of the Red Cloud Tao Lord in the past. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Tang Tian slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, the majesty of supremacy began to emanate from him. The heavenly Tao roared. Under the imposing presence of supremacy, the exalted laws of the grand world had no choice but to bow in submission. Subsequently, countless luminous lines began to materialize rapidly within the hall, illuminated by Tang Tian's presence. These were the threads of causality belonging to the Red Cloud Tao Lord, as well as all the fateful trajectories generated within the hall. Tang Tian was not mistaken. The threads of causality were so numerous that they defied enumeration, converging from distant corners into the very spot where he stood. As all the threads became visible, Tang Tian suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed through them. And then myriad different scenes began to unfold upon those threads of causality. Each image was replete with information regarding the Red Cloud Tao Lord. Soon, Tang Tian beheld a plethora of exceedingly clandestine information. For instance, the War God Temple was, in fact, a faction deliberately placed under the command of Tsin Wuhui by the Lord of Hongyun, who subsequently entered the Yunding Tianfu realm. He witnessed scenes of the celestial sovereign Tianyuan transmitting messages to the Lord of Hongyun from the lower realms. He also observed the Lord of Hongyun concealing a fragment of his divine consciousness within the mirror of time and space, which then discreetly ventured into the lower realms. However, he did not perceive the moment of his first encounter with the Lord of Hongyun. That causal thread had mysteriously severed. Perhaps it was due to his status as a being without fate. Moreover, Tang Tian encountered an overwhelming amount of information regarding the Lord of Hongyun, encompassing his moments of nurturing this world and his yearning for the supreme realm, which remained just out of reach. Nevertheless, the vast majority of this information was disregarded by Tang Tian, as he sought only to uncover anything pertaining to himself and Xiao. After a brief while, a mundane scene captured Tang Tian's attention. It depicted the Lord of Hongyun conveying a message to an individual named Miaoyan. Miaoyan, he thought, I may have hope after all. Chapter 650. The Tai Chi Spy. This was a unilateral message, akin to a letter dispatched into the ether. The contents of the letter were as follows. Miao Yin. I might have hope. Once I succeed, we shall undoubtedly overcome all obstacles. Furthermore, I have discovered a youth devoid of fate. His background is intriguing and may very well be entwined with the deepest secrets of this world. If all goes as planned, I shall soon unravel the mysteries and share them with you. Trust me, you must wait for me. The message was sent shortly after Tang Tian confronted the heavenly origin immortal sovereign, just days after his initial meeting with the Red Cloud Tao Master. Upon examining all causal threads, only this instance explicitly referenced him, subtly alluding to minor matters. What hope was there for an esteemed Tao Master? It likely pertained to the hope of ascending to a supreme level. Thus, it was clear that this individual, Miao Yin, was at least aware of her own existence. The distance the letter traversed was considerable. Tang Tian initially sought to trace the causal line to locate Miao Yin. However, upon pursuit, he discovered that her causal thread extended directly into the territory of another unfamiliar supreme. A reckless intrusion would easily expose him. Ultimately, Tang Tian had no choice but to abandon his quest. Nevertheless, the fact that the Red Cloud Tao Master shared such significant information with Miao Yin indicated a deeper connection. Thus, Tang Tian began to investigate the causal lines for information pertaining to Miao Yin. To his astonishment, he learned that Miao Yin was also a master of the infinite path. She appeared to share a Tao partner relationship with the Red Cloud Tao Master. Tang Tian struggled to discern the nuances, as most communications were initiated unilaterally by the Red Cloud Tao Master, who conveyed messages imbued with profound emotion towards Miao Yin. Conversely, the information relayed by Miao Yin was scant, possibly delivered through other means that did not reveal the causal line. At first, Tang Tian presumed it to be an unreciprocated affection on the part of the Red Cloud Tao Master. However, as he uncovered more information, the situation became clearer. The Red Cloud Tao Master was, in fact, a spy for the Tai Chi Sacred Land. Throughout their communications, he repeatedly divulged numerous confidential details about the Tai Chi Sacred Land, such as the clandestine cultivation of prodigious disciples and the power dynamics within the sacred land. He even informed Miao Yin of the whereabouts of Long Jiuzhou. Most striking to Tang Tian was the mention of the anomalies in the land of tribulation, including the truth regarding Prince Yu descending to the mortal realm. That particular information about the land of tribulation had been expunged by a mysterious, transcendent existence on a cosmic level. However, he did not erase the matter on a causal level. The reasoning is quite simple. Only the Supreme can trace back causality. Upon attaining the status of Supreme, one can perceive anomalies at the level of the heavenly path. Thus, there is no need to engage in such futile efforts. According to the description provided by the Lord of Red Cloud regarding this matter, Tang Tian discerned that he was entirely unaware of the true purpose of the crossing of tribulations. He merely believed that the crossing was an immensely significant sanctuary for the Tai Chi Sacred Land, which led him to relay the recent anomaly to Miao Yin. However, the realm where Miao Yin resides belongs to another Supreme. Should Miao Yin disclose this situation to that Supreme, Or if that supreme were to learn of it through some means, they would undoubtedly be able to detect the anomaly from the perspective of the heavenly path. Consequently, they might also uncover the existence of both himself and the lesser entity. If only Miao Yin, the master of the Wujidao, were privy to this information, it would be of little consequence. He could simply find an opportune moment to visit her for tea. However, should the supreme from that side become aware, the implications would be far more dire. Now that Tang Tian himself is a supreme, he is acutely aware that being targeted by another supreme is an exceedingly troublesome affair, even if that individual has only recently ascended to such heights. Moreover, Tang Tian does not believe that the other party is merely a newly appointed supreme. According to the information within the causal lines revealed by the Lord of Red Cloud, that particular master has existed far longer than Long Jiuzhou. After reviewing all valuable information, Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, a gentle smile graced his lips. He had nearly forgotten about the Lord of Red Cloud, only to stumble upon some information from Zhang Peng that prompted his visit. Initially, he thought he would merely meander about, yet unexpectedly, he managed to uncover some leads. Being forewarned is certainly preferable to remaining perpetually in the dark. To be frank, Tang Tian harbors no fear of him, but he also does not wish to fall prey to some inexplicable treachery. Now that he is aware, he can take preemptive measures. Although he cannot ascertain the identity of that unfamiliar supreme from the Lord of Red Cloud, perhaps Tsin Wuhui outside can provide some useful insights. After all, the Lord of Red Cloud is involved in espionage. Within the Tai Chi sacred land, he must know whom messages are being relayed to. And Tsin Wuhui is surely cognizant of this. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian lightly snapped his fingers, dispersing the interwoven causal lines within the great hall. His eyes subsequently regained their clarity. Stepping out of the hall and gazing upon this vibrant little world, Tang Tian felt a twinge of regret. In truth, the Lord of Red Cloud had managed this world exceedingly well. Had it been integrated with the smaller Liuli world, it would swiftly transform into a complete realm, existing independently within the chaos. Yet, alas, he had failed. Without his stewardship, this world would soon wither and ultimately vanish into the boundless chaos. Contemplating this, Tang Tian summoned the small entity forth. This world can assimilate the realm of glass, and the realm of glass can equally consume it. This is far more nourishing than any celestial artifact or Tao instrument. So what do you think? Can it be swallowed? Tang Tian inquired directly. After surveying the verdant expanse, he murmured, "Old Tang, how do you always manage to acquire such exquisite treasures? Without the support of complete rules, this miniature world has nearly reached its zenith. Truly a paragon of excellence. Gathering 100 Tao lords would yield hardly a single one capable of achieving such a level with their own realms. Are you willing to part with it? Does its master have any objections?" Tang Tian nodded. "None. Its master has already fallen by my hand." Xiao paused momentarily. Her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "How ruthless! You are simply a fiend. You are so wicked. I adore it." Chapter 651, Red Cloud and Miao Yin with Tang Tian's assistance. The small world that originally belonged to the master of Red Cloud was drawn to the edge of the glazed world, establishing a conduit for the transfer of essential materials between the two realms. For the entity known as Xiao, the scale of this world was slightly overwhelming, making it impossible to absorb all at once. It could only opt for a gradual assimilation. Once fully absorbed, Xiao's glazed world could potentially double in size. Unfortunately, the growth of Xiao itself had nearly reached its limits. As the spirit of the world, its existence bore significant resemblance to the vast and unyielding. No matter how powerful it became, it could never transcend the realm of supremacy, ultimately remaining a half-step towards such exaltation. Nonetheless, there were advantages to this state. Although it would never attain the status of a war supreme, a larger scale would enhance its self-preservation capabilities. Thus, Xiao was quite pleased to accept this gift. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tian left Xiao to absorb its essence and vanished from the small world. In the next moment, he reappeared in the study of the master of Red Cloud. Tsin Wuhui remained in place, immobile. "How did it go? Did you find what you were looking for?" Tsin Wuhui inquired. Tang Tian nodded slightly and smiled. "There, I also stumbled upon some rather intriguing items. I suspect they will pique your interest." He then recounted the communication exchanges between the master of Red Cloud and Miao Yin to Tsin Wuhui, deliberately omitting any information regarding the crossing of tribulations and his own details. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuhui stood in stunned silence, engulfed in profound astonishment. No wonder. After all these years, numerous crucial secrets within the sacred land had inexplicably leaked. I had even organized a special campaign to root out potential traitors. Yet I only managed to capture a few insignificant individuals. It turns out it was his doing. Tang Tian chuckled softly. The Master of Red Cloud held a position within the sacred land that was nearly equal to Sun Wuhui's, making it impossible for him to trace the source of these leaks. Furthermore, Long Jiuzhou rarely interfered in the affairs of the sacred land. Thus, without sufficient evidence, even if suspicions fell upon the Master of Red Cloud, there was little that could be done. Did the information he leaked have a significant impact on the sacred land? Tang Tian inquired. Sun Wuhui nodded. It did have some repercussions. Among the more serious incidents was an expedition into a secret realm. Conflicts or resource competitions often arise between the sacred lands. During that particular expedition, we had secretly nurtured 2 exceptionally talented disciples, intending to catch the other side off guard and secure greater benefits for the Tai sacred land. However, their information was leaked, allowing the opponents to prepare in advance. As a result of that incident, we not only failed to reap substantial benefits, but also suffered significant losses, leading to the demise of the 2 secretly trained disciples within the enigmatic realm. It was this expedition into the secret domain that prompted me to commence a thorough investigation into the traitors within the sacred land. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, spies can inflict profound damage at times. One need only observe how numerous factions, even nations, have paid a heavy price due to spies or traitors, with the crimes they commit being utterly unforgivable. Who could the adversary be? Tang Tian inquired further about the enigmatic Miao Yan, who had maintained contact. In response to this query, Sun Wuhui let out a deep sigh. I must admit, I had harbored suspicions regarding Lord Han Yun, and I should have anticipated it to be him. Subsequently, Sun Wuhui recounted a fragment of the sacred land's history. Prior to the establishment of the Tai sacred land, the vast expanse currently governed by it was under the dominion of several superpowers. These factions were immensely powerful, each boasting numerous formidable Dao lords. Among them was Lord Han Yun, who emerged from one such superpower. At that time, he was regarded as one of the most remarkable talents of his era, ultimately ascending to become the divine son of his faction. Similarly, Miao Yan, a peer of his, was an extraordinary prodigy, equally revered as the divine daughter of her own superpower. The relationship between their factions was amicable, leading to frequent exchanges and collaborative explorations between Han Yun and Miao Yan as they grew. Over time, they developed mutual affections. However, due to the constraints of their respective statuses, they could never truly unite, though their bond remained profoundly intimate. Eventually, both ascended to the rank of Wujideo Lord, becoming the helmsmen of their respective factions. Had events continued on this trajectory, they might have become a celebrated tale within the cultivation world. Yet, at that juncture, Long Jiuzhou emerged with formidable strength, sweeping across the continent and establishing himself as the unrivaled powerhouse of that age. Subsequently, Long Jiuzhou founded the Tai sacred land, beginning to subjugate various factions across the continent. Those who surrendered were integrated into the sacred land, while those who resisted were ruthlessly exterminated. At that time, Long Jiuzhou had not yet officially ascended to supremacy, and few believed he could achieve such a status in such a short span, leading to considerable resistance from various factions. Dramatic events unfolded during this period. Originally, Han Yun was resolute in his opposition. He did not believe Long Jiuzhou could attain supremacy and was unwilling to submit to another's command, vowing to resist until the end. Yet, Miao Yan chose to fully submit to Long Jiuzhou. This decision was remarkably bold and unexpected given the prevailing circumstances. She even urged Han Yun to cease his resistance. Ultimately, perhaps out of love for Miao Yan, Han Yun relinquished his steadfastness and chose to yield to Long Jiuzhou. The 2 forces to which they belonged swiftly became the foremost superpowers to submit to Long Jiuzhou. Subsequent events proved that Miao Yan's choice was indeed prudent. During his campaigns, Long Jiuzhou unexpectedly ascended to supremacy, catching everyone off guard. Those forces that opposed him, facing less severe conflicts, promptly altered their stance in a desperate attempt for survival. Meanwhile, those embroiled in deeper conflicts were unable to change their fates and were swiftly vanquished by Long Jiuzhou. The first to pledge allegiance to him, Han Yun and Miao Yan, suddenly found themselves as the greatest beneficiaries. However, just as Han Yun reveled in his fortune, Miao Yin enacted an unforeseen rebellion. Yet, how could she stir up any turmoil against a supreme being? Her faction was obliterated in an instant, leaving her as the sole survivor, fleeing to seek refuge under the wing of another venerable supreme. In contrast, Han Yun chose to remain steadfast, prioritizing the survival of his own sect over all else. Thus, the two lovers were condemned to an expanse of billions of miles apart, destined to forget each other in the void. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. It seemed as though Long Jiuzhou had shattered the fated union of these star-crossed souls. No wonder Han Yun had opted to become a spy, he mused with a smile. Meanwhile, Sun Wuhui let out a bitter laugh, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "If it were merely this, it would hardly be significant. Everyone could empathize with Han Yun's plight and would make arrangements accordingly. Yet the issue lies in the fact that Miao Yin is far from the pure and innocent figure Han Yun envisions. This is something everyone is aware of. We all thought Han Yun understood, but the reality appears otherwise." Chapter 652, The Life of Miao Yin, through Sun Wuhui's narration. Tang Tian gained a fresh perspective on the relationship between Han Yun Daozhu and Miao Yin. The superpower to which Miao Yin belonged was known as Zhuangqing Palace. Among the numerous superpowers in the region, Zhuangqing Palace ranked among the most formidable, surpassing even the one associated with Han Yun. In Miao Yin's era, Zhuangqing Palace was particularly distinguished, teeming with exceptional talents and poised to ascend to the pinnacle of superpowers. Although Miao Yin possessed considerable innate talent, she was not the most remarkable figure within Zhuangqing Palace during that period. From the moment she embarked on her path to enlightenment, there was a senior sister named Hua Ming who consistently overshadowed her. Hua Ming exhibited extraordinary talent and possessed a remarkably pure innate Tao heart, advancing rapidly in her cultivation and becoming one of the most promising disciples of the time. Coupled with her admirable character and virtues, she garnered immense affection from the higher-ups of Zhuangqing Palace and held a prestigious reputation among her peers, embodying a radiant presence. Everyone was aware that, had Hua Ming continued on her path of success, the title of the Divine Maiden of Zhuangqing Palace would undoubtedly have belonged to her. Miao Yin was no exception to this knowledge but was unwilling to resign herself to such a fate. Unable to compete with Hua Ming on the grounds of sheer strength, she began to explore alternative methods. Demonstrating her intelligence, Miao Yin refrained from confronting Hua Ming directly and instead targeted those around her. Capitalizing on her innate beauty, she secretly mastered an impressive art of seduction. With her already commendable talent, she swiftly honed this skill to a remarkable level, subsequently orchestrating various coincidences to engage with the young male disciples who held a favorable relationship with Hua Ming. At that age, brimming with vitality and fervor, how could the impetuous youths resist the allure of Miao Yin's perfected seduction? Before long, several of Hua Ming's young male disciples found themselves utterly enchanted by Miao Yin, their senses completely ensnared. However, Miao Yin remained remarkably composed. After executing her plan, she did not hastily move against Hua Ming, but instead lay in wait for the opportune moment. Soon enough, that opportunity presented itself. It was during a significant disciples' conference where every superpower would send forth its most exceptional talents, and the outcomes of the event would have profound implications for vital interests. Just prior to the conference, Miao Yin took action. While mingling with Hua Ming's young followers, she disguised herself as a pitiable figure, burdened by her circumstances and perpetually overshadowed by Hua Ming. She subtly conveyed to them that Hua Ming's popularity stemmed solely from her innate Tao heart. Without it, Hua Ming would merely be an ordinary disciple, and the clouds casting a shadow over Miao Yin would dissipate. Thus, under Miao Yin's manipulation, those infatuated young disciples turned their intentions against Hua Ming. Seizing an opportunity during an outing, they conspired to ensure Hua Ming would remain forever outside the confines of Zhuangqing Palace. Subsequently, the innate Tao heart of Hua Ming was extracted and brought back to the Zhuangqing Palace, intended as a gift for their cherished little Baiwa, Miao Yin. The demise of Hua Ming sent shockwaves throughout the Zhuangqing Palace. Although Miao Yin managed to distance herself from the tragedy with remarkable clarity, leaving no tangible evidence for anyone to grasp, it appeared that the impulsive actions of a group of misguided disciples had led to such a heinous act. However, the higher echelons of the Zhuangqing Palace were no fools. They soon discerned that the mastermind behind this incident was none other than the perennial second, Miao Yin. Yet, with the disciples' assembly looming, should they deal with Miao Yin, their participation in this crucial event would inevitably falter against other formidable powers, resulting in substantial losses for the Zhuangqing Palace. Ultimately, after much deliberation, profit triumphed over morality. They chose to turn a blind eye and temporarily spared Miao Yin. After all, a fallen genius, no matter how gifted, is of little consequence. In this precarious situation, Miao Yin, with tears in her eyes, accepted Huo Ming's Dao heart, thus usurping his position. Miao Yin was indeed astute. She recognized that ascending through such means was neither honorable nor sustainable, prompting her to prepare in advance. In a remarkably brief period, she fully integrated Huo Ming's Dao heart. Subsequently, during the disciples' assembly, she made a name for herself, elevating the reputation of the Zhuangqing Palace and reaping considerable benefits for it. With her achievements secured, the assembly concluded, and the Zhuangqing Palace found it difficult to act against her, ultimately acknowledging her presence. It was also during this assembly that Miao Yin first encountered Hong Yun. The Zhuangqing Palace concealed this dark history from the public. Had it not been for the palace's eventual downfall and the thorough investigation that revealed such information, many would still believe that Huo Ming had perished in an accident. Thus, when Hong Yun met Miao Yin, she had already been crafted into a figure of resilience. The perennial second who bore the responsibilities of the deceased leader while fiercely upholding the sect's reputation and dignity. Sun Wuhui remarked. Tang Tian listened with keen interest. This Miao Yin indeed possessed considerable cunning. Although Sun Wuhui touched upon various aspects with merely a brief mention, the fact that she could, through a mere art of seduction, orchestrate the downfall of the illustrious Huo Ming and subsequently emerge unscathed to take his place was a testament to the complexity and strategy involved, far beyond what a few words could convey. Though the path to her rise bore a hint of malevolence, it must be acknowledged as somewhat inspirational. Hong Yun appreciated this facet of her character, and it was certainly understandable. Tang Tian commented. Sun Wuhui chuckled wryly. If it were merely this, it would be manageable. The cultivation world is inherently ruthless, and such occurrences are commonplace. Yet, Miao Yin is far more than that. He then continued to elaborate. After successfully assuming Huo Ming's position, Miao Yin finally embraced the life of her dreams. In order to ensure her position remained unchallenged, Miao Yin employed various stratagems in the days to come, suppressing those disciples who posed a potential threat to her. Some individuals suddenly found themselves embroiled in significant troubles. Others inexplicably violated the sect's laws, and still others descended into madness during their cultivation due to unforeseen events. On the surface, all these occurrences appeared to be unrelated to Miao Yin. Yet, upon closer examination, her presence seemed to surface at the most fortuitous moments. However, direct evidence remained elusive, coupled with Miao Yan's repeated accomplishments in the eyes of outsiders, and her status as the most formidable figure among the younger generation of Zhuangqing Palace. Thus, the upper echelons of the palace once again chose to turn a blind eye to her actions. Under normal circumstances, after eliminating all threats, the title of the Divine Maiden of Zhuangqing Palace would be left solely to Miao Yin. Yet, when the time came to confirm the position of the Divine Maiden, the palace delayed and did not grant Miao Yin her rightful wish. After extensive investigation, Miao Yin discerned the intentions of the higher-ups. Chapter 653. The path to ascendancy. Zhuangqing Gong, during that era, was regarded as a prestigious and righteous sect. The actions of Miao Yin, though chosen to be overlooked and tacitly accepted by many for various reasons, were nonetheless actions taken. The higher echelons of Zhuangqing Gong were reluctant to allow someone of dubious origin and questionable intent to ascend as the Divine Maiden. Instead, they aspired to bypass her entirely, nurturing the next generation of prodigious disciples from whom they could select. Thus, the decision regarding the Divine Maiden was repeatedly postponed. Upon learning of this development, Miao Yin was determined not to acquiesce. However, she recognized that she could no longer resort to her previous tactics. If she were to extend her influence towards the younger disciples, she would be touching upon Zhuangqing Gong's Achilles heel. Regardless of her past contributions, the higher-ups would not hesitate to penalize her. It was possible that both old grievances and new animosities would be reconciled, leaving her with no opportunity whatsoever. After careful contemplation, Miao Yin proactively sought out a pivotal individual, Hong Yun. The relationship between Zhuangqing Gong and Hong Yun's faction was notably cordial, with frequent exchanges among their disciples. After meeting Hong Yun at a disciples' conference, Miao Yin recognized his value and maintained contact with him. In Hong Yun's presence, Miao Yin crafted an image of innocence and purity, portraying herself as wholly devoted to the sect. They belonged to the same generation. Although Zhuang Qinggong had yet to finalize its divine maiden, Hong Yun had already ascended to the status of a divine son among their peers. Consequently, Miao Yin devised a plan to exploit this connection. She orchestrated a series of fortuitous events designed to intensify her and Hong Yun's relationship, and with some strategic promotion, they quickly became the subject of admiration and tales. The outside world remained oblivious to how Miao Yin attained her position. Thus, Hong Yun's faction wholeheartedly supported their budding romance. As Hong Yun was the divine son and Miao Yin the designated divine maiden of Zhuang Qinggong, a harmonious relationship between them would undoubtedly foster a burgeoning alliance between their respective factions. Although the higher-ups of Zhuang Qinggong were internally reluctant, the matter ultimately pertained to the external realm and was considered private. They dared not intervene excessively nor disclose Miao Yin's murky past. They cherished the reputation of their esteemed sect too dearly, for Miao Yin represented their fade at that time. Should her history be revealed, it would undoubtedly tarnish Zhuang Qinggong's esteemed name. Miao Yin adeptly capitalized on this situation. As her rapport with Hong Yun deepened, she became increasingly active within other factions, leaving behind a series of captivating tales. To outsiders, they appeared as a destined pair of golden children, and anyone daring to sever their bond would surely invoke divine wrath. Consequently, Miao Yin's identity as the divine maiden became solidified through her vibrant external presence. Everyone believed that Miao Yin's ascension as the divine maiden of Zhuang Qinggong was an inevitable outcome, merely awaiting its time to unfold. This, indeed, is the very essence of Miao Yin's ambitions. She seeks to exploit the external opinions to compel the upper echelons of Zhuangqing Palace to officially acknowledge her identity as a goddess. As previously stated, Zhuangqing Palace is excessively protective of its reputation. The reality unfolded as Miao Yin had anticipated. When the public began to speculate on the delay in the formal recognition of Miao Yin as the goddess, the higher-ups of Zhuangqing Palace found themselves unable to wait any longer. Ultimately, they struck a bargain with Miao Yin, should she amend her ways. Forsaking her insidious tactics and ceasing to harm her fellow disciples, dedicating herself solely to the palace, they would concede her position as the goddess. Miao Yin readily acquiesced. Thus, her desires were fulfilled, and she seamlessly ascended to the role of goddess within Zhuangqing Palace. However, one who has consistently employed unscrupulous methods to achieve her ends since childhood would find it exceedingly difficult to alter her ways. After attaining the title of goddess, Miao Yin wielded even greater power, and her methods grew increasingly ruthless. She continued to suppress those talented disciples who posed potential threats to her, ensuring the security of her divine status. Simultaneously, she began to infiltrate the upper echelons of Zhuangqing Palace with her cunning, for she understood that as long as there were dissenting voices among the leadership, her position would forever be precarious, ever susceptible to being unceremoniously ousted. Miao Yin accomplished much even without power. Now, with authority in her grasp, her endeavors became more effortless. Before long, half of the palace's leadership fell under her sway, and dissenting voices dwindled. Eventually, such opposition vanished entirely, and Miao Yin successfully emerged as the designated heir to the throne of Zhuangqing Palace. Provided she could maintain this status quo, she was destined to become the next leader of the palace, perhaps even more assuredly than the previous goddess. Yet, insatiable in her desires, having tasted the sweetness of power, Miao Yin was hardly inclined to remain passive, awaiting her moment. Thus, she instigated an internal rebellion within Zhuangqing Palace, tarnishing the reputation of the then-current leader and ultimately driving her to her demise within the Grand Hall. Subsequently, Miao Yin, having ascended to the title of leader even before Hong Yun, claimed the position of the palace's ruler. Remarkable, Tang Tian exclaimed in awe after hearing the tale. The trajectory of Miao Yan's life is undeniably extraordinary. It can be described as a villain's rise to power. In contrast, Hong Yun appears to have traversed a path far too smooth and simplistic. On Miao Yan's journey, Hong Yun was merely a pawn, manipulated by her designs. When the Holy Land officials undertook an investigation into the history of Zhuangqing Palace, they were indeed taken aback by Miao Yin. Though her methods were far from honorable, One could not deny that she was a formidable figure who adeptly harnessed her advantages, resorting to any means necessary. However, one who frequently walks by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. A single misstep can lead to irreparable consequences. Sin Wuhui resumed his narration. Upon ascending to the position of the palace master, Miaoyan seized the reins of power, eliminating any dissenters and firmly establishing her dominion over the Zhuangqing palace. Finally achieving her long-held aspirations, she embraced her newfound freedom, indulging in extravagance and hedonism to the fullest. The feathers that had been safeguarded for tens of thousands of years within the palace crumbled overnight, and the entire sect began to exhibit signs of disarray. When weariness set in, Miaoyan would seek out Hong Yun, engaging him in discussions about pure romance. During that period, it could be said that Hong Yun merely served as a diversion for Miaoyan, a plaything to lighten her spirits. As time progressed, it was inevitable that Hong Yun would eventually uncover Miaoyan's fade, painting a mockery of a clown upon his own visage. Yet, at that very moment, Long Jiuzhou suddenly emerged as a formidable force. Miaoyan immediately shifted her attention to this promising newcomer, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable vigor. Chapter 654. The tragic red cloud. Long Jiuzhou's meteoric rise immediately captivated Miaoyan's attention. At that time, she wielded her status and formidable charms to ensnare countless young and exceptional men who willingly succumbed to her allure. She could summon any type of man she desired, effortlessly commanding their allegiance. Prolonged success often creates an illusion of complete control over one's circumstances. Miaoyan initially believed that the world operated in such a manner, where anything she wished for would ultimately be within her grasp. Having grown weary of local suitors, she found the genius youth from the lower realms, Long Jiuzhou, to be particularly intriguing. Thus, Miaoyan began to approach him with intent. Employing her numerous tried-and-true tactics, she orchestrated various chance encounters and coincidences. However, this time, Long Jiuzhou remained impervious to her advances, seemingly a resolute practitioner wholly devoted to his path. Yet, such indifference only intensified Miaoyan's interest. She could not fathom the existence of a young man capable of withstanding her trials. Consequently, she delved into the nuances of Long Jiuzhou's character and preferences, crafting elaborate arrangements to win him over. Yet, this time, she miscalculated profoundly. Long Jiuzhou was, in essence, an extraordinary individual, bearing a profound mission that rendered him unaffected by Miaoyan's strategies. Moreover, his rapid ascent was unprecedented. He soon soared to the rank of Dao Master, standing alongside the likes of Hong Yun and Miaoyan. Subsequently, he founded the Tai Holy Land, commencing the reclamation of various powers across the land. In Long Jiuzhou's eyes, Miaoyan remained a mere specter, never truly present. This marked Miaoyan's first encounter with the taste of failure. However, rather than feeling disheartened, her fascination with Long Jiuzhou deepened. Through prolonged interaction, she discerned that he was no ordinary mortal. Under his leadership, the Tai Holy Land was destined to rise with similar vigor, becoming the preeminent force across the realm. After careful contemplation, Miaoyan resolutely chose to align the entire Zhuangqing palace with Long Jiuzhou. Had events concluded in this manner, she might have emerged as the most senior elder of the Tai Holy Land, potentially earning significant favor. For Long Jiuzhou was not one to adhere to the orthodox principles of esteemed sects. He would not concern himself with Miaoyan's past. Yet, having tasted the nectar of supreme power, how could she content herself with remaining subordinate for long? Her decision to submit to Long Jiuzhou was driven solely by his might and potential. She aspired to infiltrate every corner of the Tai Holy Land, thereby seizing control and rendering Long Jiuzhou a mere figurehead. If successful, he would serve merely as her subordinate. Indeed, fate unfolded in accordance with her desires. The recently established sacred land of Tai, inherently unstable, could hardly withstand her machinations. With minimal effort, she had infiltrated the entirety of the sacred land. What remained was merely to await Long Jiuzhou's conquest of this continent, after which she would reap the rewards of victory. However, she could never have anticipated that, during the course of battle, Long Jiuzhou would achieve the status of supreme. The title of supreme is one that possesses the power to alter everything. He transcended all worldly troubles, and upon attaining this exalted status, the burdens of his past would vanish entirely. The schemes and strategies devised by Miaoyan, along with her various tactics, crumbled into nothingness the moment Long Jiuzhou ascended to supremacy, rendering her efforts a mere jest. This marked Miaoyan's second failure against Long Jiuzhou, a failure from which there would be no recovery. She understood all too well that if Long Jiuzhou were to glance back at the sacred land upon returning from battle, every action she had taken would serve as her own death warrant. This was an inevitable outcome, for after Long Jiuzhou became supreme, the opposing forces promptly declared their allegiance, hastening the end of the conflict. In a desperate bid for survival, Miaoyan orchestrated a large-scale rebellion. Utilizing this turmoil, she fled to the territory of another supreme in search of sanctuary. However, within mere days, the rebellion was quelled entirely by Long Jiuzhou. As the rebellion had been primarily instigated by the Zhuangqing Palace, the subsequent investigation unveiled Miaoyan's dark history. It was then that the public discovered the true nature of the Zhuangqing Palace's leader, the former saintess, who had secretly engaged in countless disgraceful acts. When Miaoyan abruptly incited the rebellion, Han Yun had also contemplated following in her footsteps. Fortunately, the faction he belonged to was not solely governed by him. The elder patriarch and numerous elders intervened, confining Han Yun until a century had passed before his release. We all assumed that Han Yun was aware of Miaoyan's true character. Yet it now appears that this may not have been the case. Perhaps that century allowed him to miss the period when Miaoyan was universally reviled. Sun Wuhui remarked. Upon hearing the entire tale, Tang Tian let out a deep sigh. One cannot deny that this chapter of history is indeed intriguing. Miaoyan danced perilously on the edge of a blade, embracing immense risk for potentially great reward. Yet, she had consistently relied on her wit and various stratagems to maintain control. Regrettably, this is the realm of cultivation. Until one has truly reached the pinnacle, one can never fully seize their own fate. The emergence of Long Jiuzhou has caused all that she once took pride in to crumble at the feet of this individual. Everything she once possessed has dissolved into nothingness, leaving her akin to a stray dog, frantically fleeing her homeland and wandering into distant lands. As for Han Yun, how shall one articulate it? A prodigy, yet equally a tragedy. In the first half of his life, he became entangled with Miaoyan, manipulated at her whim, reduced to a mere tool to alleviate her ennui after indulgence, all the while remaining oblivious to his own plight. Ultimately, he fell into the clutches of Tang Tian, meeting his demise in the forsaken chaos, unnoticed and unwept. What a lamentable fate, so tragic, so pitiable. Perhaps he understood the true nature of Miaoyan, yet was unable to accept it, deceiving himself instead. Tang Tian remarked. Sun Wuhui scoffed. That is indeed a possibility. After all, Miaoyan has long been his cherished white moonlight. For many, first love remains sacred and inviolable. Chapter 655. The release of false information. First love is sacred and inviolable. Yet, following this sentiment lies another truth. Foolishness is indeed deserving of scorn. Han Yun, as a leader of the sect, disregards his fellow disciples in pursuit of his so-called white moonlight, even resorting to espionage. In the beginning, all factions that eventually submitted to the Taichi sacred land retained their doctrines, some even evolving into relatively independent entities, growing stronger than ever. Conversely, the faction to which Han Yun belonged, the first to yield to the sacred land, has gradually faded from public consciousness over time. Disciples have scattered, and now, not even a name remains, leaving only the so-called Han Yun Mountain. With the disappearance of their doctrines, it is hardly an overstatement to label him as foolish, still pining for his delicate flower. Moreover, he is somewhat fortunate. Had he been discovered during Long Jiuzhou's management of the sacred land, transformed into a prodigy of the sacred land, his fellow disciples would likely have suffered dire consequences because of him. Love is permissible, but it must be tempered with restraint. Clearly, Han Yun lacks this moderation, embodying an irredeemable romantic folly. How do you plan to address this matter? Tang Tian inquired. Sun Wuhui pondered briefly before responding. I have previously investigated Han Yun Mountain. There are no significant issues. It is unlikely that Han Yun will casually divulge his clandestine communications with Miaoyan to others. Since he is now deceased, there is no need to involve anyone else. I shall reflect on the information Han Yun leaked to ascertain its potential impact on the sacred land, and then proceed with necessary arrangements. Tang Tian nodded, then asked, what about the territory where Miaoyan is currently located? Which supreme being governs it? Sun Wuhui replied, after fleeing from the Taichi sacred land, Miaoyan has vanished without a trace. and her precise whereabouts remain uncertain. Tang Tian remained silent, indicating to Xin Wuhui the position he had discerned through the threads of causality. Xin Wuhui was momentarily taken aback. The radiant sacred land? He then furrowed his brow and spoke with a grave tone. I should have anticipated this. For years, the radiant sacred land has been our adversary, proving to be the most formidable opponent for the Tai Chi sacred land. They have inexplicably gained the upper hand on several occasions, and it seems Miao Yin has been the source of their machinations. Tang Tian inquired, what is the name of their supreme being? Xin Wuhui responded, the leader of the radiant sacred land is known as Ming Yao, a venerable supreme being who ascended to power hundreds of thousands of years ago, possessing formidable strength. The territory of the radiant sacred land is vast, teeming with talent. Should Miao Yin indeed be in service to them? Her nature poses a considerable threat to the Tai Chi sacred land. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Regarding the enmity between Miao Yin and the sacred land of Tai, he was not particularly concerned. No matter her cunning, she remained merely a Taoist lord, forever unable to transcend the boundaries before the supreme. The rivalry among the sacred lands was, to him, nothing more than trifling skirmishes. What he truly pondered was whether the illustrious supreme was aware of the contents of the letter Han Yun had delivered to Miao Yin. Should the other party become privy to it, he must be prepared in advance. Gather all available information regarding the illustrious supreme for me, Tang Tian instructed. Xin Wuhui nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Matters among the supremes were best left to them to resolve. Moments later, Xin Wuhui presented the information on the illustrious supreme to Tang Tian. Upon perusal, Tang Tian discovered that most of it consisted merely of ethereal legends, with precious little of practical value. This was to be expected. The realms of the supremes and those beneath them were fundamentally disparate, hence the scant knowledge exchanged. However, despite the limited information, it still proved somewhat useful. There should be no issues regarding the affairs at Hanyun Mountain, correct? Tang Tian inquired. Xin Wuhui nodded. Not a significant problem. With the presence of the Lord God's identity token, no one dares to speak out of turn. Moreover, you have not taken any lives. It can be regarded merely as a warning. Xin Wuhui understood that Tang Tian's commotion was intended as a caution to others in the sacred land, advising them not to provoke the lineage of Yunding Mountain. Yunding Mountain was indeed fortunate. When he ascended from the lower realms, he had not received such treatment. Yet, another concern arose. Xin Wuhui remarked, although I have concealed your strength with the Lord God's identity token, news will inevitably leak. I worry that some may suspect your true power. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. That is of no consequence. Before taking action, I ensured the entire sacred land was monitored. Without my consent, no information regarding me will be disseminated. He had indeed made ample preparations. Otherwise, he would not have acted with such assertiveness. Xin Wuhui furrowed his brow in contemplation and suggested, perhaps we should proceed this way. Keeping everything under wraps will surely arouse suspicion. Upon my return, I will issue some announcements, employing a literary technique to obscure this matter. Since you have not revealed your supreme strength, it remains feasible. Tang Tian nodded, allowing Xin Wuhui to make the arrangements, as he held considerable trust in his capabilities. Otherwise, Long Zhozhou would not have entrusted the least experienced Xin Wuhui with the oversight of the entire sacred land. However, rather than completely concealing the truth, it would be more prudent to let some whispers escape. Without bait, how could the prey be drawn near? I need you to assist me with one more task. In a few months, we shall venture to the Lingyun mountain range. He subtly revealed some information, stating that he would accompany the main forces of the Holy Land to undertake trials in the Spirit-Fallen mountain range. It was imperative to ensure that those from the radiant Holy Land were informed. Tang Tian remarked. Whether the illustrious Supreme was aware of his circumstances remained an enigma. If only Miao Yin was privy to this knowledge, there was no need to provoke a conflict with a seasoned Supreme. After disclosing his own information, he was confident that, given Miao Yan's disposition, she would seize this opportunity without hesitation. Understood, Xin Wuhui responded with utmost respect. He was unaware of Tang Tian's intentions, but, having received the directive, he would simply comply. Subsequently, the two deliberated on several other particulars before ultimately departing from the study of Lord Hanyun. As they exited, those within the Grand Hall of Hanyun Mountain were so intimidated that they dared not even breathe, fearful of incurring the displeasure of the divine protector and provoking their ire. However, Tang Tian was not inclined towards such frivolities as he departed with Zhen Wuhui. Once outside, he led the still-stunned crowd from Cloud Summit back. Chapter 656. Resolving Causality. The battle at Honyun Mountain left an indelible impression on all inhabitants of the Tai sacred land. A prodigy, who had recently ascended from the lower realms, managed to outmaneuver the local genius, Wu Chang, of the ritual realm on the arena, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. It was nothing short of explosive. However, what transpired next shattered the very foundations of people's understanding. The first punch sent dozens of powerful figures, including Daoist sovereigns, flying. The second punch left a half-step Dao Lord and several Daoist sovereigns in a state of utter oblivion. The third punch annihilated numerous Dao Lord-level elders, including the peak master of Honyun Mountain. These three blows not only brought half of Honyun Mountain to its knees before Tang Tian, but also pulverized their perceptions of cultivation into mere fragments. Could such a level of genius truly exist in this world? It was a blatant defiance of heavenly principles, a rebellion against cosmic order. The practitioners began to harbor grave doubts about their path of cultivation. Fortunately, it was only after the announcement from the unwavering Dao Lord that they learned Tang Tian was under the personal protection of the Divine Sovereign. With such divine backing, the seemingly outrageous feats suddenly appeared somewhat justified. After all, what could the Divine Sovereign not accomplish? A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they realized the truth. Nevertheless, the actions taken by Tang Tian remained undeniable. Even with the Divine Sovereign's protection, an ordinary individual could not confront a Dao Lord-level existence without flinching, let alone launch a fierce counterattack. This audacity was far beyond the capabilities of the average person. Beyond Tang Tian, people began to reassess the status of Yunding Mountain. A Tang Tian, personally sheltered by the Divine Sovereign, was enough to instigate a seismic shift in Yunding Mountain's standing within the Tai sacred land. Following this incident, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke Yunding Mountain lightly again. The case of Honyun Mountain, a top-tier force, crumbling beneath Tang Tian's three punches, was a cautionary tale that evoked deep trepidation. As for Tang Tian, people were now hesitant to inquire or approach him indiscriminately. If even Honyun Mountain could not withstand his wrath, what hope did others have? Most individuals were acutely aware of their standing. Thus, this momentous upheaval that reverberated throughout the sacred land gradually subsided under the proclamation of the unwavering Dao Lord. Tang Tian's true strength was temporarily concealed. At Yunding Mountain, Tang Tian and Luo Tianhong sat face to face in a pavilion by the serene garden pond atop the mountain. In recent days, they would engage in such casual conversations every 10 days or so. However, upon discovering the true foundation behind Tang Tian, Luo Tianhong appeared considerably more restrained. The authority of the Divine Sovereign loomed overwhelmingly large in the hearts of the disciples of the Tai sacred land. In response, Tang Tian chose not to elaborate, for in a matter of months, he would be departing from the Tai sacred land. Today, he had summoned Luo Tianhong merely to ascertain whether there remained any matters that required assistance, thus settling the final threads of causation. The issue appeared to be of little significance. Luo Tianhong spoke up, stating, "Before your ascension to the upper realm, the development of Cloud Peak Mountain was relatively stable. Although there were certain troubles, none were fatal. However, after your arrival, most of the major issues dissipated, leaving only a handful of grievances, such as those concerning Honyun Mountain. Ahem, now that Honyun Mountain has vanished, the other top-tier factions have begun to extend their goodwill towards us. Cloud Peak Mountain has now emerged as the most sought-after entity within the sacred land, with a continuous stream of visitors expressing their amiability. Our greatest challenge now lies in our insufficient numbers, rendering us unable to effectively manage such vast benefits." He chuckled. The recent developments were indeed surreal for Cloud Peak Mountain, which had never before engaged in such prosperous endeavors. Thus, they found themselves somewhat unprepared. "I shall request the Wuhui Dao Lord to dispatch more capable individuals to assist with the external affairs of Cloud Peak Mountain," Tang Tian remarked. "My intention in establishing authority over Honyun Mountain was never to burden you all, leaving you so occupied that you neglect your cultivation. Strength is always the foundation. Now that you have a favorable external environment, focus your energies on your cultivation. Do not become entangled in mundane affairs. Rather, it is imperative to strengthen yourselves." Power remains the sole criterion for evaluation in the realm of cultivation. He could indeed create an optimal external environment for Cloud Peak Mountain. Yet whether its members could secure a position at the pinnacle of the Tai sacred land ultimately depended on their own efforts. By the way, are the resources for cultivation sufficient? Tang Tian inquired. Luo Tianhong replied, it is adequate. Over the years, we have amassed some resources to meet everyone's cultivation needs, which should sustain us for a while. Based on the current pace, it appears we will be able to maintain continuity. Tang Tian gazed at him and said, the resources you mentioned can only satisfy the most basic cultivation requirements, cannot they? Moreover, you have already reached the pinnacle of Dao sovereignty. Why have you yet to take that final step? Luo Tianhong chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. As for cultivation resources, there truly exists no upper limit. One can never have enough. However, the passage of several millennia has rendered me somewhat pragmatic and conservative, hence my response. Tang Tian understood his thoughts and chose not to press further. Instead, he produced a communication jade talisman and handed it to Luo Tianhong. Upon your return, use this to contact someone named Miao Yun. In terms of cultivation resources, all demands can be conveyed to her, after which you may deliberate on solutions together. There is an abundance of jade crystals at our disposal. I hope that by the time I return, the overall strength of Yunding Mountain will have ascended significantly, remarked Tang Tian. Luo Tianhong accepted the communication jade talisman with a respectful expression of gratitude. Suddenly, he paused and asked, are you departing? Tang Tian nodded in affirmation, stating, in a few months, the day of the Lingyun Mountain Range's opening will arrive. At that time, I shall journey to the Lingyun Mountain Range alongside the sacred land for a trial. This trial is rather unique, and the return date remains uncertain. The future is unpredictable, so you must seize this opportunity to diligently enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhong's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Rest assured, we shall not let your efforts go in vain. Furthermore, I have heard of the Lingyun Mountain Range. It is not a place of tranquility. I am unable to assist you further, but I must remind you to prioritize your safety. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation about various other topics before Luo Tianhong departed from the garden. Chapter 657 Preparation for Departure in the Subsequent Period. Tang Tian once again embraced his tranquil life. He indulged in leisurely activities such as sipping wine, fishing, basking in the sun, and savoring the peculiar homemade dishes crafted by Gu Xiaoxue. Under the leadership of Miao Yun and the unwavering support of Cin Wuhui, the Tianxia Commerce Association expanded at a pace far surpassing that of its existence in the lower realms. Within just a few months, it had seized control of numerous major cities in the business world, its influence now beginning to extend beyond the confines of the Wangchuan main city, stretching into other principal cities. Simultaneously, the progress of the Sky and Earth virtual realm began to exhibit remarkable vitality. This novel entity, which amalgamated commerce, entertainment, and cultivation, swiftly garnered a plethora of admiration. After several years of development in the lower realms, the content within the virtual realm had matured significantly. Wang Gang personally led a team alongside Miao Yun, swiftly devising numerous models tailored to the characteristics of the Sky and Earth, catering to local practitioners and rendering them utterly captivated. Although the virtual realm was still confined to the Wangchuan main city, the trajectory of its explosive growth suggested that it would soon surpass the physical Tianxia Commerce Association, sweeping across the entirety of the Sky and Earth like a locust swarm. Even Tang Tian, the creator of the virtual realm, could not fathom how far this viral phenomenon could expand. Perhaps even the entire myriad of realms would succumb to its influence, achieving a true global connectivity. The concurrent development of Tianxia commerce and the virtual realm also bestowed upon Tang Tian a vast abundance of crystal jade and consumption points. With the fervent investment of these points, the growth of the ginkgo tree's Dao fruits received ample nourishment. One by one, the innate spirits began to emerge, rendering this nascent world even more vibrant and increasingly perfect. Tang Tian's progression within the supreme realm continued unabated. Each time a Dao fruit hatched, his strength ascended to a new echelon. What took other supreme beings thousands or even tens of thousands of years to accomplish, he achieved in mere days, an astonishing feat. At this rate, it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle that many supreme beings yearned for, attaining unparalleled greatness. Most remarkably, He accomplished all of this while reclining in ease. At times, out of sheer boredom, he would venture into the virtual realm to engage in gaming. As the largest and most popular virtual game within the realm, Seeking Immortals now boasted a daily online populace exceeding 100 million. During this idle period, Tang Tian decided to immerse himself in the experience. He entered a newly launched world of Seeking Immortals, refraining from utilizing his identity as the master of the virtual realm to gain an unfair advantage, opting instead for a genuine gaming experience. However, the game's leveling system was intricately linked to one's comprehension of cultivation. Even without earnest dedication, he functioned as a humanoid enhancement within the game. A master of all trades swiftly came to life under his guidance. Subsequently, he established a battle group that effortlessly crushed the two titans dominating every new world of Xuanxian, the Jinhuan Mountain Battle Group and the Liaoding Battle Group, which left many in utter astonishment. These two giants were indeed unparalleled entities within Xuanxian, rapidly flourishing and seizing the forefront each time a new world was unveiled. Yet this time, they were overwhelmed by an unfamiliar battle group composed of scattered individuals, resulting in a seismic upheaval throughout Xuanxian. Everyone began searching for the legendary leader of this group, the only master of all professions within the realm. Regrettably, after realizing the vast disparity in strength with other players, Tang Tian withdrew from the game, leaving behind a myth that would forever remain unsurpassed. In the course of his journey through Xuanxian over the past few months, numerous intriguing events unfolded. However, lamentably, they cannot be elaborated upon further, lest it devolve into a mere online game narrative. Thus, I shall succinctly move past it. Through his gaming experience during this period, Tang Tian discerned certain issues within the game. Initially, Xuanxian was designed with a dual focus on practicality and entertainment, resulting in an inherent imbalance. Those with profound understanding of cultivation were undoubtedly stronger than those of lesser prowess, while weaker players could achieve significant growth. The corresponding entertainment value diminished considerably. After all, not every cultivator is solely fixated on becoming stronger. The demand for pure entertainment remains substantial. Consequently, upon departing from Xuanxian, Tang Tian instructed Xiao Ji to commence the creation of a purely entertainment-focused game, disregarding the player's individual circumstances, thereby allowing everyone to commence from the same starting line to achieve equilibrium and offer ordinary cultivators a chance to ascend to greatness. Following this, he implemented several optimizations in other aspects of the virtual realm, which I shall refrain from detailing here. Time spent in entertainment passed swiftly, and soon the moment approached for the opening of the Lingyun mountain range. The Tai Sacred Land had finalized the members for the upcoming trial in the Lingyun mountain range, preparing to gather at a place known as Wuyue Cliff. According to Tsinwu Hui, only those of supreme status could traverse the chaos directly to reach the Lingyun mountain range, while those beneath that rank were required to journey through Wuyue Cliff. This cliff was a rather peculiar location, situated beyond the world, perpetually devoid of moonlight, and characterized by an extremely harsh environment, almost devoid of any cultivation opportunities. Prolonged stays there could even result in regression of cultivation. Thus, only during the opening of the Lingyun mountain range did Wuyue Cliff come to life, as all sacred lands en route to the mountain would converge in this desolate area, each preparing for the trial ahead. On that particular morning, the bells of the Tai Sacred Land's main peak resonated. Tang Tian understood that this signaled the departure for Wuyue Cliff. Consequently, he left Yunding Mountain, placed Gu Xiaoxue into the world of the monster egg, and made his way alone to the Sacred Land's main peak. As for Wang Ziyu, he remained temporarily at Yunding Mountain. This journey is fraught with uncertainty, making it unnecessary to involve him in such perilous risks. Regardless of whether memories are restored in the future, Prince Yu's odyssey ought to conclude here. After all, the Sacred Land has always been his home. When Tang Tian arrived at the main peak, the area was already teeming with elders and young disciples from the Sacred Land. They were all elite individuals chosen to venture to the Spirit-Fallen mountain range. This mountain range is remarkably unique, offering immense benefits to practitioners at every level of cultivation. Thus, the disciples selected by the Sacred Land span from the Pathmaster realm to the primordial Tao Sovereign realm. The leading elders are formidable beings at the Tao Master level. Based on past experiences, it is observed that half of those present are likely to attain remarkable fortunes. while the other half will be eternally ensnared within the spirit-fallen mountain range. Tang Tian arrived discreetly, quietly blending into the ranks of the disciples, finding a serene spot to patiently await the commencement of their journey. Chapter 658. Wei Chun of the Abyss at the summit of the Tai sacred land. A multitude of disciples gathered in the expansive courtyard before the grand hall. These were the elite chosen from the sacred land, now awaiting their journey to the moonless cliff to prepare for the ultimate trial at the spirit-fallen mountain range. When Tang Tian made his appearance, he instantly became the focal point of attention for nearly all present. Following the incident at Red Cloud Mountain, his name had reverberated throughout the Tai sacred land. It was widely known that the usually indifferent deity had, for the first time, taken a notable interest in this young genius newly ascended from the lower realms, offering him personal protection. Such treatment had never before been witnessed. Tang Tian's prowess, having decisively secured Red Cloud Mountain with 3 powerful strikes, instilled a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. A young genius shielded by the strongest of guardians, unchecked in his ambition, was a figure that none dared to provoke lightly. Thus, for quite some time, no one approached him, not even daring to come too close, choosing instead to observe from a distance and whisper amongst themselves. Tang Tian, relishing the solitude, found little common ground with these disciples and was content to wait for the departure of the group. However, after a while, one disciple, seemingly resolute, stepped forward to stand before Tang Tian. He slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and cautiously addressed him, "Young Master Tang." Tang Tian cast a glance at him. The young man bore the cultivation of the path of all beings, and though he was barely a century old, he was notably exceptional. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Tang Tian replied coolly. The young disciple bowed again and said, "I have come to express my gratitude on behalf of my brother." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Gratitude for what?" "My name is Wei Chun," the young disciple continued, "a member of the abyssal heaven lineage, who ascended to the upper realm over 50 years ago. A few years prior, during our correspondence with the lower realms, I learned that my younger brother, Wei Yong, was saved by you on the ancient battlefield. He is my only sibling, and I shall never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon him. Though I recognize that, given your current stature, I am no longer worthy of your attention, I still wish to convey this. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Wei Chun will do his utmost to oblige." Wei Chun spoke with sincere conviction. Tang Tian then realized that this young man was the elder brother of someone he had helped. The Cloud Summit Heaven and the Abyssal Heaven had always maintained a cordial relationship, and within the sacred land, this bond remained strong. When the Cloud Summit flourished, it was the Abyssal Heaven and the Northern Cold Heaven that were the first to be uplifted. It was but a trivial matter. "There is no need to dwell on it," Tang Tian replied. "How fares the Abyssal Heaven these days?" Wei Chun smiled and said, "Thanks to your grace, young Master Tang. The Abyssal Heaven has also benefited from a lingering favor. Many of our past difficulties have been alleviated. Take this trial at the Spirit-Fallen Mountain Range, for instance. We initially had no chance of participation, yet we managed to secure a spot through persistent effort. The entirety of the Abyssal lineage will forever remember your kindness." Tang Tian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It is indeed said that when one person ascends, even the fowl and dogs benefit. Thus, the Mingyuan lineage reaped its due rewards, a most anticipated outcome. In truth, the Yunding lineage also allocated several slots for this trial. Yet Tang Tian instructed Luo Tianhong to decline. This particular session at the Lingyun mountain range is extraordinary, and it is best they refrain from risking themselves unnecessarily. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Subsequently, Tang Tian engaged in casual conversation with Wei Chun. Through their brief exchanges, the two gradually became more acquainted. "The rumors circulating are rather untrustworthy. I find young Master Tang's demeanor to be exceedingly amiable," Wei Chun remarked with a smile. Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, "What do people say about me?" Wei Chun replied, "I must caution you, young Master Tang, not to take offense. Given the recent events at Hanyan Mountain, many believe you possess a rather irritable temperament and are difficult to approach. The most common phrase used is respectful yet distant." Tang Tian chuckled softly. Wei Chun had been quite diplomatic. Amidst the whispers of others earlier, he had overheard far less flattering descriptions, including terms such as unpredictable and inherently violent. Some even went so far as to say he had a penchant for consuming children. "Let them be," Tang Tian said with a smile. I rather enjoy a leisurely life. Wei Chen complimented. Young Master Tang's indifference to fame and fortune puts many to shame. By the way, are you familiar with the trial at the Lingyun mountain range? He shifted the conversation. I only know it to be a trial filled with fortuitous opportunities, Tang Tian responded. Wei Chen chuckled. I, lacking in talent, have done some preliminary research. May I share my findings with you? Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Thus, under Wei Chen's narration, Tang Tian gleaned insights into some common sacred grounds and the journey to the Lingyun mountain range. Firstly, each sacred ground selects its disciples in advance, who, under the guidance of elders at the Dao master level, proceed to the transit point at Wuyue Cliff. In certain exceptional cases, the sacred master may personally attend, although most sacred masters, even if present, will not pass through Wuyue Cliff. Consequently, Wuyue Cliff has evolved into a grand assembly of sacred grounds occurring once every decade. A powerful being has established a city on Wuyue Cliff, known as Wuyue City. This city serves a singular purpose: to shield against the peculiar forces that can erode one's cultivation and cause regression. As long as cultivators remain within Wuyue City and refrain from wandering, they are relatively safe. However, prolonged stays are inadvisable, as they may still be permeated by these strange forces, leading to permanent damage to their path of cultivation. Once the Lingyun mountain range officially opens, all members of the sacred grounds will utilize designated teleportation arrays to reach the trial grounds. The Lingyun mountain range is replete with opportunities, yet it is equally fraught with peril, inhabited by a myriad of ancient and ferocious beasts. Some of these creatures possess such formidable strength that even the most exalted of beings may find themselves at a loss against them. The mountain range itself is not expansive. With dozens of sacred lands and countless practitioners flooding into its depths, conflicts are inevitably bound to arise. Each year, the number of disciples who perish at the hands of other cultivators surpasses those who fall victim to the beasts. The most treacherous area within the Lingyun mountain range is a forbidden zone known as the Wailing Tomb of All Spirits. It is a veritable sanctuary of death, where even the fiercest beasts dare not tread. I have heard that even exalted beings risk their lives within its confines. However, within the Wailing Tomb lies the greatest fortune of the Lingyun mountain range. Here, a divine entity known as the Tear of Nature manifests, offering immense benefits to practitioners across all realms of understanding. Consequently, the periphery of the Wailing Tomb becomes the most densely populated and conflict-ridden area, where even beings of the Dao Lord level engage in fierce battles. Should one harbor any doubts regarding their strength, it is prudent to maintain a considerable distance from that treacherous vicinity, Wei Chen solemnly advised. Tang Tian merely nodded in response. The Wailing Tomb, perhaps, is the very place where the Mother of Nature met her demise. Chapter 659. Arrival at the Moonless Cliff as the sun ascended rapidly. The personnel heading towards the spirit-fallen mountain range gathered together. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wuhui and another Dao Lord appeared before the assembly. This Dao Lord, the esteemed Junya, was the leader of the Tai sacred land. Junya, a veteran Dao Lord from the same era as Han Yun, stood at the pinnacle of her realm, her power immeasurable. Over the course of several millennia, she had led numerous expeditions, accumulating vast experience. Subsequently, the two Dao Lords delivered brief declarations for their departure. During this discourse, Junya cast glances in Tang Tian's direction several times. Until now, aside from Sun Wuhui, no one was aware of Tang Tian's true prowess, only knowing that he was under the personal protection of Long Jiuzhou, marking him as an extraordinary individual. Upon concluding their proclamations, the two Supreme Dao Lords collaborated to activate a colossal teleportation array. The intense fluctuations of the formation revealed to Tang Tian that it was a gateway to realms beyond the known world. The other end of this grand array undoubtedly led to the fabled Moonless Cliff. Let us embark. With the activation of the array, all members of the Tai sacred land were enveloped within its confines. A blinding radiance enveloped them, rendering all figures invisible. The immense spatial force induced severe discomfort in many weaker disciples, some even fainting on the spot. Even among the Dao Zun and Dao Lord ranks, there were varying degrees of impact, as they struggled to maintain their composure. Among the 100 individuals present, only Junya appeared unperturbed. Tang Tian, too, felt little effect. As time passed, the full visage of the vast expanse of sky and earth gradually came into view. It was a sight both tragic and harrowing. The realm floated precariously within the chaos, resembling a leaf on the verge of shattering. Beyond this world loomed a colossal, invisible black hole, resembling the eye of a hellish demon, fixated on the ravaged land as if ready to consume it whole. This marked Tang Tian's first encounter with the tangible form of a black hole in the real world. When he departed from the Cloud Summit world, a similar black hole must have existed outside. However, at that time, he had not yet ascended to the status of a supreme being and thus had not witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. As he observed the land beneath him recede into the distance, Tang Tian exhaled softly. The formidable weapon of the great heavenly monarch was indeed fearsome. If left unresolved, this world would face dire consequences. The moonless cliff lay distant from the sky and earth, necessitating a lengthy period for the teleportation. During this time, Junia casually glanced at Tang Tian several more times, yet she refrained from initiating conversation. She was not surprised by Tang Tian's immunity to spatial pressure. After all, one capable of propelling several Dao lords with a single punch would undoubtedly withstand such levels of strain with ease. All unreasonable matters can be attributed to the esteemed deity. The interdimensional transmission continued for approximately 3/4 of an hour. Even Wei Chun of the Tai sect struggled to withstand such relentless pressure, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, Tang Tian beheld a colossal stone emerging before them. This stone dwarfed any towering peak, appearing like a celestial body suspended amidst the chaos. Its shape was remarkably irregular, one side slightly rounded with a gentle curve, while the other appeared as though it had been cleaved by an unseen force, creating a vast chasm. Their destination lay just above that very gap. It was no wonder it was named the Moonless Cliff. It truly resembled an unfathomable precipice. Gazing at the immense boulder, Tang Tian felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. However, after pondering for a moment, he could not recall its origin and chose to dismiss it, for they were on the verge of arrival. In a flash of light, the members of the Tai sacred land materialized upon a grand black platform. This marked the other end of the teleportation array. Once they emerged, the practitioners, who had endured the torment of spatial pressure, collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief. Nevertheless, nearly half of the disciples collapsed upon the platform, as this prolonged and arduous journey had been a true ordeal for them. The Tao Master Junia waved her hand, enveloping everyone in a refreshing aura that dispelled their discomfort. Tang Tian lifted his gaze and surveyed the sky. Besides the starlight, a dark crimson sun hung far in the horizon, devoid of warmth. The moon, indeed, was absent. The environment here resembled what he had previously learned. There was no presence of celestial or spiritual energy, and the world's rules appeared chaotic, with many principles not belonging to the greater world. Yet, they did not oppress the cultivators of the greater realm, which was rather peculiar. Furthermore, Tang Tian sensed a faint, enigmatic aura, something akin to decay, yet not entirely so. This essence could silently erode the very depths of a being's soul. It was likely this aura that caused practitioners to regress in their cultivation after prolonged stays at the Moonless Cliff. Strangely, Tang Tian also felt a sense of inexplicable familiarity with this aura. Yet, like before, he could not recall its significance and ultimately chose to let it go. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the presence of several individuals near the platform. Upon the arrival of the Tai Sacred Lands members, these individuals glanced over, some with eagerness, others with indifference, while some chose to ignore them altogether. Apart from a few opportunistic cultivators at the Moonless Cliff, the rest were primarily from other sacred lands. "Let us proceed to Moonless City," Tao Master Junior remarked, disregarding the onlookers. Once everyone had regained their composure, she led the group away from the platform. A moment later, they found themselves within the confines of a city. This city was not particularly large, even smaller than a modest town in the Taichi Sacred Land. Surrounding the city were tens of thousands of intricate formations, which effectively severed most of the strange forces emanating from the outside world, providing cultivators with a temporary refuge. The teleportation array they had just utilized was also sheltered by these formations. Otherwise, those of lesser cultivation would likely have faced severe erosion upon entry. The population within Wuyue City was sparse, with most individuals congregated in the central area. Master Junia, accompanied by members of the Taichi Sacred Land, also arrived near the city center, where they had established a dedicated base. Every few years, they would send personnel to maintain and guard this location. eliminating the need for arduous searches for lodging. Upon their arrival, the personnel stationed at the base had already come out to greet them. Subsequently, everyone filed into the stronghold in an orderly manner. Chapter 660. Black Moonstone. The Taichi Sacred Land possesses a rather significant stronghold in the city of Wuyue. Today, over 100 individuals have arrived, each afforded their own private chamber. While there are minimal distinctions among the rooms, under the guidance of Master Junya, Tang Tian has been assigned a room with an exceptional view, conveniently located in proximity to her. It appears that even at the pinnacle of Dao mastery, one cannot entirely escape the customary practices. Once settled, Tang Tian positioned himself by the window, immersing in the beauty of a sky that diverges entirely from that of the grand world. He harbored no intentions of venturing out, instead opting to await the opening of the spirit-fallen mountain range in tranquil anticipation. Thus, 10 days swiftly elapsed. During this interval, Wei Chen visited him several times, regaling him with amusing tales from the central region. The majority of the sacred lands have already gathered, rendering the atmosphere quite lively. However, Tang Tian found little interest in these affairs. To him, they resembled mere child's play, devoid of any allure. Today, a knock echoed upon his door once more. "Come in," he called out. It was indeed Wei Chen. After several days of interaction, the two had grown relatively familiar, and Wei Chen no longer exhibited the same shyness as at their first meeting. Observing Tang Tian languidly seated by the window, Wei Chen paused momentarily before inquiring, "Young Master Tang, do you not intend to venture out today?" Tang Tian shook his head. With disciples from various sacred lands congregating outside, conflicts were inevitable, and he had no desire to be unwittingly embroiled in such disputes, for it would tarnish his dignity. Seeing this, Wei Chen spoke up. "But do you not wish to prepare for the forthcoming entry into the spirit-fallen mountain range?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "What preparations are necessary?" Wei Chen elaborated. "The conditions in the spirit-fallen mountain range are quite similar to those at Wuyue Cliff. It is rife with opportunities, yet also permeated by a decaying aura that can influence the cultivator's states. At Wuyue Cliff, there exists a particularly unique spiritual artifact known as the Black Moonstone, which can effectively counteract the encroachment of this aura. Every individual venturing into the spirit-fallen mountain range must prepare some." Tang Tian was taken aback. Such a crucial item. Has the sacred land not made prior arrangements? Wei Chen chuckled. It is not that the sacred land has neglected preparation, but rather that the unique properties of the Black Moonstone prevent extensive collection beforehand. He then proceeded to explain the characteristics of the Black Moonstone. This spiritual artifact is an exclusive product of Wuyue Cliff, non-existent elsewhere. Moreover, once the Black Moonstone is removed from Wuyue Cliff, its properties rapidly dissipate, rendering it an ordinary stone. Even if it remains within Wuyue Cliff, the qualities of the Black Moonstone diminish gradually post-extraction. Even the finest specimens will revert to mundane stones within a month. This explains why the sacred land cannot amass the Black Moonstone in advance. Presently, more than half of the cultivators in Wuyue City are specifically seeking the Black Moonstone, intending to sell it for profit. As the moment for the opening of the Spirit Fall Mountain range draws near, the value of this item will inevitably escalate. Thus, it would be prudent for us to stockpile some in advance, suggested Wei Chen. Tang Tian then understood. Realizing why the Holy Land chose to embark towards Wuyue Cliff only 15 days prior to the mountain range's opening. Aside from the encroaching, ominous aura, arriving too early indeed serves little purpose. Why doesn't the Holy Land dispatch more individuals to assist you in the search for the Black Moonstones? Tang Tian inquired. All those who had come to Wuyue Cliff were elites from the Holy Land. It seemed illogical for them to exert such effort. However, Wei Chen promptly clarified that this was a rule established by all the Holy Lands collectively. They prohibited their own members from searching for the Black Moonstones or conducting large-scale acquisitions under the Holy Land's name, given the limited yield of the Black Moonstones. If such a loophole were allowed, all the stones would inevitably be monopolized by the more powerful Holy Lands, leading to unnecessary conflicts. Everyone had come for the opportunities the Spirit Fall mountain range presented, and there was no need to squander energy on such matters. Ultimately, it was decided that each disciple would seek their own fortune, with success contingent upon individual luck. Nonetheless, Tang Tian remained largely indifferent as a supreme being. The so-called encroachments from the outside world posed no threat to him. Whether he found the stones or not made little difference. He also trusted that Dao Master Junya had already made adequate preparations for him. Recently, he had been receiving considerable favors from this master. However, Wei Chen's next statement piqued his interest. I have heard that the Black Moonstones originate from the core of Wuyue Cliff and are closely related to the secrets of its formation. Yet, over the years, it appears no one has uncovered any valuable clues, Wei Chen remarked. Tang Tian felt a stir within. Upon his earlier glimpse of Wuyue Cliff, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity, though he could not pinpoint its source. If the Black Moonstones were indeed connected to the cliff's formation, it would certainly be worthwhile to investigate further. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian rose from his seat by the window. Very well, let us proceed. Moments later, a contingent of several dozen individuals from Tai Holy Land departed from their stronghold in grand fashion. As Tang Tian walked among the crowd, he quickly discerned that their composition was somewhat peculiar. Aside from Wei Chun and a few disciples from the Zhangxing Dao, the rest were all formidable beings at the Daozun level. Among them, 8 Dao masters and elders accompanied the group, forming a protective circle around Tang Tian, ensuring he was shielded in the safest manner possible. Tang Tian found it somewhat amusing. This was evidently another arrangement by Dao Master Junya. He felt as though he were a young master from a prominent family on an outing. Nonetheless, Tang Tian chose not to comment further, accepting the situation as it was. Upon arriving at the heart of Wuyue City, the atmosphere visibly transformed, becoming increasingly lively. Everywhere one looks, there are young cultivators of remarkable prowess, evidently the talented disciples from various sacred grounds. In addition, numerous capable practitioners have set up simple stalls, adorned with an array of peculiar artifacts that seem to possess potential significance derived from the spirit fallen mountain range. Yet, conspicuously absent is the most crucial element, the Black Moonstone. Even if some do possess it, its quality is decidedly inferior. According to Wei Chun, only the finest quality Black Moonstone can unveil the secrets of the Wuyue Cliff. Such precious stones are predominantly held by a few factions within Wuyue City, the largest of which is known as the Tianlai Pavilion, their destination for the day. The scene here aligns closely with Tang Tian's expectations. The gathering of young prodigies inevitably leads to disputes and conflicts. After traversing merely 2 streets, he witnessed several intense skirmishes. Fortunately, Wuyue City prohibits significant destruction. Otherwise, given the exceptional prowess of these geniuses, they could easily lay waste to this humble city. Some individuals considered provoking trouble with the Tai's sacred ground, yet the presence of 4 Dao lords effectively mitigated such senseless confrontations. Tang Tian suddenly realized that the surrounding environment, fortified like a copper wall and iron bastion, was rather commendable. After walking for a while, Wei Chen pointed ahead to a brightly lit pavilion and remarked, "That over there is Tianlai Pavilion." He then turned to Tang Tian with a playful grin and added, "Coincidentally, today marks the debut of the Nightingale Ferry at Tianlai Pavilion. It is sure to be a lively affair." Chapter 661. The Nightingale Ferry. The environment of the Moonless Cliff is harsh, rendering it a veritable forbidden zone for practitioners. Nonetheless, the realm of cultivation is never short of daring souls who dance on the edge of a blade. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, while birds perish for food. The Spirit Meteor Mountain Range, which opens once every decade, represents a grand feast for many wandering cultivators. After all, opportunities to gather so many sacred grounds in one place are rare, and the generosity of these sanctuaries is often lavish. Over the years, several powerful grassroots organizations have emerged in Moonless City, with the Celestial Sound Pavilion being the most representative. However, securing a foothold in Moonless City is no easy feat. The prominence of the Celestial Sound Pavilion is significantly attributed to its formidable strength. There are also rumors suggesting that at least one supreme being supports the pavilion, ensuring its protection. It is noteworthy that not all supreme beings establish sacred grounds. In fact, solitary supremes tend to outnumber those who do. They generally prefer to remain discreet. In addition to these 2 factors, the Celestial Sound Pavilion possesses a unique characteristic that other factions lack. They produce an exceptionally rare celestial sound, akin to the Black Moonstone, capable of dispelling the withering forces prevalent in the Spirit Meteor Mountain Range. By listening to this celestial sound prior to their expedition, disciples can extend their time within the mountain range, thereby increasing their chances of encountering fortuitous opportunities. Consequently, The Celestial Sound Pavilion has become the most sought-after venue in Moonless City. When Tang Tian and his companions entered the pavilion, they found the grand hall already populated by numerous individuals, predominantly disciples from various sacred grounds. Fortunately, everyone maintained their composure, and the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. Although the Tai sacred ground does not stand out particularly among the many sacred grounds, it is not to be disregarded, and thus, a designated area was reserved for them. Upon taking their seats, they immediately attracted a multitude of gazes. Some eyes fell upon Tang Tian, but they quickly shifted away, showing little interest or significance. Tang Tian remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the day's protagonist, the Nightingale Fairy. Everyone present was eager for her appearance. According to Wei Chen's description, this so-called Nightingale Fairy is renowned for her mastery of the celestial sound and ranks among the most crucial figures within the Celestial Sound Pavilion. The Nightingale Fairy is relatively young, a rising star within the pavilion, yet her profound expertise in celestial sound has garnered the admiration of all the sacred grounds present. Whoever successfully captivates her attention will gain a considerable advantage before entering the Spirit Meteor Mountain range. The selection process is particularly unique, as the Celestial Sound Pavilion will present an array of boxes enveloped by the laws of the heavenly Tao, rendering them impervious to scrutiny. Within each box lies a unique treasure of celestial origin. The one who unveils the token of the Nightingale Fairy shall be bestowed with her ethereal blessings for the days to come. This resembles a blind box game, a clever strategy employed by the Tianlai Pavilion. After all present hail from sacred realms, and offending any of them could lead to significant troubles. This method of blind selection ensures a degree of fairness, as no one is favored over another. Furthermore, it serves as a lucrative means of acquiring substantial amounts of Taoist jade crystals. Each box is not inexpensive, requiring a full 100,000 jade crystals, accessible only to the financially robust sacred realms. However, the contents are indeed valuable, with many treasures exceeding the worth of 100,000 jade crystals, making any fortunate acquisition a profit rather than a loss. Among these treasures is the highly esteemed Black Moonstone. Tang Tian has come specifically for this reason, having heard that the Tianlai Pavilion has prepared over 100,000 blind boxes. He glanced at his wallet. Fortunately, following the recent frenzied expansion of Tianxiatong, his assets have surpassed 1 trillion. He can still afford it. It has been a long time since he spent money, and he finds himself somewhat nostalgic for that feeling. As time passed, the crowd in the hall grew increasingly dense, with most sacred realms already present. Under Wei Chen's introduction, Tang Tian became acquainted with several powerful individuals among them. The foundation of these sacred realms is profoundly extensive, and once they enter the Spirit Fallen Mountain range, they will pose a considerable threat. If they happen to cross paths, it is best to avoid conflict. However, Tang Tian merely cast a fleeting glance without giving it much thought. At this juncture, another group entered from outside. Wei Yong promptly nudged Tang Tian, pointing at them, saying, "They are from the Holy Light Sacred Realm." The Tai Sacred Realm and the Holy Light Sacred Realm are not far apart, essentially neighbors. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, relations between neighbors have never been cordial, and this instance is no different. Frequent conflicts arise between their sacred realms. Thus, the members of the Tai Sacred Realm remain particularly vigilant towards them. Tang Tian turned to look. If memory serves him right, the enchanting Miao Yin belongs to the Holy Light Sacred Realm. The contingent from the Holy Light Sacred Realm is not numerous, comprising only a little over 10 individuals, with merely one elder at the Taoist level. After surveying the group, Tang Tian did not spot Miao Yin. Given her unique circumstances, she likely would not appear in such a setting. Nevertheless, Tang Tian is confident that after Tsin Wuhui deliberately leaked his information, Miao Yin would not miss this opportunity. As he scrutinized the opposing group, members of the Holy Light Sacred Realm also cast glances in his direction. Given their antagonistic relationship, this was expected. The strength of the Holy Light Sacred Realm is formidable, with a deeper foundation than that of the Tai Sacred Realm, and the eyes of their disciples gleamed with a hint of provocation. Tang Tian averted his gaze, patiently awaiting the proceedings. Before long, the evening's grand performance commenced as a Taoist-level official from the Tianlai Pavilion took the stage. Following a customary opening address, the attendants of Tianlai Pavilion presented a treasure chest radiating a resplendent golden-purple glow. This was a storage box, containing the blind boxes that were to be unveiled that very night. Subsequently, a soothing celestial melody gently resonated throughout the hall. The previously restless atmosphere transformed into a serene tranquility under the influence of this ethereal sound. The melody possessed a calming effect on the soul, and the composer, capable of captivating so many formidable individuals simultaneously, was undoubtedly extraordinary. As the delicate curtains slowly parted, a figure clad in a pale blue gauze dress emerged before the assembly. It was none other than the Nightingale Fairy. She gracefully knelt atop a raised platform, with an ancient zither positioned before her. Her jade-like fingers plucked the strings, producing enchanting notes that lingered in the air. Her serene demeanor enhanced her already striking beauty, rendering her utterly captivating. The appearance of the Nightingale Fairy instantly drew the attention of everyone present, who soon found themselves entranced by the celestial melody. Even Tang Tian was not immune to her allure, and in contrast to the others, there was a distinct shimmer of curiosity in his eyes. He found himself unable to discern the cultivation level of the Nightingale Fairy. Chapter 662. The Blind Box. The lingering melody resonated for 3 days, enchanting all present, especially the formidable beings at the Tao level. The Nightingale Fairy's mastery of the art of sound had undeniably reached the pinnacle of excellence. As the final note faded, the venue erupted into an enduring ovation. Even the Tao lords wore smiles of appreciation, while the young prodigies cheered in waves of admiration. Some of the bolder disciples openly professed their infatuation with the Nightingale Fairy, declaring that should they be fortunate enough to win her favor today, even meeting their demise in the spirit-fallen mountains days later would be worth it. In this vast world teeming with life, it seemed that only the Nightingale Fairy could truly be deemed a celestial being. As the event progressed, the anticipation for the blind box began to mount. Those who were fortunate enough to acquire the Nightingale Fairy's token were advised to remain vigilant, lest they not survive the journey to the spirit-fallen mountains. The youthful disciples called out enthusiastically. Tang Tian, stroking his chin, wore a contemplative expression. The Nightingale Fairy was indeed extraordinary. She possessed a rare artifact capable of evading supreme scrutiny, a rarity in this world. Furthermore, her profound understanding of music appeared to be steeped in ancient origins, possibly a hidden treasure of the Celestial Melody Pavilion. With the celestial performance concluded, the atmosphere reached its zenith, prompting the host of the Celestial Melody Pavilion to announce the commencement of the main event, the blind box. Each box was priced at 100,000 Taoist jade crystals, a sum that was exorbitant for the average cultivator, and even the affluent disciples of the sacred lands found it steep. After all, not everyone possessed their own enterprises. Previously, a peak Tai Dao master like Wang Chong earned a meager few thousand jade crystals annually. Nevertheless, the fervor of the crowd remained undiminished. As the blind box segment officially began, eager hands quickly made their moves. "I'll take 5 to start," proclaimed a disciple, confident in his luck to secure the Nightingale Fairy's token. Soon after, another disciple scoffed. "5? You must still be dreaming. You lack even a trace of sincerity." He then boldly purchased 20 boxes, producing 2 million jade crystals in one go, garnering the attention of many. Of course, there were those who believed themselves to be the protagonists of this world. "Haha, I only need one. I am the child of fortune. Watch me strike gold." He chuckled as he acquired a single box. The 3 disciples, each with distinct strategies, remained unwaveringly confident in their own fortunes. Regrettably, whether one purchases 20 or merely one, the coveted token of the Nightingale Fairy remains elusive. However, the fortunate child of destiny did not err entirely. Although he did not procure the token, the treasures within his chest were astonishingly valued at over 100,000 jade crystals, a modest windfall indeed. In stark contrast, the disciple who acquired 20 chests was far less fortunate. The majority of his findings were rather mundane, resulting in a staggering loss of nearly half, as 1 million jade crystals slipped through his fingers. Despite his assertions of wealth, parading as if he were a man of affluence, the pain of loss was unmistakably etched upon his visage. Following their endeavors, disciples from other sacred lands began to make their attempts. Yet, most were not as affluent as anticipated, with purchases ranging from a few to several dozen. Any acquisition exceeding 100 drew considerable attention. 1 million jade crystals are not easily amassed. During this time, disciples from the Tai sacred land also joined the fray. Wei Chun, gritting his teeth, purchased 2 chests, only to find himself bereft of fortune, not even securing a minor prize, to the point where tears nearly welled in his eyes. Before long, several thousand chests had been sold, yet the token of the Nightingale Fairy remained unopened. Tang Tian, however, did not rush to partake. He had discerned that the large purple chest containing the blind boxes bore a certain flaw. While the faade presented was one of fairness and impartiality, the first 20,000 chests would not yield the evening's most significant treasure. This subtle manipulation was not particularly concealed. Even someone of Junya Dao's caliber would likely perceive it. Nonetheless, Tianlai Pavilion proceeded with this tactic, presumably in collusion with the various sacred lands. After all, they too sought profit. The jade crystals garnered from these 2,000 boxes were merely a means to recoup the costs of hosting this grand assembly. Thus, while the atmosphere appeared lively, it was merely a series of trivial skirmishes. Those genuinely aiming for the token had yet to make their move, and Tang Tian, too, remained patient, choosing to bide his time. At that moment, an accompanying elder from the Tai sacred land approached him. "Young Master Tang, if you wish to partake, I can assist you with some personal funds," he offered amicably. Sacred land assets are prohibited from entering Wuyue City, an agreement collectively ratified by the sacred lands, unassailable. Were this not the case, the terrifying foundation of the sacred lands would undoubtedly throw Wuyue City into chaos. Behind this accord stand the sovereigns of the sacred lands, supreme entities whose authority is not to be trifled with. Consequently, participants are compelled to utilize their private wealth. However, mutual borrowing is permitted, provided that the colossal entities of the sacred lands refrain from intervening, ensuring the normal operations of Wuyue City remain largely unaffected. The elder observed that Tang Tian had yet to take action and surmised that he might be financially constrained, thereby unable to participate. Consequently, he approached to offer assistance, intending to express goodwill and forge a benevolent connection. Such social niceties are not exempt even for the esteemed Lord Junya, let alone the ordinary elders. Tang Tian naturally grasped the elder's implication and initially contemplated a direct refusal. However, upon reflection, he deemed it cumbersome to provide an explanation following a rejection. Ultimately, his primary objective was merely the flawless black moon stone, rather than the token of the Nightingale Fairy, rendering the timing of his involvement inconsequential. Very well, Tang Tian acquiesced with a nod. The elder's face immediately brightened with a smile. At this moment, Tang Tian was the center of attention within the sacred land. A prized individual. Establishing a favorable rapport with him would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. He harbored no concerns regarding the potential expenses Tang Tian might incur, considering he was merely a young man who had recently ascended from the lower realms, thus unlikely to demand anything exorbitant. However, he was unprepared for Tang Tian's subsequent declaration, which caused his smile to freeze abruptly. "I require 1,000. Tang Tian stated indifferently. Chapter 663. The elder's mental state crumbled. "Bring me 1,000 boxes, Tang Tian uttered calmly. As his words echoed through the previously vibrant hall, an abrupt silence ensued. All eyes turned towards Tang Tian, curiosity piqued. Throughout the ongoing blind box event, the majority of participants had purchased no more than 100 boxes, with those exceeding that number being exceedingly rare. Yet, Tang Tian boldly escalated the figure by an entire order of magnitude, reaching a staggering 1,000 boxes. Such a demand could not help but draw attention. 1,000 boxes equated to a staggering 100 million Tian Dao Yu Jing, a sum not easily wielded by just anyone. If the one calling out the price were a Dao master or a Dao sovereign, it would be somewhat comprehensible. However, Tang Tian appeared neither, and those privy to the underlying circumstances were well aware that the major players were yet to reveal themselves. Thus, the question lingered. Who exactly was this individual? Many began to inquire. The elder, who had just expressed a willingness to support Tang Tian, found his smile frozen upon hearing this figure. He could scarcely fathom that Tang Tian would audaciously declare such an extravagant amount. The intent was merely for amusement, not to play for keeps. Yet, having made his offer, retreat was not an option. To do so would not forge goodwill, but rather offend Tang Tian. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to bear the burden. After all, 100 million Yu Jing was still within his means. However, he cleared his throat lightly, hoping to subtly remind this seemingly oblivious young master of the gravity of the situation. Yet, Tang Tian remained blissfully unaware. receiving his 1,000 boxes amidst the beaming smile of the Tianlai Pavilion's overseer. "Master Tang, you truly are generous," exclaimed Wei Chun, who could only afford 2 boxes. His admiration uncontainable. Tang Tian merely chuckled and replied, "It's a trivial matter. Just a bit of fun." Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, the elder behind him rolled his eyes. "It was indeed a triviality for you, as it cost you nothing." Soon after, Tang Tian began to open the boxes with great anticipation. The treasures within were of commendable quality, averaging a return of around 70%. This was significantly more favorable than certain establishments from his past life. Among the 1,000 boxes, he uncovered several exquisite treasures valued at over 100,000 yujing, with the most precious even surpassing 1 million. Regrettably, he did not uncover the flawless black moonstone. Throughout the unboxing, the other participants gradually resumed their previous pace. Though the fervor had waned with the passage of time, as the younger disciples' pockets were not as deep as before. Upon completing the unboxing, Tang Tian wore an impassive expression, storing all the acquired items into his personal realm. The elder behind him stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "Young Master Tang, are you still enjoying yourself?" Tang Tian replied with a slight nod, "It's satisfactory." It had been a long time since he indulged in such shopping. The elder, not comprehending Tang Tian's words, assumed he had achieved his goal and felt that spending 100 million was not entirely in vain. Thus, he chuckled and said, "That is good to hear. If young Master Tang wishes to continue, I can still manage to support you a bit more." He endeavored to conceal his discomfort, attempting to appear magnanimous. In his estimation, after opening 1,000 boxes, it would not be unreasonable for Tang Tian to wish to continue. However, he soon regretted his words. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian nodded slightly. Before the elder could utter another word, he called out once more, "Let us have another 1,000 boxes." The elder's mouth hung agape, frozen in disbelief, unable to utter a single word for a long while. His eyelids twitched, and he felt an urge to spit blood. "Another 1,000. Did he truly believe I have a mine at home? Even if I did, this expenditure is outrageous." He had other tasks to attend to, aiming to secure an artifact from the Nightingale Fairy. Now, in his quest to win over Tang Tian, he had squandered all his resources on the first 20,000 boxes. With unspoken grievances, the elder could only force down the bitterness rising within him. Meanwhile, the head of Tianlai Pavilion wore a renewed smile. The lavishness displayed by this young master from the Tai Holy Land was truly admirable. "Here are your 1,000 boxes. Please accept them." He understood that a person who could purchase 1,000 boxes at once was entirely different from those who had bought the previous 20,000. This was genuine extravagance. Other leaders of the Holy Lands were acutely aware of this distinction. They once again turned their attention to Tang Tian, pondering how the Tai Holy Land, which had remained inconspicuous for so many years, suddenly became so audacious. Had they truly become wealthy? On the other side, a leader from the Guangming Holy Land scoffed derisively. A mere show for attention. He believed the Tai Holy Land was merely trying to showcase itself. However, Tang Tian remained unfazed, calmly accepting his 1,000 boxes and opening them one by one. The results were similar to before, yielding around 70% of his investment back. Yet, when he reached the 800th box, he finally unveiled the item he sought, the perfect black moonstone. With a sigh, Tang Tian displayed little reaction upon seeing the black moonstone. Instead, Wei Chun beside him exhaled deeply in relief. He then remarked with a smile, "It seems this isn't too much of a loss. The perfect black moonstone is currently valued at no less than 3 million jade crystals. Thankfully, you managed to obtain it." I was on edge. He had been concerned that Tang Tian might incur excessive losses from opening the boxes. The black moonstone was not particularly rare. During this period, several had already been unearthed, so Tang Tian's luck was not extraordinary. However, for him, this was the primary objective of the day. The remaining boxes were entrusted to Wei Chun. Wei Chun was instantly elated. Even mere participation in such matters brought immense pleasure. Subsequently, he began to unseal the remaining boxes while Tang Tian, holding the black moon stone, commenced his examination. The flawless black moon stone, with its entirely black exterior, appeared rather unremarkable, akin to an ordinary rock. Yet within it lay a remarkably unique force. This power was extraordinarily pure, possessing the ability to cleanse the soul and purify all peculiarities of the world. It would gradually emanate from the core of the black moon stone and if kept nearby, it would indeed serve as a barrier against a vast majority of negative energies. This force, however, did not belong to the grand world. Could it truly be linked to the origins of the Moonless Cliff? Tang Tian observed intently for a while and discerned that such a possibility indeed existed. Yet, the power contained within a single black moonstone was still insufficient. Were it more substantial, perhaps it could reveal some elusive clues. After his contemplation, he lifted his gaze. The elder behind him wore a benevolent smile and said, "Young Master Tang, surely this should be quite satisfying?" Tang Tian stroked his chin, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It seems there is still something lacking." The elder's smile immediately faltered, his composure crumbling rapidly in response to Tang Tian's words. Chapter 664. Light drizzle. Gazing at the smiling Tang Tian, the elder found himself frozen in place. Initially, he had merely intended to spend a modest sum to cultivate a favorable relationship with this prodigious disciple, favored by the divine, thereby paving a path for his own future. However, he never anticipated that he would become ensnared in such a predicament himself. He was not one of those venerable Tao lords, possessing vast wealth accumulated over millennia. His entire fortune amounted to merely a few billion. With just a couple of clangs, Tang Tian had squandered 2 billion. The contents of the box now nestled in his own pocket. If Tang Tian were to continue at this pace, he would soon find himself in dire straits, left with nothing but the option to sell his possessions. That young Master Tang. The elder cleared his throat, hesitating to be overly generous, and inquired, "How many more do you intend to purchase?" Tang Tian pondered briefly before replying, "It's hard to say." He needed to examine a few thousand more to gauge the situation. Currently, with only a single piece of black moonstone in hand, he was unable to ascertain how many would be necessary to unveil the core secrets of the Wuyue Cliff. At the very least, he needed to obtain several more to make an accurate estimation. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the elder was immediately struck by a sense of dread. A few thousand? Merely for observation. He became acutely aware that Tang Tian must have completely misunderstood the situation. He was certain there was a misconception regarding the jade crystal. Suddenly, he recalled that in the lower realms, there was no such thing as the heavenly Tao jade crystal. Only the innate Tao jade existed. Yes, Tang Tian must have mistaken the jade crystal for something akin to the innate Tao jade. Realizing this, the elder hastily interjected, "Young Master Tang, the jade crystals required for purchasing those boxes are not the same as the innate Tao jade. Each jade crystal is condensed from 100 million Tao jades. Of course, I do not wish to dampen your spirits or shy away from spending the jade crystals. It is merely that we must also exert effort for the token of the Nightingale Fairy." Thus, the elder struggled to convey his message, making it quite clear. He was nearly on the verge of directly telling Tang Tian to reconsider his extravagant plans. Yet, Tang Tian appeared to be oblivious to the elder's intent. Smiling as he responded, "I am aware that jade crystals are not the innate Tao jade. In the outside world, 100 million Tao jades might not even suffice to exchange for a single jade crystal." The elder was left momentarily speechless. If you understand the value of jade crystals, why proceed in such a manner? Observing the elder's discomfort, Tang Tian decided to cease his teasing and stated, "Do not worry, you need not spend a dime. I can afford this amount of jade crystals." The elder's expression was one of astonishment. He found it hard to believe the words of Tang Tian. How could a disciple who had just ascended from the lower realms possibly afford jade crystals worth several billion? The elder whispered, "Young Master Tang, is what you say truly genuine? This is no matter for jest. The celestial pavilion is under the protection of numerous sacred places, and should they fail to produce sufficient jade crystals, even if the esteemed Lord Junya intervenes, it would likely be a formidable challenge to resolve the situation." Tang Tian chuckled softly, asserting, "I am not one to jest. Rest assured, I possess considerable wealth." With that, he ceased further explanation, leaving the elder momentarily stunned by his confidence. Could it be that he had the support of the Divine Lord? The elder hesitated to speculate further. If the Divine Lord were involved, it indeed held some merit. Seeing Tang Tian's unperturbed demeanor, he felt it unnecessary to impose any restrictions, hoping that Tang Tian was not one to make idle jokes. Afterward, Tang Tian turned to the person in charge of the celestial pavilion and calmly requested 2,000 more boxes. The crowd was once again taken aback. An additional 2,000 would bring the total to 4,000. Such a direct purchase of 4,000 boxes from an initial 20,000 is an exceedingly rare occurrence. 400 million jade crystals is no trifling sum. No one would expend such a vast amount for the sake of a hollow reputation. Could it be that the Tai sacred place had ulterior motives? Even the person in charge of the celestial pavilion cast sidelong glances, perplexed by this affluent individual's intentions. However, the quicker the sales proceeded, the better it would be for their pavilion, prompting him to be even more courteous, cheerfully handing over the 2,000 boxes to Tang Tian. The others contemplated for a moment, but could not arrive at a conclusion, deciding to cast their thoughts aside. With 20,000 boxes nearly sold out, the true competition was about to commence. The Tai sacred place's expenditure of 400 million on seemingly trivial matters, to them, merely eliminated a competitor. What did it matter what he intended to do? As for Tang Tian, he remained unchanged, ever calm, his expression betraying not a hint of concern. A mere few hundred million was inconsequential to him, and spending that amount was akin to earning it. Once the 2,000 boxes were in his possession, Tang Tian called upon Wei Chun to join him in opening the boxes, eager to indulge in the thrill of the experience. Wei Chun was more than willing, rubbing his hands together and assuring Tang Tian that he would ensure a profitable venture. Unfortunately, given the large scale, unless they were fortunate enough to unearth the token of the Nightingale Fairy, such expectations were unlikely to materialize. Upon finishing the 2,000 boxes, they incurred a loss of approximately 30%, equating to over 60 million, causing Wei Chun's heart to bleed. Nevertheless, Tang Tian wore a smile. For this time he had unveiled 3 pieces of black moonstone, a significant improvement over his previous luck. Each flawless black moonstone harbored a uniquely pure and extraordinary power. Existing independently, this power dissipated the moment it left the stone, making it seemingly impossible to connect them. However, for Tang Tian, this was hardly a challenge. The ethereal power of the world emanated from his fingertips, constructing a completely enclosed unidirectional passage between 2 pieces of black moonstone. Subsequently, the peculiar force within one of the black moonstones flowed through the passage into the other, merging harmoniously. Thus, the originally ephemeral black moonstone, which could only endure for a month, extended its duration, transforming into a moon of 1.5 months. The reason for this augmentation was not a simple addition, but rather due to the accelerated dispersal of energy as it coalesced. Nevertheless, its efficacy was significantly enhanced, enabling it to resist a greater degree of negative encroachment. However, Tang Tian's interest in these matters was minimal. His focus lay solely on the fusion of powers. Before long, the 2 extraordinary energies melded together, undergoing a subtle transformation in their essence. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Indeed, as he had surmised, with a sufficient abundance of this power, certain previously concealed characteristics could be revealed. After merging all 4 pieces of black moonstone, he deduced that to achieve completeness, approximately 50 pieces of perfect black moonstone would be required. Given the ratio of 1 black moonstone for every 1,000 boxes, this amounted to merely 50,000 boxes. A trivial sum, akin to a mere drizzle. Tang Tian lifted his gaze. At that moment, the first 20,000 boxes had been sold out, and the Holy Lands were already preparing to vie for the Nightingale Fairy. Chapter 665. Direct acquisition. 20,000 boxes had essentially drained the pockets of most disciples whose fortunes were not particularly abundant. The atmosphere within the venue, initially charged with fervor, gradually settled into a calm, yet increasingly tense ambience. Those privy to the inner workings understood that the true competition was just beginning. As the figure of 20,000 was announced, a leader from a sacred realm boldly declared, "I'll take 1,000 boxes." This was swiftly followed by other leaders from various sacred realms, each making their demands. "I want 500. I'll take 1,000 too. Give me 888. I am fond of that number." The clamoring voices quickly depleted the available stock of boxes, far more rapidly than before. The younger disciples were left bewildered, previously believing that these esteemed leaders would not partake in the bidding. It turned out their assumptions were misguided. The number of boxes dwindled swiftly, with even the Tai sacred realm making 2 purchases. However, fortune seemed to favor the Tianlai Pavilion, as none managed to procure the token of the Nightingale Fairy. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The quantity of boxes prepared by Tianlai Pavilion was not vast, perhaps around 100,000. At the current rate, it would not be long before they were completely divided among the sacred realms. If that occurred, he would have to source black moonstones from elsewhere, which was a troublesome prospect. Tang Tian despised inconvenience above all else. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Someone, fetch me another 100,000. To ensure he secured 50 perfect black moonstones, Tang Tian opted for a decisive resolution. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, the once vibrant hall fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned towards Tang Tian, expressions of astonishment even more pronounced than before. With only a few remaining boxes left from the total of just over 100,000, which had already seen the sale of over 40,000. The remaining stock combined was likely less than 100,000. Good heavens, was he intending to monopolize the entire venue? 100,000, an astounding 1 billion jade crystals. Was he out of his mind? In truth, 1 billion jade crystals could indeed be drawn from many deeply entrenched sacred realms without much difficulty. However, expending such a sum in this context was entirely unnecessary. The celestial music was undeniably vital for the upcoming trials in the Lingyun mountain range. Yet, the Tianlai Pavilion was not solely reliant on the Nightingale Fairy for such music. She merely stood out among others. In the absence of the Nightingale Fairy, one could still hire others from Tianlai Pavilion to enhance the celestial music without incurring exorbitant costs, and the effect would not be drastically diminished. Thus, the essence of this gathering leaned more towards entertainment. Securing the best was desirable, but failing to do so would not yield catastrophic losses. Who would squander 1 billion jade crystals for mere amusement? Perhaps only a super-rich individual fortunate enough to have stumbled upon great luck would dare to act in such a manner. A more plausible reason seems to be that certain individuals have taken a fancy to the Nightingale Fairy. It is said that absence sharpens appreciation, and indeed, the Tai Holy Land has displayed remarkable extravagance. Well, it appears we at the Radiant Holy Land shall refrain from contention, allowing you to fulfill your aspirations. The Lord of the Radiant Holy Land remarked with a smile. However, beneath the facade of praise for the Tai Holy Land, his tone was laced with sarcasm. Those from other holy lands readily discerned the underlying mockery. Spending billions of jade crystals in pursuit of the Nightingale Fairy's favor was, in truth, a rather base and unbecoming endeavor for their esteemed ranks. Let us yield to the Tai Holy Land then. After all, the desire for beauty resides within us all. I have heard that the Tai Holy Land was established less than 100,000 years ago. They indeed embody the essence of human sentiment, others chimed in. As they uttered these veiled jibes, the elders of the Tai Holy Land could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had not anticipated that Tang Tian would acquire all the remaining boxes in one fell swoop. Yet, in such a setting, they were determined to maintain their dignity. The Tai Holy Land would not require the judgment of others to dictate their actions. You would do well to mind your own affairs. Amongst holy lands, none are to be underestimated. Their words were merely tongue-in-cheek. Without genuine conflict of interest, there was little inclination toward open hostility. Meanwhile, Tang Tian chose to disregard the subtle skirmishes occurring around him. He had no need to justify his actions to anyone. Observing the manager of Tianlai Pavilion hesitating to act, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not selling?" The manager of Tianlai Pavilion snapped back to attention and smiled. "Of course we are selling. However, dear sir, we only have about 9,600 boxes remaining. Would you like to purchase them all?" Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Yes. A purchase was indeed made, sufficient to collect 50 pieces of black moonstone. The manager of Tianlai Pavilion was instantly overjoyed. This blind box event had been ongoing for quite some time, and this was the first instance of selling out all boxes. At least 3 to 4 billion in profits would be entering their coffers. Subsequently, the manager personally presented the large purple gold storage box before Tang Tian. Contained within were over 90,000 boxes. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat lethargic, opted not to open them one by one, but requested the assistance of others from the Holy Land. Furthermore, any items valued below 100,000 jade crystals would belong to whoever opened them. This ignited the enthusiasm of the disciples, who, after expressing their gratitude, eagerly came forth to assist Tang Tian. The boxes were opened at a rapid pace, and flawless black moonstones fell into Tang Tian's hands. Before long, he had gathered the requisite 50 pieces of black moonstone. Concealing his aura, he harnessed the power of the world to construct a passage, amalgamating the mysterious energy within the black moonstones. As the gathered energy swelled, a three-dimensional pattern gradually began to materialize. It was, indeed, a crescent moon. This crescent was extraordinary, for it did not resemble any phase of the moon within a month, but bore a striking resemblance to a jade ornament, akin to a hook-shaped gem. Yet, Tang Tian had encountered it before. As he delved into his spatial realm, his gaze fell upon a jade pendant nestled in the corner of that space. It was none other than the Moon Fairy Jade Pendant. The complete crescent shape within the black moonstone mirrored that of the Moon Fairy Jade Pendant with impeccable precision, lacking even the slightest discrepancy. Suddenly, Tang Tian recalled the inexplicable sense of familiarity he experienced upon first witnessing the moonless cliff. This was due to the fact that the contour of the moonless cliff closely resembled that of the Moon Fairy Jade Pendant. The only distinction being that the moonless cliff was merely half, with the other half mysteriously severed, resulting in the current formation of the moonless cliff. Thus, he had not connected it to the Moon Fairy Jade Pendant at that time. The moonless cliff, the black moonstone, the Moon Fairy Jade Pendant. Tang Tian pondered in silence. It appeared that the formation of the moonless cliff was indeed intertwined with the Moon Fairy. Chapter 666. The Invitation of the Celestial Maiden. The lunar celestial jade pendant held immense significance for Tang Tian during the early phases of his cultivation in the celestial realm. Much akin to the natural remnants bestowed upon him, it exuded an inexhaustible stream of pure moonlight, thus propelling Tang Tian's cultivation speed to an astonishingly unparalleled level. However, during the trials of the celestial fates sea, the pendant unexpectedly transmitted a peculiar force, tinged with a sour bitterness and an almost imperceptible trace of animosity, momentarily sapping his strength. This alarming occurrence heightened Tang Tian's vigilance, prompting him to create a sealed personal space in which to confine the lunar celestial jade pendant and the natural remnants, thereby preventing the recurrence of such an incident. Even after ascending to supreme status, he refrained from utilizing them once more. Yet, within the moonless cliff, he encountered an object that bore an uncanny resemblance to the lunar celestial jade pendant. Even the shape of the moonless cliff mirrored that of the pendant. Was this jade pendant merely a personal ornament of the lunar celestial maiden? Indeed, while the lunar celestial maiden was undeniably powerful, the moonless cliff could not merely be a trinket she fashioned. There were surely deeper intricacies at play. The moonless cliff served as a crucial passage for those of supreme rank on their journey to the spirit-fallen mountain range. Moreover, the lunar celestial maiden was affiliated with the Lord of Realms and the Mother of Nature, suggesting a possible connection between the two. As Tang Tian pondered these revelations, Wei Chen suddenly exclaimed, "I've unlocked it. This is the token of the Nightingale Celestial Maiden." Tang Tian turned to see Wei Chen clutching a jade hairpin, his face alight with exhilaration. He had successfully opened the most coveted chest of the night. Although it might not be a matter of glory, it was certainly a feat worth relishing, particularly as there was only one such item in the entire gathering. The other young disciples from various sacred grounds cast envious glances at Wei Chen, unaware of the underlying intricacies in their eyes. The night was merely a contest to seize this chest. Whoever claimed it would be deemed impressive. Those who could expend over 1 billion to obtain this token were indeed remarkable. There was little more to say, and they could do naught but observe. Only the leaders of the sacred grounds displayed expressions of disdain, yet they held their tongues, mindful of their esteemed positions. After basking in the admiration of the crowd for a moment, Wei Chen joyfully handed the jade hairpin to Tang Tian, grinning as he said, "Young Master Tang, I trust one have not disappointed you." He naturally believed Tang Tian's aim was the Nightingale Celestial Maiden, a sentiment echoed by several elders from the Tai sacred ground. Although they privately deemed Tang Tian's actions somewhat extravagant, they nonetheless extended their congratulations. At that moment, the head of the Tianlai Pavilion approached, respectfully smiling at Tang Tian as he remarked, "Congratulations, young sir, on acquiring the token of the Nightingale Celestial Maiden. In the coming days, you may summon the Nightingale Fairy to perform the cleansing melody for the denizens of the Tai sacred land at your convenience. I extend my heartfelt wishes for the Tai sacred land to attain satisfactory transformations and fortuitous encounters in the forthcoming trials of the spirit-fallen mountains." His face radiated with joy. With Tang Tian's presence, it could be said that this event of unboxing was the most successful in history. Yet, Tang Tian merely nodded subtly, revealing no sign of excitement. The steward of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion paused momentarily before continuing. Young master, your attentive care towards our Heavenly Melody Pavilion tonight is greatly appreciated by the Nightingale Fairy. In gratitude, she has prepared a celestial tune exclusively for you. I kindly invite you to the back hall, where she awaits your arrival, he said with a smile. This proclamation instantly drew envious glances from numerous young disciples. Having already encountered the Nightingale Fairy, they could indeed attest to her breathtaking beauty and unparalleled grace, coupled with her enchanting figure and her mastery of transcendent musical arts. She had become the goddess in the hearts of many disciples. The notion of being favored by a goddess and having the opportunity to be alone with her was enough to evoke envy in their hearts. However, upon hearing these words, Tang Tian remained unperturbed, merely stating softly, "Who said I am here for her tonight?" This remark left everyone momentarily speechless. If not for the Nightingale Fairy, then for what purpose? The sole centerpiece of today's unboxing event was indeed the Nightingale Fairy. You casually tossed in over 10 billion jade crystals, and yet claim it is not for her? Could it be that you simply sought amusement in opening boxes? The steward of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion, equally astonished, voiced this query for all. Yet, Tang Tian's response was even more unexpected. I have too much money in my pocket, so I spend it casually. Otherwise, it becomes bothersome to look at. Everyone was left bewildered. Do you even hear the words you are uttering? This is 10 billion jade crystals, not 10 billion spirit jade. Who possesses such wealth that they can haphazardly toss away such a sum simply out of ennui? Moreover, who would ever find their own wealth bothersome? The act of pretentiousness could not be so overtly displayed. In an instant, an inexplicable anger simmered in the hearts of all present. Yet this ire found no outlet, for he had indeed spent the money and had blatantly disregarded their goddess. Contemplating this, their frustration deepened. The steward of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion, still in a state of shock, finally asked again, "Are you truly certain you do not require it?" Tang Tian responded with a simple yes. The steward forced a smile and replied, "Very well, please confirm the time for the performance of the cleansing melody, and I shall inform the Nightingale Fairy." With that, he bowed and withdrew. Meanwhile, Tang Tian directly handed the jade hairpin to the elder behind him, allowing them to decide the timing for the performance of the cleansing melody. After all, he had no need for it himself. After a while, the steward of Tianlai Pavilion returned, but his countenance bore an unmistakable peculiarity. Approaching Tang Tian, he once again clasped his hands in salute and spoke, "Young master, the Nightingale Fairy wishes to invite you to the inner hall for a conversation." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. This woman seemed rather ungrateful. However, before he could decline once more, the steward produced a jade talisman and presented it to Tang Tian. The Nightingale Fairy is aware that you are no ordinary person. This talisman contains her thoughts for you. Should you peruse its contents and still wish to avoid her company, she will certainly refrain from pursuing you further. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This woman appeared to possess an extraordinary nature as well. Accepting the talisman, he opened it, and upon deciphering the elegantly inscribed words within, his hand hesitated momentarily. The talisman bore just two delicate characters: Moon Fairy. Chapter 667. The origin of the moonless cliff. I shall pay a visit to this Nightingale Fairy. As for the matter of the soul-cleansing melody, you may decide for yourselves. Upon seeing the two characters within the jade talisman, Tang Tian rose abruptly. He had just discerned that the formation of the moonless cliff was linked to the Moon Fairy, and these two characters had been delivered to him by the Nightingale Fairy. Was it mere coincidence? Tang Tian found himself unable to ascertain. Just these two characters were sufficient to compel him to seek her out. What could her intentions be? However, the others were unaware of the significance of the message delivered by the Nightingale Fairy and assumed it was merely an exciting spectacle, wearing expressions of jealousy or knowing smiles. So, you too have moments of weakness. Yet, Tang Tian paid them no heed and, alongside the steward of the Tianlai Pavilion, made his way into the rear hall of the establishment. The atmosphere here was dimly lit, adorned with delicate drapes that swayed gently, reminiscent of a siren's lair. Yet, unlike such a den, there was no lingering air of seduction. Instead, the drifting drapes imparted a faint sense of melancholy and yearning. Tang Tian found this unremarkable. Those proficient in the art of sound often emanated an aura akin to a domain around them, reflective of their cultivation direction. It seemed the Nightingale Fairy too possessed her own intriguing narrative. Arriving at an exquisite loft, before the steward of the Tianlai Pavilion could utter a word, a gentle voice resonated from within. "Please, come in, young Master Tang." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This individual recognized his identity. Could it be that the Tianlai Pavilion had inquired about him during this time? He chose not to elaborate further and stepped into the loft. Inside the room, a woman donned in a light azure gauze dress sat by the window, gazing into the distant, dark, starry sky. It was indeed the Nightingale Fairy he had encountered earlier in the hall. "Please, take a seat." Upon noticing Tang Tian's arrival, she gracefully stood, gesturing for him to sit. Tang Tian nodded and chose a seat near her, after which the Nightingale Fairy resumed her own seat. "Young Master Tang's financial prowess today has truly opened my eyes. I dare say, throughout the ages, it is rare to find someone of your youth who has achieved such remarkable accomplishments." Her voice was soft, flowing like gentle water. Yet her words seemed laden with deeper meaning. "You are aware of me?" Tang Tian inquired directly. The Nightingale Fairy nodded gently. "Your demeanor is extraordinary and unparalleled. Naturally, I would inquire about you. I hope you will not take offense." Tang Tian squinted slightly. Her words hinted that the Tianlai Pavilion had indeed investigated his identity. Yet there seemed to be an underlying implication. He was not fond of riddles or conjectures. Thus, he promptly produced the jade talisman and asked, "What do the words inscribed within it signify? What exactly do you wish to convey to me?" The Nightingale Fairy smiled gently and replied, "In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely stumbled upon the notion that you, young sir, seem rather intrigued by the origins of the Moonless Cliff." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing that this individual possessed quite an extensive knowledge. This matter had been a spontaneous thought for him, one he had never disclosed to anyone else. How did she discern this? Could it be that she witnessed his act of merging with the Black Moonstone? Yet, he had taken precautions during that fusion. Only a supreme being could perceive the true circumstances. "Do you imply that the formation of the Moonless Cliff is somehow connected to the Moon Fairy?" Tang Tian inquired nonchalantly. The Nightingale Fairy did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she lifted her hands and placed them upon the ancient zither before her. "Allow me to play a piece for you, young sir. This composition is of my own creation, never before shared with another soul. I once believed it would accompany me throughout my life, ultimately following me into the grave. However, upon meeting you today, I felt a strong desire for you to hear it," she expressed, her voice tinged with a profound, concealed yearning. Tang Tian was uncertain of her intentions, but resolved to listen before making any judgments. After a brief moment, a gentle melody began to resonate within the room. The essence of affection is often ephemeral and intangible, yet within the strains of the Nightingale Fairy's music, Tang Tian felt as if he could truly perceive it. He deciphered a poignant tale of love woven into her melody. Initially, the notes flowed softly, indistinct yet soothing and prolonged, imbued with a sense of joy and the tender innocence of youth. As the music continued, this innocence matured, akin to apples ripening on a tree, succulent and inviting. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck the apple tree, causing the fruit to plummet into the mire. Although still radiant, their appearances were irrevocably altered. Then, a torrential downpour descended, sweeping the apples far from the once familiar azure sky. Time passed, and at last, the heavens cleared. Amidst the turmoil, the apples, now tainted by mud, never forgot the verdant meadow, nor the figure who had once sat beneath the apple tree, gazing longingly at them. Finally, one fateful day, the apples found their way back home, arriving beneath the very tree that had once nurtured their existence. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered that the tree, which had once borne their life, had been reduced to a charred stump beneath the fury of thunder. The figure they had longed for had vanished, leaving behind nothing more than a faint, nearly imperceptible shadow. In that moment, the apples, having endured countless tribulations, began to decay rapidly. Ultimately, they melded with the earth beneath them, buried alongside the fallen apple tree. The melody reached its conclusion. Tang Tian was roused from the enchanting melody, exhaling softly. It must be said that the Nightingale Fairy's mastery of musical arts had indeed reached an exceptionally high level. Even he found himself slightly swayed, touched by the profound and melancholic emotions it conveyed. "What do you think?" the Nightingale Fairy inquired. Tang Tian nodded, responding, "It's quite remarkable. Is this piece a reflection of your past love story?" The Nightingale Fairy neither confirmed nor denied, simply stating, "This composition was born from the fracture at Moonless Cliff." Moonless Cliff is, in truth, a place steeped in sorrow and severed emotions. Tang Tian's heart stirred. How so? The Nightingale Fairy spoke softly. It is said that Moonless Cliff is an extraordinary realm left behind by an exalted being. She witnessed her beloved entwined with another woman, living and dying together. She yearned to follow them, but was unable to do so, ultimately left to watch as they returned to the void together. In that moment, her heart shattered. Gazing at Tang Tian, she whispered, "And that exalted being, it is rumored, is the goddess of the moon." People also refer to her as the Moon Fairy. Chapter 668. Love unattainable. As he listened to the Nightingale Fairy's narration, Tang Tian became increasingly intrigued by her identity. It seemed that this enigmatic being possessed knowledge far beyond his expectations. Her words, while steeped in ethereal legends and tales, contained numerous elements worthy of profound contemplation. "Are you suggesting that the Wuyue Cliff was indeed created by the Moon Fairy?" Tang Tian inquired. The Nightingale Fairy smiled gently. "That is what the legends say. However, the melody I just played for you was indeed inspired by my reflections at the Wuyue Cliff. I believe, with your prowess, you could discern the profound sense of longing embedded within it." Tang Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. The composition had indeed woven a tale of enduring yet melancholic emotions. "Why don't you accompany me to a certain place? There, you might experience it more vividly," the Nightingale Fairy proposed, rising gracefully. After a moment's consideration, Tang Tian acquiesced to her request. It was evident that her invitation extended beyond mere musical enjoyment, and he was curious to uncover the true purpose behind her intentions. Guided by the Nightingale Fairy, they ventured deeper into the inner sanctum of the Tianlai Pavilion. Along the way, Tang Tian distinctly sensed a transformation in the surrounding space. The rear hall of the Tianlai Pavilion was, in fact, adorned with an expansive spatial formation. Although its exterior appeared modest, the interior was magnitudes larger. Established within Wuyue City, it had silently transported them beyond its confines. Aside from this revelation, Tang Tian encountered no ominous signals, choosing instead to remain silent. After traversing a considerable distance, they ultimately arrived at the summit of a barren hill. Before them lay a precipice, unmistakably the site of the Wuyue Cliff's formidable fracture. The sky, adorned solely with a scattering of stars, was enveloped in darkness. Below, the chasm revealed no glimmers of light, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Here, the effects of the grand formation of Wuyue City had significantly waned, allowing Tang Tian to once again sense that peculiar aura with remarkable clarity. This intangible force permeated silently, infiltrating the essence of every living being, corroding the very core of their life force. It was precisely this phenomenon that accounted for the bizarre regression in cultivation among practitioners beneath the Supreme Realm. As he absorbed this aura, a faint sense of familiarity washed over him once more, even more potent than when he had been near the teleportation array. In that moment, Tang Tian quickly traced this familiar sensation back to its source. Recalling the severe backlash he had endured from the Moon Fairy's jade pendant upon entering the trials of the Xiangyuan Sea. At that moment, an inexplicable force surged forth from the Moon Fairy jade pendant, enveloping every corner of his being. This peculiar power bore no grave adverse effects, only an intensely astringent sensation, akin to every cell within his body having consumed a lemon, including his very soul. Now in the air, that strange force was similarly imbued with this essence, a poignant bitterness of emotion. As all the information coalesced, a complete narrative unfurled within Tang Tian's mind. What was the immortal Fate Sea? It was a realm of creation, a sanctuary utilized by the Celestial Summit for the trials of the Holy Sun. Tang Tian vividly recalled that upon entering the immortal Fate Sea, the first sensation he encountered was an extraordinarily unique aura. Within that atmosphere lingered a subtle allure, reminiscent of the essence of love. Subsequently, the Moon Fairy jade pendant erupted with energy, as a testing ground of the lower realms. The immortal Fate Sea emanated a rule-based power primarily derived from the forbidden statues. Such rule power was exceedingly brutal for those of the immortal realm. Casual contact could provoke severe backlash. Yet within the immortal Fate Sea also existed another kind of force, the rich essence of nature. This natural power tempered the ferocity of the rule power, rendering it accessible for cultivators of the immortal realm, thus crafting this exceptionally rare realm of creation. But from whence did this natural power originate? Upon ascending the immortal fate platform, Tang Tian beheld a vision, a scene involving the Forbidden and another woman. They stood with their backs to the world, the Forbidden extending his hand to draw the woman's hand, directing their gaze towards the vast world beneath them. At that moment, Xiao Du leaped forth in excitement, recognizing the woman as its master. Now, Tang Tian understood the identity of the Forbidden, the Realm Lord. The identity of his little master had also been elucidated in Long Jiuzhou, revealing her as the Mother of Nature. Thus, the vision depicted the Realm Lord and the Mother of Nature together, gazing upon the great world. It was then that the Realm Lord's hand was suffused with such abundant natural power, infused with that faintly romantic essence, reminiscent of love's flavor. So why did the Moon Fairy Jade pendant evoke such a bitter sensation? The answer was patently clear. It mirrored the emotions expressed in the melody recently performed by the Nightingale Fairy, love, yet unattainable. Legends spoke of an unparalleled being who witnessed their beloved entwined with another woman, sharing existence and embracing death. They longed to follow, yet were unable to do so, ultimately forced to watch them return to the void together. In the end, their hearts shattered in despair. This was the tale recounted by the Nightingale Fairy. What, then, is the Moonless Cliff? It is the sole passage leading to the spirit-fallen mountain range. The Lingyun mountain range is the sacred site where the Lord of the Realm and the Mother of Nature transcended to the void. The Moon Fairy witnessed this moment firsthand, but could not follow. Her heart shattered like the Wuyue cliff, leaving only half behind. This is the complete tale, the very narrative woven into the melody of the Nightingale Fairy. Thus, it is indeed true that the Wuyue cliff was crafted by the Moon Fairy herself. Whether her involvement was passive or active remains a mystery. However, at this moment, another question arose in Tang Tian's mind. Was the Moon Fairy's jade pendant merely an ordinary accessory adorning her? Tang Tian pondered deeply. Observing his reaction, the Nightingale Fairy smiled and remarked, "It seems that young Master Tang has begun to perceive that poignant emotion." Tang Tian came to his senses and slowly nodded. Indeed, the sorrow of unrequited love is one of the most common and heart-wrenching experiences in this world. Yet, there is something peculiar. In your melody, there exists an emotion beyond what I have felt. The Nightingale Fairy's gaze flickered slightly as she inquired, "What is that emotion?" Tang Tian turned to her, speaking softly. "A profound and intense feeling, regret." Chapter 669. The supreme level of Avatar, the Nightingale Fairy's mastery of musical techniques is unparalleled, reaching an extraordinarily high caliber that ranks among the finest throughout history. Her portrayal of the feelings for Moon Fairy is profoundly insightful, penetrating to the very marrow. However, it is precisely this depth that accentuates certain dissonant melodies. Moon Fairy, yearning yet unfulfilled, experiences heartache, akin to the bitter taste of lemons, while observing the dual existence of the Realm Lord and the Mother of Nature. Yet her feelings are remarkably pure, devoid of any other entanglements. However, the piece recently performed by the Nightingale Fairy is not so simplistic. Beyond mere emotion, it carries an unmistakable, unrelenting undertone of deep regret. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, the Nightingale Fairy paused momentarily before softly articulating, "Indeed, Mr. Tang, I am unique." Composers inevitably infuse their own emotions into their music. Perhaps it is because I once harbored feelings akin to those of Moon Fairy. Tang Tian remained silent, showing little interest in her personal sentiments. The Nightingale Fairy had sought him out today, presenting an elaborate discourse that surely held deeper significance. "Who exactly are you? What is it you wish to convey to me today?" he asked directly. The Nightingale Fairy gazed into the distance, letting out a long sigh. "I am merely who I am. Nothing extraordinary, just a solitary soul that can only sing in the shadows of night. My invitation to you today is simply in search of someone to confide in and to listen." But she suddenly shifted her tone, looking at Tang Tian with eyes filled with an enigmatic gleam. "Will you believe what I say, Mr. Tang?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow. "What difference does it make whether I believe or not?" The Nightingale Fairy chuckled softly. "Mr. Tang, I am a woman, and since time immemorial, there has been a widely circulated adage, never trust a woman's words." Tang Tian frowned, recognizing the double entendre in her statement, which was both profound and elusive. Yet he found himself growing weary of this manner of discourse. The nightingale fairy exuded an air of mystique, as if one could reach out and grasp her essence, only to find it slipping away. Furthermore, her knowledge was extensive. The Lingyun mountain range is the site where the Mother of Nature and the Realm Lord transcended to the void, yet ordinary cultivators, from the supreme to the mundane, remain oblivious, viewing it merely as a rare land of destiny. In contrast, the nightingale fairy spoke of it with the familiarity of a cherished memory. From the progression of their interactions, it was evident that she was gradually guiding Tang Tian, leading him to a clearer understanding of the unfolding narrative. But what was her intention? Tang Tian found himself reluctant to speculate. If necessary, he contemplated resorting to a more direct and violent approach. However, the nightingale fairy seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of Tang Tian's thoughts. Just as he was about to act, she suddenly leaped, escaping the confines of the Wuyue cliff and the protective barrier of Wuyue City. There she hovered in the sky, enveloped in darkness. "Master Tang, I am not your adversary," the nightingale fairy declared. "Many matters in this world are not as you perceive them. I yearn to divulge all the truths to you, yet the timing is not quite ripe. Nevertheless, the day will come when the truth shall be revealed, and you will realize we are on the same side." With that, she removed the veil that concealed her aura. A gentle emanation of world power radiated from her being, shielding her from external encroachments. She was, indeed, a supreme being. Tang Tian was not overly surprised. He chuckled coldly. "You are indeed aware of my identity." He did not believe that a supreme would fear a disciple of the Holy Land. The nightingale fairy did not refute this. She spoke softly. "I have been observing you. You are too pivotal, Master Tang. Every step you take influences the future fate of this world. Your will can determine the life and death of countless realms and beings. I cannot foresee the outcome that awaits you upon your awakening. However, regardless of what may come, I shall stand with you, for you are my sole hope." As she spoke, she once again concealed her aura, blending into the world. She continued, "Our meeting today has posed considerable risks. If we continue this conversation, unforeseen events may arise. Thus, I must take my leave. Farewell, Master Tang. We shall undoubtedly meet again." With that, a powerful intent emanated from the nightingale fairy and swiftly vanished into the vast, dark sky, leaving behind a mere shell that plummeted towards the unfathomable depths beyond the Wuyue cliff. Tang Tian's gaze was indifferent, yet he ultimately reached out to retrieve her before the shell completely vanished. The essence was the nightingale fairy, and this shell was also her. Yet they were entirely distinct and independent entities. This was an exceedingly sophisticated method of creating a doppelganger. After being saved by Tang Tian, the nightingale fairy soon awakened. Yet it was apparent that she had lost a fragment of her memory. Or perhaps, this version of her had never possessed that memory at all. "I apologize. Young Master Tang, I was momentarily lost in thought. That relationship is indeed a source of profound regret in my life. Thus, when I composed the Peace Moon Fairy, I instinctively wove those sentiments into it," spoke the nightingale fairy. It felt as though the recent changes were merely illusions. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. His mind had long since moved beyond that. The words spoken by the fleeting nightingale fairy were laden with meaning. She claimed she was not his enemy, yet cautioned against ever believing what women say, a contradiction. If that is the case, Tang Tian could dismiss her words entirely. He merely needed to remain steadfast in his convictions and tread his own path. As for everything else, let it unfold as it may. However, what intrigued and astonished Tang Tian most was that the departing will was merely a will. This meant that the nightingale fairy before him was still a concealed, formidable sovereign. She possessed a sovereign-level avatar, and it was only through this embodiment that she dared to speak those hurried words to him. What, then, is the true nature of the nightingale fairy? What terrifying beasts lurk within the darkness that surrounds her? Tang Tian exhaled softly. The truth of this world seemed to draw ever nearer. Chapter 670. The deception. Tang Tian had never believed in the existence of a protagonist aura in this world. He also never considered himself the protagonist of this era. However, within each era, there exists a focal point, an essence that captures the attention of all. With the companionship of Xiao and Gu Xiaoxue, he undoubtedly represented an exceptionally pivotal existence in this age. Thus, he often encountered circumstances that were beyond the reach of other cultivators. Many formidable individuals inexplicably chose to approach him. The will that had just departed was one such instance. and the ethereal figure of the nightingale fairy standing before him was another. She, too, harbored her own intentions. In truth, I invited young Master Tang here today because I have a request, the nightingale fairy began. Tang Tian maintained his composure, replying, I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Ta-I sacred land. Why would you seek me out? Given my limited strength, even with good intentions, I fear I may be of little assistance. The nightingale fairy smiled gently. I have mentioned before that you are unlike ordinary individuals, young Master Tang. I believe you can assist me. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian inquired, what is it? The nightingale fairy replied, in a few days, we from the Tianlai Pavilion intend to venture into the Lingyun mountain range in search of opportunity. I, too, will accompany them. Should fate allow us to cross paths there, might you, in light of your willingness to offer me guidance today, lend me your aid? As she spoke, she caressed the ancient zither nestled in her arms. This zither has been my lifelong companion, an invaluable partner. The destination to which Tianlai Pavilion is headed is fraught with danger, and I do not wish for it to share in the risks. Therefore, I hope you can temporarily safeguard it until my return. I assure you, there will be generous rewards for your assistance. If I do not return, let this zither serve as my token of gratitude. Tang Tian chuckled softly. Is that all? It did not seem like an arduous task. However, although the Lingyun mountain range was not exceedingly vast, encountering one another was not guaranteed. The nightingale fairy smiled coyly. If we truly do not meet, then it shall be as fate decrees. As long as you agree, I will wholeheartedly perform the cleansing soul melody for the Ta-I sacred land in the coming days, ensuring they remain unscathed by the withering forces within the Lingyun mountain range. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before shrugging. It sounds like I stand to lose nothing. Very well, I accept your request. The intentions of the nightingale fairy had become quite evident. Her true aim was simply to draw closer to him under the pretext of this matter. Would a supreme being allow herself to be ensnared by the Tianlai Pavilion into the Lingyun mountain range? Could a supreme being fail to protect her cherished zither companion? The nightingale fairy appeared oblivious to the fact that her true capabilities had been discerned by Tang Tian. Another nightingale fairy had betrayed her. She seemed completely unaware of this, and upon hearing Tang Tian's agreement, expressed her gratitude with heartfelt thanks. It was as though she were a woman ensnared by fate, finally glimpsing a sliver of hope for her destiny. Tang Tian chose not to unveil the truth, deciding to assess the situation further upon their arrival at the Lingyun mountain range. After a brief conversation, the two opted to retrace their steps. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Tang Tian discovered that the other members of the sacred lands had dispersed, leaving only two elders from the Tai sacred land and Wei Chun, who awaited his presence. The time had already been settled. On the eve of their expedition to the Lingyun mountain range, they would return to the Tianlai Pavilion to listen to the soul-cleansing melody, ensuring they maximized their benefits. The elder who had previously intended to support Tang Tian financially wore a broad smile and remarked, this time, we owe it all to young Master Tang. Otherwise, acquiring this opportunity would have been exceedingly difficult for us. Rest assured, young master, I have already informed Taoist Junya, and she has assured me that she will discuss with Taoist Wuhui upon her return to fully reimburse your expenses here. Tang Tian responded affirmatively. Let's discuss this upon our return. I am preparing to head back to the base. If you wish to continue, please do so. I will return on my own. The two elders exchanged glances, fully aware that they could not allow Tang Tian to return to the base alone. Although the distance from Tianlai Pavilion was not too great, the area was currently crowded, and they worried about the potential harm that could befall young Master Tang. Thus, the two elders personally escorted Tang Tian and Wei Chun on their journey home. Along the way, Wei Chun was still riding high on the exhilaration from the earlier experience. He had never encountered such a liberating sense of extravagance. He chattered incessantly, filled with excitement. This is truly thrilling. After a while, he leaned closer to Tang Tian, grinning mischievously, and inquired, young Master Tang, what about that nightingale fairy? You were inside for a good hour and a half. It must have been quite delightful, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have lingered so. Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance and replied, what are you thinking? She is a prized gem of the Tianlai Pavilion. How could she casually engage with anyone? I merely listened to the music. Wei Chen's expression shifted to one of regret as he declared, you truly missed out and misunderstood. The nightingale fairy may seem glamorous, representing the Tianlai Pavilion, but in reality, The pavilion does not regard her as anything special. She is merely a tool for singing and earning money. Today, with your extravagant display, the higher-ups at the pavilion were exceedingly pleased and had already planned to offer her first experience to you. Otherwise, why would they allow you to spend so much time alone together? You have truly let a great opportunity slip. Tang Tian's gaze flickered slightly as he asked, "How do you know all of this?" Wei Chun replied, "During the conversation between the person in charge and our elders, it was evident from their demeanor and words. They are truly nothing more than a purely commercial organization, a cult of materialism. The first encounter with the Nightingale Fairy, if you were to truly capture her, you would undoubtedly gain fame in the city of Wuyue." He still wore a look of regret. Tang Tian, however, chose to remain silent. A supreme being, reduced to the status of a courtesan? How absurd. If Tang Tian were unaware of her true strength, he might have found some credibility in it. Yet now, it was unmistakably a smokescreen deliberately cast by the Nightingale Fairy. Most likely, it served to lay the groundwork for their subsequent chance meeting in the spirit-fallen mountain range. Indeed, another Nightingale Fairy was quite right in her assertion. Women are inherently creatures of deceit. One should never place trust in the words of a woman. Chapter 671. Approaching maturity moments later, Tang Tian returned to the stronghold of the Tai sacred land. His attitude towards the two distinct Nightingale Fairies was, in essence, the same: skepticism and observation. Why would he trust the deceit of one Nightingale Fairy, only to place faith in the words of another? For him, both fairies held little significance. The sole matter of importance was his own strength. As long as he could successfully ascend to the supreme realm, their motives would hold no value. If the supreme realm signifies the acquisition of the authority to shape one's own destiny, then the supreme beyond represents the true mastery over one's fate. The life and death of this world would not greatly affect him. Did Tang Tian genuinely care about the world's existence? Not at all. His concern lay solely with those individuals who had once crossed paths with him. Should the world face destruction, he would simply transfer those souls to the egg of Monster's realm. As for everything else, let it unfold as it may. He was not inherently a part of this world. Among those he cherished, only two posed a considerable challenge. One was the mission-bearer Xiao, and the other was Gu Xiaoxue. The expedition to the spirit-fallen mountain range was primarily aimed at addressing the issues surrounding the natural seed that Gu Xiaoxue carried. In his heart, he had already formulated a preliminary plan. Moreover, the ripening speed of the Dao fruit on the ginkgo tree exceeded his expectations, bringing him closer to the supreme beyond. When the time came, he would undoubtedly surprise those with nefarious intentions. The eve of their departure to the spirit-fallen mountain range arrived swiftly. Everyone from the Tai sacred land, under the direct guidance of Dao Master Junya, returned to the celestial melody pavilion. Tang Tian also attended, as it would have seemed rather odd not to be present. The Nightingale Fairy had been waiting there, and a soul-purging melody began to resonate gently. She had not broken her promise. This performance indeed reached an extraordinary level. Even without the Black Moonstones, the disciples of the Tai sacred land could resist the decaying forces within the spirit-fallen mountain range for a considerable duration, thanks to the enchanting effects of the celestial music. It was truly worthwhile. After the performance concluded, Dao Master Junya sought out Tang Tian to express her gratitude. Subsequently, she urged him to remain by her side once they entered the spirit-fallen mountain range, and to refrain from revealing the formidable powers he had displayed at Hanyun Mountain. She was acutely aware of the peculiar nature of the spirit-fallen mountain range, and it was certain that a supreme would personally venture there. Should he inadvertently provoke such a being, salvation would be beyond reach. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He would address matters as they arose after entering. Following the conclusion of the soul-purging melody, the group began their return. However, on their journey, they unexpectedly encountered another group of individuals, the people from the sacred land of light. This time, the radiant sacred land also gathered all its members, seeking the assistance of another musician from the celestial melody pavilion to enhance the soul purification melody. However, it was evident that the efficacy of their melody paled in comparison to that of the Tai Chi sacred land. The two sides, not being enemies, yet drawn together, found themselves in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with hostility. The leader from the radiant sacred land, sensing the formidable power of the soul purification melody emanating from the Tai Chi sacred land, coldly scoffed and remarked, "It seems you are determined to secure your victory this time. Are you not concerned that upon your return, The unrepentant Tao Lord will berate you for over 100 billion jade crystals? He was well acquainted with the dynamics within the Tai Chi sacred land, making a pointed reference. The reason he refrained from mentioning Long Jiuzhou was due to the respect and trepidation associated with the title of Supreme. In response to his taunts, Daoist Junya simply chuckled and replied, "You need not worry about that. A mere 100 billion is hardly enough to provoke the unrepentant Tao Lord's ire. On the contrary, I have always believed your radiant sacred land to be deeply rooted and affluent. Why, then, do you feel the need to escalate such a trivial matter? Rumors have circulated about your decline over the years, and I was initially skeptical, but now it seems I cannot afford to remain unconvinced." The expression of the opposing Tao Lord darkened immediately. Engaging in a war of words served no purpose. The current state of the radiant sacred land was not for him to critique. Once they entered the spirit-fallen mountains, the truth of their decline would become evident. An unmistakable hostility emanated from him, unmasked. The disciples of the radiant sacred land mirrored this sentiment, brazenly scrutinizing the members of the Tai Chi sacred land. On the surface, their strength appeared somewhat superior, yet not by much. Otherwise, they would not have been locked in a stalemate for so many years. During this tense standoff, numerous gazes fell upon Tang Tian, including those from several Dao Zun and Dao Lord level experts. The recent expedition to the Celestial Melody Pavilion had solidified Tang Tian's reputation, naturally drawing attention. The animosity in their stares was palpable, as if to convey that upon crossing paths with him, escape would be impossible. Tang Tian maintained an expression of indifference. To him, this group was hardly more significant than mosquitoes. Should they dare to approach, he would show no mercy. The standoff continued for a while, yet ultimately, no actual conflict erupted, and both sides departed. However, the prelude to confrontation had been composed. Should they encounter one another within the spirit-fallen mountains, it would undoubtedly lead to a brutal bloodbath. Daoist Junya once again urged Tang Tian to remain by her side when the time came. Upon returning to their stronghold, Tang Tian sealed his chamber, and with a flash, he entered the world of strange eggs. After several months of development, the world of strange eggs had undergone a complete transformation. A sea of greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. With the birth of numerous primordial spirits, the diversity of species in the world has flourished immensely. Upon the lofty peaks of the 9 Serpent Mountains, a myriad of flora has taken root, with the first beings born into the natural realm now frolicking and racing through the thickets. Each of these entities possesses remarkable strength, endowed with powers surpassing the realms of Tao from their inception. They coexist harmoniously, intertwining to create an even greater array of species, spreading forth towards the more remote corners of the world. A vibrant and dynamic universe is rapidly evolving. The inaugural spirit of this world, known as Ji-Ing-Ji-En, has also become a participant in this fusion and transformation. Its presence is overwhelmingly potent, casting its influence across the entirety of existence, even broader than that of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. Many beings related to its lineage have swiftly emerged under this influence. Broadly categorized, they fall into 2 main groups. One comprises the bear species, while the other, surprisingly, is a class of its own. Tang Tian understands that the essence of bears is fundamentally that of bears, with no relation to any other classification. Thus, it should be logically impossible for such a class to materialize. Yet, the reality is that it has, and their numbers are not particularly scarce. Upon reflection, it may be that the nurturing spirit of this world, Shao, has played a pivotal role in this occurrence, bringing it immense joy as if it were witnessing the continuation of life. Nevertheless, the most formidable and numerous group remains the bear clan, particularly those that first emerged beneath the world tree, nearly rivaling the primordial spirits that followed. Shao even bestowed upon them a name, Earth War Bears. Since their inception, the Earth War Bears have frolicked near the world tree, transforming the area into a lively spectacle. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, he gazed upon the ginkgo tree before him, now adorned in a resplendent golden hue, with but a single Dao fruit remaining, on the verge of ripening. Chapter 672. The earthly divine silkworm fishing for dragonfish after reaching an accord with Long Jiuzhou. The entirety of the Tai sacred land transformed into a catalyst for the global trade association and the advancement of the virtual realm. This development is profoundly formidable, akin to an entire nation's resources being devoted to the support of a private enterprise. How could such a venture not flourish expeditiously? Under the direct supervision of Tsinwuhui, a staggering influx of consumption points flowed into Tang Tian's coffers. These points were solely utilized to exchange for the 3 primordial chaos origins, which nourished the ginkgo tree. Following meticulous cultivation, the Dao fruits ripened one after another, cascading to the ground. At this juncture, only a single Dao fruit remained. It is anticipated that by the end of tonight, it will reach full maturity, heralding the birth of the first batch of innate spirits. At that moment, the entirety of this world will be rendered complete, devoid of any flaws. Moreover, due to the emergence of the rolling tide, it promises to be even more whole and brimming with potential than the current grand world. With the complete advent of the new realm, the boundless power of the universe will reciprocate to Tang Tian, the sovereign of this world. His strength will transcend the realm of supremacy, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle since time immemorial, the unparalleled supreme. To be supreme is the ultimate aspiration of all sentient beings. Some have dedicated hundreds of thousands of years to achieve it. Others have even surpassed 1,000,000 years, only to reach this juncture at the twilight of their lives. Even a formidable entity like Long Jiuzhou took nearly 100,000 years to show signs of progress. Yet, Tang Tian, in less than half a year, is on the cusp of completing this journey. If he were to claim he is not the protagonist, few would likely believe him. However, Tang Tian is acutely aware that the principal architect of this seemingly inconceivable accomplishment is the presence of 2 systems within him. With these systems, he is confident that anyone from his homeland could attain such heights, many potentially at an even swifter pace. This is not mere self-deprecation on Tang Tian's part, but an undeniable truth. Yet, what exactly are these systems? Why, despite nearing the apex of this world, is he unable to discern their existence? Who placed them within him? What is the nature of his transmigration? These questions remain unanswered. Nevertheless, Tang Tian is convinced that once he attains the status of unparalleled supreme, he will gradually unravel the deepest secrets of this world, thereby clarifying all these enigmas. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian descended from the heavens. Old Tang, the small creature basking in the sun, immediately sensed Tang Tian's presence and leapt over, flipping onto its back. It pointed to the last Dao fruit on the ginkgo tree, rubbing its tiny paws together with a grin. Hee, Old Tang, we are on the verge of success. Tang Tian nodded. Indeed, it has not been an easy journey. The little one stretched widely, its face brimming with emotion. So many origins, such an extended duration, expending so much energy. I have finally raised you into adulthood. It gazed at the ginkgo tree, yet its sly eyes continually darted towards Tang Tian. With an eye roll, Tang Tian deemed the creature's tedious metaphor unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, it was indeed true that without the tireless endeavors of the little one in the peculiar world of monsters, his ascension to the pinnacle of supremacy would not have been so swift. How has the integration with that little world progressed? Tang Tian inquired. The miniature realm of the Lord of Red Clouds was a veritable feast of nourishment for the little being. Upon hearing the question, it proudly tapped its chest and exclaimed, "Delicious! I want more." It succinctly encapsulated its sentiments and desires. Tang Tian smirked. "All right, if I come across any suitable little worlds in the future, I shall keep you in mind." Such realms, like that of the Lord of Red Clouds, were rare. They required a pinnacle master and meticulous nurturing over millennia. It was impractical for him to visit every pinnacle master he encountered to inspect their personal realms. This was akin to brazenly scrutinizing someone's private parts in broad daylight, if not more egregious. He decided to let fate take its course and address matters as they arose. "You stay here for now. I shall find Xiao Shui. Tonight, we will witness the birth of the final Dao fruit together," declared Tang Tian. As the master of the world, with a mere thought, he discerned Xiao Shui's location. She was frolicking amidst the towering peaks of the Jiulong mountain range. "I'll accompany you. The Dao fruit is still a ways off." The little one instinctively leapt onto Tang Tian's shoulder. However, this time, he gently set it down. "I have some matters to discuss with her privately. Wait here. We'll return shortly." The little being remained unaware of the affairs concerning the Mother of Nature, as it had yet to fully regain that fragment of memory. Tang Tian wished to honor the arrangement the Mother of Nature had established for it. The little one did not ponder further, merely responding with an "oh," before scampering off to play with a nearby earth warbear. In a flash, Tang Tian traversed to the Julong mountain range. The scenery was picturesque, adorned with vibrant seas of flowers that perfumed the air. Before the floral expanse lay a towering waterfall, cascading 100 feet downwards. The crystal-clear waters, upon descent, were dispersed by the mountain winds, transforming into a white mist that shimmered under the light of the heavens. Indeed, the world of monsters lacked a sun. The moon and stars, fundamental celestial entities, were also absent. However, this did not hinder the world's natural order, and once he attained ultimate supremacy, it would be a trivial matter. A quest for the sun god, moon fairy, and star ancestor to borrow a fragment of their essence would suffice. At that moment, Gu Xiaoshui was squatting by the stream beneath the waterfall, alongside the rolling waters, each holding a bamboo pole, seemingly attempting to fish in this serene setting. Regrettably, the clumsy creature, Roll, fumbled for quite some time without success. As it struggled, it began to gnaw on the bamboo pole it had been handling, eliciting a fit of giggles from Gu Xiaoshui. Ahem, after observing their playful antics for a while, Tang Tian coughed lightly, interrupting their joyous moment. Tang Tian. Gu Xiaoshui turned around, her eyes sparkling with delight as she tossed aside the bamboo pole and rushed over. Roll was equally delighted, though it made sure to grasp Gu Xiaoshui's bamboo pole before approaching, as if fearing it might be swept away by the current. "You're here." Gu Xiaoshui beamed, then pointed towards the stream, exclaiming, "I discovered a remarkably beautiful fish over there, exceptionally delicious. I could conceive 100 ways to prepare it. However, they are exceedingly difficult to catch, requiring a special bait. I was just about to catch some for you when you arrived." Tang Tian glanced over at the stream, where a school of golden fish frolicked in the crystal-clear waters. These were the first generation of postnatal beings, somewhat related to the ancestral dragon, also known as dragonfish. Alas, they were not particularly palatable. The special bait Gu Xiaoshui mentioned was also a first-generation postnatal being, the earth god silkworm. Were cultivators from the outside world to discover that she intended to use such a divine entity to catch dragonfish, they would undoubtedly berate her for squandering a treasure. "All right, I'll await your catch," Tang Tian said with a smile as he ruffled her hair. "However, let us set that matter aside for the time being. I have another topic I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 673. Heart-to-heart talk. Ever since resolving the troubles with Elder Han Hai at Qingwei Gate, Gu Xiaoshui has remained steadfastly by Tang Tian's side. She harbors no particular desires or grand ambitions. Simply being near Tang Tian fulfills her completely. She would never refuse any of his commands, willingly learning whatever he teaches and executing whatever tasks he assigns. However, Tang Tian is not particularly fond of such submissive personalities. He prefers those with more independence, like Mo Xiaoxiao and Miao Yun. Yet, Gu Xiaoshui is an exception. She is his first companion in this world, and for a time, she was also his guide on the path of cultivation, his teacher. Thus, he does not perceive Gu Xiaoshui as merely a maid or a bodyguard, but rather as a genuine friend. He holds her thoughts in high regard. As long as she wishes for something and he is capable, he will make every effort to fulfill her desires. The matter of the seed of nature has a dual impact on Gu Xiaoshui. A misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. He must first inquire about her true feelings. "What is it?" "You may speak," Gu Xiaoshui said. Tang Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and walked towards the nearby stream. Gazing at the crystal-clear waters and the dragon fish swimming aimlessly within, he remained silent for a moment before asking, "You have been by my side all these years. Are you happy?" Gu Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. "Wow, I thought after all this time, you would pose a much more profound question. Is this all? Am I happy?" What a perplexing inquiry. If you must know, I can't say whether I am happy beside you. However, I do know that if I were not with you, I would certainly not be happy. Are you satisfied now? Tang Tian instinctively touched his nose, pondering whether this question was truly devoid of substance. He found it rather profound. After clearing his throat, he continued, "I know you wish to be by my side, but over the years, I have often been preoccupied with my own matters, neglecting you. Many times, you have been left to work alone or simply to remain in one place, as you are now, in such a vast world with no one around. Do you not feel bored?" At this question, Gu Xiaoshui's eyes widened even further. "Bored? Why would I feel bored? I spend my days fishing and catching birds, exploring various culinary delights. I have even crafted a paradise with my bare hands on the other side of the mountain. Besides, I am not your beloved. Why would I need you to be constantly by my side? What is wrong with you today? Why are you asking such perplexing questions? Is it that time of the month? Tang Tian's expression darkened as he retorted, where did you acquire such a talent for sarcasm? Did Xiao teach you? Can't you learn something good from it? Gu Xiaoxua chuckled softly and replied, is it possible that I learn from you instead? Please, I am no longer that innocent girl of 14 or 15. Those years with Wang Ziyu nearly turned me into a bitter old woman. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Let us not beat around the bush. Tang Tian shrugged and said, I merely wish to know if you have any other thoughts. For instance, leaving this world to immerse yourself in a more prosperous society, to blend into the lives of ordinary people. Gu Xiaoxua fell silent, then perched herself on a stone by the stream, letting out a deep sigh. The outside world holds little allure for me. Ever since childhood, I have been the superfluous one. Later, Elder Hanhai brought me back to Qinghua's sect, and Sister Danya cared for me, leading me to believe I had finally found a sense of family. But as you know, Elder Hanhai merely sought to exploit me for greater power, while Sister Danya aimed to bring about my demise. Thus, before I met you, I truly felt like a nonentity. Or rather, I was less than human, merely a tool. It was only by your side that I began to understand what life is, what respect is, and what it means to be human. She then looked up at Tang Tian and said, when you asked if I was happy, I must confess that I am not. It pains me to know you are troubled, yet I remain unaware of the nature of your distress. Tang Tian, I am neither your lover nor your wife. But I am yours. I would do anything for you. I simply wish not to be kept in the dark. Her words left Tang Tian in silence. He had harbored a preconceived notion, still viewing Gu Xiaoxua as that innocent, kind-hearted, and naive little girl. In reality, she was already 21, merely half a year younger than himself. Perhaps it was high time to treat her as a complete adult. After a long moment of contemplation, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Very well, I shall tell you everything. He gazed at Gu Xiaoxua and asked, do you remember what your cultivation talent was when we first met? Gu Xiaoxua nodded. Of course, I remember. I was the child of destiny. Later, with the influence of the innate Tao Jade, I ascended to the status of the Fated One. Beyond that, I am uncertain. My cultivation speed was astonishing until I reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor. Suddenly, she smiled and said, now tell me, what issues pertain to my identity? Tang Tian remained silent, realizing that the girl had evidently been mentally prepared for this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he disclosed all matters concerning the mother of nature and the seed of nature to her. Gu Xiaoxua paused for a while, then smiled and remarked, so that is how it is. I always thought that I was incredibly powerful when I was by your side, yet the moment I left, I was immediately reduced to my former self. It turns out the seed of nature was at play. What do you intend to do next? Is there anything you need me to do? Tang Tian shook his head and replied, you need not do anything. I merely wish to inquire about your choice. One of the purposes of our journey to the Lingyun mountain range is to shatter the restraints upon you, enabling you to ascend to the Tao realm. Should you possess the seed of nature, your future will undoubtedly be extraordinary, and you will become one of the most radiant stars in this world. However, this will also entangle you with a multitude of karmic ties, and your future will be fraught with uncertainties. If you were to forsake the seed of nature, you would no longer be bound by those karmas. Yet, similarly, you would revert to your original self, returning to the path of the destined child. Both choices bear their own merits and drawbacks. Regardless of which path you choose, I shall do my utmost to assist you. After listening, Gu Xiaoxua fell into a moment of silence. A short while later, she suddenly smiled and said, you have been agonizing over this matter for quite some time. Do you not know me? Whatever is advantageous for you is inherently my own choice. Gu Xiaoxua stated earnestly. Chapter 674. Ascension to the Supreme Sovereign after a heartfelt conversation. Tang Tian did not receive a definitive answer from Gu Xiaoxua. However, within his heart, clarity had already emerged. The notions of celestial chess, the fate of the world, and the essence of nature could all be disregarded. For him, the most crucial aspect would always be the individuals beside him. Gu Xiaoxua did not require the identity of the essence of nature to become formidable, nor did he need her to embody such a role. Mediocrity, after all, is not inherently a flaw. Very well, I understand what must be done, Tang Tian remarked with a light-hearted smile. Let us return. The final Tao fruit should be manifesting today. Come, let us witness the completion of this world's last piece. With that, Tang Tian led Gu Xiaoxue and Gun Gun back to the sacred ground of the Nine Dragons. Xiao Zhao had been awaiting their return for some time. At Tang Tian's signal, the two began to nurture the ginkgo tree, under the generous infusion of the three primordial sources of chaos. The final Dao fruit visibly transformed from a verdant green to a soft yellow. The pulse of life emanated from the Dao fruit, its vibrations growing ever more potent. Ultimately, after more than half an hour, the final Dao fruit cracked open, revealing a narrow fissure. Immediately, a radiant blazon of auspicious colors burst forth from the crevice. As the light illuminated the heavens and the earth, a mystical bird soared into the sky, dancing between realms. Concurrently, Gun Gun, the ancestor dragon, the ancestor phoenix, and over 2,000 primordial spirits manifested in the world to welcome this newly born progeny. In that moment, the cosmos resonated, and infinite Tao principles began to converge, ultimately merging into a singular essence. As the Tao principles reached their complete perfection, the ginkgo tree began to tremble with fervor. Its trunk grew at an astonishing rate, soon towering hundreds of times its original height, reaching a staggering 10,000 zhang, with a girth so immense that it would take dozens to encircle it. The colossal canopy shaded the sky, nearly enveloping the entirety of the 9 dragon mountains below. At this moment, the ginkgo tree truly resembled a world tree, a bastion of existence. Meanwhile, unseen beneath the surface, the tree's roots continued to extend into the chaos, their transformation even more pronounced than that of trunk and crown. Countless roots delved deep into the chaotic abyss, each one siphoning energy and transmuting it into the essence of the world, nourishing the entire Odd Egg realm. The area and substance of the Odd Egg realm expanded at a remarkable pace. Standing beneath the world tree, Tang Tian, as the sovereign of this realm, could distinctly perceive all its changes. He sensed that this world had finally completed its last stage of growth, flawless in its entirety. What remained was merely the long evolution of its inhabitants. Upon reaching this pinnacle, the beings within the grand world could also be transferred to the Odd Egg realm to take root and flourish. Everything is now in order. Meanwhile, an almost infinite power emanates from the realm of the peculiar eggs, surging into the body of Tang Tian, the sovereign of this world. The energy within him escalates wildly, and his strength ascends step by step toward the pinnacle. Ultimately, upon reaching a critical juncture, Tang Tian's spirit and heart align, and he ascends to the supreme realm. At this moment, it seems as though the entire chaotic universe, along with myriad realms, manifests within his world. Even without standing in the grand world or in any specific location, he perceives the entirety of all realms. As he gazes outward, remnants of various worlds are scattered everywhere, some vibrant and teeming with life, while countless others have withered, on the brink of disappearing entirely into chaos. If one were to encapsulate this scene with a single word, it would be tragic. Countless worlds, seemingly of a common origin, appear as if shattered by some terrifying force, their fragments drifting into the corners of chaos. Among them, the vast firmament and earth stand as the largest and most intact piece, yet they too are running out of vitality, approaching their final destination. Simultaneously, he glimpses the so-called ultimate weapon of the great heavenly monarch, a black hole suspended in an untouchable domain, casting its shadow over every living world, silently devouring the very essence of existence, much like a monstrous beast of chaos. Yet, Tang Tian remains unable to discern the nature of the black hole's existence. A uniquely potent force conceals its true position, eluding even the most exalted of sovereigns from probing its depths. This force appears to be a mysterious power, even more formidable than that of the world itself. Reflecting upon it, he senses a connection to certain auras associated with the primordial 5 spirits, though the details remain too vague for Tang Tian to accurately comprehend. Aside from the black hole, Tang Tian also observes the world spirit of the grand realm, known as the world will. It resides within a void of darkness, using the last remnants of the grand world's power to conceal itself. This seclusion is a means to evade external devastation, opting for self-imposed sealing and slumber. Had it not taken such measures, the world outside would have long since crumbled to pieces. Beyond that dark space lies a barrier formed by the world power of countless grand realms, safeguarding its essence. Even the most exalted sovereign cannot intrude upon it. However, While it protects its own core, it cannot shield the grand world beyond. Thus, the great heavenly monarch contemplates the annihilation of the grand world. For if the outer grand world were destroyed, the barrier of world power surrounding the dark space would dissipate, rendering the world vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block. How pitiable, Tang Tian muses, shaking his head. Given the current circumstances, he cannot fathom how the world might orchestrate a reversal of fortune. Even if the Lord of the Realms and the Mother of Nature successfully return to thwart the celestial sovereign's nefarious plot, the grand world has already reached its inevitable conclusion. Total annihilation is but a matter of time. How might they affect salvation? Tang Tian found himself at a loss for a viable solution to rescue this dying world beyond. Unless the primordial five spirits still existed, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Alas, the primordial five spirits had long since vanished amidst some cataclysmic battles of yore, either concealed, fled, or shattered into fragments, never to regain their former glory. For instance, the world-settling tablet and shards of the chaotic bell in Tang Tian's possession. Even if he were to gather all their fragmented pieces, the once mighty entities that shaped the cosmos would never return. Moreover, Tang Tian harbored grave suspicions that it was precisely due to that monumental conflict involving the primordial five spirits that the grand world had been reduced to its current state. Shaking his head, Tang Tian redirected his gaze to the world itself. Chapter 675. Unveiling Memories in the Midst of Turmoil and Devastation. The scene before Tang Tian was nothing short of heart-wrenching. Upon discerning the true essence of the grand world, several poignant reflections surfaced within him. If Tang Tian's peculiar realm could be likened to a tender sprout just emerging, then the current state of the grand world resembled a colossal, withered tree, toppled in a mire of filth. The trunk had been hollowed out by relentless worms, crumbling to dust at a mere pinch. Most of the foliage had withered away, leaving only a scant few branches adorned with yellowed leaves, swaying in the wind as if on the brink of falling. It had undeniably reached the twilight of its existence. Moreover, Tang Tian could acutely sense that the nurturing essence of Mother Nature had indeed vanished from the grand world. Bereft of her protection, myriad beings had long ceased their normal evolution. Even the fundamental act of procreation had become fraught with difficulties. Countless lives had been extinguished over the years. Then, there was the Tao of Heaven, one of the primordial five spirits. Lacking a will of its own, the Tao was merely a confluence of rules. However, with the shattering of the grand world and the self-induced slumber of the world's consciousness, the Tao of Heaven had also suffered significant repercussions. While it remained relatively intact in the vast expanse of sky and earth, the Tao in other realms had become severely fragmented and was continuously regressing. Take, for instance, the world housing the cloud pinnacle. It was precisely due to the Tao's incompleteness that cultivators found themselves unable to ascend beyond the realm of immortals, perpetually confined within its limits. As time marched on, the constraints of this realm would only intensify, the celestial and spiritual energies dwindling, and the locales conducive to cultivation becoming increasingly scarce. Perhaps in a few years, the civilization of cultivation within the cloud pinnacle's world would be utterly obliterated, with all beings ensnared in the realm of mortals, leading lives that were both fleeting and devoid of clarity. Such a time would mark the true end of the Dharma era. Upon witnessing these circumstances, Tang Tian let out a profound sigh. He had once not belonged to this world. His soul hailed from a realm entirely distinct. Yet, after so many years, he had somewhat integrated into this world of cultivation. Thus, upon observing the grand world's plight, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy, pondering the uncertain future that awaited the myriad beings beyond. However, he found himself powerless to avert this fate. The grand world was indeed gravely ill, a malady that could not be remedied by a singular supreme being. Now, it hinged upon the return of the realm lord and Mother Nature, and whether they could devise a means to resolve these tribulations. Tang Tian was certain that the plans they had laid before their dissolution were intrinsically linked to the salvation of the grand world and its myriad souls. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such elaborate measures merely to contend with the great heavenly sovereign. Yet, the outlook appeared grim. Not only had they failed to return, but the great heavenly sovereign had also unexpectedly resurrected. The world had reached a perilous juncture. In this regard, Tang Tian perceived that there were no effective means to obstruct the situation. The supreme power he wielded remained insufficiently robust. Even with the presence of the two remaining innate spirits, the sun god and the moon fairy, it was still far from adequate. The feats that the realm lords had failed to accomplish in the past were unlikely to be achieved solely by them. Therefore, Tang Tian resolved to redirect his focus towards matters of utmost personal significance. After some contemplation, he extended his finger and, in an instant, traversed an infinite distance to arrive above the world of Yunding Tianfu. Subsequently, he inscribed a mark that belonged solely to him around the Yunding realm. With this mark in place, should any dreadful events transpire in the future, or should the grand world face utter annihilation, a mere thought could draw the entire Yunding world towards the realm of the strange egg. All beings within could be safely relocated to his domain. He could not bear the thought of Qi Yuan, Mo Xiao Xiao, and the esteemed Ming Xian being blissfully enjoying a hot pot and singing at home, only to be abruptly reduced to ashes by a chaotic thunderbolt. In truth, he was already capable of relocating the Yunding world. However, doing so would allow other supreme entities to discern the precise location of the strange egg realm amidst the chaos. The strange egg realm constituted the foundation of Tang Tian's current existence, and he was reluctant to expose it or reveal his true strength prematurely. Thus, he opted to create a mark for now, intending to seize a more opportune moment in the future. As long as he remained unharmed, he could timely transfer them. If he were to encounter misfortune himself, their presence in the strange egg realm would hold little significance. Having accomplished this, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards the Tai sacred land. He considered the divine heirs, such as Zhang Peng and Luo Tianhong, along with the likes of Manshur from the Holy City, Miao Yun from the outside world, and the Wang family from Wangchuan main city. Naturally, he would not forget Prince Yu. He even made a mark for Tsin Wuhui. He was determined to shield those he knew from unforeseen calamities. After completing these tasks, Tang Tian then focused on the Tao of Heaven. The trajectory of Prince Yu's fate had become distinctly visible since he ascended to supremacy. Although he lacked the ability to alter it back then, he was now capable of doing so. However, after further reflection, Tang Tian decided to bide his time. The trajectory of Prince Yu's fate was not a secret known solely to him. At least, Long Jiuzhou and the instigator were also aware. Should he attempt to revert it directly, both would undoubtedly take notice, and suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. It was not yet the right moment to unveil his true capabilities. At the very least, he would wait until the conclusion of the Lingyun mountain range before deciding whether to proceed. While observing the altered Tao of Heaven, Tang Tian discerned that the individual responsible for its modification was certainly a seasoned expert. If there exist such formidable beings within the faction of the Grand Celestial Sovereign, then prior to the successful return of the Realm Lord and the Mother of Nature, the prospects are indeed rather grim. Here, it seems that only the Sun God and the Moon Fairy, the primordial innate spirits, remain. Their capability to withstand the Grand Celestial Sovereign is uncertain. After observing for a while, Tang Tianzai withdrew his gaze, returning to the realm of the peculiar egg. Although he had traversed the chaotic universe and accomplished numerous tasks, and it seemed as though an extensive duration had passed, in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Such is the nature of the Supreme Sovereign, an entity that truly transcends all. Upon his return to the realm of the peculiar egg, the grand ginkgo tree continued its relentless growth, while 3,000 newly emerged innate spirits began to seek suitable nests beneath its expansive canopy. Of course, the rolling spirit was an exception, appearing to lack such inclinations. Meanwhile, Xiao and Gu Xiaoxue gazed in exhilaration at the scene before them, sensing that the world was undergoing some mysterious transformation, becoming increasingly splendid. However, at that moment, Xiao suddenly froze for a brief instant. Subsequently, its expression shifted from earlier excitement to profound contemplation and melancholy, with an undeniable trace of sorrow. "What troubles you, Xiao?" Tang Tian inquired. Xiao lifted its head, and from its gem-like eyes streamed 2 crystalline tears. "I believe I have abruptly awakened to the memories of the final seal. I now know who I am, and I recognize my master. I have come to understand my purpose and witness the moment of my master's demise." Chapter 676. The Despairing Kitten. How could this happen? Why is it like this? I do not comprehend. I simply do not understand. The little one, who moments ago was brimming with excitement, suddenly transformed, curling up and weeping profusely, its body trembling incessantly. Despair was etched upon its face. as if it had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. This was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a state in the little one. What had transpired? He spoke gently, and in silence, channeled a stream of pure energy into its frail body to alleviate its suffering. However, the little one seemed ensnared in an unspeakable sorrow. Even with Tang Tian's intervention through the power of the world, it did not immediately recover from its anguish. It had become engulfed in its own emotions. After a considerable time, it finally began to respond to the external world. The little one slowly raised its head, and where once its eyes had shone with brilliance, they were now clouded with gloom. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, it spoke in a hoarse voice. I have regained my memories and have seen my master. I now understand everything. However, she may never return. Tang Tian's brow furrowed at once. The mother of nature, never to return? What could this mean? If that were the case, then what was the purpose of her leaving the seeds of nature? Are you certain? He asked. As far as I know, the mother of nature and the lord of the realm had devised a plan to leave behind numerous contingencies, all intended for a future return. The little one weakly shook its head. They indeed left some contingencies, but the lord of the realm may still come back, yet my master, she will never return. I was present when she perished. I witnessed it all. At this, the little one began to weep anew, its eyes now a deep crimson. Tang Tian let out a quiet sigh, gently stroking its head, and again infused it with a significant amount of calming energy. This time, it seemed to bear some effect. After weeping for a while, the little one's emotions began to gradually stabilize. I had always believed she would return, and I waited for her, but who could have anticipated? My master and the lord of the realm's ambitions were monumental, far beyond what mere mortals could achieve. Even expending all one's strength, hope remains exceedingly dim. My master has completely devoted herself to this cause. She was born for all living beings and perished for them as well. The little one murmured softly. Tang Tian sighed gently and reassured it. Do not be so pessimistic. Previously, I had interacted with the supreme leader of the Tai Holy Land, Long Jiuzhou. His past life seems to have been from that very era, and he is now a subordinate of the sun god. According to him, there still exists a possibility for the mother of nature to return. Tomorrow, I shall also venture to the Lingyun Mountains, the very place where the mother of nature met her demise. Perhaps, in that moment, I may uncover a new turning point. After all, over 1,000,000 years have elapsed, and anything is possible. However, Tang Tian's attempts at consolation bore little fruit. The little one merely shook her head and remarked, even if we could once again harness the power of nature, reigniting the essence of the natural child and restoring the world's natural order, the new nature would no longer be my master. Moreover, it, like myself, possesses its own mission. To put it plainly, it is merely a tool. Tang Tian fell into silence. If that were indeed the case, it could only imply that the machinations of the mother of nature and the realm lord were of an unfathomable magnitude. After a brief pause, he ventured to inquire, what precisely are their plans? And what of your so-called mission? Must it be so resolute? He struggled to comprehend the motives of these supreme beings. They had transcended the world, achieving a power that rendered them unafraid of annihilation, yet still chose to engage in such endeavors, even at the cost of their own lives. What, indeed, were they striving to accomplish? In response to this query, the little one once again shook her head. I cannot say what they are specifically doing. I only know that the task they wish to undertake is exceedingly difficult. I recall the realm lord once telling my master, this is a gamble that is destined to fail. No matter their actions, victory is unattainable. Yet for reasons unknown, they still proceeded, and my master chose to sacrifice herself for this inevitable loss. Tang Tian sighed softly. The realm lord was recognized throughout the myriad realms as the most formidable entity, capable of traversing all of time and space. He had effortlessly subdued the once mighty heavenly sovereign, sealing him away for 1,000,000 years merely to ensure his survival. Even such a daunting presence expressed such pessimism regarding this enigmatic matter. What could possibly warrant such a grim assessment from the realm lord? Thus, their plans are not directed against the heavenly sovereign, correct? Tang Tian queried. The little one met Tang Tian's gaze and nodded affirmatively. No, the heavenly sovereign was entirely outside the realm lord's plans. In fact, he had never regarded the heavenly sovereign as a nuisance. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Yet he ultimately did not locate that formidable weapon against the heavenly sovereign. Long Jiuzhou informed me that one of the reasons the realm lord voluntarily met his end was to resolve the issue surrounding that weapon. The little one shook her head. I cannot speak to that. However, the realm lord indeed seems indifferent to the heavenly sovereign. Perhaps only my master truly comprehends his intentions. Tang Tian rubbed his brow and said, if that is the case, then that fellow, the supreme heavenly lord, would be beyond any form of sanction, wouldn't he? He has been resurrected for almost 3 years, and one can never tell when he might officially emerge. With the realm master absent, who else can stand against him? If he were to annihilate the entire world, what significance would it hold, even if the realm master were to return successfully in the future? Although the scheming of the realm master and the mother of nature appears quite formidable at this juncture, the greatest influence on the world and all living beings still lies with the supreme heavenly lord. Once he officially steps forth, it is likely that even the sun god and the moon fairy will find it exceedingly difficult to resist him. The cataclysm that occurred 1,000,000 years ago clearly illustrates this point. They were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the supreme heavenly lord. However, the one who had previously shown great concern for the supreme heavenly lord now seemed somewhat distracted, as if reluctant to broach the subject. Perhaps it is due to the influence of the mother of nature. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian shifted the conversation and inquired, what is your mission? And what of the so-called seed of nature? What is her mission as well? Chapter 677. Return to the glass world. From the moment of its inception in the glass world, Xiao had been acutely aware of bearing a certain mission. Initially, it understood its purpose solely as awaiting the return of the realm master, yet the specifics eluded its comprehension. However, now that its memories had been fully restored, it should have grasped the intricacies of its existence. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao slowly articulated, I am unaware of the exact mission of the seed of nature, but I surmise it is intrinsically linked to the fate of all living beings. The primary intent behind my master and the realm master's plans revolves around this world and all its sentient beings. Otherwise, my master would not have made such choices. Pausing for a moment, Xiao continued, in truth, my mission is to diligently cultivate my little world. Their plans entail utilizing it for certain purposes. The larger and more refined that world becomes, the more advantageous it will be, I believe. Tang Tian nodded gently in agreement. As a being favored by divine providence, Zhao's capabilities were indeed limited to such endeavors. Regarding the future use of the glass world, it was apparent that the mother of nature and the realm master would not divulge its true purpose to it. What do you intend to do now? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao managed a faint smile and replied, what else can I do? Naturally, I must return to focus on nurturing the glass world. I have yet to properly assimilate the essence of the small world I previously consumed. Additionally, many elements I ingested before have not been maximized in their potential. This task is not only my mission, but also the final wish of my master. Tang Tian sighed inwardly, recognizing the profound impact of Zhao's recently awakened memories. Do you require my assistance? I still possess a considerable amount of the 3 primordial sources of chaos, which you may gradually digest. Alternatively, I could seek out suitable small worlds and bring them to you. The odd egg world had been entirely completed, with the mature ginkgo tree firmly rooted in chaos, continuously drawing power from it and transforming it into the world's essence. The speed of this absorption had reached an unprecedented level. The chaotic sources Tang Tian possessed were no longer as crucial to him and could be entirely offered to Zhao's glass world. However, after a moment of silence, Xiao shook its head. Not at the moment, I believe. I still have a wealth of accumulated essence that remains untapped, sufficient for a considerable time. As for suitable small worlds, they are indeed rare and difficult to find. How would you go about seeking them? Tang Tian chuckled. With so many Dao masters in this world, there must be worlds akin to that of the Honyun Dao master. If necessary, I could simply capture them one by one and examine their worlds. He was not a paragon of virtue. If Xiao truly needed assistance, he would indeed follow through on his words. Regardless, he has already attained the status of the supreme sovereign, and none can dictate his actions. Upon hearing Tang Tian's audacious remarks, Xiao could not help but roll her eyes and remarked, let us refrain from such matters. After all, I am the divine favored one of the mother of nature, and I wish not to engage in actions that would disturb the natural order. Do not concern yourself with me for now. Perhaps my essence has yet to be fully expended, and he may require my assistance soon. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, do you know when the realm master will return? Xiao paused and replied, I have no knowledge of that. It is merely an intuition I possess. Tang Tian shook his head, recognizing that Zhao's emotions were still quite unstable, and decided to halt the discussion at that point. There would always be a consumption point available, which could be accumulated for the time being until Zhao needed to exchange it for essence. As long as the system remained intact, all would be well. At present, both systems continued to function smoothly without any signs of anomaly. Furthermore, despite having become the supreme sovereign, he still could not discern any traces of the system's existence. Perhaps they truly were divine gifts bestowed upon him, beyond any rational explanation. For now, he would leave it be and revisit the matter once further clues emerged. The most pressing concern remained addressing Gu Xiaoxue's natural seed issue, along with Zhao's situation. These two were undoubtedly the most significant companions Tang Tian had in this world, and caution was paramount. After a brief silence, Zhao suddenly rose and declared, "I shall return to my world now. I do not know when he might require my presence, so I must prepare in advance." Then, looking at Tang Tian with a serious demeanor, laced with an enigmatic undertone, she stated, "Tang Tian, I must fulfill my master's final wish." Tang Tian, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Of course, I fully support you. Go ahead and do what you must. If you need anything, just call upon me, and I will assist you." He smiled, wishing to lighten the atmosphere. However, Zhao still seemed ensnared in her sorrow. The traces of her former innocence and joy nearly vanished. "Thank you," she acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Zhao waved her small paw and opened the gateway to the luminous realm. As the spirit of the world, she naturally possessed such abilities. Yet, just as she was about to turn and depart, she suddenly paused and remarked, "I just remembered something. The jade I gifted you earlier, you still have it, correct?" Tang Tian was momentarily stunned but then nodded, affirming, "Of course, I still have it. It's right here," he added, retrieving the natural relic from his spatial storage. During the encounter with the backlash from the Moon Immortal's jade pendant, he had placed the relic along with the pendant in his space to prevent similar issues from arising again. Gazing at the natural relic, Zhao inquired, "May I reclaim it? I can offer you some form of compensation. However, it seems you are far wealthier than I am." Tang Tian chuckled, saying, "This is inherently a part of you. Even if you do not mention it, I would eventually return it to you." With that, he handed the natural remains to Zhao. Zhao accepted it, expressing gratitude once more before stepping into the void gate. Just as the gate was on the verge of closing, Zhao poked its head back out and said, "Once you arrive at the Spirit Fallen mountain range, feel free to call out to me. I have spent some time there and am quite familiar with the area. I also know the precise location where my master fell. The path is rather treacherous, but I shall guide you there." Tang Tian couldn't help but smile, replying, "That sounds agreeable, but could you please articulate everything in one go? Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Zhao pondered for a moment, then shook its head, retreating back inside. Soon after, the void gate closed completely. Once the traces of the gate had vanished, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly spoke up, "Zhao seems a bit off. It feels as though it is concealing something from us." Tang Tian nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have noticed that as well. Yet, who among us is devoid of secrets? It has been reluctantly entangled in the schemes of the Realm Lord and the Mother of Nature, becoming a mere pawn and carrying an overwhelming burden. Perhaps it is best to allow it some solitude for now. Later, I shall seek an opportunity to converse with it more thoroughly." Gu Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Chapter 678. Preparing to depart, it must be said that the time for the complete restoration of the little one's memories was somewhat abrupt. Previously, the memories had been gradually unraveled with the increase of its own strength, only halting when it reached the most crucial pieces of information. It was initially believed that the remaining memories would only be fully unlocked upon the return of the Realm Lord or the Mother of Nature. However, no one had anticipated that it would occur at such a juncture. Was there anything particularly special about this moment? If anything could be deemed special, it would likely be the fact that Tang Tian's world had just been fully realized. This circumstance gave Tang Tian an undeniable sensation of being orchestrated by fate. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, for no one is powerful enough to orchestrate such events. Once the memories were unsealed, the little one focused intently on nurturing its own glazed world, patiently awaiting the return of the Realm Lord. Meanwhile, Tang Tian was poised to embark upon the final path, engaging in the grandest chess game across the myriad realms. The outcome remained uncertain, but Tang Tian had prepared himself to face all eventualities. Moreover, he now brimmed with confidence. You should stay here for the time being. Only after everything has stabilized can you return to a normal life, Tang Tian said to Gu Xiaoxue. How long will it take? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Tang Tian paused for a moment, shaking his head. I do not wish to deceive you. This matter is fraught with the unknown and uncertainty. Therefore, I cannot ascertain how long it will take to resolve. It may even remain unresolved indefinitely. This response left Gu Xiaoxue in contemplative silence. Yet, suddenly, she lifted her head and smiled radiantly. It's all right. I will wait for you here. Witnessing a brand new world gradually come to fruition is quite fascinating. I never expected to behold such wondrous occurrences. You may pursue your endeavors. I can wait as long as necessary. Just remember to return and see me during your free moments. Tang Tian turned to gaze into Gu Xiaoxue's eyes, which were filled with a gentle luminescence. At that moment, he realized that Gu Xiaoxue was no longer the naive little girl she once was. Unbeknownst to him, she had blossomed, leaving behind the budding stage and entering a period of resplendent bloom. Without conscious thought, he reached out to caress her delicate face. However, he ultimately rested his hand upon her hair, instinctively ruffling it. Do not worry. Regardless of the outcome, we shall be unharmed, he said with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently in response. After a brief moment, Tang Tian departed from the strange egg world and returned to the stronghold of the Tai Yi sacred land. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the strange egg world, he emerged just as the time to set off was approaching. Today marked the moment when the Lingyun mountain range revealed itself amidst the chaos, precisely at noon. However, the disciples of the sacred land, preparing to journey to the spirit-fallen mountain range, certainly would not wait until the opportune moment to set forth. Instead, they would gather in advance at the Grand Teleportation Array outside Wuyue City, ready to embark the moment the time was right and the location of the spirit-fallen mountain range was confirmed. When Tang Tian returned to his chamber, a cacophony of voices echoed outside, as everyone busily made their final preparations. Tang Tian had little to prepare, so he settled by the window, savoring a fine wine as he awaited the departure. Before long, a knock resounded at his door. Enter, he called. Upon entering, it was none other than the leading Taoist, Junya. As she observed Tang Tian leisurely enjoying his drink, a slight frown creased her brow, though it quickly dissipated. We are about to depart. Are you prepared? She inquired. Tang Tian downed the last cup of his wine, stowed away the flask, and rose. Yes, I am ready. Junya surveyed the room, noting its casual arrangement, which hardly conveyed a sense of readiness. The spirit-fallen mountain range was no ordinary trial ground. It was fraught with myriad dangers. Even I cannot guarantee a safe return, she cautioned. Even with the presence of the Divine Lord, utmost caution is paramount. Therefore, we must be as prepared as possible to mitigate the risks. Seemingly unconvinced of Tang Tian's readiness, she reiterated her concerns, even invoking the name of Long Jiuzhou, as if fearing Tang Tian might act recklessly under his protection. In response, Tang Tian smiled reassuringly. Elder Junya, I assure you, I am fully prepared. Moreover, you need not worry. I will not encounter any issues. Junya regarded him, her expression still laced with apprehension. Yet, with his reassurances, she had no recourse but to nod. Let us hope so. Otherwise, the burden would be too great for me to bear. Now, follow me, and remember not to stray too far from my side. She reminded him for the third time before turning to leave the room. Tang Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head as he followed her. Recognizing her genuine concern and sense of responsibility toward him, there was no need for conflict. He would acquiesce to her wishes. Once they reached the spirit-fallen mountain range, he could act as he pleased. Moments later, the entourage from the Tai Yi sacred land gathered in the grand hall of their base. The atmosphere was tinged with tension and seriousness, yet it was predominantly filled with anticipation. After all, securing a spot in the spirit-fallen mountain range trial, which occurred only once every decade, was no trivial feat. Moreover, those who ventured into the spirit-fallen mountain range or returned to the sacred land invariably emerged with bountiful opportunities, setting them on a smoother path in their cultivation journeys. Many who returned later ascended to high-ranking positions within the sacred land. As for those who did not return, cultivators seldom pondered such matters. Their focus remained solely on the rewards they could attain. Once all personnel had gathered, Master Junya personally elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the spirit-falling mountain range. She had led disciples from the Tai Yi sacred land to this region on numerous occasions, thus possessing a considerable familiarity with its conditions. In essence, it is a land of opportunities centered around a forbidden zone that radiates outward. The closer one approaches the forbidden area, the greater the potential rewards and fortuitous encounters. Conversely, the further away one is, the lesser the prospects. However, this proximity also brings heightened peril. Even those at the master level must tread cautiously at the edge of the forbidden zone, for a moment's negligence could result in the forfeiture of life. The forbidden zone itself is utterly off-limits. Master Junya emphasized this point with utmost seriousness and gravity, fully aware of the mindset of cultivators. She understood that without a firm warning, some might be tempted to take reckless risks in pursuit of greater opportunities or simply out of curiosity. Yet, the forbidden zone of the Spirit-Falling Mountain Range is an unequivocal no-go area. Below the supreme level, anyone daring to intrude without permission has never returned alive. I sincerely wish to bring you all back safely. Therefore, do not engage in such self-destructive actions, and do not let me down, Master Junya stated solemnly, casting a few pointed glances in Tang Tian's direction. Tang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating that he might indeed disappoint Master Junya.